I was accused of being a spy, a greenhorn, helplessly watching as the last inch of territory of an ancient civilization spanning millennia is about to fall into slavery under foreign rule. People across the nation are clamoring for me, the newly appointed chosen one, to step down, because the opponent I face, she is the undefeated top historian of Sakura. They didn't know that in their eyes, the incomplete history of Huaxia, yet it would be completely overturned due to that unique memory in my mind. While everyone was waiting to see me make a fool of myself, I lightly tapped on the name no one dared to choose and sneered. Hailed as number one in Japan? Then I'll teach you a lesson with China's number one. My name is Lin Yang, and I've been crossing over to Blue Star for over 2 years now. The biggest difference from my past life here is that China's 5,000 years of history were lost due to a great catastrophe, with hardly any records of valiant generals or capable ministers remaining. 6 months ago, the nation's fate arena descended, binding itself to the destiny of the nation. 197 countries worldwide randomly select their chosen representatives to engage in battles with historical generals from their own nations. Victory affects the fate of a nation, while defeat leads to territorial concessions, until the country becomes a slave to the victor. Damn it! In single combat, don't choose Lu Fengxian, pick Pan Feng. For army battles, skip Han Xan and go for Hefei's war god Sun Zhengmo. Lin Yang watched the live broadcast of the National Fate Arena in his rented apartment, seething with anger. The chosen ones of Huaxia suffered defeat after defeat. The arena presents 5 historical figures to choose from each time, but due to missing records in Huaxia's history, the chosen ones are unable to make an effective selection. In this individual battle, facing Hanzo Hattori, the top ninja of Sakura country, Huaxia's chosen warrior Xiang Yu and, among renowned generals like Zhao Zilong, Lu Sandao was chosen solely for his domineering name. As a result, Lu Sandao was struck down by shuriken in less than 3 bouts. The ancient capital of 1,000 years was ceded to the land of cherry blossoms, becoming a breeding ground for dogs. The Chinese people could only squeeze onto 3 million square kilometers of land. One more defeat, and the homeland would utterly collapse, its citizens reduced to slaves. At this critical moment of life and death, a voice echoed in Lin Yang's mind. As the host's world's Huaxia civilization is on the verge of destruction, the system has been activated. Binding to the host, selected as the champion of the Huaxia Nation's destiny arena, Lin Yang exclaimed with joy, "System, you finally arrived." System prompt. Binding successful. The host will be transported to the national fortune space, replacing the original chosen one. Personal life is now bound to national fortune. As the light flashed, Lin Yang found himself in an unfamiliar national fortune space. Across from him sat the chosen one of Sakura country, the burly Ishida Ichiro. The mechanical voice sounded, "The draw result is an individual battle. All chosen ones, please select your historical figure to represent you." Lin Yang curled his lips into a smile. "Just wait, Japan, you're about to learn what Chinese heroes truly are." The Chinese livestream chat erupted in despair. Someone so young is doomed to lose. Even Elder Chen couldn't win, what chance does this brat have? Netizens' expectations instantly plunged to rock bottom. Meanwhile, the Japanese livestream chat was celebrating wildly, already toasting their imminent annexation of China. Opposite Ishida Ichiro is the youngest historian of the great Sakura Empire, never substituted. In the Jingshi meeting room of Huaxia, the boss looked at the information on Lin Yang handed over by the Secretary General. Only has a birth date and attended school, unemployed with no career awards. Alas, prepare for the worst. The National Destiny Arena officially begins. 5 historical figures appeared before Lin Yang. The courageous and fierce General Yang Dian of the Northern Wei dynasty, the top warrior Zhang Dingbian of the late Yuan dynasty, the Shang General Xing Daorong of Lingling, the Iron Whip King of the Northern Song dynasty praised for his vigilance, alongside Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Chu. Ishida Kazuaki first selects his character to play, the card inscribed with 7 large characters, the Peerless Kabuki warrior, Mayeda Keiji. One of the fiercest warriors in the Warring States period of the land of Sakura, who once led 17 men to charge into the enemy's main camp unharmed. Lin Yang sneered, touted as Japan's number one? Then I'll choose to be China's number one to teach you a lesson. He opted for the last-ranked Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu. Xiang Yu's card appears, riding the Wuzhui horse, wielding the overlord lance, clad in black armor and a red robe, exuding formidable majesty. Chinese barrage instantly exploded, with most expressing skepticism. This general appeared before, yet no one chose him. What's the use of a menacing portrait? The nickname Overlord of Western Chu isn't intimidating at all. I just searched Baidu. This guy committed suicide immediately after his defeat. Ishida Ichiro introduced Mayeda Keiji with a mocking tone. The title Kabukimono merely praises his aesthetics and attire, but it's enough to deal with Huaxia. Now it's Lin Yang's turn to introduce. He gave a light chuckle and said clearly, Xiang Yu had the strength to lift a cauldron and the ambition to conquer all. By burning his boats and breaking his cooking pots, he achieved the unparalleled feat of overthrowing the Qin dynasty. His heroic spirit has been praised through the ages. Live as a hero among men, die as a king among ghosts. In one battle, Xiang Yu single-handedly slaughtered 100 men and then calmly withdrew unscathed. Lin Yang's introduction brought the image of Xiang Yu's martial prowess to life in everyone's imagination, igniting the barrage of comments in the Huaxia livestream, so freaking epic. The terrain instantly transformed, the round table turning into a battlefield. The generals from both sides appeared, none other than Maeda Keiji and Overlord Xiang Yu. Chapter 3, Instant Kill. Instant Kill. On the battlefield. Lin Yang had just regained his senses. The scene before him abruptly shifted to a sandy expanse. Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro now stood atop a high platform. From their vantage point, the entire battlefield lay spread out before them. Lin Yang fixed his gaze upon it, clearly discerning every nuance of Ishida Ichiro's expression across the way. Below, the Overlord Xiang Yu and Maeda Keiji had both mounted their warhorses, facing off across the battlefield. Before him stood the Overlord of Western Chu, Xiang Yu, wielding his Overlord spear. Mounted on his black stallion, Wuzue, Xiang Yu bore broad brows and large eyes, clad in armor that radiated formidable light. Maeda Keiji, clad in a crimson robe, gripped a blood-red spear. He rode the red stallion Matsuke's. He now stood facing Maeda Keiji, who wore a look of utter arrogance. Bawang, the opponent before us is the land of cherry blossoms. Lin Yang's words trailed off. Oomph. Xiang Yu snorted coldly, his eyes not yet fully open, his expression betraying extreme impatience. My goodness. This fellow is so domineering. And he looks so majestic. This is our traditional Chinese tough guy. Maeda Keiji was still the coolest, though. That red robe, red spear, and red steed combo unbeatable. Exactly. Japan's about to unleash another wave of fashion trends. Pfft, what good is looks? How arrogant. Prepare to be enslaved, you nation without history. At this moment, countless Japanese and rare Chinese spectators had joined the cheering crowd in the Chinese livestream. At this very moment, most of the Chinese had steeled themselves for one final stand. Both contestants step over the red line and prepare for battle. This round's combat style drawn is mounted combat. The system announcement sounded, signaling the imminent start of the match. Only then did Xiang Yu slowly open his eyes. He stepped onto the battlefield simultaneously with his opponent, Maeda Keiji. Begin! The emotionless system voice rang out. Maeda Keiji could not contain himself. He spurred his warhorse forward, charging towards Xiang Yu. The Pinewind steed was swift, closing in on Xiang Yu in the blink of an eye. Yet Xiang Yu kept his eyes slightly closed, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger. Seeing this, Maeda Keiji's face lit up with delight. He swung his long spear, aiming it straight for Xiang Yu's chest. What on earth is going on? I've heard that generals who've killed countless men possess something called killing intent. Our general must have been so terrified by it that he's gone dumb. Ah! He truly is a commander not recorded in history. What a waste! And now, at this very moment of life and death, he closes his eyes again. I'm getting more and more confused. Farewell, everyone. I'm heading westward. Our nation stands at the brink of survival. Just move already. The Huaxia livestream erupted as Xiang Yu remained utterly motionless on screen. Meanwhile, Ishida Ichiro's expression turned sinister. Yes. That's how we humiliate them. Not just victory, we humiliate them. He had believed Lin Yang's tales about Xiang Yu were true. But he never imagined their skill level would be so poor. Faced with such a basic attack, they were utterly helpless and surrendered. In the capital's conference room. The boss's eyes were fixed intently on the projection in the conference room. Ugh. To think our 5,000-year legacy of China might be destroyed by this greenhorn. The boss had initially believed Lin Yang held the key to turning the tide. He had believed Lin Yang to be the chosen one of the plane. Who would have thought? Everyone in the conference room covered their eyes, unable to bear witness to the final brutal scene. The outcome, however, defied all expectations. Just as everyone thought Maeda Keiji's long spear was about to pierce Xiang Yu's chest. As the blade neared, Xiang Yu's eyes suddenly snapped open. A gaze that seemed to look down on all living beings erupted from his eyes, transforming his entire being into a primordial dragon. Maeda Keiji's form seemed frozen mid-air in that instant. Ha! Then, gripping his overlord spear, Xiang Yu roared. With a sweeping strike that could vanquish 1,000 troops, the spearhead aimed straight for Maeda Keiji's head. With a thunderous crack, Maeda Keiji's skull was pierced clean through. His massive head rolled to the ground. Blood spattered, crimson and blinding, staining his red battle robe now a shroud for Maeda Keiji. What? Ishida Ichiro let out a horrified cry. He simply couldn't fathom how the invincible land of cherry blossoms could fall to Xiang Yu. And so utterly. The victor. China. Blood still spurting from Maeda Keiji's throat, a cold voice already echoed. The 4 characters victory to Huaxia appeared on the livestream's main screen. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. After an unknown duration, comments began flooding the screen in unison. China's got it going on. It's been so long. Our Huaxia has finally won. Damn it. Am I dreaming? Hey, you're not dreaming. China's Bull won. The Overlord Bull won. I knew we'd win, but I never imagined it would be such a crushing victory. As Xiang Yu obliterated his opponents, every platform and live stream across China erupted in celebration. In reality, Huaxia citizens poured into the streets to celebrate this long-awaited victory. Xiang Yu delivered a one-hit knockout. The atmosphere in the capital's conference room shifted instantly. Excellent. Notify the relevant departments to begin receiving the territory. There is still hope for China. The leader's tense body instantly relaxed, and soon he regained his composure to issue commands. Yes, sir. The Secretary-General nodded and exited the room. Could it be that this young man truly holds the key to saving China? Old Chen murmured to himself. On the battlefield. Under Ishida Ichiro's stunned gaze, Maeda Tashi's body still lay sprawled in the center of the battlefield. A warrior who could slay Maeda Keiji in a single exchange was unheard of even throughout the entire history of Sakura. Unlike Ishida Ichiro's shock, Lin Yang waited calmly for his general's return. The feathers have pierced the enemy. Xiang Yu paid little heed to an opponent of this caliber. With a light voice, he dismounted from his steed, Wu Zue, and reported to Lin Yang. Lin Yang bowed low in respect. Thank you, Overlord. Xiang Yu gave a slight nod in response. A flash of intense light erupted. The scene shifted back to its original circular table form, and Xiang Yu returned to his card-like appearance. The chosen one of Huaxia, please select your reward cultivation technique, spiritual energy level, or divine artifact or reclaim your territory. The system's emotionless voice inquired. Reclaim the territory. Lin Yang replied without hesitation. Not an inch of Huaxia territory shall be lost. Please choose whether to continue the challenge or cease hostilities. Continue challenging the land of cherry blossoms. Facing the cherry blossom nation that had swallowed vast swaths of China's territory, Lin Yang had only one objective: to utterly annihilate it. To ensure the cherry blossom nation never dared covet China again. System recorded. Querying the chosen one of Huaxia, shall we replace the commander? No. The overlord of Chu remains too formidable for the land of cherry blossoms. Lin Yang couldn't help but feel pity for Ishida Ichiro across the battlefield. Yet, when he looked at Ishida Ichiro again, the latter had already selected a new general. A sinister expression returned to his face. Oh? Looks like you've drawn a good one? Chapter 4, Foot Soldiers or Cavalry? The Overlord has it all covered. The Sakura chosen one selected as his commander. The foremost of the 10 brave warriors of Sonata, the IGA-style ninja skilled in both martial and scholarly arts, Sarutobi Sasuke. Please have Sakura Nation introduce their chosen commander. Ishida Ichiro exhaled the pent-up frustration from his chest. He declared in a resonant voice, Sarutobi Sasuke. The foremost of the 10 braves under Sonata Yukimura, a ninja steeped in legend. True to his name, he possesses agile prowess, appearing and vanishing without a trace. His unarmed combat skills are equally formidable. Enemy commanders often meet their end before they can even grasp his movements. Lin Yang watched the cherry blossom chosen one speak before him with a cold gaze, his expression unreadable. This guy probably wants to initiate melee combat. Lin Yang was familiar with his history. Whether on foot or horseback, the outcome likely wouldn't be much stronger than Maeda Keiji's merely a worthy opponent for a single exchange with the Overlord. These so-called heroes of the Sakura Sengoku period? If they were in China, they'd barely be worthy of a village skirmish. Long live Lord Sarutobi. Turn the tide. China's victory was nothing but luck. The mighty Sakura Nation was merely holding back. This is Lord Sasuke Sarutobi, ranked first among the 10 warriors of our great Sakura Nation. Die, Huaxia. Sakura reigns supreme. Destroy China. Sakura Nation is invincible. Meanwhile, the Chinese livestream chat remained far more level-headed. After all, they'd only won one battle so far, and the lost territories hadn't been fully reclaimed yet. The formidable foe before them remained the greatest challenge. Following convention, the land of cherry blossoms will make the first selection this time. I wonder how General Xiang fares in infantry combat. Looks like a big, burly guy feels like he'll get toyed with. Sigh, the kid's just a kid, no strategy whatsoever. We should have redrawn the cards earlier. It's fine, trust him. He's the one who brought us this rare victory. Right, we still have some margin for error. Though it's not much. Within the Imperial Conference Chamber. Report, a portion of our territory has been successfully reclaimed. The secretary reported. The leader nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Earlier, Elder Chen had finished recounting Sasuke Sarutobi's life story. Elder Chen, is it still impossible to uncover General Xiang Yu's life story? Old Chen nodded helplessly. Xiao Zhang, have the relevant departments guide the online discourse to ensure no mishaps occur at this critical juncture. No matter what, China must support our chosen one now. This is China's last hope. Following the leader's orders, all departments sprang into action. At the round table, both sides, having drawn their decks, teleported to the battlefield. Please select your combat mode. The voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed. Lin Yang smiled faintly and said, China is a nation of etiquette. Let the land of cherry blossoms choose first. The moment these words were spoken, the entire live streaming platform erupted. What? Doesn't he realize we're at a disadvantage right now? This is a matter of life and death. Why is he fussing over etiquette now? I'm speechless. This guy is such a show-off. Oh no, young people are just young people. One win and they're already getting cocky. Is he about to throw away the win he just got? As he read the online comments, Lin Yang thought to himself, with the Overlord by my side, who could I possibly fear? What they didn't know was that the Overlord possessed innate superhuman strength from birth, capable of lifting a cauldron. Whether fighting on foot or on horseback, the Overlord was an unrivaled force. Damn it! The Huaxia are pushing their luck too far. This defies the very spirit of Bushido. Lord Sarutobi. Humiliate the enemy thoroughly. Do we really need such formalities? The live chat in Sakura country erupted with furious complaints. The audience couldn't wait any longer and demanded the battle begin. Please select your combat mode. The National Fortune Arena reiterated. Then let's go with foot combat. Ishida Ichiro was utterly unapologetic. Though Lin Yang's attitude was abysmal, he wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity. This is a national battle. A national battle. Ishida Ichiro gritted his teeth as he made his choice. Both sides, prepare for battle. The voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded once more. Not long after, Xiang Yu and Sarutobi Sasuke arrived on the battlefield. They faced off against each other. Melee combat commences. Sarutobi Sasuke wields his signature weapon. Xiang Yu has no dedicated weapon for melee combat. Please select a weapon from the armory. This time, Xiang Yu's steed Wuzue did not appear on the battlefield. Across from him, Sarutobi Sasuke wielded a pair of dual blades resembling both daggers and kunai. Their handles were hollow rings with spiked edges along the outer rim. Lin Yang recognized them as weapons from the land of cherry blossoms, shuriken. The Overlord, however, stood empty-handed, entering battle without any weapon. What? Our commander doesn't have a signature weapon? This is a guaranteed loss. I knew we should have re-rolled our generals. So inexperienced. Good thing we won the last round. Isn't this like attacking someone's strengths with your own weaknesses? I'm not watching this. Wake me when you win. It's like an egg hitting a stone. The Huaxia livestream was filled with voices of confusion. Meanwhile, the land of cherry blossoms erupted in cheers. Heaven favors our great Sakura Empire. The Huaxia people are so arrogant. Mr. Sasuke Uchiha. You must win. Utterly ignorant. Just as we expected of the Chinese. We've already prepared for victory. Opposing Commander Ishida Ichiro, seeing that Xiang Yu carried no signature weapon, concluded he would not engage in close combat. His heart swelled with joy, and he no longer concealed his expression. Well then, the Chinese have chosen their own demise. Ishida Ichiro exclaimed. The armory is now open. Please select your weapon, Huaxia Commander. The cold voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed. Before Xiang Yu appeared the 18 types of weapons of China. Swords, spears, sabers, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, forks. At this moment, the scene showed Xiang Yu hesitating not at all. He casually picked up a long sword, gave it a light swing twice, then said indifferently. Any will do. Since Xiang Yu had not explicitly made a choice, the ordinary iron sword before him became his selection. Selection complete. Both commanders crossed the red line and commenced combat. The arena's voice announced. Xiang Yu still did not initiate the attack first. Both sides gripped their weapons, locked in a standoff. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, with his calm demeanor, had already resolved to win. He knew Xiang Yu's strength all too well. Even if his opponent was the famed Sasuke Uchiha of the land of cherry blossoms, Lin Yang trusted Xiang Yu. After all, as the saying goes, brute force trumps skill. Seeing Xiang Yu's body remain motionless, Sarutobi Sasuke launched his attack first. His figure flickered, leaving only a deceptively misleading cloud of smoke on the ground before vanishing. When he reappeared, shuriken had already left his hand, flying towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly sensing the intricate force contained within the spinning blade. Oomph. Ghostly tricks. Chapter 5, Can't Win Fair? Use a general designation card? Xiang Yu snorted coldly, planting his feet firmly on the ground. With a movement as effortless as lifting a feather, he swung his sword to deflect the weapon hurled by the Japanese commander. You seek death. One must understand that throwing one's own weapon on the battlefield carries immense risk. Xiang Yu barked coldly, his eyes blazing with icy fury. His body trembled, unleashing a tremendous surge of force erupting from beneath his feet. In an instant, Sasuke Sarutobi's form was locked onto by Xiang Yu. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Yu closed the distance at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye. Holy! That burst of speed is insane. This must be the mightiest warrior our nation has ever known. So what? What good is raw strength? Catching that ninja is what counts. Are you kidding me? Xiang Yu has clearly spotted that cherry blossom ninja. Xiang Yu's true skill was evident the moment he moved. Without any flashy tricks, Sarutobi Sasuke now faced only a figure charging toward him like a ferocious tiger. The overwhelming aura of ferocity made him instinctively want to flee. But Xiang Yu had already launched his attack. Would he give his enemy any chance? As Sasuke Sarutobi hesitated, Xiang Yu seized the moment. He swung his long sword with brutal force. Sarutobi Sasuke barely managed to block the strike. A loud clang echoed. The shuriken, along with Sasuke's arm, was severed cleanly. Without further hesitation, he withdrew his sword and slashed diagonally once more. Put! With a single sword stroke, Xiang Yu sliced through Sasuke's form from head to shoulder. The match ended. With the strength to uproot mountains and lift tripods, Xiang Yu claimed another victory. His strength could uproot mountains, his spirit overshadowed the world. This epitomized Xiang Yu's entire life. Xiang Yu is the best. Let this little cherry blossom nation see what true violent aesthetics look like. Powerful. Too powerful. Such martial prowess truly shakes heaven and earth, moves gods and demons. Overlord, Overlord, I adore you. God. From now on, we'll call him God Xiang Yu. The Huaxia livestream room erupted in cheers. China wins. The emotionless voice of the arena echoed once more. Xiang Yu, with the might of a tyrant, once again obliterated his opponent in seconds. Proving that Huaxia wasn't lacking fierce warriors, it was just that the previous chosen ones were too weak. Inside the Huaxia capital conference room, a jubilant atmosphere filled the air. Excellent. Another territory reclaimed. The leader could no longer contain his emotions, pumping his fists in celebration. The pressure of recent days had been overwhelming, and the leader had held it in for far too long. Old Chen, how come this young lad knows more than many of our Huaxia historians? A tactless young man in the conference room turned to ask Old Chen. Well, young people these days probably just read some unofficial histories online. Old Chen explained with a dry chuckle. But listen. Even 2 consecutive victories haven't resolved China's current crisis. Old Chen's expression turned stern as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the leader frowned once more. That said, our only hope now rests on Lin Yang. This can't be right. How could our great Sakura Nation lose to a country with no historical legacy? There must be something wrong with the stage. How else could the Chinese possibly win? Rematch. Rematch. Unfair. Rematch. How could Lord Sarutobi? Exactly. Those despicable Chinese must have used underhanded tactics. The Sakura Nation livestream erupted once more with a torrent of accusations. Meanwhile, the 2 chosen ones on the stage had shifted from the battlefield to a round table. Lin Yang observed the pained and bewildered expression on Ishida Ichiro's face across from him. A quiet satisfaction filled his heart. He knew Xiang Yu's combat prowess must have delivered a massive shock to Ishida Ichiro. 2 instant kills against Sakura generals couldn't possibly be attributed to underestimation or luck. Shall China choose to reclaim its territory or accept the reward? The voice from the arena echoed once more. Lin Yang no longer found the sound devoid of emotion. In fact, the arena's voice was now what he most wanted to hear. It signaled another victory for China. Reclaim the territory. Without hesitation, Lin Yang answered the question. Continue the challenge or end it? Continue the challenge. Change generals? No. Lin Yang's triple select choice sent the Huaxia livestream chat exploding once more. What the hell? How can he be so confident? What if he draws a legion battle next round? Yeah. That's way too cocky. Don't we have any other famous generals in Huaxia? Exactly. Just look at Xiang Yu. He looks like a big, burly oaf who couldn't command an army. Doesn't he fear facing Takeda Shingen or Sanada Yukimura in a legion battle? Hey, you forgot Japan still hasn't fielded Honda Tadakatsu for the individual battles. Lin Yang didn't care much about the opinions of the Chinese livestream audience. Martial prowess was not Xiang Yu's most outstanding skill, nor was command. It was the perfect fusion of martial prowess and command that made Xiang Yu the foremost general in Chinese history. Following China's 2 consecutive victories, the next round's arena battle mode will be selected by Japan. The arena's announcement echoed. Upon hearing this news, the hearts of all viewers in the Huaxia livestream went cold. What the hell? We're screwed now. Have you all forgotten the rules of the arena? Why should they get to choose? Oh no, the Japanese team will definitely pick team battles. We're screwed. It's okay, we won 2 straight matches earlier. Let them win one, we'll take the next one. Hope our chosen one learns from this experience. Why so pessimistic? Do you even know Xiang Yu? Exactly. The Overlord of Chu is the coolest. Across the round table. I choose individual combat. Ichiya Ishida stunned everyone by choosing individual combat. Requesting use of the general designation card. Ishida Ichiro took a deep breath before addressing the arena. A general designation card? Using it now? Having watched countless arena matches, Lin Yang knew these cards existed. These cards were hard to come by, obtainable only by defeating enemies in legion battles and then unlocking challenge dungeons. Sakura Nation had played this card, and Lin Yang guessed they'd likely choose the greatest warrior in their nation's history. Damn it! How could there be such a thing? That's cheating. Strong protest. I strongly protest. Sigh. The land of cherry blossoms has too many trump cards. How are we supposed to counter this? Doesn't China have any special cards? We do have one, the immunity card distributed when we first entered the secret realm. Right. We still have the non-aggression card. Now is the time to use it. At both ends of the round table, Ichiro Ishida's expression lost its flippancy as he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yang's face, as if trying to read something from Lin Yang's face. Unfortunately for him, Lin Yang showed no reaction whatsoever. The challenge continues. No cards allowed. Lin Yang addressed the National Fortune Arena with a smile. Chapter 6, Bond Cards? Without using any cards, he accepted the challenge from the Cherry Blossom Chosen One. A designated general card? I bet they'll pick the fiercest general in Sakura's history. Exactly. Unfortunately, we still don't know how strong Xiang Yu is in Huaxia. The discussion in the capital's conference room grew increasingly heated. Morale began to waver once more. Ahem. The leader seated at the head of the conference room cleared his throat and spoke. This young man, Lin Yang, has already secured 2 hard-won victories for us. We must choose to trust his judgment. Yes. Trust him. As the leader's words fell, everyone echoed in agreement. They had long been aware of Lin Yang's capabilities. Such a young man had already accomplished what many others couldn't. Besides, there was no one in China who could replace Lin Yang at this moment. At the other round table, Ichiro Ishida began introducing the card drawn using the general designation card. He was loyal, valiant, and distinguished by his military exploits, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Tokugawa. Renowned for his extraordinary valor, he was hailed by Oda Nobunaga as a general possessing both beauty and substance, and by Toyotomi Hideyoshi as the foremost warrior under the cherry blossoms, unmatched throughout history. The world called him the Flying General of Mikawa, the Demon Heihachi. Even before Ishida, Ichiro had revealed the card in his hand. The Huaxia livestream chat erupted in heated discussion. Oh no! I think I know who it is. There is no one else who holds the title of Cherry Blossom Warrior but him. This man has appeared once before, impaling our Huaxia's Wuchou wine god, Chun Yuchong, with a single spear thrust. This is disastrous. I figured as much. Even the Overlord himself might be powerless against this guy. You bastards up front, stop boosting his confidence and crushing our own morale. We don't want it to be like this either, but this is the legendary Tall One, the fiercest warrior under the cherry blossoms. Just as the Huaxia livestream was filled with gloom and doom, the scene in the Sakura Nation livestream was entirely different. Ha 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 ha. Victory is certain. Humiliate them thoroughly. Let them win 2 games and get cocky. Yes, yes. Thank goodness our Sakura Nation has such deep roots. Believe. Understand. Surpass. Die, Chinese. Only then did Ishida Ichiro at the circular stage table stop playing coy. He revealed the warrior he had drawn. The figure depicted on the card wore a deer antler helmet, wielded the dragonfly-cutting sword, and rode a towering black steed. His countenance was solemn and imposing, radiating an aura of peerless majesty. At first glance, he radiated an overwhelming sense of weight and imposing presence. Indeed. This is Lord Honda Tadakatsu of our great Sakura Nation. He fought in 57 battles throughout his life and never once suffered injury. After hearing Ishida Ichiro's introduction, Lin Yang's expression remained unchanged as he smiled lightly. Today marks the first defeat of your nation's greatest warrior. Lin Yang's words sent Ishida Ichiro's blood pressure soaring. His face flushed crimson as he retorted, "Don't get too cocky, you Chinese." Before he could utter another word, the scene on the battlefield shifted dramatically. Both combatants had already materialized upon the battlefield. Please choose between mounted combat or foot combat. The cold voice from the arena echoed. Mounted combat. Mounted combat. Both sides declared in unison. Choices confirmed. Mounted combat commences. As the announcement faded, 2 beams of light descended, and the livestream audience witnessed the general's grand entrance. One rode a jet black steed, wielding the ironclad sword of the Overlord, radiating an imposing, domineering presence. The other rode a black-maned steed, wielding the dragonfly cleaver, his demeanor calm and composed. At first glance, they appeared evenly matched. Yet upon closer inspection, one noticed that though each sat firmly atop his steed, their bodies both leaned slightly to the left or right, their expressions alert. Both men studied each other's expressions and eyes. Each seemed guarded against the other. Begin the battle. The command echoed from the National Fortune Arena. The 2 combatants, already on edge, instantly charged forward. Their warhorses crossed paths midair, sweeping through the air with a powerful gust. Both weapons thrust forward simultaneously. A crisp clang echoed as sparks flew. Damn, this bastard has something. Xiang Yu murmured inwardly. Across the field, Honda Tadakatsu felt a numbing shock in his palm from the force of Xiang Yu's strike. In just this one exchange, Xiang Yu's thrusting power and precision had left him utterly astonished. What formidable spear skills! No wonder the Huaxia dare challenge us. The Overlord of Chu truly lives up to his reputation. The live stream audience cheered wildly at the spectacle of their duel. Yet Honda Tadakatsu remained unflustered, subtly adjusting his mount beneath him. Once more, he swung his spear named Dragonfly Slice, charging towards Xiang Yu. Come on then! Xiang Yu jerked the reins. His steed, Wuzue, let out a piercing neigh and shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. In an instant, he was upon Honda Tadakatsu. Honda Tadakatsu was no ordinary warrior either. Dragonfly Slice clashed with the Overlord's spear in a clanging exchange. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 50 blows. Yet Honda Tadakatsu could barely muster the strength to defend himself. Xiang Yu's spear thrust grew ever more fierce as he swung it in a sweeping horizontal arc. Honda Tadakatsu instinctively raised his spear to block. His palms split open, and the dragonfly spear slipped from his grasp. Xiang Yu knocked it to the ground. Damned Chinese! Hondo Tadakatsu's face twisted with fury. He drew his katana from his waist, gripped it with both hands, and swung it down towards Xiang Yu. Trivial tricks! Xiang Yu roared in fury. Clang! The spear blocked Honda Tadakatsu's vicious slash. The clash of blades produced a sharp metallic ring. From the viewing platform, Ishida Ichiro watched as Honda Tadakatsu gradually fell into a disadvantage. His heart raced with anxiety. Damn it! Even Lord Honda can't overcome this Chinese commander? Ichiro Ishida snarled, his face twisted in fury. Damn it! Lord Honda Tadakatsu was a hero of our great Sakura Nation. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere Chinese dog? Quick! Cheer him on! Why the hell aren't you saying anything? Cheer for Lord Honda. We absolutely cannot tolerate another defeat. If we lose again, Ishida Ichiro, you'll commit seppuku. The Cherry Blossom Nation spectators also began to shout in unison. But Ishida Ichiro knew. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Sakura Nation. If things continued this way, then Honda Tadakatsu's fate would be sealed. Death. Ishida Ichiro's expression twisted with anguish. He knew exactly what would happen if they lost this battle. Under immense pressure from the Japanese people, he would be forced to relinquish his opportunity as the chosen one. On the battlefield, Honda Tadakatsu's condition was nearing collapse. His katana was chipped and cracked like a saw. Use the bond card. Ishida Ichiro could hold back no longer. He played Sakura Nation's trump card. Damn it! I was saving that for the Roman Empire. The National Fortune Arena swiftly responded to Ishida Ichiro's request. Bond card activation successful. Card destroyed. Chapter 7, What good is father-son unity? Lord Honda, hold on. Ichiro Ishida prayed silently. Damn those Chinese. Prepare to face the full might of the great Cherry Blossom Nation. The response from the National Fortune Arena was swift. Bond card successfully activated. Summoning Honda Tadakatsu, a bonded warrior, to the field. The selected result is Honda Tadakatsu. Another dazzling halo of light appeared. After the light faded, Honda Tadakatsu stood on the battlefield. Ha! You Chinese must be out of stamina by now. Ishida Ichiro sneered coldly. I absolutely cannot accept defeat. Seeing his son enter the battlefield, Honda Tadakatsu felt a surge of secret delight. Father! Your son has arrived late. Honda Tadakatsu, unable to bow in greeting, drew the katana from his waist and addressed Honda Tadakatsu. Honda Tadakatsu, renowned as the foremost warrior under the cherry blossoms, caught the blade and regained much of his imposing presence. Father and son charged towards Xiang Yu together. What? The land of cherry blossoms actually used this card? This is a 2-on-1 matchup. This is cheating. I demand a thorough investigation. Sakura Nation's trump cards, they're just too many. I feel bad for Lin Yang. Facing such a tough situation. Sigh. No wonder Lin Yang can't turn the tide. This battle seems utterly hopeless. Chinese viewers in the livestream chat sighed in unison, convinced that facing two opponents alone left Xiang Yu with no chance of victory. The two Lord Hondas? Though victory may seem dishonorable, it's better than no victory at all. I doubt Xiang Yu's stamina will hold out much longer. Unless Xiang Yu possesses the physical prowess to slay 100 men. Otherwise, victory is utterly impossible. Lord Honda Tadakatsu was also a formidable warrior. He shone brightly at the Battle of Sekigahara. Meanwhile, the Sakura Country livestream was filled with cheers. For victory, they cared not for honor or decency. One more enemy means one more death. Lin Yang chuckled inwardly. This time, they had finally exhausted Sakura Nation's trump card. The upcoming battles would surely be much easier. Lin Yang placed unwavering trust in Xiang Yu. What they didn't know was that Xiang Yu was truly a 100-man slayer. His stamina was absolutely incomparable to ordinary fierce generals. Sakura Nation still failed to grasp the reality before them. Upon entering the battlefield, Honda Tadakatsu swiftly parried Xiang Yu's attack with his spear. Ha! Xiang Yu, you're nothing special after all. Honda Tadakazu declared triumphantly. Xiang Yu did not flare up at the taunt, merely frowning slightly. Noisy! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Xiang Yu's body. Honda Tadakazu felt a wave of pressure wash over him. What is this aura? Honda Tadakatsu exclaimed in terror. Xiang Yu's martial prowess needed no introduction. He instantly forced Honda Tadakatsu back. He swiftly swung his Overlord spear, wielding it with effortless precision as he unleashed 8 rapid spear flurries. Each strike was lethal, falling like snowflakes before Honda Tadakatsu's eyes. To Honda Tadakatsu, it was no longer a single spear before him, but 8 long spears pointing at him. Let you vermin see what true Chinese spear technique looks like. Xiang Yu roared. 2 against 1? To Xiang Yu, it was child's play. Xiang Yu was furious that the land of cherry blossoms held the honor of warriors in such contempt. How is this possible? This must be special effects. How could anyone possibly wield so many spear techniques? And the Overlord spear is enormous. Special effects. Those Chinese must have added special effects. Special effects? Those cherry blossom devils are so ignorant. Even in our Chinese villages, special effects couldn't possibly look like this. Immediately, Chinese netizens infiltrated the Japanese livestream to mock them. Oomph. Just empty showmanship. All show and no substance, a pretty pillowcase of a spear technique. The Japanese viewers stubbornly countered. However, what unfolded next greatly exceeded their expectations. Lin Yang wielded his Overlord spear, thrusting relentlessly. Each thrust landed precisely on the fully intact body of Honda Tadakatsu. Seeing his flesh and bones repeatedly pierced by Xiang Yu's fluttering spearwork. Furious, he swung his long sword to block this wave of attacks. Yet Xiang Yu's spear strikes came like a relentless tide, one after another. Thud. 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 Honda Tadakazu had nowhere to evade. Spurts of blood mist erupted, spraying across the sky. After his glorious entrance, Honda Tadakazu experienced an equally swift exit. What is going on here? Lord Honda's bravest son is dead. The Sakura Nation livestream fell into dead silence. Seeing his son's body mutilated by Xiang Yu's blade, Honda Tadakatsu was overcome with grief. Driven by grief and fury, he unleashed 9 consecutive strikes, each aimed at Xiang Yu's vulnerable points. Xiang Yu offered little resistance, thrusting his spear suddenly toward Honda Tadakatsu's head. A thunderous crack echoed as the skull shattered. The spear pierced through the head of the nation's foremost warrior, blood gushing uncontrollably. No! Honda Tadakatsu's eyes bulged wide as he fell to the ground, his face twisted in bitter refusal. Honda Tadakatsu, dead. The voice from the National Fortune Arena instantly silenced both live streams. Everyone held their breath, unable to believe what had just unfolded. After a brief silence, the Huaxia livestream exploded with a massive wave of comments. Xiang Yu is a god. Xiang Yu is heaven. Who can get into Sakura's livestream room? Tell them. Honda Tadakatsu would be lucky to last a few dozen rounds against Xiang Yu. He's nothing short of a god. Xiang Yu. YYDS. The Overlord. My whole family has become your fans. I bow down. I bow down to the Overlord. Taking on 2 and still effortlessly wiping them out. Who else dares to challenge him? What's this about Sakura's top warrior? Bringing your father and son into battle, huh? Die, all of you. Huaxia wins. The System Arena's announcement had become China's exclusive victory report. Xiang Yu once again demonstrated his peerless prowess. He also demonstrated what it means to be a true hero of China. Ha 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 ha. 3 consecutive victories. Inside the capital's conference room, the leader clapped his hands in celebration. After defeating Sakura's top player, Motoda Tadakatsu, it became clear that China's 3 consecutive victories were no fluke. This also bolstered China's diplomatic confidence. Inside the ring, the scene shifted to a round table. Ishida Ichiro blared at Lin Yang with pure venom. He looked as if he wanted to devour Lin Yang alive. China wins. Please choose to reclaim your territory or accept the reward. This was the 3rd time Lin Yang had answered this question. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, reclaim the territory. Please choose whether China wishes to continue the challenge or end it. Continue the challenge. Please select whether to change your commander. Lin Yang was about to respond. But Ishida Ichiro spoke first. Damn you, Huaxia. Are there no other renowned generals left in Huaxia? Chapter 8, New Mode. Hearing Ishida Ichiro's words, Chinese viewers watching the livestream were all boiling with rage. What the hell is this little cherry blossom bastard talking about? I bet the cherry blossom bastards are stuck without Honda Tadakatsu. Exactly. Die, cherry blossom bastards. Prepare to lose your homeland. Chinese netizens flooded the livestream chat with barrage comments mocking the cherry blossom nation. Inside the capital's conference room, the leader, seated at the head of the table, had regained his composure, his expression utterly unruffled. He spoke first. Has the territorial takeover been finalized? Hearing the leader's inquiry, a middle-aged man standing beside him nodded and replied, "The territorial takeover has been completed." The leader nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Now is the time for our counterattack. We cannot let that little cherry blossom bastard gloat. We must crush them." The high-ranking officials in the capital's conference room watched as the leader spoke these words with a face as calm as a still lake. They couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. After all, the boss had never uttered a single word of underestimating the enemy. Yet today, he had taken the initiative to propose striking back at Sakura Nation. Could it truly be because of that little cherry blossom brat's provocation? On the other side, the National Fortune Arena. National Fortune Arena announcement: the upcoming battle will activate the new bow and arrow battle mode. Archery battle. The cold, mechanical voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed in the ears of every viewer watching the livestream. Chinese netizens were the first to voice their doubts. Why suddenly switch to archery combat? I refuse to accept this. When China was on a losing streak earlier, we never heard of this kind of setup. Exactly. This is outrageous. I'm filing a complaint. The National Fortune Arena is favoring Japan. The protests from Chinese netizens failed to gain traction. The archery battle is about to begin. Both sides, draw your cards. Final confirmation for the chosen one of Huaxia: will you change your general? The National Fortune Arena asked Lin Yang. No. No changes. Lin Yang's expression remained unchanged as he answered once more. At this moment, Lin Yang felt a growing sense of resentment toward the National Fortune Arena. However, competition is competition. The rules cannot be altered. They must be followed. Upon hearing Lin Yang's definitive answer, the National Fortune Arena posed no further questions. Please draw your card, chosen one of Sakura Nation. The moment the National Fortune Arena's voice fell, 5 cards appeared before Ishida Ichiro. Ha! Ishida Ichiro let out a cold chuckle before selecting one card without hesitation. He proceeded with the introduction: Nasu no Yoichi, a warrior of the Minamoto clan during the Heian period of our great land of cherry blossoms. He became legendary for his divine archery skills during the Battle of Yashima in the Genpei War of 1184. Legend has it that the Terra clan placed a fan on the bow of their ship to taunt Minamoto no Yosun's forces, believing no one could hit it. Nasu no Yoichi then shot it down with a single arrow. After hearing Ishida Ichiro's explanation, the Cherry Blossom Nation's citizens watching the live broadcast erupted in excitement. Ah ha 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 ha! Fate truly favors our great Sakura Nation. The great Sakura Nation always manages to draw the most suitable generals. Die, Chinese! Your winning streak has gone to your heads. Ha 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 ha! Does the Chinese chosen one even dare step onto the stage now? In the livestream chat, one Chinese viewer after another was boiling with rage at the sight of the Japanese gloating and bragging. We'll show you. I wonder if the Overlord can even shoot arrows. Even if he doesn't, it's fine. Changing the rules mid-game is the National Fortune Arena's problem. Exactly. Agree with the previous comment. We should trust the Overlord when he steps up. He's the Feather God. Exactly. Everyone has witnessed the Feather God's prowess. With the selections and introductions complete, the National Fortune Arena's roundtable transformed into a battlefield. The archery competition features 3 modes: target shooting, foot assault, and mounted assault. 3 modes. The nation securing 2 victories first claims the ultimate triumph. First round. Target shooting commences. As the name implies, in this round, generals from both sides select their bows and arrows before firing at stationary and moving targets. The voice of the National Fortune Arena finally fell silent. The battle mode was introduced. Yet Lin Yang remained unperturbed. Despite facing the strongest archer from the land of cherry blossoms, based on Lin Yang's understanding of Xiang Yu, he was also highly skilled with the bow. As the old saying goes, the Overlord forces the bow. What Chinese netizens didn't know was that the phrase "the Overlord forces the bowstring" originated from the legend of Chu's Overlord Xiang Yu. Possessing immense strength, he could bend a bowstring by securing one end and then flexing his arms alone. What does that mean? It meant he could string the bow purely through brute force, hence the saying "the Overlord forces the bowstring." Unfortunately, time was short and Lin Yang couldn't elaborate on this particular talent of Xiang Yu for the Chinese netizens. The scene shifted to the National Fortune Arena. 10 targets materialized in midair on the battlefield. 5 stood before each of the 2 generals. The one who hits the bullseye most times wins this round. In case of a tie, the time taken will be compared. The shooting distance is set at 100 meters. The voice of the National Fortune Arena announced. Please select your respective bows. As the voice faded, bows of varying weights appeared before the 2 generals. I shall test this bow. Xiang Yu's imposing stature and resonant voice captivated viewers across all nations' live streams. The Overlord's voice is utterly magnetic. Such a beautiful voice, why does it belong to a big guy? But that king-sized build is top-notch too, I'm loving it. Get lost, upstairs. Male viewers, get out of the livestream. Wait. Look at what bow Xiang Yu chose. The chatter in the livestream chat grew increasingly heated. At that moment, Xiang Yu on screen said nothing. He simply picked up the heaviest longbow from the weapon rack with one hand. He gently drew the bowstring to test its tension. Not quite what I was hoping for. Xiang Yu sighed softly, reluctantly settling for this bow. Across from him, Nasu and Ichiji took their time selecting another bow before settling on one of medium weight. Indeed, unlike those arrogant Huaxia people. This is the National Fortune Tournament. Our Lord Naxu is the most level-headed. Exactly. Lord Nasu should breeze through the first round. Then it'll be the Chinese's turn to panic. Trust our Lord Nasu. He is invincible. The Sakura live stream remained as confident as ever. Both sides have made their selections. The match officially begins. Loser shoots first. The National Fortune Arena issued its command. 5 targets representing Sakura Nation rose simultaneously. Whoosh! 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 A piercing whistle filled the air. Arrows whistled through the air, piercing the silence as they streaked toward their targets. Noshiki's voice carried an ethereal quality as each arrow traced its arc through the air, traveling at a constant speed toward the targets 100 meters away. The satisfying thud of arrows embedding themselves in the targets echoed. Nasu Yuichi's rapid volley landed squarely in the bullseye. Chapter 9, Archery Showdown. Not a single one of the 5 arrows missed. All struck the bullseye, each scoring a perfect 10. Sikoku! What blazing speed! Truly worthy of a warrior from our great Sakura Nation. Impressive. Let me see the expression on the Chinese chosen one's face. I feel like the Huaxia people are doomed. How magnificent, Mr. Nasu. The Chinese chosen one is nothing but a paper tiger. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Meanwhile, in Sakura's live stream room, Nasu and Ichiji looked triumphantly at Xiang Yu across from them. At that moment, Xiang Yu stood calmly, his hands gripping the heavy bow, his expression stern and unwavering. This serene composure suggested he had everything under control. I refuse to believe Xiang Yu could achieve the same score as Lord Nasu with such a heavy bow. Ishida Ichiro wore a smug expression. In his eyes, merely drawing such a powerful bow was already an immense challenge. How could Xiang Yu possibly achieve a high score? But Lin Yang, of course, had complete faith in Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu. Go for it. Shoot with style. Win or lose doesn't matter. Exactly. Believe. Are you guys kidding? Win this match and we're flying high. Personally, I think Xiang Yu could take down Sakura in a one-on-one fight, but this is their specialty. Exactly. We're hitting our weak spot against their specialty. All sorts of comments flooded the Huaxia livestream chat. Yet few believed in Xiang Yu. In the camera frame, Xiang Yu finally raised his heavy bow. The bowstring tightened as Xiang Yu unleashed the force of a tyrant forcing his way. The bow drew back like lightning. Whoosh! 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 3 successive whistles pierced the air, echoing throughout the entire arena. This time, all 3 arrows struck the bullseye. The arrows pierced through the target's peg and penetrated deep into the wood. Staring at the screen, Nasu Yuichi's expression abruptly changed. The speed at which these 3 arrows were fired had already surpassed the speed at which Musashi had drawn his first 3 bows. Terrifying. Ishida Ichiro drew in a sharp breath and sighed. That China possesses such an all-around formidable warrior. Our great Sakura Nation is doomed. Ichiya Ishida's face darkened with sorrow. The other cherry blossom spectators also sighed in unison. Such power was utterly beyond their ability to oppose. Their opponents were simply too formidable. Nasu's face darkened. I only hope his remaining 2 arrows miss. Only by entrusting their fate to chance, hoping Xiang Yu's remaining 2 arrows would miss. Only then would there be hope for victory. Yet Xiang Yu did not comply with their wishes. The remaining 2 arrows were still drawn back swiftly. Whoosh whoosh. Both arrows struck simultaneously, each piercing the bullseye of its target. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Immediately, the Huaxia livestream erupted in thunderous cheers. The Overlord! Unrivaled under heaven! This speed has already surpassed the master archers of the land of cherry blossoms. Is this the true power of Xiang Yu? What is there that he cannot do? Ha ha ha! Xiang Yu truly is the strongest. There's no one in this world who can match him. Meanwhile, the Sakura Nation livestream fell into an eerie silence. The screen displayed only a handful of comments. Those that did appear were filled with insults directed at Ichiro Ishida. Ishida Ichiro. You should have committed seppuku after losing last round. Sakura Nation is utterly cursed to have such a foolish chosen one like you. Exactly. Ishida Ichiro ruined our perfect position. If you don't win next round, Ichiro Ishida, you know what's coming. Seeing the barrage of abuse in the comments, Ishida Ichiro's mouth twitched slightly, his expression darkening further. First round concludes. Xiang Yu hits all bullseyes. Nasu Yuichi hits all bullseyes. With both sides tied in points, but Xiang Yu completing his shots faster than Nasu Yuichi, Xiang Yu is declared the winner. The voice from the National Fortune Arena was utterly cold. It held little emotion. The next round begins. Special battle. Archery duel. Both commanders will be equipped with their signature weapons. Both combatants, prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this announcement, everyone's heart skipped a beat. This rule made one thing abundantly clear: that both sides would engage in mounted archery combat. Regarding their archery skills on horseback, Lin Yang naturally harbored no doubts. The Overlord's abilities surpassed their wildest imaginations. The Huaxia people no longer doubted Xiang Yu's prowess either. After all, Xiang Yu had already demonstrated his invincible prowess to all of China. It's been ages since I last practiced mounted archery. How I miss those days. Xiang Yu murmured softly, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Go, Overlord! Xiang Yu, China's greatest warrior! Just take them down! Amidst the cheers from the Huaxia livestream, the screen shifted back to the original battlefield map. The positions remained unchanged. Xiang Yu stood on the left flank of the battlefield, while Naxiyue occupied the right flank. On the left side of the screen, Xiang Yu straddled his black stallion, wielding the Overlord bow. Clad in heavy black iron armor, he radiated an intense aura of killing intent, descending upon the mortal realm like a demon king, his might shaking the world. Xiang Yu, Overlord, unrivaled throughout the ages. Xiang Yu, Overlord, unmatched throughout the ages. Xiang Yu, Overlord, unmatched throughout the ages. The Chinese fans erupted in cheers once more. On the other side, Nasu rode a chestnut stallion, wielding a cherry blossom bow and clad in light armor. His expression was grave, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. I admit I underestimated you. But even if you defeat me, so what? You're still no match for me. Nasu declared in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu's lips curled into a playful smile. He couldn't be bothered with him. In Xiang Yu's eyes, such a man was no different from a swarm of ants. Don't get too cocky. This time, I will kill you. Nasu continued to shout. He knew that for an archer, composure was the most precious asset. That was precisely why Nasu kept trying to provoke Xiang Yu. But Xiang Yu's response was far beyond his expectations. He had assumed that a burly man like Xiang Yu would be easily provoked. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiang Yu's response was so remarkably calm. All commanders, prepare for battle. The cold voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded once more. Meanwhile, in both live streams, those cherry blossom devils never saw this coming. Our Western Chu Overlord is a true polymath. Ha 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 ha. I never would have guessed either. Oomph. Arrogant Chinese, prepare to die. Exactly. How can he possibly be a skilled archer while wearing such heavy armor? The cherry blossom devils are getting desperate. Desperate. Clap. Filial piety. Just as the crowds in both live stream rooms were bickering fiercely, the battle on the National Fortune Arena had already commenced. Chapter 10, The Overlord Bow versus the Longbow. Whoosh. Nasu and Ichi vanished abruptly from sight. In the next instant, the longbow at his waist was already in his hands as he swiftly drew the bowstring. An arrow flew towards Xiang Yu. Seeing the arrow hurtling toward him, his heart jolted with alarm. He swiftly drew the Overlord bow. Whoosh! A sharp arrow tore through the air. The two arrows collided. Instantly, the entire void trembled slightly as a colossal gust of wind swept through. Then, the immense force unleashed by the Overlord bow knocked the arrow fired by Su Yui away. Su Yui inwardly cried out in alarm. He ducked just in time to avoid the arrow's immense force. But Xiang Yu's Overlord bow did not cease. A golden streak tore through the air. Naxiyu, terrified, frantically urged his chestnut steed to dodge. Clang! Though Xu Yu had evaded the arrow, he hadn't anticipated the immense force behind Shiyi's arrow. The arrow struck the side of his shoulder armor, leaving only a shallow graze. He narrowly avoided being shot through the shoulder. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Had he not reacted quickly just now, he might have lost his life right here. Xiang Yu's heart trembled as he watched the figure atop the chestnut horse in the distance. This guy has some impressive footwork. Nasu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Who exactly is this guy? To shoot 3 arrows at me with such ease is truly terrifying. Could his true skill level be above mine? He pondered for a moment. Xiang Yu, however, refused to abandon the pursuit. He drew his Overlord bow once more and aimed at the figure on the chestnut steed in the distance. Nasu noticed Xiang Yu's action. He knew this day would not end well for him. Instead of retreating, he spurred his chestnut steed forward. The distance between them rapidly closed. Wu Zue's speed far surpassed that of the chestnut steed. In no time, Xiang Yu had closed in on Nasu. Swiftly drawing his bow, he loosed an arrow straight toward Nishiki's position. Lord Nashu, beware! This guy's not someone to mess with. Lord Nashu! I can't bear to watch what's coming next. The Sakura Nation livestream was already filled with cries of distress. Die! He drew the Overlord bow once more. A golden beam sliced through the air, streaking toward Nashi Yuichi's throat. At that moment, Nasu Yuichi twisted like an eel, barely evading Xiang Yu's arrow. He spurred his chestnut steed once more. He pulled away several lengths. He executed a turnaround shot. Though lacking precision and force, it still struck Xiang Yu's body. Seeing the arrow's diminished force and accuracy, he stood rigidly in place. He made no effort to dodge, allowing Xiang Yu's arrow to pierce his chest. What? Overlord, don't just stand there. Even if this arrow lacks force, it's still dangerous. It's over. Oh no. The audience in the Huaxia livestream room was utterly baffled by Xiang Yu's decision. Alright. Let's teach those arrogant Chinese a lesson. What kid cries every day? What Sakura people lose every day? Looks like this round is in the bag. Meanwhile, the Japanese livestream chat was filled with cries of "it's in the bag." But the situation unfolded beyond their expectations. Xiang Yu staggered slightly. The arrow struck the heavy armor on his chest, yet it barely penetrated. It merely left a faint white mark. Upon seeing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Nashi's eyes. He hadn't expected Xiang Yu to withstand his arrow. But what followed transformed that astonishment into sheer terror. Xiang Yu pulled out Nashi Yuichi's long arrow and hurled it back. Nasu Yuichi couldn't dodge in time. The arrow, hurled with tremendous force by Xiang Yu, struck him squarely in the face. Ah! Ah! Nasu Yuichi cried out in pain. He immediately spurred his chestnut horse to try and evade. He knew Xiang Yu's next arrow was already leaving the bowstring. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder. A deafening roar echoed through the air. Xiang Yu's body was pierced through the chest by the massive arrow fired from Xiang Yu's overlord bow. Blood spurted forth. Nishiki Yuichi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiang Yu, his gaze filled with deep resentment. His body swayed and he tumbled from his chestnut horse. Clatter! Nasu Yuichi lay on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Xiang Yu sheathed the overlord bow and brushed the dust from his hands. He stood proudly atop the entire National Fortune arena. Xiang Yu. Unrivaled. This is our overlord of Western Chu. Unrivaled under heaven. The land of cherry blossoms is finally getting a taste of its own medicine. What does it mean to be a complete master? Xiang Yu's triumphant stance sent the Huaxia livestream room into a frenzy of cheers. Meanwhile, the spectators from the land of cherry blossoms wore expressions of sheer terror. How could this be? He's our nation's top marksman. This can't be. He's the strongest in our Sakura Nation. I refuse to accept this. I'm going to tell His Majesty the Emperor of Sakura. Replace that useless fool Ishida Ichiro. The Sakura Nation livestream was filled with lamentations. Battle over. The archery contest winner is China. Hearing that cold voice, Lin Yang's heart finally settled. Though he had absolute faith in Xiang Yu's abilities. This was a battle fought for the nation. It was impossible for his heart to remain completely calm. May the chosen one of Huaxia select either reclaiming the territory or receiving the reward? Hearing this question, Lin Yang felt his ears were about to grow calluses. Reclaim the territory. Lin Yang made the same choice as before. Please choose whether to continue the challenge or end it. Continue the challenge. Lin Yang's reply was swift and decisive. Across from him, Ishida Ichiro's expression darkened. He seemed worried he might be replaced. But Lin Yang knew. The chosen ones could never be replaced by subjective factors. Even if Ishida Ichiro committed seppuku within the National Fortune Arena space, the National Fortune Arena would resurrect him to face the next round of challenges. Had it not been for the system's intervention, he himself would never have been chosen for the National Fortune Arena, nor would he have led China through these successive battles to ultimate victory. Thus, Lin Yang understood the National Fortune Arena's rules all too well. Without the system's assistance, the only way to be eliminated here was for the nation's territory to be completely lost. Of course, Ishida Ichiro didn't have the guts to do something like that. He could only continue praying for divine favor to draw the cherry blossom goddess to face the challenge. Of course, when facing a peerless warrior like Xiang Yu, no one in the entire history of Sakura could stand against him. Just as Lin Yang basked in his triumphant pride, the sudden announcement from the National Fortune Arena echoed in everyone's ears. Due to excessive consecutive victories by the chosen one of Huaxia, the National Fortune Arena will forcibly replace the Huaxia warrior. Chapter 11, The National Fortune Arena's Forced Replacement. Hearing this, Lin Yang's heart sank. This rule was ruthless indeed. Generals with excessive consecutive victories would be replaced. What does this mean? It means that in the next round, Lin Yang must draw a new general, thereby replacing this Western Chu Overlord hailed as the greatest in all of China. This means Lin Yang must select a new general. Though losing such a formidable force as Xiang Yu is a significant setback for him, China has countless fierce generals. Who cares? Even with new recruits, you cherry blossom devils are still destined to lose. Lin Yang sneered coldly in his heart. However, Lin Yang knew this was no time for impulsive actions. He still needed to draw a formidable general for China next. Yet within the Huaxia livestream room, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. What? Our Xiang Yu is getting replaced? We're done for. We're going to lose again. I have this feeling that Xiang Yu is the best player in Huaxia. Yeah. What are we gonna do without the overlord of Western Chu? I hope Lin Yang didn't just get Xiang Yu because of luck. Exactly. Let's hope Lin Yang actually knows what he's doing. In the Huaxia livestream chat, countless viewers sighed in despair. They certainly didn't want to lose such a formidable general as Xiang Yu. Everyone, please rest assured I'll draw another warrior as formidable as Xiang Yu. Lin Yang reassured the Huaxia audience through the camera. Meanwhile, the Sakura citizens erupted in celebration. Xiang Yu, who brought us nightmares, has finally been replaced. We have absolute faith in the choices of the National Fortune Arena. Fate truly favors our great Sakura Nation. Just like the divine wind of old. Has the divine wind of the National Fortune Arena begun to blow? Come on. China, the sworn enemy of destiny. Ichiro Ishida. Seize this opportunity. Ishida-kun. You must defeat the enemy. Now then, let's proceed with the general draw. Lin Yang said casually, then sat down in his chair. His eyes glanced indifferently at Ishida Ichiro across from him. A hint of smug satisfaction flickered across Ishida Ichiro's face. Ha! Is the Chinese finally about to taste defeat? Ishida Ichiro made no attempt to hide his words as he addressed Lin Yang across from him. Lin Yang knew this was psychological warfare. He shrugged indifferently, showing no interest in responding. Inside the capital's conference room. As the leader of the group, he asked with concern, how's the data recovery progressing these days? The leader asked Old Chen. Our researchers' investigations over this period have yielded significant results. We've uncovered a legendary warrior from the era of Xiang Yu. Old Chen's swift reply instantly jolted everyone in the conference room, including the boss, back to attention. Hurry up! Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us. This is a critical moment, Old Chen. Don't keep us in suspense. Exactly. Don't delay Lin Yang's decision. The conference room erupted in urgent pleas. Old Chen smiled and said, everyone, please calm down. I've compiled a list of all the figures unearthed from that period of Xiang Yu's history. Please take a look. Old Chen gave a slight nod to a young researcher beside him. The researcher distributed the files to everyone before taking a seat on the sofa across the room. Everyone hurriedly opened the files. As they opened the files, every single person froze in shock. At that moment, Old Chen spoke calmly and deliberately. Among these, we discovered the most formidable general to be Ying Bu, who originally served under Xiang Yu but later defected to his sworn enemy. This warrior's exploits include multiple instances of defeating superior forces with fewer troops, earning him the highest honors among the feudal lords. Xiang Yu even infected him as a king. Moreover, his martial prowess was extraordinary. During Xiang Yu's era, he was widely acclaimed as one of the fiercest warriors under heaven. All of Old Chen's recent efforts were poured into this single document. Unfortunately, we haven't uncovered any other significant deeds, but this alone is invaluable. Old Chen's words lifted the spirits of everyone in the conference room. Excellent. Elder Chen has done remarkably well this time. Relevant staff, distribute his materials to our chosen ones immediately. If this mighty warrior is drawn, ensure our chosen ones select him. After the boss issued the instructions, all staff members sprang into action. Lin Yang in the National Fortune Arena. Naturally, he also received the information provided by the Chinese authorities. Ying Bu, huh? After reviewing the files, Lin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Ying Bu's strength was indeed formidable, more than sufficient to deal with the land of cherry blossoms. However, Lin Yang didn't particularly care for Ying Bu as a person. His two betrayals alone were enough to make Lin Yang deeply distrustful. Let's see what general we draw first. Lin Yang decided to observe the situation first. The voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed. Both chosen ones, please draw your generals. With that command, 5 cards appeared before Lin Yang. He looked closely. They were Zhang Han, the fierce general of the late Qin dynasty Qin Xiong, the door god of the early Tang Lin Chong, the hero of Mount Liang Yingbu, the warrior of the Chuhan conflict in Zhaozilong, the silver-speared knight of the white steed. Lin Yang's eyes nearly lit up at the sight of these 5 names. Though Zhang Han's one-on-one combat prowess wasn't top tier, Qin Xiong, the door god of the early Tang dynasty, possessed a signature move that was unmatched in his era. Lin Chong later became a professional enforcer on Mount Liang, never suffering major losses in duels. Lin Yang's only hesitation with this choice was whether to select the historical Lin Chong or the fictional one. The historical Lin Chong was merely a bandit, his combat prowess nowhere near that of his fictional counterpart. But now, he needn't worry about such distinctions. As for Ying Bu, there was no need to elaborate, the records had already detailed his background. For the Lin Yang before him, there was only one choice. That was Zhao Zilong, the white horse and silver spear. Liu Bei's professional enforcer. While his combat prowess was somewhat mythologized in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the tale of him charging in and out 7 times amidst thousands of Chao troops to rescue Waido was very real. Even if his prowess wasn't as fantastically exaggerated as in the novel, his true strength was undoubtedly formidable. Imperial Capital Conference Room. Excellent. Our luck holds. Ingbu has appeared. Old Chen pumped his fist in celebration. I think that youngster Lin Yang will likely choose him. The boss nodded in agreement. He felt a surge of quiet delight. With Ingbu chosen, even if Sakura Nation drew a strong general next, the defeat wouldn't be too embarrassing. The scene shifted to the National Fortune Arena. It even gave a close-up to Lin Yang, the first to make his selection. Reporting, "My selection is complete." Lin Yang smiled faintly. When he saw the final name, Lin Yang had no hesitation in his choice. That man was the fierce warrior Lin Yang had admired since childhood. He also garnered immense global acclaim and inspired countless fan-made content. Of course, this was in Lin Yang's previous life. In this world, his legend had not been preserved. My choice is White Horse, Silver Lance. Zhao Zilong. Chapter 12, Zhao Zilong, the White Horse and Silver Spear. My choice is Zhao Zilong on the white steed with the silver lance. Seeing Lin Yang make this choice, not only did the conference room and the capital express confusion. After Lin Yang spoke, the livestream fell into a brief silence. This silence stemmed from the sheer abruptness of Lin Yang's choice, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Then, a thunderous wave of disbelief erupted. Holy! Lin Yang isn't choosing Ingbu? Zhao Zilong? Zhao Zilong, the White Horse and Silver Spear? Who the hell is that? Has that kid Lin Yang lost his mind? Just the name Zhao Zilong sounds powerful. The dragon is our Chinese totem. This is sheer madness. This is utter nonsense. How could you be so reckless, Lin Yang? Ingbu is no ordinary figure. He's a renowned general in Chinese history. Didn't the authorities provide Lin Yang with reference materials? Why such a hasty choice of Zhao Yun? I believe my choice should be beyond reproach. Lin Yang smiled faintly. A smile touched the corners of his mouth. His expression remained calm. Yet his heart was filled with excitement. Zhao Zilong's strength was genuine and formidable. The Huaxia people simply didn't understand yet. Lin Yang, oh Lin Yang. Disorganized and undisciplined. Why choose Zhao Yun when Ingbu is clearly available? That yellow-haired brat really is. Inside the capital's conference chamber, as everyone lambasted Lin Yang's rebellious decision. Enough! Quiet! The leader's voice cut through the clamor. Only then did the assembled members realize their indiscretion. They quickly fell silent. Perhaps he has his own unique perspective. Didn't we question him when he chose Xiang Yu before this? The leader's steady voice calmed the meeting room somewhat. They fell silent, turning their attention to the large screen in the conference room. Ishida Ichiro's choice lingered in indecision for a long moment. The chosen one of Sakura Nation, please make your selection. 10 seconds remaining. Failure to respond within the time limit will be considered a forfeit. Hearing the National Fortune Arena's prompt, Ishida Ichiro finally made his decision. My choice is the greatest warrior in the history of Sakura. Miyamoto Musashi. Ishida Ichiro drew the card from his hand. The warrior depicted on the card sported the classic samurai hairstyle. He wielded a long sword from the land of cherry blossoms, with the famed blade Hoki no Kuni Yasutsuna hanging at his waist. Dressed in a kimono, he stood tall and imposing, his face set with unwavering resolve. His piercing gaze swept across the venue like a sharp blade. This was the greatest warrior in the history of Sakura. Miyamoto Musashi. A man who inspired both awe and fear. At that moment, Lin Yang revealed his own card. In the scene, Zhao Yun rode his renowned steed, the moonlit jade lion, wielding the dragon's gallant silver spear. Clad in silver armor and helmet, his handsome face with thick eyebrows and large eyes radiated immense fortitude. Holy crap! Zhao Yun is so handsome. Indeed. Compared to Xiang Yu, he has more grace and less raw ferocity. You girls only care about looks. How dare you compare him to Xiang Yu? Exactly. Xiang Yu is the man who brought us consecutive victories. Agree with above. Xiang Yu is China's greatest warrior. Who is Zhao Yun? How dare he be compared to Xiang Yu? I bet Lin Yang picked Zhao Yun just for his looks too. The Huaxia livestream room always doubts first, believes later. This time, however, many female viewers were captivated by Zhao Yun's handsome face and began speaking up for him. Meanwhile, the Sakura Nation livestream chat erupted with activity. Lord Miyamoto. While his horsemanship pales in comparison to Lord Honda's, I dare say his foot combat is unmatched anywhere in the world. Lord Miyamoto's swordsmanship is peerless. Trust Lord Miyamoto. He can definitely defeat that pretty boy from China. Upon seeing Zhao Yun's handsome face, Ishida Ichiro felt reassured. Generally speaking, those blessed with striking good looks held no advantage on the battlefield, rather, it was a liability. Lin Yang understood this principle well. Just like the legendary Prince of Lanling and Di Qing in ancient times, they wore masks on the battlefield precisely because of their striking features. They feared their striking looks might weaken the morale of their troops. But Zhao Yun was an exception. Could it be? Zhao Yun was both incredibly handsome and a formidable warrior? Lin Yang glanced at the live chat streams from both sides. He chuckled inwardly. Please introduce your generals. Lin Yang heard the prompt and was about to introduce his first. But Ishida Ichiro spoke first. Lord Miyamoto Musashi, our great swordsman, military strategist, and artist from the late Sengoku period to the early Edo period, rose to fame through his decisive duel with Sasaki Kojiro. He won his first duel at 13, defeated Akiyama, the foremost warrior of Taijima province, at 16, and traveled to Kyoto at 21 to spar with swordsmen from across the land. From 13 to 29, he fought over 60 duels without a single defeat. Not only was he skilled in martial arts, but he also possessed profound knowledge of military strategy. His works include the treatises on military theory, The Mirror of the Way of War, The Book of Five Rings, the preface to The Way of the Sword in Five Directions, and 35 Fixed Principles of Military Strategy. Ishida Ichiro's introduction brimmed with pride. At the climax of his speech, he even stepped onto the center of the round table. He looked down on Lin Yang from his elevated position. But Lin Yang was amused by Ishida Ichiro's actions. He couldn't be bothered with this guy. He began introducing Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, courtesy name Zilong, was born in Chanshan Commandery during the late Han dynasty in our China. In his early career, he served under the late Han warlord Gongsun. In the subsequent years of his career, he joined the cause of Liu Bei, a distant relative of the Han imperial family, truly finding his calling in serving under a wise leader. Unfortunately, Liu Bei's cause suffered a devastating blow just as it was gaining momentum on the eve of the famous Battle of Red Cliffs. With only a fraction of his forces remaining, Liu Bei passed through Shenyang. Over 100,000 citizens spontaneously joined his ranks, severely slowing their advance. Cao Cao led 5,000 elite cavalry in a relentless pursuit, covering over 300 li in a single day and night to reach Changban within Dangyang territory. In this perilous moment, Liu Bei abandoned his wives and children, escaping with only Zhang Fei, Zhuge Liang, Zhao Yun, and a few dozen horsemen. Later, Zhao Yun became separated from his lord while searching for the young heir amidst the chaos of battle. Left alone, he faced Cao Cao's million-strong army, including several thousand elite Tiger Leopard cavalry. The Tiger Leopard cavalry possessed formidable combat prowess. Yet, under these circumstances, Zhao Yun plunged into Cao Cao's ranks 7 times and escaped his formation 7 times, all to locate the young lord. Yet even 1,000,000 troops could not overcome Zhao Yun. He slew over 50 Cao generals and countless common soldiers. Ultimately, Zhao Yun returned safely to Liu Bei's side, cradling Liu Bei's young son Liu Shan and protecting Liu Bei's wife, Lady Gan. Lin Yang finished his lengthy explanation and promptly took a sip of goji berry water from his thermos. Alright, that concludes my introduction. After hearing this story, the global audience watching the livestream was stunned. Chapter 13, so what if I let you take 3 moves? After hearing Lin Yang's account, I feel this guy is seriously impressive. So Zhao Yun has already won. Absolutely. This Zhao Yun is definitely a super skilled master. Why does this feel like he's just bragging? You still doubt Lin Yang's abilities? Our Chinese history absolutely isn't limited to what's written on paper. The existence of Xiang Yu is a massive exception. Major Chinese forums erupted in heated debate. Meanwhile, the comments section was flooded with mocking remarks. Lin Yang does have some skill, but his bragging is way over the top. Even if he were Zhao Yun, so what? I've never heard of his story. Give us back our overlord Xiang Yu. This Lin Yang is incredibly confident. Doesn't he realize this is like digging his own grave? Trust him. Ing Bu didn't pick you but chose this pretty boy? We all recognized his potential, but his constant bragging let me down. Inside the capital's conference room. After hearing Lin Yang's introduction, the leader's expression lost all trace of doubt. Excellent. I trust Lin Yang's judgment. Old Chen, the remaining objectives for your team should now be clear, right? The boss turned to look at Elder Chen. Yes. Search for records concerning Zhao Yun. Though the voices of doubt in the capital's conference room had ceased, but shock at Lin Yang's decision still lingered in their hearts. As both sides concluded their introductions, the live stream feed for all viewers shifted from the conference room to the battlefield. Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro both entered the arena. Upon the battlefield, 2 halos flickered. Zhao Yun and Miyamoto Musashi landed simultaneously. Zhao Yun's appearance matched his card perfectly. Yet his true form was even more dazzling. His handsome face, peerless in the world, carried a hint of gentleness. As for Miyamoto Musashi, his appearance was more ferocious and terrifying. His stature was towering and imposing. He was clad in heavy armor. Both emanated an overwhelming aura of power. Oh? Heavy armor? That's rather uncommon among the warriors of the land of cherry blossoms. Miyamoto Musashi's attire differed greatly from that of ordinary samurai. The long sword he held was exceptionally sharp, its length far exceeding that of a typical samurai tachi. Quite unique. I'm eager to see how you fare against my General Zilong. Lin Yang remained unperturbed. Zhao Yun's prowess was formidable throughout all of China. How could he possibly fear this warrior from the land of the rising sun? Both chosen warriors must decide whether to engage in foot combat or mounted combat. The voice from the National Fortune Arena reached the ears of Lin Yang and that Ishida Ichiro. Lin Yang, mounted combat. Ishida Ichiro, infantry combat. As both gave their responses, two beams of light flared simultaneously. Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro stood at the center of the battlefield. As negotiations between both sides have failed, we will now draw combat modes. A round table stood at the center of the sandfield. Various cards lay scattered upon it. Before either side could touch them, the cards began spinning. 3 rounds of draws will now take place: combat mode, weapons, and armor. The result of the first draw, ground combat. The second round result is special combat, one-handed sword. The third round result is no armor. Drawing complete. Both chosen ones will be transported to the spectator seats. The draw results for the National Fortune Arena were decidedly unfavorable for Lin Yang. I give up. Every single rule favors those cherry blossom bastards. Though furious inside, Lin Yang could do nothing about it. The match must go on. Lin Yang's anger was directed solely at the unfair nature of the National Fortune Arena's format. As for General Zilong's abilities, Lin Yang could rest assured completely. After all, Zhao Yun's unique weapon was enough to leave those cherry blossom devils speechless. Alright. The rules heavily favor us. We've won this round. Great Cherry Blossom Nation. The gods truly favor the Cherry Blossom Nation. The Sakura Nation livestream erupted in ecstatic celebration. With so many favorable rules, they couldn't imagine losing. Lin Yang watched the bullet comments in the Sakura livestream, his face darkening with delight. Just wait until you're stunned, you cherry blossom devils. Both sides, prepare for battle. The cold voice of the National Fortune Arena reminded them. General Zilong. What do you think? Lin Yang called out loudly from the spectator platform. No problem. These foreign upstarts are no better than Gao Lan's lot. Zhao Yun's steady voice replied to Lin Yang. After the brief exchange, a golden light appeared before both Zhao Yun and that Miyamoto Musashi. Special weapons have been issued to both combatants. At that moment, Miyamoto Musashi's heavy armor vanished, replaced by the attire of a ronin. In his hands appeared his signature cherry blossom-adorned sword. Hosha Koan. The long Tachi blade glinted with a chilling, bone-freezing light. Having received his weapon, Miyamoto Musashi bowed toward Zhao Yun, signaling he was ready. Zhao Yun's special weapon also appeared. It was the Qinggang sword, paired with the Etienne sword as the Peerless twin blades. Extremely ancient in design, yet under the spotlight. The Qinggang sword emitted not a single flicker of light. It seemed to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. Even Lin Yang had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. This is the Qinggang sword. Zhao Yun's attire was even simpler. A single white robe, exuding the utmost elegance. What the hell? Not only are our swords so much shorter than theirs, they don't even look sharp at all. Looks like we've lost this round. No big deal. Let those cherry blossom bastards have one round. Zhao Yun's weapon is so underwhelming. The comments in the Huaxia livestream were scathing. Battle commences. The National Fortune Arena announced the start of the match. Zhao Yun showed no haste in attacking. He held his sword, bowed briefly, then planted his feet firmly on the ground. He pointed his Qinggang sword toward Miyamoto Musashi's direction. He waited for Miyamoto Musashi's attack. I'll let you have 3 moves. Zhao Yun said modestly. Yet to Miyamoto Musashi's ears, this voice sounded unbearably jarring. Give me 3 moves? As the foremost warrior of the land of cherry blossoms, how could he possibly be defeated? This insulted not only their reputation, but the very soil of the land of the cherry blossoms. Then I shall try with all my strength. Miyamoto Musashi growled. Gripping his long sword, he charged toward Zhao Yun. At that moment, Zhao Yun's form trembled slightly. To Miyamoto Musashi's eyes, Zhao Yun's figure instantly blurred into afterimages. As Miyamoto Musashi closed in, Zhao Yun's body abruptly vanished from its original position. The next second, he materialized behind Miyamoto Musashi. One move. Zhao Yun wore a captivating smile. He smiled at Miyamoto Musashi. One move? Miyamoto Musashi's pupils contracted slightly as a sense of caution rose within him. His body swiftly retreated backward as his arm swung the long sword with force. He aimed to cleave Zhao Yun's body in two. But Zhao Yun was already prepared. He stomped hard on the ground, launching himself into the air. Mid-air, he executed a hawk turn. Then, 2 words slipped lightly from his thin lips. 2 moves. Chapter 14, Zhao Yun fights with effortless grace. Miyamoto Musashi was utterly stunned. His sword was undeniably fast to the extreme. How could Zhao Yun possibly evade it? Could his skill be even greater than he had imagined? Impossible. 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 Musashi exclaimed in disbelief. He did not rush to thrust the third strike. Instead, his toes tapped the ground repeatedly. He retreated 2 steps toward safety. Most people wouldn't have been able to dodge in time, even he himself would have struggled to block it. Yet he saw Zhao Yun had somehow dodged it. How was that possible? Damn Chinese. Looks like it's time to unleash my ultimate technique. The composure Musashi had displayed at the start vanished from his face. His face contorted in fury as he roared, Nitten Ichi Ryu's sword technique. Holding his blade, Miyamoto Musashi seemed enveloped in darkness. In that instant, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He transformed into a god of slaughter. Madness flickered in his eyes. He was utterly consumed by that overwhelming aura. His face slowly contorted, unable to withstand the pressure of this overwhelming aura. A long sword sliced through the air, slashing towards Xiang Yu. Fine swordplay. Zhao Yun roared in response. He felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, it stirred a deep sense of heroic spirit within him. His body twisted once more. He narrowly evaded the direction of Miyamoto Musashi's descending blade. Ha! This strike embodies the very essence of my sword technique. The essence of the Nitten Ichi Ryu style did not lie in the initial, full-force first strike. The true brilliance lies in the opponent's vigilance after dodging that first strike at full power during the peak of one's strength. The second strike follows immediately, delivering the fatal blow. Watch my blade. Miyamoto Musashi roared. The second strike came down from the same position. This sword technique is no simple matter. Zhao Yun thought to himself. The same technique. Yet he knew the opponent's swordplay was not only exquisite but also utterly unpredictable. Zhao Yun saw no point in dodging again. He had dodged 3 strikes already. Now it was Zhao Yun's turn to strike. Zhao Yun gripped his sword and stepped forward. The long sword left its scabbard. A streak of dark sword light erupted from his hand. This blade's glow was virtually invisible to those unversed in martial arts. Zhao Zilong, after unsheathing his blade, parried the direction of Miyamoto Musashi's second slashing strike. Clang! The clash between the two weapons produced an unexpectedly intense collision. After the collision, a large gash appeared on Miyamoto Musashi's long tachi. What kind of sword is this? It has actually put my Hoki no Kinetsuna in such a humiliating position. Musashi was utterly shocked. He had never encountered such a formidable weapon that could best his own Naginata. But Musashi had no time to ponder further. He could only relentlessly swing his sword, attempting to overwhelm Zhao Yun with relentless attacks. But Zhao Yun would not let him succeed. With a swift spin, he flicked his blade upward. The blade sliced through. With a sharp hiss, the fabric on Miyamoto Musashi's left shoulder was instantly torn by Zhao Yun's sword technique, exposing his dark skin. He cried out in pain as a gash tore open on his left shoulder. Musashi's eyes were also filled with a blood-red glow. You Chinese dog! Today, I will not let you live. Musashi roared. Who dies is still to be seen, isn't it? Zhao Yun sneered coldly. The gap in strength between Miyamoto Musashi and Zhao Yun was vast. He was completely immersed in the Ito Ichi Ryu sword style. Zhao Yun had long since discerned his weakness. Zhao Yun swung his sword relentlessly, strike after strike. Each strike dealt Musashi a stinging blow. His strength gradually proved no match for Zhao Yun's. Zhao Yun had yet to unleash his full power. Even so, Miyamoto Musashi found himself at a disadvantage. His swordplay became erratic, reduced to desperately parrying Zhao Yun's attacks. Yet these maneuvers proved futile. Every strike from Zhao Yun was precise beyond measure. Each time, Miyamoto Musashi's parry barely avoided the vital areas. Damn it! Musashi roared in fury. He swung his long sword, hacking toward Zhao Yun. The force behind this strike embodied the essence of Miyamoto Musashi's entire samurai spirit. Most ordinary warriors would have fallen to his blade. But his opponent was Zhao Zilong, a man of unyielding courage. Bring it on! Zhao Yun showed no fear. Ha! He swung his long sword toward Miyamoto Musashi's throat. Clang! The two blades clashed. Sparks flew everywhere. Zhao Yun stood perfectly still. Miyamoto Musashi, however, was sent flying backward. He crashed heavily onto the outer edge of the ring. His long sword snapped clean in two. Bastard! Musashi roared in fury. He slammed his palm onto the ground. His entire body leapt upward. Damn it! Damn it all! My undefeated legend! Is it to end today? Miyamoto Musashi refused to accept reality. Like a madman, he charged toward Zhao Yun. But before he could close the distance, Zhao Yun's blue steel sword pierced through Miyamoto Musashi's chest. It's over. Why come here to die? Zhao Yun sighed in puzzlement. What? We won? Zhao Yun's martial arts are unmatched under heaven. So strong. Handsome and a badass. Zhao Yun is so handsome. I'll carry the banner for General Zhao Yun. I'm a huge fan of General Zhao Zilong. Feels like Zhao Yun didn't even use his full strength. This victory was way too easy. Exactly. It's like child's play. Zhao Yun didn't even break a sweat. Awesome. Live chat under the National Fortune Arena. The crowd cheered excitedly. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Nation's livestream room, the audience was devastated. Damn those Chinese. How dare they look down on us. That Chinese dog. He actually made Miyamoto Musashi take 3 moves. Damn it. We lost again. We barely have any advantage left. Damn Ishida Eiichiro. Useless piece of trash. Miyamoto Musashi. Get up. Kill that Chinese bastard. Kill him. Eiichiro Ishida. Get your ass out here. In the livestream chat, the screen was flooded with comments from the land of cherry blossoms. Within the arena of national destiny, the body of Miyamoto Musashi never rose again. He vanished from the battlefield. The voice of the national fortune arena sounded once more. The match is over. China wins. Please choose whether to continue challenging or take a break. Continue the challenge. Lin Yang had once again drawn a legendary general like Xiao Yun. There was no way he would give Sakura Nation a chance to catch its breath. Lin Yang had already made up his mind. He would make this cherry blossom nation understand. China must not be disgraced. Please choose to reclaim territory or collect rewards. Reclaim the territory. Not an inch of China shall be lost. Lin Yang roared. After winning so many battles, Lin Yang had finally earned the right to say these words to the Chinese people. Yes. Lin Yang, you are our savior. I'll always believe in brother Lin Yang. Yang God. Lead us to one more victory. The way the Chinese viewers addressed Lin Yang had changed. The people of Huaxia now have unwavering faith that Lin Yang will lead them to victory once more. Chapter 15, Deadly. Weapon enchantment cards. They had already elevated Lin Yang to godlike status. The audience in the Huaxia livestream room voiced their support. Ha ha ha. Thank you all. We will not disappoint your expectations. Lin Yang laughed heartily. For the next challenge, Lin Yang saw no point in wasting time. May I ask if the Huaxia chosen one wishes to change generals? No change. Lin Yang's reply was crisp and decisive. Lin Yang had already decided to use Xiao Yun to continue his winning streak. He was going to keep crushing those little devils. The chosen one of Sakura Nation, please select your general. The National Fortune Arena moved at a breakneck pace. They were already urging the land of cherry blossoms to select their general. Hurry up and pick, you bastard Ishida Eiichiro. When Lin Yang saw this comment, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Before he appeared, this Ishida Eiichiro had been on a winning streak. Almost hailed as the nation's greatest hero by the people of Sakura country. Who would have thought he'd end up like this? Pitiful and laughable. Lin Yang sighed inwardly. Perhaps this was the inherent flaw of the small Sakura Nation. Soon, Ishida Eiichiro drew his next combatant. It was none other than Morina Ashi, known as Yoshaka Musashi. Another formidable warrior. Undeniably, this fellow was also a master with the spear. He wielded a cross-shaped spear named Boneless in the mortal realm. A rather formidable name. The introduction to Ishida Eiichiro was brief. Yet it made everyone understand the terrifying strength of this man. He once single-handedly took 27 heads in a single battle. After Ishida Eiichiro's introduction concluded, every viewer watching the livestream sucked in a sharp breath. We've seen General Zhao Yun's swordsmanship before. But I wonder how General Zhao Yun's spear skills truly measure up. I don't think Lin Yang was just talking big. Zhao Yun's strength is truly formidable. Exactly. Just trust General Zhao Yun and that's that. Over in the Sakura Nation livestream room, the scene was entirely different. See? We're probably going to lose this round too. Ishida Eiichiro's choices have never won. Are Chinese generals really that formidable? Impossible. It must be Ishida Eiichiro's fault. We had a winning streak of over 20 matches before. Exactly. It must be Ishida Eiichiro's fault. He's nothing but trouble. Ishida Eiichiro glanced at the livestream's bullet comments. His facial muscles twitched slightly. Lin Yang observed Ishida Eiichiro's micro-expression and couldn't help but think, back when he was on that winning streak, Ishida Eiichiro was practically being praised to the heavens. Now the Sakura Nation has thrown him down the well. You have to admit, that's just how the Sakura Nation's inherent flaws show themselves. Their competitive spirit is so overwhelming that they'll resort to any underhanded means for victory. Just as Lin Yang was lost in his thoughts, Eiichiro Ishida spoke up. Announcing to the ring. Using my final card. Weapon enchantment card. Lin Yang froze upon hearing the voice. Damn it. They've played their last card. Sakura Nation really pulled out all the stops this time. Request from Sakura Nation received. Weapon enchantment card successfully activated. The National Fortune Arena promptly responded to Sakura Nation's card usage request. Weapon enchantment card successfully used. Activating the bone-shattering effect for the weapon, Poison Enchantment. Poison Infusion, the weapon's venomous enchantment severs the throat upon contact. Once a wound is opened, the poison permeates every corner of the general's body, delivering a fatal strike. Hearing the National Fortune Arena's description, Lin Yang's hair stood on end. What a deadly card. Though Lin Yang was well aware of the Sakura Nation's notorious tactics, this enchantment's power was simply outrageous. This meant that in the upcoming battles, could not afford a single misstep. The slightest misstep would mean instant death. Vicious. Absolutely vicious. Lin Yang took a deep breath, trying to maintain a calm mindset for the upcoming contest. What? Those cherry blossom bastards are that despicable. Bastards. This is absolutely unfair. Give it a rest, man. What do you expect fairness in a match against the Cherry Blossom Nation? This is exactly how they always operate. What are you talking about? Isn't this the rule of the National Fortune Tournament? Reply to the guy above. Did you drink too much Sakura Cola or something? Why are you defending the land of cherry blossoms so fiercely? Agreed. Why don't those defending Sakura Nation go drink the radioactive seawater for them? The Huaxia livestream erupted in chaos once more. While opinions remained divided this time, 99% of the audience launched attacks against those defending Sakura Nation. The tone in Sakura Nation's livestream was entirely different. This completely goes against the spirit of Bushido. The samurai spirit is bull. Winning is what matters now. Exactly. We Sakura Nation only need victory, we don't need any samurai spirit. Come on, Lord Morinaga. Lead us to taste the long-awaited sweetness of victory. Down with the Chinese. To those clinging to the spirit of Bushido, let me tell you this, if we keep losing, tomorrow you and I will become Chinese. Inside the Imperial Conference Hall. Seeing Ishida Aikiru play such a vicious card, the leader at the head of the table was startled, but quickly regained his composure. In a steady voice, he said, "Can we gather opinions now and request the National Fortune Arena revoke the use of this card?" Elder Chen, the former chosen one, replied helplessly, "It's impossible. All cards in the National Fortune Arena are obtained through combat within the secret realm. Their origins are absolutely transparent. I'm afraid there's no way to revoke it." After hearing this, the leader sighed and was about to rally everyone to brainstorm solutions. At that very moment. Never mind. Lin Yang spoke up, as if he had thought of something. And indeed, Lin Yang had recalled something crucial. That was Zhao Zilong, who had fought countless generals throughout his life, even achieving a feat of taking on 5 opponents alone in his old age. Yet when he finally passed away from old age, his body bore not a single wound. Lin Yang had absolute faith in Zhao Zilong's prowess. Everyone, please trust in General Zilong's prowess as I do. After hearing Lin Yang's words, both the livestream audience and the conference room participants felt considerably more at ease. Let the battle commence. Lin Yang urged the stage. The battle is about to begin. The voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed. The round table finally transformed into a battlefield. On the elevated platforms flanking the battlefield stood Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro. Zhao Yun and that Morinaga also descended with a flash of light, landing on either side of the battlefield. Lord Morinaga. Your weapon is enchanted with venom. A mere touch is enough to kill any foe. Ishida Ichiro shouted across the arena. As if concerned that Morinaga might not know. Senshoko gave a slight nod, acknowledging the information. Zhao Zilong, standing on the left side of the arena, also heard the shout. Truly ruthless. Zhao Yun sighed softly. He had fought countless battles throughout history. Yet he had never encountered an opponent so ruthless. His blood surged within him. He bellowed at Ishida Ichiro. You foreign upstart. Have you heard of Zhao Zilong of Changshan? Chapter 16, Zhao Zilong's Ultimate Technique. Hearing Zhao Zilong's thunderous roar, everyone felt the murderous aura emanating from Zhao Zilong. This aura was even more intense than before. It even made Xin Chang feel as though it wasn't Zhao Yun roaring, but a demon from hell calling out to him. Zhao Yun rode his jade-white steed, Zhao Yue, wielding his gleaming silver dragon heart spear, clad in white armor and robes. His entire presence radiated an inexplicable majesty. Nazen Choka's mount was no less formidable. He rode a black stallion, wielding a cross-shaped spear that seemed to defy gravity. He wore black armor and a black robe. The attire of the two generals stood in stark contrast. One was stern and cold, the other imposing and formidable. Zhao Zilong's eyes locked onto Senshoko. Senshoko stared back at Zhao Zilong. Sparks flew between their eyes so rapidly. So fast it was impossible to discern clearly. Choose between foot combat or mounted combat. The National Fortune Arena demanded. Mounted combat. Mounted combat. Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro declared in unison. Shall we activate weapon special combat? The National Fortune Arena inquired again. No. No. Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro had both made up their minds. This round of unrestricted mounted combat would best showcase both sides' strengths. Both sides have agreed. No card draw this round. As the National Fortune Arena's announcement concluded, Morinaga immediately issued his challenge. Zhao Zilong? Taste the might of my boneless technique. Senchanka asked, gazing at Zhao Zilong. Though Zhao Zilong wore only a white robe and white armor, Senchanka knew. Zhao Zilong stood tall and straight, his back rigid as a board, his arms bulging with muscle, and his eyes blazing with a heart-stopping intensity. Enough talk. Let's begin. Zhao Yun replied coldly. For an opponent lacking any martial virtue, Zhao Yun saw no point in further discussion. There was nothing left to say. Ha ha. Since you're so eager for battle, we'll grant your wish. Morinaga continued his provocation. The battle begins. The National Fortune Arena echoed the command. Leveraging the poisoned edge of his weapon, he launched a fierce assault toward Zhao Yun. His spear pierced the air, leaving a trail of afterimages as it lunged toward Zhao Yun's head. Zhao Yun did not back down, sweeping his dragon's gallant silver spear horizontally. Clang! The two weapons collided, sparks flying brilliantly. A thunderous crash echoed. Sen Chang was forced back several steps by Zhao Yun's terrifying force. He felt the numbing pain in his palms from the impact. Sen Chok's expression darkened. He had assumed Zhao Yun's handsome appearance meant he was an agile type of warrior. He never imagined his strength could be so overwhelming. Sang Chanka, who had suffered a heavy loss at Zhao Yun's hands, was deeply shaken. Yet this did not sway Morinaga's resolve. He spurred his horse into another fierce charge. He knew his advantage. That was the deadly poison infused into the boneless heavenly sword. Oomph! A mocking smile touched the corner of Zhao Yun's lips. He understood his opponent's intent to overwhelm him with sheer speed. Such petty tricks were transparent to Zhao Yun. But Zhao Yun simply couldn't be bothered to respond. The dragon's gallant silver spear in his hand thrust forward violently. The spearhead flickered 10 times in an instant as it thrust forward. As the spear blossoms flashed, they transformed into hundreds of afterimages. The overlapping spear shadows formed a dense net. Sun Chanka's expression changed abruptly as he flipped his wrist. The boneless spear in his grasp spun with equal swiftness. Blocking left, parrying right. Bang! 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 Sparks flew from the collisions, erupting into the beautiful clang of steel. Though Sun Chanka parried wave after wave of Zhao Yun's storm-like assaults, but signs of defeat gradually began to show. He realized his stamina was draining faster and faster. It felt like he was being drained by a rocket. How is this possible? How could this guy's speed increase so rapidly? Sen Choki's heart raced with alarm and a hint of apprehension flickered in his eyes as he watched Zhao Yun. His hands and legs grew weak as he braced for Zhao Yun's onslaught. Oomph! Seeing his opponent's reaction, Zhao Yun gave a cold snort. He thrust his spear forward. His spear transformed into a raging dragon, clawing and lunging. The force behind Zhao Yun's thrust was formidable. Sen Shang dared not meet it head-on. He scrambled backward to evade. He barely evaded Zhao Yun's thrust. But he never expected Zhao Yun's second thrust to come even faster. This was Zhao Yun's legendary 7-probing serpent coiling spear. A technique mastered from Tong Yuan, the martial arts grandmaster of the late Eastern Han Dynasty. This spear technique comprised 2 elements, the 7 strikes and the coiling serpent. The 7 strikes were 7 lethal attack patterns. The serpent coil involves rapid spear movements that resemble a serpent in perpetual motion. The spear's swift rotation creates an impenetrable defensive formation, making it a technique-oriented spear skill. The spear thrust toward the towering figure was the second probe. Each subsequent thrust would only grow faster, the spear's blossom expanding ever wider. Nazen Shoko stared at the spear thrusting toward him, feeling as though it had multiplied into countless spears. He could only instinctively parry the human bone breaker in his hand toward one direction. Clang! The clang of steel met steel. Nazen Choka had gambled correctly, successfully parrying Zhao Yun's second thrust. But his movement faltered. Zhao Yun dared not relax. The third thrust continued its assault toward Morinaga. As the spear thrust forward, Zhao Yun's spear shadows became so dense that Sen Choka could barely follow them with his eyes. What kind of spear technique is this? Sen Choki roared. His spear danced with increasing fury. Unable to block the attack, he could only rely on sheer speed to parry. However, what unfolded in the end diverged from Sen Chanka's expectations. As Sen Chanka frantically parried with his spear, Zhao Yun had already identified Morinaga's fatal weakness. The throat. The third thrust of Zhao Zilong's 7-probing serpent coil spear struck Morinaga's throat exactly as Zhao Yun had anticipated. Such a soft spot struck by a thrust. In an instant, Sen Choko's limbs went limp and he tumbled from his horse. Blood spurted forth, splattering the ground. The match is over. China wins. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The outcome proved exactly as he had anticipated. Zhao Yun's martial prowess and cautious nature could never be breached by that Sin Chang. No matter how vicious the opponent's tactics might be, Lin Yang was confident Zhao Zilong would emerge victorious. The Huaxia livestream went wild. General Zilong is unmatched under heaven. No matter how vicious those cherry blossom devils are, they can't beat us. This is the confidence of the Chinese people. All evil shall be brought to justice. Zilong unmatched in the world. Do those cherry blossom devils think they can poison our General Zilong? Chinese netizens aren't just commenting in their own live streams. They even stormed into the Cherry Blossom Nation's live streams to taunt them face to face. In stark contrast to the silence of the Cherry Blossom Nation's people, the Sakura Nation's livestream moderators were busy banning accounts. Ha! Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh aloud at the stream's comments. You've worked hard, General Zilong. Lin Yang hurriedly rushed down from the viewing platform. Leading Zilong's Jade Knight gazing lion horse, he praised. Truly, one horse can lead 10,000 riders to charge. He subdues the west and crushes the east, vanquishing all rivals. In fierce battles fought to the bitter end, none but Zhao Zilong of Changshan stands supreme. Lin Yang exclaimed sincerely. Zhao Yun gave a slight nod in response. Empty praise, nothing more. Chapter 17, China's special title. Lin Yang bowed to Zhao Zilong once more. Do not belittle yourself. Zhao Yun said nothing more, merely standing there in silence. He then transformed into card form. Zhao Yun's performance in this round of combat was simply too spectacular. The fervor of the Huaxia populace remained undiminished. Lin Yang stowed Zhao Yun away and proceeded with the classic 3-question round. Lin Yang's choice remained unchanged. Reclaim the territory, no exchange, continue the challenge. How many consecutive wins does our Huaxia have now? About 13 straight wins. Just look at the map. Win 2 more rounds, and all of China's territory will be fully restored. Awesome. Even without the Overlord Xiang Yu, we still have the Peerless Zilong. These two will wipe out the entire land of cherry blossoms. This round feels like General Zilong will obliterate the enemy again. Ha 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 ha. The spirit of China shall never die. Just believe, and it'll be done. After the previous round concluded, several more rounds of combat ensued. As expected, China emerged victorious in every single one. And naturally, nearly all the territories were on the verge of being reclaimed. The land of cherry blossoms' luck wasn't exactly bad. In the subsequent rounds, the remaining 3 of the Tokugawa shogunate's 4 heavenly kings made their appearances, along with several commanders from the 7 spears. Unfortunately, they couldn't last even a single round against Zhao Yun. This round, Zhao Yun's opponent was Neo Kanetsugu. A warrior wielding a heavy hammer, he was also known as the number 1 vassal under heaven. Unfortunately, after launching a preemptive strike against Zhao Yun, he was struck precisely by Zhao Yun's spear and fell from his horse. Remarkably, after more than a dozen rounds of combat, not a single wound appeared on Zhao Yun's body. Truly terrifying. At that moment, the live stream chat from Sakura Nation fell into complete silence. The competitive Japanese audience fell almost entirely silent. Lin Yang was so thrilled he felt like his blood vessels might burst. Because, with just one more victory, Lin Yang could reclaim all of China's territory. Once again, the classic 3 questions. Reclaim the territory. No trade. Continue the challenge. Lin Yang answered almost mechanically. And for Lin Yang, the most terrifying aspect of the National Fortune Arena was this. That victory granted the right to challenge endlessly. The Cherry Blossom Nation didn't even have the chance to avoid battle. What was most pitiful was that the Sakura Nation didn't possess any dodge cards. The cards obtained within the secret realm. The land of cherry blossoms has chosen combat-oriented cards exclusively. Their sole objective, to accelerate the complete annexation of China's territory. What they never could have imagined was that the sudden emergence of Lin Yang would inflict such devastating losses upon them. Next round of challenges. Begin. Zhao Yun was about to face a challenge that would reclaim all of China's territory. Sakura Nation's Ishida Ichiro had already completed his draw. The arrogance that had marked his first appearance had vanished. His expression was blank, filled only with the numbness of defeat. All eyes in Sakura Nation were fixed upon this scene. For their fate mirrors that of Ishida Ichiro. They were all losers. Only, Ishida Ichiru's end was far more miserable. Lin Yang could imagine that once he left the protection of the National Fortune Arena, he would be devoured alive by the people of Sakura Nation. China Capital Conference Room. Reporting to leadership. Winning this round will allow us to reclaim all our territories. Excellent. The leader suppressed his inner elation and spoke calmly. Think of our vast China, finally restored to its entirety. And the people of our nation shall never again be bullied by that cherry blossom nation. These 2 sentences from the leader sent a wave of fervor through the entire crowd. Our counterattack begins now. We're definitely winning this round. The boss gave a brief reply before returning his attention to the live stream on the big screen. At that very moment, Zhao Yun thrust his spear through the enemy. Excellent. All our Chinese territories have been reclaimed. The boss couldn't hold back any longer and clapped his hands in celebration. Across the sea, the atmosphere in the Sakura Capital Conference Room had fallen into complete silence. The accumulation of conquests for our great Sakura Nation has now come to an end. Your Majesty, the Emperor. The Prime Minister, reporting the battle situation to the Sakura Emperor, stammered. But the Emperor seemed not to hear him. He stared blankly at the screen. Ishida Ichiro, he must pay for his failure. The Emperor Sakura declared in a dark tone. Damn! What kind of marksmanship is that? General Zilong is so awesome. Is this the legendary divine marksmanship? Over a dozen consecutive victories. Who could possibly achieve that? Cut the lame hype. It was Basilius of Rome who founded the Roman Empire after winning 15 straight battles in Greece. That's incredible. I thought there was also a Holy Roman Empire? Yeah. I heard there are 2 Roman empires in the West. Who was the leader of the Holy Roman Empire again? Can't recall. Anyway, every region has nations with 10+ win streaks, otherwise the current situation wouldn't be so tense. Exactly. We can't afford to get cocky. Exactly. Exactly. We Chinese must secure victory in every single match. The voices of the Chinese people echoed across the heavens. Congratulations to China for achieving the comeback from the brink feat. The Chinese people have earned the title Unyielding People. Effect of the title Unyielding People: when facing dire straits in combat across all modes, combat power gains a 20% boost. The voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded once more. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then burst into laughter. This bonus would be incredibly useful in desperate situations. We earned a title? Indeed. We are the unbowed people. Exactly. We've just lost a lot of history. Did you really think those 9 million square kilometers were free with a phone plan? I've never heard of this before. This title fits us like a glove. We are the indomitable people. That's right. We are an indomitable people. All the people of Huaxia erupted in cheers. After making his choice, Lin Yang returned to the round table. Faced with Lin Yang's continued challenge, Ichiro Ishida had no further options. He could not conceive of any means to secure victory. He even lost the will to resist. He slumped down at the right side of the round table. His expression was utterly blank. For him now, he could neither die nor escape. The worst outcome would be Lin Yang's relentless invasion until every last inch of territory was lost. This outcome alone was enough to drive anyone to despair. Is this the full extent of your nation's strength? Lin Yang stared at Ishida Ichiro, his voice cold and detached. Ishida Ichiro ignored Lin Yang. He waited for the National Fortune Arena to summon him to draw a military commander. The next round will feature a special battle. Naval warfare. Hearing this announcement, the previously lifeless eyes of Ishida Ichiro suddenly lit up. This might be my only chance to win. At this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Ishida Ichiro's eyes as his fighting spirit reignited. This is my last stand. I'll give it my all. With those words spoken, Ichiro Ishida bowed toward the camera. Chapter 18, Japan's Greatest Ninja, Hattori Hanzo. He turned and walked away. What a brave man. But it's nothing more than a fleeting moment. Lin Yang sighed. Lin Yang knew that Ishida Ichiro's courage was nothing more than a fleeting moment. When it came to naval warfare, Lin Yang still had no intention of changing his commander. The tale of Xiang Yu intercepting the river to Seiza-do was a pity no one knew. As for naval battles on the National Fortune Arena stage, on the entire stage of the National Fortune Arena, it had only appeared once. That was during the challenge where the Kingdom of Sela faced the Kingdom of Egypt. It happened once. Simply put, it was a combat format fought aboard a rocking warship on the water's surface. Though it's a mode with no restrictions whatsoever. However, in actual combat, one-handed weapons proved more practical. Long-handled weapons struggled to maintain balance on the water's surface. Representative of Sakura Nation, please draw your commander. The National Fortune Arena prompted. Ishida Ichiro stared at the 5 general cards before him. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet in wild excitement. Excellent! With this noble's assistance, how could our great Sakura Nation fail to triumph? Then, Ichiro Ishida revealed the card in his hand. Lin Yang glanced at them and gasped in shock. What? It's actually him. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream watched as a ninja-like warrior appeared on screen. Ha 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 ha. Yes. That's right. It's none other than Lord Hattori Hanzo, known as the Demon Hanzo. Ishida Ichiro roared with maniacal laughter. Has fate finally smiled upon our great nation of Sakura? Indeed, in the aquatic warfare special mode, Hattori Hanzo, as a ninja, held a significant advantage. Ninjas move far faster than ordinary people and are much harder to track down. Please introduce your chosen commander, chosen one of the land of cherry blossoms. Ishida Ichiro seemed to have been waiting for this voice for a very long time. He declared in a resonant voice. Hattori Hanzo, one of the 16 generals of Tokugawa, also known as Oni Hanzo, Demon Hanzo. Many of the IGA loyalist soldiers under his command are IGA ninjas. He himself is a top-tier ninja. His ghostly movements can traverse the night, leaving no trace. He can slay enemies with his katana. Mastery of numerous ninja tools is second nature to him, decapitating foes. Moving without a trace. Ishida Ichiro declared with palpable excitement. He could already envision the victory of the land of cherry blossoms laid out before him. Don't assume it's a sure thing yet. Lin Yang sneered inwardly. Excellent. Finally, we've drawn a suitable commander. Yes. We should be able to win the upcoming battles. Fate. Have you finally taken pity on our great land of cherry blossoms? Perhaps the sun goddess Amaterasu has finally bestowed her favor upon us. The audience in the Sakura Nation livestream room, silent for many days, erupted once more in enthusiastic cheers. What the hell? What the heck did Sakura Kingdom draw? Looks like a shorty, but with that mask and hood, he seems like no pushover. And what the hell is this Hanzo? Seems like a real pain in the ass. Guys upstairs, stop asking. Just Google it and you'll see what this guy's capable of. I googled it, seems like some ninja master. A ninja? I remember the Overlord killed one before. Wonder how General Zilong handles ninjas. Believe first. Question later. The Huaxia live streamers didn't seem too worried, everyone was back on equal footing now. Winning would be ideal, but losing is acceptable too. But Lin Yang's mindset was different. In his heart, Huaxia must secure victory. As for those ninjutsu, such petty ghostly tricks wouldn't even register on the radar of a true martial artist from China. The circular table of the National Fortune Arena transformed once more. This time, it differed from the original sandy terrain. Instead, it was a vast expanse of water. Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro stood atop platforms on opposite sides. A solitary boat drifted upon the water. Its size could barely hold 20 people. Neither large nor small. Fighting in such terrain demanded considerable balance from the generals. As two beams of light appeared, Zhao Yun and Hattori Hanzo simultaneously materialized aboard the warship. This time, Zhao Yun was fully armed. Both his blue steel sword and silver-hued dragon's gallant spear were in hand. Hattori Hanzo's attire, however, was far more suited for naval combat. He wore light armor and carried a full complement of shuriken, smoke bombs, and various other ninja tools at his waist. He gripped a katana tightly in his hand, clad entirely in black with his face concealed. Even his armor was leather, far more suited for aquatic combat. Battle commences. Falling into the water means defeat. Before Lin Yang could ponder further, the National Fortune Arena declared the match underway. Hattori Hanzo fixed his gaze on Zhao Yun, his eyes blazing with fierce combat intent. General Zilong, beware, this Hattori Hanzo excels at evading attacks. Moreover, his sword techniques are highly unpredictable. Zhao Yun gave a slight nod, acknowledging Lin Yang's warning. He positioned his gleaming silver spear into a ready stance. He waited for Hattori Hanzo to strike. Hattori Hanzo advanced cautiously, step by step, toward Zhao Yun. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. As he neared Zhao Yun, he suddenly leapt forward. He tossed a smoke grenade at his feet. The smoke grenade was ingeniously designed. It detonated the moment it hit the ground, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. It concealed Hattori Hanzo's figure. Taking advantage of the moment the thick smoke filled the air, Hattori Hanzo's blade flashed upward. Slicing through the air, he thrust it toward Zhao Yun's chest. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed in alarm. He reacted instantly, spinning around as the dragon's gallant silver spear blocked Hattori Hanzo's strike. The two weapons collided. A crisp metallic clang echoed through the air. Hattori Hanzo felt a tremendous force surge through him. He swiftly withdrew his blade, unwilling to engage Zhao Yun in a contest of strength. What immense strength! Hattori Hanzo thought to himself in alarm. This strike had achieved absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun had fully assumed the defensive posture of the 7-probe serpent coil spear. The name of this defensive stance was straightforward. As the spear spun rapidly, it formed an impenetrable defensive pattern, twisting like a giant serpent, hence the name. The spear danced like an impenetrable barrier. Seeing he couldn't penetrate Zhao Yun's spear barrier, Hattori Hanzo. He drew 2 shuriken from his waist and hurled them from his hands. Though the shuriken flew with great speed, they were utterly insignificant against the spear. Both shuriken were directly parried by Zhao Yun's dragon's gallant silver spear. Immediately, Zhao Yun's dragon's gallant silver spear lunged toward Hattori Hanzo once more. Hit! Zhao Yun roared in fury. Among all the cherry blossom generals Zhao Yun had ever faced, no one could evade it. Yet Hattori Hanzo proved no mere pretender to his reputation. Twisting his body, he evaded Zhao Yun's deadly strike. Zhao Yun, however, lost his grip on the dragon's gallant silver spear. It instantly embedded itself into the wooden boat. No! Zhao Yun cried out in alarm. As he tried to pull the spear free once more, the spear had already driven itself deep into the center of the wooden boat. Even Zhao Yun's immense strength could not free it. Perfect timing. Seeing his chance, Hattori Hanzo drew his katana and swung it toward Zhao Yun. Chapter 19, The Madness of Hattori Hanzo. You think you can kill me? Zhao Yun sneered coldly, stomping his legs fiercely. His entire body shot forward like an arrow released from its string, charging straight toward Hattori Hanzo. Without dodging or yielding, he drew the Seiko sword from his waist. He swung down with a powerful chop, aiming for Hattori Hanzo's head. Ha! Seeing this, Hattori Hanzo roared in fury. He swung his katana to meet the Seagain blade. Clang! The two blades collided, producing a metallic clang. Hattori Hanzo's nameless ninja sword was no mere legend. Despite clashing with the Seiko sword, it suffered only minor damage. A small notch appeared on its blade. The blades locked together in midair, locked in a stalemate. Your ninjutsu isn't half bad. With that, Zhao Yun flickered his wrist. The blade of the Qinggang sword slanted sideways, parrying Hattori Hanzo's nameless ninja sword. Immediately, Zhao Yun took a step back, slightly adjusting his stance. He executed a sword flourish and lunged once more toward Hattori Hanzo. The sword's gleam flashed like a scene from a movie. In Hattori Hanzo's eyes, the Qinggang sword transformed into hundreds of sword shadows, assaulting his body. Such an intricate sword technique. Hattori Hanzo was startled. He dared not let his guard down, swinging his katana fiercely. Clang! 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 The continuous clanging of metal echoed. Zhao Yun's Xiang Yu sword clashed with Hattori Hanzo's nameless ninja blade. Sparks flew with every clash. In an instant, countless nicks and chips of varying sizes appeared on Hattori Hanzo's nameless ninja blade. What blinding speed! Hattori Hanzo murmured inwardly. This battle had given him a taste of the truth. Though his ninjutsu was formidable, it couldn't unleash its full power against Zhao Yun. There was no other reason. Zhao Yun's swordplay was simply too swift. Damn it, this guy is too tough to handle. Glaring at the man across from him, Hattori Hanzo seethed inwardly. If not for the unique combat conditions of the aquatic terrain, he might have been pierced through by Zhao Yun's blade himself. Compared to his swordsmanship, Zhao Yun's spear technique was even more formidable. After all, he had trained in spear techniques since childhood. The essence of spearmanship lay in speed, precision, and ruthlessness. One thrust of the spear must claim the enemy's life. Damn it, but I still have my ultimate move left. Suddenly, Hattori Hanzo's lips curled into an eerie smile. From who knows where, he drew a long sword once more. The blade slid from its sheath. It radiated a fierce aura. The art of concealed weapons used by ninjas. Now it seemed like mysticism. Much like the flying daggers, short knives, and other hidden weapons used in ancient martial arts tales. However, the weapon wielded by Hattori Hanzo was not a short blade or dagger, but a full-sized katana. Both blades gripped firmly in his hands, each razor sharp beyond compare. He assumed his stance, ready to meet Zhao Yun's attack. Seeing Hattori Hanzo gripping both blades tightly, he did not panic but instead smiled. This was the ninja sword technique of the land of cherry blossoms. Though Zhao Yun had never witnessed it before. With his own strength as his foundation, he felt no fear whatsoever. Bastard, fall before me! Hattori Hanzo roared coldly, combining the power of his twin blades, slashing left and right toward Zhao Yun. Seeing Hattori Hanzo's stance to clash head-on, he inwardly rejoiced. In Zhao Yun's eyes, Hattori Hanzo's sword techniques were almost entirely flawed. His own Seiko sword didn't even need complex techniques. Hattori Hanzo would be delivering his own demise. And indeed, that is precisely what happened. Hattori Hanzo's twin blades lashed out like a madman, slashing wildly at Zhao Yun's body. Zhao Yun's feet danced like flowers, his movements light and agile as he shifted left and right across the unbalanced warship. His figure in white robe and armor danced like a white egret amidst the waves. One attacked, one defended. Hattori Hanzo shifted his sword stance once more. One blade held upright, the other reversed. He pressed his attack with an eerily unconventional technique. This single stroke unleashed the full power of Hattori Hanzo's ninjutsu. Blades flashed in overlapping shadows, enveloping Zhao Yun within them. Zhao Yun, however, only parried without counterattacking. The reason was clear to Lin Yang. If Zhao Yun truly sought victory, he would have already struck down Hattori Hanzo with a single sword thrust. He was merely toying with Hattori Hanzo because of Zhao Yun's intense curiosity. Zhao Yun wanted to fully understand Hattori Hanzo's unique Eastern sword style. Fine swordplay. A faint smile played on Zhao Yun's lips as he neither dodged nor flinched. He countered with a swift backhand strike. Hattori Hanzo stared in shock at his wrist. His hand still clutched the ninja blade, yet it had been severed from his body. Hattori Hanzo now saw his left hand severed cleanly by Zhao Yun's terrifying force, falling onto the deck. Blood spurted, staining the deck crimson. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Hattori Hanzo cried out in agony. Blood poured from his severed arm. What kind of sword technique is this? Hattori Hanzo's face was frozen in horror. Zhao Yun didn't bother to answer. He continued his attack. Hattori Hanzo swung his sword to block with all his might, his entire body nearly tumbling overboard. After finally regaining his balance, he cursed furiously. Damn it! This guy is too strong. I'll fight to the death. Hattori Hanzo gritted his teeth. He pulled a pill from his robe and swallowed it whole. Instantly, Hattori Hanzo's face flushed crimson. The bleeding from his left hand wound instantly stopped. With only one hand still functional, Hattori Hanzo. His attacks grew even more ferocious. What the hell? What kind of pills did this cherry blossom bastard take? Feels like some kind of stimulant or something. Looks like he's pretty hyped up? General Zilong, be careful. This cherry blossom bastard has gone mad. Ninjas from the land of cherry blossoms actually know this kind of technique? Not bad. This ninja seems to have lost his mind. The Huaxia livestream chat erupted with heated discussions about Hattori Hanzo's actions. Meanwhile, in the land of cherry blossoms, after witnessing Hattori Hanzo's left hand severed, silence descended. It wasn't until Hattori Hanzo swallowed the pill. Did they begin to discuss? This might be a secret potion used during our Warring States period of formula only ninjas possess. Indeed. Had Lord Hattori Hanzo not been driven to such extremes, he would never have resorted to it. But now it seems Hattori Hanzo's sword technique has grown even faster. I know what this secret potion is. The renowned historian Lord Hoshino mentioned it's a stimulant-like elixir, though its formula has been lost to history. We must find a way to master this secret potion. It would elevate our nation's military strength to new heights. Watching Hattori Hanzo descend into near madness, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Yun's eyes. He hadn't expected this islander to possess such bizarre martial arts techniques. Zhao Yun knew the Hattori Hanzo before him was merely a spent force. This tactic of burning away his life for a single victory was utterly insane. Though Hattori Hanzo's swordplay was swift, in Zhao Yun's eyes it was nothing more than a slapdash imitation. It didn't even register as worthy of his attention. Hattori Hanzo's speed was eerily unpredictable, and his attacks were exceptionally devious. Zhao Yun couldn't be bothered to draw his sword just yet. He wielded the Seiko sword in a dense, impenetrable dance, rendering Hattori Hanzo's frenzied counterattacks utterly futile. Under Zhao Yun's relentless pressure, he gradually began to show signs of fatigue. His swordplay grew increasingly erratic. Zhao Yun showed no mercy. Oomph. Short-sighted vermin. To kill you would soil my blade. Zhao Yun snorted coldly, hesitation absent. With a look of utter contempt, he thrust his blade through Hattori Hanzo's chest. Hattori Hanzo's eyes widened, despair spreading across his face. His gaze was filled with utter disbelief and incredulity. Chapter 20 The Warring States of Cherry Blossoms was nothing more than a village skirmish. His hands still clutched the ninja sword tightly. Alas, he could no longer grasp the hilt. He fell straight onto the warship. This round, Huaxia claimed victory once more. Excellent. Heroes of Huaxia. Unrivaled under heaven. On this planet, no one dares cross Huaxia again. This battle has cemented Huaxia's legendary might. Ha 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 ha. What a thrill. This battle was fought while our Chinese people have regained our dignity in the world. That's right. Well done. The people of China cheered enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the people of the land of cherry blossoms turned ashen-faced. Hattori Hanzo, the mightiest of their ninjas, had been slain on the ship's bow. The shame was unbearable. The voice from the National Fortune Arena echoed out. It shattered their defenses completely. Chosen one of Huaxia, please select, claim the territory of Sakura Nation or receive the reward? Lin Yang felt a pang of conflict upon hearing this. All territories had now been fully restored. Yet the available reward was exceptionally generous. This left Lin Yang at a loss. This warrants careful consideration. Just as Lin Yang was wrestling with his thoughts, inside the conference room of the imperial capital of Huaxia. Let's discuss it. Our chosen one is starting to waver. The leader's voice echoed through the room. Most of the assembled council members began discussing. I think reclaiming territory and collecting rewards are both viable options. The key is whether victory in the next round can be guaranteed. Exactly. Judging by the current momentum, our winning streak is a sure thing. And the land of cherry blossoms has also occupied territory that has belonged to our nation since ancient times. That is Ryukyu. My proposal is for the Chinese chosen ones to reclaim the Ryukyu Islands first. The other rewards can be claimed later. After listening to the discussion in the conference room, the boss finally spoke up. Alright. I've considered all your opinions and made my decision. That is, reclaim the Ryukyu Islands. Decisions on the rest will be made next time. The leader paused briefly. Zhang, send our proposal to the Chosen One via the National Fortune Arena's transmission platform. Soon, Lin Yang at the Chosen Arena received the discussion results from the Huaxia conference room. Alright, I choose to annex a piece of Sakura Nation territory, specifically the Ryukyu Islands. This was the first time the global audience in the livestream had heard of such a request. It's extremely rare for nations to specifically designate territories for annexation. I heard this was a tributary state of China since ancient times. No wonder the Chosen One of Huaxia made this choice. So do the Chinese know how they lost this territory? I'm afraid our historical records only offer a few vague words explaining the story of how this territory vanished. The exchanges among nations in the neutral livestream remained remarkably amicable. Most Huaxia citizens remain unaware of how this territory was seized by the Sakura people. But now, Lin Yang has finally reclaimed this territory. Does the Chinese chosen one wish to continue the challenge? How could Lin Yang pass up an opportunity to expand his advantage? Without hesitation, he chose to continue the challenge. Then, a cold system notification sounded. National Fortune Arena notice. The next round will activate Legion battles. The chosen one of Huaxia must redraw a general. Hearing this, Lin Yang froze. What the hell? System, don't you know General Zilon's leadership skills are also top-notch? Anger tinged Lin Yang's voice. He even wanted to curse under his breath. Unfortunately, the National Fortune Arena offered no response to Lin Yang's complaint. Lin Yang. Meanwhile, the Sakura Nation heard the news and rolled their eyes in delight. After his defeat, Ishida Ichiro finally perked up. Very well. Prepare to witness the military strategy of our great Sakura Nation. The military strategies of the great Sakura Nation. There's Lord Takeda Shinjin's wind, forest, fire, mountain, and Lord Oda Nobunaga's path of conquering the world through martial might. How do you intend to counter them? Upon hearing the Legion battle was about to commence, Ishida Ikiru sprang to life like a corpse rising, launching into a tirade against Lin Yang. Aren't they all just plagiarized from my great China? Don't think we don't know. I know it all. Seeing the other side get so cocky, Lin Yang wasn't about to let them off the hook. You. Just as Ishida Ikiru was about to speak, he was cut off. Both sides, draw your generals. Then let's see what your Japanese pirates' military strategy is all about. Come on. You Chinese dogs. The two men walked one after the other toward the opposite side of the battle platform. That is, before the round table. Their verbal sparring captured the attention of most viewers in the livestream chat. These cherry blossom devils are so arrogant. Exactly. They've lost so much territory, yet they still dare to talk tough. Those cherry blossom devils always have such sharp tongues. What I'm more curious about is Lin Yang saying Japan's military strategies are all plagiarized from us. Is that true? I think Lin Yang probably made that up to save face. Hey, you two upstairs, stop doubting Lin Yang. He might actually know our Chinese history. Meanwhile, in the Cherry Blossom Nation's livestream, the atmosphere was downright bizarre. This Ishida Ichiro is still spouting such nonsense. I'd love to see how you're going to lead us to victory. Trust our chosen one, this is a Legion war. That's right. We've already secured victories in Legion battles before this. Indeed. With China's shallow history, perhaps no one even knows what military strategy is. Exactly. The Chinese probably only know how to fight alone. The audience from the land of cherry blossoms finally breathed a sigh of relief at this point. For them, a rare opportunity. Chinese chosen one, I advise you not to get too cocky. Or you'll die a miserable death. We'll see who dies. After both sides exchanged trash talk, they began drawing their generals. The first to draw was Sakura Nation's Ishida Ichiro. 5 cards lay before him. Surprisingly, Ishida Ikiru made his choice swiftly. My choice is made. After uttering these words, revealed the card in his hand. The image depicted a general clad in crimson robes and armor, wearing a helmet adorned with antlers. He held a cross-shaped spear in his hand. Those with keen eyes could recognize him at a glance. That was the last great general of the Warring States period. Sanada Yukimura. Ishida Ichiro drew the card. Without waiting for the National Fortune Arena prompt, the introduction began. This noble lord. He is the renowned general of the late great Sakura Sengoku period, also hailed as the final hero of the Warring States chaos. He fought countless battles throughout his life, but his most famous was undoubtedly the Battle of Sekigahara. He held back the 100,000-strong Tokugawa army, preventing them from advancing an inch. From that day onward, his name echoed throughout the land. His true brilliance lay not in martial prowess, but in strategic genius. Though Sanada Yukimura lacked extensive battlefield experience, he possessed extraordinary talent and profound mastery of military strategy and tactics. After listening to Ishida Ichiro's introduction, Lin Yang remained utterly unmoved. Most military engagements in the Warring States period were nothing more than village skirmishes. Chapter 21, The Renowned General Against the Japanese Invaders. He had seen armies of this caliber countless times. The chosen one of Huaxia, please select your commander for battle. The voice of the National Fortune Arena finally sounded. Lin Yang would also draw a commander for the Huaxia side. I wonder if Lin Yang knows anything about this aspect of history. Exactly. This isn't a one-on-one duel, it's about commanders leading soldiers into battle. Exactly. I wonder who Lin Yang will choose this time. Honestly, I'm a bit worried this time. Me too. I'm afraid it might backfire. Could this be the end of our winning streak? The enemy has the last hero of Sakura. Stop being such a downer upstairs. I believe in our Huaxia team. Lin Yang merely glanced at the worries in the livestream chat. In an instant, he began drawing from the 5 cards before him. The 5 cards were Li Jinglong, Yang Dian, Xueyandu, Song Jiang, and Qi Jiguang. Seeing the first 4 cards, Lin Yang's heart sank considerably. Li Jinglong, dubbed the most gift-giving general in the Ming dynasty, Lin Yang found it awkwardly dark humor. Calling Li Jinglong the most self-destructive general in all of Chinese history wouldn't be an exaggeration. During the Jingnan campaign, his repeated suicidal charges cost the Ming over 100,000 elite troops. In the end, he even betrayed his master for personal glory, opening the gates of Nanjing to welcome Zhu Di's army as it approached the city. Lin Yang couldn't be bothered to spare him another glance. As for the remaining candidates, Yang Dian and Xueyandu, their historical reputations were passable, but they fell short of Lin Yang's expectations. Both generals were excessively brave but sorely lacking in strategic acumen. After all, Lin Yang had previously selected commanders of the caliber of Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun. Naturally, Lin Yang had no intention of choosing them. As for Song Jiang, Lin Yang wasn't sure whether he was based on the water margin version or the historical one. The water margin version could be a viable choice after all, he was the man gifted military manuals by the Nine Heavens mystic maiden. In terms of military strategy, he certainly wouldn't be lacking. The historical version, however, was merely a bandit leader. I choose Qi Jiguang. The moment Lin Yang saw Qi Jiguang, his decision was made. General Qi Jiguang's abilities were beyond question. Especially when facing the Japanese pirates. The chosen one of Huaxia has selected his commander. Please introduce him. Lin Yang had long been eager to share General Qi Jiguang's story. It was truly unfortunate that the people of Huaxia were unaware of this chapter of history. General Qi Jiguang was born during the Ming dynasty of our great Huaxia. He authored 2 pivotal military treatises, the New Book of Military Efficiency and the Practical Record of Military Training. His most significant achievements were resisting the invasions of the Wokou pirates and the Tartars. Among these, the fight against the Japanese pirates occupied the largest portion of General Qi Jiguang's life. Lin Yang paused here. By the way, the Wokou were an army composed of the ancestors of the Land of Cherry Blossoms and various pirates. As Lin Yang finished this remark, Ishida Ichiro's face twitched visibly, betraying deep anger. But constrained by the rules of the National Fortune Arena, he dared not say more. He could only continue listening to Lin Yang's account. Through multiple campaigns, the Japanese pirates were driven back into the sea. The most legendary battle was the Battle of Xiang Yu, where over 10,000 pirates were routed. More than 1,000 pirates were killed, 498 heads were taken, and 1 was captured alive, while our side suffered 24 casualties. How could such a lopsided ratio be achieved? It was because General Qi Jiguang employed his unique tactics, which proved unbeatable. After hearing Lin Yang's explanation, the Sakura Nation livestream immediately raised doubts. I suspect the chosen one from China is exaggerating. Exactly. How could ancient warfare possibly yield such a lopsided casualty ratio? The Chinese chosen one is making this up. We're in the clear. Why do I feel like it might be true? Their chosen ones rarely exaggerate. Countless Sakura Nation viewers flooded the chat with rebuttals. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Huaxia side's livestream was different. Lin Yang might actually be telling the truth. Hope all the historians watching can help out. Exactly. How could we not know about this history? What a shame. This should have been a source of pride for us Huaxia people. Don't put too much faith in him either. He might just be bragging. How much did you get paid to undermine morale? I'd guess around 500,000. Lin Yang glanced at the comments flooding both live streams. He felt like laughing. But he didn't show it, merely smiling at the camera. Both sides have drawn. Prepare for battle. The cold voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed. Please select your combat mode. Lin Yang knew nothing of the rules governing Legion battles. He could only follow the National Fortune Arena's voice guidance to the round table to draw the Legion War mode. First round draw, Legion Battle Combat Mode. Both parties, please place your hands on the circular table. After the National Fortune Arena's announcement concluded, Lin Yang and that Ishida Ichiro both placed their hands on the circular table. Ishida Ichiro's expression seemed to mock Lin Yang's lack of knowledge. You don't even know the rules of Legion battle. Let me tell you, you've already lost this round. The battle tactics of our great Sakura Nation are not something your petty little China could possibly comprehend. Ishida Ichiro's words matched his expression. Lin Yang couldn't be bothered to respond. After all, ignorance is no crime. Drawing begins. The moment the National Fortune Arena's voice echoed, a screen materialized above the circular table. It began flashing through the subtitles for the National Fortune Special Battle. Finally, it settled on the line for unrestricted combat. Drawing complete. Legion Battle, Unlimited Combat. As the name implies, absolutely no restrictions. A battle where both commanders fight freely. Second round of draws begins. The draw concerns the battle terrain. The National Fortune Arena continued to address Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro with its cold voice. Please place your hands on the circular table. The National Fortune Arena stated as per protocol. Drawing commences. The scrolling text finally settled on plain terrain combat. The National Fortune Arena draw concluded. Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro were in rare agreement. Their shared consensus was clear. They both felt certain of victory. This prompted a wave of complaints from the audience. Lin Yang didn't dwell on it. After all, he wasn't worried about losing this battle. It was just that unrestricted combat was a rare fighting style. Unrestricted combat truly tested a commander's skill. When both sides operate without restrictions, a commander's military discipline and experience become the sole principles for victory. No limits? Then let's try it. A faint smile touched Lin Yang's lips. Both sides, prepare for battle. The National Fortune Arena issued the command. The scene shifted from the round table to a vast plain. The entire arena could be retracted beneath the ground. Not a single obstacle obstructed the view. The ground was perfectly level, making it impossible to set any ambushes. Whether deploying formations or launching surprise attacks, nothing would hinder the combatants. This is unrestricted combat on open terrain. It's about to begin. Lin Yang exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 22: The Disadvantages of Plains Warfare. I've been waiting for this moment. Madness flashed in Ishida Ichiro's eyes. This was the battle he saw as his chance to wipe away all humiliation. Since this is an unrestricted battle, neither side may summon a deputy commander. The voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed once more. The cold voice left both combatants numb. Both Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro now burned with anticipation for the fight to begin. Two beams of light appeared in succession. This time, the radiance was brighter than any previous instance. Sanada Yukimura and Shi Jiguan materialized on the battlefield, each commanding countless soldiers. Sanada Yukimura's special ability Last Hero activated. Effect: after losing 50% of troops in battle, the unit will not collapse and will gain a 120% boost to close combat prowess. This ability of Sanada Yukimura gave Lin Yang a start. No wonder Sanada Yukimura could emerge unscathed from countless battles. He's quite skilled. Lin Yang wasn't afraid, though. He now eagerly anticipated Shi Jiguan's special bond. Shi Jiguan's special ability Not for titles do I strive, but for cease to calm has been activated. Effect: combat strength increases by 200% when facing foreign armies. After hearing the system's description, his heart surged with wild joy. This was truly divine intervention. He didn't even bother to overthink the implications of this effect. What did a 200% boost even mean? Only two words came to mind. Overpowered. Though Sanada Yukimura wasn't comparable to those Japanese pirates who invaded the Ming dynasty of China, he was still a Japanese pirate. This effect's power is off the charts. Truly the man who wiped out the Japanese pirates. This trait alone shows just how devastatingly General Shi Jiguan crushed the pirates back then. Such terrifying power fluctuations. But Lin Yang couldn't help but think to himself. General Shi Jiguan was that formidable. How much more formidable must military deities like Bai Qi, Han Xayan, Li Jing, and Sun Wu be? And how formidable would Western military geniuses like Emperor Napoleon, Alexander the Great, Hannibal, and Scythia be? When facing them in the future, how spectacular would the battles between them be? Lin Yang couldn't even bring himself to imagine his current situation. Holy crap! Just hearing the name General Shi Jiguan tells you how powerful that ability is. Exactly. An inch longer means an inch stronger. Those in the know get it. His ability to suppress foreign tribes is terrifying. What does 200% even mean? That Sanada Yukimura ability isn't weak either. Even at 120%, it's still impressive. Sanada Yukimura is practically a Pirate King level figure. Meanwhile, the focus in Sakura Nation was quite different. Lord Sanada Yukimura's power is so formidable. Truly the last hero of the entire Sakura Sengoku era. What does hero even mean? It's way better than those long, incomprehensible terms the Chinese use. Exactly. Those Huaxia people are so phony. They have to write poetry even in the heat of battle. That's what nations without history are like. I've already bought sashimi and sake to celebrate our victory. Battle commences. The National Fortune Arena gave the command. The soldiers led by both commanders immediately entered combat mode. Both Shi Jiguan and Sanada Yukimura were seasoned commanders with extensive combat experience. They did not rush their troops into an immediate assault. Instead, each commanded the formation of their troops. Ordering soldiers to charge forward recklessly is the act of bandits. Sanada Yukimura commanded a larger cavalry force. The ratio of heavy cavalry to light cavalry was roughly 7-2. The heavy cavalry wore red armor and helmets adorned with antlers. They carried firearms at their waists and wielded cross-shaped spears. The light cavalry wielded sabers and firearms. Under Sanada Yukimura's command, they spread out on both flanks, poised to reap the spoils after the heavy cavalry launched the initial assault. The rear ranks of Sanada Yukimura's army comprised archers. In Sanada Yukimura's battle strategy, these soldiers would launch the initial assault, aiming to break through the Chinese formation. Opposite Sanada Yukimura. General Qi Jiguang beckoned to the standard bearers beside him. The soldiers Qi Jiguang brought this time were not randomly assembled from the national fortune arena. Rather, they represent the most elite warriors each commander has forged through a lifetime of battle. Each one capable of holding their own against any foe. They looked formidable. Qi Jiguang's armor bore embroidered dragons, radiating an indescribable might. Formed the Mandarin Duck Formation. Qi Jiguang commanded the standard bearers beside him. The standard bearers immediately waved their command flags. They danced the flag signals. In an instant, all soldiers sprang into action. To the untrained eye, the soldiers appeared to be in complete disarray. But from Lin Yang's vantage point on the high platform, these soldiers were forming a tactical formation highly advantageous in both hill and plain warfare. It was the Mandarin Duck Formation. 12 men formed a squad, with the squad leader at the front. The remaining soldiers wielded long shields, bamboo shields, pikes, spears, short swords, with the rear guard being musketeers. This formation could utilize all 18 types of weapons. In close quarters combat, the land of cherry blossoms would suffer heavy losses. The front ranks formed a chariot formation once more. 4 men pushed each war chariot, which carried palisades and firearms. Qi Jiguang's troops were entirely composed of infantry. Meanwhile, Sanada Yukimura of the land of cherry blossoms commanded forces predominantly composed of cavalry units. In open field combat, cavalry held an overwhelming advantage. On open terrain with no obstacles, once cavalry charged, ordinary infantry would quickly collapse. What the hell? I have a feeling we're going to lose. This is open field warfare. General Qi Jiguang's all-infantry formation won't even withstand the Japanese Devil's first charge. This is war. Damn it! How can General Qi Jiguang's troops be so weak? Can they even fight? The land of cherry blossoms erupted in uproar. Ha 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 ha. Witnessing this scene, Sanada Yukimura couldn't help but burst into laughter. He truly looked down on China. He believed their combat skills were as weak as pigs. His lifelong cautious nature vanished. In his eyes, Qi Jiguang's troops didn't even have heavy infantry. A simple charge would suffice. Sanada Yukimura believed Qi Jiguang's forces would collapse instantly. Follow my command. Sanada Yukimura bellowed. His troops had already formed their charge formation. Charge! Sanada Yukimura gave the command. His heavy cavalry charged forward in the vanguard. And he himself rode at the very forefront of the heavy cavalry formation. Leading from the front. That had always been Sanada Yukimura's way. Boom! 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 The heavy cavalry's charge was swift. The ground trembled beneath their hooves. After Sanada Yukimura's heavy cavalry broke through. Following Sanada Yukimura's battle strategy, light cavalry also closed in on Qi Jiguang's forces. Archers and crossbowmen in the rear began firing. Having seized the advantage on the open plain, Sanada Yukimura would give Qi Jiguang no chance to catch his breath. Charge! Now! Well timed. A smile spread across Qi Jiguang's face. We fear not the Woku's arrival. We fear only their cowardice in refusing to attack. Chapter 23, Plains Offensive and Defense. Qi's army resists the Woku. Today, let the Japanese pirates see what we're made of. Boom! Qi Jiguang flickered his wrist and his warhorse let out a thunderous neigh. Then the entire Qi army slammed their weapons to the ground and roared in unison. Roar! The soldiers roared in unison, their thunderous cry like a tidal wave that nearly shook the heavens themselves. What ferocity! Watching Qi Jiguang's troops, the audience in the land of cherry blossoms began to tremble. Perhaps this was the special buff effect of the Qi army. Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro stood atop the elevated platform, had a clear view of the entire battlefield. At that moment, the heavy cavalry under Sanada Yukimura had already charged to the front of Qi Jiguang's formation. Charge! Crush Qi Jiguang's formation. Kill them all. In Sanada Yukimura's eyes, this Qi family army formation was nothing but paper thin. They were utterly. And with so many archers firing upon the Qi army's formation from the rear, they could slaughter them at will. The soldiers of the Qi army had long been prepared for battle. Across the entire plain, the clanging of steel filled the air. When Sanada Yukimura's heavy cavalry encountered the Qi family army's established chariot formations and flanking cavalry, in an instant, the front ranks of Sanada Yukimura's ironclad cavalry lost their balance. They crashed straight to the ground. The soldiers behind the Qi family army's chariot formation weren't idle either. The moment the armored cavalry fell, they rushed forward, using their spears to stab each fallen soldier to death. Unable to break through the Qi army's formation, Sanada Yukimura ultimately ordered his heavy cavalry to retreat for the time being. This allowed him to preserve his fighting strength. Such heavy cavalry, in any era, were the prized assets of all generals. If they had forced another attempt to break through, Sanada Yukimura's face darkened with grim determination. His gaze fell upon Qi Jiguang. His eyes burned with resentment. He never imagined Shi Jiguang could deploy such formidable defenses. Even his own heavy cavalry couldn't breach the defenses. This situation infuriated Sanada Yukimura to no end. Yet Sanada Yukimura refused to give up. Flank! Charge! Since the heavy cavalry couldn't break through the Qi family army's chariot formation, the light cavalry deployed on the flanks earlier was now Sanada Yukimura's only hope. Even the arrows fired by the rear archers were blocked one by the large shields behind the Qi army's chariot formation. Such an impenetrable defense. Watching this, Lin Yang couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Both live streams were so engrossed in this spectacular battle that viewers had no time to type comments or send bullet messages. They could only watch the live footage to grasp the intensity of the clash. The sheer intensity of the battle completely surpassed all viewers' expectations. Originally, everyone had assumed this kind of battle would be utterly boring. After all, light infantry on open plains were practically fodder for cavalry. Moreover, Sanada Yukimura commanded a substantial force of heavy cavalry. At Sanada Yukimura's command, the flanking light cavalry charged once more. During the charge, they also fired the one-handed firearms strapped to their waists. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out. The soldiers under Sanada Yukimura's command were elite among elites. Their coordination was seamless. After a volley of musket fire, the light cavalrymen swiftly holstered their firearms. There was no other option. The firearms carried in that era could only fire once. Moreover, reloading took far too much time. Soldiers simply had no time to reload ammunition during such tense moments. Shield up! Shi Jiguang roared. The large shield bearers in the Yuanyang formation swiftly raised their shields to block the musket fire. Another series of thuds echoed as the shields absorbed the bullets. Remarkably, this volley inflicted no casualties on Qi's troops. Any keen observer could see. This was all thanks to Shi Jiguang's astute deployment. However, the most critical factor in this battle was whether the Qi army's flanks could continue to hold. Sanada Yukimura's light cavalry had already charged to the very edge of Shi Jiguang's flank. Spearmen! Prepare! Shi Jiguang continued to command. The command fell. With a sharp rustle, every spearman in the 12-man squad stood at attention. Each now held a long, black muzzle in hand. Without armor to protect them, the light cavalry's horses, though blindfolded, they remained defenseless against the thrusts of the spears. In Shi Jiguang's eyes, Sanada Yukimura's charge was tantamount to suicide. Yet the light cavalry pressed on relentlessly. They pressed forward relentlessly. Shi Jiguang was astonished by the remarkable willpower of the cavalry under Sanada Yukimura of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Originally, when defending against the Tartar cavalry, after the first wave of charges, they would likely have scattered. Yet Sanada Yukimura's cavalry kept charging. They relentlessly closed in on Shi Jiguang's formation. Similarly, Shi Jiguang's own spearmen, though they could not halt the enemy's charge, they refused to yield an inch. Until the wolf spearmen and halberdiers under General Shi Jiguang launched their own assault. Such unconventional weapons instantly brought down Sanada Yukimura's warhorse and weapons to the ground. Without their mounts, the cavalry became lambs awaiting slaughter. One after another, they were cut down. When Sanada Yukimura saw his soldiers fall, he was overcome with rage, his fury boiling over. A thunderous roar. Charge, heavy cavalry! Charge! Kill! Sanada Yukimura could endure no longer. Watching his men fall like this, no one could bear it. Moreover, this was his last chance to fight back. Half of his legion had already fallen. His buff had successfully activated. That was the final hero's 120% enhancement. If things continued this way, Sanada Yukimura's legion would surely be annihilated. Sanada Yukimura knew. If his side suffered another defeat, then the course of the battle would leave only a dead end. Charge! Charge! Sanada Yukimura roared. Yet to Shi Jiguang, this counterattack seemed as trivial as child's play. His buff was amplified by 200%. This was no joke. His ability to resist foreign invaders was overwhelmingly formidable. Not only did Shi Jiguang show no trace of fear, instead, his expression grew even more heroic. At this critical moment, it's either you die or I perish. Prepare! Shi Jiguang bellowed, ordering his soldiers to prepare for battle. Continue repelling the enemy through defensive counterattacks. Seeing this, a flash of ruthlessness flickered in Sanada Yukimura's eyes. Charge! He bellowed immediately. As Sanada Yukimura gave the charge command, he himself charged toward Shi Jiguang's formation, spear in hand. Charge! Sanada Yukimura swung his spear. Spears clashed in a flurry of motion. In an instant, Sanada Yukimura had already penetrated the Mandarin duck formation. He had expected the formation to be extremely dense. Yet the moment he entered, he found himself instantly surrounded by the spreading formation of the Qi family army's Yin Yang formation. My life is forfeit! Sanada Yukimura cried out. Chapter 24, Spiritual Energy Level Up. Yet, at that very moment, a musket was already aimed squarely at Sanada Yukimura's head. Bang! The bullet left the barrel. One bullet struck a personal guard standing beside Sanada Yukimura. The bullet instantly pierced the guard's face. That was close. Sanada Yukimura truly felt a dark sense of relief. Had he not been struck by that musket just now, his own skull would likely be shattered by now. Yet how could the Qi army pass up this chance to claim the enemy commander's head? Wave after wave charged forward, rushing towards Sanada Yukimura's position. Sanada Yukimura wasn't one to be pushed around. His martial prowess was undeniable. He swung his cross-shaped spear left and right, trying to break through the encirclement. At that very moment, Qi Jiguang, spear in hand, had already charged forward with his personal guard, closing in on Sanada Yukimura. Ha! Qi Jiguang roared with fury, bringing his blade crashing down. The blade flashed with a piercing glint. Its edge was fully exposed. The blade aimed straight for Sanada Yukimura's throat. Ah! Sanada Yukimura cried out. He frantically raised his cross-shaped spear to block the strike. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. That cross-shaped spear was cleaved clean in two by Qi Jiguang's Miao sword. Ha! Now you know the might of Chinese swordsmanship. Qi Jiguang snarled viciously. His hatred for the Japanese pirates remained undiminished even on the national fortune arena. He had witnessed their rampages of burning, killing, and plundering along China's coastlines time and again. Therefore, whenever he confronted the pirates, he never held back. Only their complete annihilation counted as victory. Sanada Yukimura was somewhat battered, but still safe. Seeing this, Qi Jiguang didn't hesitate. He swung his Miao sword once more and charged forward. This time, he held nothing back, striking with all his might. Sanada Yukimura watched Qi Jiguang charging toward him and couldn't help but marvel inwardly, is this the legendary, invincible Qi army? Sanada Yukimura was no ordinary man. In this moment, he did not beg for mercy. Instead, he closed his eyes and awaited death. Qi Jiguang's Miao sword showed no mercy. With a single, straight downward strike, in the blink of an eye, Sanada Yukimura's body was cleaved clean in two. This was the essence of the Qi family's sword technique. One stroke. Channeling the power of waste in horse, it cleaves iron like mud. General Qi Jiguang is mighty. Seeing Qi Jiguang dispatch Sanada Yukimura with a single stroke, the Qi family army's personal guards erupted in cheers. Qi Jiguang roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. It's been ages since I felt such exhilaration, ha ha ha. With that roar, Qi Jiguang declared with soaring spirit. Sweep away the enemy. Today is the day. Hearing Qi Jiguang's roar, every soldier under his command flushed with bloodlust. After all, this was a golden opportunity to reap enemy heads. No one would let it slip away. Oh. Kill. Right. Wipe out the enemy scum and avenge our fallen brothers. General Qi Jiguang is mighty. The Qi army will surely triumph. The soldiers of the Qi army shouted in unison. Meanwhile, the forces of the land of cherry blossoms, having lost their commander, they became like headless flies. They were utterly disoriented. They were swept away in waves by Qi Jiguang's forces. They were utterly disorganized. At that moment, Lin Yang looked up once more. The arrogance that had once graced Ishida Ichiro's face was gone. Instead, it bore a look of utter despondency. For Ishida Ichiro knew this battle was over. The land of cherry blossoms had lost once more. Defeated by their sworn enemy, China. At that moment, on the plain below the viewing platform, the Qi army continued to mow down Sanada Yukimura's cavalry. One by one, they were struck down from their horses by thrusts and blows, only to be finished off with final stabs. Until the very end. Sanada Yukimura's last hero ability proved utterly ineffective against Qi Jiguang's not for titles do I fight, but for cease calm and still. Perhaps this was the inevitable outcome of overwhelming numerical superiority. Match over. With Sakura Nation's casualties reaching 80%, the arena declares Sakura Nation defeated. The voice of the National Fortune Arena finally echoed, bringing an end to this one-sided slaughter of Sakura Nation by Huaxia Nation. The most devastated audience at this moment was undoubtedly the viewers in Sakura's live stream room. We've lost again. Damn it! Damn it all! How could our great Sakura Nation suffer such humiliation? We thought we could win. But this is how it ends. China must have used some kind of cheat. They're the best at that. I agree. Those Chinese are just despicable. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia live stream room. This is great. What was General Qi Jiguang's army called again? The Qi family army. Got it? Holy crap. That's insane. Yeah. What a bizarre tactic. See? I told you so. How could we Chinese possibly lose? Trusting Lin Yang is the right call. After a brief celebration in the Huaxia live stream room, everyone began waiting to see what choice Lin Yang would make in the next round. We won. Phew. Amidst the roaring cheers, the Qi family army erupted in cheers. The Qijia army's triumphant cheers over the land of cherry blossoms. Revel in this victory while you can. You've earned it. Lin Yang roared with laughter. At that moment, Lin Yang's blood was boiling with excitement. Even the usually stern General Qi Jiguang joined in the cheers. General Qi, you've worked hard. Lin Yang called out loudly. At that moment, General Qi Jiguang gave a slight nod. Then Qi Jiguang returned to his own camp. Alongside the multitude of soldiers, he transformed back into card form. The battle has concluded. Huaxia Nation emerges victorious. The Huaxia Chosen One may now select either to claim the reward or devour Sakura Nation's territory. Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Yang did not rush to make a decision. Instead, he lowered his head and began deep contemplation. After a long while, Lin Yang finally exhaled a breath of stale air. His mind had reached a decision. China is no barbaric nation like Sakura. I choose to claim the reward. Lin Yang had already made his calculations. Conquering the tiny cherry blossom nation's territory would be over after just a few victories. As for the reward he'd claimed, Lin Yang was genuinely curious about its true effects. The conference room in the capital of Huaxia. That kid Lin Yang, he's done a pretty decent job this time. The leader nodded slightly, showing his approval of Lin Yang. Indeed. Claiming the reward was the right move. After our recent string of victories, there's no need to keep provoking them. Provocation matters little. What truly counts is international influence. Our principles differ from those of Sakura Nation. We won't gamble our nation's fate. The other council members in the conference room all expressed agreement. Old Chen also nodded slightly and remarked. This youngster's every battle on the national fortune arena has provided our historical research team with fresh insights. We've successfully filled in some missing pieces of history. Hearing Old Chen's voice, the leader remarked, excellent. Well done. The Huaxia faction chooses to claim the reward. Effect obtained, spiritual energy level increase. Chapter 25, The Flying General of the Great Han. Spiritual energy increase? What is that? Lin Yang from Huaxia chose this reward. It must be something good. It must have some special effect. The Huaxia populace began speculating. But such speculation was useless. Because the rewards for the current national fortune arena hadn't been implemented yet. Instead, an announcement was made directly. The announcement was straightforward. Please remain calm after claiming your rewards, citizens of Huaxia. This is a normal occurrence for the national fortune arena rewards. The moment this announcement was released, the entire populace of Huaxia was instantly filled with excitement. Rewards have been distributed. The voice of the national fortune arena echoed once more. At that very moment, in a hospital within Jinling City of China, an elderly man on the brink of death suddenly opened his eyes. Where am I? The old man's frail voice echoed through the room. His gaze swept around the room, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. Why am I in a hospital? Am I still alive? Since falling unconscious that day, the old man struggled to make sense of the events unfolding before him. Old Li. You're awake. Wonderful. The history of China is saved. At that moment, several doctors and nurses in white coats rushed into the room, their faces beaming with joy as they looked at the elderly man in the bed. They were renowned medical experts from China, and the people accompanying them had also gathered at the bedside. The hospital room and the accompanying medical staff alone made it clear that this was no ordinary place. This elderly man was a historian who had already made significant progress in reconstructing the history of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. Now, thanks to the enhanced spiritual energy reward chosen by Lin Yang, he had regained his senses. Not only Old Li, but many other elderly individuals, children, and adults. All benefited from this increase in spiritual energy levels. The elderly experienced extended longevity, while adults and children saw both their minds and bodies grow stronger. This effect is incredibly powerful. Don't you feel your bodies getting lighter? Me too. My body feels so much stronger I can even dunk now. My elderly relative was practically at death's door, but now they can get out of bed and walk. Can you feel it too? Every ordinary person felt the effects of the spiritual energy level increase. Discussions were raging across major forums. And this is merely the effect of spirit energy level 1. If Lin Yang continues claiming rewards, the boost would become even more pronounced. Eventually, the vision of all of China becoming cultivators wouldn't be a mere fantasy. As for Old Li, after regaining consciousness, he immediately set to work reconstructing the history of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Meanwhile, in the capital, the leader's heart surged with excitement upon hearing the news. Excellent! Excellent! Once we restore the history of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, no one in our Chinese nation will dare question our 5,000 years of history. Upon hearing this news, the leader burst into hearty laughter. Though modern technology had made the Huaxia nation more powerful and splendid than ever, certain aspects still felt incomplete. Take history, for instance. It was like a bottleneck. This was a hidden vulnerability for China. Now, China finally had an opportunity to reconstruct the history of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. to let the world witness China's grandeur and might. At this moment, the leader's emotions were also surging. He immediately issued orders to summon all major media outlets. The news of restoring China's history must be released, and express gratitude for Lin Yang's tireless efforts over these past days. Within the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang was responding to the classic 3 questions of the National Fortune Arena. The first question had already been answered and the reward claimed. For the second question, Lin Yang had no intention of retaining the general. Instead, he intended to draw new generals to confront the attack from the land of cherry blossoms. He would make the cherry blossom nation concede defeat wholeheartedly. Does the chosen one of Huaxia wish to continue the challenge? Faced with this question, Lin Yang nodded. With such a significant advantage, how could Lin Yang not press his advantage? The next battle. Lin Yang's plan was to seize a piece of territory from Sakura Nation, and let the cherry blossom nation taste the agony of losing its territory. Unlike the Ryukyu Islands, this time, he aimed to seize the core territory of the cherry blossom nation. The next round of Legion battles commences. Both sides, select your combat mode. Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro. First round selection begins. The first round draw is Legion War Unlimited Combat Mode. Commanders may bring lieutenants. After the National Fortune Arena's announcement, the screens on the round table began flashing subtitles about the National Fortune Special Battle. Finally, it settled on the line for unrestricted combat. What a chance! Unrestricted combat again? Doesn't seem like there's much chance of losing. I don't get why Lin Yang replaced General Qi. How can he treat something as important as the arena so casually? Yeah, I don't get it either. But that spiritual energy level draw earlier? I gained a lot from it. So I won't question Lin Yang anymore. Regarding Lin Yang's decision, some viewers watching the livestream voiced objections. But the majority remained supportive. After all, everyone present had personally experienced the terror of Sakura Nation's rule, which is why they agreed. Ishida Ichiro, however, reacted differently upon hearing the outcome. He visibly relaxed, a hint of relief washing over his face. In his eyes, China still lacked a solid historical foundation. Even if the Legion battle was won, it was merely a fluke. If he could draw powerful leaders like Takeda Shingen, Oda Nobunaga, or Tokugawa Ieyasu, he was certain he would never lose again. Lin Yang, I can't wait for the next round. Your time is up. Ishida Ichiro spoke, a cold smile curling his lips. Lin Yang, however, narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Ishida Ichiro. He never believed that Ishida Ichiro, representing the land of cherry blossoms, would give up so easily. After all, they were so warlike. Second round draw begins. The draw concerns terrain. The subtitles flashed across the screen once more. The drawn terrain is plains. Lin Yang was startled by this result. Neither round had changed the terrain or combat mode. But this time, Lin Yang had a strategy in mind. That was to draw upon China's most elite cavalry units. Teach those cherry blossom bastards what true ancient battlefield cavalry charge power looks like. Sanada Yukimura's abilities were still child's play in the presence of China's heroes. Both sides, select your commanders. The National Fortune Arena announced. Immediately, 5 cards appeared before each side, awaiting their selection. Lin Yang was the first to open his 5 cards for inspection. The first thing that caught his eye was a name. A name known to every Chinese person in his previous life. The flying general of the Han dynasty. Li Guang. Seeing that name, Lin Yang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Holy! How lucky is that? The very first one is Li Guang? Chapter 26, The Delusion of Crushing China. It wasn't just Lin Yang who was stunned. The crowd watching the livestream erupted in chaos. Li Guang. Holy crap! It's actually Li Guang? This is insane. He's going to defy the heavens. Hey, you guys upstairs? Do you know this general? No idea. But seeing his nickname Flying General already makes him seem extraordinary. Exactly. And seeing how shocked Lin Yang looks, I just knew something big was up. Lin Yang had no time to read the comments in the Huaxia livestream chat. He wanted to see the remaining 4 cards. Though Flying General Li Guang was formidable, he wasn't powerful enough to make Lin Yang choose him impulsively. The greatest flaw in Flying General Li Guang's military career was his repeated instances of getting lost in the northern deserts, which led to unfavorable outcomes in battles. He was a commander who excelled more in defense. With that thought, Lin Yang turned his attention to the next card. The unconquered general of Yanmen Pass, Chang Bushi. Lin Yang nodded slightly upon seeing this warrior's name. He too was a fierce warrior of the Han dynasty, yet he still fell short of Lin Yang's expectations. He promptly flipped over the third card. Zhong Shidao, the renowned general of the late northern Song dynasty. Most of his career was spent fighting the Western Xia and Liao dynasties. He wasn't the ideal choice in Lin Yang's mind either. Without pause, Lin Yang turned over the remaining cards. 4 bold characters came into view. Unrivaled under heaven. Lu Fengxian. Lin Yang's eyes lit up at the sight of this name. This was undoubtedly the foremost martial artist of the Three Kingdoms era. Not only was his martial prowess unmatched, Lu Fengxian's battle tactics were also formidable. He commanded elite forces like Gao Shun's frontline corps, while his generals Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and others were formidable warriors in their own right. Choose Lu Bu? Lin Yang felt torn inside. Forget it. Let's just flip the next card and see who it is. With that, Lin Yang flipped over the final card among the 5. In the end, Lin Yang decided to follow his heart. The card was flipped open. But this card turned out to be beyond Lin Yang's expectations. Or rather, it would be no surprise if it had greatly shocked him. The great Qin warrior Meng Tian. Faced with so many outstanding choices, Lin Yang felt a pleasant dilemma. Who should I choose? Lin Yang was deeply conflicted. Lin Yang knew some of Meng Tian's stories. He had once defeated Xiang Yu cavalry using chariots and crossbows. Leading 300,000 infantry and cavalry into decisive battle against the Xiang Yu, Meng Tian used chariots to break through their lines, unleashed a volley of 10,000 crossbows, and followed up with infantry and cavalry to rout the enemy. The Xiang Yu fled northward over 700 li and dared not invade the south for many years. Yet even that was not enough. Later, when Meng Tian garrisoned the Great Wall, the mere mention of his name struck fear into the hearts of the Xiang Yu. I wonder what choice the land of cherry blossoms will make. Lin Yang glanced in the direction of Ishida Ichiro as this thought crossed his mind. This time, Ishida Ichiro remained remarkably composed. He showed no sign of revealing his own choice. Perhaps his repeated premature popping of champagne had taught him a lesson. After wrestling with the decision for a while, Lin Yang finally made his choice. After all, his original plan had been to use the Iron Cavalry to teach the land of cherry blossoms a lesson in what true cavalry was. Given this premise, Lu Bu's Iron Cavalry of Bingzhou combined with the formidable capabilities of the frontline camp were more than sufficient to demonstrate to the land of cherry blossoms what a true cavalry force could achieve. Another factor was the National Fortune Arena's mechanisms, which sufficiently ensured Lu Bu wouldn't defect. Choice confirmed. Lu Bu. Lin Yang silently confirmed in his mind. As if responding to Lin Yang's choice, the National Fortune Arena. It immediately declared, both chosen ones, reveal your selections. With that command, Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro simultaneously revealed the generals they had selected. The general in Ishida Ichiro's hand wore ornate armor and carried a command sword at his waist. 4 large characters were inscribed upon it. Jia Pei's tiger. Below them was the name. Takeda Shingen. Seeing this choice, the Sakura Nation livestream went wild. Ha ha ha. My hunch was spot on, it's Takeda Shingen after all. Awesome. General Takeda Shingen is the ultimate military strategist of our great Sakura Nation. Wind, forest, fire, mountain. Swift as the wind, steady as the forest, fierce as fire, immovable as a mountain. Lord Takeda Shingen's 4 flags of wind, forest, fire, mountain, how could they lose? Ha ha. Now I can rest easy. Ishida Ichiro has finally made his choice. After reading the comments in the live stream from the land of cherry blossoms, Ishida Ichiro's expression finally eased considerably. Now, the domestic backlash against his decision had significantly subsided. Though he remained unaffected within the national fortune space, he still feared his family might be threatened. Please have the chosen one of Sakura country introduce their chosen commander. The National Fortune Arena's prompt snapped Ishida Ichiro back to his senses. He promptly began his introduction. Lord Takeda Shingen is hailed as the foremost military strategist of the Warring States period in Sakura. Throughout his life, he fought in countless battles, and his extraordinary military prowess secured victory in numerous campaigns. During the Warring States period, after Lord Takeda Shingen first took the field at 16, he fought over 80 battles. In these conflicts, he was forced into a defensive posture only 3 times, the rest were all offensives. Throughout his life, he adhered to the war philosophy of wind, forest, fire, mountain. This clearly demonstrates his extraordinary military and political talents. After listening to Ishida Ichiro's introduction, Lin Yang scoffed. What wind, forest, fire, mountain? It's nothing but plagiarism of our Chinese art of war by Sun Tzu. Lin Yang's bluntness silenced Ishida Ichiro outright. However, Ishida Ichiro truly didn't know how to refute it. As a historian, he actually agreed with Lin Yang's words. After all, China's achievements in these cultural domains were simply too monumental. Whether in military strategy or governance, Chinese civilization far surpassed that of any contemporary nation. Although after that catastrophe, the land of cherry blossoms denied and destroyed all historical records concerning China. But as a participant, he knew everything. The chosen one of China, please introduce your selected commander. Hearing this call, Lin Yang ignored the verbal sparring with Ishida Ichiro. He introduced Lu Bu, courtesy name Feng Xian, the foremost martial artist of the late Eastern Han Dynasty. The Iron Cavalry of Bing Province he commanded swept across the land, unmatched in their era. When it came to Lu Bu's glorious exploits, Lin Yang was not one to hold back his words. In one legendary battle, he single-handedly fought three of the most formidable generals of the era, an encounter known to history as the Three Heroes vs. Lu Bu. After hearing Lin Yang's introduction, Ishida Ichiro breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, the greatest warrior? That means his military strategy isn't that strong, right? As long as Lu Bu wasn't more formidable than the land of cherry blossoms, that was fine. This was a legion battle. It's a contest of wits. That was precisely how Ishida Ichiro saw it. No matter how formidable your martial prowess, you're still a novice when it comes to tactics. Moreover, he was confident that Sakura Nation's strength would crush Lu Bu's forces. Chapter 27, The Iron Cavalry of Bingzhou. After coming to this realization, Ishida Ichiro finally broke into a smile. Lin Yang's introduction, however, made no mention of Lu Bu's infamous past as a traitor who served three masters. After all, this was representing China in the competition. Lin Yang had no intention of embarrassing himself. At this moment, Lin Yang was feeling pretty nervous too. Both sides have been introduced. The battle is about to begin. The National Fortune Arena's announcement concluded. Both combatants teleported from the circular table map to the open plains. Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro both found themselves atop two elevated platforms. Their field of vision remained unchanged, allowing them to see the entire National Fortune Arena at a glance. The two opponents stood facing each other atop their respective platforms. As two beams of intense light descended upon the ground, Lu Bu and Takeda Shingen materialized on the plain terrain. They came to a halt several dozen meters apart. Lu Bu stared at Takeda Shingen. He could scarcely believe that such a short man, barely 5 feet tall, could actually represent the land of cherry blossoms in battle. Lu Bu was utterly astonished. After all, though Japan was considered a second-rate nation, it still boasted a large population and considerable strength. Soon, the voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded again. Both chosen ones, please select your lieutenants. Upon hearing this announcement, Ishida Ichiro and Lin Yang both froze. What the hell? Could the National Fortune Arena now allow the selection of lieutenants for battle? This added variable was nothing short of monumental. Upon hearing this news, he immediately made his decision. Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, Zhang Ba. Zhang Liao, in particular, possessed formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. At Xiaoyao Ford, facing Sun Quan's 100,000 elite Eastern Wu warriors, he led 800 cavalry to charge the enemy camp, shattering Sun Quan's 100,000 strong force and striking such terror into the hearts of the Eastern Wu that even their children dared not cry. This was a classic defensive counterattack. Meanwhile, Gao Shan commanded the frontline camp, renowned for its formidable offensive prowess. Every soldier possessed a fearless, death-defying spirit. Zhang Ba's fortress defense skills were particularly outstanding. Having risen from the Yellow Turban rebels, he ultimately achieved great deeds by serving under Cao Cao, a testament to his capabilities. As for the Sakura Nation side, Ichiro Ishida still struggled to select a capable general from the Takeda 24 generals to serve as his deputy. After much deliberation, he finally selected Matsuba Nobufusa, Nato Masatoyo, Takeda Nobushige. With the Cherry Blossom Nation's selection of lieutenants complete, the battle between the two sides was about to erupt. Battle preparations commence. The voice echoed from the National Fortune Arena. Each commander's 3,000 troops landed on the plain set up by the National Fortune Arena. Holy crap! They even brought their deputy commanders. This battlefield situation feels incredibly dynamic. Even with only 3,000 troops each, the fighting will be spectacular. Still hoping our Huaxia side wins. That Lu Bu with his thick eyebrows and piercing eyes. He looks like a fierce tiger. Exactly. Let those cherry blossoms taste our might. Teach them not to mess with the Chinese tiger's whiskers. Chinese netizens' aggressiveness has never been weak. They even stormed into the Japanese livestream chat to unleash their attacks. With the clatter of keyboards, the Japanese livestream was instantly overrun by Chinese netizens. Oomph. Arrogant Chinese. You'll get to experience our rise and fall too. Destroy China. The few scattered counterattacks from Japan were drowned out beneath the flood of Chinese comments. In that instant, Japan had effectively lost control of its own livestream. Of course, the Sakura Nation's official broadcasters hadn't given up yet. But the barrage of comments in the Chinese side's livestream was so overwhelming that it severely disrupted their ability to watch the broadcast. The officials immediately stepped in to clean up the Chinese side's bullet comments. Only then did things finally settle down. Both sides, please proceed to the deployment phase. On the open plain terrain, Zhang Liao, clad in navy blue armor, stood beside Lu Bu. He respectfully inquired, General Fengxian, what strategy do you propose for today's battle? Lu Bu stroked the large red feather on his head and declared, what strategy is needed? Today we fight to slay our foes with abandon. For every enemy head taken, 100 coins shall be rewarded. After answering Zhang Liao's question, Lu Bu declared loudly, In Lu Bu's eyes, these cavalrymen clad in gaudy armor and bearing banners of unknown origin stood no chance against his iron cavalry of Bingzhou. Therefore, he didn't need to waste brainpower strategizing. Charge directly. Ha! Ha ha! Ha! Ha ha! Ha! Ha ha! All of Lu Bu's iron cavalry of Bingzhou heard his voice. That voice, like a great bell. All responded in unison to their commander's call. As the cry rang out, the Bingzhou iron cavalry sprang into action. They gripped their reins tightly, reining in their powerful steeds, preparing to charge. Even Takeda Shinjen of the Land of Cherry Blossoms, who was in the midst of strategic adjustments, was startled by the sound of Lu Bu's Bingzhou iron cavalry. They never imagined the cavalry of the Huaxia faction could be so formidable. Damn it! This cavalry is no ordinary force. Everyone, be cautious. He warned the generals beside him. Simultaneously, he drew the sword at his waist. He refused to suffer defeat in the most unexpected place. Such a defeat would be the shame of his life. Absolutely intolerable. Takeda Shinjen's warning made Takeda Nobushige, standing nearby, tense up. Even this man, hailed as the foremost among the Takeda's 24 generals, felt a chill run down his spine. My lord! The preparations are complete. At that moment, Nobufusa Baba galloped up on horseback. He reported to Takeda Shinjen. Takeda Shinjen's expression eased considerably. He continued to chant his military philosophy of wind, forest, fire, mountain stolen from the Chinese Empire. He bellowed to his cavalrymen. Today, our forces are better equipped than the enemy. Today, our military might surpasses that of the enemy. Soldiers, charge with valor. Reclaim the honor of our cherry blossoms. Takeda Shinjen commanded loudly. Ha! 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 Takeda Nobushige and the others echoed in unison. Both sides' strategic deployments were complete. The National Fortune Arena promptly issued its command. Battle commences. The voice of the National Fortune Arena had barely faded. The battlefield erupted in deafening battle cries. The deafening roar made ears ring. But just as Takeda Shinjen's cavalry prepared to charge, they saw the ironclad warriors of Bingzhou in the distance, mounted upon their towering steeds. One can't help but feel a chill run down one's spine. The truth would prove this. The Kiso horses ridden by the historical forces of the Land of Cherry Blossoms stood no taller than 1.2 meters, while Lu Bu's Bingzhou iron cavalry rode the large horses of Liangzhou. Each stood over 1.4 meters tall. Each was clad in full iron armor. They possessed the crushing force of heavy cavalry alongside the agility of light cavalry. Combined with years of rigorous training, Lu Bu's soldiers had long mastered the art of mounted archery. With Lu Bu's guidance and personal instruction, each soldier's archery skills were truly unmatched. As the bowstrings were drawn taut in their hands, one dark arrow after another flew forth. This situation left the Sakura Nation's cavalry deeply frustrated. They were already the elite among Japan's cavalry. Yet they found no way to evade the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, Lu Bu's Bingzhou iron cavalry had already inflicted casualties with their volley of arrows. Damn it! Charge them! Takeda Nobushige roared in fury. With the order given, the remaining cavalry of the Land of Cherry Blossoms charged forward. Seeing this, Lu Bu let out a cold laugh and declared, slaughter them all. He led his Bingzhou iron cavalry to meet them head-on. Chapter 28, Lu Bu's spectacular display of slaying generals. Huaxia special buff activated. Lu Bu, the Peerless Warrior. Lu Bu, the Peerless Warrior. Lu Bu and his subordinate generals gain an 80% increase in enemy slaying probability. Morale increases by 80%. After slaying an enemy general, morale surges by 120%. Sakura faction special buff activated. Wind, forest, mountain, fire. Charge damage of formation cavalry increased by 100%. In an instant, blades clashed and blood spurted. Lu Bu, the Bingzhou iron cavalry, and the frontline camp charged like two razor-sharp blades, plunged into the very heart of the battlefield. The cavalry force led by Takeda Nobushige, facing the ferocious Bingzhou iron cavalry and the frontline camp. The vanguard of Takeda Nobushige's forces were the first to falter. Against the fully armored frontline camp, the lightly armored cavalry under Takeda Nobushige's command simply couldn't match Lu Bu's cavalry in combat. In an instant, they were driven back in retreat. Seeing this, his heart burned with anxiety. Though he was the foremost among the Takeda's 24 generals, he dared not confront the iron cavalry of Bingzhou head-on. After all, the cavalry before him, superior in both the quality of their horses and the caliber of their soldiers, each wore a terrifying mask. Never mind the soldiers. Even Takeda Nobushige himself felt a chill of dread, just as he watched his own cavalry scattered one by one. A man wearing a peculiar mask suddenly charged forth. This man was towering and imposing, clad entirely in iron armor, his mask adorned with savage fangs. It was Gao Shun. Now, he gripped a heavy iron spear in his hand. Stab after stab, he thrust forward. Each strike sent a soldier of the Land of Cherry Blossoms crashing to the ground. Before Takeda Nobushige's eyes, Gao Shan charged forward like a specter, closing in on him. Seeing this, Takeda Nobushige swiftly raised his spear to block. A loud clang echoed through the air. Takeda Nobushige felt as though he had collided with a mountain. The iron spear collided with the long spear. Takeda Nobushige felt a sudden numbness in both arms. He could barely hold onto his spear. Turning his horseback now would be futile. No military strategy could save him. With no other choice, he bellowed, "Ignore casualties. Charge forward." Takeda Nobushige's command proved effective. His heavily armored cavalry charged forward, heedless of their own lives. They must hold back the iron cavalry of Bingzhou to buy more time for their lord. But would Gao Shan let Takeda Nobushige escape so easily? Kill! In an instant, Gao Shan spurred his horse forward in pursuit. With each swing of his iron spear, Takeda Nobushige's heavily armored cavalry fell one after another. He displayed a fierce and unyielding courage. Yet Takeda Nobushige and his men ultimately broke through Gao Shan's encircling formation. The cost was devastating, with heavy casualties among his troops. Meanwhile, on the other flank, Lu Bu and the iron cavalry of Bingzhou charged like tigers pouncing on sheep. Wherever they passed, death followed. Among them, Zhang Liao's 800 elite cavalry had already begun reaping heads on the flank. Lu Bu, mounted on his steed Red Hair, charged at breakneck speed toward Takeda Shingen's position. His target was Takeda Shingen. As for Takeda Nobushige, he paid him no mind. For Lu Bu, Takeda Nobushige was utterly insignificant. Slaying foes and cutting down generals. What a thrill in life! Lu Bu galloped across the vast grasslands. His speed was unmatched. The soldiers of the land of cherry blossoms had never witnessed such a spectacle. They stood frozen in place, staring dumbstruck at Lu Bu's charging assault. Holy crap! Lu Bu is way too cool. That tall, red horse is so damn cool. What kind of speed is that? Holy crap! You can always count on Huaxia generals. Awesome! The iron cavalry of Bingzhou is awesome. He scattered the Cherry Blossom Nation's cavalry in a single charge. Viewers in the Huaxia livestream room watched Lu Bu gallop at breakneck speed and couldn't help but marvel. The first to react was Nabu Fusa. He knew the peril his lord faced. He immediately drew his katana and charged forward to meet the threat. His skill was no slouch. Yet before Lu Bu, the gap was vast. With a single strike, Lu Bu's Fall Tianhua Ji halved him clean through, and his body crashed to the ground. China's special buff activated. Morale boosted to 120%. Announced by the National Fortune Arena. Holy crap! Is this the legendary Lu Bu, the Peerless Warrior? Just one spear? Just one spear? One hit kill. What else is there to say? Let's see how much those cherry blossom bastards dare to brag now. We are unbeatable. The atmosphere in the Huaxia livestream reached a fever pitch as Lu Bu's solo charge and execution of the enemy commander unfolded. At that moment, the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry charged forward with unstoppable momentum. They sliced through Takeda Shingen's defenses like surgical blades. The two sides now seemed to have switched positions. One was in the east, the other in the west. Only then did Takeda Shingen, mounted on his horse, find a moment to catch his breath. Surveying the scattered remnants of his soldiers, he lamented, how could such a glorious legacy end like this? Ultimately, Takeda Shingen remained an exceptional commander. He quickly shook off his weariness and loudly rallied his demoralized troops. He encouraged them, "My men, we are not yet defeated. We still have a chance." His gaze then fell upon the lifeless body of Nabu Fusa. A complex mix of emotions stirred within him. The only glimmer of hope for him was that Takeda Nobushige, who had been separated from the main force earlier, had managed to rally his troops and join him. "My lord, I have failed." Takeda Nobushige's remaining forces were also dwindling. He spoke dejectedly, head bowed and eyes lowered. "Enough with the apologies. Men, charge with me." Within the arena of national destiny, Takeda Shingen had no chance to retreat. The soldiers at his command were all elite armored cavalry. The only path to victory now was to press the charge. Though slim, it was not entirely without hope. But Lu Bu would never give Takeda Shingen a chance. He drew his longbow from atop Red Hair and loosed an arrow straight toward the position of Takeda Shingen's other lieutenant, Nato Masatoyo. As the legendary archer who once shot a spear from the gatehouse, targeting the enemy commander Takeda Shingen would be child's play for Lu Bu. But Lu Bu refused to do so. He was here to play. In an instant, the arrow left the bowstring. Thud! The sharp arrow instantly pierced through Nato Masatoyo's chest. He stared in disbelief at the long arrow embedded in his chest, murmuring, "How is this possible?" Then his body slowly tilted and collapsed to the ground. Watching Lu Bu's spectacular solo kill of their commander, the Sakura Nation livestream fell silent. The Huaxia Nation's livestream erupted with excitement. They had never witnessed such a spectacular display of slaying commanders in a legion battle. Takeda Shingen, witnessing this scene, cried out in horror, "Nato-kun!" His heart ached like it was bleeding. This was truly a devastating loss. Had Lu Bu not just shot down Nato Masatoyo, might there still have been a chance to salvage the situation? But now, he had no time for such thoughts. Since Lu Bu had made his move, he must have prepared thoroughly. Gritting his teeth, Takeda Shinjin forced back his grief and fury as he commanded, "Charge! For the honor of our great land of cherry blossoms." Chapter 29, The Slaughter. Lu Fuxian's overwhelming might. Takeda Shinjin's personal guards escorted him as he charged toward Lu Bu's Bingzhou Iron Cavalry. Their sole purpose was to break through the defenses of the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry. This was their mission. Alas, this mission was destined to remain unfulfilled. As soon as they set foot in the defense zone of the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, Lu Bu sneered coldly, "Oomph! A bunch of useless trash, daring to charge?" Lu Bu charged forward on horseback, his Fangtian Huaji halberd sweeping through the ranks. In an instant, dozens of Sakura Nation soldiers were swept aside. Takeda Shinjin roared, "Block him with me." His personal guards immediately charged forward. Alas, they stood no chance against Lu Bu. Lu Bu pulled on the reins, sweeping away two more Cherry Blossom Nation cavalrymen before turning his charge toward Takeda Shinjin. Seeing this, Takeda Shinjin swiftly changed direction and fled toward the opposite side. All he could see was Lu Bu's figure. He sought an escape route. Alas, the Iron Cavalry of Bingzhou had already sealed off every possible escape route. Takeda Shinjin had no chance of escape. Lu Bu spoke with utter coldness, "Since you refuse to recognize the situation, you shall remain here." With that, he swung his Fangtian halberd, driving it viciously into Takeda Shinjin's back. Boom! The thunderous impact of the halberd striking flesh echoed through the air. But in Lu Bu's eyes, it wasn't Takeda Shinjin's figure. Instead, it was the body of an unseen soldier from the land of cherry blossoms. The entire figure of the cherry blossom cavalryman was driven 3 feet into the ground. Blood flowed, staining the earth crimson. Zhang Liao, leading 800 elite cavalry, was reaping heads on the Sakura Nation's flank. Noticing the commotion unfolding in Lu Bu's direction, panic seized them, and they rushed headlong toward Lu Bu's position. For Lu Bu, warfare was as effortless as autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. In mere moments, over 100 Sakura Kingdom soldiers had fallen beneath his Fangtian Huaji spear. Lu Bu reveled in the carnage, cutting through the enemy cavalry with unmatched relish. Had it not been for the Sakura soldiers shielding Takeda Shinjin from a fatal blow, Lu Bu would have deemed this his most exhilarating battle. Thud! Another thrust shattered the soldier before him, leaving not even a corpse behind, only scattered fragments of flesh littering the ground. Licking his lips, Lu Bu fixed his gaze on Takeda Shinjin, who had pulled back a body's length, his eyes gleaming with a deep, bloodthirsty light. Meanwhile, Lu Bu's deputy commander, Zhang Liao, was about to rush to support Lu Bu, who was surrounded by Takeda Shinjin's elite troops. But unexpectedly, an uninvited guest appeared before him. It was none other than Takeda Nobushige. "Damned barbarian from China, die!" Takeda Nobushige growled, gripping his twin blades tightly. At that moment, Takeda Nobushige had only one thought: by slaying Zhang Liao, the deputy commander, he would reignite the fighting spirit of the Cherry Blossom Nation's soldiers. Zhang Liao, courtesy name 1 yuan. What Lin Yang hadn't mentioned was that Zhang Liao's command abilities and martial prowess were not significantly inferior to Lu Bu's. At the Battle of Hefei, Zhang Liao led 800 soldiers to assault the Eastern Wu army of 100,000, charging all the way to the banner of Sun Quan, the leader of Eastern Wu. He swept through the Eastern Wu forces, leaving none standing. As the Eastern Wu forces retreated, Zhang Liao pursued them, decisively defeating fierce generals like Sun Quan, Gan Ning, and Ling Tong, nearly capturing Sun Quan alive. After this battle, Zhang Liao's reputation spread throughout the Jiangdong region. From then on, the phrase "Zhang Liao stops the crying" became a timeless historical anecdote. How could Zhang Yuan, a man of such formidable prowess, have met his end at the blade of Takeda Nobushige? Oomph! Zhang Liao let out a light chuckle, raised his spear, and pointed it directly at Takeda Nobushige. He said calmly, "Takeda Nobushige, is it? You're not worthy of making me retreat. Today, you must die. Arrogant fool." Takeda Nobushige roared in fury. "First I'll kill you, then I'll go slay that barbarian Lu Bu." He charged forward, his blade whirling, leaving trails of afterimages as he swung at Zhang Liao. Before the blade reached him, a terrifying sense of pressure already engulfed Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao remained calm as he thrust his spear forward, meeting Takeda Nobushige's blade. A sharp clang echoed as the blade sprang back. Instantly, Zhang Liao closed the distance. His spear darted forward like a venomous snake, striking, aiming straight for Takeda Nobushige's throat. Oomph! Takeda Nobushige snorted coldly, forcibly pulling his sword back to parry Zhang Liao's thrust. Clang! Sparks flew. Then, Takeda Nobushige's arm trembled slightly. The web between his thumb and forefinger had split open. Though the pain was sharp, what overwhelmed him more was astonishment. He considered his martial arts skills among the finest in the land of cherry blossoms. Why, when facing Zhang Liao? Why had he been reduced to such a pitiful state? Zhang Liao, however, would not grant him another chance. His spear danced like a silver serpent, its attacks growing fiercer by the moment, each strike aimed squarely at Takeda Nobushige's vital points. Damn it! Takeda Nobushige cursed inwardly, unleashing his full strength. In the end, he could not withstand this warrior who had defeated 100,000 troops with merely 800 elite cavalry. A spear thrust struck him squarely in the throat. Thud! The spear pierced through his neck. Takeda Nobushige's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. Zhang Liao withdrew his spear, looked down at Takeda Nobushige lying at his feet, shook his head, and said, "You were too weak." With that, he spurred his horse toward Takeda Shingen. With no obstacles in his path, his speed was astonishing. The cherry blossom cavalry under Takeda Nobushige lacked the courage to intercept him. This situation became even more absurd when Takeda Shingen dragged a cherry blossom soldier along as a shield. Takeda Shingen's forces were now on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Lu Bu, surrounded by Takeda Shingen's personal guard cavalry, casually wielded his Fengtian halberd. Wherever he passed, blood spurted. He seemed to be wielding a slaughtering blade with reckless abandon in a slaughterhouse. Takeda Shingen stared at Lu Bu, towering nearly 2 meters before him, his heart frozen in terror. Lu Bu's years of battle experience had already convinced him that victory in this fight was absolutely his. Thus, he charged forward without hesitation. SSSSHH. With a flick of his Fengtian halberd, he severed the head of a Japanese soldier blocking his path. He then turned to Takeda Shingen, baring his gleaming white teeth in a grin. "Takeda Shingen, surrender. You are no match for me." Takeda Shingen gritted his teeth and roared in fury, "Baka Yajiro! You foolish Chinese! Our great nation of Sakura shall never yield." Lu Bu heard these words and laughed contemptuously. "Then die." The Fengtian Huaji in his hand shot upward, slashing toward Takeda Shingen. Takeda Shingen stared wide-eyed at the spear hurtling toward him, terror gripping his heart. He tried to dodge, but it was utterly impossible. He could only accept being cleaved clean in two by that Fengtian Huaji. Witnessing their commander's demise, the entire Sakura cavalry began to scatter. They lacked the resolve of Takeda Shingen, who would rather die fighting. Soon, the voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed out. The Huaxia faction has won. The Huaxia Chosen One may now select their reward. Chapter 30, Secret Realm Battle. News of Takeda Shingen's death sent shockwaves through the global audience. This marked the first time a commander had been charged and slain by an enemy general during a legion battle and amidst hundreds of personal guards, no less. Posts flooded the forums. Holy crap! Is this real? The Sakura Nation's commander just got taken down that easily? 6666, 666, 6666. There's gotta be some foul play here. How could the Sakura Nation's army lose? And not just lose, their commander got taken down so effortlessly by an enemy general. Holy. Dude, your imagination is running wild. I bet it was a sneak attack by a China general that got him. Put. Cut the crap. Have you ever seen anyone pull off an ambush that instantly kills the enemy commander? Well, I guess no one has ever pulled that off before. Then the Chinese commander must be insanely powerful. Hey, if China is that strong, how are we supposed to enjoy the game? The discussions among the nations naturally didn't include the audience from Sakura country. They were all waiting for Lin Yang to make his choice on behalf of the Huaxia faction. "I choose to claim territory." When Lin Yang uttered those words, every Japanese spectator was stunned. This Lin Yang intended to swallow up Sakura Nation and dominate East Asia. Meanwhile, in the capital's conference room, the boss pumped his fist and declared, "Yes. That's satisfying." The assembly members witnessed the leaders celebrating with such fervor for the first time. No need to guess, Lin Yang was absolutely thrilled right now. Revenge was Lin Yang's favorite kind of drama. But the most amusing part was that at this very moment, the Prime Minister under the Japanese Emperor sent a congratulatory letter to the boss through a special channel. To the boss. The boss in the Huaxia conference room passed the letter around for everyone present to read. "Heh, Japan is showing weakness. Hoping we can persuade young Lin Yang to halt his plans to claim their territory." The boss chuckled. In recent days, friction between China and Sakura Nation had grown increasingly severe. Japan's previous attempts to annihilate China had incensed the entire Chinese populace. This time, by seizing Sakura territory, Lin Yang's actions were aligning with the will of the Chinese people. Reply to the Sakura Prime Minister. State that we cannot interfere in the affairs of the National Fortune Arena. We can only respect Lin Yang's decision and treat the Sakura citizens well during this period. Should Sakura achieve victory, we will return the territory. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's office in Sakura's capital, Prime Minister Yamamoto Hisashi smashed the teacup in his hand in fury. Damn it all. Those bastards. How dare they challenge us? Do they really think Sakura fears them? Yamamoto roared in fury. Your Excellency, please calm down. I understand your anger, but we must endure for now. This may not yet be Sakura Nation's moment of destiny. A staff officer beside him cautioned. Oomph. I understand, but I cannot swallow this humiliation. Tell Ishida Ichiro. Victory must be achieved. By any means necessary. Hey. After the staff officer responded, he immediately contacted Ishida Ichiro. After Lin Yang chose to claim the territory, the cherry blossom citizens living in that region felt little sense of humiliation. For them, living under the rule of a strong leader was sufficient. Regardless of whether you shared the same roots or origins. At least living conditions in Huaxia were vastly improved compared to before. Within the national fortune arena, Lin Yang naturally chose to continue his strategy of challenging the land of cherry blossoms. After all, who doesn't relish the thrill of kicking someone when they're down? The final question puzzled Lin Yang. This time, the national fortune arena didn't ask Lin Yang if he wanted to switch generals. Instead, it asked, does the chosen one of Huaxia wish to activate the Secret Realm Challenge? Secret Realm Challenge? Even back when Lin Yang was merely a spectator, he had heard this term. It was said that this secret realm contained all manner of treasures, even divine artifacts, alchemical formulas, and more, a place of rare and unforeseeable opportunity. It also featured a card system that allowed players to legally cheat on the national fortune arena. However, since arriving at the national fortune arena, Lin Yang had yet to try it out and remained unaware of its specifics. But now that the opportunity was presented before him, Lin Yang naturally wouldn't pass it up. He replied immediately, yes. Then, the national fortune arena once again displayed a massive screen. Alert to the chosen one. During the Secret Realm Challenge, should you fail, the selected general will be unavailable for future arena challenges. Shall the chosen one of Huaxia replace their main and deputy generals? The national fortune arena prompted before asking. No. Lin Yang answered swiftly. He had full confidence in Lu Bu's abilities. Very well. Prepare yourselves. As the national fortune arena announced, dozens of Secret Realm Challenge options appeared on the screen before Lin Yang. The chosen representative of Huaxia, please begin your selection. The national fortune arena commanded. The images on the screen began flickering rapidly. With each flicker, a different option appeared. Soon, the screen before Lin Yang finally ceased its flickering. Secret Realm selection complete. Solo special challenge. Sword Ghost. No weapon restrictions. Combat mode, ground combat. The voice from the national fortune arena announced swiftly. The announcement of the draw results concluded in an instant. The challenge for the Huaxia side commenced instantly. The live stream audience hadn't even processed it. Ha! The Secret Realm Challenge is starting already? Honestly, that Sword Ghost title sounds pretty intimidating. Yeah. Sakura Nation challenged it before too. But I think they failed that time. Their commander never showed up again after that. Reply to the previous comment, so this Sword Ghost must be incredibly powerful? This time feels like trouble's brewing. Exactly. What if we lose? If we lose, we won't see Lu Bu on the national fortune arena anymore. The livestream chat grew increasingly heated. Inside the national fortune arena, Lin Yang had already been teleported away from the round table. At that moment, Ishida Ichiro felt a secret thrill of satisfaction. Good. I hope China loses this time. That way, I'll never have to see that annoying Lu Bu again. Gazing at Lin Yang's empty seat, Ishida Ichiro thought to himself. Rugged mountains loomed overhead, while treacherous waters raged below. Lin Yang and Lu Bu had now reached a waterfall terrain. Cliff walls encircled the area. Beneath the cascade sat a terrifying figure. Holding a pair of massive swords in each hand, it wore plate armor that predated Lu Bu by nearly a millennium. Lin Yang could tell this sword specter wasn't a warrior from East Asian culture, but rather a heavily armored swordsman from Western Europe. Looking up at the terrain, this terrain was extremely narrow, offering little room for maneuver. Once Lu Bu clashed with that sword ghost, they would likely fight to the bitter end. As for Lin Yang, his body had been teleported to the edge of a cliff. He could only watch the battle between Lu Bu and the sword ghost. The sword ghost slowly emerged from the center of the waterfall. Battle commences. The sudden command from the national fortune arena, announcing that Lu Bu's life or death battle was about to commence. Chapter 31, Lu Bu at his peak. Below the gorge. Beyond the waterfall. Sword Ghost slowly drew his massive blade, gesturing to Lu Bu with an inviting bow. Clearly, the Sword Ghost intended for Lu Bu to strike first. Lu Bu sneered coldly, dismissively remarking, "Truly worthy of the Sword Ghost, you do possess a proud spirit." Lu Bu held his Fangtian halberd, his expression composed. He gave a slight nod in respect before charging toward the Sword Ghost. The Sword Ghost stood utterly still, like a statue, not even flinching. Only when Lu Bu closed to within a meter did the Sword Ghost suddenly move. Swinging a colossal blade 100 zhong long, he delivered a fierce strike toward Lu Bu. Lu Bu let out a cold laugh, neither dodging nor retreating. He raised his Fang Tian Hua Ji horizontally to brace the blow, using the immense force to propel himself outward. After witnessing this exchange, Lin Yang couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of the title General Fengxian. His mastery of distance control is nothing short of mechanical precision. Lin Yang understood that Lu Bu's earlier attack had merely been a test of the Sword Ghost's strength. Now, the true battle between the two was about to begin. Sure enough. The instant Lu Bu was repelled, the Sword Ghost launched his assault. His speed was blinding, like a sudden storm, as he slashed furiously at Lu Bu. Lu Bu's expression grew grave as his Fangtian Huaji spear transformed into a silver-white streak, colliding with the massive sword. Clang! The clang of metal echoed through the gorge. Sparks flew, scattering in all directions. Immediately, another wave of even fiercer combat erupted. Lu Bu and the sword ghost traded blows relentlessly, locked in an unyielding stalemate. What the hell? What kind of fight is this? This is way more thrilling than watching those basket cases slaughter Japan. Yeah. This is getting me wet. This is insane. This is what a proper national fortune tournament battle should be. As countless viewers watching the livestream marveled in awe, Lu Bu furrowed his brow slightly, for he sensed the sword ghost growing stronger by the moment. The guy was like an indestructible cockroach, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Moreover, his attack patterns had changed. Each time, he managed to precisely block Lu Bu's Feng Tianhua Ji. He even found time to counterattack. In Lu Bu's entire military career. A truly rare occurrence. What Lu Bu did not know, however. This sword-wielding specter was no ordinary warrior. But a warrior who had fused the souls of all Western European swordsmen. That Lu Bu now found himself at a disadvantage was only natural. This oppressive pressure felt exactly like the sensation he had endured during the legendary battle of the three heroes against Lu Bu. Lu Bu was now drenched in sweat. And the fear of death sent shivers down his spine. For if he were to lose this battle, he would never be able to fight in the national fortune arena again, which was practically the same as death. This realization ignited a furious rage within Lu Bu. A sudden roar erupted from his throat as an utterly terrifying aura surged from his body. This aura surged like a tidal wave, overwhelmingly engulfing the sword ghost. Could it be? Lin Yang's heart sank. Could it be that Lu Bu was going all out? This was the first time Lin Yang had ever witnessed Lu Bu in such a state. Throughout his military career, few opponents had ever been worthy of such a desperate gamble. Not even the Lu Guanzhang triumvirate had ever driven Lu Bu to this extreme. And all of this stemmed from one word: victory. At that moment, Lu Bu's eyes blazed crimson, every muscle taut. His eyes blazed with a bloodthirsty light that sent shivers down the spine. He must win. Victory was non-negotiable. Otherwise, should he fail, death awaited him. Though the sword ghost's expression remained calm, deep within his eyes lay a profound sense of apprehension. The power Lu Bu had just unleashed was beyond ordinary, making the sword ghost feel threatened. Yet he maintained absolute composure. After all, he had fused the souls of Western Europe's greatest swordsmen. Such confidence was only natural. As Lu Bu's aura surged to its peak, the sword ghost refused to be outdone, swinging his massive sword. He continued clashing with Lu Bu, who wielded his Feng Tianhua Ji. Lu Bu's halberd flicked lightly toward the swordsman, yet the sword ghost showed no fear. With instinctive parry, it intercepted Lu Bu's assault. Their attacks unfolded relentlessly, exchanging dozens of blows. Yet Lu Bu seemed unaffected by fatigue. Growing bolder with each clash, the sword spirit felt the weight of each countering blow grow heavier and heavier. Finally, even the sword ghost, which had absorbed the souls of all Western swordsmen, began to falter. Holy crap! Lu Bu is still attacking. This has been going on for over an hour now. That warrior who challenged us earlier from the land of cherry blossoms couldn't last 5 minutes against the sword ghost before exhausting his stamina, and was slain within 10. Unbelievably strong. General Lu Fengxian is truly peerless under heaven. Unparalleled in the world. Truly the greatest under heaven. Viewers in the Huaxia live stream room, having watched over an hour of intense combat, kept shouting in excitement. At the center of the screen, Lu Bu swung his Fengtian halberd with all his might, thrusting forward. This thrust seemed to channel all of Lu Bu's unwavering conviction in victory. Oomph! The sword ghost reacted swiftly, raising his greatsword to block. He barely managed to parry the blow. Just as he believed this block had successfully parried Lu Bu's thrust and began planning his counterattack for the next exchange. Unexpectedly, this seemingly powerful strike was merely a feint. With a thunderous crash, Lu Bu's Fengtian halberd swung wildly, seemingly defying the laws of physics. It abruptly curved mid-air, sweeping horizontally toward the sword ghost's throat. Fortunately, the sword ghost reacted swiftly, drawing upon the experience accumulated through countless battles throughout history. He forced the sword pressed against his chest upward over his head. That was too much. Lin Yang exclaimed with delight from the viewing platform. The sword ghost's block was utterly impossible in time. Moreover, Lu Bu's sweeping strike came at an impossibly angle. An ordinary warrior would have been cleaved clean in two at the shoulder by this strike. Only a fictional high-level being like the sword ghost could forcefully block such a strike. Clang! The thunderous crash of the greatsword hitting the ground sent a chill down the spines of every viewer watching the livestream. What? Lu Bu knocked Jian Gu's weapon out of his hands? Too strong. All I can say is too strong. I need to inform our emperor we absolutely must stay alert in battles against Lu Bu. Damn it! Lu Bu is too strong. Our nation's defeat is no disgrace. Damn! China's generals are too strong. They must be using cheats. Demand a thorough investigation. Live streams worldwide erupted in astonishment. The sword ghost, whose weapon had been knocked aside by Lu Bu, naturally had no chance against Lu Bu at his peak. Put! Lubu's Fall Tianhua G-Spear plunged deep into the sword ghost's chest. Secret Realm trial concluded. Congratulations to the Huaxia faction for securing the reward. As the voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed, the arena transformed. Lin Yang returned to the round table while Lubu, who had just displayed his formidable prowess, transformed back into card form. Chapter 32, National War begins. After exiting the National Fortune Arena, he gazed at the cards before him, his thoughts swirling. Lubu had just endured a brutal battle, a clash that could be described as unprecedented in history. Lin Yang glanced at the various comments flooding the livestream chat. Yang God. Trust Lubu's strategy is correct. Absolutely. You can always trust Lubu. And you can trust Lin Yang even more. Yang God, go for it. I love you. I can't wait to see what our reward is. Lin Yang's lips curved into a slight smile. Such praise for Lin Yang was only natural. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Nation's livestream room. Why did China win? I think it's because of the choices made by Ishida Ichiro. China having generals of this caliber is absolutely cheating. And us? We've completely lost our chance to participate in the National Fortune Arena's secret realm. Comment streams flooded the screen. The people of Sakura Nation were filled with rage and despair. Soon, Lin Yang received the response from the National Fortune Arena. Congratulations to the Huaxia faction for claiming the Secret Realm Challenge blind box reward. May we ask if the chosen representative of China wishes to open it? Hearing this voice, Lin Yang felt inexplicably delighted. Ha! Now China can finally cheat with justification. I told you so. Without some real power, how could we make those great nations fear us? Open it now, Yang God. Let the world witness our might. This is our trump card. The Chinese audience in the livestream room erupted in jubilation. This was truly a turning point. Lin Yang didn't dwell on it. He chose to open the mystery box containing the secret realm reward. Congratulations to the chosen one of Huaxia for receiving your reward. 3 cards usable immediately on the National Fortune Arena. Morale boost card, usable in Legion battles and general duels. When on the verge of defeat, increases morale by 50%. Mode change card, forcibly changes the battle mode before the National Fortune Arena begins. General designation card, designate the deploying general before the National Fortune Arena commences. Lin Yang stared at the cards that had materialized in his hand. His heart swelled with joy. But there's no need to use them in the battle against Sakura Nation. Lin Yang muttered to himself. He still had no idea which nation might actually require the use of this card. In East Asia and indeed across the global cultural sphere, only the historical depth of China claims the top spot. No one dares to claim second place. As for that Ishida Ichiro, his gaze toward Lin Yang grew increasingly fierce. A plan seemed to be brewing within his mind. Meanwhile, as Lin Yang accepted the secret realm reward card, the major international powers were in an uproar. Who would have thought China could be so powerful? Indeed. I watched the livestream too. It's time we started strategizing how to deal with the Chinese. Perhaps China will become our greatest adversary. Representatives from Western superpowers began discussing the situation one after another. This was an organization that existed even before the National Fortune Arena, known as the North Atlantic International Alliance. Now, due to the opportunity presented by the National Fortune Arena, it had been renamed to align with the arena's name. Commonly known as the North Alliance. At that very moment, the leader of this organization, the spokesperson for the United States, cleared his throat softly. Ahem. Signaling that he was about to speak. We need not concern ourselves with China's affairs at this time. Is it not true, gentlemen, that our greatest adversary is the Greek cultural sphere that established the Roman Empire? Right. Exactly. Then let's eliminate that force first. As the spokesperson of the United States issued each command, the entire Northern Alliance erupted in commotion. For the United States, Japan absolutely could not afford to keep losing in the livestream at this moment. This was their most loyal dog in East Asia. The large screen in their conference room once again focused on the battle between Sakura Nation and China. Inside Japan's conference room, after taking a call, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation hung up with a series of obsequious nods. He then addressed an aide responsible for liaison with the National Fortune Arena. Pass this critical intelligence to Ichiro Ishida. And tell him this: if he keeps failing, he won't be coming back. With that, the Prime Minister let out a sinister chuckle. As if victory were already assured. Inside the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang remained composed. He was preparing to see what tricks Ishida Ichiro had up his sleeve. Suddenly, Ishida Ichiro shot Lin Yang a cold, mocking glance. Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly, sensing that Ishida Ichiro was up to something. But Lin Yang showed no fear. He responded with a cold snort. Report to the National Fortune Arena. Requesting initiation of a national battle. Ishida Ichiro's voice reverberated through the arena, sending shockwaves through the crowd. What is a national war? Am I losing my mind? What nonsense is this Ishida Ichiro spouting? Never heard of it. But it sounds like Sakura Nation has this in the bag. True. But I still believe in Lin Yang. National war seems to be a new mode. It's about to kick off in this match between the Roman Empire and the Nefranxi Kingdom. Holy crap. It can't be like last time, right? All viewers in the Huaxia livestream began discussing. Meanwhile, the Sakura livestream seemed to have known about it all along. I heard our Prime Minister got help from the United States. True, the US always gets wind of things fastest. This is huge. We actually have a chance in the national war. Thankfully, with the intel they got, we initiated the national war first. This really caught those arrogant Huaxia folks off guard. Lin Yang, having recovered from his initial shock, gradually regained his composure. National war. Excellent. There's no need to hide anything anyway. Let's commence the national war immediately. Lin Yang locked eyes with Ishida Ichiro. His eyes revealed an unmistakable, unhidden fighting spirit. Lin Yang thought to himself, since that was the case, even though he hadn't heard what this national war entailed, he had nothing to fear if it began. This was the foundation China had given him. I agree to initiate the national war. Upon hearing this, the National Fortune Arena immediately responded, since both chosen ones have agreed to initiate the national war in 10 minutes. We will proceed to the card draw phase. Upon hearing the National Fortune Arena's notification, a cold smile spread across Lin Yang's face. Inside the conference room. How does Sakura Nation know the National Fortune Arena's rules so well? They even know about the National War Battle Mode, which has never been seen before. The leader asked, his voice tinged with anger. How could a great nation like China be unaware of such intelligence? Report. Sakura Nation initiated the national war with assistance from the United States. A young man wearing thick glasses blurted out. The United States. It's them again. The leader's expression clearly betrayed his anger as he spoke. Should we issue a condemnation? A council member inquired. No need. Let the National Fortune Arena's performance shut those countries up. 10 minutes later. Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes. National war draft begins. Hearing the announcement, Lin Yang smiled faintly. He immediately began selecting from the 5 cards before him. Chapter 33, Heavenly Khan. The first round of national war selection determines the ruler. This will also influence troop types and legion buffs throughout the national war. Both chosen ones, please choose carefully. After the national arena announcement, a moment of silence fell. This left Lin Yang somewhat hesitant. He couldn't help but glance at Ishida Ichiro. But he found that Ishida Ichiro had already made his choice. A look of arrogance spread across his face. Lin Yang briefly scanned the 5 cards before him. He thought to himself, thankfully, Zhu Qizhen, the exchange student from Wara, isn't here. This was a rare stroke of luck. Emperor Wen of Han, Lu Hang Emperor Zhao of Han, Lu Yuan Emperor Wu of Jin, Sima Yan Emperor Gaozong of Song, Zhao Go Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yang would have jumped for joy at this selection. Even the weakest among these 5 emperors, Emperor Gaozong of Song, had national heroes like General Yu Fei serving under him, not to mention renowned generals like Han Shizhong and Yang Zixing. Zhou Yafu under Lu Hong and Yang Hu under Sima Yan were both renowned generals of their time. The Xiang Yu cavalry under Lu Yuan were also formidable fighters. But upon seeing Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, all previous choices paled in comparison. This was Li Shimin, hailed as the Heavenly Khan. Countless capable ministers and fierce generals served under him. My selection is complete. Lin Yang declared to the National Fortune Arena. After speaking, the card exclusively belonging to Li Shimin appeared on the screen in Lin Yang's hand. The selection from the Land of Cherry Blossoms was also displayed before Lin Yang and all viewers watching the livestream. As Lin Yang had anticipated, it was Tokugawa Ieyasu. Of the 2 renowned generals from the Land of Cherry Blossoms eligible to participate in the national war. Likely only Tokugawa Ieyasu and Oda Nobunaga. The card illustrations were worlds apart. Li Shimin's depiction showed him as a youthful general. He carried a longbow, rode a towering steed, and gripped a spear tightly in his hand. His presence is undeniably imposing. In contrast, Tokugawa Ieyasu's image is less flattering, a bald figure seated cross-legged in a kimono. Li Shimin? He looks incredibly powerful. I declare. In terms of appearance, Li Shimin has surpassed that Tokugawa Ieyasu. Emperor Taizong? From the Tang dynasty? Firearms weren't widespread back then. He might struggle against Tokugawa Ieyasu in the Sakura Sengoku period. Holy crap? If you hadn't said that, I'd have bet Li Shimin was a sure win. Honestly, Li Shimin seems like all flash against Tokugawa Ieyasu. Don't spread such nonsense. Has Lin Yang ever lost since taking the stage? Lin Yang's choice once again split the Huaxia livestream audience into 2 camps. One side remained steadfast in their belief in Lin Yang, while the other expressed concerns about Tokugawa Ieyasu's technological superiority. The debate raged on for quite some time. The sound of the National Fortune Arena echoed through the air. Inside the capital's conference room. Boss, why did Lin Yang choose this ruler? Emperor Gaozong of Song's temple name doesn't suggest he was an ordinary monarch, does it? Moreover, during the southern Song dynasty in our country, firearms had already begun to be used. I recall there was the use of cannons, wasn't there? The leader seated at the head of the table shook his head in confusion. Seeing the leader's silence, Elder Chen took the initiative to continue. Recent historical investigations reveal that during the Tang dynasty, our nation's territory was vast, stretching westward to Central Asia, northward to Siberia, with the land of cherry blossoms and the land of kimchi to the east both serving as tributary states. This might explain why Lin Yang chose Li Shimin, though our nation lacks many records from that era. I cannot provide a definitive answer to the specific reasons. After speaking, Old Chen sighed deeply. Perhaps this elderly gentleman truly didn't grasp history as well as the young Lin Yang. Regardless, it is Lin Yang who now takes the field. Without further sound counsel to offer, we must place our trust in him. The leader declared in a solemn tone. Both chosen ones, please introduce your selected lords. After hearing this, Ishida Ichiro cleared his throat and announced in a resonant voice, Tokugawa Ieyasu, the Mikawa daimyo of the great Sakura Sengoku era, renowned alongside Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi as the three great heroes of the Sakura Sengoku period. In his later years, he crushed the Toyotomi clan through the winter and summer campaigns of Osaka, solidifying the Edo shogunate's rule as unshakable and ushering our great Sakura Nation into an era of peace. Tokugawa Ieyasu truly stands as the hero who ended the age of chaos. As Ishida Ichiro's narration deepened, the viewers in the Sakura Nation livestream seemed to come alive. The chat began to buzz with activity. This clearly demonstrated the immense stature Tokugawa Ieyasu held in their hearts. As if he were the only one capable of leading them to overturn China. They revered him as a god. Seeing Ishida Ichiro finish his narration, Lin Yang immediately introduced Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, the second ruler of the Tang dynasty, the heavenly Khan of Tang. Under his reign, the Tang dynasty entered its golden age. Its economy, military strength, and people's livelihoods all flourished. At the same time, the grand spectacle of nations paying tribute truly came to pass during that era. Countless foreign princes, once entering the Tang dynasty, never wished to leave. This period is historically known as the Jingguan era of good governance. Li Shimin possessed remarkable intelligence and profound insight. He demonstrated unwavering resolve in critical matters while remaining unconcerned with trivialities. None of his contemporaries could truly gauge his true stature. From his early military campaigns in Jinyan where he led his generals to repeated remarkable victories, to his conquest of Chang'an that earned him the title Duke of Qin, Li Shimin's contributions to the founding of the Tang dynasty were truly immense. Commanding troops to subdue regional warlords like Shuirengao, Lu Wuzhou, Dou Jianda, Wang Shichong, and Lu Haida, he earned glorious military achievements for the Tang's founding and unification. He was appointed Supreme General of Heavenly Strategy and in theft as Prince of Qin. Of course, Li Shimin's life also had a stain. He orchestrated a coup that killed Crown Prince Li Jiancheng and his younger brother Li Yuanji. He then forced his father to abdicate, ascending the throne himself to become the second emperor of the Tang dynasty. Lin Yang paused here. After speaking so much in one breath, he certainly needed a moment to catch his breath. Is that all? Looking at it this way, Li Shimin's life was truly glorious. Solid. Li Shimin is undeniably formidable. But facing Tokugawa Ieyasu would still be a tough fight. Finally over. Hearing Lin Yang's introduction got my blood pumping. I'd love to be one of his men. However, to the surprise of the livestream audience. After a brief break, Lin Yang continued. During his reign, domestically he governed the realm with civil policies, enforced frugality, encouraged agriculture and sericulture, achieving national recovery and prosperity, and ushering in the golden age of Jingguan. Externally, he expanded the empire's borders, defeating the Eastern Turks and Zhuangyanchua tribes, conquering Gaochang, Kucha, and Tuyuan, and inflicting heavy losses on Goguryeo. He established the 4 garrisons of Anxi, fostering harmonious relations with northern ethnic groups. This earned him the revered title Heavenly Khan, laying crucial foundations for the Tang dynasty's subsequent century-long golden age. After finishing his explanation, Lin Yang calmly glanced at the stunned Ishida Ichiro. Seeing Ishida Ichiro frozen in place, Lin Yang smiled broadly and addressed the National Fortune Arena. Introduction complete. Let the battle commence. Chapter 34, The Tokugawa Buff Monster. After Lin Yang uttered these words, audiences worldwide watching the battle between China and Japan were stunned. Could ancient China have possessed such a glorious chapter in its history? To their eyes, this seemed utterly implausible. What? Didn't they say China was a nation without history? I'm utterly shocked. Could everything this young Huaxia man said be true? Then why did Huaxia send him only when the nation was on its deathbed? What? We're supposed to become a vassal state of China? Damn it, this yellow-haired kid from Huaxia is even better at bragging than we are. Due to the concealment by the leadership of East Asian kimchi and cherry blossom nations, Their citizens remain utterly unaware of their historical status as tributary states to China. Next, introducing the rules for the national war. Each time the voice of the national fortune arena sounded, all spectators felt a pang in their hearts. National war. As the name implies, it's a battle that simulates the clash between two nations' forces to the greatest extent possible. Here, all military technology and economic power cease to exist. The combatants rely solely on the abilities drawn from their respective rulers. As Lin Yang listened to the introduction of the national fortune arena, his curiosity about the arena's rules grew ever stronger. Given the scale of this setup, the battles would undoubtedly be massive. And this, indeed, would be China's greatest advantage. For there was no other reason China was the nation that possessed the heavenly Khan. There was no way it could fail. The national fortune arena continued its introduction. In the national war, there are 5 cities, 100,000 troops. Among these 5 cities, one is the nation's capital. If the capital falls, the nation perishes. The 5 cities represent the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The city of gold represents the nation's gold and silver. Wood City represents the nation's grain and provisions. Water City represents the nation's population. Fire City represents the nation's weapons and armor. Earth City, the capital, representing the nation's destiny. These 5 cities are interconnected by countless threads. Should one city fall, all others shall suffer. The nation's strength shall wane. The victorious nation may freely seize 3 territories from any other nation. Additionally, they may claim 1 reward from the national fortune arena: cultivation techniques, spiritual energy enhancement, divine artifacts, sacred realms, mineral veins, or divine blessings, any one of these. The introduction to the national fortune arena finally concluded. Lin Yang listened, utterly dumbfounded. The rewards for the nation war were undoubtedly the most generous. The final few points were especially enticing. Not only could one see cities, but one could also claim rewards. This was undoubtedly the most appealing aspect. Sakura Nation's Ishida Aikiru's excitement. Lin Yang understood. This guy could reclaim all the lost territories of his nation with just 1 victory in the national war. How could he not be thrilled? Moreover, as long as he kept winning in continuously initiated national wars, he could reclaim his former dominance. But Lin Yang would never let Sakura Nation have its way. The national war between China and Sakura Nation officially begins. The national fortune arena announced. Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro both stepped away from the round table. Holy crap! This situation just changed. The eye patch needle, this lineup is unbeatable. My heart can't take it. The rewards for this national battle are too generous. Honestly, Japan is gambling its national fortune here. If they lose this round too, they'll only have 3 territories left. Exactly. Failure would spell disaster for them. China will prevail. Always believe in the sun god. What does a nation like China devoid of history have left besides its brute force legions and barbarian combat prowess? Right. I believe our Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu will teach those Huaxia people a harsh lesson. Believe first. Question later. Ishida Ichiro, you better step up. Even without overwhelming technological superiority, our Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu will surely end this war. Yes, end the chaos of the Huaxia people, just as Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu did in the Warring States period. Cherry blossoms will prevail. Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu will prevail. Such generous rewards left not just the 2 chosen ones unable to stay calm. The populace of both Sakura Nation and China now found themselves in a state of heightened excitement. Both nations were fully prepared. Once the national war begins, it would be a bloody slaughter. Both sides' chosen ones, select your civil and military officials. No more than 10 in total. Immediately after, 10 blank squares appeared before Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro. Simply by visualizing their selection, the cards would materialize in Lin Yang's hand. Lin Yang pondered briefly before swiftly making his selections. The 10 empty slots filled up rapidly. Lin Yang had also finalized his strategy. He would select 5 military generals and 5 civil officials. Duke of Yi, Yuchi Jingda Duke of Hu, Qin Shuba Duke of Ing, Li Shiji White Tiger Star God, Shuiringui Duke of Wei, Li Jing the strategist and tactician duo, Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui Duke of Zhao, Chang Sun Wuji Wei Zhang and the fortunate general, Zhang Jijia. Soon, Lin Yang's selections were complete. He glanced up to see that Ishida Ichiro had also finished his choices. They were 10 of the 16 divine generals of the Tokugawa clan. Sakai Tadatsugu, Honda Tadakatsu, Kambara Yasumasa, Tuneo Mesa, Tori Mototada, Hattori Hanzo, Takagi Kiyohide, Watanabe Moritsuna, Tori Tadahiro, and Okubo Tadesa. Several of them had previously been defeated in individual battles. Both sides have finished their selections. The nation war is about to commence. Immediately after, Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro were teleported to their respective nations' exclusive castles. Inside the Sakura conference room. Ha 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 ha. This is our golden opportunity to turn the tide. Exactly. I've been itching to show those Chinese what we're made of. The Sakura Nation's high-ranking officials were ecstatic. They were all certain victory was assured today. For this was a national war personally commanded by Tokugawa Ieyasu. Meanwhile, inside the Chinese conference room, watching Lin Yang make so many choices without blinking, the boss's heart was in his throat. I don't know whether to call him arrogant or truly knowledgeable. He made all those choices without even blinking. The boss sighed, rubbing his forehead with a helpless smile. Old Chen chimed in, it's fine. We still have capital to lose. The other council members nodded in agreement. If all else failed, Huaxia still held the war avoidance card. Playing that card would buy us time to regroup and fight again. Sakura Nation's Tokugawa Ieyasu activates Lord Buff, Rock Solid Fortress. Tokugawa Force's fortification defense increased by 40%. Bond effect of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Tokugawa activated. Tokugawa Ieyasu's ruler buff increased by 20%. Tokugawa Force's organization enhanced by 60%. Bond effect of the 3 Great Generals of Tokugawa activated. Combat effectiveness of armies led by the 3 Great Generals increased by 40%. The National Fortune Arena's introduction left Lin Yang utterly dumbfounded. Could this be the buff monster? Some members of the 3 heroes and 4 Heavenly Kings are actually the same person. Chapter 35, Surprise Attack. Lin Yang suddenly understood. It seemed this national war would be no simple affair. The buff from the land of cherry blossoms was too powerful. It made Lin Yang feel slightly uneasy. But he wasn't worried. Instead, he felt a tinge of anticipation about just how powerful the buff from this legendary ruler, Li Shimin, would be. The buff of Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, and the Jingwan era of good governance has been activated. All 5 cities within the nation now see a 50% increase in resource production and a 50% increase in population. Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, Heavenly Khan buff activated. Military combat effectiveness increased by 20%. Combat effectiveness against foreign legions increased by 30%. The Bond, Mirrored by Antiquity buff has been activated. All civil officials' personal traits increased by 10%. Bond, Learning from Humanity activated. All military generals' personal traits increased by 10%. The National Fortune Arena introduction concluded. All spectators were stunned. How could Li Shimin of Huaxia be this powerful? Holy crap! I thought Tokugawa Ieyasu was already a buff monster. Who knew this Li Shimin would be even more insane? A clash of 2 buff monsters. This is truly a clash of titans. This feels like he's got the edge over Tokugawa Ieyasu. Hey, you still don't get it. Li Shimin's resource acquisition ability alone should be enough to send shivers down Tokugawa Ieyasu's spine. Ha ha! I can't wait to see the spectacular sparks fly when these 2 titans clash. As the National Fortune Arena commenced, the entire Chinese nation was sent into a state of awe. This shift in mindset was enough to make the people of China truly begin to appreciate the competition. China's current advantage was more than enough to ensure their peace of mind. Li Shimin's resource acquisition capabilities were truly formidable. With such a buff bestowed upon China, not only Japan but even other nations would think twice before provoking us. With such an advantage, what has China to fear? Of course, no one knows what the final outcome will be. For everything remains uncertain, and no one can foresee the consequences. Lin Yang stared in surprise for a moment before pumping his fist in celebration. Such a powerful buff was more than enough to fill Lin Yang with elation. Truly the greatest of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Damn powerful. The combined bonuses from all 4 bonds were enough to strike fear into the hearts of the cherry blossom devils. As for Li Shimin's personal traits as a statesman and military commander, the National Fortune Arena had yet to reveal them. As for technological advancement, Lin Yang no longer dwelled on that matter. Both sides start on equal footing technologically. It all comes down to how they manage their 5 current cities. After teleporting to the earthen city established by the National Fortune Arena, both had already finalized their detailed strategies. They were now waiting to report to the commanding monarch. Just then, a voice sounded in Lin Yang's ear. Young friend Lin Yang, His Majesty requests your presence. Lin Yang looked up. There stood a burly general clad in white robes and white armor. Lin Yang studied him closely for a moment. The general bore a striking resemblance to Shui Rengue from the card. The identical handsome features, paired with the white robes and armor. Lin Yang instantly guessed the man's identity. Sir, could you be General Shui? Lin Yang inquired immediately. The white-robed general nodded and smiled. Young Lin Yang, you have keen eyes. To walk shoulder to shoulder with this general who had settled the Tianshan Mountains with 3 arrows stirred Lin Yang's heart and soul. Shui Rengue then led Lin Yang to the council chamber within the earthen city. Li Shimin showed no favoritism. Dressed in plain clothes like everyone else, he sat firmly in the seat of honor. Your Majesty. Upon entering the room and seeing Li Shimin seated at the table, he bowed with hands clasped in respect. Though Li Shimin wore no ceremonial robes, only plain black garments, it did nothing to diminish the overwhelming aura of imperial authority radiating from him. It seemed as though he was born with the destiny of an emperor, destined to sit upon the dragon throne and command the world with his majestic presence. Even without the imperial robe. That imperial aura alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of petty villains. Young friend Lin Yang, no need for formalities. Li Shimin gave a slight nod, gesturing for Lin Yang to take a seat. Lin Yang found a seat and sat down. Shuirengui stood on either side of Li Shimin. Li Shimin's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yang as he spoke. Young friend Lin Yang, your leadership in turning the tide of battle for Huaxia is truly commendable and cause for celebration. Would you recount your battles against the generals of Sakura Nation? And what of the true capabilities of this Tokugawa Ieyasu? Lin Yang nodded slightly and began recounting their journey through the battles against the land of cherry blossoms, speaking with measured calm. At the most thrilling parts, the assembly hall grew hushed as everyone imagined how they might have handled the situation had they been in his place. Finally, he recounted the life of Tokugawa Ieyasu. From the formation of the Kyosu alliance with Oda Nobunaga after the Battle of Okahazama, to the destruction of the Toyotomi clan during the winter and summer campaigns of Osaka, and finally, the consolidation of the Edo shogunate's ruling system. He recounted it all as if spilling beans. Li Shimin lowered his head slightly, deep in thought. This Tokugawa Ieyasu, he murmured, bears a certain resemblance to the story of the Sima clan in the Three Kingdoms. Before Li Shimin could speak, a scholar official beside him, pale-faced, long-bearded, and clad in court robes, interjected. Lin Yang recognized him immediately. It was Wei Zhang. Indeed, this Tokugawa Ieyasu is no ordinary man. Li Shimin nodded in agreement. He then commanded in a clear voice, Wei Qi Jingde and Qin Shubao, starting today. Select elite warriors from among the 100,000 troops and choose armor from Huacheng. Form the Black Armor Cavalry. Fang Xianling. Du Ru Hui. Wei Zhang shall serve as advisors. Dispatch provisions and supplies. Shuirengui, assemble elite soldiers to form a scouting force. Reconnaissance of enemy movements. Li Jing shall be the commander-in-chief. He shall command the entire army. Before long, only Chang Jijie, Chang Sunwuji, and Li Shiji remained unassigned. Lin Yang understood this was Li Shimin's secret weapon, not to be deployed lightly. After speaking, Li Shimin drew the tiger token from his waist and handed it to Li Jing. Emperor Taizong Li Shimin's command abilities were truly exceptional. After a moment's consideration, he made the most prudent decision. Li Jing solemnly accepted the tiger token and declared, Your Majesty. This humble general obeys your command. The others bowed in unison to show their compliance. Your servant obeys your command. Your servant obeys. Over the next 2 days, both sides feverishly prepared for battle within their respective 5 cities. During this period, Shuirengui's scouting force had thoroughly uncovered the true state of Sakura Nation's preparations. Meanwhile, the Tang Dynasty's Black Armor Army, bolstered by Emperor Li Shimin's buff and sustained by the uninterrupted supplies from Hua City, had completed their preparations. A force of over 10,000 Black Armor Cavalry, 30,000 Black Armor Infantry, supplemented by various siege engines, catapults, along with light infantry, archers, and crossbowmen. The Tang army's appearance was now completely different from when they first arrived here. Li Jing's plan had long been perfected in his mind. Now, it was time to execute it precisely as he had envisioned. He mustered the 3,000 newly formed Black Armored Cavalry. He handed the military token to Shuirengui. He instructed General Shui, launch a surprise attack on the enemy's fortified city. Disrupt the Japanese pirates' deployment. After Shuirengui departed, Li Jing then handed the military token to Li Shiji. Ambush the only path to Huacheng. I foresee Tokugawa Ieyasu will surely mobilize his elite forces to reinforce it. Chapter 36, The Tang Dynasty's Black Armor Army. Your servant obeys. Shuirengui saluted with clasped fists, took the military token, and swiftly led the Black Armor Cavalry toward Huacheng. Meanwhile, within Sakura Fire City, the two generals overseeing the military equipment inspection wore confident expressions. Ha! These firearms will deal a heavy blow to the Tang forces. Ieyasu Tokugawa exclaimed excitedly. Sakai Tadatsugu also beamed with satisfaction. The majority of the muskets we require have already been prepared. Pointing to the stacks of crates in the distance, Sakai Tadatsugu continued proudly, once this shipment is loaded, we'll have ample initiative to strike first. Hearing this, Tuneo Mesa laughed even more excitedly. Ha! With this, our musket troops will be able to deal a severe blow to the Tang army. Yet the two commanders within Fire Castle of the land of cherry blossoms could never have imagined that a crisis was silently closing in upon them. Within the Sakura country's Fire City, Ishida Ichiro and Tokugawa Ieyasu sat facing each other. Tokugawa Ieyasu, Mr. Ishida, what insights have you gained from the recent battles against China? Ichiro Ishida's heart sank upon hearing this. With shame, he replied, the heroes I selected from the Great Cherry Blossom Kingdom are undeniably formidable, yet they are consistently defeated by the generals of China. He then proceeded to recount every detail of the battles he had endured in recent days to Tokugawa Ieyasu. In short, the generals of China are far from the weak foes we imagined. After hearing this, Tokugawa Ieyasu felt deeply disheartened. He had believed that through his observations of China over these days, he could uncover its weaknesses. Instead, he had failed once again. This left him deeply unsettled. Just then, Hattori Hanzo entered the council chamber of Sakura Castle and reported, "My lord, enemy forces are stirring outside Fire Castle." Tokugawa Ieyasu rejoiced at the news. Excellent timing. Honda Tadakatsu led 5,000 elite cavalry to reinforce Fire Castle. In Tokugawa Ieyasu's eyes, this presented an opportunity to crush Huaxia's morale and simultaneously eliminate their elite forces. Years of military experience taught him such opportunities were rare. Thus, he immediately dispatched the formidable Honda Tadakatsu to the rescue. This would also serve as a test of the newly formed armored heavy cavalry's mettle. "Hi!" Honda Tadakatsu responded and prepared to depart. But then a discordant voice cut through the air. "My lord! Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I can take Lord Honda's place in battle." Honda Tadakatsu and Tokugawa Ieyasu both looked up. They saw the voice belonged to Watanabe Moritsuna, nicknamed Hanzo the Spear. Tokugawa Ieyasu nodded. He understood clearly that Watanabe Moritsuna feared being left without credit. After all, opportunities to distinguish oneself by leading 5,000 newly formed heavy cavalry weren't something that came along every day. Thus, he agreed. "Excellent." Watanabe Moritsuna, thrilled by the outcome, left the council chamber. "Come. Follow me outside the city walls." Moments later, Tokugawa Ieyasu, accompanied by his personal guards, bid farewell to Watanabe Moritsuna atop the castle tower. A surge of excitement welled up within Tokugawa Ieyasu at the prospect of annihilating the Tang army's elite forces. In his mind, this was a battle that could not possibly be lost. Outside Huacheng, Xuerengue had already led his 3,000 heavily armored cavalry to their ambush position. Now, night had fallen. Tonight, Xuerengue's mission was straightforward. That was to strike when the Sakura soldiers transported equipment from Fire City to Earth City. He would launch a surprise attack midway to seize the equipment of the Sakura Kingdom. Just then, the thunderous clatter of hooves echoed from the direction of Sakura's Earthen City. Xuerengue listened carefully. It sounded like heavily armored cavalry. "This is the only route to Fire City. It must be that our intelligence has been compromised by enemy spies." His mind raced, and Xuerengue immediately bellowed, "Brothers, prepare for battle. The enemy is here." Roar! 3,000 ironclad cavalry roared in unison behind him. The plan to ambush and intercept the supply convoy bound for Fire City had now been shattered. Only two options remained before Xuerengue: retreat, or engage the enemy forces including the reinforcements head-on. Such thunderous hoofbeats could never belong to a mere skirmish force. For Xuerengue and his 3,000 black armored cavalry, this was now a battle with their backs to the water. Watanabe Moritsuna, striding confidently toward Xuerengue's position, was already contemplating how to celebrate victory. As Xuerengue's thoughts raced, still pondering what would constitute a complete solution. "Fire!" Li Shiji, who had been lying in ambush, bellowed his command. Instantly, the crossbow bolts that had been aimed at Watanabe Moritsuna were fired. A sharp arrow whistled through the air. A personal guard beside Watanabe Moritsuna collapsed instantly. Whoosh! 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 The 5,000 heavily armored cavalrymen of the land of cherry blossoms heard only the incessant whistling sounds ringing in their ears. Then they watched as their comrades fell one after another. "Ambush!" Watanabe Moritsuna shouted, alerting his men. But before he could react, another volley of arrows struck, instantly claiming the lives of several more personal guards. This sent a chill through Watanabe Moritsuna's heart. He never imagined enemies could be lurking in the shadows near Fire City. "Form a defensive formation," Watanabe Moritsuna commanded. The well-trained cavalry instantly formed a defensive formation. "Charge!" Seeing the Sakura Nation soldiers tighten their formation, Li Shiji, who had been lying in ambush for so long, could no longer contain himself. He immediately led his army in a charge. These were the Tang army's most elite infantry, first using crossbow bolts to inflict heavy casualties on the enemy. Then they drew their Tang swords from their waists to strike down their foes. The Tang army's combat prowess was beyond question. The lightly armed infantry, already drawing their Tang swords, charged headlong into the cherry blossom formation. In an instant, battle cries erupted, and the stench of blood filled the outskirts of Huacheng. Though lightly armed, the Tang soldiers, in the cover of night, with the Sakura cavalry already thrown into disarray, it was not difficult for them to briefly mix together. In mere moments, they had cut down numerous Sakura soldiers. Moreover, in the cover of darkness, the Tang forces gained a tremendous advantage. Wave after wave of slashing attacks left the Sakura cavalry utterly unable to defend themselves. Facing the Tang army's ghostly-like surprise attacks, they had no chance to retaliate. "Retreat! Retreat now! This can't go on," Watanabe Moritsuna shouted loudly. At Watanabe Moritsuna's command, the remaining thousands of Sakura cavalry could no longer withstand the Tang army's frenzied assaults and began fleeing in disarray. Fear of remaining Tang forces and dread of their own ranks collapsing drove them. They had no choice but to retreat while their formation remained intact. All of this unfolded before the eyes of Schwerengue, who was advancing directly toward Watanabe Moritsuna. He knew this was the prime moment to annihilate this 5,000-strong heavy cavalry force. Without hesitation, he bellowed, "Follow me, all troops! Charge!" At Schwerengue's command, the 3,000 black-armored heavy cavalry instantly spurred their horses to greater speed. In moments, they closed upon the cherry blossom-clad heavy cavalry. Schwerengue raised his sword and bellowed, "Sons of the Tang! Charge!" 3,000 Tang soldiers charged forward. Charge! At Schwerengue's command, the Tang soldiers charged forward with fierce determination. Soon they clashed with the cherry blossom cavalry who had just escaped the fray. The moment the two sides clashed, the Sakura cavalry were utterly horrified. They discovered that their weapons could not pierce the armor of the Tang dynasty's Xuanjia army at all. Even when they did manage to strike, they could only leave shallow marks. How could they possibly fight like this? Damn it! Ghosts! It's over. All is lost. My life is forfeit. Chapter 37, Taking the Offensive. The cherry blossom heavy cavalrymen let out a collective cry of alarm, swiftly turning their horses and galloping backward. But how could they possibly outrun 3,000 swift-charging black-armored heavy cavalry? After just one charge, these Sakura heavy cavalry were torn apart on the battlefield by Schwerengue's black armor heavy cavalry. Schwerengue spurred his horse onward, continuing his pursuit toward Watanabe Moritsuna's position. Soon, he spotted Watanabe Moritsuna frantically trying to escape on his warhorse. Ha! General Watanabe truly lives up to his legendary reputation as a great commander. Now, let's see where you can run to this time? Schwerengue sneered coldly. He then spurred his warhorse to accelerate once more. Watanabe Morinaga watched the approaching Tang cavalry, his face darkening with fury. Damn it! Damn it! At that moment, he knew his doom had come. He shot a reluctant glance at the troops behind him, then swung his spear toward Schwerengue's position. Hoping to seize a sliver of hope for himself, Schwerengue narrowed his eyes. He immediately swung his Fangtian halberd to parry, the fierce force sending Watanabe Moritsuna's spear flying. General Watanabe, I hear you are the foremost among the cherry blossom spearmen. Schwerengue bellowed. Do you dare face me in a final duel? Schwerengue's voice sent a chill down Watanabe Morinori's spine. But with his retreat already cut off, he had no choice but to raise his spear and continue the fight. Die, traitor! Watanabe Moritsuna roared. His spear darted like a venomous snake striking, aiming straight for Schwerengue's throat. Ha! Trivial tricks! With that, Schwerengue parried the attack with his halberd, deflecting Watanabe Moritsuna's thrust. Then, his Fangtian halberd swept out with a fierce horizontal strike. Clang! A thunderous clang echoed as the two weapons collided. Schwerengue and Watanabe Moritsuna simultaneously parted ways to the left and right. Schwerengue's weapon was, after all, designed for slashing and chopping. Thus, it held a significant advantage against a spear-like weapon. In contrast, Watanabe Moritsuna. His spear was knocked flying from his grasp, and his palm gushed blood from a deep gash. Schwerengue's formidable strength far surpassed his own. He was no match for him. Surrender, General! Or you will die! Schwerengue declared coldly. Watanabe Moritsuna remained unmoved by these words. You want me to surrender? Dream on! Watanabe Moritsuna gritted his teeth, then prepared to charge forward once more. Schwerengue shook his head and sighed. Since the general insists on courting death, why should I stand in your way? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he spurred his mount forward and charged. Though Watanabe Moritsuna possessed formidable strength, he was no match for Schwerengue. Thus, after this fierce battle, having lost his weapon, Watanabe Moritsuna faced only one outcome: defeat. Naturally, Watanabe Moritsuna refused to accept death. He spurred his horse toward the earthen fort, attempting to flee. General! Run! Two personal guards by Watanabe Moritsuna's side charged toward Schwerengue, risking their lives to protect their commander. Schwerengue, however, had no intention of pursuing further. Swinging his halberd, he severed the heads of Watanabe's two bodyguards. He swiftly drew his longbow from the saddle, nocked an arrow. He aimed at the direction Watanabe Moritsuna had fled and loosed an arrow. Whoosh! The sharp arrow instantly pierced the air, hurtling toward Watanabe Moritsuna. Watanabe Moritsuna seemed to sense the approaching danger. He immediately turned his head to look back. Seeing the arrow rapidly closing in on his face, he was instantly terrified out of his wits. Thud! The sound of the arrow piercing flesh. Schwerengue's long arrow struck Watanabe Moritsuna squarely in the face. The sharp arrow pierced Watanabe Moritsuna's skull, passing straight through his face and out the back of his head. Watanabe Moritsuna fell from his horse, dead. Schwerengue, without pausing, led his main force charging straight ahead. The objective had shifted from ambushing the enemy's fortified city to annihilating the entire force. The Sakura cavalry, now bereft of their commander, were like headless flies. They could barely withstand the fierce assault of the Tang army. In the brief span of a single stick of incense, they were utterly annihilated. Surveying the field strewn with corpses, Shui Rengui was overjoyed. He gradually came to understand Li Jing's subordinates. Truly worthy of the title God of War. The strategy for this battle likely involved using arrows as bait to lure out the strongest forces of the land of cherry blossoms. After a brief tally of the spoils of war, the Sakura kingdom could take back over 2,000 horses, while the captured armor and weapons were too numerous to count. Shui Rengui dared not linger, immediately leading his troops back to their encampment at Tucheng. Holy crap! Shui Rengui is insane. His archery is seriously impressive. That Watanabe Moritsuna clearly wasn't Shui Rengui's match neither in command nor martial skill. Exactly. He took down a Japanese commander in no time. China is just too strong. Ha 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 ha. Great Tang. Unrivaled under heaven. Let's discuss what will the Great Tang's next strategy be. Impossible to predict. This Li Jing is the real deal, right? Shui Rengui is just too cool. Watching the global broadcast, the people of China began showering the Tang dynasty with all kinds of flattery. Even some of the citizens who had previously questioned Lin Yang's decision have changed their tune. Meanwhile, the mindset of the Sakura Nation's populace had begun to shift. General Watanabe was far too reckless. Those were precious 5,000 heavy cavalry. Who would have thought they'd fall under his command? A devastating blow. A devastating blow. General Watanabe was utterly foolish. How shall we counter the Huaxia's advance now? Without these 5,000 heavy cavalry, our forces will likely lose the capacity for offensive operations. Those damned Huaxia must be celebrating. Huaxia Earthen Fortress. Li Jing, awaiting the return of Shui Rengui and Li Shiji, maintained a composed expression as he played chess alongside Emperor Taizong Li Shimin. Lin Yang stood beside them, carefully observing the game between these two military giants. Lin Yang could tell. Both Li Shimin and Li Jing were grand strategists. Their chess style never fixated on the gain or loss of a single city or territory, but instead concentrated their energy on the grand scheme. Their true mastery lay in annihilating their opponent within that grand scheme. Your Majesty, it is I who have lost. Li Jing said with a sigh. General Li, I suspect Shui Rengui and Li Shiji are about to arrive. Before the words had fully left his mouth, they heard footsteps approaching outside the door. A smile spread across Li Shimin's face. He then turned to Lin Yang and said, Young Lin, did I not speak the truth? The two generals have returned so swiftly. Shui Rengui and Li Shiji bowed in salute before reporting their battle results. After listening, Li Jing stroked his beard slightly and said, Excellent. Now we can take the initiative and seize the enemy's fortified cities. Li Shimin concurred, indeed, I agree this is the course we should take. Chapter 38, Surprise Attack on Tucheng. The enemy's 5,000 heavy cavalry have been decimated. With Watanabe Moritsuna slain and morale at rock bottom, this is the perfect opportunity for our forces to strike. Minister Li. You must capture one of their cities. Remember, prioritize safety, do not linger in battle. Li Shimin commanded. Your servant obeys your command. Li Jing bowed respectfully. Then he departed the hall. Li Shimin and Lin Yang continued their fierce battle over the chessboard. Soon after, Lin Yang also took his leave. After everyone had departed, Li Shimin sighed softly. Today's battle truly set my blood boiling. It reminds me of the days when I followed the founding emperor into battle. Li Shimin murmured. The next day, a group finally dared to gather within Sakura country to collect the corpses outside Huacheng. The Tang cavalry, upholding humanitarian principles, did not obstruct them. As the Sakura soldiers beheld the sight of their fallen comrades, one by one they could not help but weep, fearing they might meet the same fate. Seeing morale sink to such depths, a plan began to take shape within his mind. However, he needed to wait a little longer. After all, the enemy was the Tang dynasty, the most formidable adversary in Ieyasu's eyes. They could not be underestimated. Thus, Tokugawa Ieyasu ordered the corpses transported back to Tsuchi Castle and dispatched hundreds of his personal guards to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, within the Tang dynasty's military affairs office, Li Jing was formulating a plan to attack the enemy's fortified city. The Tang strategy had always been to gradually devour the enemy's territory. This time was no exception, as they adopted the same strategy. Li Jing immediately mustered 50,000 troops equipped with siege engines. This time, the Tang had truly deployed their finest forces. Only 2,000 of the black armored cavalry, unsuited for siege warfare, were brought along. The remaining 50,000 troops were all elite forces. Shui Rengui. Command the 2,000 black armored cavalry as the vanguard. Li Shiji will command the rear guard, while Chang Jijia will accompany me to hold the center. This battle. We must secure a swift victory and disrupt the enemy's armory stronghold. All commanders. Advance. Your servant obeys your command. In an instant, 50,000 troops marched in mighty procession toward Fire City. 100 miles from Fire City, a group clad in black bodysuits was moving swiftly through the terrain. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these individuals were none other than Hattori Hanzo's ninjas serving under Tokugawa Ieyasu. When it came to intelligence work, Hattori Hanzo was always an expert. They soon uncovered the destination of the Great Tang's advance. It was Fire City in the land of cherry blossoms. Moreover, intelligence indicated Li Jing had mobilized a full 50,000 troops for this campaign. Clearly, they were determined to seize Fire City. How can this be? Hattori Hanzo muttered under his breath, his face darkening. We must report this to Lord Tokugawa immediately. Hattori Hanzo thought anxiously. He immediately led the remaining dozen or so ninjas, accelerating their pace toward the earthen fortress. Sakura Earthen Castle. It wasn't long before news from Hattori Hanzo arrived. Tokugawa Ieyasu stared grimly at the recovered corpse of Watanabe Moritsuna. This man has betrayed our great Sakura Nation. Tokugawa Ieyasu roared in fury. Lord, our only option now is to hasten our reinforcements to Fire Castle. Otherwise, our troops, horses, and blades will all fall into the hands of the Great Tang. Honda Tadakatsu urged. But Tokugawa Ieyasu asked, Okubo Tadasuke, Takagi Kiyohide, what are your thoughts? Takagi Kiyohide shook his head. No. This may be our chance to turn defeat into victory. Okubo Tadasuke concurred, I agree. After a moment of contemplation, Tokugawa Ieyasu inquired, why? Takagi Kiyohide explained, the enemy has mobilized 50,000 troops to seize our fortified city. This is not a fatal blow aimed at choking off our vital supply lines. Moreover, our formidable fortifications offer strong defenses. This is no opportunity for the Tang to achieve a swift victory. Yet, the Tang dynasty's earthen fortress is currently poorly defended. How can this not be a golden opportunity for us to turn defeat into victory? Takagi Kiyohide's explanation was straightforward. Even a pure warrior like Honda Tadakatsu could grasp it. Instantly, his blood boiled as he declared, Lord, I volunteer to lead a surprise assault on the Tang earthen fortifications. Truthfully, he needn't have spoken. Tokugawa Ieyasu had already made his decision. As a seasoned veteran of 73 years, how could he fail to grasp this logic? He merely sought this opportunity to have Takagi Kiyohide articulate the rationale, thereby restoring the lost morale. Honda Tadakatsu. Takagi Kiyohide. Tuneo Mesa. Sakai Tadatsugu. Tokugawa Ieyasu called out the names. Hi. The four men answered in unison. I command you four to lead an army of 60,000 to capture the Tang dynasty's earthen fortress in China. Turn the tide of battle for our forces. In this campaign, Honda Tadakatsu shall serve as commander-in-chief. We shall accomplish this mission. We will not disappoint your expectations, Lord. Honda Tadakatsu pledged solemnly. Very well. Go forth. Do not tarnish the prestige of our great nation of Sakura. Tokugawa Ieyasu solemnly instructed. Upon hearing this, the four men withdrew from the study. Yet Ishida Ichiro felt a vague sense of unease. But he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Perhaps all those defeats have sapped my will to fight. My great nation of Sakura shall prevail. Ishida Ichiro consoled himself. The Tang and Sakura armies swiftly advanced toward their respective objectives. Before long, Li Jing had already arrived at the outskirts of Huocheng. After the Sakura forces redeployed their defenses, the commander defending Fire City was Kanbara Yasumasa. This was a commander exceptionally skilled in fortress defense. Upon seeing the Tang forces, he taunted, Ha! We can hold this city until we die. Kozai's words dripped with scorn. He believed that with the 10,000 troops under his command, he could easily hold Fire City. As the military strategy dictates. Surrounded by tenfold, attack by fivefold, engage when outnumbered by onefold. 10,000 troops plus the massive defensive advantage granted by the Tokugawa clan. He held no fear for Li Jing's offensive. Li Jing, however, showed no anger. He merely smiled and said, then, we shall see. Oomph. Let's see how it goes then. Kosuke Kamihara sneered. Then, the two armies faced off across the moat. National Fortune Arena alert. Kozai Kamihara's personal buff has been activated. Fortress defense increased by 30%. Upon hearing this news, Chinese citizens watching the livestream were stunned. What the hell? Defensive capabilities again? This is too coincidental. Combined with Tokugawa Ieyasu's Fortress of Steel ability at 40%, that's a whopping 70% defense boost now. Wait, it's actually 90%. There's another ruler ability boost too. We're done for. Sakura Nation's surprise attack on our earthen fortress has already launched. If Li Jing can't take it quickly, we lose. Right. This time we won't fall for Sakura Nation's tricks, will we? Meanwhile, Sakura Nation's live stream room saw glimmers of victory, growing even more lively. Ha 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 ha. We've won. Capture Li Shimen alive. Looks like the Tang dynasty has sent all their capable troops. Yes. Great Sakura Nation will prevail. Capture Li Shimen alive. Take Lin Yang prisoner. Do warriors of the Great Cherry Blossom Nation. Inside the National Fortune Arena. Li Shimin listened quietly to the intelligence report on Sakura Nation's surprise attack on Tucheng. Not a trace of fear crossed his face. Instead, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Musicians, play for me the Qin Wang's battle hymn. Chapter 39, 3,000 against 60,000. The advantage is ours. Li Shimin commanded. The musicians immediately began playing the Qin King's battle hymn. This piece, bold and heroic in style, brimmed with the spirit of conquest, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Amidst the music, Li Shimin slowly rose to his feet and strode toward the city gate. Upon the ramparts, countless Tang soldiers stood at the ready. Are you ready? Li Shimin asked indifferently. We are ready, Your Majesty. A burly, muscular general standing beside him answered. It was Yuqi Jingda. With Li Shimin present in person, he naturally offered his utmost service. Beside Yuqi Jingda stood another general, pale-faced and beardless, wielding a tiger-headed gold-inlaid spear and clad in black iron armor, his appearance imposing and formidable. It was Qin Shubao. This pair of door gods, standing flanking Li Shimin on either side, awaiting the invasion of the Sakura Nation's forces. At this moment, the Tang forces consisted of the 50,000 troops led out by Li Jing, plus soldiers scattered across the other 4 garrison cities. The entire Tucheng now held only 10,000 soldiers. Facing Honda Tadakatsu's 60,000 troops well disciplined and equipped with formidable siege engines, Li Shimin showed no fear whatsoever. For he knew that Honda Tadakatsu would pay a devastating price to capture Tucheng. Yet Li Shimin remained unconcerned. For this earthen fortress was easy to defend and difficult to attack, further protected by a moat that blocked enemy forces, making it as impregnable as a fortress. With Yuqi Gong and Qin Shubao commanding its defenses, he had no cause for undue concern. At that moment, his gaze swept over the city walls. About 3 li ahead of the earthen fortress, Honda Tadakatsu's army of 60,000 troops was already advancing toward it. Amidst the fluttering banners, the faint rumble of rolling wheels could be heard. Clearly, they were transporting catapults and siege cannons. Oomph! Li Shimin snorted coldly. Come on then! Beat the drums! Li Shimin roared. Dong! The war drums began to beat and the horns sounded. Simultaneously, he drew his sword and proclaimed. Hear my command, generals! Follow my imperial carriage as I personally lead the charge to meet the enemy beneath the city gates. Upon hearing the command, all generals responded with a resounding affirmation. Immediately afterward, Li Shimin stood tall upon the city walls, awaiting the arrival of Honda Tadakatsu's forces. Meanwhile, Honda Tadakatsu had already led his 6,000-strong force to the scene. First in sight were Li Shimin standing tall upon the ramparts and the Tang soldiers arrayed in formation, the earthen fortress prepared for battle. Ha ha ha! Honda Tadakatsu roared with laughter. The Chinese truly are cowards, cowering inside their walls. His words were blunt, his eyes brimming with contempt. Yet Li Shimin showed not a trace of anger at these words. Instead, he gave a slight nod and said, Very well. I'll give you the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Disband your troops, kneel down, and surrender. I promise to spare your life. How about that? Li Shimin's tone was calm, as if discussing a perfectly ordinary matter. Upon hearing this, Honda Tadakatsu's expression darkened instantly. This was nothing short of the greatest insult. The Japanese commanders were struck dumb, as if thunder had struck their hearts. What? With such overwhelming advantage, he demands our surrender? Has the Tang Emperor lost his mind? Lord Honda. No more words. Attack. Break through the Tang gates. Honda Tadakatsu nodded and smiled. Let's give the Chinese something to remember. Are the siege works ready? Honda Tadakatsu inquired. Takagi Kyohide immediately replied, reporting to Lord Honda. They are ready. Honda Tadakatsu gave a cold snort before issuing his command. Very well. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. Charge. Take the moat. In an instant, 60,000 troops surged toward the earthen fortress like a tidal wave. Behind the Sakura army, siege cannons and catapults began bombarding the Tang fortifications. Yet Li Shimin showed no sign of panic. Yuqi Jingda. Qin Shubao. Arm yourselves. Follow me out of the city. Chan Sun Wuji assumed command of the city defenses in my stead. After issuing his orders, Li Shimin mounted his prized stallion, armed with his longbow and spear. He was about to ride out of the city. Your Majesty, you must not risk your life. Chan Sun Wuji pleaded. But Li Shimin seemed not to hear. His thoughts had already drifted back to Jinyang City in those days. Back then, he was merely a youth in his 20s. With a longbow slung across his waist and a spear in hand, he knew not the meaning of life or death. Yuqi Jingda and Qin Shubao had long grown accustomed to charging into battle alongside the then Prince of Qin, Li Shimin. They were all too familiar with this situation. He immediately prepared his armor and weapons, mustered 3,000 black-armored cavalrymen. They marched shoulder to shoulder with the Tang Emperor toward the city walls. Meanwhile, Honda Tadakatsu wore a look of delight. Ha 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 ha! The Tang Emperor couldn't hold back any longer. Charge with the entire army. Roar! 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 Amidst the thunderous roar, 60,000 troops surged like a torrent, charging toward the earthen fortress. Soon, they approached within 100 paces of the moat. Sakura engineers were frantically constructing a pontoon bridge. Rumble! The thunderous footsteps grew ever more intense, as if the heavens were splitting apart and the sun and moon had lost their light. Honda Tadakatsu's eyes flickered. He was waiting for his chance. Waiting for the moment to seize Emperor Li Shimen of Tang, who had rashly ventured out of the city. Not long after, leading 3,000 fully armored black-clad cavalry, he had already reached the city gates. Li Shimen, resplendent in his yellow robe and golden armor, stood at the forefront of his ranks, coldly surveying the Sakura Nation's army. By now, the Sakura Nation had already erected a pontoon bridge across the moat. Lower the bridge. Li Shimen gave a single gesture. Soldiers on the ramparts immediately understood his intent, activating the mechanism to lower the drawbridge across the moat. As the drawbridge slowly descended, Li Shimen heard that familiar melody ringing in his ears once more. The Qin Prince's Battle Victory March. Follow me. Charge! Li Shimen roared, spurring his horse toward the forces of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Behind him, Yuqi Jingda, Qin Shubao, and others followed closely. In an instant, the battle cries pierced the heavens. The 6,000-strong army of the Land of Cherry Blossoms descended like a dark cloud, obscuring the heavens. Li Shimen, charging into that dark cloud, resembled a golden bolt of lightning. National Fortune Arena Alert! Li Shimen's hidden ability, Prince of Qin's Battle Formation Break, has been triggered. Cavalry charge damage increased by 70%. National Fortune Arena Alert! Wei Qi Jingda and Qin Shubao's hidden ability, Guardian Deities, has been activated. When protecting the commander's safety rate increases by 100%. Hearing these two notifications from the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Excellent! Witness the Tang Emperor's battle formation breakthrough. Lin Yang exclaimed loudly. At that moment, in the Huaxia livestream room, Tang Taizong's abilities are just too insane. But I still think 3,000 against 60,000 is a bit exaggerated. Yeah, and he even initiated the attack. That's just reckless. I have a feeling we're going to lose. I wish I could witness this Emperor's glory in person. Trust him. The Huaxia livestream chat was filled with concern. Meanwhile, Li Shimen had already charged to the front of the Sakura Nation's formation. Chapter 40, The Military God. His long spear thrust out violently. Thud! A Sakura Nation soldier who had just poked his head out was pierced clean through the chest and collapsed to the ground. Li Shimen's spear cut through everything in its path. Each swing of his blade claimed a life, while Yuqi Jingda and Qin Shubao guarded his flanks. One wielded a whip, the other thrust a spear. One after another, the attacking Cherry Blossom Nation soldiers were either flung aside or cut down. Within mere moments, the first wave of Cherry Blossom Nation soldiers who had closed within 5 meters of Li Shimen were utterly annihilated. Witnessing Li Shimen's peerless, invincible figure charging forward, the entire Huaxia livestream fell deathly silent. Only after a long moment did deafening cheers erupt. This scene deeply shook the viewers. It only strengthened their conviction that China's rise would begin with this very battle. Is this Emperor Li Shimen of Tang? 3,000 men breaking through an array of 60,000? Someone! Play the music! Let us witness this! Li Shimen's unmatched valor alone proved everything. By now, Li Shimen had already breached the Cherry Blossom Nation's formation. With a bold laugh, he urged his men once more. Charge! Overwhelm the enemy! Kill! No sooner had the words left his lips. He led the charge, plunging headlong into the enemy ranks. Charge! Generals like Yuqi Jingda followed closely behind. Thud! Yuqi Jingda swung his whip, striking down one of Honda Tadakatsu's personal guards with a single blow. Seeing Li Shimen's cavalry charging toward him, his heart remained unflustered. He raised his dragonfly sword, ready to meet the challenge. But as he raised his arm to swing his blade, he suddenly froze. A profound sense of danger coursed through his entire body, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. His warrior instincts kicked in, and he raised the dragonfly blade to parry. It deflected Li Shimen's arrow, drawn taut on his longbow. Clang! Sparks flew. Honda Tadakatsu stumbled back several steps, his expression turning grim. Though he had blocked the strike, the sheer force of the arrow's impact was overwhelming. Even exerting every ounce of strength, the shockwave sent a stinging pain through his palms. If the fight continued under these circumstances, it seemed likely. Before Honda Tadakatsu could devise a countermeasure, Li Shimen, accompanied by Yuqi Jingda and Qin Shubao, charged before him. Takagi Kyohide barked coldly, Tang commander. I am your opponent. Tuneo Mesa and Sakai Tadatsuga showed no sign of weakness either. Each brandished their weapons to guard Honda Tadakatsu. Honda Tadakatsu's status was unique. His death would surely throw the Cherry Blossom Nation into disarray. And Honda Tadakatsu was the only one they could protect. You're asking for death. Yuqi Jingda roared in fury. His twin whips lashed like the wind, parrying the attacks of the Sakura Kingdom's generals. They guarded Li Shimin as he broke through the encirclement of the Sakura Nation's generals. In the blink of an eye, the black armored cavalry in Li Shimin's forces had already torn a gaping hole through the Sakura Nation's formation. "Follow me! Turn and slaughter them mercilessly!" Li Shimin roared with boundless fervor. Then he spurred his horse forward at full gallop. Yuchi Jingda and Qin Shubao roared with laughter. They followed suit. The black armored cavalry howled as they charged after them. At that moment, the black armored cavalry resembled bloodthirsty wolves. They swept through everything in their path, unstoppable. "Bastards! Stop them!" Sakai Tadatsugu roared and led a contingent of Sakura Nation's elite troops into the fray. Whoosh! Several arrows flew toward Li Shimin, but all were deflected by the black armored cavalry. The black armored cavalry's armor proved utterly impervious to the Sakura Nation's attacks. Moreover, each of them was now filled with murderous intent, utterly unfazed by such minor injuries. Rumble! The black armored cavalry plunged into the Sakura Nation's ranks like a sharp blade. Blood spattered everywhere. Cherry Blossom Kingdom soldiers were slaughtered one after another, some even crushed into pulp. Meanwhile, Li Shimin charged left and right with his two formidable generals, Yuchi Jingda and Qin Shubao. As if entering a deserted land. Wherever they passed, blood spattered and corpses littered the ground. How could these ordinary soldiers possibly withstand them? Even those few who fought desperately to the death met their inevitable end. Soon, Li Shimin and his black armored cavalry had cut through the entire Sakura Nation camp. When they returned to the city gates once more, surveying the battlefield strewn with the corpses of the Sakura Nation's army, Li Shimin nodded with satisfaction and withdrew from the moat. Not a single Sakura Nation soldier dared to step forward to block his path. They could only watch as Li Shimin strode back into the earthen city. As the drawbridge over the moat rose once more, the Sakura Nation's officers and soldiers exchanged glances, their courage shattered. Ha! The land of cherry blossoms is nothing special after all. Exactly. 60,000 men utterly routed by Li Shimin's mere 3,000. Honda Tadakatsu? Just another defeated foe of Xiang Yu. Nothing special. I agree with the previous comment. This Honda Tadakatsu should just commit seppuku. This is hilarious. Emperor Taizong Li Shimin is just too powerful. Exactly. He just marched back to Tuqing like it was nothing. The atmosphere in the Huaxia livestream grew increasingly heated. Meanwhile, the Cherry Blossom Nation's citizens, witnessing such a breathtaking military formation display, their spirits plummeted to rock bottom. What the hell? Damn it! We lost so completely? It's not over yet. If we just organize our siege properly next, even if Emperor Taizong is a skilled fighter, he'll be as good as caught in a bag. Exactly. Trust Lord Honda's command. But, just look at our engineering corps. The Sakura Nation's engineering corps preparing siege equipment had been scattered to the winds by Li Shimin's assault. The siege engines that were nearly complete now required rebuilding from scratch. In just half a day, they couldn't get them up again. Damn it! Honda Tadakatsu's expression turned ashen. If they couldn't secure a swift victory in this surprise assault on the earthen fortress, once the rear stronghold falls, and they turn their attention back to encircling and annihilating us, there would be no escape but death. Meanwhile, Li Jing and his forces besieging Fire City faced no small obstacle. The Sakura Nation's defenders fought as if their lives were nothing. Bolstered by the formidable defensive buff of Kamihara Yasumasa, they repeatedly repelled the Tang army's assaults. Just as the Tang forces were at their wits' end, a notification from the National Fortune Arena lifted the spirits of the Chinese populace. National Fortune Arena notice. Li Jing's personal buff has been triggered. War God, when the battle is at a stalemate, the army's offensive capability increases by 80%. The National Fortune Arena's notification instantly galvanized the entire Tang army. What did this surge in offensive capability signify? It meant this formidable ability could accelerate siege progress by tenfold or more. This was absolutely the most crucial factor. Charge! Li Jing bellowed. As the scaling ladders were erected, Chen Yaojin's special ability activated smoothly. Lucky General, when accompanying the army into battle, can dodge 5 fatal blows. As if aware of his formidable power, he led the charge alongside the vanguard, scaling the city walls. Swinging his battle axe, he instantly carved a gap in the city walls for the Tang army. Seeing this, Kamimura Yasumasa knew things were going badly. He drew his katana from his waist and led his personal guard to seal the breach. Chapter 41, Dumpling Wrappers. But Chen Yaojin wasn't about to let that happen. As a member of the vanguard, Chen Yaojin's prowess was beyond question. He swung his axe directly at Kamihara Yasumasa. National Fortune Arena notice, Chang Jiji's special ability 3 axe strikes has been activated. With each of his first 3 axe swings, the probability of slaying enemy generals increases. Starting at 30% and rising. Shinbara Yasumasa startled, immediately raising his long sword to parry. Clang! The blade shattered in response. Ha! Split his skull. The first strike of the 3 axe strikes was barely parried by Kamihara Yasamasa, but the second followed instantly. Kid, pick your teeth. Xiang Yu roared. PSSSH. The sharp axe swung horizontally. Kozai Kamihara's eyes widened instantly, pupils dilating. He felt that icy killing intent. He clearly heard the sound of his own bones shattering in his neck. Then, his head rolled to the side with a wet thud, his eyes widening even further. He seemed to want to memorize this scene, for it might be the last thing he ever saw. After swiftly dispatching Kanbara Yasamasa, Xiang Yu did not halt his advance. Commander, I'll clear a path for you with my blood. Xiang Yu shouted, his hands never pausing as he led the vanguard charge. Clearing a path for Li Jing's reinforcements storming the city walls. Bang! 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 Explosions echoed intermittently from the scaling ladders. Xiang Yu and the vanguard corps relentlessly advanced toward the breach in the city walls. Though the defenses atop the walls were extremely tight, the sheer number of enemy troops proved overwhelming. Finally, Xiang Yu seized a crucial vantage point atop the ramparts. Charge! He was wildly excited. Swinging his battle axe wildly, he cut down several defenders in the blink of an eye. Thud! The sound of his axe tearing into flesh echoed repeatedly. The already demoralized defenders could bear no more, collapsing one after another. At that moment, the main force led by Li Jing smashed open the city gate with battering rams. Immediately, Li Jing led the main force in a charge. Quickly, close the gates. The deputy commander of Sakura Nation's garrison, overcome with panic, urgently ordered soldiers to seal the breach. Alas, it was too late. The death of their commander had shattered the Sakura Kingdom soldiers' will to resist, slowing their movements by a fraction of a second. Li Jing's main force swiftly breached the gates and poured into the city. Xuerengui charged through the gates first, launching into a full-on charge and slash mode against the Sakura soldiers. Ha 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 ha! What a thrill! Damn, it feels good. I've won this battle today. When I return, His Majesty will surely reward me with mountains of gold and silver. Xiang Yu roared with boundless bravado. Xiang Yu swung his battle axe, hacking left and right. Any soldier who dared resist met his axe blade. No matter how formidable the foe or how numerous the enemy, Xiang Yu charged relentlessly forward. His breakthrough was as swift as splitting bamboo. Finally, with Xiang Yu's assistance, the troops on the city walls began to collapse. The breakthrough by Li Jing's main force at the front sounded the death knell for the Sakura Nation soldiers within the Fire City. The Western Gate, Eastern Gate, and Southern Gate soon fell in succession. Within the span of a single incense stick, the battle ended. The city walls and the ground below were littered with the dead and wounded of the Sakura Nation. The moat ran red, and the air thickened with the pungent stench of blood. Li Jing showed no harshness toward the Sakura soldiers who laid down their weapons and surrendered. They were bound and awaited their fate. The entire city was now under the control of Tang troops. Alright, let's clean up the battlefield. Xiang Yu swung his massive axe as he approached Li Jing. Brother Chang, you are truly formidable. Li Jing praised sincerely. Xiang Yu chuckled, all thanks to the general's brilliant strategy. Li Jing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then commanded. Enough. Clean up the battlefield immediately and imprison all the Sakura prisoners right here in Huacheng. We're setting out for Tucheng at once. Let's wrap those Japanese pirates in a dumpling. Yes, sir. The men responded in unison. Xuerengui. Lead the cavalry as the vanguard. Li Shiji. Command 10,000 soldiers to garrison this city. Leave the heavy weapons behind. The rest of you. Rear guard becomes vanguard. Turn around and rescue the emperor. Li Jing commanded calmly. Holy crap! Is this the caliber of Li Jing's command? I just watched the entire battle unfold. After Li Jing's ability activated, the entire Tang army charged like bloodthirsty wolves, howling with fury. Exactly. That surge in morale and combat prowess. It's terrifying. This must be what a military god looks like. Who knew our Chinese history had such moments? Experts must restore this immediately. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere in the Huaxia Nation livestream, the Sakura livestream had fallen into complete silence after witnessing both sides' campaigns. The scales of victory were now tipping steadily toward the Huaxia side. Meanwhile, Li Shimen at Tucheng. The battle was not as arduous as Li Jing had imagined. While Li Jing led his troops in bloody combat, Li Shimen charged the Sakura Nation's formation several times with his 3,000 black armored cavalry and the pair of guardian deities. The Sakura army formation commanded by Honda Tadakatsu failed to mount a single coherent offensive thereafter. They could only rely on arrows and catapults to inflict minimal casualties on the Tang forces. The heavy siege cannons of that era were painfully slow to reload. Each time Honda Tadakatsu managed to set up his artillery, Li Shimen would launch a surprise attack, disrupting his plans. At this moment, Honda Tadakatsu was plunged into despair. Damn it! Honda Tadakatsu clenched his fists in rage and slammed his fist hard against his mount. If he could, he would have personally cut down Li Shimen, that bastard. Alas, he would never have that chance in this lifetime. The tremendous commotion behind him sent a chill through Honda Tadakatsu's heart. He knew it meant the Tang army was closing in. Retreat! Retreat immediately! Hondo Tadakatsu, overcome with terror, immediately gave the order to flee. Alas, it was all too late. All commanders, heed my command. Our chance for victory is at hand. Follow me into battle. Li Shimin keenly recognized this as an opportunity to encircle Honda Tadakatsu. If fortune smiled upon them, they could annihilate Honda Tadakatsu's entire force in one decisive blow. Charge! 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 Roar! Every soldier within the city walls was now fired up by Li Shimin's rallying cry. The Tang army's morale soared. Shouts erupted as the soldiers followed Li Shimin in pursuit of Honda Tadakatsu's forces. Seeing Honda Tadakatsu's scattered forces, Li Jing knew this was a golden opportunity for victory. He immediately led his own troops in pursuit. Li Shimin was no exception. Both forces converged, charging straight toward Honda Tadakatsu's main camp. Honda Tadakatsu had long anticipated this very scenario. Thus, when Li Jing's pursuit closed in, he decisively ordered a retreat. Alas, that chance was now lost. The retreat route had been completely sealed off by Li Jing. At this moment, Honda Tadakatsu had only one option. That was to rely on his own valor and force his way through the Tang army to create an opening. Cherry Blossom Charge! All men! Now is the time for nothing but a fight to the death. Chapter 42, Total Annihilation. Honda Tadakatsu roared. Ha 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 ha! You're doomed! I'll use your blood to honor my Cherry Blossom warriors. Cherry Blossom boarding! Cherry Blossom boarding! In an instant, the Sakura army erupted with fierce morale, as if suddenly snapping out of their state of despair. National Fortune Arena Notice. Sakura Commander Honda Tadakatsu's personal buff Unparalleled Warrior of all ages activated. When combat is unfavorable, all unit abilities increase by 50%. Lord Honda. There might still be a chance. Exactly. Lord Honda's buff combined with Lord Tokugawa's buff will instantly boost our capabilities by over 100%. Charge! Avenge the Sakura Nation. This battle might just turn the tide. A rare surge of vitality filled the Sakura Nation livestream. All of this was thanks to Honda Tadakatsu's sudden burst of power. After activating his personal buff, Honda Tadakatsu ignited a fierce clash between the two sides. He thrust his dragonfly blade left and right, charging through the enemy lines to carve a path for himself. His lieutenants Takagi Kyohide, Tsuneo Mesa, and Sakai Tadatsuga showed no sign of weakness either. Each swung their weapons fiercely into the fray. Alas, Emperor Li Shimin of Tang would never grant him such an opportunity. Drawing an arrow from his waist, he narrowed his eyes and swiftly drew the bowstring toward Takagi Kyohide's position. The enemy commander is dead. Surrender and live. Whoosh! A sharp arrow whistled through the air, piercing Gao Muqingshou's chest. Ugh! Takagi Kyohide bowed his head and slowly collapsed to the ground. He never dreamed he'd be shot dead. Damn it! Witnessing Takagi Kyohide's death, Honda Tadakatsu grew even more frenzied, his dragonfly sword whipping through the air like a serpent. His strength surged dramatically. Humph, truly a legend of the land of cherry blossoms. Li Shimin sneered contemptuously, drawing another arrow and aiming it at Sakai Tadatsugu and Tsuneo Mesa, who were furiously hacking away at the Tang troops. Just then, a cherry blossom cavalryman lunged toward Li Shimin with his lance. Seeking to claim an extraordinary feat, but how could Yuchi Jingda give him that chance? A single lash of his whip smashed the cherry blossom cavalryman's skull, sending his brains flying. Li Shimin knew the formidable prowess of Yuchi Jingda and Qin Shubao, and immediately focused his mind. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth, piercing Sakai Tadatsugu's throat clean through. Guh! Sakai Tadatsugu clutched his throat in agony as he fell from his horse. In the blink of an eye, two Sakura commanders had fallen. Thud! Seeing his fallen comrades, Tsuneo Mesa was overcome with grief and rage. With a mighty swing, he severed the head of a soldier closing in on him. But alas, it did nothing to stop Li Shimin's arrows. Thud! An arrow pierced through Tsuneo Mesa's shoulder. The sharp arrow pierced through his armor. Instantly, his combat effectiveness plummeted. It landed right in front of Chun Yaojin, who was eager to prove himself. Whoa! Split his skull. Chun Yaojin unleashed his signature move, the three axe strikes. The first strike was a downward axe swing. Tsuneo Mesa forced his weapon upward, adopting an iron bridge parry stance. Fine skill. Now witness my little demon picks teeth. This technique involved retracting the axe when the opponent parried horizontally, then thrusting it forward to strike the face. Ayasu was no pushover either. He barely reined his horse back in time, and Chun Yaojin's axe only managed to cripple Ayasu's warhorse. Though thrown from his mount, Tsuneo Mesa did not fall dead. Take this axe to your ears. Chun Yaojin spun around and swung his axe horizontally, aiming straight for the face of Tsuneo Mesa, who had just landed and hadn't regained his footing. Thud! The sound of the massive axe shattering bone echoed through the air. Chun Yaojin cleaved Tsuneo Mesa's head clean in two. Meanwhile, Honda Tadakatsu had only just managed to slash down several Tang soldiers with his dragonfly blade. Turning to see two Naomesa's gruesome fate, he was overcome with anguish and roared in fury. Damn you, Tang dogs! Slaughter every Tang dog! Avenge Naomesa! Kill! Honda Tadakatsu bellowed repeatedly, trying to ignite the final fighting spirit of the Cherry Blossom Corps. The Sakura Corps erupted once more with astonishing fighting spirit. The Tang forces, however, showed no fear. Fierce combat erupted. Blood flowed like a river. Yet such fighting spirit could not last long. As physical strength waned and comrades fell one by one beside them, the Sakura Corps' morale steadily weakened. In contrast, the Tang army's morale soared, rising steadily. Gradually, they even began to overwhelm the Cherry Blossom Legion. This left Honda Tadakatsu's expression growing increasingly grim. At that very moment, Li Shimen, Yuchi Jingda, and Shin Shubo, having finally broken through the frenzied ranks of Sakura soldiers, arrived before Honda Tadakatsu. Li Shimen fixed Honda Tadakatsu with a cold stare and said indifferently, "Cherry Blossom Commander, surrender. Otherwise, I shall send you to meet your end." Honda Tadakatsu burst into a wild, skyward laugh. "We shall never surrender. Come and fight. Since you seek death, do not blame me." Li Shimen shook his head, as if listening to a corpse speak. Shin Shubao, hearing this, thrust his tiger-headed gold-inlaid spear forward, pointing it at Honda Tadakatsu. "Hey! His Majesty said I should go first." Before Li Shimen could respond, Shin Shubao was already locked in combat with Honda Tadakatsu. Meanwhile, the rest of the Tang forces surrounded and attacked the remaining members of the Sakura Corps. After a fierce clash, the entire Sakura Corps was annihilated, all except Honda Tadakatsu. Seeing this, Honda Tadakatsu felt nothing but utter despair, yet he dared not slacken his grip on the dragonfly blade. The loss of this 60,000-strong force meant the Sakura Nation no longer possessed the strength to stand against the Tang army. Today, their defeat was inevitable. Ha! Honda Tadakatsu roared, channeling every ounce of strength into a thrust toward Shin Shubao. This was his final chance to earn glory for the land of cherry blossoms. Come on then. Shin Shubao shattered his illusions. He drew his gilded double copper maces from his saddle and struck Honda Tadakatsu squarely in the chest. Instantly, Honda Tadakatsu's chest was shattered to pieces. Thus ended the reign of Sakura Nation's greatest hero. Completely lost the chance to continue fighting for the land of cherry blossoms. Another total annihilation. Lin Yang sighed softly as he watched from the city wall. This was the outcome he had anticipated. Yet he hadn't expected it to come so swiftly. Li Shimen soon returned to the earthen fortress. "Young friend Lin Yang, does this emperor still possess the valor of yesteryear?" Lin Yang smiled faintly upon hearing this and replied, "Your Majesty, with 3 arrows to defeat the enemy, you are truly a peerless hero in this world." "Ha ha ha ha!" Li Shimen roared with hearty laughter. He accepted Lin Yang's praise without a trace of modesty. Meanwhile, at Sakura Tsuchi Castle, Tokugawa Ieyasu, anxiously awaiting news of Honda Tadakatsu's battle. He kept peering out from the castle tower. At that very moment, he finally saw the person he most wanted to see. None other than Hattori Hanzo. "Hanzo, what is the outcome of the battle?" Hattori Hanzo replied, his face ashen, "Your Majesty, we have been defeated." He then handed the battle report to Tokugawa Ieyasu. After reading it, Tokugawa Ieyasu closed his eyes in anguish. Slowly, he uttered, "Honda Tadakatsu, return my army." Meanwhile, on the Tang army side, having long since cleared the battlefield, the Tang forces were holding a victory banquet within the earthen fortress. All eyes were fixed on Li Shimen, awaiting his next command. Li Shimen, of course, knew. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Next step. After clearing the enemy's remaining 3 cities, we will encircle and annihilate the earthen fortress. We will destroy the Japanese pirates." Chapter 43, The Great Encirclement. "We obey your command, Your Majesty." The Tang troops responded in unison, then ate their fill, drank their fill, and slept soundly that night. The next day, the Tang forces launched a massive offensive. Sakura Water City and Golden City fell one after another under the Tang siege. After losing a large number of commanders, including Honda Tadakatsu, Tang banners now flew atop the walls of Mizushiro and Kinjo. Tokugawa Ieyasu's spirit lay as lifeless as cold ashes. Unable to devise any strategy for victory, he could only gather the remaining soldiers and concentrate them within the earthen fortress. Including the wounded and sick, there were still 30,000 men, but only about 20,000 were fit for battle. This force was utterly insufficient to mount a counterattack against the Tang army. Yet he still clung to a sliver of hope, praying the Tang forces would underestimate him and lower their guard, allowing him to turn the tide. But would events unfold as Tokugawa Ieyasu anticipated? Clearly not. The Tang forces maintained their vigilance against the Japanese pirates without the slightest lapse. Especially after last night's fierce battle, the Tang forces understood clearly that although the Cherry Blossom Corps numbered only 20,000, but these 20,000 were battle-hardened veterans, the cream of the crop. Emperor Taizong, leading the campaign in person, would never underestimate the enemy or take unnecessary risks. He had dispatched scouts early on to thoroughly investigate the Japanese pirates' capabilities and shared the intelligence with Li Jing. By this time, the Tang forces had already gathered all the civilians outside the cities of Sakura Nation. The Sakura Kingdom was now completely incapacitated. The Tang forces need only proceed according to the plan set forth by Emperor Taizong. Within the Tang army's main camp, Li Shimen sat upon his command chair, lost in quiet contemplation. Tokugawa Ieyasu's forces possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Moreover, they had previously endured several small-scale engagements. Tokugawa Ieyasu's formidable fortress defense had repelled several minor assaults by the Tang forces. Ieyasu's defeat is inevitable, there is no doubt about it. Thus, Li Shimen showed no sign of urgency. Since their fortifications were strong, Li Shimen commanded his army to encircle Sakura Earthen Fortress completely, leaving no room for escape. The remaining civil officials diligently managed the 4 remaining cities of Sakura Nation. At this juncture, the Tang forces were effectively attacking one city while 9 others supported it. With the massive resource acquisition rate and Li Shimen's buff, the Tang forces saw countless improvements overnight. Not only did the quality of their troops improve, but their overall war potential grew significantly. The Tang siege had pushed the Cherry Blossom soldiers within the earthen fortress to the brink of resource depletion. The firearms and artillery they had prepared were now completely out of ammunition. Arrows were nearly all spent. Yet Li Shimen felt this was still insufficient. His strategy was to wait until Sakura Nation had completely lost any offensive capability before launching the siege. Good heavens! How utterly ruthless of Huaxia! Do they intend to starve the Sakura Nation to death? I strongly condemn this on behalf of the United States. Indeed. Our great Iris nation would never stoop to such despicable tactics. Exactly. Inside the Northern Alliance conference room, all Western nation representatives began condemning China. It was precisely their strategy that had compounded the Cherry Blossom nation's woes. Now, they could only pray for a miracle that their Asian ally, the land of cherry blossoms, might not be eliminated prematurely from the National Fortune Tournament. Across the sea, in the Cherry Blossom Nation's capital conference room, Prime Minister Yamamoto Hisashi stared at the reports before him, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? After a moment of silence, Yamamoto Hisashi addressed the assembled officials. I'm afraid our nation's war prospects are now grim indeed. A high-ranking Sakura official, his face drained of color, spoke coldly. Prime Minister, your failure to address Ichiro Ishida's mistakes means you bear full responsibility for these consequences. Another elderly Sakura official spoke up. This statement instantly ignited the entire conference hall, sparking a flurry of heated discussion. Shut your mouth. That is an insult to His Excellency the Prime Minister, a hot-tempered Sakura official roared angrily. Don't you think His Excellency the Prime Minister has an obligation to take responsibility for this matter? The elderly Sakura executive continued. At these words, the entire hall fell silent once more. All eyes turned to Yamamoto Hisashi, as if seeking his stance on the matter. Yamamoto Hisashi lowered his head and sighed deeply. Call the Chinese side immediately. His eyes lowered, as if he'd made a difficult decision. As the call connected. Everyone, please remain calm. Yamamoto Hisashi spoke slowly. As members of the land of cherry blossoms, we naturally bear the responsibility to defend our homeland. No matter the sacrifices or costs. We must persevere to the very end. Yamamoto Hisashi's words rang out with force and conviction. Yet his impassioned words drew little heed. The assembled Sakura Nation leaders each harbored their own hidden agendas. No one paid heed to this Prime Minister of Sakura, who had lost all credibility. Yamamoto Toshihiko stood awkwardly in place, waiting for the Chinese leadership to answer his call. Soon, the line connected. A deep, resonant voice came through the line. He knew it was the voice he most wanted to hear. Hello? I hope that after your nation triumphs in this contest of national destiny, your chosen ones will cease their offensive. Yamamoto Hisashi's voice was extremely humble. The leader replied, Our nation cannot control the thoughts and decisions of the chosen ones. I'm afraid we cannot comply. Yamamoto Hisashi had long anticipated this response. He immediately replied, Then, my nation is willing to allocate 300 million taels of silver to maintain friendly relations between Huaying and your country after you cease your national fortune tournament challenge. The moment these words left his mouth, the Sakura Nation's high-ranking officials present were stunned. This represented Sakura Nation's last remaining reserves. This condition was tantamount to purchasing China's mercy in the national fortune tournament with 300 million taels of silver. I believe you should know that 300 million taels of silver is merely a number to us Huaxia. The voice on the other end of the line dripped with scorn. Yamamoto Hisashi fell silent. Prime Minister, if there's nothing further, we'll end this call now. The Chinese side stance plunged the land of cherry blossoms into utter despair. Meanwhile, within the national fortune arena, Li Shimon's campaign was nearing its final stages. As the Huaxia army advanced, the walls outside the earthen city had been firmly seized by the Tang forces and lay utterly devastated. Enemies on the ramparts lay dead or surrendered. The outer perimeter of Tucheng was now fully occupied by the Tang forces. The remaining Sakura Nation soldiers, like lambs awaiting slaughter. They were mercilessly slaughtered by the Tang forces. Even if these cherry blossom soldiers possessed the fiercest fighting spirit, their gaunt and emaciated state could not match the well-fed and well-rested Tang forces. In the blink of an eye, the entire Sakura force was reduced to Tokugawa Ieyasu's personal guard. They were escorting Tokugawa Ieyasu as he made a last stand within the residence. Yet their resistance proved futile. The gates of the Tokugawa residence were smashed open without effort. Holding his katana, Tokugawa Ieyasu coldly declared, "Today, we have been defeated. Kill or spare us, it is entirely at your discretion." Chapter 44, Headline News. Cherry Blossom Prime Minister commits suicide. Ha! Who would have thought the mighty head of the Tokugawa clan would ever flee in disarray? Our Tang Emperor is merciful, I spare your life. Shui Rengue, who had entered the residence first, laughed. He swiftly bound Tokugawa Ieyasu hand and foot before presenting him before Li Shimon. Tokugawa Ieyasu knelt on the ground, his eyes brimming with profound humiliation. You're not satisfied? Li Shimon narrowed his eyes at him, speaking indifferently. So what if I am? Tokugawa Ieyasu gritted his teeth. Li Shimon spoke indifferently, how dare the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the Milky Way, the sun, and the moon? Tell your cherry blossom nation, the vast epic of our Chinese civilization is beyond your comprehension. After Li Shimon finished speaking, the long silent voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed out. The National Fortune Arena battle concludes. China triumphs. Upon hearing the arena's announcement, the audience in the China live stream room erupted with excitement. Yes, Li Shimon's speech was absolutely brilliant. Did they really think the territory of our great nation was given away for free? I love this kind of domineering vibe. Ha ha, we're unstoppable. I hope experts will restore Tang Dynasty history soon. I'm dying to learn more. This should finally shut up that noisy cherry blossom country. We're unbeatable. Carve off 3 chunks of territory from the cherry blossom nation. They're done for now. Bullet comments flooded the Huaxia livestream chat. Meanwhile, the Sakura livestream remained completely silent. Because they were utterly dumbfounded. What had just unfolded on the National Fortune Arena was utterly beyond belief. Not to mention the consecutive defeats at the hands of Huaxia, a nation they had once deemed weak. In the Huaxia capital conference room, the leader clapped his hands and laughed, "Excellent. Well done." The other high-ranking professors were equally filled with excitement and exhilaration. This national war had finally broken Huaxia's long-standing frustration. For the national war was a true, all-encompassing contest of both nations' histories. The land of cherry blossoms could no longer complain about bad luck. For the leader they drew this time was none other than Tokugawa Ieyasu, hailed as one of the 3 great warlords of the Warring States period. Yet they were still thoroughly outplayed by China throughout the entire match. Likewise, it made many realize that modern China is far more complex than its outward appearance suggests. On the global stage, China had become the greatest rival. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation's previous humble demeanor had greatly pleased the leader. This was China's most triumphant moment. The enemy that once pushed them to the brink now lay prostrate at their feet, begging for mercy. At this moment, all of China erupted in celebration. In the streets and alleys of major cities, nearly everyone was discussing China's achievements. Online, Chinese citizens were boasting with great enthusiasm. This time, China has it in the bag. Who can stop us? China is the strongest. Huaxia. Unrivaled under heaven. This is the expectation of ordinary Chinese people. They believe that given enough time to grow, China will surely achieve its great rejuvenation. Inside the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang naturally chose to continue challenging. At this moment, the land of cherry blossoms had only 3 territories left. Due to its small land area, there was absolutely no strategic depth to speak of. The reward Lin Yang selected was another upgrade to the spiritual energy level. 3 territories successfully ceded. Reward selection for Huaxia faction has been successfully granted. The National Fortune Arena announced. Lin Yang closed his eyes. His thirst for victory never allowed him to grow complacent. For the next challenge, Lin Yang opted for the same individual battle format as Ishida Ichiro, who had already thrown in the towel. The generals would naturally be redrawn. In the first match, Lin Yang drew Xiahou Yuan once more. Facing the remaining, now insignificant options from the land of cherry blossoms, Xiahou Yuan effortlessly dispatched Ishida Mitsunari with a single stroke. In the second battle, Lin Yang chose the mighty Ning general Shi Hang, who effortlessly defeated Mori Teramoto in the Legion battle. The third battle marked the final showdown that sealed the fate of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro still engaged in a one-on-one duel. Unsurprisingly, Lin Yang emerged victorious. For once again, Lin Yang drew the familiar figure of Xiao Yun. Sakura Nation selected Shigeru Takeda, hailed as the prematurely fallen star of the Sengoku period. The disparity in combat prowess between the two was stark. Yet this battle captured the world's attention. What? The land of cherry blossoms is about to lose? India has sent congratulatory messages. Ha 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 ha. Why does seeing the Sakura people suffer make me so happy? Exactly. The people of Sakura Nation deserve to die. Watch me rock this show, my great Kimchi Nation. Cherry Blossom Nation, go to hell. Time to pop the champagne. Most Asian nations sent their congratulations. The only ones in a sour mood were the Northern Alliance, who backed the land of cherry blossoms. They had lost the fiercest attack dog in East Asia. Choosing Zhao Zilong as the one to end the land of cherry blossoms' fate. Lin Yang was satisfied. The National Fortune Arena is now open. The scene shifted, revealing Zhao Yun and Mori Teramoto standing on the National Destiny Arena battlefield. Zhao Yun, spear in hand, stared coldly at Mori Teramoto. Zhao Yun, you are truly formidable. Mori Teramoto stared intently at Zhao Yun with a solemn expression. Enough talk. Let's fight. Zhao Yun declared firmly. Agreed. Mori Teramoto nodded, drew the sword at his waist, and charged toward Zhao Yun. After several exchanges, Zhao Yun swung his spear, its arc striking Mori Teramoto like a rainbow. Nothing unexpected. Another instant kill. Ichiro Ishida conceded defeat with genuine respect. The National Fortune Arena battle concludes. The Huaxia side may now select their reward. The voice of the National Fortune Arena sent Lin Yang's heart soaring. Finally, he could strip the land of cherry blossoms of all its territories. This was also to vent the anger of the Chinese people. Countless Cherry Blossom Nation citizens hoped Lin Yang would choose to claim the reward. Yet their hopes were dashed. On the live broadcast screen, Lin Yang's thin lips coldly uttered 4 words. Cession of territory. Overthrowing the twisted regime of Sakura Nation had always been Lin Yang's greatest desire. And today, it was realized. With Lin Yang's decision, the bustling atmosphere within the Prime Minister's office of the Cherry Blossom Nation vanished in an instant. The live broadcast of the National Fortune Tournament still played within their meeting room. All the high-ranking officials silently exited the conference room. The fortunate ones had already boarded flights to other nations. Those less fortunate drew daggers to commit seppuku. The Prime Minister of Sakura, however, had now become a discarded pawn. His greatest patron, the Sakura Emperor, had vanished without a trace. The United States paid him no heed whatsoever. At this thought, a wave of desolation washed over the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation. Returning home, he took out a rope and hanged himself. For he knew that as the one who had persistently pushed proposals to carve up Chinese territory, he could never expect a good end. The next day, the news of the Prime Minister's suicide made headlines. The National Destiny Arena declares. Due to Japan losing all its territories, the existing Japanese regime has collapsed. All remaining citizens within Japan's borders shall become subjects of the Chinese people. Chapter 45, Dare to Provoke the Tiger? China will prevail. Long live China. The people of Huaxia rejoiced. All citizens within Sakura Nation now bore the Huaxia totem emblem tattooed upon their arms, proof of their servitude. A golden dragon with 5 claws. Its head held high, radiating majesty. The entire territory of Sakura Nation has been incorporated into Huaxia. When the vanguard of the Chinese forces arrived at the capital of the land of cherry blossoms to take possession of the territory, they found the imperial palace of Sakura completely deserted. The Emperor of Sakura and his family had already fled aboard American military aircraft, taking with them Sakura's historical artifacts to the capital of the United States. Due to the cession of all Sakura Nation territories to China, the nation has lost its chance to compete in the National Fortune Arena. The chosen representative of the Sakura Nation must withdraw. After the National Fortune Arena was announced, Lin Yang could no longer find Ishida Ichiro's figure anywhere. Imperial Capital Conference Room. This meeting concerns the disposition of Sakura's civilian population. The leader seated at the head of the table inquired. All the high-ranking officials immediately began discussing the matter. My proposal is to encourage Sakura's citizens to identify themselves as Chinese. We should incorporate them into Chinese territory. I propose leaving the Sakura citizens in Sakura. We only need their territory. The leader's words sparked a flurry of chatter. First, I believe integrating them with the Chinese populace is impractical. It contradicts China's national policy. My view is to establish a dedicated labor management department for Sakura citizens, specifically overseeing these people. This way, they have work, and we maintain our humanitarian approach. After the leader finished speaking, he took a sip of his Tiguanyan tea. He waited for the opinions of the other high-ranking officials. Leader, this proposal is sound. I agree. Yeah. I'm in too. In the conference room, the boss's proposal passed unanimously. All subsequent tasks were set in motion. Damn it! How the hell did China end up with so many brilliant strategists and fierce warriors? Impossible. If China had that many legendary generals from the start, they never would have been beaten so badly by Japan. Damn it! This is ridiculous. Damn it! China must have stolen our cultural heritage. I agree. Just look at their names, they're identical to ours. Heroes like Xiang Yu, Zhao Yun, and Li Shimin must all be our Korean ancestors. Exactly. They were only chosen because they were stolen by those damn Chinese. The Kimchi Nation, situated on China's northeastern border. Seeing that China, which had been on the brink of annihilation by the cherry blossoms, was actually pushing back. Previously, they'd been focused solely on unifying Korea, leaving no chance to grab a piece of the action. Now envy began to fester, and sour attacks erupted across the internet. They even went so far as to claim that China's generals had plagiarized their cultural heritage, utterly absurd claims. Naturally, Chinese netizens flooded kimchi forums to fight back. One netizen's essay on the inherent flaws of Kimchi Nation's people caused an uproar on the forum. Unfortunately, the piece was promptly deleted by kimchi authorities. This incident further ignited the online debate between Chinese netizens and the Kimchi Nation. Kimchi country has no shame. Claiming our military generals as their own. Do they really think our land was given away as phone credit bonuses? With such a tiny territory, Korea harbors ambitions to dominate the entire universe, utterly delusional. As the debate raged on, a new alert sounded within the national fortune arena. Prime Minister's Office, Pyongyang, Kimchi Nation. The Kimchi Nation's Prime Minister was receiving Ichiro Ishida, who had been exiled here. Due to his shameful defeat, Ishida Ichiro was no longer accepted by the people of Sakura Nation. Mr. Ishida, our nation warmly welcomes your arrival. Prime Minister Kim Song-hee of Kimchi Nation said with a smile. Yet Ichiro Ishida clearly discerned a trace of mockery in Kim Song-hee's smiling face. After all, Korea and Japan had a history of hostility, with Japan having invaded Korea multiple times. Given this opportunity, why wouldn't they kick a man when he's down? But Mr. Ishida, what exactly can you offer Korea? Ishida Ichiro heard this condescending question. His anger flared, only to be instantly suppressed by the bitter loneliness of being a guest in another's home. He respectfully replied, "What I can offer is my identity as a chosen one of Sakura and the legacy of Sakura's history. With our alliance, defeating China would be no problem at all." Ishida Ichiro's meaning was crystal clear. Within the national fortune arena, territory served as the stakes. Without territory, even with his profound knowledge of Sakura's history, Ishida Ichiro had no means to ascend the arena and reclaim what had been lost. Though Ishida Ichiro believed this was an excellent proposal, the Kimchi Nation's Prime Minister merely chuckled. "Hey, Mr. Ishida, we will consider your proposal and provide a response after deliberation." The Kimchi Nation's Prime Minister's words were very official, but Ishida Ichiro knew. This was a refusal. Ishida Ichiro said no more, turning and exiting the Prime Minister's office. The moment Prime Minister Kim Song-hee of Kimchi Nation saw Ishida Ichiro leave, his expression instantly turned cold and menacing. He turned to his secretary and ordered, "Command our chosen one. Launch a challenge against China immediately. The Chinese have been running wild for too long. They need a cold shower." "Yes. What about Mr. Ishida's suggestion?" the secretary inquired. "Nonsense. The advice of those cherry blossom losers? Utter rubbish. Without that bunch of failures, we would have won even more decisively." Kim Sung-hee, Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation, had already begun dreaming of devouring all of China and Sakura's territories to become the dominant power in East Asia. Inside the national fortune arena, Park Dae-hoon, the chosen nation's chosen one, received the directive. "I request to challenge China." Park Dae-hoon immediately submitted his request to the national fortune arena upon receiving the command. The national fortune arena responded swiftly, its system voice ringing in Lin Yang's ears. "Does China accept Korea's challenge?" Lin Yang's expression turned puzzled upon hearing the voice. "What? Those kimchi eaters have lost their minds. I'm being generous by not taking them on first, now they dare to come poke the tiger's rear?" Lin Yang thought to himself in bewilderment. But aloud, he declared, "Accept the challenge." As soon as Lin Yang's voice faded, Park Dae-hoon, the chosen one from Kimchi land, appeared before Lin Yang. A middle-aged Korean man, his thick eyebrows framing narrow eyes, radiating an arrogant and unpleasant aura. Lin Yang was about to step forward to shake hands. Park Dae-hoon addressed Lin Yang. "Your country's black soil is quite impressive. After we win this battle, I'll choose that land as the reward for Korea's first victory." Lin Yang responded with a puzzled expression, "I admire your confidence. I only wish your nation's history possessed half of it." Chapter 46, Kimchi Nation loses its cool. The Chinese live stream audience, witnessing Kimchi Nation's remarks, erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of curses. "This kimchi-eating bastard sure is confident. You bet. That little kimchi stick actually dares to act so cocky toward us Yang gods? He's just asking for it." "Exactly. Our Yang gods can even beat the crap out of those cherry blossom bastards. Cherry blossom devils can beat the kimchi sticks too. Could it be that kimchi sticks have some hidden winning formula?" Soon, both sides' chosen ones appeared before the roundtable of the National Fortune Arena. Park Dae-hoon still wore his arrogant, unrestrained expression, showing no regard for China whatsoever. Master Dae-hoon is the chosen one of the great Kimchi Nation. He's here to end your winning streak. Our Kimchi Nation's historical prestige is nothing short of the universe's finest. Oomph. The Huaxia people only beat that worthless cherry blossom nation. Yet they dare to be so arrogant. Exactly. Those Chinese are so arrogant. I think defeating Sakura Nation was just pure luck. Could it be that the cherry blossom nation was just weak to begin with? Exactly. China and Japan are just two clueless fools pecking at each other. Kimchi Nation is unbeatable. Just pick General Li, and the Chinese can go to hell. The Kimchi Nation audience jeered in unison. Please select your battle mode. The National Fortune Arena prompted. Lin Yang felt winning now was trivial. He just wanted to beat those kimchi eaters into submission. Therefore, winning their hearts and minds was his top priority. Lin Yang spread his hands, gesturing for the chosen one from that Kimchi Nation to choose first. Arrogant Chinese. Park Dae-hoon shot Lin Yang a disdainful glance. I request to initiate core battle. Core battles were one of the rules favoring Korea. Park Dae-hoon had no choice but to accept. Does the Chinese chosen one have any objections? Lin Yang smiled. No objections. Upon receiving Lin Yang's affirmative response, the National Fortune Arena immediately announced no objections from either side. Legion War will commence in the battle between China and Korea. Hearing the National Fortune Arena's announcement, every viewer in the Huaxia live stream room sucked in their breath. Lin Yang is incredibly bold. A Legion War is the best possible choice for Kimchi Nation. Isn't this like charging headlong into their strongest point? What do you know? As the chosen one, he must be bold. Exactly. Yangshan must have his reasons. Yes. Trust Yang God. Besides, our Legion War isn't at a disadvantage. We just need to select legendary generals who've proven themselves in tough battles before. Exactly. Is our Huaxia Legion weak in battle? That Kimchi Nation's territory can't even compare to the Cherry Blossom Nations. How could they possibly compete with us Huaxia? The discussion in the Huaxia livestream grew increasingly heated. Legion War Mode activated. Both sides, select your combat mode. Lin Yang remained silent, smiling mysteriously with an air of profound insight. Park Dae-hoon pressed his advantage. I request to activate naval warfare. National Fortune Arena request from Kimchi Nation received. Does the Huaxia side have any objections? Lin Yang smiled faintly. No problem. We agree to commence naval combat. Lin Yang's voice struck like a dagger into the hearts of the Chinese audience. What the hell? What is Lin Yang doing? Has the sun god gotten too big for his britches? Youngsters just aren't steady. This is a matter of national interest. How can he be so reckless? Right. If it were Old Chen, he'd definitely choose a safe approach. Old Chen? His level? Forget it. Why not consider leveraging our strengths? Inside the National Fortune Arena, seeing Lin Yang's lack of response, Park Dae-hoon continued his taunts. Chinese man. I advise you to surrender now. Save yourself the humiliation later. Lin Yang remained standing calmly. He paid little heed to Park Dae-hoon's taunts. Once the battle ended, they'd shut up. Damn it. Bastard. Park Dae-hoon tried to argue further, but Lin Yang couldn't be bothered to respond. The former chosen one of Sakura Nation, Ishida Ichiro, was also watching the live stream of the battle between Kimchi Nation and Huaxia Nation. Damn it, Park Dae-hoon. That's a recipe for defeat. He knew all too well that with Lin Yang so calm, Korea's chances of winning were slim. Playing all your trump cards at once was hardly a sound strategy. But that's fine. They'll only beg for my help once they fail. Ishida Ikiru adopted an indifferent, detached demeanor, quietly watching Korea's show of bravado. Until the voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed out. Both chosen ones, prepare. Begin drawing legendary generals. The National Fortune Arena announced. Only then did Park Dae-hoon change his attitude. Use the general designation card. Park Dae-hoon commanded the National Fortune Arena. He immediately closed his eyes to gather his focus, his expression radiating confidence. Lin Yang, however, was far from idle. He remained even more cautious and vigilant. Underestimate the enemy in strategy, but respect them in tactics. Lin Yang silently repeated the words of the great strategist. He then began examining the 5 cards before him. Xiao Yuan, the Tiger of Guanyu Wei Rui, the Tiger of Wei Wei Wuji, the Marquis of Xinling Li Qiong, the Flying Tiger in Zhou Gongjin, the handsome Zhou Lang. Lin Yang was familiar with all 5 of these cards. Unfortunately, the battle mode this time was truly unique, otherwise, all 5 cards would have been usable. Xiao Yuan, Wei Rui, Wei Wuji, and Li Qiong were legendary generals whose land combat prowess was so exceptional he could choose them with his eyes closed. But this was naval warfare. Though Lin Yang looked down on the military prowess of the Kimchi Nation, he took the National Fortune Arena's stakes dead seriously. The final choice, Lin Yang felt, was nothing short of divine providence. Zhou Yu, courtesy name Gongjin. His most iconic battle was the Battle of Red Cliffs, where he achieved victory against overwhelming odds. Zhou Yu stands as one of the most formidable naval commanders in Chinese history. Of course, he was also one of the most renowned strategists in ancient China. Possessing both literary and martial prowess, coupled with striking good looks, he was the envy of all men. With such exceptional talent, Lin Yang would definitely choose Zhou Yu. Having him by his side would bring Lin Yang a greater sense of peace. Lin Yang's finger lightly touched the card. Zhou Yu's card flashed with a gleam. It was immediately locked by Lin Yang. Both selections complete. Please introduce your chosen generals. Lin Yang was about to speak when. But Park Dae-hoon cut him off. Li Sun-shin, courtesy name Yu Hai. During the Japanese invasions when cherry blossoms erupted upon our great Kimchi nation, Li Sun-shin, alongside Won Jiun, Ji, and others, launched 4 naval offensives against the Japanese forces, achieving a series of victories represented by multiple decisive triumphs. It can be said that Admiral Li Sun-shin's naval prowess ranks among the top 3 naval commanders in the world. Park Dae-hoon declared proudly. Lin Yang's expression turned peculiar upon hearing Park Dae-hoon's words. These kimchi eaters really are arrogant. They actually claim to be in the top 10. No wonder they're called Korean sticks, utterly arrogant. So this is the true nature of those kimchi-loving Koreans. Lin Yang sneered contemptuously. At that moment, Park Dae-hoon seemed oblivious to Lin Yang's mocking expression, continuing his enthusiastic introduction of Li Sun-shin. Li Sun-shin's forces were well equipped and highly trained. Lin Yang shook his head. That little kimchi country? Without our great Ming dynasty's iron cavalry back then, they'd be Japan's lapdogs by now. Park Dae-hoon immediately grew agitated. Bull. There's no such record in our history. Lin Yang chuckled. Of course not. A regime that barely survived on the grace of the great Ming's imperial favor wouldn't record that history. Chapter 47, Heroic Spirit. Lin Yang dismissed the introduction of Korea's Li Sun-shin with utter contempt. Had it not been for General Li Ruson's brilliance back then, no matter how formidable Korea's Li Sun-shin was, he would have ended up as a prisoner of Japan. China, please begin introducing your chosen military commander. Zhou Yu. Style name Gongjin. Tall and handsome, with a keen ear for music. The Three Kingdoms era gave rise to the saying, when the melody falters, Zhou Lang turns his gaze. Politically, he established a strategy for his lord to carve out a domain in southern China. Militarily, his achievements bordered on the legendary. In one of China's most celebrated battles where the outnumbered triumphed, Zhou Gongjin led tens of thousands of troops to defeat Cao Cao's 830,000-strong army. This stands as one of the most renowned naval battles in Chinese history. When the Sun-Lu alliance clashed with Chao's forces at Red Cliffs, Zhou Yu served as the supreme commander of the Allied forces. Facing Chao's army across the Yangtze River, Cao Cao's northern troops, unaccustomed to naval combat, linked their ships end to end. Soldiers and horses moved across the vessels as if on land, a tactic later dubbed Chain of Iron by historians. Zhou Yu then adopted his subordinate Huang Gai's strategy of fire attack. He ordered Huang to lead 10 small warships loaded with firewood and doused with flammable oil, feigning surrender to Chao's forces. They advanced toward the northern shore until reaching 2 li from Chao's camp. There, all ships simultaneously ignited their cargoes. Riding the wind, they charged directly into Chao's ranks, inflicting a crushing defeat. Alas, heaven envies the gifted. Not many years after the Battle of Red Cliffs, Zhou Yu passed away from illness. After hearing Lin Yang's account, Park Dae-hoon, sitting across from him, sneered with disdain. Put. He was nothing but an opportunistic commander who won by trickery. If he faced our great Admiral Li Sun-shin, he wouldn't last a single exchange. Park Dae-hoon sneered. Both sides have been introduced. The battle is about to commence. As the National Fortune Arena System's prompt sounded, Lin Yang and the 2 opposing chosen ones focused intently on their opponent's movements. Soon, the arena transformed into a vast expanse of ocean. Not a cloud in sight. A clear blue sky and a sea surface devoid of any reefs. It exuded a peculiar, ethereal atmosphere. Lin Yang and Park Dae-hoon simultaneously descended into the ocean. Both appeared on what seemed like a viewing platform that had been constructed long ago. The view was impeccable. The National Fortune Arena battle commences. Announced the National Fortune Arena. Naval warfare mode is about to commence. The National Fortune Arena announced. Zhou Yu and Li Sun-shin both materialized at the arena's combat site. Seated aboard their flagship vessels, they gazed at each other across the waters, reading the hostility in each other's eyes. When it came to looks, Zhou Yu and Li Sun-shin were worlds apart. Was like comparing heaven and earth. By Chinese standards, Zhou Yu was the epitome of a handsome man. His physique was flawless, truly a picture of grace and elegance. His chiseled features were paired with a plain-colored robe, adorned with a set of gleaming armor. Zhou Yu radiated boundless charm. In contrast, Li Sun-shin across from him possessed an unremarkable face and an equally unremarkable demeanor. Naturally, the audience's gaze was drawn entirely to Zhou Yu. Wow! Is that Zhou Yu? He's so handsome. My goodness. He's so handsome I think he's even more striking than the cloud god. This must be the legendary beauty. I'm ditching my current favorite star and going all in on Yu. My new husband has arrived. Husband Yu. Put. Bunch of shallow-minded fools. Hope he's not all style and no substance. Exactly. In the National Fortune arena, looks don't matter. Only combat power is what counts. You're all just jealous. The discussion in the Huaxia livestream room reached fever pitch. Meanwhile, the National Fortune arena issued a new round of instructions. Each side carries 100 warships. Warships may be equipped with the unique troop types of either commander. Each warship carries 100 soldiers. Battle commences. Victory conditions: annihilate all enemy soldiers or eliminate the opposing commander. After the National Fortune arena's prompt concluded, the restrictions on both commanders were fully lifted. Yu's special unit was the Eastern Wu warship, while Li Sun Sin's special unit was the turtle ship. Lin Yang and Park Dae-hoon waited nervously on the observation platform. Upon entering these waters, he began surveying the situation. The boundless ocean was truly refreshing to behold. I'd love to play a tune on my zither. Yu sighed. But the battle at hand is pressing. The sea was calm with little mist. For a commander of exceptional skill, such conditions were nothing short of paradise. It offered the perfect stage to showcase one's talents. Observing the turtle ships arrayed in formation across the water. These must be the unique naval units under Yi Sun Sin's command. At a glance, Yu discerned the strengths and weaknesses of these Korean warships. Such shipbuilding is terribly one-sided. In Yu's era, this shipbuilding technique had long been widespread across China. The reason it had never seen widespread deployment was that while this technique maximized a warship's defensive capabilities, it made them painfully slow like iron turtles. In the ever-shifting battlefields of China, they'd be easily maneuvered around. With a single glance, Yu dissected the warship that Yi Sun Sin regarded as his trump card. This turtle ship's structure is cumbersome, making it sturdy but slow. Perhaps it's considered an advanced warship in enemy nations. Yu remarked to the messenger standing beside him. The messenger, unaware of the deeper implications, could only nod in agreement. Across the strait, Yi Sun Sin was also observing the troop deployments following Yu's arrival. Is this the type of warship the enemy is using? The Eastern Wu warships, each bearing white brocade sails, were wooden-hulled vessels characterized by their lightness and swiftness. Yet in Yi Sun Sin's eyes, such warships would surely be smashed to pieces the moment they collided with his turtle ships. Is this the kind of warship China uses? Li Sun Shin sneered. No need for strategy. Order all warships to charge forward. Crush them. Li Sun Shin felt confident. In his eyes, anyone using wooden hulls was a bumpkin. The turtle ships only needed to approach the Chinese forces successfully. The Eastern Wu warships would collapse immediately. Upon hearing Yi Sun Sin utter these words, the comments exploded. Yes. Teach those damn Chinese a lesson. How could the turtle ships lose when they're right in their faces? I can already picture the Chinese troops scattering. Me too, this is too thrilling. I've already popped open my treasured 82 vintage champagne to celebrate the great Kimchi Nation's victory in advance, you know. Yu stood on the deck, his clear view immediately spotting the Kimchi Nation's forces advancing toward him. Yu tapped the ship's rail gently with his feather fan. A captivating smile spread across his face. It was as if the enemy forces gradually closing in before him didn't exist at all, as if he were merely admiring the boundless sea view. At that moment, a sudden notification sounded from the National Fortune Arena. National Fortune Arena notice. Yu of Huaxia has activated his personal special buff, heroic presence, warship movement speed increased by 50%, troop morale boosted by 50%. Chapter 48, Taking the Initiative. Hearing the voice of the National Fortune Arena, viewers in the Huaxia livestream began discussing. This Yu ability is terrifying. Useful? Look at Yu, he just stands there showing off when facing Korea's attacks, not deploying any new strategies at all. Honestly, Korea's ironclad ships are incredibly powerful. Hard to say. Everything's up in the air now. Just a pretty face. His skills are all about looking cool. This is going to be tough. With Korea's ironclad ships facing wooden vessels, it feels like they'll collapse at the first touch. Chinese spectators now felt only uncertainty. Yu's abilities seemed like nothing more than a consolation prize. Meanwhile, Lin Yang stood on the observation deck, his heart barely stirred. Yu's performance in the official history was enough to earn Lin Yang's trust. Sure enough, Yu issued his first command. Disperse the entire fleet. Form the attack formation. At Yu's command, the 100 Eastern Wu warships under his command instantly dispersed like a swarm of locusts. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of wooden hulls slicing through the water echoed continuously. The maneuver was executed with remarkable speed, and within moments, they had formed a dispersed attack formation. Yu nodded with satisfaction at the sight. He immediately addressed the messenger at his side. Transmit my command. Archers. Harass the enemy. Yes, Commander. The orderly possessed high military proficiency. Amidst the scattered fleet, only flag signals could ensure precise transmission of orders throughout the entire force. The moment the order was relayed, the 3,000 archers aboard the Eastern Wu warships immediately drew their bows taut. Countless arrows rained down upon the iron ships of the Kimchi Nation. The Korean turtle ships were instantly engulfed in a hail of arrows, unable to advance a single step. Zhou Yu understood perfectly. The turtle ships of the Kimchi Kingdom lived up to their name. They carried a hard shell but moved slowly. At sea, they could only operate in formation, possessing no tactical mobility whatsoever. After Zhou Yu ordered his forces to spread out, the enemy ships lost their targets, floundering like headless flies. Now, each one had become a sitting duck, riddled with arrows by the scattered Eastern Wu archers. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yu couldn't help but recall a conversation with an old friend about which weapon held the greatest advantage in naval warfare. Both Zhou Yu and his friend had reached the same conclusion. That is, the bow and arrow. A ship's hull may be made of iron, but that doesn't mean the soldiers of Korea are made of steel. Zhou Yu's orders were straightforward. Inflict as many casualties as possible on the enemy's fighting force. Under these circumstances, the Eastern Wu archers scarcely needed to aim. Arrow after arrow flew forth, striking the enemy ships and sending sparks flying everywhere. Zhou Yu's tactics proved highly effective. For the time being, Yi Sun-sin could only halt his forces' advance and form a defensive formation. The Huaxia Corps began counterattacking Zhou Yu. Both fleets engaged in a fierce exchange of arrows across the sea. However, they had no idea that the shooting accuracy of the Eastern Wu archers completely surpassed theirs. National Fortune Arena Alert! Zhou Yu's personal special buff, East Wind, has been activated. Eastern Wu archers gain a 100% accuracy bonus, and battlefield winds will shift to favor Zhou Yu's side. The moment this ability triggered, a violent gale suddenly swept through the National Fortune Arena. The wind direction completely reversed against Admiral Yi Sun-sin's forces. This proved devastating in naval combat. Due to the wind shift, Admiral Yi Sun-sin's forces found themselves completely on the defensive. Li Sun-shin also noticed the change in wind direction. What's happening? Admiral Yi Sun-sin exclaimed, his composure shattered. Reporting to the general. It seems to be an easterly wind. The adjutant beside him immediately relayed the report. What? An east wind? Li Sun-shin exclaimed in astonishment. How could the wind direction suddenly shift? At that moment, Yi Sun-sin still intended to continue directing his turtle ships to attack Zhou Yu's position. However, such a drastic shift in wind direction made it utterly impossible for them to advance. Ha 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 ha! Zhou Yu roared with laughter. Bring me my chin! Zhou Yu commanded the guards beside him. The guards swiftly retrieved Zhou Yu's ancient 7-string zither. At that moment, Zhou Yu gently plucked the strings. A resonant ping sounded. A crisp, melodious note filled the air. A melodious piece, The Long River, began to play. Zhou Yu closed his eyes, lost in the artistry of his own playing. The melody he played flowed like the tinkling of mountain springs, yet also like the delicate murmur of a babbling brook. In stark contrast to the melodious strains emanating from Zhou Yu's flagship. As the wind shifted, the heart-wrenching screams of soldiers aboard the Korean ship grew louder. Arrows pierced through the deck, pinning them to the hull until they perished. Thud, thud, thud. With each dull thud, another corpse fell onto the deck. From Zhou Yu's warships, volley after volley of arrows flew forth. One corpse after another fell. Li Sun-shin's expression shifted between anger and frustration. His mind raced with thoughts. How could this happen? Li Sun-shin couldn't fathom how the wind had shifted so suddenly. Ha ha ha. This is the mystique of China. Didn't you notice how exceptionally talented Zhou Yu is as a commander? He ordered his troops to spread out, and they did so immediately. Exactly. I was puzzled earlier why Zhou Yu didn't command his troops. Turns out he was waiting for Yi Sun-sin to walk right into the trap. He had it all planned out. Brilliant. This truly shows his skill. Zhou Yu lives up to his reputation. A group of Chinese spectators watching the livestream commented as such. Of course, many Korean viewers snorted in disdain. This only caused a minor inconvenience for General Yi Sun-sin. Oomph. Admiral Yi Sun-sin just hasn't launched his full assault yet. Exactly. How could Zhou Yu's underhanded schemes possibly defeat us? Once Admiral Yi Sun-sin launches his attack, everything will turn out fine. Meanwhile, Yi Sun-sin could only hide within the cabin of his flagship. Before Zhou Yu's melody had even concluded, Li Sun-shin's forces had already formed a defensive formation. Motionless, they became iron turtles, resting on the sea's surface. Though Admiral Yi Sun-sin had not issued any commands, the atmosphere across the entire battlefield grew heavy. Every soldier sensed the air thick with a palpable, murderous tension. At that moment, Zhou Yu's Song of the Long River finally concluded. Rising, he murmured softly, I recall those days, when a 3-foot blade held the world in its grasp, and a white steed opened the borders of Wu. He walked slowly toward the bow of the flagship as he sang. Zhou Yu stood at the bow of the flagship, a sword in hand. His white robe, protected by armor, billowed in the wind. I, Zhou Yu, am a hero of the world. How could you barbarians possibly stand in my way? Zhou Yu declared in a loud voice. Transmit my orders. Surround the enemy forces completely. Zhou Yu commanded. Yes, Commander. Instantly, Zhou Yu's troops sheathed their bows and drew their swords, driving their warships forward. Meanwhile, the soldiers from the Pickle Nation maintained their turtle formation. Zhou Yu's forces began their advance. Li Sunxin's forces, however, remained utterly motionless. They seemed to have turned into stone statues. Li Sunxin dared not act rashly, for Zhou Yu's troops wielded formidable bows. If he risked sending troops to charge, they would likely be cut down by the powerful crossbows before even getting close. Chapter 49, Tug of War. Kite Tactics. Watching Zhou Yu's fleet gradually draw nearer, Li Sunxin's gaze swept across the waters ahead. A vague unease stirred within Li Sunxin's heart. He had no choice but to order, assemble the entire fleet. Engage Zhou Yu's forces head-on. Admiral Li Sunxin reluctantly issued this command. For if they remained stationary any longer, they would become sitting ducks for Zhou Yu to capture. Moreover, he had another consideration. If they launched a rash attack, Zhou Yu could counter with powerful bows against his warships, rendering them utterly vulnerable. This would only grant Zhou Yu's warships greater firepower superiority. Thus, after Admiral Li Sunxin issued his orders, his forces swiftly organized. Given the situation at hand, a head-on assault was the only viable option. Moreover, his own forces had already suffered significant casualties. Each turtle ship had sacrificed over a dozen soldiers. If victory could not be secured now, the losses would become even more severe. Li Sunxin ordered his troops to attack immediately. He himself swiftly returned to the deck of the flagship, resuming his command position. This was his duty as commander-in-chief. The moment Li Sunxin took his command position, his forces immediately sprang into action. With a single command, Li Sunxin's warships launched their assault. And with unrelenting momentum, they charged fiercely toward Zhou Yu's warships. Zhou Yu saw Li Sunxin's fleet charging toward him. He swiftly commanded his formation to spread out, determined not to let Li Sunxin's fleet come within striking distance. Kite. It's the kite tactic. Exactly. While the enemy turtle ships have superior defense, they're significantly slower than us. Keep the Koreans at bay. They won't be able to fight us. Is this Zhou Yu's command artistry? The Huaxia livestream audience gasped in awe, instantly swallowing their earlier doubts about Zhou Yu's command abilities. Meanwhile, Li Sunxin couldn't even get close to Zhou Yu's forces. The moment anyone stepped onto the deck, they were immediately mowed down by Zhou Yu's Eastern Wu archers. Li Sunxin understood that defeating Zhou Yu was not the priority. Now stabilizing the front lines was paramount. But Zhou Yu would not grant him that opportunity. With a wave of his signal flag, Zhou Yu commanded his orderly. The Eastern Wu warships spread out into formation. They immediately began firing arrows at Li Sunxin's warships. A dense hail of arrows continued to rain down upon Zhou Yu's forces. Zhou Yu's fleet steadily increased its distance, using arrows to attack Li Sunxin's forces. This allowed both sides to maintain an optimal distance. Damn it! Can't those Chinese just attack head-on? Exactly. They only know how to dodge and weave. I dare say the moment they clash with our Korean warriors, their forces will collapse instantly. Exactly. I say the Chinese are scared. They won't dare face us head-on. Exactly. If General Li Sunxin ever gets close to the Chinese fleet, he'll crush them. Watching Zhou Yu's forces repeatedly harass his own, Admiral Li Sunxin's face turned ashen. Zhou Yu relentlessly fired upon Li Sunxin's warships. Yet Admiral Li Sunxin's fleet dared not launch an attack lightly. For if they did, they would immediately be met with a volley of fire from Zhou Yu's forces. Ah! Li Sunxin sighed softly. He could only continue using this defensive formation, playing the role of a turtle hiding its head. Soon, Lin Yang noticed. Zhou Yu's fleet was once again moving toward Li Sunxin's forces. Transmit my command. Charge. Board the ships. Zhou Yu commanded with a stern expression. Soon, the signal flags of the dispatchers conveyed Zhou Yu's orders to the entire fleet. This time, the Eastern Wu fleet moved even faster. They advanced at near full speed. Is Lord Gongjin planning to annihilate the enemy in one decisive strike? Lin Yang understood. Zhou Yu intended to wear down Li Sunxin's turtle ships through prolonged engagement. Then, in the final push, he would lead the Eastern Wu soldiers to scatter Zhou Yu's forces. Zhou Yu now tucked away his feather fan, loosened his silk headband, and donned his battle helmet. He drew the sword from his waist. He bellowed, "Soldiers! Today is the day to carve your names in glory. Follow me into battle." Zhou Yu, clad in armor, radiated heroic spirit. In that moment, his handsome features, the martial spirit of his armor, and the sunlight all converged, transforming him into a celestial being descended from the heavens. Zhou Yu's flagship charged headlong toward the flank of Li Sunxin's warship. Seeing their flagship charge relentlessly toward the enemy vessel, they too refused to be outdone. They charged forward in a frenzied rush. In an instant, The entire battlefield witnessed a dramatic reversal. Where Korea had previously sought battle, it was now the Dongwu fleet taking the offensive. As the Eastern Wu warships drew ever closer, Yi Sun-sin's brow furrowed deeply. At this moment, Admiral Lee felt himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Should he continue to hold his ground and confront Xiang Yu? Or should he attempt a breakout? This dilemma left Admiral Yi deeply conflicted. Li Sun-sin watched the Eastern Wu warships drawing ever nearer. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. He would choose to engage. This was his only option. Refusing to be outdone, Yi Sun-sin drew the sword at his waist and led the crew of his flagship out of the hold. He was no coward who feared death. With his sword drawn, he commanded the few soldiers left after Xiang Yu's assault. They charged toward Xiang Yu's boarding force. Capture the enemy commander. 1,000 pieces of gold shall be rewarded. Seeing Xiang Yu actually boarding to attack, he was overjoyed. In his eyes, Xiang Yu was merely a bookish scholar. His command skills might be passable, but in martial prowess, he was absolutely no match for himself. Yet he was wrong. Oomph. Upon boarding Yi Sun-sin's flagship, Xiang Yu drew his sword and instantly slew a Korean soldier who charged at him first. Witnessing this, Yi Sun-sin roared with fury, "You insolent brat, don't get cocky." He charged forward, sword in hand, and locked into combat with Xiang Yu. Holy crap! The commanders are fighting. This is truly a rare sight. Zhou Gongjin is so handsome. Exactly. He plays the zither, commands armies, masters martial arts, he's practically a jack of all trades. If I lived in his era, I'd do anything to marry Xiang Yu. Zhou Gongjin. Zhou Gongjin. I'm his biggest fan. Countless Chinese women watching the livestream now gazed at Xiang Yu with hearts in their eyes. Especially when Xiang Yu effortlessly parried Li Sun-sin's attacks with such unhurried, graceful poise. It nearly made them swoon. Yet Yi Sun-sin was seething with rage. He never imagined that after battling Xiang Yu for so long, he still hadn't managed to defeat him. Moreover, he sensed that Xiang Yu had countless opportunities to strike him down with a single sword thrust. Yet Xiang Yu simply didn't strike, he was toying with him. At that moment, Yi Sun-sin felt like a mouse caught and toyed with by a cat. This stirred an intense sense of injustice within him. One by one, the soldiers of the Kimchi Nation around him fell to the hands of the Eastern Wu warriors. In the blink of an eye, the entire warship was left with only Li Sun-sin as the sole survivor from the Pickle Nation. Damn it! I'll kill you! Li Sun-sin swung his sword with desperate fury. Chapter 50, The Kimchi Sakura Alliance. The blade's edge streaked toward Xiang Yu. Come on then. Xiang Yu smiled as he watched the blade come at him. Clang! A crisp clang echoed as their blades collided. Thud! The web of Li Sun-sin's hand gripping the sword split open from the shock. Li Sun-sin stared at his sword, his face frozen in astonishment. This can't be possible. But before he could finish speaking, Xiang Yu kicked the sword out of his hand with a flourish. He then pressed the blade against Yi Sun-sin's throat. You are defeated. Surrender now. Li Sun-sin was now covered in blood, his eyes bloodshot. His body was covered in wounds sliced open by Xiang Yu's blade. He felt utterly wronged. Why? Why had it come to this? Li Sun-sin refused to accept defeat. The turtle ships were clearly the pinnacle of Korea's technological and intellectual achievements. Why had they been so easily defeated by Xiang Yu's Eastern Wu warships? He refused to accept it. I die with eyes wide open. Li Sun-sin roared in fury, then mustered his last ounce of strength to rise. He charged toward Xiang Yu. Alas! You die unrepentant. Xiang Yu shook his head. Then, he thrust his sword toward Yi Sun-sin's chest. Thud! Xiang Yu's sword pierced through Yi Sun-sin's body. Holy crap! Our Huaxiao warriors are so strong. Xiang Yu is so cool. He won with such overwhelming dominance. He's just too strong. Handsome and skilled in battle. Brother Xiang Yu is a true polymath. He masters swordsmanship. He understands tactics. He's also a musical genius, seriously, he's a treasure trove. Huaxia live stream room. The audience in the Huaxia live stream room erupted in cheers as they watched Xiang Yu effortlessly defeat his opponent. Congratulations to Team Huaxia on their victory. Please select your reward. Upon hearing this prompt, didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately responded, I choose to claim territory. The system prompt from the National Fortune Arena then sounded. Territory acquisition successful. May the Huaxia Chosen One continue the challenge? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang promptly made his choice. Continue the challenge. Lin Yang's decision plunged the Kimchi Nation into despair. They had no idea what means they could possibly use to resist China after losing Yi Sun-sin. Yet, in a corner unknown to them, the Kimchi Nation's high command had already made their way to where Ishida Ichiro resided. They had no other reason, only one solution. That was to hope Ishida Ichiro, as the chosen one of Sakura Nation, to help them continue fighting on the National Fortune Arena. At that moment, Ichiro Ishida seemed to have anticipated this very scenario. He brewed a cup of tea and waited quietly for the Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation to arrive at his residence. Mr. Ishida. The Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation rushed over, his face grim. Prime Minister, what brings you here? Ishida Ichiro asked calmly. He knew the Prime Minister's arrival must be related to China, otherwise he wouldn't be so frantic. Our forces have been defeated. We implore Mr. Ishida to come out of retirement and aid us in confronting the Chinese military. Ichiro Ishida sneered inwardly. Didn't you look down on our cherry blossom nation before? Now you come begging me. Of course, Ishida Ichiro kept his thoughts to himself. Since you put it that way, then let your chosen one submit an application at the National Fortune Arena. The Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ishida Ichiru's willingness to confront China. Following Admiral Lee Sun Sin's humiliating defeat, the mindset of the Kimchi Nation had undergone a subtle shift. They began to take China seriously. They began to fear China. Within the National Fortune Arena, Park Dae-hoon, who had lost a portion of his territory. His expression was now somber. His earlier boastful words. Now the boomerang had finally come back to bite him. Standing crimson-faced beside the circular table. Reporting to the National Fortune Arena. I request to fight alongside the Cherry Blossom Chosen One. Park Dae-hoon declared through gritted teeth. Received request from Kimchi Nation. National Fortune Arena processing result. Please wait. After a brief moment of processing, the National Fortune Arena's voice echoed out. Confirmed. Kimchi Nation's application accepted. Lin Yang was utterly shocked upon hearing this. What the hell? They actually formed a Kimchi Sakura alliance to target him. I'll see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Lin Yang said coldly. The National Fortune Arena is processing the application from Kimchi Nation. Please hold. The Kimchi Nation Prime Minister's face lit up with relief upon hearing the voice. He knew the National Fortune Arena's calculations had concluded. Then our odds of winning this war are extremely high. Watching Ishida Ichiro teleport from before his eyes into the National Fortune Arena. His heart surged with excitement and anticipation. Oomph. You ants. I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. Standing within the National Fortune Arena, Ishida Ichiro felt his heart surge with emotion. Yet, upon seeing Lin Yang across from him, a tremor still ran through Ishida Ichiru's heart. There was no helping it, the fear Lin Yang instilled in him was simply too great. Lin Yang smiled bitterly. Is the National Fortune Arena trying to balance things out for us Huaxia people? Lin Yang found it somewhat amusing. The Kimchi Nation actually teamed up with the Cherry Blossom Nation to form a coalition against China. Lin Yang really didn't know whether to call them brave. Or call them brainless. Soon, the next prompt for the National Fortune Arena appeared. May we ask if the Huaxia side wishes to replace their marshal general? Upon hearing the National Fortune Arena's inquiry, he didn't rush to make a decision, as it was tied to his next strategic move. So Lin Yang chose to wait. However, Lin Yang's hesitation infuriated Park Dae-hoon. Damn it! Could the Huaxia side hurry up? Don't they have the guts to pick another famous general? In Park Dae-hoon's eyes, Yi Sun-sin's defeat was merely a matter of bad luck. Now that he had formed the Kimchi Sakura alliance with Ishida Ichiro, he believed defeat was utterly impossible. Hearing the term Kimchi Nation, he curled his lips. Ha! Since you insist on humiliating yourself, I'll oblige. Change generals. Lin Yang sneered coldly. Hearing Lin Yang's voice, all the kimchi-loving netizens in the livestream started pressuring Park Dae-hoon. Damn Park Dae-hoon! If you lose again, don't come back to Korea. Can we replace Park Dae-hoon? Even with Admiral Lee Sun Sin, he'd still lose. Exactly. Park Dae-hoon is a total noob. If he loses, I'll burn down your house, Park Dae-hoon. Our Kimchi Nation doesn't need cherry blossom losers fighting alongside us. Can we kick out Ishida Ichiro? Their cherry blossom country as famous generals are useless. Exactly. Our Kimchi Nation only lost the first match because of bad luck. Park Dae-hoon watched their livestream with a pained expression. Next round battle mode selection begins. This time, upon hearing the draw for the National Fortune Arena battle mode, Park Dae-hoon didn't actively request a mode. Instead, he waited quietly for the National Fortune Arena draw. Draw complete. Confirmed battle mode, 1v1 general duel. Chapter 51, never heard of it. Korea's strategic depth was limited. Losing this battle would likely result in the complete loss of all their territory. General selection begins. The cold, mechanical voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded, and 5 cards instantly appeared before Lin Yang and Park Dae-hoon. Park Dae-hoon's eyes lit up as he swiftly selected the general before him. After briefly observing the expressions of Park Dae-hoon and Ishida Ichiro, he knew immediately. He must have drawn a formidable general. I'd better take this seriously. Lin Yang immediately examined the 5 cards before him. They were respectively Xing Daoron, Supreme General of Lingling Dianwei, the ancient evil warrior Wang De, the famous general of the Southern Song Dynasty Qin Ming, the Thunderbolt Fire Jodui, the fierce general of the 5 dynasties. After reviewing these 5 options, Lin Yang thought they were all decent choices. Yet he chose Dian Wei, the ancient warrior known as the Fierce Warrior, without hesitation. Who was a lie? The son of Philian, he was a renowned warrior under King Zhou of Shang, celebrated for his unmatched bravery. Legend had it he possessed innate, overwhelming strength capable of single-handedly holding back an entire army, though this tale contains some exaggeration. But the fact that Cao Cao praised Dian Wei as the ancient ally and kept him by his side as a bodyguard for years, that alone speaks volumes about his formidable prowess. Moreover, this being a one-on-one battle, Lin Yang naturally chose Dian Wei, a warrior with a proven record of valor in official history, as his representative for the duel. Both sides, please announce your chosen generals. Lin Yang's selection, Dian Wei, and the Kimchi Nation's choice, Kim Yu-sin, were both revealed to the live streaming audience. Only then did Lin Yang learn who Park Dae-hoon had selected as his warrior. Never heard of this guy. Lin Yang shrugged. He had absolutely no idea who Kim Yu-sin was. Meanwhile, the netizens from Korea grew excited. Yes. It's Lord Kim Yu-sin. Prepare to die, Chinese. How dare you switch commanders? You're truly audacious. I'm ready to claim victory. Chinese, prepare to die. Ha, I can already see the light of victory shining upon us. The Korean comments came fast, soon flooding the screen. Lin Yang frowned deeply. For he saw a smile spread across Park Dae-hoon's face. Clearly, that guy had anticipated this situation long ago. Lin Yang's expression grew solemn as well. Though he was self-assured, he was not arrogant. The general selected by the Kimchi Nation was truly unknown to Lin Yang. He could only wait for the introduction phase to learn more. Please introduce your chosen generals. Lin Yang was about to speak. Park Dae-hoon interjected. Kim Yu-sin demonstrated exceptional military and organizational skills at the age of 15. During the campaign to capture Nangbai Fortress in Goguryeo alongside his father Kim Soo-hyun, Kim Yu-sin charged into enemy lines despite unfavorable conditions and low morale. He seized the enemy commander's head, turning the tide of battle. The city fell, with over 5,000 enemy heads taken. He later conquered Beach, unifying the Korean peninsula. His achievements were legendary. Lin Yang curled his lips slightly upon hearing this. This story had been recounted countless times by countless people. Not only Lin Yang, but even the Chinese audience listened with utter disdain. It was the Kimchi Nation's netizens who flooded the comments with praise. China's Dian Wei? Never heard of him. Exactly. Even if you pick Zhao Yun, Lord Kim's combat prowess would still outclass ours. Holy crap, our General Kim is that badass? Not bad, not bad. This general is truly formidable. He's practically a king-tier warrior. Meanwhile, the Huaxia spectators snorted derisively. Show-offs? What do you mean even Zhao Yun wouldn't cut it? Don't tell me Korea thinks Zhao Yun is weak. Zhao Yun was a legendary warrior renowned throughout the land in history. Exactly. If Zhao Yun ever crossed paths with your Golden Lord, he'd wipe you out completely. Put. Keep dreaming. If you're so sure, make Zhao Yun duel Lord Jin one-on-one. Exactly. Who do you think Zhao Yun is? Anyone can beat him? Netizens on both sides were arguing fiercely. Meanwhile, comments from Korea started flooding the screen again. Lin Yang couldn't be bothered to respond. Instead, Lin Yang began his own introduction. Dian Wei. A renowned general of the late Eastern Han Dynasty in China. Imposing in stature and possessing extraordinary strength, he was recruited as a frontline warrior during Cao Cao's campaign against Lu Bu, where he displayed heroic valor. He once single-handedly held off countless enemy soldiers, ultimately securing his lord's escape. Historians praised him as a warrior of unmatched valor and grandeur, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Liao and Su Chu. After hearing Lin Yang's introduction, many Chinese citizens grew curious. Who were Zhang Liao and Su Chu? As if reading their minds, he smiled and said, as for Zhang Liao, he once served as Lu Bu's deputy general, though he wasn't at his peak back then. As for Su Chu, you'll have the chance to see him in the National Fortune Arena later. Lin Yang's words were somewhat cryptic, yet the veteran netizens managed to decipher their meaning. A murmur rippled through the crowd. From Lin Yang's words, they sensed Dian Wei's formidable strength. Moreover, like Zhang Liao and Su Chu, Dian Wei was a renowned general in Chinese history. While netizens across the web were still debating, Lin Yang and Park Dae-hoon began their draws, while Ishida Ichiro stood silently watching Park Dae-hoon show off. Ishida Ichiro was new to Korea and held little sway within the National Fortune Arena. This time, the selection of generals was also led by Park Dae-hoon. The rapidly flashing numbers on the large screen signaled that the combat mode draw for Lin Yang and Park Dae-hoon was about to commence. As the National Fortune Arena's display shifted, the National Fortune Arena combat mode draw results: infantry combat. Weapon draw, unrestricted. The National Fortune Arena announced. The scene instantly shifted to a vast, open battlefield. After a brief flash of light, Dian Wei and Kim Yu-sin both materialized in the center of the arena. The scene here bore little difference from the previously drawn one-on-one combat arena. Lin Yang appeared on the spectator platform. Park Dae-hoon and Ishida Ichiro both stood. The center of the arena. Dian Wei and Kim Yu-sin locked onto their respective targets, their opponents. Kim Yu-sin locked eyes on Dian Wei, narrowing his gaze. Dian Wei, in turn, glared at Kim Yu-sin with eyes burning with fury, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Dian Wei wielded two short halberds, their blades sharp and gleaming coldly. Kim Yu-sin, meanwhile, stood lean and slender, a long spear in hand. Standing side by side, any discerning eye could see Dian Wei held the clear advantage. After all, Dian Wei was incredibly robust, while Kim Yu-sin was far too thin. So, the viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but start discussing it. Look at Kim Yu-sin's skinny arms and legs. Someone as burly as Dian Wei could probably knock him flying in no time. Not so fast. Kim Yu-sin's no pushover. With Dian Wei's massive frame, one swat from him would probably knock this kid flat on his back. No matter what, I'm rooting for Kim Yu-sin to win. Exactly, me too. The livestream chat was buzzing with excitement. Lin Yang knew, however, that Kim Yu-sin was a peculiar fellow. Generally speaking, someone so skinny yet capable of fighting on the battlefield. Such a man was certainly no ordinary figure. If Dian Wei underestimated him, he might end up paying the price. Chapter 52, Brutal Carnage. General Dian's Violent Aesthetics. Sure enough. Battle commences. As soon as the National Fortune Arena made the announcement, Kim Yu-sin charged at Dian Wei first. Wielding his spear, Kim Yu-sin thrust it fiercely toward Dian Wei. Dian Wei, seeing this, showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he swung his short halberd to block the spear. Clang! The spear and halberd collided, producing a crisp, resonant clang. With a clang, Kim Yu-sin swiftly withdrew his spear. Immediately, their techniques clashed once more. For a moment, their battle raged fiercely. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen exchanges passed. Kim Yu-sin wielded his spear with lightning speed, weaving left and right. Each thrust whistled through the air, swift as a bolt of lightning and deadly precise. Lin Yang now recognized clearly that Kim Yu-sin was exceptionally skilled at controlling distance. With a flick of his spear, he instantly attacked Dian Wei from one side, while the attack on the other side was merely a feint. Dian Wei, however, was already half a beat behind due to their earlier exchange. He watched the tip of Kim Yu-sin's spear thrust toward his chest. He still hadn't reacted. Park Dae-hoon cheered loudly at the sight, as if Kim Yu-sin's spear would pierce Dian Wei through in the next second. Yet Dian Wei seemed utterly oblivious. He tossed his short halberd to the ground and seized Kim Yu-sin's thrusting spear directly. Snap! A sharp crack echoed. The spear snapped clean in two at the point where Dian Wei seized it, the tip falling to the ground. This was Dian Wei's battle tactic, luring the enemy deeper into his grasp. This incident revealed something. General Dian really doesn't think much of this kimchi kid. Lin Yang chuckled. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-sin's face twisted into utter agony. He never imagined he'd miscalculated. He had believed that this feint would severely wound Dian Wei. Alas, he had rejoiced too soon. Dian Wei simply refused to play by the rules. Kim Yu-sin composed himself, discarded the spear snapped by Dian Wei, and drew his long sword from his waist. This time, Kim Yu-sin changed his approach. With a light tap of his toes, his entire body soared upward as he swung his blade toward Dian Wei's face. His speed was lightning fast, leaving no time to react. Yet, facing this sudden threat, Dian Wei narrowed his eyes and thrust his right hand's short halberd outward with a fierce block. Clang! Another crisp sound echoed. Jin Yushin's blade was blocked by Dian Wei's short halberd. Immediately afterward, Dian Wei's left arm, which had released the halberd, surged with explosive force. A thunderous crash echoed. Kim Yu-sin was flung backward by Dian Wei's immense force. He tumbled backward, crashing to the ground. Dian Wei, however, remained as steady as a mountain, standing firmly in place without even shifting an inch. Kim Yu-sin steadied himself, coughing up a mouthful of blood. This was the most terrifying opponent he had ever faced in his Kimchi Nation career. He grew increasingly terrified by Dian Wei's terrifying strength. Kim Yu-sin couldn't believe his own misfortune. Dian Wei looked at Kim Yu-sin and sneered coldly, "Humph. You think such petty tricks could ambush me?" With that, he prepared to strike again. Seeing this, Kim Yu-sin was terrified out of his wits and immediately turned to flee. This Dian Wei was more powerful than any warrior he had ever encountered. He was no match for him. Simply escaping with his life was already a stroke of luck. Kim Yu-sin acted decisively, wasting no time. He turned and tried to run. But Dian Wei did not pursue him. Instead, he stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on Kim Yu-sin as he retreated into the distance. Then, a hint of amusement flickered at the corner of Dian Wei's mouth. This foreign general is surprisingly cowardly. Without another word, Dian Wei picked up the short halberd from the ground and swung it in a semicircle through the air. Swish! The short halberd flew from Dian Wei's hand. It transformed into a streak of light, hurtling straight toward Kim Yu-sin's back. Thud! Accompanied by the sound of a blade piercing flesh, blood spurted out. Kim Yu-sin staggered several steps before crashing heavily to the ground. The short spear pierced through his back and straight into his chest with tremendous force. He struggled to turn his head and stared at the spear embedded in his chest, his face twisted with bitter defiance. "I refuse to accept this." He couldn't fathom how he could possibly die here. And to top it off, I lost to some nobody. I just can't accept it. Shut up. Dian Wei growled. His right foot shot up, crushing down on Kim Yu-sin's skull. A dull thud echoed. Kim Yu-sin's skull shattered under Dian Wei's boot. Red and white fluid splattered everywhere. Kim Yu-sin died instantly. Holy crap. Now that's what I call brutal beauty. General Dian Wei's strength is truly astonishing. Holy crap. The enemy from Kimchi country is way too weak. Exactly. General Dian Wei's personal buffs weren't even activated yet, and that Kimchi Nation general was already gone. LOL, this is Korea's top warrior? Damn, he's just like their top commander, both instantly wiped out by China. Tell Korea and Japan, generals like Dian Wei are a dime a dozen in China. Ha! You're absolutely right. The Huaxiao livestream chat erupted in celebration. Damn it! I can't accept this. Damn it! How could this be? Korea's generals just don't cut it. Only Japan's can hold their own. Exactly. Just trust Mr. Ishida. Why did they have to pick a Korean general to appear? Shut up, you cherry blossom country. What right do you have to speak to us? Exactly. Losers are losers. In the Kimchi Nation's livestream chat, alongside their own citizens, exiled Cherry Blossom Nation refugees were also voicing their opinions. Both sides erupted into a fierce war of words over this defeat. Meanwhile, the Chinese spectators were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle of the two nations tearing each other apart. National Fortune Arena battle concluded. China emerges victorious. Lin Yang chuckled lightly, accepting the National Fortune Arena notification with an air of utter certainty. Park Dae-hoon's face turned ashen. He never imagined Korea's top warrior would be defeated by the Chinese so effortlessly. Victorious China, please choose, claim territory or receive rewards. Claim territory. With this battle concluded, Lin Yang's winning streak continued unbroken. The already diminutive Kimchi Nation now resembled a map shaved clean as a buzz cut. Damn it! Park Dae-hoon's arrogant expression vanished as he turned to look helplessly at Ishida Ichiro. Ishida Ichiro, however, wore an expression that suggested it had nothing to do with him. This only irritated Park Dae-hoon further. Mr. Ishida, you take the lead in the next round. Park Dae-hoon deflected the blame. As if he'd been waiting for those words all along. He nodded swiftly in agreement. Alright. For the next battle, let's give Mr. Park a break. The two men's discussion reached Lin Yang's ears, and he couldn't help but chuckle. National Fortune Arena announcement. Does the Huaxia faction wish to replace their commander? Lin Yang chuckled upon hearing this. Yes. Lin Yang's strategic objective was crystal clear. It was to demonstrate to the Kimchi Cherry Blossom Alliance just how terrifying the vast history of China's 5,000 years truly was. Chapter 53, The Poetic Immortal. Since Kimchi Cherry Blossom Nation still didn't grasp China's might, he would personally demonstrate it for them. Inside the Imperial Capital Conference Room, the leader and senior officials all smiled at the confident Lin Yang. Excellent. 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 This young man is growing more mature by the day. Exactly. To him, the combined forces of the Cherry Blossom and Kimchi Nations are likely nothing more than ants. Indeed. The boss chuckled upon hearing this. We need to finalize the territory acceptance quickly. Also, let's arrange a residence for this young man, Lin Yang, in the capital. After all, the capital offers the greatest assurance of safety. The leader's words gained unanimous approval from the senior officials. They all thought it was a good idea. They had witnessed Lin Yang's capabilities. Having someone like him in the capital would certainly bring greater peace of mind. Liberty City, capital of the United States. The Cherry Blossom Emperor resided in the mansion specially arranged for him by the President of the United States. Your Majesty, Mr. Ishida has returned to the National Fortune Arena and is now leading the campaign against China. The Sakura Emperor's secretary reported. I hope that young man, Ishida Ichiro, can help us win it back. The Emperor of Sakura said with eager anticipation. Contact Korea. Request that after Ishida Ichiro's victory, they first cede a piece of Sakura territory. Yes, Your Majesty. The secretary replied with a smile. The National Fortune Arena on the live broadcast screen. As the central focus of this selection, Ichiro Ishida felt the sensation of returning to the round table. His heart surged with emotion. Lin Yang, standing opposite him, couldn't help but think this guy had some nerve. After losing so badly, he still dared to step back onto the National Fortune Arena. Battle mode draw initiated. The National Fortune Arena announced. The combat mode draw commenced immediately. Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro's gazes locked once more. Their eyes locked. The tension was palpable. Lin Yang, you forced my hand. Ichiro Ishida stared at Lin Yang, his eyes flashing with cold fury. Lin Yang gave a cold laugh, showing no fear. Just as Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro remained locked in confrontation. National Fortune Arena battle mode draw complete. Combat mode, ground combat. Weapon restriction, swords. Hearing this announcement, Ichiro Ishida's face twisted into a maniacal grin. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yang, you brat. Prepare to die. When it comes to swordsmanship, the entire world can't hold a candle to my great nation of Sakura. Ishida Ichiro laughed confidently. Hearing his words, Lin Yang smiled but didn't respond. This only made Ishida Ichiro even more smug. Commence the warrior draw. Announced the National Fortune Arena. 5 cards appeared before both Lin Yang and Ishida Ichiro. After examining them closely, he sighed in admiration. Heaven truly has not forsaken our land of cherry blossoms. This noble figure has appeared. After his exclamation, Ishida Ichiro immediately selected the 3rd card before him. Lin Yang didn't know what he had chosen, but he knew this opponent was likely no ordinary foe. With that thought, Lin Yang ceased focusing on Ishida Ichiro. He began analyzing the 5 options before him. Warring States Assassin Gainya, 1 at Grey Wolf Xiaodun, Busheng with 3 sheep and 5 eyes, Spear Master Wine Yen Zhang, and Blue Lotus Hermit Li Bai. Lin Yang scrutinized the options before him. All 5 options were actually quite good. But when Lin Yang saw the last option, he made his decision without hesitation. Who was that? The immortal poet Li Bai. Dare I ask any Chinese person who wouldn't want to catch a glimpse of the poet immortal's brilliance? Zhao's knight adorns his cap with silk tassels. Silver saddle gleams upon the white steed, galloping swift as a shooting star. 10 paces, 1 slain 1,000 miles, no trace left behind. When the deed is done, he brushes off his robe and departs, hiding both his identity and fame. After making his choice, Lin Yang murmured these lines of Li Bai's poem to himself. What a thrillingly carefree existence. Did you hear what Yangshan just said? Quick, write down this poem. I feel it's even more profound than what we're learning in our textbooks now. Right. Could the poem Yangshan recited actually have existed in our history? Could Yangshan actually compose poetry? This young man, Lin Yang, has quite the literary talent. The entire Huaxia livestream audience was stunned by the poem recited by Lin Yang. Such a free-spirited and unconstrained literary style had never been achieved by anyone within China's existing poetic tradition. For in that great catastrophe long ago, many cultural treasures including records of poetry vanished forever. Please state your choices and explain them. Ishida Ichiro quickly revealed his choice. Sword Saint. Yusuji Nabatsuna. After declaring his choice, Ishida Ichiro turned to look at Lin Yang, seemingly waiting for his reaction. He was certain victory in this battle would be his. Sword Saint Yusuji Nabatsuna? Lin Yang was indeed familiar with such a figure. Without hesitation, Lin Yang revealed his choice, the Blue Lotus Hermit. Li Bai. Ishida Ichiro, having declared his chosen warriors first, began his introduction. Sword Saint Yusuji Nabatsuna trained in Katori Shinto Ryu and Kashima Chigoryo under Matsumoto Baizen no Kami at Kashima in his youth. At 16, under the guidance of Tsukahara Bokyuden, he completed the Kashima family's special training regimen, 1,000 matches over 3 days and nights. After reaching adulthood, he studied the Inrya style, earning his certification at age 23. He then researched various sword techniques, ultimately founding the Shinrya style. Throughout his career, Yusuji Nabatsuna defeated countless master swordsmen, earning him the title of Sword Saint and recognition as the #1 under heaven. Ishida Ichiro concluded his introduction. Please have the Chinese side introduce their chosen warrior. After hearing Ishida Ichiro's introduction, the National Fortune Arena addressed Lin Yang. Lin Yang nodded and began recounting the life of this great poet. Li Bai, born in Shu Commandery, possessed an open and generous spirit, delighted in making friends, and cherished drinking and poetry, earning his place among the 8 immortals of wine. He composed countless poems throughout his life, served as an official in the imperial court, wrote verses for Yang Yu, the favored concubine of Emperor Xuanzong Li Longji, and traveled across the nation. With just a sword, wine, and himself, he journeyed far and wide. Bold and unrestrained, fresh and ethereal, even these words seem inadequate to describe this great poet. Lin Yang briefly outlined Li Bai's life. He truly couldn't think of better words to describe Li Bai's tumultuous life. Such descriptions seemed utterly inadequate. This was the man hailed as the immortal poet. However, Shida Ichiro across from him sneered coldly. What poetic immortal? He was nothing but a drunken fool. You actually dared to pit a poet against our sword saint in combat. What courage! Ishida Ichiro sneered contemptuously. Park Dae-hoon, standing beside him, felt certain of victory. After hearing Lin Yang's introduction, Park Dae-hoon saw no way this cherry blossom sword saint could lose. Have the Huaxia people run out of warriors? How dare they choose a drunken fool to duel the cherry blossom sword saint? No need to watch. I feel this cherry blossom sword saint could slay Li Bai with a single strike. What poet? The Chinese are courting death. Yes. 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 Our allied forces are finally going to win. I can't wait for the bloodbath to come. In the Kimchi Nation's livestream, Kimchi people and Cherry Blossom people were unusually united in their opinions. Both camps deemed Lin Yang's choice utterly insane. Chapter 54, Drunken Sword. I'm looking forward to it too. Lin Yang didn't deny it, he too was eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. He trusted his instincts. As the scene shifted, Lin Yang appeared on a stage constructed from massive boulders. Ishii Ichiro and Park Dae-hoon simultaneously materialized on the spectator platform. Representing China, Lin Yang, and representing the Japan-Korea alliance, Park Dae-hoon and Ishida Ichiro hadn't even secured their footing. Two blinding lights appeared. Lee Bai and Yasuji Nabatsuna simultaneously materialized on either side of the arena. On the left stood Lee Bai, wielding a 3-foot tang sword with a gourd of wine hanging at his waist. His features were refined and handsome, 3 strands of long beard flowing gracefully, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly aura. His white robe flowed with unparalleled elegance. Lee Bai drew the gourd from his waist and took a swig of its potent liquor. Lee Bai is so handsome. Why is he drinking? His opponent is the sword saint of Sakura. So dashing. I hope Lee Bai's swordplay is as graceful as his fighting style. He truly is dashing, and undeniably handsome. He feels like a poet, forming a stark contrast to Yasuji Nabatsuna across from him. Seeing this, the girls were all captivated. Meanwhile, the Huaxia men began to question. In their eyes, looks were secondary, what mattered was whether he could bring victory to China through combat. Standing opposite him was Yasuji Nabatsuna, his face lifted defiantly. Neither man spoke. The atmosphere felt unusually heavy. Yasuji Nabatsuna's expression was rigid. This stood in stark contrast to the slightly tipsy, unrestrained Lee Bai standing opposite him. Yasuji Nabatsuna tapped his katana lightly against the ground, producing a crisp sound. Yasuji Nabatsuna was clad entirely in black. His expression was cold. His eyes were deep and piercing, gazing at Lee Bai as though he were already dead. In his eyes, Lee Bai was utterly unworthy of facing him in combat. The drunken state of Lee Bai before him filled Yasuji Nabatsuna with contempt. Lee Bai, however, spoke calmly. Are you eager to kill me? At Lee Bai's question, Yasuji Nabatsuna's gaze grew even colder. Yasuji Nabatsuna did not answer. But his gaze spoke volumes to Lee Bai. Seeing Yasuji Nabatsuna's silence, he downed the fiery liquor in the flask in one gulp. I shall die, and you shall die. All under heaven shall die. Lee Bai declared. After speaking, he savored the lingering aroma of the potent liquor in his mouth. He recited a poem. May snow on Mount Tianshan. The willow-breaking melody plays on the flute, yet spring's hues remain unseen. At dawn, battle follows the clang of bronze drums. At night, sleep embraces the jade saddle. I'd gladly unsheathe my sword to slay the enemy at Lulan. He added, but in today's sword duel, I'm sure you'll be the first to die. Yasuji Nabatsuna watched Lee Bai drink wine and recite poetry in the midst of battle. He felt his opponent held him in utter contempt. He even deemed Lee Bai unworthy of being his opponent. Oomph. Do you hold my swordsmanship in such contempt? Lin Yang knew that besides drinking and composing poetry, Lee Bai's swordsmanship was no ordinary skill. Otherwise, how could Lee Bai have lived as a wandering knight for so many years without a single scratch? This was the Tang dynasty, an era brimming with martial virtue. With that, Lee Bai tossed his wine bottle down from the stage. The battle begins. The National Fortune Arena announced. Upon hearing the announcement, Lee Bai drew his sword from its scabbard. Come on. As he spoke, his right hand already gripped the Tang sword. Yasuji Nabatsuna sneered coldly. Then I shall grant your wish. After uttering these words, Yasuji Nabatsuna flickered his right arm, drawing his tachi from its scabbard. Lee Bai's eyes flashed, his wrist flickered, and the Tang sword traced a graceful arc. He performed the ritual bow of drawing his sword. Please enlighten me. Please enlighten me. The two men spoke almost in unison. Immediately, both launched their first attacks. Yasuji Nabatsuna's tachi blade flashed with a cold gleam. Lee Bai's Tang sword traced a fierce arc through the air. Their blades collided in an instant. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Sparks flew. Both men stepped back half a pace. Neither gained the upper hand. Excellent! Lee Bai exclaimed in admiration. You're truly formidable. Lin Yang saw Lee Bai's first strike and knew he was no ordinary opponent. Yasuji Nabatsuna frowned. He realized his earlier strike had failed to harm Lee Bai. Yasuji Nabatsuna could only attribute it to Lee Bai's luck, having correctly anticipated his sword's trajectory. He swung his sword again, slashing toward Lee Bai. A faint smile touched Lee Bai's lips as he drew his sword once more. Clang! Lee Bai deftly parried Yasuji Nabatsuna's slashing blade. With a swaying step, as if half drunk, he twisted away. Then, in a single bound, he closed the distance to Izumi Nabatsuna and swept his sword horizontally. The sweeping trajectory of this strike was one Yasuji Nabatsuna had never seen before. None of the cherry blossom swordsmen he had ever faced in combat employed such a technique. Yasuji Nabatsuna was utterly astonished, forced to dodge Lee Bai's sweeping blade with a most awkward kneeling stance. Just as he prepared to counterattack, Lee Bai's next move caught him completely off guard. Lee Bai delivered a kick straight toward Yasuji Nabatsuna's face. Thud! Yasuji Nabatsuna felt only the searing pain in his face. Li Bai had actually kicked out 2 of his front teeth. Blood gushed from Yusuji Nobutsuna's nose, his entire face swelling up in a pitifully disheveled state. Li Bai watched Yusuji Nobutsuna's pitiful state and laughed twice. He showed no urgency to press the attack, instead waiting for Yusuji Nobutsuna to rise before continuing his assault. Li Bai's leisurely demeanor filled Yusuji Nobutsuna with both rage and shame. Anger surged at Li Bai's playful demeanor in defeating him. Shame washed over him. Here he was, the renowned Sakura sword saint, unable to defeat even a drunken fool. After swallowing the teeth mixed with blood from his mouth, he thrust his Tachi sword toward Li Bai once more. Though furious, he maintained his composure. As he struck, he channeled every ounce of his strength into the blade, amplifying his power. Thus, this strike carried far greater force than the last. Clang! Li Bai parried with his sword. Li Bai deftly parried Yusuji Nobutsuna's attacking sword path, then used the momentum to push him back. Landing on the ground, Yusuji Nobutsuna narrowed his eyes, revealing a fierce glare. His heart had long been inflamed by Li Bai's actions. Li Bai's sword technique held profound subtleties. To Lin Yang's eyes, every thrust seemed to conceal a hidden sting beneath its gentle surface. Though Yusuji Nobutsuna's swordplay was formidable, he found it difficult to gain the upper hand against Li Bai. Yet Li Bai wore an expression of utter nonchalance. He was searching for the optimal moment to strike. Finally, after a prolonged stalemate, Li Bai detected a slight opening. Seizing the moment, he struck with sudden ferocity. His tang sword darted like a venomous snake, striking, aiming straight for Yusuji Nobutsuna's throat. Kamizuka Nobutsuna sensed danger and raised his sword to block. But he was a split second too late. Li Bai's blade sliced past his neck by the narrowest margin. Waizumi Nobutsuna felt a sudden chill along his neck. Blood trickled down his neck. He knew he was done for. Chapter 55, the sword fight continues. His eyes widened in disbelief. His face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't fathom it. How could such a drunken scholar possess such mastery of the sword? Li Bai sheathed his sword and stepped before Yusuji Nobutsuna. I told you, your swordplay is terrible. Put. Blood spurted from Kamiizumi Nobutsuna's mouth as he breathed his last. Meanwhile, viewers watching the livestream erupted into heated discussion. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't fathom how Li Bai's swordsmanship could be so extraordinary. Did you guys get it? No idea. Me neither. This just doesn't fit his image at all. Sigh. A man who masters both poetry and swordplay. If only history had recorded such a figure, how magnificent that would have been. Everyone was filled with mixed emotions. Only Lin Yang knew the truth. Li Bai had spent years as a young knight-errant. When it came to swordplay, he certainly wouldn't be weak. Even so, it was enough to astonish him. What he hadn't anticipated was how supremely graceful and ethereal Li Bai's swordplay truly was. A line of poetry captured it perfectly. Drinking deeply and singing wildly, wasting away the days, flying high and arrogant, for whom does he reign supreme? These lines were penned by Du Fu, the great poet of the same era, in tribute to Li Bai. What a prodigious talent. Lin Yang sighed. Inside the Sakura Kimchi joint livestream at that moment. What the hell? Can this sword technique really surpass our sword saint? This is utterly absurd. Could it be that the Chinese truly are ghostly? That sword technique? It's completely unorthodox. How could it possibly win? This is utterly astonishing. Soon, the National Fortune Arena issued a new notification. Congratulations to the Huaxia faction for victory. Please select your reward. Lin Yang smiled upon hearing this. I choose to claim territory. Lin Yang spoke with a smile, uttering the words the Cherry Blossom Nation and Kimchi Nation dreaded most. Holy! I'm gonna curse. Is there any justice left? The Chinese keep taking our territory. This is pure bullying. The Chinese are utterly shameless. We absolutely must win. Otherwise, we'll lose our chance. Bullets flew wildly. But it was all in vain. The National Fortune Arena still carved out a small piece of territory from the last remaining land of the Kimchi Nation and handed it over to China. Though small, it was more than enough to satisfy Lin Yang. The National Fortune Arena continued its announcement. The combat mode for the next round will not be updated. Sword combat will remain the format. Hearing this, a look of relief washed over Ishida Ichiro's face. Thank goodness. This time, I will reclaim the honor of our great Sakura Nation swordsmanship. However, Park Dae-hoon beside him spoke up. I thought the great Cherry Blossom Nation's sword saint was supposed to be formidable? Ishida Ichiro snorted coldly. Oomph. No matter what you say, I won't lose another match from here on out. Park Dae-hoon curled his lips in a dismissive sneer, ignoring Ishida Ichiro entirely. For the next round's selection, Park Dae-hoon had intended to seize the initiative. But the scene of the National Fortune Arena instantly shifted back to its circular table format. Park Dae-hoon glanced at it and shook his head in disappointment. Oomph. Same old tricks. Looks like we're going down again. Park Dae-hoon sneered sarcastically. Lin Yang observed the two chosen ones from the Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation alliance actually engaging in internal strife. He couldn't help but find it amusing. These guys are utterly foolish. When they can't win, they can't even band together for warmth. May I ask if the Huaxia side intends to replace their chosen military commander? Lin Yang asked upon hearing this. No change. We'll stick with Li Bai. Since it was still a sword-fighting battle, Lin Yang had no intention of changing generals. Regardless, he wanted to witness Li Bai's swordsmanship unfold. Soon, the National Fortune Arena announced. Received selection from the Huaxia side. Please select your general, Kimchi side. For this round's selection, Park Dae-hoon still handed the pick to Ishida Ichiro. Park Dae-hoon might be stubborn, but he knew Korea's renowned swordsmen were fewer than Japan's. Among the 5 options before him, Ichiro Ishida made his decision immediately. Yagyu Sanatada. Ishida Ichiro made his choice swiftly, selecting Yagyu Munenori without hesitation. Please introduce your chosen warrior. Upon hearing this, Ishida Ichiro solemnly introduced. Yagyu Seinen, whose full name is Yagyu Jubiai Seinen, is a renowned swordsman in the history of Sakura. Jubiai, along with his grandfather Yagyu Sekishusai Muniyoshi and his father Yagyu Tajimamori Miyansada, are collectively known as the 3 great swordsmen of Yagyu. He stands among the most famous and frequently romanticized samurai of Sakura's feudal era. This warrior became a personal attendant to Tokugawa Iemitsu at the age of 13 and later served as his dedicated swordsmanship instructor, demonstrating his formidable skill. At the age of 20, due to a misstep, he was forced to return to his hometown to dedicate himself to the study of military strategy, passing on his swordsmanship to those who sought to learn. Ishida Ichiro delivered his introduction with solemnity. As his introduction concluded, the circular table of the National Fortune Arena instantly transformed into the sword dueling platform from earlier. 2 beams of intense light descended. Li Bai and Yagyu Seinen appeared on either side of the platform. Li Bai's face still bore a flushed, drunken glow. He began to scrutinize Yagyu Seinen. Yagyu Seinen wore an eye patch over one eye, giving him the appearance of a one-eyed warrior. He was clad in a black samurai outfit. Noticing Li Bai's scrutiny, Yagyu Seinen immediately snorted coldly. Swordsman of China. This day next year will be your memorial. Li Bai laughed heartily at these words. Oh? Is that so? Are you so certain you can kill me? Yagyu Seinen sneered coldly. I, Yagyu Seinen, have devoted my entire life to the way of the sword. I've long forgotten my own surname. Today, I will make the whole world know that you Chinese martial artists are unworthy of wielding swords. Ha ha ha, what spirit! If only all swordsmen of your Japanese nation were like you. Li Bai smiled faintly. He reached for the sake at his waist. Unfortunately, his wine had run out in the previous round. The National Fortune Arena hadn't had time to replenish it yet. Li Bai spread his hands helplessly in complaint. If you don't give me more wine soon, I'll sober up. Hearing Li Bai's words, viewers from Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation watching the livestream nearly choked on their blood. What the hell? How dare he be so careless against our swordsmen? What utter arrogance! How dare you underestimate us? Shameful. If we lose again, it'll be utterly disgraceful. The National Fortune Arena announced at that moment. The match begins. Upon hearing the announcement, Yagyu Seinen drew his sword from its scabbard. One hand gripped the blade, the other held the scabbard. He assumed an unusual stance, facing Li Bai's direction. Oh? An interesting stance. Li Bai remarked in puzzlement. Ha! Suddenly, Yagyu Seinen burst into action. Swish! The sword's edge flashed. Yagyu Seinen transformed into a peerless sword itself, charging toward Li Bai. His speed was so blindingly fast that the naked eye could not follow. Li Bai remained standing in place, seemingly unaware. Clang! A crisp, resonant clash of steel echoed through the livestream. Chapter 56, Cat and Mouse. Li Bai casually parried the opponent's thrust with a single hand on his sword. Simultaneously, he shifted his stance, stepping forward half a pace. Yagyu Mitsuyoshi immediately sensed Li Bai was about to unleash another of his underhanded techniques, like that whipping kick. He immediately took a step back, trying to create distance. Little did he know. The moment he took that step back, Li Bai suddenly swung his sword, striking the blade against his opponent. His other hand wasn't idle either, delivering a palm strike that slammed into Ryujin's left cheek. Yagyu Seinen was struck so hard his head spun. Not only did stars dance before his eyes, but blood gushed from his nose. Li Bai seized the opportunity to close in once more. He was about to swing his sword to finish off the enemy before him. Alas, Yagyu Seinen was no ordinary man. Just as Li Bai was about to swing his sword down upon him, his eyes widened, and with a mighty shout, he locked his long sword firmly in place. He attempted to block Li Bai's incoming sword strike. Li Bai sneered coldly, a grasshopper trying to stop a cart? With that, he gave his wrist 2 sharp jerks. The Tachi sword that Yagyu Seinen was trying to block suddenly trembled violently. Yagyu Seinen immediately winced in pain, his grip loosening slightly. By then, Li Bai had already closed the distance. With his savage combat experience, Yagyu Seinen instantly realized Li Bai's next strike would be lethal. Gritting his teeth, he threw himself backward with all his might. Though he failed, he managed to deflect Li Bai's attack slightly. Xiang Yu smoothly evaded Li Bai's sure-kill strike. It was a messy escape, but it worked. Li Bai did not press his advantage relentlessly, for he could clearly see his opponent was far weaker than himself. A playful thought like a cat toying with a mouse arose in Li Bai's mind. So Li Bai deliberately exposed a weakness for his opponent to see. True to his expectations, Xiang Yu charged forward without hesitation, quickly revealing a slight opening, a vulnerable spot at his throat. A faint smile touched Li Bai's lips as his right hand swiftly drew the Tang sword, thrusting it toward Xiang Yu's calf. He did not strike with full force. Xiang Yu was startled by the sight. He instinctively pulled his calf back, but unexpectedly, Li Bai abruptly withdrew his sword's momentum, transforming the thrust into a flick. PSSSH. The sharp Tang sword instantly pierced through Xiang Yu's calf. Li Bai smoothly withdrew the blade, choosing not to press his advantage. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu knelt on the ground, clutching his wound, sweating profusely from the pain. Veins bulged on his forehead as his face contorted into a ferocious grimace. Li Bai clapped his hands, looking down at him from above. "You've lost," Li Bai stated calmly. At those words, a shadow of darkness and ferocity flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes. Li Bai raised an eyebrow. Xiang Yu gritted his teeth and growled lowly, "I refuse to accept this." With a furious roar, he wrapped his wounds in clothing, forcing himself to stand despite the pain. He thrust his tachi forward, launching another frenzied assault toward Li Bai. A cold smile played at Li Bai's lips as he raised his sword to meet the blow. Crash! Li Bai and he clashed in combat. Though wounded, Xiang Yu fought with relentless ferocity, attacking with every ounce of strength. Li Bai maintained an effortless composure throughout, effortlessly parrying every strike. Gradually, Xiang Yu's strength waned. Finally, Li Bai seized the moment and thrust his blade into his throat. Immediately, Li Bai withdrew his sword. Blood spurted forth, splattering onto Li Bai's body and cheeks, staining his strikingly handsome features with a faint crimson hue. Xiang Yu's body swayed, as if he still wanted to struggle to his feet, but ultimately he collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished. Even in death, his face bore an expression of refusal to accept his fate. It was an eerie sight. Li Bai sighed softly. Why must one care so much about victory or defeat in life? Li Bai remarked indifferently. As if, had it been him who fell, he too would have faced such an outcome with serene composure. In this world, people die every day, and every day, some depart with eyes wide open. So why obsess over victory or defeat? Li Bai sheathed his sword and sat down. Then he stretched lazily. The entire sequence flowed with effortless grace. Li Bai didn't give a damn about Xiang Yu's death. Instead, he urged, "Ringmaster, hurry up and refill my wine." Li Bai addressed the National Fortune Arena. The platform remained silent. Lin Yang spoke instead, "Thank you for your trouble, Master Li." Li Bai paused upon hearing this, then laughed and scolded. "I do enjoy sparring here, but alas, my opponents are too weak, and the wine is insufficient." After Li Bai finished speaking, the scene on the National Fortune Arena finally shifted. Holy crap! Li Bai's swordplay is utterly ghostly. No! This is the swordplay of immortals. Like that of gods themselves. No wonder they call him the immortal poet. I hope Lin Yang can recite more of Li Bai's poetry. Exactly. With every general Lin Yang selects, he restores another piece of our Chinese history. If only our cultural authorities could work as hard as Lin Yang. If that happens, perhaps our nation will reach its pinnacle. The audience buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Lin Yang on the stage frowned. Lin Yang had naturally seen the comments in the National Fortune Arena livestream chat. But at that moment, he was still pondering which poem would best suit the occasion. When the great bird rides the wind, it soars straight up 9,000 miles. From Li Bai's to Li Yong, the verse means, one day the great phoenix will soar with the wind, riding its power straight up to the clouds beyond the heavens. Lin Yang recited Li Bai's verse aloud, offering a translation as well. Lin Yang felt this verse perfectly captured the moment. Moreover, he believed the common people would surely cherish Li Bai's verse more. Thus, Lin Yang recited it aloud. The National Fortune Arena erupted in cheers. What a poem! What a poem! Li Bai's poetry is truly exceptional. Lin Yang is truly amazing. He actually recited this poem from memory. This line is utterly commanding. The Chinese spectators at the National Fortune Arena praised him unanimously. Some rejoiced, others worried. Inside the National Fortune Arenas of Sakura and Kimchi nations. Damn it! Japan, don't try to pull a fast one. What kind of sword saint is this? He's trash. Get lost, Ishida Ichiro. Don't come messing with our great Kimchi nation's territory. Right. We've got ambitions to dominate the universe. Damn you, Ishida Ichiro. A loser is a loser. Kimchi Nation, don't get too cocky. You were our colony back in the day. Inside the Kimchi Nation's National Fortune Arena livestream, Shida Ichiro felt humiliated by the mockery of the Kimchi Nation citizens. He resolved to make no more choices in the next round. He'd let Park Dae-hoon make the choice. After all, no matter what he chose, he'd get cursed at. Might as well let Kimchi Nation choose for themselves. Thus, Ishida Ichiro stepped back at the round table, gesturing for Park Dae-hoon to make the choice. Chapter 57, To Drink or Not to Drink? That is the question. Mr. Park Dae-hoon, what are your thoughts moving forward? Park Dae-hoon pondered for a moment. He shrugged helplessly. Let's see what the next round of the National Fortune Arena has in store. Park Dae-hoon was well versed in the history of national kimchi. If sword combat were to be activated again, he'd stand no chance. It would be better to let Sakura Nation choose, to see if they could defeat Hwaxia Nation smoothly. Ichiro Ishida nodded in agreement with Park Dae-hoon's assessment. After all, they had come seeking victory. Not to make fools of themselves. Why are we giving the cherry blossom people a choice? Damn it! Doesn't our Kimchi Nation have a single formidable option? Damn those Chinese! This is utterly humiliating. What gives these losers from Sakura Nation the right to choose anymore? If our territory gets swallowed whole by the Chinese too, you'd better commit suicide. We're finished. Truly finished. We might lose this one too. The Kimchi Nation's populace grumbled in discontent. Meanwhile, the exiled citizens of Sakura Nation, having suffered 2 defeats, dared not speak. Lin Yang watched as Korea and Japan finally reached an agreement. He burst out laughing on the spot. You two haven't disappointed me. I hope the next match will be more exciting. His words were utterly arrogant, showing not the slightest regard for either nation. Bastard! Mr. Lin Yang, watch your language. Ishida Ichiro retorted indignantly upon hearing Lin Yang's mocking words. Lin Yang didn't waste time on verbal sparring. May I ask whether the Hwaxia side chooses to claim territory or receive the reward? He addressed the National Fortune Arena. Lin Yang chuckled. Of course we take the territory. The National Fortune Arena immediately received Lin Yang's request. The next round will continue with sword combat. Both sides, prepare yourselves. May I ask if the Hwaxia side wishes to replace their commander? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately replied, no change. Since it was a swordsmanship battle, he intended to let Li Bai showcase the rest of his repertoire. As for Sakura Nation's choice, Lin Yang couldn't care less. Kimchi Nation? Lin Yang racked his brain but couldn't think of a single master swordsman they might field. Soon, the National Fortune Arena prompted the Sakura Kimchi Alliance to begin their selection. Please select your participating warriors. After a brief exchange between the 2 representatives of the Kimchi Sakura Alliance, the decision fell to Sakura Nation's Ishida Ichiro. Looking at the 5 options before him, Ishida Ichiro once again marveled at his own luck. If even this selection can't defeat China, then everything might as well be over. Without hesitation, Ishida Ichiro made his decision. His choice could be seen as heaven's final blessing upon the land of cherry blossoms. Lin Yang knew the moment he glanced at the card representing the land of cherry blossoms. Tsukahara Bokuden, the sole sword saint of Sakura Nation. Lin Yang snorted in disdain. He didn't believe this Tsukahara Bokuden was anything special. Yet, Lin Yang found himself growing somewhat curious. After all, Tsukahara Bokuden was renowned as a sword saint. Lin Yang felt this should be a formidable opponent. Moreover, the format of this contest was actually a sword duel. This was extremely rare for the ever-changing National Fortune Arena. It seemed the land of cherry blossoms was determined this time. Lin Yang didn't dwell on it further, awaiting the National Fortune Arena's arrangements. Please have the Kimchi Cherry Blossom side introduce their chosen warrior. Ishida Ichiro declared impatiently upon hearing the call. Tsukahara Bokuden, born during the Warring States period of Sakura, is revered as the nation's sole sword saint. His martial arts lineage is the authentic Katori Shinto Ryu, and he is simultaneously honored as the founding patriarch of Kashima Shindo Ryu. He fought in 37 battles, engaged in 19 true sword duels, beheaded 20 renowned enemy commanders, and personally slew 222 foes. Aside from 6 arrow wounds, he never sustained a single blade injury. He also defeated the then dominant wild swordmaster, Kajiwara Nagato, in a single battle that cemented his fame. His disciples spread far and wide, their numbers too great to count, including previously mentioned figures like Yasuji Kenshin, Ashikage Oero, Kitabate Tomonori, Makebujiaki, Shiguka Ichiya, Hosokawa Fujitaka, Yamamoto Haruyuki, and many more. Among them were the next generation of sword saints, shogun, regional daimyo, and renowned masters of the sword, all testaments to his claim as the sword saint. Therefore, I declare Tsukahara Bokuden to be the sole sword saint of the land of cherry blossoms. After hearing Ishida Ichiro's introduction, a rare spark of hope for victory ignited in the hearts of the kimchi and cherry blossom people. Not bad. Ishida Ichiro's presentation certainly doesn't disappoint. Indeed. But alas, victory seems impossible. How shameful. May our great Sakura Nation triumph and silence those Chinese. If we lose again, all of Korea's territory will fall into your hands. Exactly. I agree with the previous comment, it's not god-tier opponents we fear, but pig-tier teammates. Sakura's last two sword saints both lost. Let's hope this one isn't a total flop. You bet. That's my heartfelt wish. I hope the Soul Sword Saint can last two moves against Li Bai. Soon, the National Fortune Arena's circular table shifted into battle mode. This time, it wasn't an arena terrain. Instead, it transformed into a vast expanse of wheat fields. Golden wheat stretched endlessly, swaying in the breeze. This terrain was a first for Lin Yang. Lin Yang knew that Li Bai would likely face difficulties fighting in such terrain. But Lin Yang wasn't worried, for Li Bai's strengths extended far beyond this. He hoped Li Bai's years of experience as a chivalrous knight would prove advantageous. The complexity of the terrain could not be used as an excuse for failure, for the opponent was also fighting within these same conditions. Two flashes of intense light pierced the live broadcast of the National Fortune Arena. Li Bai and Tsukahara Bokuden both landed on the National Fortune Arena. Lin Yang looked closely. Li Bai's wine flask had returned. It seemed the National Fortune Arena had also received Li Bai's request. Refilling his wine. The National Fortune Arena has a bit of a human touch to it. This time, Li Bai did not rush to drink the potent liquor from his gourd. After all, it had come at a great cost. I'll save this wine for after victory. It might taste even better then. Li Bai smiled wryly. Holy crap! Li Bai's wine is back. Hope Li Bai doesn't get drunk and cause trouble, haha. You're way off base, man. Li Bai hasn't even taken a sip yet. I bet Li Bai can hold his liquor pretty well. Lin Yang glanced briefly at the bullet comments on the National Fortune Arena. He thought to himself. Good thing they don't know how Li Bai passed away. Historically, Li Bai drowned while drinking on the Dongtu River drunk. He leapt into the water chasing the moon. It perfectly matched his carefree, unrestrained poetic spirit. His opponent, Tsukahara Bokuden, also appeared on the battlefield. Clad in a kendo robe, he wielded a cherry blossom patterned sword. His face was stern, radiating an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. As for the enemy before me, I only hope the coming battle proves truly satisfying. Tsukahara Bokuden declared coldly. Li Bai ignored him. Tsukahara Bokuden stood awkwardly in place. What he didn't know was that Li Bai was still deep in thought. Should I drink this wine now? Or wait until after the fight? Chapter 58, Fierce Battle. The most spectacular sword fight. I'll drink after the fight. I won't lose anyway. Li Bai chuckled. He lifted the gourd to his nose and took a sniff. Then let the battle begin. Tsukahara Bokuden urged. Tsubo Haru Tsutomu's words carried a hint of. Alright. Bring it on. After speaking, the National Fortune Arena announced. Battle commences. Following the National Fortune Arena's announcement, Li Bai and Tsukahara Bokuden sprang into action. Lin Yang watched their clash intently. Li Bai slid his right foot back a step. His entire body soared into the air, landing with a light step as he charged toward Tsukahara Bokuden on the ground. At the same instant, Tsukahara Bokuden swung his cherry blossom sword, aiming it at the charging Li Bai. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. The two swords, each representing their respective cultures, collided, sending sparks flying. Both men steadied themselves. Li Bai remained rooted to the spot, while Tsukahara Bokuden stumbled backward several paces, trampling a patch of wheat field. Li Bai hadn't unleashed his full strength, instead employing subtle techniques. Tsubo Haru was astonished to realize he had overcommitted, only to be forced back a full meter by Li Bai's skillful combination of parry and strike. This outcome was entirely within Li Bai's expectations. He understood that these cherry blossom swordsmen always fought with absolute, unreserved force. They held nothing back, making Li Bai's strategy of yielding to overcome strength remarkably effective. However, there was a reason why Tsukahara Bokuden was called the Cherry Blossom Sword Saint. Tsukahara Bokuden immediately adjusted his strategy, shifting from offense to defense. He would not strike unless he saw an opening in Li Bai's defense. Sure enough, Tsukahara Bokuden's maneuvers gave Li Bai a headache. Just as Li Bai sought another opening, Tsukahara Bokuden's reflexes sharpened, leaving Li Bai unable to seize any opportunity. Thus, the two locked in a stalemate for a short while. Growing impatient, Li Bai drew his flask for a sip. Finally, sensing a crack in Li Bai's guard, Tsukahara Bokuden lost his patience. Roaring, he shouted, "Ha! Take this!" His sword stance shifted abruptly from defense to offense, its energy surging forth as it closed in on Li Bai. Li Bai thought to himself, this guy finally lost his cool. Unfazed, he drew his weapon to parry the strike. His other hand still held the wine flask. At that moment, Lin Yang sensed that Li Bai had encountered a formidable opponent. Though he knew nothing of swordsmanship, he could see that Tsukahara Bokuden's skill far surpassed that of the three Sakura swordsmen before him. Li Bai's swordsmanship was indeed too formidable for those three Sakura swordsmen, who were easily defeated by him before the fight had even truly begun. He hadn't expected anyone today who could make him take the fight seriously. Li Bai's expression gradually grew solemn. He knew this battle demanded a bit more seriousness. Li Bai fixed his gaze intently on Tsukahara Bokuden, poised to strike at any moment with a single, decisive blow. Tsukahara Bokuden's sword danced ever faster. His sword energy now fell like a dense rain, enveloping the surroundings as it whistled and roared through the air. Subohara Bokyuden's attacks grew increasingly desperate, each strike packed with immense force as if he sought to tear Li Bai apart. Yet none succeeded. Li Bai's light footsteps moved like a dancer. He effortlessly evaded Tsukahara Bokyuden's assaults. Tsukihara Bokyuden's face slowly twisted with frustration. Li Bai's nimble footwork was driving him mad. Refusing to believe in misfortune, he continued unleashing his sword techniques. Yet it remained the same. No matter how dense his sword chi became, Li Bai deftly evaded it. Finally, Tsukahara Bokyuden abandoned his offensive pursuit and switched to defense. He sensed his stamina was nearly depleted. Persisting would surely lead to defeat. Li Bai, however, smiled lightly. With a light flick of his sword, clang! Suboharu's sword nearly flew from his grasp. Then, Li Bai made another light, feathery swing with his sword. An illusory strike aimed for Tsukahara Bokyuden's wrist, but Tsukahara Bokyuden had anticipated it and sidestepped. At that moment, Li Bai suddenly raised his foot and kicked toward Tsukahara Bokyuden. Subohara Bokyuden reacted with lightning speed, swiftly drawing his sword to block. Unfortunately, it was still a split second too late. Li Bai's leg slammed hard into Tsukahara Bokyuden's shoulder. Put! Subohara Bucko coughed up blood, staggering backward several steps and nearly falling. Damn it! Subohara Bucko cursed under his breath. He hadn't expected Li Bai's reaction to be this quick. Want to try again? Li Bai asked calmly. Tsukahara Bokyuden retorted, of course I will. I refuse to believe that with my strength I can't defeat you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tsukahara Bokyuden fainted with a feint, forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain. He thrust his sword toward Li Bai's ribs. What a splendid sword technique! This strike seemed to encapsulate the essence of Tsukahara Bokyuden's entire life of swordsmanship. This is the essence of Tsukahara Bokyuden's Naginata strike. Li Bai absolutely cannot block the strongest strike of the Shinto Ryu. You two up front still don't understand this is the secret sword, first sword. Li Bai. Prepare to die. This strike. 30 years of mastery. The Sakura Kinchi livestream seemed to glimpse the hope of victory. In their eyes, Li Bai had no chance of blocking this strike. Li Bai furrowed his brow, shifted his stance, and narrowly dodged the thrust from Tsukahara Bokyuden. Then, Li Bai shifted his stance. He flipped the sword from his right hand to his left. Assuming a stance better suited for thrusting. Li Bai thrust his sword out with lightning speed, striking Tsukihara Bokyuden squarely in the chest. Suboharu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide as his body slowly collapsed. Thud! Subohara Bokyuden fell to the ground, his eyes tightly shut, his life extinguished. Li Bai withdrew his sword and casually brushed the dust from his clothes. He then drew the gourd from his waist and took a long, deep swig. Then, Li Bai tossed the empty flask onto the ground. He picked up Tsukahara Bokyuden's long sword and examined it closely. Suboharu Tsutomu's sword was a treasure blade, capable of slicing through iron like mud and severing hair with a single breath. Li Bai sighed softly, it's a fine sword, but its wielder was far too extreme. Upon hearing Li Bai's sigh, the Huaxia National Fortune Arena erupted in heated discussion. The battle between Li Bai and Tsukahara Bokyuden was spectacular. Yes. It's been ages since we've seen such a thrilling match. It was absolutely incredible. Li Bai. My hero. Give up, Cherry Blossom Nation. Your swordsmanship can't hold a candle to ours. The comments in the Huaxia livestream left the Sakura and Kimchi nations speechless. They could only silently accept it. May I ask the chosen one of Huaxia, will you accept the Kimchi territory or claim the reward? The National Fortune Arena inquired. I choose to accept the territory. Lin Yang's choice was quite ordinary. Ichiro Ishida felt no particular stirrings within. After all, it wasn't his own Cherry Blossom Nation's territory that was being lost. Soon, the National Fortune Arena was about to issue its next prompt. Kimchi's chosen one immediately spoke up. I request a change in battlefield mode. Chapter 59, Goguryeo? Received request from the Kimchi Nation's chosen one. Does the Huaxia Nation's chosen one consent to changing the battlefield mode? Lin Yang heard the voice of the National Fortune Arena. He couldn't help but think. Is this Kimchi Nation chosen one finally stepping in to take control of the battle? Yet a smile spread across Lin Yang's face as he replied. Change it then. Today, I, Lin Yang, have only one goal, to beat you into submission. Soon, the cold, mechanical voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded again. Approving the Kimchi Nation's chosen one's request. National Fortune Arena battle mode switching. Mode change draw commencing. After the National Fortune Arena's notification concluded, the battlefield mode draw commenced immediately. As rows of text flashed by, the final battlefield mode settled on an unseen variant. Battle mode. Best of 3. The National Fortune Arena calculates this mode to be the battlefield format that most thoroughly tests a general's comprehensive abilities. Battle mode is single combat. Core battle. If both sides have one win and one loss after 2 rounds, the final battle will commence, Grand Legion command mode. After reading this line of text, A faint, contemptuous smile touched Lin Yang's lips. He had already guessed who the chosen-born chosen one would select for battle. This was a figure he was quite familiar with from his past life's history studies. Naturally, he was also one of the more formidable commanders among the Kimchi Nation's generals. With a record of 3 wins and 2 losses, Korea would undoubtedly spare no effort to select this commander. But to Lin Yang, it made no difference. After all, as a Chinese person and one of the most historically knowledgeable among contemporary Chinese, there was nothing to fear. Even the so-called god-tier general in Korea's eyes, their greatest historical figure, was nothing to Lin Yang. Inside the conference room of the Chinese capital at that moment, the leader watched the live stream of the roundtable on the National Fortune Arena. A look of satisfaction spread across his face. That kid Lin Yang is growing more mature by the day. He's finally grasped the strategy of prioritizing psychological warfare over direct assault. Indeed. As the chosen one, Lin Yang has achieved far more than I ever did. Old Chen also sighed sincerely. The other high-ranking officials nearby nodded in agreement. Ha ha. That's certainly true. Well said. Moreover, I find his character quite admirable. Unpretentious, steady, and magnanimous, such a person is destined to be a pillar of our nation. Listening to the chorus of agreement, the leader nodded lightly and said, "Right, the accommodations for Lin Yang must be arranged promptly. It would be utterly inappropriate for our chosen one to return and still be living in an urban village. Yes, I'll see it taken care of immediately." Secretary Zhang beside him nodded in agreement. This is also for the safety of our chosen ones. Foreign powers are all keeping a close eye on them. Settling him in the capital will at least ensure his security. The boss continued. You're absolutely right, boss. You've thought this through thoroughly. At that moment, the conference room in the capital of China buzzed with lively discussion. But inside the Prime Minister's office of Kimchi Nation, the expressions were grim. The Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation stared at the live broadcast of the National Fortune Arena's draw mode on the large screen, his face darkening to the point it seemed like water could drip from it. Damn it! Why did the National Fortune Arena change its mode again? And it's one that favors China. The Prime Minister's rage seemed ready to tear the roof off. I have no idea, Your Excellency. The secretary beside him kept his head bowed, not daring to utter a word. The Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation stared at the battle mode displayed on the large screen, his expression shifting unpredictably. Suddenly, he declared, notify the 2 chosen ones. You must select that particular individual. At all costs, prevent the victory of the Chinese chosen one. Yes, I understand, Your Excellency. The Kimchi Nation secretary nodded hastily in agreement. Oomph. Chosen one of Huaxia, I'll make you understand the consequences of provoking our chosen ones of Kimchi Nation. Glaring at the National Fortune Arena footage on the screen, the Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation spoke with venomous malice. The National Fortune Arena footage shifted. Seated around the round table, Lin Yang, Ishida Ichiro, and Park Dae-hoon sat in silence. Park Dae-hoon prayed silently, desperate to draw the man they had in mind. Soon, the National Fortune Arena system's notification sounded. Both sides, select your commanders for battle. First match. Legion War. The mechanical prompt from the National Fortune Arena signaled to Park Dae-hoon and Lin Yang that they were about to enter the general selection phase. As the 5 cards appeared before them, Park Dae-hoon's face lit up with excitement. It's him! It's him! It really is him! He stared intently at the card in his hand. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Heh, so he picked it after all. Lin Yang chuckled softly. Park Dae-hoon's face was filled with excitement as he looked at the card he had chosen. Lin Yang, you're definitely going to lose this time. A savage grin spread across Park Dae-hoon's face as he read the card's name. Please select your warrior to battle, Lin Yang, the chosen one of Huaxia. The National Fortune Arena prompted Lin Yang, who was still observing Park Dae-hoon's expression. Lin Yang finally focused his attention on the 5 choices before him. They were Xiaomengchang Qin Xiong, Vanguard Suochao, Lord of the Back Mountain Yanlin, Tigerfool Su Chu, and 5 Dynasties hero Zhang Chuani. Lin Yang's gaze settled on Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong, the fierce general of the Sui and Tang dynasties, was a figure renowned throughout the land during the late Sui period. Amidst the chaos of the late Sui dynasty, Qin Xiong led his troops to slay countless enemies, earning him immense prestige. Without hesitation, Lin Yang chose Qin Xiong. After Lin Yang made his selection, the chosen one from Korea also revealed his selected warrior. Unsurprisingly, it was Yuan Gaosu one. A general Lin Yang had long anticipated. This Goguryeo general had somehow been stolen away by Korea. It must be noted that Goguryeo was one of the secessionist states in northeastern China, having incidentally conquered Korea in the course of history. In other words, Korea was their vassal state. Lin Yang couldn't fathom how Korea could be so brazen as to claim him as one of their own generals. Please select a general from the Sakura Kimchi Alliance Recruitment Agency. The National Fortune Arena prompted. Upon hearing this, Park Dae-hoon immediately nodded and began his introduction. Yuan Gaesuan was the strongest iron-fisted military dictator during our nation's golden age. During his reign, he ignited war with the Tang dynasty, bravely resisting the mighty Tang forces of China. Historical records describe him as towering and handsome, so imposing that those around him dared not look him in the eye. His military prowess was extraordinary. He defeated the Tang forces of China multiple times. Upon hearing Korea's shameless introduction, his expression turned cold as he retorted, "Humph. What does the Goguryeo War have to do with your kimchi nation?" As far as I know, Goguryeo was a regime established by ethnic minorities in northeastern China, spanning what is now northeast China and the northern Korean peninsula. It has no hereditary connection to your kimchi nation. Park Dae-hoon was instantly speechless. He hadn't expected Lin Yang to rebuke Korea so bluntly. Chapter 60, You Call Yourself a Man? Lin Yang's condemnation of Korea shocked the entire world watching the live broadcast of the National Fortune Arena. Park Dae-hoon's face alternated between pale and crimson as he glared at Lin Yang, both ashamed and furious. "Ha, Lin Yang, the chosen one of Huaxia. Have you got it backwards? Isn't it your Huaxia history that's a blank slate?" Lin Yang remained unperturbed. He continued, "China has no history? Then may I ask, weren't it the Chinese who defeated countless generals of your kimchi nation?" Lin Yang finished, then sighed dramatically. "Consider your kimchi nation's current minuscule territory. It's only because our Chinese nation pities your kimchi commoners, suffering constant humiliation, that we've refrained from claiming your lands. You kimchi peasants can only cower and scrape by for food and clothing, yet you dare to rant before us Chinese. When the heavenly soldiers descend, you won't have a place to stand." Lin Yang declared with unshakable arrogance. China's history had given Lin Yang this confidence, and the Chinese viewers watching the livestream were roaring with laughter at his antics. Park Dae-hoon's face twisted in utter humiliation, trembling with rage as he spat, "Fine. Fine. Fine. I hope you remain this bold later. I hope you Chinese truly have the guts to defeat the great general of our mighty kimchi nation." With that, Park Dae-hoon lifted his head high, gathering his composure. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yang. Meanwhile, Ishida Ichiro had already given up, too bored to watch the fight between Park Dae-hoon and Lin Yang. The world belongs to their kimchi nation anyway. Let them lose it if they must. That thought crossed Ishida Ichiro's mind. Lin Yang also fixed his gaze on Park Dae-hoon. "Please select your chosen general, chosen one of Huaxia." The National Fortune Arena prompted Lin Yang. "All right. Qin Xiong. Style name Shubao. A renowned general from the late Sui and early Tang dynasties. Qin Xiong was exceptionally brave and renowned far and wide. He first served in the Sui army before defecting to the Tang. Emperor Taizong of Tang, then still Prince of Qin, had long heard of Qin Xiong's valor and treated him with great respect. Grateful for Li Shimon's patronage, Qin Xiong fought fiercely on every battlefield, earning countless military merits. During Li Shimon's campaign to besiege Luoyang and defeat Wang Shichong's Dingguo forces, Qin Xiong was always placed at the forefront. While conquering Luoyang, Li Shimon selected an elite cavalry unit of over 1,000 men. Clad in black armor, they were divided into left and right wings, commanded respectively by Qin Xiong, Cheng Jijie, Weiqi Jingda, and Zhai Changsun. In every engagement, Li Shimon personally led this vanguard unit, sweeping all before them and conquering every stronghold. The enemy trembled at their very mention. Qin Xiong spent his entire life on the battlefield, participating in over 200 engagements of varying scale. In every one, he led by example, charging into battle himself. As Lin Yang concluded his introduction, the circular stage of the National Fortune Arena shifted instantly. The battlefield terrain transformed into a vast, snow-covered ice plain. Lin Yang, Park Dae-hoon, and Ishida Ichiro all materialized on the spectator platform. The terrain's complexity was not particularly high, but its harshness was arguably the most extreme Lin Yang had ever encountered. The frigid, snow-covered landscape plunged temperatures well below freezing. Fighting in such conditions would undoubtedly prove extremely difficult for the Huaxia soldiers. Sure enough, within seconds of Lin Yang setting foot on the ice, a bone-chilling cold swept over his entire body, sending shivers down his spine. Lin Yang couldn't help but marvel. Fighting in terrain like this must rely entirely on sheer willpower. As two glowing orbs touched down, Qin Xiong, Yuangasuan, and their respective troops descended onto the vast, frozen plain. The two armies faced off across the frozen plain. Qin Xiong, clad in golden armor and iron helm, mounted his horse with gilded double-headed maces strapped to its saddle, radiating imposing might. He gripped a golden-hilted spear. Combined with his handsome features, he truly resembled a celestial being. Yuan Gaosuan wore black leather robes, wielding a wolf-tooth club. His short beard and piercing, cunning eyes gave him the savage ferocity of a starving wolf, radiating a sinister, ruthless aura. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly upon seeing Yuan Gaosuan. Is this the handsome man in the eyes of the kimchi nation? Soon, both livestream chat rooms erupted with comments. Qin Xiong. General Qin Xiong is back. He was unstoppable when he teamed up with General Yuchi before. You bet. Personally, I think we should wait and see how General Qin Xiong fares in solo operations. It's harsh, but true. Some generals just have that synergy where 1 + 1 = more than 2. Exactly. Let's hope General Qin Xiong doesn't slip up. We've seen General Qin Xiong's martial prowess, but his command abilities remain unknown. So, are you questioning Lin Yang's choice? Wave after wave of Chinese netizens flooded the live chat with comments. Lin Yang smiled silently after reading them. Meanwhile, the Korean livestream chat exploded with fury. What a worthless door god! What a worthless Qin Xiong! Dare he face off against our General Yuan Gaosuan? Exactly. If you've got the guts, face off against our General Yuan. Exactly. We Kimchi Nation folks don't back down. FCKU, Chinese. This is our Kimchi Nation's chance to turn the tables. We'll win. Damn it. We have to win. It's gotta be our Kimchi Nation's legendary general. Cherry Blossom people are useless. Right. Those Cherry Blossom dogs and the Chinese, they can all go to hell. Damn Kimchi Nation. Can you even guarantee victory over the Chinese? Kimchi Nation citizens are nothing but a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Without our Cherry Blossom Nation's great generals, you'd have been dead long ago. The citizens of Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation hurled insults at each other non-stop. The two sides argued endlessly. Lin Yang calmly watched the Koreans and Japanese bicker. He remained completely unflustered. Because Lin Yang knew. The Kimchi-Sakura alliance was now teetering on the brink of collapse. National Fortune Arena Rules Reminder. Best of 3 battalion combat. Each side commands 1,000 unique troop units. Under special conditions. Complete annihilation, capturing enemy generals, or eliminating enemy commanders all count as victory conditions. Defeat the opposing side. Secure 1 victory in this best of 3 system. Unrestricted core combat. Commence. The cold, mechanical voice of the National Fortune Arena concluded. Qin Xiong's 1,000 black-clad, dark-armored soldiers stood with fierce resolve. Ha! 1,000 black-clad soldiers in dark armor roared in unison. Their roar shook the heavens. Qin Xiong bellowed, "You barbarian commander! If the Great Tang can defeat your Goguryeo once, we can defeat you again. Surrender now and you still have a chance. Once the deadline passes, don't blame this commander for not giving you another opportunity." Meanwhile, Goguryeo's commander, Inggi Su-mun, led a force of mounted archers, each soldier carrying a large bow on his back. Yuan Gaesu was no exception. He drew an arrow from his quiver and knocked it onto the bowstring. Narrowing his eyes at Qin Xiong, he sneered, "Qin Xiong. Today, I shall use your head to consecrate my banner." As he spoke, he suddenly loosed an arrow toward Qin Xiong. The arrow flew with blinding speed, whistling sharply through the air, closing the distance in an instant. Though swift, Qin Xiong's reflexes were quicker still. With a flick of his golden-hilted spear, he deflected the arrow sent by Yuan Gaesuan. "An ambush? And you call yourself a man of honor?" Qin Xiong roared in fury. Chapter 61, Prepare to Die. The Wrath of Qin Xiong. Yuan Gaesu not only felt no shame but took pride in it, roaring with laughter. "Ha! What conspiracy? You're just courting death. Despicable. This guy has no shame. He actually ambushed us. What a shameless act. Hold your horses. That's just how kimchi countrymen are. Disgusting. Sneaking an attack on our General Qin Xiong. Let's see what happens next." The Huaxia livestream chat exploded with outrage. Oomph. Qin Xiong let out a deep snort and charged straight at Yuan Gaesu with his spear raised. Seeing their commander charge forward, the troops bound by years of unspoken understanding showed no fear for their lives. Following Qin Xiong's lead, they launched their own assault. Yuan Gaosuan was not to be outdone. He spurred his horse toward Qin Xiong, charging headlong into the fray. The two clashed in combat. Qin Xiong's golden-hilted furnace spear twisted like a golden serpent, relentlessly lashing out at Yuan Gaosuan. Yuan Gaosuan, wielding his wolf-tooth club, slashed and hacked with formidable ferocity. One must admit, Yuan Gaosuan was indeed a formidable warrior. His ferocity on the battlefield was particularly striking. After more than a dozen exchanges, Yuan Gaosuan gradually began to lose ground. Even as he fought, Yuan Gaosuan remained defiant, shouting, "Ha ha ha! I am a renowned general of the Great Bao Kai Kingdom. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere warrior from your insignificant little country?" As the words fell, suddenly his aura surged with overwhelming force, radiating an unstoppable momentum. Qin Xiong inwardly cried out in caution. Sure enough, a deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. Immediately after, a deafening crash shook the entire battlefield. It was the sound of Yuan Gaosuan's wolf-tooth club being parried by Qin Xiong's golden-hilted furnace spear. Both weapons were classics among cold steel arms. Both weapons were classics among cold steel. The resulting impact force sent Qin Xiong and Yuan Gaosuan each staggering back 3 or 4 zhang. The difference was that Qin Xiong fared better. His profound internal cultivation, coupled with a physique superior to Yuan Gaosuan's, gave him the edge. Lin Yang understood that the internal energy cultivated by martial generals was fundamentally different from that of martial arts masters. This so-called internal energy emanates from the dantian. Every person possesses a dantian, known in modern terms as the core. Lin Yang could see that Qin Xiong's core strength, honed through years of martial training, surpassed that of Yuan Gaosuwen. Yuan Gaosuwen was utterly horrified. He knew he'd hit a brick wall today. He had thought they were just a bunch of pushovers, but unexpectedly encountered a tough nut to crack. How could Yuan Gaosuwen dare linger any longer? This was hardly Yuan Gaosuwen's fault. He had never encountered Qin Xiong during the Tang army's campaign to subdue Goguryeo. Had he known Qin Xiong was this formidable, Yuan Gaosuwen would never have dared to strike first. Qin Xiong, however, remained vigilant. He knew he couldn't let Yuan Gaosuwen escape so easily just yet. After all, the enemy's mounted archers were still lying in wait. Qin Xiong spurred his horse forward in hot pursuit. Yuan Gaosuwen, prepare to die. Qin Xiong roared furiously. He wielded his spear, charging forward with all his might. The spear darted forward like a meteorite, aiming to pierce Yuan Gaosuwen's chest. Ah! Yuan Gaosuwen let out a piercing scream. Yuan Gaosuwen's evasion caused Qin Xiong's spear to strike empty air. Yet the spear still pierced through the warhorse beneath Yuan Gaosuwen. A single thrust pierced through Yuan Gaosuwen's warhorse. He never imagined his steed would meet its end before he did. With a thud, he collapsed into a pool of blood. Blood? Yuan Gaosuwen finally lifted his head to look at the soldiers beside him. One by one, his Goguryeo-mounted archers lay sprawled on the ground, crimson blood seeping from their necks. And this was merely the first wave of the charge. Yuan Gaosuwen was instantly stunned. He couldn't comprehend it. They clearly held the advantage. How could they all be wiped out in the blink of an eye? What he couldn't fathom was why his men had collapsed so easily. What the hell was going on? Could it be that the enemy had resorted to trickery? The thought barely formed before Yuan Gaosuwen dismissed it. He refused to believe a martial general like Qin Xiong would resort to such base tactics to secure victory. Yet this was merely the Tang army's first wave of assault. Yuan Gaosuwen remained perplexed, yet he knew his troops had already suffered casualties of 100 or 200 men. Yuan Gaosuwen dared not linger in battle and hastily retreated. He intended to withdraw. But would the Tang army allow it? They pursued relentlessly. Yuan Gaosuwen fled across the snowy plains with his troops. His troops were utterly bewildered, yet they followed his lead. Qin Xiong began tracking Yuan Gaosuwen's movements. Even as he fled, he continued to fire arrows at Qin Xiong's troops. Yuan Gaosuwen kept fleeing, showing no sign of stopping. Unfortunately for him, the Goguryeo troops' marksmanship was truly lacking. Even the few arrows that reached the Tang soldiers were deflected by their black armor. Not even the arrowheads left marks on the Tang soldiers' black armor. The only trace was a faint indentation. Seeing this, Yuan Gaosu was filled with dread. After all, he was only human. Facing this ghostly army, his heart was filled with dread. What kind of force was this? Why were they so formidable? Aren't these guys human? Qin Xiong and the others pressed their pursuit. Seeing the situation turn dire, Yuan Gaosuwen swiftly drew his longbow from his waist and fired an arrow toward Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong frowned slightly at the sight. He raised his spear to block, deflecting the arrow Yuan Gaosuwen had fired. Seeing this, Yuan Gaosuwen's heart burned with hope. Come on! Come on! If you've got the guts, try stopping my arrows. Yuan Gaosuwen shouted defiantly at Qin Xiong as he fled frantically. Goguryeo barbarian commander. All you dare do is run? Qin Xiong roared in anger. Yuan Gaosuwen, unfazed, made a subtle gesture. This gesture was nothing short of treacherous. It signaled his mounted archers to launch a surprise volley. But Qin Xiong did not fall for it. He knew that at this moment, he must remember Li Shimon's teachings. Not only must he guard against the enemy's underhanded tactics, but he must also ensure his own safety. He immediately ordered his troops to spread out. Sure enough, the Goguryeo forces turned their horses around and began a volley of arrows. A torrent of arrows poured down. Fortunately, Qin Xiong had prepared in advance and swiftly organized the Tang troops to spread out. Though the Tang soldiers' armor was sturdy enough, it couldn't withstand such a dense volley. Several commanders were unable to dodge in time. They were struck down by arrows. Seeing this, Qin Xiong flew into a rage. Very well. Very well. You're asking for death. Qin Xiong's hair stood on end with fury, and he hesitated no longer. He spurred his horse forward, his spear whirling in a blinding flurry. Yuan Gaosuwen's mounted archers could not even come close to striking Qin Xiong. They failed to even graze his armor before being repelled by Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong was like a god of slaughter, sweeping across the battlefield unstoppable. His spear technique was masterful. The golden spear in his hands seemed to come alive. One thrust of his spear claimed the life of a Goguryeo mounted archer. Die! In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiong closed in beside Yuan Gaosuwen. Chapter 62, The Ace Up His Sleeve. A masterstroke of open strategy. Yuan Gaosu was terrified. He turned to see Qin Xiong pointing his spear directly at him. Having switched to a second warhorse, Yuan Gaosuwen no longer bore his earlier composed demeanor. He shrieked in terror, "Halt! Counterattack!" In his panic, Yuan Gaosuwen hastily discarded his longbow. He drew his wolf tooth club in a desperate attempt to defend himself. But Qin Xiong wouldn't give him a chance. A golden spear thrust forward with deadly precision. That spear thrust seemed poised to pierce the very stars. Yuan Gaisuwen trembled all over. His wolf tooth club instinctively blocked the strike. The wolf's tooth club was pierced by the golden spear. Unable to withstand the force, the mace flew backward. Qin Xiong sneered coldly, "Think you can escape?" With that, another spear thrust came flying. Yuan Gaisuwen dared not meet it head-on and swiftly sidestepped to evade. Unfortunately, Qin Xiong had already locked onto him. Yuan Gaisuwen barely dodged the thrusting spear, but Qin Xiong remained unflustered. He drew twin whips from his saddle, attacking left and right, forcing Yuan Gaisuwen into a relentless retreat. Yuan Gaisuwen finally understood why Qin Xiong's martial prowess was so formidable. His mount was none other than a Hule leopard horse. Such steeds were exceedingly rare throughout the entire Hule region, and even within the Tang dynasty, they were treasures among treasures. And in Goguryeo? They had never seen such a warhorse at all. Legend had it that the mere bellow of such a steed could send other horses fleeing in terror. So such a divine steed truly exists in this world. Watching his troops fall one by one, his heart bled with anguish, yet he was utterly helpless. For now, he was at a disadvantage. If he wasn't careful and cautious, he could easily be killed by Qin Xiong. Not only himself, but his entire force suffered heavy casualties under the relentless assault of the Tang army's black-clad, dark-armored cavalry. This was a battlefield where commander faced commander, soldier faced soldier. With inferior strength, collapse was imminent. Yuan Gaisuwen realized the danger and immediately turned his horse, attempting to flee. How could Qin Xiong let him get away? Qin Xiong spurred his horse in pursuit. Just as Qin Xiong's golden spear was about to strike, Yuan Gaisu suddenly swung his wolf tooth club, deflecting Qin Xiong's spear to the side. Seizing the opening, Yuan Gaosu struck his horse's flank, urging his steed to accelerate. His target was not Qin Xiong, but his mount. "You beast, don't you dare run." Qin Xiong knew that if he continued this engagement, Yuan Gaisuwen would truly escape. Though his men had suffered heavy casualties at the hands of Qin Xiong's Xuanjia cavalry. "Ha! Taste my trump card." With that, Qin Xiong pulled back on the reins, guiding his steed into retreat. Yuan Gaisuwen thought Qin Xiong had lost his nerve. He flashed a smug grin. Qin Xiong, this is your downfall." Ugh! Suddenly, Yuan Gaisuwen felt a piercing pain in his chest. It was the mace Qin Xiong had flung from his hand, striking him squarely in the chest. This technique was exceptionally deadly, known as the flying mace. The mace, a type of whip, was long and bladed, with 4 edges, measuring 4 feet in length. Typically wielded in pairs, it belonged to the category of short weapons, ideal for close combat. Heavy in weight, it could not be easily mastered by those lacking great strength. That Qin Xiong could hurl it with such ease was no trivial matter. The blow struck Yuan Gaisuwen squarely in the chest, shattering even his breastplate. Yuan Gaosu immediately slumped over his warhorse, exhaling his last breath without drawing another. Qin Xiong knew full well the battle was far from over. He spurred his steed, the Thunder Leopard, forward to charge beside Yuan Gaisuwen. With his left hand, he swung the remaining mace at Yuan Gaisuwen's back. This blow utterly extinguished all life from Yuan Gaisuwen. Yuan Gaisuwen died instantly. The 1,000 Goguryeo mounted archers he had brought with him were all lost here as well. Qin Xiong withdrew his long mace, reined in his horse, and gazed at the distant flames of battle. The battlefield observation platform. Lin Yang watched the scene unfold before him with a cold gaze. The fallen Goguryeo soldiers before him. Not at all. A cruel smile curved the corners of Lin Yang's mouth. The victory before his eyes. China had won. All of this China had triumphed. First core battle. Huaxia victorious. The National Fortune Arena announced, signaling the end of the battle. As the National Fortune Arena's notification sounded, Lin Yang relaxed his clenched fist. Before him, Yuan Gaisu lay dead. Park Dae-hoon of Goryeo felt his heart grow as cold as Yuan Gaisu's corpse. He never imagined. On the snowy plains, even on Goguryeo's home turf, they had lost and lost so miserably. Fortunately, hope was not entirely lost. The best of 3 National Destiny tournaments still offered them one more chance. Let's hope we can win this time. Park Dae-hoon sighed helplessly, spreading his hands. Damn it! Qin Xiong actually used hidden weapons. That's not fair. Unfair. Unfair. Rematch. Rematch. The Chinese are despicable. Only a warrior from our great cherry blossom nation will do. You kimchi country is completely useless. Ha 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 ha. Why do I want to see Korea fail so badly? The live stream of insults between Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation continued. Lin Yang watched it all and was utterly speechless. Qin Xiong's trump card wasn't hidden weapons. It was a grand strategy. If the enemy commander parries, they cannot withstand the trump card. If they do not parry, they cannot withstand the golden spear. This is what is called an open strategy. This was a straightforward, above-board strategy. Those kimchi eaters sure know how to talk tough. Indeed. They've got nothing else going for them. All they know how to do is complain. Look at the corpses from kimchi land, the only thing stiff on their bodies is their mouths. Disgusting. Can't these kimchi people just die already? They dare accuse our General Qin Xiong of ambushing them. Their sneak attack on us wasn't even counted. But the Kimchi Nation's generals simply couldn't hold their ground. They had no choice but to admit defeat. That said, the Kimchi Nation's generals weren't without their advantages. After all, they excelled at ranged combat. Close quarters fighting put them at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, the Kimchi country's generals had no clue how to leverage their soldiers' strengths. Oomph. Lin Yang shook his head. Nothing but excuses. Lin Yang sneered coldly. Soon. The National Fortune Arena announced, the next round begins. 3v3 General Battle. Battle mode will feature either generals with existing bonds or randomly assembled national generals. The specific combat format is 3-on-3 cold weapon combat. General selection begins. The National Fortune Arena announced. Sakura Nation's Ishida Ichiro and Kimchi Nation's Park Dae-hoon began discussing. This 3-on-3 battle, we really can't pick generals to send out. Park Dae-hoon sighed helplessly. We're in a similar situation. Most of our powerful generals have been defeated by China. Ishida Ichiro shrugged helplessly. Sigh. Looks like we'll have to pool our generals together. Park Dae-hoon sighed. Soon. The National Fortune Arena announced the general selection process begins now. The predictions of both Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation proved accurate. 5 cards indeed appeared before them. Among them were generals from both Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. Chapter 63. The military forces were not united, hesitating, and marching in a V formation. But ultimately, which side would Korea and Japan decide to send troops to fight first? Neither dared to make a rash choice. Let Korea select our commander first. I believe we'll win this round. Park Dae-hoon spoke up first. Ishida Ichiro nodded in agreement. The two quickly finalized their selection. The pressure quickly shifted to Lin Yang. May we ask if the Huaxia side wishes to replace their general? The National Fortune Arena inquired. Lin Yang had no intention of replacing Qin Xiong this time. He knew. Qin Xiong's potential was far from exhausted. No change. Lin Yang declared immediately. National Fortune Arena acknowledged. Please proceed with selecting the remaining 2 generals, chosen one of Huaxia. Lin Yang began scrutinizing the 5 cards before him. The first choice must be made. With Qin Xiong already secured, Lin Yang needed only to select suitable generals from the remaining 5 cards or those with bonds to Qin Xiong. This is solid. Lin Yang exclaimed sincerely. He continued examining the 5 cards before him. The black-faced god, Yuchi Gong Li Qiong the assassin, Zhuangzhu the white-striped wave, Zheng Shan and the renowned Wei general, Zheng Yi. Without hesitation, Lin Yang selected the first card that appeared, Yuchi Gong. Excellent. Wei Qi Jingda. Now I can form a bond with General Qin Xiong. Lin Yang exclaimed ecstatically. National Fortune Arena acknowledged. The National Fortune Arena replied. It then prompted Lin Yang to make his remaining selections. After selecting Yuchi Gong in the previous choice, the remaining 5 cards of the National Fortune Arena were revealed before Lin Yang. Lin Yang immediately scanned the 5 cards before him for any Tang Dynasty generals. Xiahou Yuan, the tiger of Guanyu Chang Yaojin, the lucky general Shan Xiangxin, whose loyalty knew no bounds Chang Yechen, the ever-reliable and Hulu Guan, the renowned general of Northern Qi. Among the 5 options before him, Lin Yang immediately spotted Chang Yaojin's name. Chang Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Yuchi Gong often fought together. Lin Yang was certain there was a bond between them. He had witnessed the bond between the 2 door gods, but had yet to see the bond between these 3. Now that he had encountered them by chance, he certainly couldn't let this opportunity slip away. The Huaxia faction's selections are complete. The Sakura Goryo alliance selection is complete. Please introduce your chosen generals. Hearing the announcement, Lin Yang immediately spoke up. Yuchi Gong. His given name was Yuchi Rong, courtesy name Jingda. A native of Shanyan County, Shuozhou, he was a renowned general of the founding era of the Tang Dynasty and one of the 24 loyal subjects enshrined in the Lingyan Pavilion. Throughout his life, he fought in countless battles, always charging forward bravely to slay enemies. In the 19th year of the Jingguan era, he followed Emperor Taizong Li Shimin in the campaign against Goguryeo. Later generations revered him alongside the renowned General Qin Xiong as the guardian deities of the door. After finishing his introduction of Yuchi Gong, Lin Yang began introducing Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin, originally named Yaojin, later changed his name to Jijie, courtesy name Yijin, was a renowned general of the Tang Dynasty's founding era and one of the 24 loyal subjects enshrined in the Lingyan Pavilion. Fearless and skilled in battle, he wielded the battle axe with extraordinary ferocity, earning him the nickname 3 Axe Strokes. Folklore also recounts the idiom Cheng Yaojin appears out of nowhere. Lin Yang briefly introduced the 2 generals he had selected. After all, these 3 generals had all appeared in the national battles of the National Fortune Arena. Lin Yang saw no need for overly detailed explanations. Ishida Ichiro of Sakura Nation surely knew these generals' capabilities well. After all, they were the men who had instantly defeated their very own Tokugawa Ieyasu. Though Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, was absent, Lin Yang had been focused solely on his own choices. He hadn't paid much attention to the choices of the Sakura and Kimchi nations' allied forces. Soon, Park Dae-hoon introduced first, Yulji Mundiak, a renowned general of Goguryeo, celebrated for his victory at the Battle of Saryang and defeating the Sui forces. His martial prowess was unmatched, possessing the courage of 10,000 men. After Park Dae-hoon finished his introduction, Sakura Nation's Ishida Ichiro immediately began his introduction. Shibata Katsui, a fierce warrior of the Warring States period in Great Sakura. As a hereditary retainer of the Oda clan, Shibata Katsui was exceptionally valiant, always leading the charge at the forefront of battle. This earned him the nickname Bamboo-Splitting Shibata, ranking him third among Japan's top 10 warlords of the Sengoku era. Tachibana Dosetsu, a warlord of our Great Sakura Nation's Sengoku era, he served as a retainer to the Otomo clan, daimyo of Bunko province on Kyushu Island. Alongside Takahashi Shoin, he was known as one of the Otomo Twin Pearls. Later generations praised Dosetsu's martial prowess, calling him the military god of Kyushu, the incarnation of the thunder god of war, the demon Dosetsu, and the soul of the Otomo. His military might was unparalleled. Truly invincible. As their allied forces' introductions concluded, discussions erupted in each livestream. Ha 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 ha. Only our Great Sakura Nation can deliver. Your Kimchi Nation can only produce one warlord. This is a bit like the guest outshining the host, isn't it? Park Dae-hoon, you're useless. How could you let Sakura Nation pick two generals? Does our Great Kimchi Nation lack warriors? Damn it. But winning is all that matters. No problem. Borrow those Sakura Nation generals. Bring victory to our Great Kimchi Nation. Why not? Meanwhile, the vibe in the Chinese livestream was entirely different. Yes. All three mighty generals of the Tang dynasty are on the field together. This is it. This is the one. Hey, wasn't that General Lin Yang picked earlier a bit shaky? Finally, we get to see the mighty generals of the Great Tang unite on the battlefield once more. The Huaxia livestream chat was buzzing with discussion, though most held unwavering faith in the capabilities of the three Xuanjia cavalry generals. As the introductions concluded, the circular table display before Lin Yang, Ishida Ichiro, and Park Dae-hoon instantly shifted. All three had arrived at the specially constructed 3 vs 3 arena within the National Fortune stage. Both sides prepare for battle. The 3 vs 3 martial commander duel is about to commence, announced the National Fortune arena. 6 streaks of light flashed. Cheng Yaojin, Qin Shubao, and Yuchi Jingda descended alongside Yulji Mundiak, Shibata Katsui, and Tachibana Dosetsu onto the 3 vs 3 martial arts battle platform. Gazing upon the formidable warriors appearing on the arena, Lin Yang couldn't contain his excitement. These three legendary generals of the Tang dynasty joining forces once more, any Chinese person would surely be thrilled. Yet the Koreans selected Goguryeo warrior and 2 Japanese generals seemed to lack any real chemistry. Ha! As the saying goes, when armies lack unity, they falter like geese in flight. The Kimchi Cherry Blossom Alliance will likely struggle to prevail. Lin Yang remarked with a smile. The warriors they selected are top-tier masters in their respective nations. Yet in the 3-on-3 showdown of the National Fortune arena, they still fell short. The reason was simple: the generals they faced here weren't from their own eras, but warriors from every era of their respective capitals. Lin Yang knew. Facing the 3 generals of the Tang dynasty, they had absolutely no chance of victory. The match begins. The National Fortune arena announced. Sure enough, as the match commenced, the 3 generals of the Sakura and Kimchi alliance still hadn't reached a unified decision. They still hadn't decided who to attack first. Chapter 64, 3-on-3. An easy victory. Meanwhile, the 3 generals of the Great Tang had already coordinated their offensive strategy. Yao Jin, Jingda, take down that Goguryeo brat first. Qin Shubao had fought hard in the battle and quickly identified the enemy's weakness. That was that Goguryeo man, Yijibundiak. It wasn't that his martial skills were poor. Rather, by prioritizing him, the 2 Cherry Blossom generals wouldn't come to his aid. Soon, Qin Xiong charged ahead. He initiated his charge first. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong flanked from the left and right wings respectively. As expected, the 3 Tang generals attacked Yulji Mundiak. The 2 Cherry Blossom generals did not immediately rush to their defense. In an instant, E.G. Wendy found himself in dire peril. He was on the verge of being overwhelmed and killed by the 3 generals' encircling assault. As Yulji Mundiak struggled desperately to hold his ground, the 2 Cherry Blossom generals finally spurred their horses forward to begin their protection. Qin Shubao and Yu Qigong, witnessing this, exchanged a cold snort. Trivial tricks. Watch this. Yu Qigong swung his twin whips, smashing them toward Yijibund. Qin Shubao thrust his golden spear toward the opposite side. Tachibana Dosetsu hurriedly parried with his cross-shaped spear. Meanwhile, Shibata Katsui arrived on the scene. The three combined forces temporarily held off the assaults of Yuchi Gong and Qin Shubao. But this was only temporary. After all, the warhorse carrying Chen Yaojin's massive frame was slightly slower. By modern standards, Chen Yaojin weighed over 200 pounds, every inch of him pure muscle. Add to that the 64 gene weight of his Xianhua battle axe. Fortunately, the iron-hoofed chestnut stallion beneath Chen Yaojin was no ordinary steed. It could bear this considerable weight. Otherwise, an ordinary horse would have collapsed long ago. Even so, the iron-hoofed chestnut stallion was panting heavily. Finally, Chen Yaojin charged before Iji Wendi. He swung his broad-bladed battle axe, aiming a devastating blow straight at Yulji Mundiak. Iji Wendi knew something was terribly wrong. He swiftly raised his spear, executing an iron bridge maneuver. He dodged Chen Yaojin's deadly strike. But Chen Yaojin showed no sign of giving up, continuing his fierce assault. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Take this axe." Though Iji Wendi was a skilled warrior. But he was simply too green to stand a chance against Chen Yaojin. He was no match for him at all. At that very moment, the two Sakura generals were doing their utmost to tie down Qin Xiong and Yuchi Jingda. Soon, Yulji Mundiak was driven back step by step. He could only barely maintain his stance to avoid being split in two by Chen Yaojin's axe. Even so, caught between left and right, he could not withstand Chen Yaojin's assault. A single blow sent his helmet flying. Damn it! This won't do. Chen Yaojin's breath came in gasps as he swung his Xianhua battle axe. Fine then. Take 3 of my axes. Chen Yaojin roared. These 3 axe strikes were techniques taught to Chen Yaojin by a divine being in a dream. He'd never bother using them unless facing a particularly troublesome foe. However, a warrior who could withstand the first strike was already considered a formidable general of the age. To endure 2 strikes would place one among the top 10 warriors of the era. To force Chen Yaojin to unleash his 3rd strike and still withstand it? That would make one a peerless dragon or phoenix of the age. Then, he swung his battle axe, unleashing the first strike. Split the skull. Swinging the axe down from above, this strike would fall regardless of whether the opponent attacked or not. No! Iji Wendi felt immense pressure bearing down on him. He inwardly cried out in alarm. He tried to dodge. Too bad. There was no time. Splash! After the sound of the axe blade slicing through bone and flesh faded, a massive head was cleanly severed by the axe. Yulji Mundiak didn't even have time to scream. He collapsed dead to the ground. After successfully slaying Yulji Mundiak, Chen Yaojin was about to rush to aid his brothers Qin Xiong and Yuchi Gong. Unfortunately, Chen Yaojin had exhausted his strength. He could only rest for a while on horseback, continuing to offer moral support to Qin Xiong and Yuchi Gong. Beside Chen Yaojin, Qin Xiong and Yuchi Gong's attacks against the 2 Sakura generals grew increasingly rapid. Finally, Saida Katsuyoshi, unable to withstand the precise assault of Qin Xiong's golden spear, lost his grip on his iron lance and fell from his horse. He could only draw his twin axes from his saddle. He swung them wider and wider, like a ghostly apparition. Truly worthy of the nickname Ghost Shibata. Even Qin Xiong, a warrior born with innate martial prowess, couldn't help but frown. What blinding speed! Like a specter. Qin Xiong praised sincerely. Yet he held his golden-hilted spear with unwavering resolve. He parried Shibata Katsui's strikes with thrusts, blocks, and flicks. Finally, Shibata Katsui's ghostly state did not last long. His arms grew numb and weak. Saito Katsuyori's twin axes could no longer be wielded with full control. Qin Xiong seized this opportune moment. Jin Zuan thrust his furnace spear through Shibata Katsui's defenses, seizing the opening. He spurred his horse forward. Using the brief momentum of the charge, he drove his spear straight through Shibata Katsui's chest. Excellent! General Qin Xiong is peerlessly formidable. Truly worthy of the title Young Mengchang. Lin Yang watched from the spectator seats of the National Fortune Arena, his blood boiling with excitement. This was the true essence of battlefield confrontation. Each of the 3 generals of the Tang dynasty displayed their martial prowess. Meanwhile, the fierce combat between Yuchi Jingda and the Cherry Blossom 9 Province's military deity, Tachibana Dosetsu, raged on. Tachibana Dosetsu wielded a weapon he called the embodiment of thunder, named Raikiri. Legend held that Tachibana Dosetsu had once slain the thunder god with it, proving himself a master swordsman. Initially, he could exchange blows evenly with Yuchi Jingda. But as time passed, Tachibana Dosetsu's Raikiri gradually developed more and more nicks from Yuchi Jingda's twin whips. Jingda! I'm here to support you. Chen Yaojin, having recovered his strength, shouted. He spurred his warhorse toward Yuchi Jingda. I'm coming too. Qin Xiong and Chen Yaojin were both highly skilled in martial arts. They did not exploit this numerical advantage. There was no other reason. They simply trusted that Yuchi Jingda could handle it. After all, Tachibana Dosetsu's thunder slash was already being pounded by Yuchi Jingda's twin whips until it resembled a saw. Lin Yang observed this clearly from the spectator seats. That was the essence of Sakura Nation's sword forging, obsessed with sharpness, utterly neglecting toughness. It proved effective against Japan's light armor, but when facing China's heavy armor and weaponry, it was like an ant biting an elephant. Sure enough, in the time remaining, Yuchi Jingda's twin whips shattered Tachibana Dosetsu's Raikiri completely. He gathered power once more and struck. The entire sequence flowed like a single breath. It made the eyes of every Chinese person watching the live stream light up. Excellent. Ha ha. Truly a mighty warrior of our great China. Impressive, my respects. Let's see how the unarmed cherry blossom warriors handle this. Counter? Death is the only outcome. Without his lightning slash, Tachibana Dosetsu could no longer endure the remaining battle. Facing Yuchi Jingda's deadly whip strike, Tachibana Dosetsu had no choice but to leap from his horse. He rolled and scrambled on the ground to steady himself. Chapter 65, 2 against 1? No problem. I have the Overlord. Such a disgraceful sight. Tachibana Dosetsu cried out in shame and rage as he lay sprawled on the ground. Yuchi Jingda would give him no chance to turn defeat into victory. He swung his twin whips, aiming straight for Tachibana Dosetsu's face. A devastating blow came crashing down. Tachibana Dosetsu had nowhere to dodge and was knocked flat by Yuchi Jingda's blow. At that moment, Tachibana Dosetsu had only the breath of death, no breath of life. Immediately afterward, he was trampled to death by Yuchi Jingda's galloping black stallion, Snowtreader. Satisfying. Yuchi Jingda laughed from atop his horse. Heh, brother Jingda, that strike of yours just now was far too brutal. Qin Shubao remarked with a tone of admiration. Weiqi Jingda stroked his chin beard and replied, Heh, brother Shubao, how did you find my whip technique? Qin Shubao nodded. Truly formidable. After exchanging a few compliments, they heard Cheng Yaojin shouting from afar, Hey now, old Qin and old Yuchi. These Japanese guys can't take a beating. I haven't even had my fill yet. Cheng Yaojin's voice made all the viewers watching the livestream. At that very moment, the entire land of China was stunned. Holy crap! Our great China actually won? That's incredible. Ah, that's so satisfying. Those cherry blossom devils deserve to be humiliated like that. Oomph. That's what happens when you mess with China. Now they'll think twice. If they ever get cocky again, we'll crush them flat. The comments section erupted with jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, at the Japanese emperor's residence in the United States, roars of fury echoed through the halls. Baka! How could this be? The Sakura emperor roared in utter fury. He never imagined that Ishida Ichiro would fail once again. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your Majesty, the urgent priority now is to stabilize the situation. Should we lose this campaign, the repercussions for our great Sakura nation will be severe. Several exiled high-ranking officials close to the Emperor of Sakura urged. The Emperor of Sakura took a deep breath, calming himself for a moment before saying, You may withdraw for now. I need some time alone. Yes, Your Majesty. The group bowed and departed, leaving only the Emperor and his most trusted Secretary General behind. Within the residence of the Kinchi Nation's Prime Minister. Your Excellency, our nation now holds only a single territory. This defeat. I fear our territory may be. Several high-ranking officials beside the Prime Minister of Kinchi Nation were filled with anxiety. After a moment of silence, the Prime Minister spoke with a dark glint in his eyes. This defeat. Ishida Ichiro shall bear primary responsibility. The Sakura generals are utterly useless. We must make a decision as soon as possible. The Prime Minister sighed, knowing he had no other choice. If they continued with the original plan, Korea's territory would surely be lost. The other high-ranking officials all nodded in agreement. Contact the United States immediately. We need ideas. Your Majesty, please calm down. I understand your concerns, but we haven't lost this time, the Secretary General reassured him. Oh? Do you still believe we could have one? Emperor Sakura turned to ask. Your Majesty, look at the big screen. Only then did the Emperor of Sakura turn his gaze toward the large screen. The National Fortune Arena on the screen had not declared that Lin Yang could seize territory from Kinchi Nation. The defense battle begins. If the Chinese side emerges victorious after the defense battle concludes, they may claim Korea's final piece of land along with the Divine Realm. If the Sakura Kimchi alliance wins, they may retain their last remaining territory. Does the Huaxia faction consent to commence? As the voice echoed across the National Fortune Arena. Before Lin Yang could utter a word, the entire world erupted in uproar once more. What the hell? How dare they? We could have wiped out those noisy kimchi eaters again. Unfair. Totally unfair. How dare they still be on the National Fortune Arena? This is outrageous. It was already outrageous enough that Sakura Nation formed an alliance with Kinchi Nation. This balancing strategy? The National Fortune Arena is so unfair. The people of Huaxia expressed their outrage over the National Fortune Arena's arrangement. Lin Yang understood this was the National Fortune Arena's balancing strategy after witnessing China's annihilation of Sakura Nation and near destruction of Kinchi Nation. Though somewhat abrupt, Lin Yang saw nothing wrong with it. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Kimchi Nation erupted in maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Heaven is on our side. This way, the territory of our great Kimchi Nation remains ours. This is all Lin Yang's fault. He deserves to die. What a perfect balance. Ha ha ha. My Kimchi Nation still has a chance to stand atop the world. Prepare for a desperate counterattack, great Kimchi Nation. You damn Chinese think you can win? The people of Kimchi Nation rejoiced. This secret realm battle will be fought with generals freely chosen by both sides' chosen warriors. Even fallen generals may be selected. As the defending champion, the Chinese side may only choose one warrior to face the challenges from the chosen warriors of both Sakura and Kimchi nations. Final inquiry. Does China agree to commence the defense battle? Lin Yang finally finished listening to the introduction of the National Fortune Arena. Since that's the case, bring it on. Anyone who stands in my way gets taken out. Lin Yang declared indifferently. This effectively condensed the rewards for winning 2 matches into one. Moreover, he could freely choose his generals. Lin Yang thought of that man. The National Fortune Arena acknowledges the selection from the Huaxia faction. The Huaxia defense battle is about to commence. The Cherry Blossom Kimchi Alliance, please select your combat general. The National Fortune Arena posed the question first to the Kimchi Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. Sakura Nation's chosen one, Ishida Ichiro, took a deep breath and declared, Honda Tadakatsu. This marked Honda Tadakatsu's 3rd appearance. The National Fortune Arena announced, Sakura Nation's request received. Honda Tadakatsu was about to enter the arena. Meanwhile, Kim Dae-hoon, the chosen one of Kimchi Nation, selected without hesitation Yuan Gae-samun. The National Fortune Arena responded swiftly. It acknowledged the Kimchi Nation's request. Yuan Gae-samun would join Honda Tadakatsu in battle. Ha! I knew they'd send these 2 generals I've already defeated for China. But since it's a 1 versus 2 match, I'll need to be cautious. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow slightly as he spoke. I choose Xiang Yu. Lin Yang declared without hesitation to the National Fortune Arena. This was the most reliable choice in his eyes. She chose Overlord, Xiang Yu. How many Chinese people still harbor unresolved grievances toward him? An ultimate romantic loser. At the same time, on the National Fortune Arena of that era, it was Xiang Yu's countless battles that gave China the chance to turn the tide against all odds. The National Fortune Arena swiftly acknowledged Lin Yang's selection. Received China's selection. Xiang Yu returns to the stage. Upon hearing the National Fortune Arena's announcement, China's live stream room erupted. Holy! Holy! The Overlord is back! Chu Overlord! You have no idea how much I've missed you. Overlord of Western Chu. Teach them a lesson. Enjoy ganging up on one? You're asking for it. Chapter 66, The Clash of East Asia's 3 Strongest Warriors. Online comments flooded the screen in an instant. It wasn't just the Chinese audience who were thrilled. Many other viewers watching the livestream were stunned. Xiang Yu? Is that the Overlord of ancient China? Yes. The epitome of violent aesthetics. Or perhaps its pinnacle. China seems pretty strong. Korea and Japan are gonna have a tough time. Hard to say. After all, they're 2 against 1. I'm rooting for the Cherry Blossom Kimchi Alliance. I support China. Neutral spectators buzzed with debate. Meanwhile, inside the presidential palace of the United States, the President of the United States did not look particularly at ease. Standing opposite him was the Emperor of Sakura. He stared at the computer screen with a grim expression, fists clenched tightly. At this moment, he too was stunned by China's decision to once again choose Xiang Yu. He had believed China had fallen into such decline over the years that it was no longer a threat. Yet after so many defeats, he realized he was wrong. China wasn't weak, it was strong. Damn strong. Even teaming up with Korea couldn't inflict any real damage on China. Now, if Korea and Japan's 2 legendary generals couldn't even defeat China in a 2-on-1 fight, then they would truly suffer a disgrace beyond compare. At this moment, the Japanese emperor had no trace of Bushido spirit left in his heart. All he desired was to defeat China once more, forcing them to recognize who truly reigns supreme in East Asia. Yet China has risen. To defeat them again? Easier said than done. At this thought, it wasn't just the emperor of Sakura Nation whose heart churned like a stormy sea. The President of the United States seethed inwardly. Had he known China would rise, he should have urged them to act sooner on the National Fortune Arena, crushing China's only budding hope. But now it was too late. The Emperor of Sakura asked humbly, Mr. President, what do you suggest we do next? The President of the United States pondered for a moment before replying, in that case, we shall observe the situation for now. The Emperor of Sakura nodded. Surely the 2 greatest military commanders in your nation's history and that of Kimchi Land couldn't possibly be defeated by a mere Xiang Yu? Meanwhile, on the other side, Kimchi Nation watched the live stream with equal tension. If we lose this match, we're doomed beyond redemption. The Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation wore a bitter expression. But there's still hope. Our generals were simply off their game earlier. The Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation declared loudly. Let's hope so. The others listened, feeling a mix of resignation and hope. For this matter concerned the very survival of Kimchi Nation. Scene change. The National Fortune Arena in the livestream. Lin Yang, Ishida Ichiro, and Park Dae-hoon stood poised, swords drawn, awaiting the start of the match. Lin Yang was immensely eager to witness the Overlord's performance, unlike Park Dae-hoon and Ishida Ikiru, who were filled with anxiety. A relaxed demeanor enveloped Lin Yang. Meanwhile, Ishida Ichiro and Park Dae-hoon glared at Lin Yang with clenched teeth. They both hated Lin Yang intensely. Kid. Die. So calm when death is upon you. Today, I'll make sure you pay. Ishida Ichiro and Park Dae-hoon glared at Lin Yang with vicious intent. Oh? Is that so? Come on then. Beat our Chinese overlord first. Lin Yang flicked his finger at Ishida Ikiru in a taunting gesture. Just as Ishida Ichiro and Park Dae-hoon were about to speak, the National Fortune Arena screen shifted. The circular table transformed into a vast expanse of verdant grassland. The grass was perfectly trimmed, as if meticulously manicured. The surroundings were desolate and quiet. Apart from the rustling sound of the wind moving through the grass, there was no other sound. 3 beams of light descended to the ground. Xiang Yu, Honda Tadakatsu, and Yuan Gaosuwen descended as 3 luminous spheres. Unlike those of Yomi Kaisen and Honda Tadakatsu, Xiang Yu's sphere was exceptionally dazzling. Yuan Gaosuwen and Honda Tadakatsu stood side by side facing Xiang Yu. Oomph. Upon landing, Xiang Yu let out a soft snort. Oh? Attacking with superior numbers? Xiang Yu held his head high, speaking with disdain. Though despicable. For the sake of the great Sakura Empire. We'll fight to the end. Exactly. Even if it's outnumbering the few, we must win. Yuan Gaosuwen and Honda Tadakatsu roared, their bodies radiating a fierce determination to win. Oomph, bring it on. Xiang Yu's lips curled into a dismissive smile. The National Fortune Arena is quite adept at seizing the moment. He immediately declared, the match begins. Following the arena's declaration, Xiang Yu launched his attack first. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground, swung his Overlord spear, and charged toward Honda Tadakatsu. National Fortune Arena notice. Xiang Yu's Divine Valor personal ability has activated. Effect, strength increased by 80%. Agility increased by 50%. National Fortune Arena notice. Xiang Yu's personal ability unparalleled throughout the ages has been triggered. Effect, when fighting alone. Morale increased by 100%. Stamina increased to infinite. National Fortune Arena alert. Xiang Yu's personal ability sinking the boats has been triggered. When facing superior numbers, the effects of Divine Valor and Peerless Enhancement are increased by 30%. 2 alerts from the National Fortune Arena revealed a terrifying truth to the live stream viewers. That the Xiang Yu who had earlier dueled their Sakura generals hadn't even unleashed 50% of his true power. The Xiang Yu who fought 2 opponents alone was his true, complete form. Only then was he worthy of Xiang Yu's serious attention. National Fortune Arena alert. Honda Tadakatsu's personal ability unparalleled throughout history triggered. Combat power increased by 50%. National Fortune Arena alert. Honjo Tadakatsu's unique ability, Iron Fist, activated. Combat power increased by 40%. As the battle between Xiang Yu and the 2 generals erupted, all spectators watching the fight stared wide-eyed in horror at the numbers flashing across the screen. The relentless surges left the people of the 3 kingdoms utterly stunned. Perhaps this is what they call a battle for the ages. The mightiest combat power of East Asia's 3 kingdoms has gathered in one place. This clash is nothing short of gods battling beyond mortal comprehension. Let it begin already. I can't wait any longer. Let's see what happens next. The great Cherry Blossom Nation is unbeatable. We must win. The great Kimchi Nation is invincible. We will prevail. Cherry Blossom Devils and Kimchi Bastards, prepare to die. Go China! As the discussion in the National Fortune Arena livestream chat streamed like falling snow, Xiang Yu, who had launched the first attack, was already locked in combat with Honda Tadakatsu. The might of the Overlord spear was unleashed to its fullest. His spear danced in a blinding flurry. Each strike aimed at Honda Tadakatsu could have taken the life of an ordinary warrior. Honda Tadakatsu's dragonfly slash proved formidable indeed. He managed to hold his own against Xiang Yu's relentless onslaught. Ha! Yuan Gaosuwen gripped his wolf tooth club tightly, waiting for an opening to strike. Clang! Suddenly, Xiang Yu thrust his spear, forcing Honda Tadakatsu back. Simultaneously, his left hand seized hold of Genji no Kajitsun's armor. A powerful shoulder charge sent En no Yasukara flying. Chapter 67, 1 against 2? What does Xiang Yu fear? After sending Yuan Gaosuwen flying, Xiang Yu thrust his spear toward Yuan Gaosuwen's chest with his right hand. Yuan Gaosuwen didn't hesitate, raising his wolf tooth club to block Xiang Yu's spear thrust. However, he hadn't anticipated the explosive force behind Xiang Yu's thrust, which sent a numbing shock through his arm. Still, he managed to hold his ground. Meanwhile, Honda Tadakatsu had just regained his footing. Xiang Yu had already closed the distance, leaving Yuan Gaosuan behind with his arm numb from the shock. His overlord spear surged like a dragon emerging from the sea, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon Honda Tadakatsu. In Xiang Yu's hands, the spear was wielded with consummate skill, his Xiang family spear techniques flowing as smoothly as a silver dragon. Each strike left Honda Tadakatsu scrambling to defend. And now, with his stamina boosted to infinite levels, Xiang Yu knew no fatigue whatsoever. Even as Honda Tadakatsu fought with every ounce of strength, he was stretched thin. Watching this, Yuan Gaosuan's eyes burned with urgency. He knew that if he didn't aid Honda Tadakatsu, he too would soon become a victim of Xiang Yu's spear. Without hesitation, Yuan Gaosuan gritted his teeth and charged towards Xiang Yu. Yuan Gaosuan was no pushover either. He unleashed his ultimate technique. His eyes blazed crimson. His entire body radiated an intense killing intent. Gripping his wolf tooth club, he launched a sneak attack towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu sensed a violent gust sweeping in from behind and knew something was amiss. An ambush? You truly are a coward. Xiang Yu cursed furiously, swiftly withdrawing his spear to parry Yuan Gaosuan's strike. Yuan Gaosuan's sneak attack was no trivial matter. Xiang Yu dared not take it lightly. Excellent. The Overlord of Chu displays superb martial skill. Lin Yang cheered loudly from the viewing platform. Though Xiang Yu's valor was peerless in ancient times, such a treacherous sneak attack was too insidious. Only a hero forged in the crucible of battle could react in time. Xiang Yu spun to block the strike, the immense recoil once again sending Yuan Gaosuan flying. But at that moment, Honda Tadakatsu seized his chance and finally launched a counterattack, thrusting his dragonfly blade with all his might towards Xiang Yu. You noisy vermin! Shameless scoundrel! Xiang Yu roared with fury. The relentless pincer attack from Honda Tadakatsu and Yuan Gaosu had begun to grate on his patience. The relentless sneak attacks made Xiang Yu fight with growing frustration. After hurling his curses, he executed a graceful somersault to evade Honda Tadakatsu's full-force thrust with the dragonfly blade. Honda Tadakatsu's thrust missed its mark, the spearhead narrowly missing Yu Fushimi, who had been positioned behind Xiang Yu. Yuan Gaosuan scrambled to evade. Both nearly took a tumble. Such a sorry state? And you dare call yourself a general? Xiang Yu sneered contemptuously. He did not take advantage of their unsteady footing to launch a surprise attack. Ha! To fight a warrior like you, I, Honda Tadakatsu, consider myself fortunate. Honda Tadakatsu declared sincerely. Cut the nonsense. He's coming. Yuan Gaosuan snapped impatiently. What I despise most is the death-defying expressions on your faces, you cherry blossom people. Yuan Gaosuan thought contemptuously, though his voice betrayed his weakness. He knew he needed Honda Tadakatsu to fight and protect his life. Once Yuan Gaosu and Honda Tadakatsu had steadied themselves, he once again assumed a fighting stance and charged at the pair, brandishing his Overlord spear. The Overlord spear's momentum was fierce and heavy. The two humiliated generals dared not meet it head-on. Honda Tadakatsu and Yubari Kesa quickly dodged. Their movements were remarkably synchronized. Lin Yang understood. At this moment of national ruin and family destruction, both men must set aside their past grudges to unite against Xiang Yu. This marked a rare moment of shared purpose in the histories of Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation. Watching the two work together so seamlessly, Lin Yang chuckled, such a moment is truly rare, it's worth commemorating as a joint holiday for your two nations. Lin Yang's words instantly enraged the citizens of both the land of cherry blossoms and the land of kimchi. They flooded the livestream chat with curses. You, Lin Yang. You, Chinese. Bastard. How arrogant. Just wait. You Chinese will pay the price for your arrogance. We will win. Lord Honda. Give it your all. Please. General Yugasuan, bite on, sir. The livestream chat was flooded with abuse. Meanwhile, the Chinese livestream chat was a stark contrast. General Xiang Yu. Show us more of your martial prowess. Absolutely. We can never get enough of the Overlord's martial prowess. So powerful. The perfect blend of strength and agility. Nothing beats watching him beat the hell out of those cherry blossom people and kimchi folks. Look at our Western Chu Overlord. Now look at your Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. Don't you feel ashamed? In martial virtue, the Overlord of Chu utterly crushes you all. This is what netizens across China are discussing in the bullet comments. Meanwhile, viewers from Korea and Japan were furious. On the live stream feed, Xiang Yu's attacks showed no sign of stopping. Instead, they grew increasingly rapid. The peerless war god Xiang Yu still had a full stamina bar. Yuan Gaosu and Honda Tadakatsu were forced into retreat, barely able to mount a defense. Xiang Yu fought with increasing ferocity. Yuan Gaosuan and Honda Tadakatsu, however, were gradually losing their strength. After all, such intense combat would be unbearable for anyone. Ordinary generals would have long since fallen beneath Xiang Yu's spear. These two top generals from the land of kimchi and cherry blossoms still possessed some skill, after all. Seeing this, Xiang Yu let out a cold snort. His overlord spear suddenly transformed into a swirling storm of spear shadows, enveloping the two and leaving them no room to breathe. Then, the overlord spear vanished before Yuan Gaosuwen's eyes. It then materialized before Yuan Gaosuwen, crashing heavily into his heart. Yuan Gaosuwen attempted to block the strike with his wolf's tooth club. But it was too late. Thud! Yuan Gaosuwen spat blood and collapsed, unable to rise. Honda Tadakatsu watched as Yuan Gaosuwen, who had been fighting alongside him moments before, was slain by Xiang Yu in the blink of an eye. After Yuan Gaosuwen was easily slain by Xiang Yu, Honda Tadakatsu knew he too could not escape his fate. He swung his dragonfly blade horizontally once more, aiming straight for Xiang Yu's forehead. The thrust carried tremendous force. Xiang Yu's eyebrows arched slightly, but he neither dodged nor retreated. With a light flick of his wrist, he parried the blow with his overlord spear. The weight of the overlord spear far surpassed that of the dragonfly blade. In Xiang Yu's hands, a single swing unleashed tremendous force. A clang echoed as the dragonfly blade was sent flying. Hondo Tadakatsu, now without his spear, showed a hint of relief on his face. Yet his feet never halted. With a fearless disregard for his own life, he charged bare-handed towards Xiang Yu. What spirit? Xiang Yu chuckled softly. He swung his overlord spear aside. He launched a flying kick that sent Honda Tadakatsu flying. With a wet thud, Honda Tadakatsu's chest shattered from the impact. He crashed to the ground with a thud. A mouthful of murky blood spurted from his mouth. Lying on the ground, he still tried to rise and retrieve the dragonfly blade. But Xiang Yu had already stepped forward, crushing Honda Tadakatsu's chest underfoot. You were a decent man, but you were born in the wrong place. With that, Xiang Yu wasted no further words. He crushed down with his foot. Honda Tadakatsu and Yama no Kajitsun are dead. Congratulations to Huaxia on victory. Chapter 68, The Celestial Paradise. General Xiang, you've worked hard. Lin Yang exclaimed loudly. It was fairly straightforward. Xiang Yu gave a slight nod in Lin Yang's direction. Instantly, Xiang Yu transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the battlefield of the National Fortune Arena. Meanwhile, the corpses of Honda Tadakatsu and Yuan Geiso also transformed into streaks of light, streaking off in another direction. Lin Yang sensed that their destination was likely the realm for the defeated. The system's notification chime sounded, and Lin Yang's face softened with satisfaction. Congratulations to the Huaxia Nation on its victory. Please collect your rewards. Lin Yang's choice had been decided from the start. A piece of sacred land and a portion of territory from the Qinchi Nation. Finally, China had secured victory in this war. Ha! Long live China. Long live Great China. Xiang Yu is awesome. The overlord of Western Chu is unmatched under heaven. Finally got rid of those noisy kimchi eaters. Don't forget those rotten cherry blossom bastards. They actually want to restore their country. The Huaxia viewers in the livestream were ecstatic. Meanwhile, fans from Korea and Japan were seething with rage, hurling bitter curses. Western Ba. There must still be a chance, right? Sakura Nation, you promised to help us win. That's right, Sakura Nation Emperor. Sakura Nation's chosen ones, you owe us an explanation. Damn it, never thought our great Korea would become servants. As the Kimchi Nation's people continued their attacks, the Cherry Blossom Nation's citizens couldn't utter a word. After all, they were the first to fail. And this time, they hadn't won either, failing completely to aid Kimchi Nation. For a moment, people across China cheered and rejoiced. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the Prime Minister's residence of Kimchi Nation, the Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation, looking utterly devastated, stared intently at the live stream of the National Fortune Arena, praying heaven would grant them another chance. But this time, there was no chance. They failed to seize even a single 2-on-1 opportunity on the National Fortune Arena. They were easily crushed by Xiang Yu. With our homeland fallen, we shall both become slaves. A high-ranking official beside the Prime Minister of Korea remarked. No. We will not become slaves. Everyone who can walk, pack your belongings and follow me to the capital of the United States. The Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation issued an order that brooked no refusal. Several high-ranking officials reluctant to leave their homeland were about to voice their objections. But a squad of heavily armed soldiers entering through the door sprang into action. They were forcibly escorted to several aircraft, one by one boarding the Kimchi Nation's direct flight to the United States. Back in Kimchi Nation, the Emperor's face darkened with a terrifying grimace, yet a faint sense of satisfaction flickered within him. For nothing else could explain why his nation, unable to accomplish this task. If Korea were to emerge victorious, wouldn't Japan lose all influence in East Asia? Though an opportunity had been lost, so be it. At this moment, no one held a place in his heart dearer than the President of the United States. If he could leverage the American president to restore his nation, then Sakura Nation still held the chance to become the dominant power in East Asia. With this thought, the Sakura Nation president adopted a fawning expression as he addressed the pretty nation president. It is our chosen one's incompetence that led to the Kimchi Nation's downfall. Please, Your Excellency, do not be too harsh on the Kimchi Nation's Prime Minister. The American president's expression turned cold. Oomph. Your two nations have rendered our entire East Asian strategy obsolete. What's the point of saying anymore? With that, the American president turned and walked away. Left behind were the Emperor of Sakura Nation, his face a mask of embarrassment, and several advisors standing by his side. Inside the conference room of the imperial capital of China, the boss beamed as he said, "It's gotta be General Xiang Yu." Several senior executives beside him chimed in with smiles, indeed. But the greatest credit goes to the boss for choosing to trust that kid Lin Yang. Exactly. If you hadn't chosen to trust Lin Yang back then, how could we have achieved what we have today? The boss chuckled, no need for flattery. It's no surprise at all that Lin Yang has achieved what he has today. By the way, Old Chen, how's the progress on restoring China's historical records? The leader turned his gaze toward Old Chen. Well, the personal histories of the military commanders from the participating nations and the dynastic histories have been restored for the most part. Old Chen said, his eyes fixed on the documents before him. Excellent. We must expedite this work. Once the restoration is complete, remember to release it immediately. Let the people of Blue Star witness the history of our great China. As for the incorporation of the Kimchi Nation's populace, we'll follow the same principle as with the Cherry Blossom Nation's people. Our great nation of China, a land of etiquette, still upholds human rights. Today, with the incorporation of Korea and Japan, China has undeniably become the dominant power in East Asia. Meanwhile, the promised divine realm from the National Fortune Arena was delivered punctually. Before Lin Yang appeared a map perfectly matching the geography of China. Lin Yang examined it carefully. I'm honestly at a loss for which one to choose. Lin Yang now faced a happy dilemma. For a moment, he didn't know how to make a choice. Forget it. I'll just go with the flow. Lin Yang shifted his thoughts slightly. He selected Mount Lu, one of China's 10 great mountains and one of the Taoist tradition's 72 sacred sites, as the location for his celestial realm. Barely 3 seconds after Lin Yang made his choice, the cascading waters of Mount Lu's waterfall suddenly flashed with a 7-colored radiance. Unlike the polluted rainbow hues of industrial waste, this iridescent radiance was purer, even carrying a faint aura of celestial energy. This rainbow-hued radiance shone upon the water surface of the waterfall on Mount Lu. The entire mountain radiated an aura of auspiciousness. The misty aura of divine energy surged magnificently, transforming the entire place into a celestial paradise on earth. What is this? Has the patriarch returned? Don't you follow the National Fortune Arena, fellow Taoist? Enough talk. Quickly don your robes and head to Mount Lu. In an instant, the people of China were abuzz with talk of the strange events unfolding on Mount Lu. Holy crap! Not only did we seize territory from Kimchi Nation, but we also gained such a prime location. Hurry up and buy tickets. Head to Mount Lu for a visit. I wonder if I have the fortune to cultivate immortality. Find a way to join Mount Lu. This is insane. Lin Yang, you're our god. Lin Yang glanced at the bullet comments flooding the National Fortune Arena screen. His heart swelled with joy. The divine land allocation for the Huaxian National Fortune Arena has been completed. Congratulations to China for becoming the champion of the East Asia region. Await your next challenger. The National Fortune Arena's consecutive announcements instantly tightened the relaxation in Lin Yang's heart. Having become the dominant force in East Asia, future opponents would undoubtedly be far more formidable. Opponents far more formidable than the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Kimchi Nation. Lin Yang resolved to face the next challenge with a completely renewed mindset. China has finally devoured all of East Asia's territories. Now it's a juicy lamb. We can sink our teeth into it. A dark-skinned, turban-wrapped, obese middle-aged man spoke with a sinister grin. Chapter 69, The Pretentious Land of India. The speaker was none other than the President of the Indian Republic. Ha! Absolutely. Those Chinese are spineless. They're hardly worth our effort. Another short, sleazy-looking middle-aged man chimed in. Both were advisors to the Indian president. Indeed. We possess extraordinary powers. This is the tragedy of China. Numerous advisors to the Indian president chimed in. Tianzhu Nation has now achieved over 50 consecutive victories across all of South Asia. Moreover, each victory has been achieved with a win rate exceeding 50%. Truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the other nations of East Asia have suffered repeated defeats at their hands, forcing them to withdraw from the global stage of the National Fortune Arena. Inform our chosen one immediately. Challenge China. The president of Tianzhu Kingdom sneered maliciously. The other advisors froze upon hearing the president's words. They had merely intended to boast. Your Excellency, the best course of action is still to attack the Kingdom of Cambodia first. A slightly bolder aide whispered. Bull. How could the president's decision be wrong? The president's secretary, his face twisted in a fierce expression beneath his turban, shouted back. Faced with such a rebuke, the advisor immediately fell silent. At that moment, the president of Tianzhu nodded. Since none of you object, Let the challenge against China commence. He then instructed his secretary. Contact the chosen one. Initiate the challenge against China immediately. He then addressed the assembled advisors and high-ranking officials of Tianzhu. Gentlemen, today marks the dawn of Tianzhu's dominance over Asia. Anyone who speaks of defeat shall be burned at the stake. The president of Tianzhu warned everyone with a cold expression. Instantly, the expressions of all the advisors and high-ranking officials shifted. They silently lamented, why provoke China? Yet no one dared challenge the Indian president after all, he held absolute power over life and death. Soon, the president's secretary contacted Summit, the chosen one currently on the national fortune arena. Summit promptly received the president's directive. Having won over 50 consecutive matches, Summit's confidence soared as he declared, "What's China? Great Tianzhu has no rivals." Upon receiving the secret transmission from Tianzhu, Summit immediately replied to the president, declaring he would initiate the challenge at once. At the very fastest, victory could be secured in the very first match. Summit, the chosen one of Tianzhu, sneered coldly. The world claims China is Asia's strongest, but we in Great India refuse to accept that. I, Summit, will see if Huaxia truly lives up to its legendary reputation. Oomph. My great Tianzhu is the strongest. Summit murmured to himself, his eyes flashing with determination. His gaze then shifted to the world stage's giant screen, where countless battles were currently unfolding. At that moment, the massive electronic screen displayed China's battle status. It revealed that China currently held the title of champion in the East Asia region. That choice of Summit by Tianzhu only fueled his rage further. Requesting the National Fortune Arena to permit the Indian Empire to challenge the Chinese Empire. Summit immediately initiated the application to the National Fortune Arena. Request from Tianzhu received. East Asia Arena challenge initiated immediately. The National Fortune Arena responded swiftly. Lin Yang received the news almost instantly. Upon learning that the kingdom of Tianzhu dared to challenge his own nation, a cruel smile spread across his lips. You've come at the perfect time. I'll use Tianzhu as my first sacrifice to establish my authority. The global war situation is about to shift. Lin Yang mused with relish. Inside the conference room of the imperial capital of Huaxia, news of India's challenge to China had naturally reached them. Tianzhu? Poof. The leader glanced at the report, his expression unchanged as he let out a quiet chuckle. They've had their eyes on our territory for years now. A high-ranking official remarked with displeasure. They're challenging us immediately after we became the dominant power in East Asia. Oomph. Looks like they think we're easy prey. The other high-ranking officials also sneered coldly. Regardless of their intentions, we'll meet force with force. The leader remarked indifferently. Zhang, issue an announcement stating, let it be known that we warned you. After uttering these words, the leader continued to stare at the live feed of the National Fortune Arena. Roger that. On it immediately. 1 hour later. China's official mouthpiece published an article. Title, Don't Say We Didn't Warn You. The meaning of don't say we didn't warn you is, don't say later that we didn't tell you beforehand. It means to state things clearly in advance. The content essentially warned the representative of the Indian subcontinent, the reigning champion of South Asia, to be mentally prepared for China's challenge. Upon receiving this news, public opinion in India exploded. Have the Huaxia people always been this confident? Didn't they warn us beforehand? Ha! How could we possibly lose? It's time to put those arrogant Huaxia people in their place. Soon, the chosen one of the Indian kingdom appeared before Lin Yang. After Summit approached the round table, he did not speak. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Yang, as if appraising a delicious meal. Ha! The southern territories of Huaxia are splendid. I quite like them. Nazamet suddenly chuckled. Oh, I like it too. But China's territory will always belong to China. Lin Yang said coldly, his gaze fixed on the other man. Nazmet continued to sneer coldly, as if he had already defeated Lin Yang. His eyes blazed with a menacing, emerald green light. National Fortune Arena announcement. The next round will commence Legion battles. Both sides, prepare yourselves. This round of the National Fortune Arena skipped the draw entirely. The announcement of the Legion War commenced immediately. Instantly, both Lin Yang and Summit's expressions turned grave. Clearly, both sides understood the significance of this round. Both sides, draw your generals. As the National Fortune Arena's voice echoed, 5 card selections appeared before both Lin Yang and Summit. The chosen one of Tianzhu carefully examined his options. He immediately selected one card, his expression radiating confidence in victory. Lin Yang, however, began analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the 5 cards before him. They were General Ma Yuan, the suppressor of waves, Emperor Chen Baoxian of the Chen dynasty, Gongsun Shu, the golden blade of the earth, Marquis Hua Zubing, the champion, and Gao Siji, the Gao family general. Faced with these 5 choices, Lin Yang made his decision instantly. Lin Yang wouldn't let this opportunity with Hua Zubing slip away. This warrior who conquered Langjutsu in his 20s. Both parties, please reveal and introduce your generals. The National Fortune Arena announced. The Tianzhu Kingdom promptly revealed their choice. It was a card depicting a warrior mounted upon an elephant. Tianzhu Kingdom. King Aranishan. The world's foremost elephant commander. A torrent of information followed. By the time it reached Lin Yang's ears, only a few genuine words remained. What world conqueror, what universe's greatest king? Lin Yang was nearly boiling with rage. Enough already! Lin Yang couldn't help but interrupt. Nothing but empty boasts. Utterly tiresome. Chapter 70, The Hero of the Great Han. Lin Yang said with utter contempt. This king of Tianzhu wasn't nearly as formidable as they made him out to be. In the official history, this Indian king was easily defeated by Wang Xuanzi of China. As for that so-called universe's greatest king, he was captured effortlessly by Wang Xuanzi. Yet here, he was being praised to the heavens. Absolutely laughable. Lin Yang then glanced at the other 4 cards. He reaffirmed his choice. He still chose the champion marquis of the Great Han, General Hua Tsubing. After receiving Lin Yang's selection, please have the Huaxia delegation introduce their chosen general. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang wasted no words. He immediately declared, the martial star of the Great Han, a renowned general, military strategist, and national hero. At 18, Hua Tsubing became captain of the Piaoyao cavalry, leading 800 horsemen deep into the desert. He twice achieved the highest military honors and was in theft as marquis champion. At 20, Hua Tsubing was promoted to general of the flying cavalry. He commanded 2 campaigns in the Heshi corridor, capturing the Xiang Yu's golden sacrificial statue and advancing directly to the Qilian mountains. In total, he annihilated or persuaded nearly 100,000 Xiang Yu and Heshi to surrender, dealing a heavy blow to the Xiang Yu's right wing. Later in his career, Hua Tsubing and Wei Qing led forces deep into the northern desert, launching surprise attacks on the Xiang Yu royal court with vastly outnumbered Han cavalry. In the Battle of the Northern Desert, they annihilated over 70,000 troops from the main force of the left Wise King's division. Pursuing the Xiang Yu army to the Langjutsu Mountains and Gaian Mountains, they conducted separate sacrifices to heaven and earth before returning to the Han Sea. After defeating the Xiang Yu, Hua Tsubing ascended Langjutsu Mountain, built an altar, and offered sacrifices to heaven to proclaim his victory. This event is historically known as the sacrifice at Langjutsu. Later generations often used it as a metaphor for achieving remarkable military glory. Lin Yang delivered this impassioned monologue in one breath, without the slightest pause. Alas, General Hua Tsubing passed away at the age of 24, leaving behind a life that has been lamented by countless scholars and poets. It seemed only fitting to pay the highest tribute to this great general. But the chosen one of that Indian kingdom snorted coldly with disdain. Oomph. Never heard of the Xiang Yu? Must be some feeble nomadic tribe. The Huaxia people really are pathetic. Lin Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. This fool truly believed his Huaxia people were weak. Does he think the title of East Asian champion is something you get for free when you top up your phone credit? Lin Yang chuckled inwardly. Nothing else, he simply relished defeating such arrogant opponents. Yet after hearing Lin Yang's introduction, the Chinese spectators all sighed in admiration. This general achieved all that in his 20s? Incredible. What a pity he passed away at 24. Such a tragedy. Alas. Such a young life cut short, how tragic. I hope our historians will urgently research this period of history. I agree with the previous comment, I'm dying to read about this period of history. The Huaxia livestream continued its discussion of General Hua Tsubing's life. The next announcement from the National Fortune Arena had already begun. Both sides have been introduced. Chosen ones, prepare yourselves. The battle is about to commence. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Yang and Summit were both ready. The moment the voice faded, Lin Yang and Summit were transported into a dense forest. Every tree in this dense forest was thick enough for 2 people to embrace. Standing over 10 feet tall, they effectively blocked out the sunlight. Beyond the forest lay a vast open expanse. To the military strategist's eye, this terrain was clearly ideal for a decisive battle. Lin Yang recognized this too. However, the forest itself presented a major obstacle to the decisive battle. It was perfect for ambushes. Wow, this might just be the home turf for the kingdom of Tianzhu. Lin Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Upon seeing this terrain, Summit beamed with delight. Ha! This time, you Chinese are finished. Summit felt certain of victory. The general he'd chosen was Aranakula, who commanded an elephant corps. Under the guidance of the chosen one of the Indian kingdom, this general had already secured victory in countless battles. He was practically unbeatable. At that moment, 2 streaks of light descended. General Hua Tsubing and Aranakula both appeared within the battle arena of the national fortune stage. The moment they materialized, they sized each other up. Ugly as sin. Even uglier than the Xiang Yu. Hua Tsubing couldn't help but remark. Upon seeing Hua Tsubing's youthful appearance, he sneered, what kind of pretty boy is this? Have the Huaxia people fallen so low they have to send out such a greenhorn? Aranasan's words naturally reached Hua Tsubing's ears. Ha 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 ha. It's been ages since I last breathed outside air. Hua Tsubing paid no heed to Aranasan's words. Aranasan wasn't the only one who looked down on Hua Tsubing's youth. The entire nation of India viewed him this way. China is trash. Sending such a greenhorn to compete in the national fortune tournament? Guess this kid would wet his pants seeing our soldiers. Ha 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 ha. There's absolutely no chance we'll lose. This is hilarious. India will never lose. The South Asian champion will definitely win. Exactly. What a bunch of trash in East Asia. Long live India. Tianju is unbeatable. The Indian discussions grew increasingly confident. Ever since they saw Hua Tsubing's face. Young, handsome, and delicate. In the aesthetic of the Kingdom of India, such young men were considered good for nothings. Regardless of anything else, Hua Tsubing's spirited demeanor truly befits a young general. Indeed, he truly possesses the spirit of a young hero. General Hua Tsubing is so handsome. Hey, you two got yourselves another husband? Ha? I think you're just jealous. The discussion in Huaxia didn't touch on Hua Tsubing's age at all. Instead, it centered entirely on his appearance and age. Soon, two more bright lights appeared in the sky. It was Hua Tsubing's forces and Aranasan's forces arriving. Special Forces introduction begins. Special Forces of the Kingdom of Tianju, Tianju Elephant Troops. Special Forces of Huaxia, the Great Han Iron Cavalry. The introduction of the National Fortune Arena has concluded. Hua Tsubing perked up the moment he saw the Indian Elephant Corps. Wow! I've never seen so many elephants before. The last time I saw one was in His Majesty's uncle's exotic animal park. Overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of so many elephants, Hua Tsubing noticed the National Fortune Arena had yet to announce the start of combat. He turned to Aruna's son and asked, before the battle starts, could I get closer to see your elephants? Hua Tsubing asked with a beaming smile. Aranasan, however, suspected Hua Tsubing of trickery. He ignored Hua Tsubing's request. Oh, how stingy. Not even a look is allowed? Hua Tsubing scratched his head and said. He turned and mounted his warhorse. At that very moment, the National Fortune Arena announced. Battle commences. Hua Tsubing heard the voice. His expression shifted from a smile to one of grave seriousness. He turned and shouted, Heroes of the Great Han. Are you ready to slaughter the enemy? Chapter 71, A temporary retreat doesn't mean we fear you. Slaughter the enemy. Slaughter the enemy. All the Great Han Iron Cavalry behind Hua Tsubing shouted in unison. Their roar shook the heavens. The Legion battle on the National Fortune Arena. With both sides fielding 10,000 troops. Hua Tsubing pondered briefly before devising his offensive strategy. The vanguard shall probe the enemy. Do not engage in prolonged combat. The rest of you hold your ground. At Hua Tsubing's command. Yes, sir. Hua Tsubing's highly disciplined Han Iron Cavalry swiftly obeyed the command. The vanguard instantly surged forward, charging toward the land of Tianju. The Iron Cavalry charged into the fray. The vanguard moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they burst out of Hua Tsubing's formation. Hua Tsubing's Han Iron Cavalry boasted extensive armor coverage unmatched in that era. Though not as formidable as the later Jin Dynasty's iron floating pagodas, their armor coverage still exceeded 50%. This cavalry equipment design, while lightweight, could still crush contemporary Xiang Yu cavalry. Simultaneously, the horses of the Great Han Cavalry carried quivers of crossbow bolts. Before launching an assault, the Great Han Iron Cavalry would first unleash a volley from these crossbows. Then they would charge, flank, and reload their crossbows with fresh bolts. The vanguard of the Han Iron Cavalry swiftly closed in on the Indian formation. Before Aranakula could issue his own commands, he was already overwhelmed by the sheer force of the Han vanguard's charge. Though the Indian Empire had fought countless nations across South Asia, they had never encountered such a formidable foe. Aranasan glanced at his vanguard troops and immediately shouted, Form a defensive formation. Do not be afraid. They are no match for you. Yes, sir. At Aranakula's command, the Indian elephant troops swiftly formed their battle array. These Indian elephant troops possessed massive frames. Once they formed their formation, their defensive capabilities became even more formidable. Though Indian elephant troops were not skilled in horsemanship, their elephant handling skills were mastered to perfection. In an instant, they formed a defensive formation. The defensive capabilities of elephant troops were indeed formidable. Indian elephant troops would also install steel drill-like spikes on their tusks. This transformed their massive frames into formidable units capable of both offense and defense. However, no sooner had Aranakula spoken. The mighty Iron Cavalry of the Han dynasty had already charged to the front of the formation. Swift-handed archers fired their arrows, claiming the lives of several riders atop the Indian elephants. Yet they found themselves utterly helpless against the defensive formation the elephant soldiers had formed. Once they formed their defensive formation, they resembled a porcupine. Like a colossal shield blocking the path of the Han cavalry, rendering Hua Tsubing's forces utterly unable to break through. Clang! 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 As the vanguard of the Han cavalry racked their brains for a solution, Hua Tsubing's main force sounded the retreat gong. This signaled Hua Tsubing's vanguard to return immediately. The vanguard of the Great Han cavalry dared not delay, swiftly returning to Hua Tsubing's side. These elephant troops are indeed something else. Hua Tsubing sighed. Meanwhile, Aranishan of the Indian kingdom, seeing Hua Tsubing's vanguard retreat, he dispatched several soldiers from the central command to reinforce the vanguard's positions. Switch to offensive formation. The Huaxia are no match for us. Aranishan bellowed. His elephant troops immediately carried out his command. Yet even in the execution, there remained a hint of disarray. This scene was all observed by Hua Tsubing. There are still weaknesses after all. Hua Tsubing murmured with a faint smile. The National Fortune Arena soon received the signal sent by Aranishan. Commander Arunishan of the Indian Empire has triggered his personal ability, Soldier of the Heavens, defensive capabilities enhanced by 70%. Upon switching to offensive formation, offensive capabilities increase to 30%. Defensive capabilities disappear. Upon hearing the National Fortune Arena grant this ability to the Indian Empire, discussions erupted in the live chat of the Huaxia Nation's National Fortune Arena. Holy crap! At first glance, this ability doesn't seem terrifying, but it's actually incredibly powerful. With such an elephant soldier and such formidable defensive posture, what can General Hua Tsubing possibly do? That greenhorn probably has little combat experience. Feels like General Hua Tsubing won't find a solution. From Lin Yang's description, it seems General Hua Tsubing isn't good at fighting against the odds. Exactly. That defensive surge is terrifying. They wouldn't dare abandon their defensive counterattack formation to go on the offensive, would they? There's an opening. We can strike while they're focused on defense. Just wait. The Indians will definitely change formations and keep pushing forward. Look! Aranishan has initiated the assault. Lin Yang watched intently from the observation platform. Aranishan must have committed a cardinal sin in military strategy. He underestimated his enemy. In his eyes, the massive iron cavalry before him, whose physique differed vastly from his own elephant soldiers, could never possibly be his match. Let's see what happens next. He spotted the comment claiming Hua Tsubing was weak in unfavorable situations. Lin Yang chuckled inwardly. Do you really think the Han dynasty held the upper hand against the Xiang Yu back then? In the history of the Han dynasty, although several rulers before Emperor Wu of Han had worked diligently to develop the empire for a long time, it was as difficult as climbing to heaven to launch a deep expedition into the northern deserts and crush the Xiang Yu in one decisive blow. Yet two legendary generals achieved this seemingly impossible feat. That was Wei Qing and Hua Tsubing. The tale of Hua Tsubing leading 800 elite Han cavalry deep into the northern deserts to capture multiple Xiang Yu chieftains was widely circulated in Lin Yang's previous life. Lin Yang didn't bother refuting the comments, for he believed Hua Tsubing had undoubtedly already devised a strategy to break through the enemy lines. The entire army shall retreat for now, Hua Tsubing commanded, raising his hand. This order left the fiercely battle-ready Han cavalry momentarily bewildered. But the highly disciplined elite cavalry of the Han Empire said nothing. They carried out Hua Tsubing's command. Soon, Hua Tsubing's Han cavalry reformed their ranks. The formation of the elite Han cavalry was both swift and precise. Compared to the Indian elephant troops facing them, their superiority was undeniable. Before long, Hua Tsubing and his elite cavalry withdrew to the open terrain beyond the dense forest. Seeing Hua Tsubing's retreat, his suspicion that Hua Tsubing feared his massive elephant force was confirmed. Full charge. Annihilate the Huaxia. Ever since Aranishan had been defeated by the renowned Tang general Wang Xuance's strategy of fireballs, the flames of hatred toward the Huaxia had never been extinguished. Slaughter every last one of the Huaxia people. Aranishan roared in fury. His elephant-mounted troops charged to the vanguard of the formation. He led the charge. Aranishan's irrational command only threw his elephant troops into greater disarray. The elephant formation swarmed like a swarm of bees toward the position where Hua Tsubing stood. Hua Tsubing heard the chaotic, thunderous footsteps of the elephants. He knew in his heart. Chaos. The more chaotic, the better. Hua Tsubing's order to retreat wasn't born of fear of the elephant troops. Rather, in this open terrain, free from the hindrance of dense forests, his mighty Han cavalry could charge more freely. Chapter 72, Can't win, so play the turtle? Now the enemy was practically walking into his trap. How could Hua Tsubing let this chance slip? Charge! Hua Tsubing drew the command sword from his waist, a treasure personally bestowed upon him by Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che. He swiftly sheathed it, seized the spear hanging from his saddle, and charged headlong into the elephant formation. Hua Tsubing charged forward with his spear, fighting as if his life depended on it. This had always been Hua Tsubing's way of fighting, leading from the front, charging headlong into battle. Seeing their commander's fierce courage, the mighty Han cavalry naturally followed Hua Tsubing's lead, charging headlong into the enemy ranks. The swift steed bestowed by Emperor Wu, though exceptional, was matched by the Dewan horses mounted by the Han cavalry, no ordinary steeds. They could easily keep pace with Hua Tsubing's charge. Ha 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 ha. Charge. Splendid. Slaughter them all today. Kill. Slaughter every last one of these bastards. The morale of the Iron Cavalry was sky high. They charged forward, shouting as they went. National Fortune Arena notice. Hua Tsubing's personal ability watering horses at the vast sea has been triggered when facing foreign charges. Troop morale increases by 100%. Cavalry impact increases by 100%. Cavalry speed increases by 20%. Originally, they were all elite warriors of the Great Han Empire. Each had endured brutal training to become elite forces of the Han. Now, facing such an opponent, a foreign tribe no less, they charged like madmen. They showed no fear even when colliding head-on with the elephant troops of the Indian kingdom. One by one, they drew their powerful bows from their saddles and began firing arrows at Arunachal's troops. Swish! 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 The whistling of arrows pierced the air. Aranasund of India watched in utter horror. How could cavalry horses not be afraid of our elephant troops? Aranasena couldn't comprehend it. How could horses not be terrified by such colossal beasts as elephants? Several of his personal elephant guards fell one after another beside him, sending a chill down Aranakala's spine. But in reality, this was a tactic employed by the Han Iron Cavalry, one specifically considered when deploying them in battle. The Han Cavalry had installed devices on the faces of their Dayuan horses to block their vision. When charging, the riders would pull down these hoods to block the horse's vision, preventing them from becoming frightened. Soon, the pride of Aranashen, leading the charge, vanished. For Hua Tsubing had already charged before him. Wielding a spear and harnessing the momentum of his horse, Hua Tsubing aimed to pierce through Aranashen. The weapon in Aranashen's hand was peculiar, a blade resembling both a knife and a hook. Wielded in both hands, its length was insufficient for attacking ground troops. Yet it proved exceptionally suited for mounted combat. It was the Qinjiao, capable of being thrown, hooked, parried, or slashed. Aranasan reacted with lightning speed, swiftly parrying Hua Tsubing's spear with one hand. Seizing the moment, he swung his Qilin horn blade at Hua Tsubing's head with the other. This was his most devastating strike. If it connected, even with Hua Tsubing's armor, his head would be cleaved open, blood would spurt, and death would be certain. But he miscalculated. He never imagined the sheer speed and momentum of Hua Tsubing's. In an instant, he charged past a Luo Nashuan. The immense momentum knocked the horn-blade sword from Aranassen's grasp. Fortunately, Aranashen reacted swiftly, seizing the chance to steady himself and avoid being flung away. Even so, Aranashen felt his palm go numb, his right arm throbbing with pain. Hua Tsubing seized the moment to accelerate forward. As he ran, he muttered under his breath, "What a pity! Otherwise, I too would have been a hero with the glory of breaking through the formation and capturing the flag." This caused Aranashen's expression to darken slightly. He never imagined Hua Tsubing would dare to charge forward. "Stop him!" Aranashen bellowed. Aranashen knew that one of the victory conditions for the National Fortune Arena Legion battle was to kill the enemy commander. He immediately bellowed orders to the elephant troops behind him to block Hua Tsubing's path. He intended to crush Hua Tsubing to death by forcing the elephant herd to trample him. Little did he know that the legendary beneath Hua Tsubing's saddle was no mere boast. It was the mightiest steed among the personally selected by Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che. Once it gained speed, how could a few elephant soldiers possibly stop it? Compounding the problem was the elephant soldiers' disorganized coordination. It took several seconds after Aranashen's command for them to receive the order and begin moving. In that split second, Hua Tsubing had already charged past them. Swinging his spear, he claimed the lives of several elephant soldiers. Before Aranashen could fully recover from the shock of Hua Tsubing's charge, the Han Iron Cavalry's charge followed in quick succession. One by one, they thrust their spears viciously into the elephant soldiers. A chorus of agonized cries erupted. "Quick! Form a defensive formation!" Aranasan had no choice but to halt the charge and command his troops to form a formidable defensive formation. Yet the elephant troops remained sluggish in their movements. Their reactions were far too sluggish. By the time they had set up their defenses, it was already too late. The Han Iron Cavalry had long since been driven into a bloodlust. One after another, they charged forward without regard for their own lives. Spears pierced the bodies of the elephant soldiers. Each strike unleashed a wave of blood and carnage. After the first wave of charges passed, the scattered elephant troops had already suffered over 2,000 casualties. The Great Han's Iron Cavalry suffered no more than a dozen casualties. Finally, at this moment, Aranakala's command was executed. His elephant troops formed a defensive stance. Hua Tsubing, seeing this ironclad turtle before him, could only spread his hands in exasperation. "This fellow dares not engage us head-on again?" Hua Tsubing sighed helplessly. Step forward, anyone with a loud voice. Hua Xiubing addressed the Great Han Iron Cavalry after their charge. I'll do it. I can do it. Give me a chance, General Hua. Countless volunteers stepped forward from the ranks of the mighty Han Cavalry. Though they didn't know Hua Xiubing's intentions, they knew one thing for certain: following him was absolutely the right choice. You. Step forward and give them hell. Hua Xiubing issued an utterly baffling order. Lin Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing from the observation platform. Ha ha ha. Such youthful spirit. Lin Yang knew Hua Xiubing was deeply dissatisfied with the Indian general, who retreated like a turtle into its shell at the first sign of trouble. But sending a loud-mouthed soldier to hurl insults? Probably no other general besides a young hero like Hua Xiubing would do such a thing. Aye, sir. The loud-mouthed cavalryman under Hua Xiubing's command bellowed the order as soon as he received it. You Indian vermin! What kind of skill is hiding your head like a turtle? If you've got the guts, come out and fight this old man. Let you Indian rats taste the might of our Han spears. The cavalryman raged on at the top of his lungs for half an incense stick's worth of time. But Aranishan paid no heed whatsoever. He kept his head tucked in, maintaining his defensive stance. All right. Enough yelling. I've got an idea. Hua Xiubing raised his hand and said. Chapter 73, A Speed That Shocks the World. The cavalryman immediately fell silent, obediently staying put. Hua Xiubing stared at a Luo Nashuan and sneered coldly, since you old fool refuses to step out and fight, then this young master will personally send you to the west. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Hua Xiubing drew the longbow hanging at his waist and fired an arrow toward Aranishan. With a sharp whistling sound, an arrow suddenly tore through the air from Hua Xiubing's bow. It aimed straight for Aranishan's throat. Aranishan was startled. He instinctively jerked his head to the side to dodge. He never imagined Hua Xiubing could shoot with such precision from such a distance. The arrow whizzed past, grazing his neck. Brothers! Lie low here to feign retreat. Do not act rashly. Hua Xiubing calmly commanded the iron cavalry behind him. Aye. The cavalry responded in unison. They harbored not a shred of doubt regarding Hua Xiubing's orders. Only one thought occupied their minds. Hua Xiubing's orders never faltered. This conviction was not unfounded, it was forged through countless battles, large and small. Upon receiving the iron cavalry's affirmation, Hua Xiubing issued his next command. You. Follow me. Hua Xiubing selected 800 elite cavalrymen from the very best of the Han Empire's iron horsemen. Men. After I charge. You charge immediately. We'll pincer this Indian bastard from both sides. With that, Hua Xiubing strode purposefully into the depths of the dense forest. Before the National Fortune Arena declared war, Hua Xiubing had already ordered his soldiers skilled in cartography to map the entire terrain of the dense forest. This was one of the reasons Hua Xiubing remained undefeated in 100 battles. Among Hua Xiubing's troops, some excelled at cartography, others at terrain analysis, and still others at locating water sources. Even those with exceptional culinary skills were recruited into his ranks. In short, every kind of talent was represented. Soon, Hua Xiubing and the 800 cavalrymen he commanded had silently infiltrated the entire dense forest. Their hiding place was exceptionally concealed. As dusk settled over the National Fortune Arena, not a trace of their presence could be detected. Lin Yang also noticed for the first time. The sky within the National Fortune Arena's Legion battle mode actually changed. Without keen eyesight, one would scarcely suspect that people lurked within this dense forest. No wonder. We've always wrapped up battles quickly before. Who could have guessed that Tianju Aron Yenchuan would be so shameless as to hide like a turtle until now? Lin Yang muttered discontentedly. The Indian's tactics were an utter waste of time. Even though this defensive stance offered no path to victory, he persisted in it. While Lin Yang was still fuming, Hua Xiubing was already riding his horse, a twig clenched between his teeth, silently probing through the dense forest. Meanwhile, the frontline diversionary force continued to make constant noise. One moment they feigned a charge, the next they fired arrows and slingshots toward Aranishan's troops, harassing them relentlessly. In short, they refused to let Aranishan's troops rest easy, forcing Aranishan to constantly dispatch scouts to reconnoiter the situation. Yet they dared not launch a preemptive strike. He feared that the moment his defensive posture was relaxed, his own forces would be breached by the Han cavalry, superior in both numbers and equipment quality. Amidst Aranishan's growing panic and unease, Hua Xiubing's forces had already silently slipped around to Aranishan's flank. Amidst the constant harassment from the main force, Aranishan's elephant troops remained completely unaware of any movements from Hua Xiubing. Yet Hua Xiubing did not rush to attack. He knew that maintaining such a rigid defensive posture for an extended period was extremely difficult. But Aranishan's elephant troops were absolutely incapable of accomplishing such a demanding feat. During their previous shifts in formation, Hua Xiubing had already identified their vulnerabilities. Before long, a hint of complacency flickered in the eyes of Aranishan's troops. Then, Hua Xiubing gave a sharp command, charge. In an instant, National Fortune Arena Alert. Huatsubing's carving his name on Yenran stone personal ability has triggered when advancing deep into enemy territory alone. The ability Watering Horses at the Sea gains a 50% attribute boost. The National Fortune Arena notification stunned Lin Yang. Holy crap! The ability Watering Horses at the Vast Sea boosts troop morale by 100%. Cavalry charge power increases by 100%. Cavalry speed rises by 20%. Add another 50% to the amplitude, and I have no idea how Oranation could possibly win. What terrifying power General Huatsubing possesses. Lin Yang was utterly stunned by Huatsubing. 800 dark figures charged forth from Huatsubing's position, all rushing toward Oranation. The martial prowess of these knights was beyond question, each a battle-hardened warrior. Each lance gleamed with a sinister cold light, a testament to the countless battles these cold-forged blades had endured. Moreover, each knight rode a warhorse from Daiyuan. Ah! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Oranation's troops, caught completely off guard, instantly descended into chaos. Seeing this, Huatsubing acted decisively, knowing the moment had arrived. He ordered his iron cavalry to press forward through the chaos toward Oranation's troops. He himself spurred his horse forward, galloping straight across the chaotic battlefield. He charged straight toward the position where Oranation was located. Clop! 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 The thunderous hoofbeats of Huatsubing piercing the air reached Oranation's ears. Like the Knight of Death summoning his soul. Huatsubing swung his spear, thrusting it toward Oranation. Though Oranation was a formidable warrior, he still fell short compared to Huatsubing. Within 2 or 3 exchanges, though he switched weapons, his dual blades part knife, part hook were once more flung aside by Huatsubing's spear. After disarming Oranation, Huatsubing spun and swept his spear toward Oranation's chest. Seeing Huatsubing's charge closing in, the main force of the Han cavalry, still waiting for the signal deep within the dense forest, immediately began charging toward Oranation's position. Oranation had no strength left to defend himself. His eyes widened as the spear loomed mere inches away. He twisted his body by sheer instinct. Thud! Bright red blood spurted forth. Though he had saved his life, his right arm had still taken a spear. Oranation clutched his wounded right arm and let out a cry of pain. Kill him! Oranation roared in fury. Instantly, dozens of Oranation's personal guards charged toward Huatsubing on elephants. These were the elite of the elite. Yet before Huatsubing at this moment, they still seemed pale. The swift steed beneath Huatsubing's saddle moved like lightning, breaking free before the encirclement could close. The speed was utterly astonishing. Chapter 74, Enjoy Being a Turtle? Huatsubing's 800 iron cavalry had not yet finished their surprise charge. Huatsubing's reserve force of Han cavalry charged forward. Their speed was like the wind, yet the sound they made was like thunder in an uprising. This was the genuine charge of thousands upon thousands of troops. Not a shred of opportunity was left for Hialuo Nashi. In a single exchange, and all the men surrounding Hialuo Nashun were cut down and fell to the ground. Oranation's face was frozen in utter shock. His men were the finest warriors of India, yet they had been slaughtered so easily by Huatsubing's troops. They were utterly defenseless. Oranation knew his fate today was likely grim. He leapt off the elephant's back. After landing, he clung desperately to the elephant's back just to barely save his life. He couldn't fathom how Huatsubing, commanding nearly 800 iron cavalry, could completely scatter his entire formation. Had he known this earlier, Oranation would have preferred to retreat with the other elephant troops. He could not comprehend how the cavalry of Huaxia could be so formidable. Nor could he fathom why any commander in the world would use a large force as bait, daring to launch a surprise attack on his assembled, defensive elephant formation with only 800 men. These questions flashed through Oranation's mind as he crawled behind an elephant, desperately clinging to life. Without their commander's guidance, the elephant cavalry had long since become like headless flies. One by one, they were either speared to death or knocked off their mounts by the Han iron cavalry's lances. Those unfortunate enough to fall from their mounts were immediately trampled into pulp by the surging Han cavalry, the carnage utterly horrific. In mere moments, Oranation's defensive elephant force was utterly shattered. Most of the elephant troops became victims of the spears wielded by the mighty Han cavalry under General Huatsubing. General Huatsubing! General Huatsubing is mighty! General Huatsubing, you're the man! The Han cavalry shouted in unison. After the first wave of the charge concluded, the Han cavalry regrouped in the open terrain, welcoming their commander, General Huatsubing, back. Good. Brothers, charge once more. We haven't captured that Indian commander yet. Huatsubing bellowed, ensuring his voice reached every soldier. At that moment, Oranation had once again climbed atop his elephant. Surveying the remaining elephant troops beside him, he saw fewer than 1,000 or two. Oranation knew this battle was a bitter defeat, the outcome already sealed. He refused to accept defeat. There is still hope. Yet Aranakala could only muster his strength to console the remaining elephant soldiers. Though it did little good, hearing Oranation's voice still failed to lift the spirits of the remaining elephant soldiers. The ground trembled once more. Hua Tsubing's iron hooves once more shattered the heavens as they approached. When Arunashun saw Hua Tsubing, his fear intensified. For he sensed an immense oppressive force. This sensation nearly robbed Arunashun of his breath. He knew he could never hold back this cavalry charge. Watching the ironclad cavalry break through to his very front. After a long moment, Arunashun sighed and said, "It seems I am destined to lose. That I, Arunashun, should fall to such a young upstart." In the blink of an eye, Hua Tsubing charged before Arunashun. His spear thrust directly toward Arunashun. Arunashun was terrified out of his wits. He scrambled to dodge. This time, his luck deserted him. Hua Tsubing's spear pierced through like a star, piercing straight through Arunashun's chest. Blood spattered everywhere, splashing onto the ground. Hua Tsubing pulled out his spear and flung Arunashun's corpse to the ground. "The enemy commander is dead. Surrender now and spare your lives," Hua Tsubing bellowed. When dealing with stubborn enemies, Hua Tsubing showed no mercy. Soon, seeing their commander slain, Arunashun's elephant troops scattered like birds and beasts. National Fortune Arena notice. The Indian commander is dead. Battle ended. Following this announcement from the National Fortune Arena, the elephant troops of the Indian nation, along with the corpse of Arunashun, dissolved into streaks of light and vanished completely. "Congratulations, General Hua." Lin Yang stood on the spectator platform, clasping his hands in a bow as he offered his loud congratulations to Hua Tsubing. "Ha ha ha ha. No need for formalities. I only hope Brother Lin Yang will send me out more often to get some fresh air." Hua Tsubing responded to Lin Yang without any airs whatsoever. "Indeed. When the time comes, I shall." Seeing Hua Tsubing's approachable demeanor, Lin Yang returned the courtesy without formality, making his promise. "General Hua Tsubing is truly handsome." "Exactly. Sword-like brows, starry eyes, a face carved by a knife. His skin isn't the best, but he's still a handsome man." "What do you know? General Hua Tsubing campaigns in the northern deserts, how could his skin possibly be good?" "Exactly. That's what gives him that youthful, heroic spirit." "Hey, everyone in the chat, why are you all discussing General Hua Tsubing's looks? Isn't anyone going to praise his military genius?" "Exactly. If no one's praising it, I'll start. Using 800 men as the main force while deploying over 9,000 as bait, I dare say no other general would take such a daring gamble. It was reckless, but Hua Tsubing pulled it off. Just imagine how furious those Indian bastards must be. Ha ha ha. And this was on Indian soil, their own turf. After watching Hua Tsubing's entire performance, the Huaxia livestream chat was filled with nothing but praise. The reactions in the Indian livestream were quite different. "What a bastard. How could Arunashun lose to a 20-something brat? Disgrace. This is a disgrace to our entire nation. What kind of magic do the Huaxia people possess? How could they defeat us like this? Damn this National Fortune tournament. It's unfair. This is outrageous. How can Hua Tsubing from China possess such bizarre abilities? I protest." "Me too." In an instant, netizens from the Indian nation flooded the platform with protest messages. However, their words seemed utterly helpless. The National Fortune Arena ignored their outcries entirely and announced once more. "The chosen representative of Huaxia, please select either the reward or the territory of Tianju." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately chose to claim the territory of the Indian Empire. When it came to those who coveted his nation's territory, Lin Yang showed no mercy. Territory of the Indian Empire acquired. The conference room in the capital of Huaxia. Upon hearing the National Fortune Arena confirmed the annexation of Tianju Kingdom's territory. "Excellent. Excellent." The leader clapped his hands in approval. "Tianju deserves this retribution." The leader beamed with delight. The others were also overjoyed. Historically, the Indian Empire and China shared deep-rooted connections. All the high-ranking officials present expressed their approval of this situation. Arrange for the acceptance of the territory immediately. The senior official in charge immediately rose to carry out the task. Inside the National Fortune Arena. "May I ask if the chosen one of Huaxia wishes to continue the challenge?" Lin Yang didn't bother to think twice. Continue the challenge. Chapter 75, Formation Battle. After Lin Yang declared he would continue the challenge, the chosen one of Tianju Kingdom was the first to lose his composure. "Come on. Damn Chinese. I refuse to believe you can keep winning by sheer luck." The chosen one of the Indian nation fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yang's eyes after uttering those words. Lin Yang remained unmoved. Anger was for the defeated. As the victor, Lin Yang now simply relished the sight of those Indian losers' bitter faces. Sure enough, when Lin Yang showed not the slightest flicker of emotion, the Indian spectators erupted in fury. "The Huaxia are truly arrogant. I can't wait for the day we defeat them. Yes. We will defeat the Chinese. Go Summit, we're rooting for you. I believe in Summit, he's the man who led us to over 50 consecutive victories in South Asia. India is invincible. India will definitely win. This is just a minor setback. watching more and more spectators rally behind him. Summit, the chosen one of Tianzhu, felt immense joy in his heart, yet he still had to face the challenge from Huaxia. At that moment, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere hung over the presidential palace of Tianzhu. Your Excellency, how much longer do you think China can hold out? A high-ranking military officer of the Indian nation asked. Who knows? I hope their winning streak ends sooner rather than later. The president of Tianzhu sneered coldly. Tianzhu still regarded this as merely a minor setback. After all, over the years, Tianzhu had proven its might through competition in South Asia. As the reigning champions of South Asia, how could they possibly fear the champions of East Asia? Therefore, the Indian president felt no concern whatsoever. On the contrary, he was eager for the match to begin sooner rather than later. As time passed, the atmosphere in the entire Indian conference room grew increasingly tense. All the high-ranking officials of the Indian nation stared intently at the live stream of the National Fortune Arena. Inside the conference room of the Chinese capital. Excellent! We've secured another victory. The leader observed the expressions on the faces of the senior officials with a steady smile. We truly live up to our reputation as East Asia's arena champion. Exactly. Taking down the South Asian champion, Tianzhu, was child's play. Old Chen, however, spoke with a different expression. I suspect the chosen one of Tianzhu will employ different tactics next time. The other executives exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Old Chen's words. What do you mean? Could there be other battle modes on the National Fortune Arena? We've already secured numerous victories in both individual and legion battles. I believe we've already figured out the patterns. The senior members began discussing one after another. Old Chen interjected, let's observe how things unfold first. That national war Sakura Nation instigated earlier caught us completely off guard. A high-ranking official immediately countered, but didn't we still manage to pull off a narrow victory? Old Chen smiled bitterly. If you were the Indian Empire, would you give up so easily? The other executives fell into deep thought upon hearing Old Chen's words. Ahem! The leader cleared his throat twice. The entire conference room instantly fell silent. For the actions of the kingdom of Tianzhu were indeed unpredictable and enigmatic. Elder Chen, are you suggesting that the chosen one of Tianzhu kingdom would resort to underhanded tactics? The leader inquired. Old Chen said that possibility cannot be ruled out. No sooner had Old Chen finished speaking. News arrived once more from the National Fortune Arena. Everyone in the capital's conference room watched in rapt attention. I request to activate the formation battle. Summit, the chosen one of Tianzhu, declared in a deep voice. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Holy crap! An array battle? The National Fortune Arena has this mode? Yes. But the East Asia Arena battles haven't started yet. Right. This format was first trialed in the Nordic region. Asia prioritized launching it in the South Asian region. Yeah. India tried the formation battle mode ages ago. So India's already familiar with this format. This round might be in trouble, huh? Has our chosen one agreed to participate? Not sure yet. Let's keep watching. Right. Let's keep watching. Back in China, the moment Summit, the chosen one from Tianzhu, initiated the formation battle. It instantly ignited the fervor in China's live streaming rooms. Wave after wave of comments drifted like snowflakes. Lin Yang's expression, however, remained utterly unchanged. Such an unexpected turn of events was hardly enough to unsettle the battle-hardened Lin Yang. Oh? Formation battle? Lin Yang asked with a hint of curiosity. The National Fortune Arena immediately began its explanation. Formation battle. This is a newly researched battlefield mode by the National Fortune Arena. It's a format where the formation masters chosen by both sides chosen ones face off one-on-one. The battlefield mode involves commanders from both sides deploying formations from their respective observation platforms. Commanders themselves cannot directly enter the battlefield. Neither side's buffs can be activated. It's a contest of national war command between the two sides. Both sides deploy National Fortune Arena's default soldiers. These units possess no special abilities. Each side starts with 10,000 soldiers. Lin Yang finally understood after hearing the National Fortune Arena's explanation. So this National Fortune Arena mode was designed as a battlefield where the chosen commanders themselves did not participate directly. The confusion in Lin Yang's mind suddenly cleared. This mode differed from Legion battles. It tested both sides' general strategic thinking and tactical deployment abilities. It was not about the real-time command skills required in the heat of battle, as seen in Legion battles. Lin Yang thought coldly to himself upon hearing this. The Indians are lighting candles in the outhouse asking for trouble. Lin Yang immediately agreed, I accept the formation battle. Following the proposal by the chosen one, Summit, Lin Yang's side readily agreed. Thus, under the stunned gazes of global spectators, the formation battle special battlefield mode commenced for the second time in the Asian region. For the first time, the people of China gathered in the National Fortune Arena livestream room, awaiting the commencement of the formation battle. This battlefield mode, where the commander-in-chief does not directly participate, this mode where the commander possesses an omniscient perspective, only heightened the anticipation among the Chinese audience. Both sides' chosen ones, please draw your generals and introduce them. Soon, the National Fortune Arena announced. 5 options appeared before Lin Yang's eyes. Transparent boxes displayed the futuristic card designs, but the cards contained ancient figures. Lin Yang instantly recognized the most suitable choice among the 5. The ancestor of formations. Lin Yang exclaimed. All viewers in the livestream watched in astonishment as the usually composed Lin Yang displayed such an expression for the first time. What's gotten into Lin Yang? He must have spotted an incredibly powerful option. Holy crap! The ancestor of formations? He can't be bluffing, right? When has Lin Yang ever deceived us? Lin Yang had no mind to watch the live stream comments on the National Fortune Arena. His entire focus was on his own choice. Chapter 76, The Ancestor of Military Strategy. Lin Yang chose none other than the progenitor of ancient Chinese military formations. The man who was the most formidable in tactical prowess. This time it's finally settled. Lin Yang thought to himself with a secret smile. Without hesitation, he selected this card. Without waiting for Summit of Tianzhu Kingdom to react, he wasted no time in introducing it. Sun Wu, the sage of military strategy in China. The progenitor of tactical formations. Later generations revered him as Sun Tzu. The Art of War, China's seminal military treatise, was authored by him. His work, The Art of War, stands as the earliest extant military treatise in China. It elucidates the laws of victory in warfare, strategic principles, battlefield tactics, and military logistics, rich in content and concise in language. The text emphasizes subjective initiative in warfare and the art of adapting to objective circumstances, imbued with dialectical thinking. Its fundamental principles have been widely applied by later generations across society and economics, even being translated into multiple languages and circulating worldwide. Alas, the world today remains unaware of this work's true author. I alone can reveal it to you. The original author was Sun Wu. Lin Yang declared with fervor, his words devoid of any bias, as if recounting his own family history. His composure was as natural as reclaiming something that had always belonged to him, utterly self-evident. At that moment, in the global livestream chat, is what the Chinese are saying true? Could it be that all the copies of The Art of War on our market today are? How could our country do such a thing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm convinced The Art of War was never written by Sun Tzu. Plagiarism. Outright plagiarism. The comments section exploded instantly, with countless international viewers raising doubts. Lin Yang understood their reactions well. Lies aren't poison, truth is the sharpest blade. After a deep sigh, he resumed his introduction to Sun Tzu's life. He began with Sun Tzu's service to the state of Wu during the spring and autumn period, tracing his journey all the way to his peaceful passing. Lin Yang recounted it all with crystal clarity. The Chinese are definitely exaggerating. Why do I feel like I believe it? Seriously, I feel like I believe it too. Could the Huaxia people really have had such brilliant military strategists? Aren't the Huaxia people a nation without history? I don't think that's entirely true. Huaxia has been on a winning streak lately. They're just lucky. There are no strong nations in East Asia. Neither Japan nor Korea can compete. Hard to say. Just look at this round's formation battle. True. Let's see if they can defeat the Indian nation. Audiences worldwide in the global livestream were debating the validity of Lin Yang's claims. Meanwhile, Summit of India had already begun his introduction. The Indian Empire boasts a long history, having established a vast empire since ancient times through benevolent governance and formidable military might. Lin Yang couldn't help but snort derisively upon hearing this. How does this differ from what I know? Lin Yang thought to himself. But he refrained from interrupting the chosen one of Tianzhu's presentation. Summit continued, Ashoka, founder of the Mauryan Empire. He ruled nearly the entire Indian subcontinent, our greatest emperor. His empire encompassed the entire Indian subcontinent. Ashoka could subdue a lion with just a wooden staff. In his youth, he was a fearsome warrior and a valiant general. Ashoka himself held absolute authority in administration, military affairs, and the judiciary. He also devised the most advanced military tactics on the entire continent. These tactics are still studied by many nations today. Summit then proceeded to recount the life story of India's Emperor Ashoka. Lin Yang had long since tuned out Summit's words. There was no other reason. His words were simply too abstract, filled mostly with exaggeration. The history of India itself was steeped in exaggeration. Historically, India had experienced few periods of unification, spending most of its time embroiled in internal strife. It wasn't until Western conquerors arrived on the Indian subcontinent that the first unification finally occurred. Hearing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but snort derisively. He absolutely refused to believe the boasts of a nation unified only through the force of foreign invaders. Chosen ones of both sides, prepare. The battle is about to commence. The National Fortune Arena announced. Lin Yang and Summit were instantly transported into the battlefield mode of the National Fortune Arena. The terrain was perfectly flat. The ground was paved with blue bricks, surrounded by towering mountains reaching into the clouds. The two stood atop separate viewing platforms nestled within the mountains, unable to interfere with each other. The view was expansive, offering a bird's-eye perspective of the entire National Fortune Arena. The vast terrain could easily accommodate 10,000 combatants from each side. 2 points of light materialized in the sky. They swiftly materialized atop the two viewing platforms. Sun Wu and Ashoka both materialized within the battlefield. Participate, military sage. Lin Yang smiled indifferently and bowed his hands in humility. Young friend Lin Yang, no need for such formalities. Sun Wu gently took hold of Lin Yang's arm. Within the National Fortune Arena's space, he was well aware of the contributions Lin Yang had made for China and held him in high regard. Ha! No need for formalities. Calling me the Sage of War feels rather distant. Sun Wu waved his hand dismissively, speaking casually. Dressed in simple, plaincloth garments without armor, Sun Wu would have been mistaken for an ordinary uncle were it not for the heroic aura radiating from his face. Then this junior shall humbly accept your offer. Lin Yang laughed heartily. Ashoka, meanwhile, wore a dazzling golden helmet, its design striking and unconventional. Sun Wu looks so plain. He doesn't seem like someone who's been in battle. That's where your ignorance lies. Judge a man by his eyes. Sun Wu possesses an extraordinary gaze. But judging by their appearances, I feel like we're going to lose. Ashoka's outfit is truly imposing. Don't boost their morale and dampen our own. Exactly. How could our mighty nation possibly lose to a clown like India? Exactly. We can't let those Indian clowns win. They don't deserve it. Go China. China must win. The discussion in the China livestream chat centered on the team's appearances and fighting spirit. Ha ha. The Chinese are hilarious. Ashoka. Ashoka. We will win. Ashoka of India has arrived. India will prevail. India cannot lose. Reclaim the lost lands. Ashoka will restore the glory lost by our Indian nation. The discussions in the Indian livestream never ceased, and after defeat, they grew even more intense. Soon, the National Fortune Arena teleported both sides' 10,000 soldiers onto its stage. The Huaxia side bore crimson hues, while Tianju's forces were clad in deep green. The Huaxia soldiers all bore Huaxia features, while the Tianju soldiers had dark-skinned Tianju features. Each side was equipped with 2,000 archers, 2,000 cavalry, and 6,000 infantry. The infantry were further divided into spearmen and sword and shield troops. This was the troop composition for both sides in this formation battle. May the commanders of both sides commence their formations. Chapter 77, The Yin-Yang Duality Formation. The mechanical voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded the reminder. Lin Yang was the first to hear the announcement. He immediately turned to Sun Wu. To have the opportunity to learn the ways of warfare from such a man. Lin Yang was filled with anticipation. This was indeed an immense honor. Master Sun Wu, please deploy your formation. Lin Yang prompted. Sun Wu nodded in acknowledgement. He then stroked his beard and fell deep in thought. A master of warfare is like a natural leader. Sun Wu murmured to Lin Yang. Lin Yang understood this to mean that a skilled commander could coordinate troops as effortlessly as the legendary Shuiran. Shuiran was a legendary serpent from ancient Chinese folklore, later used in later generations to describe something extremely effortless. Upon hearing Sun Wu's words, Lin Yang knew his position was secure. He turned his gaze toward the Indian side of the observation platform. Summit stood beside Emperor Ashoka, completely still, afraid to disturb the emperor's strategic arrangements. Now, King Ashoka gently waved his commander's banner, signaling his Indian soldiers to move. Soon, his Indian soldiers formed a long, linear formation. The infantry occupied the front ranks, archers positioned at the rear, while the cavalry divided into two squadrons flanking the formation front and back. Lin Yang watched this unfold, his brow furrowing slightly. Master Sun Wu, isn't this precisely our Huaxia's single-file serpent formation? Lin Yang noticed the infantry's positioning was meticulously arranged, revealing no obvious weaknesses. Lin Yang asked Sun Wu in puzzlement. Sun Wu smiled and explained. All military strategies converge to the same end. Mind not how others proceed. Warfare is the art of deception, ever-changing and boundless. He then waved the commander's banner, initiating the first phase of deployment. Chaotic and tumultuous, yet unshakable in the midst of disorder, amorphous and indistinct, yet impervious to defeat in its rounded form. Lin Yang knew Sun Wu was contemplating the first formation. The square circle formation. A formation capable of 10,000 variations. As the name suggests, it is based on a circular formation. However, due to its complexity and multiple variations, most commanders struggle to master it, much less perfect it. In the hands of mediocre tacticians, the square circle formation is characterized by its dense formation and strong defensive capabilities. Yet this very density restricts mobility, limits adaptability, and makes pursuit difficult even when the enemy retreats, resulting in poor offensive potential. Yet in the hands of a tactical master, the square circle formation unleashes its full potential. Countless variations can be woven into its structure, completely erasing its inherent rigidity. Archers are positioned at the formation's center, while infantry guard the outer arc. Large cavalry units are deployed in columns along the flanks. This facilitates their charge. Lin Yang marveled at Sun Wu's profound erudition. He had interpreted the square formation with such exquisite precision. Sun Wu gave a slight nod, signaling the formation was complete. On the other side, Emperor Ashoka's commander's banner ceased its waving. "Watch how my cobra formation shatters the enemy." Seeing this, Summit promptly called out, "The Indian formation is complete. The match may begin." The National Fortune Arena responded, "Request from the Indian nation received. Formation battle commences." The cold mechanical voice of the National Fortune Arena signaled the start of the battle. Soon, soldiers from both sides on the battlefield sprang into action. Under the command of their commander's banner, Ashoka's troops maintained formation as they charged toward the Huaxia formation. Ashoka's forces surged forward with overwhelming momentum, like a king cobra lunging at its prey, seemingly intent on crushing the Huaxia force's circular formation. From the elevated platform where Lin Yang and Sun Wu stood, the Indian army resembled a venomous serpent, while the Chinese forces appeared as an egg. The serpent was poised to swallow the egg whole. Yet the Huaxia forces showed no sign of yielding. They advanced to meet the charge, preparing to withstand Ashoka's onslaught. In an instant, the two colossal armies intertwined. Lin Yang watched, his tension mounting. No one cared more about the outcome of Sun Wu and Ashoka's clash than he did. After all, this confrontation determined the future fate of both nations. Lin Yang wanted victory. A resounding victory. Sun Wu remained impassive, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding drama. He surveyed the two forces on the field without rushing to adjust his formation. He commenced the battle with a strategy of maintaining stability to adapt to all changes. Blades clashed against shields, spears collided head-on. Both sides deployed infantry formations at the front, resulting in extremely fierce combat. Though the Indian Army's serpentine formation proved formidable, its lack of adaptability left it overwhelmed from the very first clash against the Chinese circular formation, forcing them into a relentless retreat. Ayu Wang watched this unfold, his expression growing grave. He had expected to crush the enemy outright, relying on the Indian kingdom's dominance across South Asia. How could he have foreseen this? With no other choice, Ashoka waved his commander's banner to issue commands. Such was the nature of the formation warfare mode on the National Fortune Arena. A mere wave of the commander's banner sufficed to direct the advance or retreat of troops. It was remarkably swift. Ashoka's commands proved effective. The soldiers of the Indian Empire regrouped and launched a counterattack. Ashoka truly lived up to his reputation as the mightiest ruler of the Indian Empire. His grasp of tactical strategy was profound. The frontline soldiers of the Indian kingdom raised their shields and began to defend, while the troops arranged in a serpentine formation in the rear began to advance. This significantly widened the gap between the front lines of both armies, instantly placing the Chinese frontline soldiers in a position of being overwhelmed. Lin Yang watched with growing anxiety as India clearly seized the upper hand. Soon, the two armies clashed in fierce combat. One by one, blood-soaked bodies fell, filling the air with a thick, pungent stench of blood. Watching from the viewing platform, Lin Yang exclaimed in astonishment to Sun Wu beside him. "This Ashoka is truly formidable. To exploit the advantages of the single-file snake formation to such an extent. Sun Wu, perhaps we should change formations?" "Heh, you underestimate the square formation." Sun Wu replied with a smile. "What? The square circle formation has more to offer?" Lin Yang asked in astonishment. "Heh, young friend Lin Yang, just watch the transformation." Sun Wu chuckled, then swiftly waved the commander's banner to issue commands. The formation of the Huaxia forces on the National Fortune Arena battlefield shifted once more. Within the square formation, the soldiers previously deployed by Huaxia, riders, archers, sword-shield soldiers, and spearmen, instantly merged into the yin and yang formations at both ends. Lin Yang observed with astonishment. Under Sun Wu's simple command, the Huaxia soldiers on the field split from 2 into 4 groups, and the 4 groups further divided into 8 sections. From a circle, they formed a square. The yin-yang duality formation. Lin Yang exclaimed in astonishment. The Huaxia soldiers on the field had formed such an array. This separated the formation into yin and yang halves. Soldiers on the yin side concealed themselves in the shadows, while those on the yang side engaged the enemy. This allowed the yin forces to operate freely within the square formation, undisturbed by the main battlefront. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the yang side maintained their original combat effectiveness, bolstered by the actions of the yin side. Standing on the observation platform, Ashoka understood the formation's purpose, yet he found it utterly incomprehensible. How could Sun Wu's simple wave of a flag orchestrate such a complex formation? Chapter 78, Release the Arrows. Not only was Ashoka stunned, but even Summit's expression froze. He never imagined the Huaxia side's tactical deployment could be so ingeniously crafted. Witnessing Sun Wu's prowess only strengthened Lin Yang's conviction. At that moment, his conviction reached its peak. He looked beyond the arena. There, the soldiers of the Indian kingdom were being slaughtered by the Chinese forces. The soldiers of the Indian kingdom were driven back in retreat. One after another, they fell. Seeing this, Emperor Ashoka's expression grew increasingly grim. The Indian formation was crushed by the Chinese forces, collapsing in retreat. Completely unable to counter the Huaxia's maneuvers, the frontline infantry units began retreating. They could not advance even half a step. Lin Yang understood the advantage of the serpentine formation: strike its head, and its tail will follow; strike its tail, and its head will respond. Yet after such a maneuver, the vast defensive gap would become the greatest opening for breakthrough, for the enemy had lost the initiative and dared not take risks. Ultimately, Emperor Ashoka refused to accept defeat. Gritting his teeth, Ashoka once more raised his commander's banner. This time, the soldiers of the Indian kingdom charged once more, attempting to turn the tide. Yet the Indian vanguard's assault achieved nothing. They were still being suppressed by the Huaxia camp and forced into a steady retreat. Soon, the vanguard suffered heavy casualties. Consumed by rage, Ashoka once more waved his commander's banner. "Archers! Fire!" Ashoka roared. Summit was startled by the sound. "Your Majesty? Our frontline soldiers are still engaged. Firing arrows now would likely kill 1,000 enemies but cost us 800 of our own." Summit exclaimed in alarm. A sinister expression crossed Ashoka's face. "It matters not. They shall enter the Pure Land." Ashoka was a devout Buddhist. He would never resort to such a desperate measure unless absolutely necessary. The Indian commander waved his banner. The Indian archers immediately began their volley. Wave after wave of arrows assaulted the front ranks of both the Huaxia and Indian armies. In an instant, over half of the frontline Indian soldiers were killed or wounded. Yet they charged on, fearless in the face of death. Such a bloody spectacle was too much for most spectators to bear, especially given the special nature of the National Fortune Arena formation battle. "Keep firing!" Au Wang roared. Immediately, the archers of the Tianzhu kingdom resumed their volley. The soldiers of Tianzhu pressed forward relentlessly. Soon, the vanguard of the Indian army suffered heavy casualties. However, the vanguard infantry of the Huaxia forces also suffered extremely heavy casualties. To employ such a ruthless offensive strategy, Sun Wu sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. Ashoka's ruthless scheme was truly against the laws of heaven. The soldiers on the field were not real people, and Sun Wu found it difficult to accept. Lin Yang's brow was also deeply furrowed. He too hadn't anticipated such cunning from his opponent. Earlier, both armies had been locked in a stalemate. Yet Ashoka had deployed such a vicious tactic, plunging the once balanced sides into a state of mutual attrition. Regardless, a solution must be found to break this stalemate. This was absolutely not the way of military strategy. Soon, seeing his objective achieved, Ashoka halted his archer's volley. He immediately waved the central banner, directing the infantry behind him to launch an assault. He aimed to break through the defensive line Sun Wu had established. Lin Yang was about to alert Sun Wu to this change. Sun Wu, however, smiled and said, "Young friend Lin Yang, I know what you want to ask. But don't rush, watch on." Hearing Sun Wu's words, Lin Yang exhaled in relief and waited quietly. The infantry of the Tianzhu kingdom began their charge. Lin Yang observed the yin-yang two-polarity formation Sun Wu had originally deployed undergo its first transformation. The cavalry units positioned on both flanks began to move. They flanked from both wings, beginning to block the advance of the Indian soldiers. However, the first wave of assault was not directed at the troops locked in a brutal slaughter at the front lines. Seeing this, Emperor Ashoka snorted coldly, "Damned Huaxia. They've managed to transform such a complex formation into a simple, direct attack." Ashoka was correct. This shift embodied the principle of moving from complexity to simplicity, then back to complexity, ever-changing yet remarkably concise. Yet Ashoka remained undaunted. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he waved his commander's banner forcefully. The soldiers of the Indian Empire began shifting their formations. "Cavalry, prepare." At Ashoka's command, the Indian cavalry spurred their warhorses into a flanking charge, their sole objective to shield the front ranks of the Indian army. Ashoka waved his commander's banner again. "Archers, prepare." At the command, the archers of the Indian kingdom immediately drew their bows taut and continued aiming at the infantry ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sharp arrows shot forth. Instantly, a wave of Huaxia soldiers and frontline Tianzhu troops fell to the arrows. Seeing this, Emperor Ashoka's lips curled into a smug smile. "Ha! Let's see who can withstand our hail of arrows." Lin Yang's face darkened at the sight. These Indian soldiers were treacherous indeed. They dared to use ordinary soldiers as shields while their elite archers fired from cover. Now, the Huaxia cavalry's charge showed no sign of slowing. They pressed forward relentlessly. Excellent! Sun Wu saw the Indian cavalry finally break through. He smiled. The enemy has fallen into the trap. After speaking, Sun Wu waved his commander's banner once more, signaling the archers to begin their attack. Lin Yang looked closely and realized the archers' targets were not the front-line infantry. Instead, they were targeting the enemy cavalry units preparing to break through. The reason was simple: the formation itself. The so-called Cobra formation of the Indian Kingdom. The cavalry positioned at the center found their routes completely blocked by their own infantry. Just as they were preparing to break out again, the cavalry's speed was utterly stifled. The Huaxia archers' volley of arrows began to rain down. Seeing this, Emperor Ashoka's face darkened. He never imagined his cavalry would be caught in a pincer movement by the Huaxia archers. Damn it! Ashoka cursed loudly. No matter how he commanded, he could not avert the inevitable defeat of his cavalry. India's mightiest cavalry had been utterly destroyed by their own soldiers, defying all military strategy. The arrow curtain fell. The Indian cavalry, pinned down by the relentless volley of arrows from the Chinese archers, was utterly immobilized and decimated. Just as Emperor Ashoka waved his commander's banner, intending to replicate the tactic and have his archers slaughter the Chinese cavalry, he realized he had tied his own hands. The formation he had arranged confined the archers' range to only the front lines engaged in close combat. They were utterly unable to threaten the rear of the Chinese forces. This realization drove Emperor Ashoka to near madness. But with matters having reached this point, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and press on. Lin Yang nodded silently beside him. Sun Wu was truly a remarkable man. To devise such a brilliant formation, one that allowed his archers to strike the enemy while the enemy's archers couldn't reach his own forces. Chapter 79, Can it change? Alas, Ashoka, a barbarian, could not comprehend the profound strategic calculations behind such seemingly simple maneuvers. Watching these shifts unfold, sweat beaded on Ashoka's forehead. He knew defeat was inevitable. His only hope now lay in his own soldiers breaking through the encirclement to regroup and reposition their forces. Retreat! Ashoka commanded, swiftly waving his signal flag. He commanded his troops to fall back. The soldiers of the Indian kingdom began their retreat. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone completely off guard. What the hell? Could Chinese history truly hold such ever-changing tactics? The Huaxia people are truly unfathomable. I'm starting to regret challenging the Chinese. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. How could they do this? Impossible. I can't believe my eyes. This is our undefeated Emperor Ashoka. The Indian live streaming chat erupted with heated debate. Meanwhile, the Huaxia livestream was erupting with cheers of victory. Ha! That's the kind of fight China deserves. China is unbeatable. Master Sun Wu is incredible. You can always trust Lin Yang's choices. I'm increasingly convinced by Lin Yang's insights. Sun Wu is undoubtedly the author of The Art of War. Amidst the cheers in the Huaxia livestream chat, Sun Wu showed no urgency in ordering Huaxia soldiers to pursue the enemy. Never pursue a desperate enemy, that is the way of warfare. Sun Wu chuckled. The retreating soldiers of the Indian kingdom, initially full of fighting spirit, now waited for the Huaxia troops to pursue. Yet the Huaxia soldiers made no move, instead reorganizing their formations to await a second engagement with the Indian troops. After a brief pause, gazing upon the corpses strewn across the battlefield, the Chinese soldiers' fighting spirit grew ever stronger, while the Indian soldiers grew increasingly fearful with each battle. There was no mistaking it, the fallen soldiers were mostly Indian. Finally, Emperor Ashoka saw that his troops' morale had completely collapsed. He conducted a quick headcount of the remaining combat-ready soldiers from the Indian kingdom, only to find fewer than 7 or 8 out of 10. With only 6,000 men remaining, Ashoka felt a chill run through his heart. His heart sank even further when he looked at the Huaxia soldiers. The Huaxia soldiers still numbered 9,000. This meant that his earlier order to fire a volley had inflicted far greater casualties on his own men. Fortunately, he had ordered a timely retreat, preventing further casualties among the Chinese. Yet Ashoka's fury burned fiercely within him. His tactics had never faltered in South Asia. Defeating the Huaxia should have been a sure thing. Who could have imagined that Sun Wu of the Huaxia would ruin it? This left Ashoka feeling utterly frustrated. What should he do next? Ashoka's mind began to strategize. It seems we won't win unless we bring out our trump cards. Ashoka composed himself slightly. Fortunately, the current formation could still face the Huaxia forces. He began waving his commander's banner, directing his soldiers to reposition themselves, preparing a new formation for a final decisive battle against the Huaxia forces. Lin Yang observed the Indian soldiers below the field reorganizing one by one. The infantry remained at the forefront, while the cavalry flanked both wings, poised for an imminent charge. Archers positioned themselves under infantry protection, ensuring their range fully covered the battlefield. Observing Emperor Ashoka's deployment, Summit exclaimed in admiration, "Excellent! The Bengal tiger formation." Ashoka nodded slightly. The Huaxia truly possess skill to have driven me to this point. On the other side, at the Chinese observation platform, Sun Wu observed the Indian formation with a smile. The Indians are going all out to fight us to the death. Lin Yang replied, it's inevitable. After all, they've lost everything down to their underwear. If I were in their shoes, I'd fight with everything I've got too. Sun Wu laughed and said, such tactics are not the usual way of waging war. He then waved his commander's banner and began issuing commands. The Huaxia formation shifted into motion. This was a common formation. One of the most common formations in Huaxia's field battles. The arrowhead formation. Archers positioned in the rear, main infantry concentrated in the center, and vanguard cavalry spread out in an arrowhead formation and offensive formation. The tactical concept centered on a central breakthrough. Sun Wu's strategic plan was crystal clear. It was to engage the Indians in a head-on clash. Soon, both sides completed their final regrouping. Sun Wu immediately waved his commander's banner. He commanded the Huaxia soldiers to advance toward the Indian kingdom. Emperor Ashoka did likewise, waving his commander's banner to direct the Indian soldiers into a charge. Thus, the 9,000 soldiers of Huaxia and the over 6,000 soldiers of Tianzhu collided head-on. Both sides shared the same tactic, their cavalry units led the charge. Charge! Charge! Kill! The battle cries of both sides rang out incessantly. The battle erupted instantly. The Huaxia cavalry charged with blinding speed, quickly locking horns with the Tianzhu cavalry. Meanwhile, the archers of the Indian kingdom resumed their volley of arrows. Though the Indian archers held the advantage in range, the charging Huaxia and Tianzhu cavalry proved impossible to halt. For a time, casualties mounted on both sides. The central forces of both armies surged forward, serving as the vanguard. Blood spattered across the infantry vanguards as cries of agony filled the air. Soon, the effectiveness of Sun Wu's spearhead formation became apparent. Like a sharp blade, the spearhead formation plunged straight into the heart of the Indian army. The Indian infantry had already suffered heavy casualties from Sun Wu's Yin Yang formation. From this point onward, the Indian army suffered continuous losses. Even the cavalry units that had been charging were unable to break through the Huaxia cavalry lines. Both armies began. Aoka's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it! The Huaxia actually possessed such a formidable offensive formation. Ashoka was, after all, a renowned general. Upon witnessing the formidable strength of the Huaxia formation, he swiftly adjusted his strategy. He knew his forces were outnumbered by the Chinese, and a head-on clash would surely be disadvantageous. He decided to avoid their sharp edge and change tactics. Nothing special. Upon observing the Indian army's maneuvers, Sun Wu gave a cold snort and waved his commander's banner to signal a change in formation. This Ashoka truly lives up to his reputation as the mightiest ruler of India. He understands the art of strategic sacrifice. Lin Yang frowned deeply, unsure what the next wave of maneuvers would bring. Today's battle taught Lin Yang a great deal. The Indian legion's strength was undeniable. They actually knew how to avoid direct confrontation and employ flanking maneuvers. Truly worthy of the South Asian champion title. However, the cavalry forces of Huaxia now held an absolute advantage. How could they allow the enemy to gain such an easy advantage? Sun Wu waved his banner once more, signaling a change in formation. Immediately, the infantry of the Huaxia army began to move. Spread out to the left and right. At Sun Wu's command, the infantry marched in unison, each step in perfect rhythm. Lin Yang gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the spearhead formation to adapt in such a manner. Chapter 80, Battle of Wits. Ashoka watched the Huaxia army begin its shift, his expression grim. But having chosen this path, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere. Sun Wu's formation change was swift. Before long, the Huaxia troops had reorganized into a new formation based on the original spearhead formation Sun Wu had laid out. Their troop deployment resembled the diagonal flight of wild geese, maximizing the effectiveness of their ranged units. This defensive formation offered extensive coverage, ideal for encircling the enemy. In the ancient era of cold weapons, where close combat dominated, the goose formation was rarely employed. Yet Sun Wu adapted it to the current battlefield conditions. The enemy forces were utterly unable to respond effectively. By this point, the Huaxia cavalry had already withdrawn. The Huaxia archers were now unleashing their full might. Observing the battle, Sun Tzu explained to Lin Yang, the transformations of the arrowhead formation. I imagine you've never witnessed such tactics before, young Lin Yang. Lin Yang stroked his forehead and replied, indeed. Such tactical shifts besides Master Sun Wu, I doubt anyone else in the world could devise them. Sun Tzu nodded with satisfaction and continued, watch on. On the other side, at the Indian spectator stands, Emperor Ashoka had completely lost his military wits. He could only close his eyes and endure whatever unfolded. On the battlefield, Sun Wu's sudden formation change caught the Indian soldiers completely off guard. Wave after wave of arrows from the Huaxia archers left the Indian soldiers utterly without a countermeasure. They were swiftly overwhelmed. Wave after wave of arrows formed a curtain that prevented the Indian cavalry from raising their heads. Meanwhile, the infantry locked in close combat at the front were cut off from their allies by Chinese cavalry bursting through the flanks. Deprived of their formation's support, they scattered like headless flies, each picked off by the Chinese infantry. Within the live broadcast of the National Fortune Arena, all viewers witnessed. The Huaxia formation charged like a giant crossbow bolt, piercing through the Indian Army's newly deployed Bengal Tiger formation in a single strike. When the last tiger fell, the entire Indian Army's momentum collapsed completely. Corpses littered the battlefield for miles, yet the Huaxia army remained perfectly organized. Tianju's soldiers fell one by one, their blood flowing like a river. Soon, the National Fortune Arena announced, due to the Tianju Kingdom's formation soldiers suffering casualties exceeding 100% of their momentum. The National Fortune Arena tournament declares victory for Huaxia. The National Fortune Arena's declaration left Ashoka standing beside Summit, covering his face in silence before the Indian audience. Summit, meanwhile, wore an expression of profound grief, as if mourning the loss of a close relative. Ashoka spoke coldly, "Today's defeat is due to my own inadequacy." Ashoka's detached words were difficult even for Summit to accept. Ah, the formation battle. Could it truly be that I activated it incorrectly? Lin Yang glanced at the reactions of the Indian spectators in the adjacent viewing area. He turned back to ask Sun Wu. Sun Wu smiled and said, truthfully, they should have known long ago that formation warfare is no simple matter. Today, I've only employed a fraction of my strategic variations, just 10 or 12%. Ashoka's tactics were indeed ingenious, but he failed to grasp the essence of adaptability. Though Sun Wu's words were veiled, Lin Yang understood clearly, India's defeat to China stemmed from their rigid tactics, their adaptability utterly suppressed by Sun Wu. After briefly explaining the situation to Lin Yang, Sun Wu transformed into a streak of light and vanished within the National Fortune Arena. Ashoka likewise departed the National Fortune Arena. I suggest we print 10,000 copies of The Art of War and distribute them to the chosen ones and administrators of other nations. Indeed, it's still our China. Let's see who dares claim China lacks tactical prowess now. Agree with the post above. We should make those nations that mocked us green with envy. Right. Especially India and the United States. I can't wait to see their reactions. That'll be spectacular. Let's see if they dare challenge us again. The discussion in the Western Nation livestream chat continued. Meanwhile, the comments in the Indian National Fortune Arena livestream were a different story. Damn it! We lost again. No way. How could we lose again? How could Huaxia's formation tactics possibly be better than ours? This is only Huaxia's first time experiencing formation warfare. How could they possibly win? Could it be that the art of war was really written by the Chinese? I refuse to accept this. How could the great Ashoka lose? The heated discussions in both livestreams were abruptly interrupted by a notification from the National Fortune Arena. China, please choose to claim your reward or collect territory. The National Fortune Arena prompted Lin Yang to make his choice. Lin Yang wasted no time. I choose to claim the territory of the Indian Empire. There was no other reason. Lin Yang understood one simple truth. Those who dare to trespass upon China, no matter how far, they shall be punished. For any who coveted Chinese territory, Lin Yang would absolutely seize every last inch of their land. The voice from the National Fortune Arena echoed throughout the entire space, reaching the ears of viewers watching the live broadcast across all nations. What? The Indian champion of South Asia has lost again? Impossible. This can't be. Unbelievable. India has lost to China again. I knew India was trash all along. They're no match for China. In the global neutral broadcast room, viewers worldwide who were still following this National Fortune Arena battle expressed utter shock. They struggled to accept the reality of China's repeated victory over India. China, please select whether to continue challenging India. Lin Yang was about to respond. But the chosen one of India blurted out first, please, China, continue the challenge. The lands lost by India must be reclaimed by our own strength. Nazamet was unwilling to concede, but Lin Yang had anticipated this. It was the first time he'd seen someone actively request to challenge him. Continue the challenge. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Agreed. The Huaxia faction chooses to continue challenging the kingdom of Tianju. The voice on the National Fortune Arena had barely faded when a system notification sounded. Congratulations to the Huaxia faction for acquiring Indian territory. Lin Yang smiled as he glanced toward the Indian spectator area. Sure enough, Summit's expression had darkened further. Since the Indian nation refused to accept defeat, they would taste the bitter consequences. National Fortune Arena notice. New battle mode, intelligence battle mode activated. Lin Yang was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, unsure what the strategy battle mode entailed. The National Fortune Arena prompt had already sounded. Strategic battle mode details, both sides shall select Confucian scholars from their respective cultures to enter the strategic battle arena. The objective is for each side to deploy formations within the battle mode and lead the soldiers assigned within the National Fortune Arena to break through the opposing side's defenses. The player who decrypts the shorter code wins. Failure to decrypt results in defeat. Exit this round of battle mode. After the introduction of the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang and Nazamet both wore excited expressions. Both seemed eager for this new round of battle mode. Yeah, we're definitely winning this round. Summit clenched his fist in wild joy. Chapter 81, Mr. Reclining Dragon. Both sides, please begin drawing your Confucian generals. The National Fortune Arena prompted Lin Yang and Summit. Lin Yang nodded lightly, and Nazamet also nodded as he began to examine the 5 options before him. Among the 5 options before him, Summit instantly zeroed in on his choice. He made his selection almost without hesitation. Seeing that Summit had already made his choice, without further comment, he began analyzing the 5 options before him. Wu Han, one of the 28 generals of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Du, military strategist of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Xiang Yu, known as Uncle Yang Ko Zhuan, the old Western bandit of the Song Dynasty. And Zhuge Liang, the reclining dragon of the later Han. Holy! Lin Yang couldn't help but let out a curse. The 5 options before him were all renowned Confucian generals of China. Wu Han, one of the 28 generals of the Cloud Terrace, provided immense assistance during Lu Xiu's early days of founding the Han Dynasty. Du and Yang, who were among the most formidable Confucian generals during the Wei, Jin, and Southern and Northern dynasties. Ko Laoshi of the Song Dynasty was a Confucian general highly valued by Emperor Taizong of the Northern Song, his competence beyond question. The final choice left Lin Yang feeling that not selecting him would be utterly foolish. That choice was none other than the reclining dragon, Zhuge Liang. Lin Yang found it hard to believe any Chinese person would see this option and not choose it. He made his choice immediately. I choose Zhuge Liang. Lin Yang declared without hesitation. Upon receiving both parties' selections, it promptly announced, please introduce your chosen generals. After the cold mechanical voice faded, Summit's curry-flavored voice echoed. Chandragupta, revered as King Moon Protector, the first ruler of the great Indian Mauryan Empire. King Chandragupta lost his father in childhood. During his youth, King Alexander of Macedon invaded the northwest of our great India. Seizing this opportunity, he rose to power and built a formidable army. He routed the Macedonian occupying forces. He unified the Indian subcontinent and subsequently established a formidable army of 600,000. The descendants of King Chandragupta were also formidable rulers. The renowned Emperor Ashoka was a descendant of King Chandragupta. After hearing Ashoka's introduction, first, the viewers in the global livestream couldn't sit still. Admiration for Alexander the Great existed in nearly every Western nation. What the hell? You think you can beat our Alexander the Great? Go to hell, you Indians. You're just blowing smoke. But according to our history, our Alexander the Great completely conquered your lands. Summit paid no heed to the outcry in the global livestream chat. His gaze shifted to Lin Yang, as if awaiting Lin Yang's introduction. Lin Yang knew it was his turn to speak. He exhaled a deep breath and said, regarding the introduction of Mr. Wolong, I need a moment to reflect. Hearing this, the viewers in the Huaxia livestream knew that whatever Lin Yang was about to say would be anything but ordinary. One by one, they began to listen intently. It's rare to see Lin Yang like this. What he's about to say is definitely no joke. Yeah. Listen up. I've got my notebook ready to take notes. Before long, Lin Yang's mind had flashed back over 1,700 years. It was the era when the reclining dragon lived. Lin Yang exhaled softly, preparing to speak. It was truly unfortunate that this timeline's China held no historical records of the reclining dragon. Master Wolong, whose surname was Zhuge and given name Liang, was known by the courtesy name Kongming. Zhuge Liang was born during the late Eastern Han Dynasty into a family of officials. Tragically, his father passed away when Zhuge Liang was only 8 years old. He then went to live with his uncle and began a life of farming. In his 20s, Emperor Liu Bei of Han visited Zhuge Liang's thatched cottage 3 times before persuading him to emerge from seclusion as his strategist. Zhuge Liang did not disappoint Emperor Liu Bei, devising a series of plans for him historically known as the Longzhong strategy. He then emerged from obscurity to debate scholars from Jiangdong, outmaneuvered Qiao Wei at the Battle of Red Cliffs, and devised strategies that secured Jing and Yi provinces for Emperor Liu Bei. He laid the groundwork for the emperor, who had spent his life in exile, to establish a foothold. Alas, at the age of 43, the emperor he had served his entire life, Liu Bei, passed away. Zhuge Liang then shouldered the entire weight of the later Han Dynasty alone. Every matter, great or small, was personally handled by him before he would entrust it to his subordinates. This relentless workload gradually took its toll on his health. At the age of 47, Zhuge Liang launched his first northern expedition. He sought to establish a great cause for the later Han Dynasty, but due to the vast disparities in military strength, population, and economy compared to Qiao Wei, he ultimately failed. At the age of 54, Zhuge Liang passed away while ill. He devoted his entire life to his cause, serving tirelessly until his death, becoming a symbol of loyalty and wisdom in Chinese culture. Lin Yang paused here, closing his eyes and sighing deeply, as if lamenting Zhuge Kongming's life epic in scope yet ending in tragedy. It's a pity that in today's China, where history has been lost, few people know of him anymore. Lin Yang sighed softly, his thoughts turning inward. After this battle of wits concluded, Lin Yang had only one request for the Chinese authorities: to rebuild the temple of the martial sage in modern China. Both sides have been introduced. The battle of wits is about to commence. The cold, mechanical voice of the National Fortune Arena announced. Lin Yang and that summit were teleported into the National Fortune Arena's special battle mode for the battle of wits. Lin Yang faced Summit. Summit stood directly opposite him. Both were situated within the same spectator platform, a rare occurrence. As two streaks of light flashed, Summit and Zhuge Liang both materialized within the special battlefield arena set up by the National Fortune Arena. This was the first time Lin Yang had ever seen Zhuge Liang in person. He wore a silk cap draped in a crane feather cloak and held a feather fan. His pale, cold face resembled carved jade, with 3 flowing strands of beard giving him an ethereal aura. Standing over 6 feet tall, he exuded an air of grace and elegance. Zhuge Kongming is so handsome. Goodness, how can someone possess such a perfect blend of aura and appearance? He radiates the aura of a true sage. I'm in love. Truly a legend. Even I, as a man, can't help but be captivated by his presence. Mr. Dragon Hidden. His nickname couldn't be more fitting. Truly a phoenix among men. His looks are top-notch, but I wonder if his character matches his appearance. Within the Huaxia National Fortune Arena, the praise for Zhuge Liang never ceased. The usual sarcastic jibes dissolved the moment Zhuge Liang appeared. Though the Moon Guardian King of Tianzhu possessed an extraordinary appearance, compared to Zhuge Liang, he seemed like a firefly's glow among decaying grass. How could he possibly match Zhuge Liang, the bright moon in the heavens? Battle mode activated. The National Fortune Arena issued the command. Both sides were granted troops to deploy, along with all manner of defensive tools, palisades, wooden barriers, crossbows, traps, shields, and more. All were positioned within the open arena, where the damp earth beneath could easily accommodate any defensive apparatus. Tianzhu Moon Guardian King, please commence deployment of the Tianzhu Cultural Defense Formation. Strategic Battle Mode activated. Zhuge of Huaxia, please wait patiently. The countdown will begin once the Moon Guardian King of Tianzhu completes his setup. Chapter 82, The Full Moon Formation of India. Deployment commences. National Fortune Arena Notice. The first phase of the Strategy Battle Mode consists of formation deployment and dismantling. The second phase is Individual Strategy Combat. Best of 3 rounds. If the first 2 rounds end in a draw, a third tiebreaker round will commence. Only after breaking the formation may the challenging side request troop numbers from the National Fortune Arena. Victory goes to the side using fewer troops in less time. The National Fortune Arena announced. The Moon Guardian King of Tianzhu moved first. With unhurried composure, the Moon Guardian King wielded his scepter to begin arranging his tactical formation. The golden scepter, adorned with decorations resembling golden armor and peacock feathers, carried an air of nobility rather than ostentation. Unlike the typical dark complexion of Tianzhu people, the Moon Guardian King possessed a fair complexion. His demeanor radiated an unyielding resolve, revealing a character of unwavering determination. Barricades, giant crossbows, traps, and mechanisms all were fully prepared and meticulously arranged. Within a short span, the Moon Guardian King had completed all defensive preparations. Though seemingly simple, the defense was ingeniously designed. Even before the soldiers could take their positions, the spectators couldn't help but applaud. In the strategic battle arena, such a straightforward setup was already enough to capture attention. Those familiar with the Battle of Wits format had already discerned its intricacies. Truly worthy of being called the foremost warrior of the Kingdom of Heavenly India, he's arranged the formations for this Battle of Wits with such meticulous detail. Not only that, but look at the positions he's placed now. They perfectly shield the vital points. If the enemy tries a large-scale assault, breaking through this defense will be extremely difficult. Let's see how this unfolds. As viewers familiar with the strategy battle mode discussed in the neutral live stream room, the Moon Guardian King's troops had also completed their deployment. 500 soldiers were positioned at every corner of the fortified line. Such a meticulous defensive system would leave even the militarily adept Confucians scratching their heads. The Moon Guardian King's troops formed a crescent-shaped formation. Every meter along the rear line, an archer or crossbowman stood ready, with massive arrows poised atop the elevated platforms. This ingenious formation, known within the military defenses of the Kingdom of Tianzhu as the Full Moon Formation, was meticulously arranged. King Yuehu stood at the rear of the formation, organizing the defensive line. This Moon Guardian King is truly impressive. Too bad he's facing our Chinese myth this time. How do you know it's a myth? Just based on that kid Lin Yang's boasts? Myth? I doubt it could possibly defeat an arrangement like the Moon Guardian King's. What? You think it's impossible? Well, we'll see. The audience in the Huaxia livestream room debated. After the Indian side completed their setup, the cold, mechanical voice of the National Fortune Arena system sounded. Let the scholar warriors of Huaxia break the formation. At this moment, the scene shifted to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, deep in thought. He did not rush into action. The countdown timer in the upper left corner of the live stream screen had already begun. 1, 2, 3. The seconds ticked away, one by one. Yet Zhuge Liang remained utterly still. Inside the capital's conference room, the leader's face, usually as calm as a lake, showed a hint of anxiety. Why hasn't the reclining dragon begun his move? Time has already started flowing. The leader's brow furrowed deeply. Leader, please don't worry. Perhaps Mr. Wulong is waiting for a more opportune moment. Besides, this is a battle of wits. There are simply too many factors to consider. Old Chen offered reassurance. But one high-ranking figure murmured under his breath, let's hope Mr. Wulong doesn't turn into Mr. Wulong. The boss caught the remark. He fixed the speaker with a calm, piercing gaze. The executive immediately fell silent, daring not to utter another word. At this critical juncture, I urge everyone to trust our chosen one. Even if we lose this round, we still have room for error. The leader was about to continue speaking. On the large screen in the Huaxia conference room, Zhuge Liang within the live broadcast feed of the National Fortune Arena had already begun his move. Mere trifles. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan, savoring the cool breeze it stirred across his face. He declared in a resonant voice, 500 soldiers will suffice. Zhuge Liang's words stunned the entire assembly. 500? But this formation is so tightly arranged for an offensive. That seems a bit excessive. Isn't the reclining dragon being overly ambitious? Indeed. Could it be that the reclining dragon already has a plan? Perhaps even the reclining dragon doesn't know how to break it and is merely using fewer soldiers to buy time. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted in heated discussion. Everyone watched with furrowed brows, puzzled. But Lin Yang remained utterly unfazed. This was the embodiment of China's millennia-old strategic wisdom. How could he be stumped by the formations of a minor Indian kingdom? Prince Yuehu stared at Zhuge Liang. His eyes burned with fanatical fervor. Yet Zhuge Kongming's eyes remained as calm as still water, as if he were facing a mere child's game. The 500 soldiers assigned by the National Fortune Arena arrived swiftly. They were all ordinary soldiers clad in leather armor, wielding spears. So-called formations are nothing more than the ever-changing patterns of troop arrangements and weaponry. The slightest carelessness can lead to utter confusion. Having spoken these words, Zhuge Liang pointed his feather fan toward the Moon Guardian King with his right hand. Your formation, using the full moon as its blueprint, is no small feat to deploy on such a grand scale. However, today I shall use these 500 soldiers to demonstrate to you the method of breaking such formations. Zhuge Liang's tone held no arrogance, yet Lin Yang recognized it. This was the Zhuge Kongming who, even in his youth, compared himself to Guanzhong and Yui. The Moon Guardian King laughed upon hearing this. As if Zhuge Liang were merely boasting. Ha! You Chinese man, you're courting death. Time ticked away, second by second. Over 30 seconds had already passed. The Moon Guardian King did not believe Zhuge Liang could discern the subtleties of his formation in such a short span. This full moon formation possessed defensive capabilities that could be called the most formidable defensive formation in ancient India. It was with this very tactic that he had defeated the elite Macedonian troops left behind by Alexander the Great of Macedon. But soon, his laughter faded. Zhuge Liang had already begun directing with his feather fan, and 500 soldiers swiftly commenced their disciplined maneuvers. They formed their ranks according to the 5 elements and 8 gates. From Lin Yang's bird's-eye view, the 500 soldiers of Huaxia first dispersed, then regrouped. During the dispersal, the fully deployed bows and crossbows of the Indian full moon formation proved utterly incapable of harming Zhuge Liang's 500 soldiers. As they closed in, the archers could no longer dare to shoot. Now is the moment. Zhuge Liang chuckled softly, waving his feather fan to signal his soldiers to regroup. Watching from the viewing platform, Lin Yang was utterly amazed. Master Zhuge is truly a divine being. Having assembled, the 500 soldiers of the Huaxia faction plunged like arrows straight into the very heart of the Moon Guardian King's full moon formation. Chapter 83, The 8 Trigram Formation. Moon Guardian King's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. How is this possible? Moon Guardian King couldn't comprehend how Zhuge Liang had so easily identified the weak points within his formation. To him, the deployment of these 500 soldiers and various defensive devices had been meticulously planned to cover most vulnerabilities. Yet at that very weak point, no additional arrangements had been made. In terms of military strategy, even the most meticulously detailed formation devised by the most prudent commander would still harbor inherent vulnerabilities. However, an exceptional commander can flawlessly conceal the weaknesses of their formation. Zhuge Liang's eyes narrowed slightly as he gently fanned himself with his feather fan, calmly observing the opposing formation. Zhuge Liang's gaze drifted indifferently toward the Moon Guardian King's expression. The Moon Guardian King's composure was on the verge of collapse. What on earth are we to do? His heart pounded violently, as if he might collapse at any moment. Zhuge Liang sighed softly. There is still a chance to remedy this situation. In his heart, Zhuge Liang felt a deep sense of boredom. It felt like his opponent had collapsed before he'd even unleashed his full strength. This Moon Guardian King couldn't even manage a single countermeasure. Zhuge Liang tapped his feather fan toward the front. He commanded the soldiers who had entered the Moon Guardian King's formation to spread out. Following Zhuge Liang's strategic arrangement, they tore apart the full moon formation deployed by the Moon Guardian King. They left the Moon Guardian King no time to react. Thus, the Moon Guardian King's full moon formation was shattered by Zhuge Liang's troops. Put! The Moon Guardian King spat blood and staggered backward, his face as pale as paper, teetering on the brink of collapse. Moon Guardian King couldn't believe that the full moon formation he had meticulously arranged had been shattered so effortlessly. He couldn't accept it. Who are you? Moon Guardian King trembled as he pointed at Zhuge Liang, knowing his formation had been utterly shattered. The full consequences of his failure had yet to unfold. He simply couldn't believe that such a formidable individual existed in this world. Why must such divine talents all reside in Huaxia? The Moon Guardian King sighed bitterly, lowering his hand. Zhuge Liang shot him a cold glance. Turning away, he knew the Moon Guardian King was now powerless. The Huaxia soldiers pressed forward relentlessly, systematically dismantling every defensive structure outside the Moon Guardian King's formation. Lin Yang understood this was the true terror of Zhuge Kongming. The assault unfolded with the fluidity of mercury spilling across the ground. The scene was heart-stopping. Another minute and a half passed. The Moon Guardian King's defensive formations were utterly shattered, soldiers lay dead, fortifications destroyed. The National Fortune Arena announced the formation-breaking segment between Huaxia and Tianzhu Kingdom has concluded. Huaxia's Zhuge Kongming completed the formation break in 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Upon hearing the National Fortune Arena's announcement, Moon Guardian King took a deep breath. He forced himself to rally his spirits, preparing to face the next round of competition. Meanwhile, Zhuge Liang stood rooted to the spot. The feather fan gently swaying in his hand and his black robe billowing in the wind highlighted his unflappable composure. The reclining dragon truly lives up to his reputation. I never imagined someone with such refined manners could be so skilled in warfare. Is this the embodiment of our nation's wisdom accumulated over millennia? Too powerful. The Indians couldn't even fight back. The discussion erupted in the Chinese livestream chat. Yet Zhuge Liang showed no sign of underestimating his foe. Lin Yang knew Zhuge Liang's military philosophy centered on governing troops through trust and righteousness, prioritizing stability and utmost caution in battle. Seeing Zhuge Liang defeat the Moon Guardian Prince with such effortless ease, Lin Yang couldn't help but suspect he was taking it too easy on a weaker opponent. I admit I underestimated you. The Moon Guardian King said with a grim face. He had believed victory was assured, yet Zhuge Liang had shattered his formation with overwhelming force and claimed triumph. The Moon Guardian King now understood that today's outcome remained uncertain. He needed to prepare more thoroughly to turn the tide in the next round. You are indeed formidable. Moon Guardian King took another deep breath to steady his emotions. But I am the heaven-chosen son of the kingdom of Tianzhu, destined by the heavens to be emperor. What do you have to challenge me with? I will win this round. Moonguard King forced himself to speak with resolve. Upon hearing the Moon Guardian King's words, the live chat in the Tianzhu Kingdom's Destiny Arena stream erupted with messages. Yes. This round will be ours. I know this National Fortune Arena format absolutely favors the offensive side. Our champion will win in under 2 minutes. Long live Tianzhu. Defeating China is no problem. Go India. Amidst the cheers, a weight lifted from the shoulders of Summit, the chosen one of the Indian nation. For in his eyes, India's greatest strength lay in offense. Summit didn't think the Chinese had the qualifications to compete with him. This time, I'll make the Huaxia people understand, Tianzhu is inviolable. Summit sneered coldly before declaring, the match can begin. Upon receiving Summit's request, the National Fortune Arena immediately announced, please confirm whether the match shall commence, chosen one of Huaxia. Lin Yang glanced at Zhuge Liang, whose gaze happened to meet his own. Their eyes met, and Zhuge Liang gave Lin Yang a slight nod. A confident smile graced his face. As Lin Yang gazed at Zhuge Liang's face, an inexplicable wave of emotion washed over him. This is none other than the Prime Minister Zhuge Liang in the prime of his life. Zhuge Liang's life unfolded in distinct phases. The prime of his life when the reclining dragon emerged from seclusion, the spirited vigor during the Battle of Hanzhong, and the selfless dedication when composing the memorial on departure. Reflecting on this, Lin Yang reluctantly gathered his thoughts. He signaled to the National Fortune Arena that the next round of competition could begin. Begin! Strategic battle mode activated. Defending side, Confucian General Zhuge Liang of Huaxia, please commence your deployment. After the announcement, Zhuge Liang closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then he began his deployment. He employed no superfluous defensive structures. He simply stacked massive stones one by one. With each wave of his feather fan, another stone landed. The stones formed 8 rows, each spaced 2 zhang apart. Lin Yang observed the scene clearly from the viewing platform. Could this be the 8 trigrams formation? Lin Yang had previously studied the 8 trigram formation in ancient texts. It utilized the four cardinal directions Xin, Kun, Sun, and Zhen as the base, while the four extraordinary formations dragon, tiger, bird, and snake were represented by water, fire, metal, and wood. It contained over 64 variations. The massive stones were finally stacked into place, while the remaining 500 soldiers were deployed as decoys to confuse the enemy. Lin Yang was utterly impressed by Zhuge Liang. He knew Zhuge Liang surely had more tricks up his sleeve. This was nothing for Lin Yang to worry about. He eagerly anticipated how the Moon Guardian King would respond to Zhuge Liang's 8-trigram formation. Sure enough, once Zhuge Liang had finished arranging all the boulders, he declared, "The formation is complete. Let the battle commence." In the live stream chat for the Kingdom of Tianzhu, comments flooded the screen. "You think these rocks can stop our Moon Guardian King? Child's play. Long live Tianzhu. Crush the Huaxia army. Hilarious. The Huaxia don't even know how to form battle formations. Our Moon Guardian King will crush them in one fell swoop." Chapter 84, The Moon Guardian King's defenses shattered. Ha! This time, the Huaxia are doomed. Who says otherwise? Watch the Moon Guardian King's performance. Upon seeing the 8-trigram formation, the Moon Guardian King of Tianzhu Kingdom immediately shot a look of contempt. "Oomph. Watch me break this formation." With that, the Moon Guardian King addressed the National Fortune Arena. Begin. King Yuehu was quite astute. He had participated in this type of intellectual contest before. He knew precisely when to initiate the contest to save time. A voice echoed across the National Fortune Arena. "Chosen One Moon Guardian, prepare yourself. Break the formation." Seeing this, Summit couldn't help but feel admiration for Moon Guardian King. Moon Guardian King truly is the savior of our Tianzhu. Perhaps this time we can break that Zhuge Liang record from Huaxia. Summit thought to himself. The Chosen One, Moon Guardian King, is truly formidable. He found the weakness so quickly. Long live Tenjiku. Indeed. Moon Guardian King is simply too cool. The Chosen One shall prevail. The people of Tianzhu erupted in excitement. They believed the Chosen One, Moon Guardian King, would surely break through Zhuge Liang's 8-trigram formation. However, Lin Yang disagreed with this notion. Lin Yang desperately wanted to remind them of one crucial fact. Even Lu Sun, back in the day, couldn't escape Zhuge Liang's 8-trigram formation. How could a mere Moon Guardian King possibly achieve it? "I demand 5,000 soldiers." The Moon Protector roared, projecting an aura of authority. "The National Fortune Arena has received a request from the Indian faction. Begin breaking the formation." The National Fortune Arena announced. "Is our Moon Guardian King attempting to use 5,000 soldiers to break through Zhuge Kongming's formation directly? Seems like he's aiming for a war of attrition." "Yeah, I can see that. It seems Zhuge Kongming only knows how to break formations, not set them. How could this stone formation possibly hold back the enemy?" "Exactly. How could anyone possibly break through this?" Lin Yang didn't shatter the Indian soldier's illusions, instead fixing his gaze on Zhuge Liang's 8-trigram formation. To the untrained eye, this formation of stacked stones appeared all too easy to breach. Soon, Yuehu Wang stood at the center of the battlefield arranged on the National Fortune Arena. He began his advance. Moon Guardian King began striding toward the massive stones arranged in the shape of the bagua. The outer display of the bagua pattern was utterly incomprehensible to the Moon Guardian King. Nevertheless, he did not halt his advance, continuing to move forward at a measured pace. His only concern was that Zhuge Liang had set traps within the stone formation. He believed that as long as he persisted, he would eventually decipher the arrangement of these stones. Yet, as the Moon Guardian King drew nearer to the stones, his expression darkened. For he realized these stone formations were no ordinary trenches. Instead, the moment he stepped into the 8-trigram formation, he sensed an unusual aura. "No!" Moon Guardian King cried out in terror, finally grasping the true meaning behind this formation. But it was already too late. Before the 5,000 soldiers could even begin breaking the formation. The moment they stepped in, the front ranks of Moonguard King's troops were pierced through the heart. Even more terrifying, the Moonlake King's soldiers couldn't see the attackers at all. "What's happening? Ah! My leg! Help!" Screams echoed relentlessly. Moonguard King was terrified. At that moment, he finally realized he'd fallen into a trap. This wasn't some Stonehenge at all. This was a death trap. A series of interconnected traps. "Damn it!" Moonguard King roared in fury. He tried to lead his troops out. But the retreat route behind him was no longer the same as when they had entered. The entire battlefield seemed sealed off, trapping the Moon Guardian King. At that moment, the Moon Guardian King of Tianzhu truly grasped the terrifying nature of this Chinese strategist. Such deadly, invisible traps were utterly despair-inducing. Endless regret and anguish welled up within the Moon Guardian King. He regretted listening to others' persuasion. Had he been more cautious, had he not underestimated China, how could he have ended up in this dire predicament? He knew all too well that the 5,000 soldiers under his command were likely doomed. "What are you standing around for? Retreat immediately." Prince Yuehu urgently shouted to his men nearby. Yes, sir. The soldiers assigned by the National Fortune Arena showed no emotion whatsoever, knowing only to obey their commander's orders. With their commander in panic, they naturally became as disoriented as headless flies. Thus, even the 5,000-strong legion showed no hesitation. In an instant, the soldiers of the Indian kingdom, who had been excitedly discussing matters moments before, watched as their comrades fell one after another, their bodies lying in pools of blood. The Indian spectators were utterly dumbfounded by the scene. They had never anticipated events unfolding in such a manner. Zhuge Liang stood behind the 8-trigram formation he had arranged, observing the scene with cold detachment. Tianzhu soldiers lay fallen in great numbers. Forget about breaking Zhuge Liang's record. Ha! The generals of the kingdom of Tianzhu. Nothing special after all. Zhuge Liang remarked with a faint smile. Simultaneously, Zhuge Liang waved his hand, summoning the large contingent of soldiers concealed behind the 8-trigrams formation. Instantly, the atmosphere on the entire battlefield shifted. Charge! A flood of soldiers surged forward. The soldiers of the Indian kingdom wore looks of terror on their faces, dodging frantically. But how could they possibly evade in such a situation? They watched helplessly as their comrades fell one after another beside them. Then, Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan, signaling his troops to withdraw. In the blink of an eye, the Indian soldiers trapped within the 8-trigrams formation could only watch helplessly as the Chinese soldiers departed. Helpless. Prince Yuehu gazed at the corpses surrounding him, his face etched with sorrow and grief. 3 minutes had already passed. It had long exceeded the time limit Zhuge Liang had set. Lin Yang frowned, studying the 8-trigram formation Zhuge Liang had arranged, pondering its underlying principles. Everything devised by such a sage deserved Lin Yang's careful consideration. Zhuge Liang's handsome features, framed by his long beard, bore a serene smile as he observed the carnage before him. He truly possessed an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Lin Yang understood that Zhuge Liang was granting the Moon Guardian King an opportunity. Yet the Moon Guardian King had utterly lost his will to fight. With great effort, he rallied the remaining 2,000 soldiers and prepared to retreat along the path they had come. However, Zhuge Liang's 8-trigram formation was not something the Moon Guardian King could enter and leave at will. Seeing that the duration and troop numbers on the National Fortune Arena had already surpassed those of the Moon Guardian King, he ceased directing his troops to slaughter the Moon Guardian King's soldiers. As the saying goes, heaven's way diminishes the surplus to replenish the deficiency. Zhuge Liang refused to continue slaughtering the innocent, even if they were merely soldiers assigned by the National Fortune Arena. I refuse to accept this. Why should I? The Moon Guardian King still refused to concede defeat, letting out a pained roar. I am a sovereign ruler. How could this happen to me? Chapter 85. If you can beat me, I'll eat all the stones. I refuse to accept this. Zhuge Liang calmly observed the Indian king's outburst, smiling faintly. Moon Guardian King, you have lost. Why continue to sow the seeds of slaughter? Zhuge Liang's voice was utterly calm, devoid of emotion, yet it resonated clearly within the Moon Guardian King's ears. The Moon Guardian King trembled violently, lifting his head to stare at the sage atop the platform, his eyes blazing with hatred. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I refuse to accept this. Oh? Why not? Zhuge Liang inquired. The Moon Guardian King offered no reply. He led over 2,000 soldiers in an attempt to break through Zhuge Liang's 8-trigram formation. He knew that if he could break free from this formation, victory would be within reach and he could wash away the shame. Ah! Zhuge Liang sighed softly and said, then let him go. With that, he turned away, no longer watching the Moon Guardian King's actions. He knew the Moon Guardian King had no chance of escaping the formation on his own strength. This was one of the crowning achievements of his life. Lin Yang stood on the viewing platform, watching the Moon Guardian King dash about like a headless fly. A line from a great poet of the prosperous Tang dynasty unexpectedly came to mind. His glory overshadowed the 3 kingdoms. The river flows, the stones remain unmoved, leaving regret for the lost conquest of Wu. The 8-array formation's positioning was based on the 8 trigrams, with stone barriers shifting in form, size, and height. The wisdom of 1,000 years of Huaxia was far beyond the comprehension of the Moon Guardian King of that Indian kingdom. King Yuehu continued to pace within the formation, seeking to uncover the secrets of Zhuge Liang's 8-array formation. He saw only 80 or 90 piles of stones, seemingly arranged without purpose, no traps, no mechanisms. How could this possibly stop him? Yet that was precisely the case. Though Zhuge Liang had not ordered his soldiers to intercept King Yuehu, the labyrinth of boulders still trapped him within. King Yuehu charged forward relentlessly, only to be blocked back to his starting point each time. Gradually, the Moon Guardian King grew exhausted, his stamina severely depleted. He could no longer recall how many barriers he had breached, nor how many boulders he had collided with. His state of mind had shifted from defiance to utter bewilderment. Deep within the formation, the Moon Guardian King's head felt heavy and dizzy, his eyes too sore from prolonged running to stay open. Time ticked by, minute after minute, until 20 minutes had passed. The relentless, high-intensity sprint had taken its toll. Even the soldiers assigned by the National Fortune Arena were beginning to falter. After all, they were ordinary human bodies. Meanwhile, in the National Fortune Arena livestream, viewers with their God's eye perspective began discussing among themselves. Moon Guardian King. All he needs to do is turn right, then left, and he's out, right? Could it be our Moon Guardian King is an idiot? Hey, show some respect for our champion. Ha, this is hilarious. Things are this bad, and you're still spouting nonsense. Could it be the problem lies with our chosen one? He's just a fool. The people of Tianjin were on the verge of breaking down. Zhuge Liang's formation breaking tactics had already left them seething with rage, and now this 8-trigram formation was pushing them over the edge. A simple stone barrier had trapped the Moon Guardian King of Tianjin, an outright insult to their nation. But as this scene unfolded before Lin Yang's eyes, a faint smile touched his lips. This outcome had long been within his expectations. If any of you Tianjin people can break the 8 trigrams formation of the reclining dragon, I'll eat every single stone on this field. Time continued to tick away, and an hour had already passed. Lin Yang was starting to find it rather tedious. Summit bellowed hoarsely, still struggling, Moon Protector King. You can break this formation. Pull yourself together. Don't dishonor the wisdom of the Indian nation. Moon Guardian King. Keep going. I believe in you. Summit's voice was nearly hoarse from shouting, but Moon Guardian King paid him no heed. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the stone barrier before him, yet it remained impossible. Don't give up. I believe in you. Summit roared frantically, his voice growing increasingly hoarse, clearly strained beyond endurance. Finally, when Moon Guardian King collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again, he had no strength or energy left to break the 8-trigram formation. Only then did Summit cease his cries. At this moment, defeat was certain. The timer had reached 1 hour and 50 minutes. The National Fortune Arena announced, the Moon Guardian King of Tianjin has abandoned his attempt to break the formation. Hua Xiao wins. Time, 1 hour and 50 minutes. Troops deployed, 5,000. Hua Xiao wins. Moon Guardian King has lost. At that announcement, the entire audience in the kingdom of Tianjin erupted in chaos. They were filled with overwhelming excitement and fury. Their long-awaited Tianjin champion had actually been defeated. They couldn't believe it was true. We lost again. We lost again. Don't lose hope. There's still one more round to go. Right. We're not completely defeated yet. Let's Summit be a man. Damn it. This guy's useless. The curses from the people of Tianjin all landed on Summit. He slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant. Though he knew defeat was coming, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Moreover, Moonguard King had lost his ability to fight. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. We lost, Summit murmured to himself. The cold voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed again. China's Confucian General Zhuge Liang completed the match in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, setting a new record for the Wisdom Battle Formation mode on the National Fortune Arena. Reward, 1 China side dominance card. The arena erupted at the announcement. Awesome. Master Wulong is incredible. 2.5 minutes versus 1 hour and 50 minutes. Didn't that break the Indians' defenses? Do the Indians even deserve to compete with us in wisdom? Stop dissing the Indians. Why aren't you praising Mr. Wulong? Holy crap. Master Wulong is incredible. He actually pulled this off. Ha ha. I think I'm falling for Mr. Wulong. Holy crap. Mr. Wulong is so handsome. My heart can't take it. Mr. Wulong. So handsome, I'm raising the banner for Mr. Wulong. Why does my love for Mr. Wulong feel stronger than my love for the Overlord? You're falling for every guy you see, huh? In an instant, a barrage of comments flooded the screen. Lin Yang couldn't help but rub his nose tip. Ignoring the comments, he quietly waited for the next round of the National Fortune Arena to begin. Summit, the chosen one of Tianjin, declared, using the general replacement card. Lin Yang looked at Summit's choice with great surprise. Replacing a general at this moment clearly indicated he saw the Moon Guardian King was in poor condition, but wasting a general replacement card like this seemed rather rash. The National Fortune Arena responded, Commander replacement cards are hard to come by. Are you sure you wish to proceed with the replacement? Summit nodded. Confirm. Soon, 5 cards exclusive to the Kingdom of Tianjin appeared before Summit. Alright. I'll take this one. Summit declared, his eyes flashing with determination. Chapter 86, The Mechanism Array. After drawing the new character, Summit looked at Lin Yang with a look of pure delight. His eyes brimmed with confidence. As if he felt certain he couldn't lose again. Meanwhile, the Moon Guardian King, who had been confirmed to be replaced, stared at Summit in disbelief. As if asking, why me? Summit, however, avoided the Moon Guardian King's gaze, shifting his eyes away guiltily. This subtle movement did not escape Lin Yang's notice. He thought to himself, just as I suspected. Summit's confidence had already crumbled. Lin Yang understood this. After all, this South Asian powerhouse had been soundly defeated multiple times by the Chinese team represented by Lin Yang in just a few short matches. had been soundly defeated multiple times by the China team represented by Lin Yang. Feeling Summit's gaze, Lin Yang felt utterly speechless. Just as he was about to open his mouth to retort, Summit shifted his gaze and beat him to the punch. King Harsha. He was a renowned king, playwright, and poet in Indian history, the last indigenous ruler to unify northern India. His reign marked a glorious era in Indian history. A sage and a great man, his title Kavaraja means Sun King of the Law. During his era, India achieved its first friendly exchange with the Roman Empire of the Hira dynasty, securing significant diplomatic accomplishments. Simply put, he was the mightiest sage of our Indian nation. Summit then proceeded to recount King Harsha's life achievements. After listening attentively, Lin Yang felt that the history of the kingdom of Tianzhu only recorded rulers who had achieved great feats in history. This was incomprehensible to the people of Huaxia. In the eyes of Chinese historians, the accomplishments of an emperor could never be achieved solely through his own efforts. Instead, they would document the deeds of numerous literati and valiant generals, thereby enriching a nation's knowledge base and historical depth. Yet in the kingdom of Tianzhu, such a practice was entirely absent. This stark contrast deepened Lin Yang's reverence for the Chinese culture he inhabited. Of course, the credit for all this ultimately belongs to Sima Qian, the grand historian. It was his work that prevented China from becoming a peculiar nation like Tianzhu, instead forging it into the most powerful nation in the annals of world history. At that moment, the National Fortune Arena announced, selection of Confucian generals by both chosen ones complete. Prepare for the second round of the National Fortune Arena competition. Lin Yang and Summit exchanged a glance. Instantly, the space they occupied shifted from the previous strategic battle mode to a new configuration. They now found themselves within a vast mechanical trap array. Countless traps and mechanisms lay scattered throughout the surroundings. One misstep could trigger deadly mechanisms, making it extremely perilous. Lin Yang wondered what this new strategy battle mode entailed. Summit wore an air of absolute confidence, sneering coldly at Lin Yang. Poof. Lin Yang, this mode of wits tests the tactical prowess of the Confucian generals you've chosen. Summit sneered coldly at Lin Yang. Lin Yang ignored him. His eyes were fixed only on Zhuge Liang's ethereal, godlike figure. He trusted his choice. For the man he had chosen held pivotal significance in the history of China. Though the history here diverged greatly from that of China, it did nothing to diminish Lin Yang's admiration for him. Lin Yang trusted Zhuge Kongming's capabilities. He believed Zhuge Kongming possessed not only extraordinary strategic brilliance but also exceptional martial arts skills and unparalleled military acumen. How could such a man possibly be defeated by the barbarian kingdom of India? Soon, the National Fortune Arena announced the format for this match. Strategic Battle Mode, Mechanical Array. Both sides must navigate the mechanical array through wisdom. The side completing it fastest wins. If neither succeeds, the side advancing the farthest wins. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yang's heart sank with a thud. He silently lamented, why isn't there a mode to showcase Zhuge Liang's military formation abilities? Though Lin Yang felt regret. He knew that once the rules were set, they must be followed. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. Besides, Lin Yang was no child. So he didn't complain. It was Summit who, upon hearing the system's words, suddenly grew excited. Ha! Lin Yang, finally it's my turn to beat you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Lin Yang chuckled. Soon, the National Fortune Arena announced the start of the match. Both sides draw lots to determine which Confucian general will challenge the mechanism mode first. The National Fortune Arena made the announcement. Summit exclaimed excitedly, no need for a draw. We'll go first. Lin Yang gave a faint nod. Summit remained as confident as ever, and Lin Yang welcomed it. The arena for the National Fortune Arena's mechanism mode began shifting rapidly. Lin Yang felt a massive tremor beneath his feet. After regaining his footing, he witnessed immense transformations unfolding within the vast mechanical array before him. Lin Yang marveled at the spectacle. What a National Fortune Arena! To have devised such an exquisitely intricate mechanism array. Summit, however, wore a look of disdain, waiting for King Ajatasattu to decipher the array before them. For in their historical records, King Harsha possessed profound mastery over mechanical arrays. Thus, Summit harbored no concern about whether King Harsha could successfully break the formation. Lin Yang shared the same sentiment. He trusted Zhuge Liang. Thus, Lin Yang remained quietly observant. After a brief observation, King Harsha. He confidently took his first step. Countless traps lay before him, fire pits, mechanical traps, landmines, spike pits, and more. True to form, King Ka Yappa's first step posed no threat. A winding path stretched out before him. Such a trap array would be perfectly suited even for the tombs of ancient mighty emperors. Even Summit, watching King Harsha, couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. Yet the sage from India remained steadfast and composed, advancing with deliberate care. Take the left path. King Harsha declared calmly. He immediately began walking forward. Ha! How did he know the right fork had a trap? Lin Yang wondered. In his view, these junctions should conceal deadly traps. How could King Kasyapa dare charge straight in? Wasn't he afraid of death? It turned out King Kasyapa possessed complete confidence in his understanding of the trap array. Step by step, he advanced. Each time he neared a certain spot, he would deftly avoid it at just the right moment. It was as if he already knew the dangers lurking there. Watching from the sidelines, Summit couldn't help but praise, King Ajatasattu was truly formidable. Lin Yang frowned upon hearing this. Could this man truly surpass our Zhuge Liang? Time slipped away until 5 minutes had passed. King Harsha successfully navigated the trap array before him. Lin Yang frowned upon witnessing this. Finally, as the timer reached 6 minutes, King Ajatasattu successfully navigated the trap array. Chapter 87, Zhuge Liang's Heavenly 7-Star Step. Lin Yang shook his head at the sight. It seemed he had underestimated this guy after all. He had managed to navigate the National Fortune Arena's trap array with such ease. This made Lin Yang realize the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, the voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded again. Congratulations to the renowned general of the Indian Empire for successfully completing the National Fortune Arena's strategic combat mode. A new record has been set. 6 minutes. And so, the new global record for this mode was set. Inside the conference room of the imperial capital of Huaxia, Old Shen's face betrayed a hint of alarm. What? The renowned general from Tianzhu Kingdom is quite capable, isn't he? The others nodded in agreement. It was indeed difficult. Could Mr. Wulong possibly win in even less time? It's highly unlikely. The senior officials voiced their opinions one after another. Only the leader spoke calmly. This Indian monk is indeed formidable, but Mr. Wulong is no ordinary man. His voice was steady and confident. Therefore, let us wait. Mr. Wulong will deliver even greater achievements for the people of China. The crowd fell silent upon hearing this. They placed unwavering trust in the leader after all, within China. After crushing the Indian Moon Guardian King with the 8 trigrams formation, Zhuge Wulong's abilities were known to all. A tense atmosphere permeated the conference room in the capital of China. Senior officials stared intently at the large screen, awaiting Mr. Wulong's appearance. The leader slowly closed his eyes. Though he trusted Lin Yang's choice in Zhuge Wulong's abilities, his heart still hung in suspense, fearing China's winning streak might end here. On the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang couldn't help but feel nervous. He knew that King Ajatasattu, who had set a new record on this arena, was no ordinary opponent. Next, please welcome Zhuge Liang from the Huaxia side. The voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded once more. From the shadows before the mechanism, a familiar figure emerged, radiating an imposing presence as towering as a mountain. Master Wulong has arrived, the crowd gasped in unison. Zhuge Kongming strode slowly toward the National Fortune Arena, each step brimming with power and solemnity. His gaze was deep as a pool, seemingly able to pierce through everything. Lin Yang felt the oppressive pressure emanating from Zhuge Liang, and a tinge of reverence welled up in his heart. Woho Zhuge, you will win! Lin Yang declared with unwavering conviction, his faith in Zhuge Liang's abilities absolute. Lin Yang declared with unwavering resolve. Zhuge Liang nodded lightly and replied to Lin Yang, rest assured, young friend Lin Yang. Within the National Fortune Arena, Zhuge Liang stood before the mechanical array, lost in thought for a moment. This formation is truly extraordinary. Zhuge Liang remarked calmly, without a trace of urgency in his tone. His eyes pierced through the intricate structure of the mechanical array, spotting a faint, vulnerable flaw. This was a point King Ajatasattu had overlooked. During the Three Kingdoms period in China, Lin Yang knew Zhuge Liang possessed profound expertise in mechanical arts. As a military strategist, his acuity in warfare far surpassed that of ordinary men. The mechanical traps guarding the tomb of Emperor Liu Bei, also known as Lu Xuanda, or Zhuge Kongming's signature design. Thus, for centuries, it remained inviolable. On the battlefield, Zhuge Liang also devised the legendary wooden oxen and flowing horses bug-level contraptions for transporting supplies. Soon, Zhuge Liang took his first step. At this point, 5 seconds had passed. This? Isn't it a bit hasty? Not at all. Have you forgotten how Zhuge Liang broke the Moon Guardian King's battle formation in Tianzhu Kingdom? The first step didn't take much time either. Let's see how this plays out. The discussion in the Huaxia livestream chat began to boil over. Everyone watched with bated breath, anticipating Zhuge Liang's next move. After taking his first step, Zhuge Liang swiftly executed the second. To the untrained eye, every step Zhuge Liang took seemed recklessly hasty. But Lin Yang knew. Zhuge Kongming was executing the heavenly 7-star step. This entire footwork required the perfect union of spirit and intent, making every step Zhuge Kongming took appear exceptionally graceful. As the number of steps increased, Zhuge Liang's pace grew ever faster. Light as a swallow, yet steady as a boulder. In the blink of an eye, another step was already taken. The third step followed swiftly. With a loud crack, the platform supporting the giant beast crashed to the ground. What's happening? Good heavens! The trap array's broken. Holy crap! Zhuge Kongming is just too damn good. Now that's how you break a trap array. It's not just about walking through, you have to dismantle the mechanism itself. Inside the National Fortune Arena livestream, not only Chinese viewers but even those on neutral platforms were stunned by Zhuge Liang's technique. When the formation failed, everyone was utterly stunned. What kind of power was this? This Zhuge Liang is truly a prodigious talent, the leader exclaimed excitedly. Everyone silently agreed with the leader's words. They couldn't help but begin applauding. Soon, Lin Yang joined in the applause. His mindset was remarkably calm. Since Zhuge Liang dared to accept the challenge, he must be confident of victory. Zhuge Liang immediately began walking according to the heavenly gangs. The wisdom contained within the heavenly gangs was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Each step demanded flawless calculation, the slightest deviation could cost one's life. As the fifth step was taken, the National Fortune Arena timer precisely marked the 3rd minute. The path beneath Zhuge Liang's feet began to branch. His right foot lifted and landed on a path that was visibly perilous, causing his body to suddenly tilt sharply to the left. In that instant, the mechanism activated once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A hail of arrows instantly rained down upon Zhuge Liang, as dense as a downpour. Ha! Trivial tricks, not worth mentioning. A faint smile touched Zhuge Liang's lips. Twisting his body, he completed the 7th step with a graceful flourish. With that, the heavenly gang's step was fully completed. Zhuge Liang successfully dismantled the trap array on the most perilous path. In an instant, all mechanisms within the National Fortune Arena's trap array ceased functioning. Zhuge Liang was then safely transported by the National Fortune Arena to stand beside Lin Yang. Lin Yang exclaimed in awe, "Master Wulong, that was truly perilous." Though this route was perilous, it was hardly beyond my capabilities. Zhuge Liang replied calmly, his expression as serene as a still lake. Only then did Lin Yang understand. The seemingly most perilous branch of the National Fortune Arena's mechanical array turned out to be the swiftest route. Had Zhuge Liang not possessed profound mastery of the Taoist heavenly stepping technique, it wouldn't have been so easily traversed. The National Fortune Arena announced, China's renowned General Zhuge Liang broke the formation in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Setting a new record for the National Fortune Arena. Whoa! 3 minutes and 30 seconds? Holy crap! What does that even mean? Damn, is this Zhuge Liang's first time on the National Fortune Arena? The live stream audience was stunned. Soon, the National Fortune Arena announced again, detected Zhuge Kongming dismantling 3 trap mechanisms. Rewarding 1 Huaxia mode selection card. Chapter 88, The Beautiful Country's Up to No Good. Upon hearing the National Fortune Arena's announcement, Lin Yang was overjoyed. He felt the mode selection card would be incredibly useful, especially when facing Western nations. After all, each Western nation possessed a unique system on the National Fortune Arena, and Lin Yang needed to figure them out. On the National Fortune Arena, Zhuge Liang remarked indifferently, the methods for breaking formations are nothing extraordinary. The way Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan was truly like that of the immortal sage from Mount Gai, radiating an ethereal aura. Lin Yang thought to himself, Zhuge Liang truly lived up to his reputation as China's foremost strategist. His array-breaking techniques were formidable indeed. Congratulations to China for victory in the intelligence battle mode. Please choose whether to claim territory from the Kingdom of Tianzhu or receive the reward. Lin Yang recognized that most familiar voice. It was the voice announcing China's victory. I choose to claim the territory of the Kingdom of Tianzhu. As the words left Lin Yang's thin lips, the chat in the entire Tianzhu Kingdom livestream exploded. The Huaxia people are utterly arrogant. Damn those Huaxia people. You should be kneeling before us. I think I could be Tenjiku's chosen one too. Right. We can't beat China anyway. Might as well be me. Summit, get down here. Lin Yang realized his choice had caused an uproar among the Indian populace, but he didn't care. The Huaxia side, please choose whether to continue the challenge. Hearing this question, Lin Yang immediately chose to continue the challenge. Tianzhu, Sakura, and Kimchi nations were no different. None were a match for China, so Lin Yang would naturally continue challenging them. It was only natural. Lin Yang's decision to keep challenging shattered the Indian nation's morale completely. After their string of victories in South Asia had been shattered by China, they now felt like mere playthings. China could manipulate them at will, moving them however it pleased. After Lin Yang announced his continued challenge, the National Fortune Arena posed the next question. Does the Chinese side choose to retain its legendary general? Yes. Without hesitation, Lin Yang retained Zhuge Liang. Except for the individual battle mode, Zhuge Liang could excel in nearly every other format. Be it legion battles, national wars, or core engagements. Even if the National Fortune Arena randomly selected the individual battle mode, Lin Yang still had a way to cancel it. He now held 2 mode selection cards. Since the Huaxia side has chosen to retain their legendary general, we will now proceed to draw the next combat mode. The National Fortune Arena announced. Inside the conference room of the imperial capital of China, the leader watched as Lin Yang once again chose to claim territory from the Indian Empire. He chuckled, that kid Lin Yang just won us so much territory in one go. Managing all this is going to be a real headache now. The boss's words carried a hint of backhanded praise. But the high-ranking officials didn't mind, they were actually quite amused. Everyone knew the boss's temperament well. The procedures for accepting the Indian territories were swiftly completed on the Huaxia side, and they were done with steady, methodical precision. Following the stunning turnaround on the national fortune arena, China's financial reports continued to improve. Everything was progressing steadily toward prosperity. In stark contrast to China's peaceful atmosphere, the people of Tianzhu were plunged into chaos. In recent days, Tianzhu had endured unprecedented calamities. The loss of territory and the lack of trust among its leaders. These issues have caused the Indian president no end of headaches. Amidst the chaos, the president of Tianzhu decided to address the nation to steady the troops. My fellow citizens, we now face a grave crisis. Our nation's territories continue to be seized by Huaxia, and we have reached a critical juncture. I implore you all to offer counsel to our chosen one. The president of Tianzhu spoke in a tone bordering on supplication. He was a shrewd politician, fully aware of the chosen one's irreplaceable value in the national fortune arena, otherwise, they wouldn't be called the chosen one. The nation's top leadership immediately erupted into a flurry of discussion. I believe once the next mode activates individual combat, the Huaxia side will be helpless. No, China has a mode selection card. If they use it, we'll lose more territory. That would be counterproductive. That's not our concern. Our top priority is victory. The leaders' debate sparked an idea in the president of Tianzhu Kingdom. Then why not select a mode in the new system that China cannot refuse, while simultaneously identifying one where we have a chance to win? The Indian president's words silenced the assembled high-ranking officials. They began pondering how to make China accept this proposal. Just as they were at a loss for solutions, the president of Tianzhu's secretary addressed the president. Mr. President, a call from the Northern Alliance. The president of Tianzhu answered the call with a furrowed brow. Your Excellency, news of Tianzhu's situation has spread worldwide. A deep voice came through the line. The president of Tianzhu recognized the voice as that of the Northern Alliance spokesperson from the United States. Anxiety stirred within him, for he understood the other party's objective. That purpose was to do everything possible to prevent China's victory. Tell your chosen one to initiate the two-way secret realm challenge. The spokesperson from the United States hung up immediately after uttering these words, leaving no opportunity for the president of Tianzhu to object. The president of Tianzhu gritted his teeth and hung up. Yes. Back when India was on a winning streak in South Asia, the United States wouldn't have dared speak to India like this. But after a few consecutive defeats, they no longer regarded this president as human. Rage burned within the Indian president, yet he dared not vent it lightly. After all, these were extraordinary times. Tell our chosen one to initiate the two-way secret realm challenge. The Indian president had no idea what the hell a two-way secret realm challenge was. But since it was the suggestion of the United States, he had no power to object. Soon, the personnel responsible for contacting the chosen one in the Indian nation reached out to Summit. Summit listened and nodded silently. He knew exactly what the two-way secret realm challenge entailed. It was a mode where you raced against your opponent within the secret realm, though he hadn't actually challenged anyone yet. Soon after, Summit addressed the National Fortune Arena, activate the mode dominance card. Request to initiate the two-way secret realm challenge. The National Fortune Arena immediately responded, the two-way secret realm challenge mode presents immense opportunity or devastating blow. Proceed? Summit replied without hesitation, confirm activation. He still wanted to return to the Indian nation to mingle, hoping to gain opportunities to elevate his caste there. Does the chosen one of Huaxia wish to use a dominance card to override India's request? Lin Yang replied without hesitation. No. He also wanted to see what this two-way secret realm challenge entailed. For Lin Yang, the only thing he feared was a one-on-one battle. Since it was a secret realm challenge, Lin Yang had little to fear. The wisdom of Zhuge Liang was evident. Good move. It'd be better if India won. Even if they lose, it's just like losing a stinky piece. The Oval Office of the United States. A somber voice spoke thus. Chapter 89, The Twin Kings of Tianzhu. The chosen ones held supremely exalted status across all nations. Within the arena of national fortune, Tianzhu is likely the only realm commanded to perform such duties. Like slaves, like servants. Even in the eyes of the president of Tianzhu, they were considered more despicable than dogs. Simply because of his lowly caste. Within the caste system of the Indian nation, there are 4 distinct levels, and Summit's caste belongs to the lowest tier. Lin Yang couldn't be bothered to dwell on the specifics. Suffice it to say, Summit's frenzied willingness on the national fortune arena stemmed from this very reality. That was the essence of his quest to elevate his caste. Lin Yang then closed his eyes to rest. He waited for the next directive from the national fortune arena. Outside, the world was in an uproar. News of this two-way secret realm challenge spread not only across major Chinese cities like the imperial capital, Guangzhou, Nanjing, and Chang'an. Globally, the United States, the Irish Nation, the land of the free, and the Roman Empire were all watching this grand battle between China and India. With a combined population exceeding 3 billion, this was a truly global contest. It also signified that the victor of this two-way secret realm race would become the nation with the largest territory in Asia. Prepare, chosen ones of both sides. After the announcement, Lin Yang slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. He adjusted his mindset, awaiting the next announcement from the National Fortune Arena. This two-way speed challenge in the secret realm will be broadcast globally. All other National Fortune Arena battles in other countries are hereby suspended. A cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed. After a brief pause, light screens illuminated in the centers of major cities outside the National Fortune Arena. Beneath the screens, dense crowds instinctively lifted their heads to gaze upward. On the large screens, Lin Yang's handsome face formed a stark contrast to Summit's dark complexion. Viewers watching other National Fortune Arena streams were also forcibly switched to the China vs. India match. Chosen ones from other nations halted all activities to focus on this two-way secret realm race between China and India. This is a first for the National Fortune Arena. This has never happened before. So thrilling. What do you think? Can China pull it off? Hard to say. I think India is poised for a last-minute comeback. The live stream chat erupted with heated discussions. Inside the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang and Summit stood facing each other on opposite sides of the roundtable. It resembled a roundtable conference, likely the very intent behind the arena's design. There was no designated chairperson's seat, nor any seats for attendance. Everyone was equal. National Fortune Arena announcement. Both sides, please begin drawing your legendary generals. The Huaxia side, having retained one legendary general, must now draw one more. The Tianzhu side shall draw 2 legendary generals. The cold mechanical prompt sounded. Lin Yang's thoughts drifted away from the historical imagery of the roundtable conference. His attention shifted to the 5 cards distributed by the National Fortune Arena before him. The 5 transparent cards were Tang Dynasty's one man who destroyed a kingdom, Wang Xuanzi; Northern Song Dynasty's southern court strategist Zhao Wei; Southern Song Dynasty's woodcutter turned hidden talent Yu Zai; Western Han Dynasty's veteran general of unmatched valor Feng Fengshi; Tang Dynasty's heavenly Khan Li Shimen. Excellent. 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 5 splendid choices. Lin Yang's heart leapt with delight upon seeing them. He knew Li Shimen's capabilities well. Once this man appeared, all other choices became irrelevant. A paragon of both literary and martial prowess, he stands as the most comprehensively capable emperor in Chinese history without a doubt. The other candidates, Wang Xuanzi and Feng Fengshi, were men who had each single-handedly conquered a nation. The 2 Song dynasty generals were also excellent choices. Had Li Shimen not been among these 5 drawn cards, Lin Yang would have undoubtedly considered them. Moreover, there was that age-old question. Lin Yang was also deeply curious about the sparks that might fly when Zhuge Liang partnered with Li Shimen. The Chinese chosen one has made their selection. The Indian chosen one is requested to make their choice promptly. The National Fortune Arena prompted. Summit nodded upon reading it. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. My choice is made. As Summit uttered these words, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flash of wild joy flickered in his eyes. Lin Yang gave a slight nod upon hearing this, then turned his gaze towards Summit. He waited for Summit to introduce the legendary general he had chosen. Ashoka was the emperor of the Maurya Empire in India, ruling over nearly the entire Indian subcontinent. He is regarded by many as India's greatest emperor. A familiar-sounding introduction. Lin Yang immediately understood the reason behind Summit's agitated expression. Ashoka had likely come with a purpose of revenge. Although Sun Wu, who had defeated him, hadn't been drawn by Lin Yang to appear in this round. His hatred for Huaxia had long since set Ashoka's blood boiling. After Summit finished extolling Ashoka, he promptly moved on to introduce the next selection. King Bimbisara. Literally Shadow Victor, he ascended the throne of India at 15. During his reign, he conquered the Yajavarna kingdom, forged alliances through marriage with Kosala and Vaisali, and established his capital at Rajagaha. Military achievements were not King Yingxing's sole legacy. His greatest accomplishment was establishing administrative, judicial, and military institutions that laid the foundation for India's future systems. In matters of religion, both he and Queen Vaidehi converted to Buddhism, becoming devout followers and among the earliest patrons of the Dharma. Summit's account sent the Indian court into an uproar. Summit praised the Shadow King as if he were a god, but Lin Yang remained unimpressed. But the audience in India felt otherwise. Shadow Victory King. There's no way he can lose this round. He's a top-tier strategist. And his combat prowess is formidable. How could he possibly retreat? Ha ha. Shadow Victory King will prevail. Go Shadow Victory King. Long live India. It's our turn to win now. We will win. Let those damned Chinese taste our might. The influence of Buddhism in India needs no elaboration. The Chinese audience erupted in excitement. Lin Yang's card draws are insane. The combination of Mr. Wulong and the Heavenly Khan, I can't wait to see it. Feels like another win. Don't jinx it. Let's not turn joy into sorrow. Both sides engaged in heated discussions, each convinced their nation's chosen representative was the right pick. Chosen ones of both nations, prepare yourselves. You are about to be transported into the challenge arena of the National Fortune Arena. A cold mechanical voice echoed as Lin Yang and Summit, each holding their chosen legendary general card, were transported into the secret realm stage of the National Fortune Arena. The areas they were transported to differed. Lin Yang entered a barren wasteland, surrounded by nothing but scattered trees. After a quick survey of the terrain, Lin Yang could tell this was a wilderness. Soon, a map materialized in Lin Yang's hand. The map was incredibly convoluted, winding and twisting. Upon seeing it, Lin Yang frowned. It was indeed a map, yet it offered no clues whatsoever, leaving him utterly perplexed. Before long, the National Fortune Arena's notification sounded. Both chosen ones have been teleported to their respective National Fortune Arena challenge realms. Both chosen ones, please await the teleportation of your legendary generals to the secret realm. Chapter 90, Different Strategies. Lin Yang patiently examined the map in his hands, carefully tracing its contours, trying to uncover any clues. Just then, two flashes of light erupted from the gloomy wilderness. Lin Yang knew this signaled Li Shimin and Zhuge Liang had both teleported into the secret realm stage of the National Fortune Arena. He still didn't know if Summit was experiencing the same situation. Once the secret realm commenced, the National Fortune Arena severed the chosen one's access to the live stream chat. Two rings of light flickered to the ground. Indeed, it was Zhuge Liang and Li Shimin. National Fortune Arena notice. The Secret Realm Challenge is about to commence. Once the Secret Realm Challenge commences, neither chosen one may contact the outside world. Only after the legendary general chosen by the chosen one achieves victory or defeat may they exit the secret realm. Challenge objective: locate and capture the enemy tribe's royal court within the wilderness plain map designated by the National Fortune Arena. Victory is determined by the duration of control. Each side may deploy 500 soldiers of their respective cultural specialties. 100,000 enemy soldiers are scattered across the wilderness. Each side's legendary general will be given a sheepskin map. This is your sole reliance for locating the enemy's royal court. Both sides may now challenge each other to draw soldiers. The National Fortune Arena issued several consecutive prompts. In an instant, citizens from both nations were dumbfounded. Holy! What the hell? We're actually relying on luck? Damn it! Is this just a game of luck? Damn it! What about our legendary generals? We're screwed. Who'd have thought it would come down to luck? We're supposed to defeat 100,000 enemy soldiers with just 500 men? Lin Yang was stunned too. This is ridiculous. Though Lin Yang trusted Zhuge Liang and Li Shimin's abilities, this secret realm challenge was simply too daunting. Finding the enemy's royal court, heavily guarded by 100,000 soldiers on their home turf, was nothing short of a pipe dream. Yet Li Shimin and Zhuge Liang below the stage seemed completely unfazed. Warlord Zhuge, I've long admired your reputation. Li Shimin bowed respectfully. Zhuge Liang nodded and returned the bow, replying, Your Majesty's achievements have reverberated through the ages, inspiring profound admiration among our generation. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Zhuge Liang and Li Shimin, this pair of sovereign and minister who had crossed time engaged in mutual flattery. Ahem, Your Majesty, the military strategist Zhuge is too kind. Li Shimin chuckled. Soon, the National Fortune Arena coldly announced once more, enemy selection begins for both sides. As the gavel fell, a large screen abruptly materialized before Lin Yang's eyes. Subtitles flashed continuously. From Xiang Yu cavalry to the Jin dynasty's iron floating towers, the names flashed by. Lin Yang could tell these were all nomadic dynasties that had conquered vast territories across Asia. The secret realm challenges of the National Fortune Arena are truly extraordinary in difficulty. Lin Yang murmured softly. He then focused intently on the captions displayed on the large screen. Xiang Yu cavalry. Lin Yang instantly knew trouble was brewing. The might of the Xiang Yu cavalry was legendary, even by historical standards. During the early days of the Han Dynasty, they had even besieged the founding emperor, Liu Bang. Meanwhile, within the secret chambers of Tianzhu, Summit sneered at the draw result. What's there to fear about Xiang Yu skirmishers? They can only defeat armies of the Huaxia people. Summit sneered, already plotting his victory strategy. That was to outlast the Huaxia forces within the National Fortune Arena and claim victory. As for dealing with the Xiang Yu forces? Ha! Let the Xiang Yu prepare to receive the baptism of our great Indian Empire's legions. Summit didn't give the Xiang Yu skirmishers a second thought. National Fortune Arena activated. As the National Fortune Arena's notification sound rang out once more, the entire expanse of the wilderness plain began to shake violently. This was the sound of the Hun's 100,000 cavalry descending upon the earth. Immediately, the clatter of hooves echoed from all directions. Both sides' chosen ones, select your special forces. After a moment's thought, Lin Yang decided to select 400 black armor cavalry alongside 100 of Zhuge Liang's elite white plume army. The might of the black armor cavalry had already been demonstrated within the National Fortune Arena, while the white plume army, unfortunately, had never appeared there. Zhuge Liang's white feather army was a special unit adorned with white feathers. Each soldier was equipped with a rare, tall horse from the Western Chu region, armed with a Zhuge crossbow, a large shield, and a long sword. Each soldier was a battle-hardened warrior from the Shu Han army, their equipment costing a fortune. Lin Yang believed that the unique combination of the black armor cavalry and 100 white feather soldiers would undoubtedly spark extraordinary results. Meanwhile, within the secret territory of Tianzhu, Summit selected the Tianzhu kingdom's unique armored cavalry. Each knight wore heavy armor and wielded India's distinctive long-handled weapons. Roar! Kill! After the 500 Guzhan cavalry of the Indian kingdom landed, they roared one after another, as if they had no opponents. Warlord Zhuge, what brilliant strategy do you propose? Li Shimin asked respectfully. He did not treat Zhuge Liang as an inferior, though he was the emperor and Zhuge Liang was historically the chancellor. Yet Zhuge Liang's reputation as a sage of unparalleled wisdom throughout the ages, coupled with his exemplary loyalty to his sovereign, naturally inspired such profound admiration in Li Shimin that he could not maintain any air of superiority when conversing with him. Zhuge Liang gazed at the sheepskin map in his hands, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Your Majesty, this map indicates the location of the Xiang Yu royal court. Breaking through their defenses to strike at the heart of their command center will prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the deployment of the enemy's 100,000 troops remains unclear, and the Xiang Yu royal court is easily relocated, merely lifting the tents shifts its position. The only prudent course now is to find a water source, establish camp, and await the opportune moment. Hearing Zhuge Liang's words, Li Shimin frowned. Your military acumen, Zhuge Liang, is truly prudent. I cannot match your foresight. Li Shimin deeply agreed with Zhuge Liang's strategy, for it was indeed the most prudent course. Your Majesty, please do not speak thus. I dare not accept such praise. Haha, Zhuge Wuho is being too modest. After brief deliberation, Li Shimin and Zhuge Liang both sprang into action, directing 500 soldiers to begin searching for the water source. Though a steady, methodical approach wasn't ideal for racing through the secret realm, it was the wisest course for newcomers navigating this vast wilderness. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the kingdom of Tianzhu, King Ashoka and King Yingsheng had just concluded a battle. Their Indian iron cavalry made far too much noise, strutting about the National Fortune Arena's secret realm as if determined to be found by the Xiang Yu iron cavalry. Though the 100,000 Hun cavalry were dispersed throughout the secret realm, each sector was guarded by over 5,000 soldiers. For the Indian kingdom, their cavalry capabilities were not poor. After dispatching over a dozen soldiers, they successfully withdrew from the battlefield. Chapter 91, The Strongest Emperor and Minister Duo. After enduring a perilous escape, the two sat resting to the side. King Yingsheng looked at Ashoka with some confusion and asked, Ashoka, why must we evade the Xiang Yu? Ashoka replied with a bitter smile. At present, we haven't even pinpointed the location of the Xiang Yu royal court. How can we speak of victory? King Yingsheng fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, their current situation was far from promising. They must proceed with utmost caution, for they had yet to fully decipher the sheepskin map before them. It looked like gibberish to me. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the distance. Ashoka and King Yingsheng both went on high alert, lifting their heads to look. A dense swarm of Xiang Yu cavalry charged toward them at breakneck speed. Damn it! King Yingsheng couldn't help but curse under his breath. He realized they were surrounded. Meanwhile, Li Shimin and Zhuge Liang had managed to locate a water source area largely free from enemy interference. After allowing his 500 troops to drink their fill and graze, he began marching along the water source. Your Majesty, why haven't the Xiang Yu pursued us yet? A black-armored cavalryman looked at Li Shimin with puzzlement. He was genuinely puzzled. By all logic, given the Xiang Yu's temperament, they should have launched a pursuit long ago. Yet, after half an hour of travel, not a single Hun cavalryman had been sighted, nor had they encountered a single scout. Had the Xiang Yu changed their ways? Or perhaps their main force wasn't here at all? Li Shimin, however, laughed. It's only right that the Xiang Yu haven't come. Our target is the enemy's royal court. How foolish would they be to send troops here to their deaths? Zhuge Liang immediately concurred. Indeed, the Xiang Yu are no fools. They are likely tracking our position and forming an encirclement right now. After speaking, Zhuge Liang and Li Shimin exchanged glances. Before long, they declared in unison, break through the encirclement. Without delay, they spurred their horses into action, leading their troops in a swift charge forward. Watching Li Shimin's dashing figure recede into the distance, Zhuge Liang thought to himself, if only the young emperor possessed such heroic spirit. Yet he knew such qualities could not be forced. No matter what, Lu Shan remained the son of the late Emperor Liu Bei. With that thought, Zhuge Liang sighed softly and urged his horse forward. Whoosh whoosh. A series of whistling sounds pierced the air, followed by the startled cries of soldiers beside him. Your Majesty, beware. Zhuge Liang fixed his gaze. Several Han skirmishers, unable to form a complete encirclement, were forced to fire arrows at the Chinese forces. One arrow, aimed directly at Li Shimon's chest, was particularly vicious. Li Shimon reacted swiftly. He instantly swung his spear to deflect the incoming arrows, then spun around abruptly. Drawing his bow, he aimed at the Han centurion who had fired at him. With a single arrow, he pierced the warrior's face with pinpoint accuracy. Simultaneously, Li Shimon roared, "Protect Kongming!" Yes. His personal guards responded with a resounding yes, and immediately stepped forward, raising their shields to block the wave of arrows aimed at Zhuge Liang. At that moment, the Xiang Yu skirmishers halted their assault. They seemed to realize they had met their match today. Most of their arrows failed to pierce Li Shimon's black iron cavalry armor. Zhuge Liang laughed, "Never mind. Assemble the entire army. Eliminate this squad of skirmishers." Aye, the soldiers responded in unison. Soon, the black iron cavalry and the white plume army converged around Zhuge Liang, ready for action. Raising his feather fan, Zhuge Liang bellowed, "Sons of China, slaughter these barbarian Huns." No sooner had the words left his lips than the Huaxia legions charged toward the Xiang Yu skirmishers. Li Shimon led his personal guard in a charge at the very forefront. They charged headlong at the over 3,000 Xiang Yu skirmishers deployed at this location. Kill! After sweeping aside a Han scout with a single thrust of his spear, Li Shimon roared with fury and charged forward. National Fortune Arena notification: Li Shimon's personal ability Celestial Strategist has been triggered. Personal combat prowess increased by 100%. Army morale increased by 100%. National Fortune Arena notification: Zhuge Liang's personal ability Like a Fish in Water triggered. Sovereign's abilities increased by 100%. The system notifications rang in his ears, sending Lin Yang's excitement soaring. Watching Li Shimon and Zhuge Liang charge into battle had already filled Lin Yang with fervor. The enhanced abilities made the Huaxia cavalry formation seem truly peerless under heaven. The only thought in Li Shimon's mind now was slaughter. The prospect of swiftly crushing the 3,000+ rangers before him filled him with exhilaration. The exhilaration of galloping on horseback transported Li Shimon back to his youth, when he had conquered Guangzhong and Hunan with youthful vigor. Bang! PSSSH. Li Shimon's Shin Tai cavalry charged like wolves among sheep. The Indian skirmishers were utterly overwhelmed by such a fierce assault. Li Shimon's long spear whirled like a whirlwind, each swing claiming another life. Meanwhile, Zhuge Liang, fan in hand, commanded 500 soldiers to follow closely at his side. Though unable to join the fray, Zhuge Liang continued to command with authority, his demeanor radiating mastery. Kill! Li Shimon roared, thrusting his spear forward with such force it instantly cleaved the charging Han cavalrymen in two. Then, turning to the soldiers beside him, Li Shimon roared, "Follow me into battle. Charge!" The soldiers roared in unison, charging toward the remaining Xiang Yu skirmishers. It must be said that the military discipline of the Xiang Yu was vastly inferior to that of the elite Huaxia troops. Facing the Chinese cavalry regiment, they could not mount any effective resistance. Within moments, the Xiang Yu skirmishers suffered heavy casualties and showed signs of collapse. Their 1,000-man commander's efforts to rally them proved utterly futile. Soon, Li Shimon charged right up to the Han commander. With a swift sidestep, he dodged the commander's thrust like a nimble swallow. His horse trampled forward, and with a swift turn of his lance, Li Shimon impaled the commander. Seeing their commander fall dead, the remaining Han skirmishers lost all will to fight. They scattered like birds and beasts, retreating southward under the command of their respective company commanders. Oomph! Li Shimon gave a cold snort but did not pursue. These Xiang Yu skirmishers were the elite of the Xiang Yu royal court. Though over 3,000 cavalry suffered heavy casualties. But for the entire Xiang Yu royal court, this loss was negligible. Therefore, Li Shimon saw no need to pursue relentlessly. After breaking through the encirclement the Xiang Yu had attempted to form, Zhuge Liang's eyes swept over the scene and he immediately calculated that not a single soldier under his command had fallen. They had broken through the Xiang Yu encirclement at zero cost. Truly cause for celebration. Lin Yang exclaimed excitedly, pumping his fist. Holy crap! Zhuge Liang and Li Shimon are way too strong. Quick, check out the Indian livestream, they're down to just 400 cavalry. How dare those Indian fools compare themselves to our heavenly Khan? Master of the reclining dragon is truly unbeatable. Easy peasy. Is this the combo of China's mightiest emperor and his most formidable minister? The bullet chat in the Huaxia livestream never stopped after Li Shimon and Zhuge Liang broke through the Xiang Yu skirmishers. Chapter 92. The Indians are in for a world of hurt. Even across major Chinese forums, countless fans debated the potential outcome between the Chinese and Indian armies. After all, the Huaxia Legion was simply too formidable. Especially the state displayed by the Huaxia cavalry regiment, it was downright absurdly strong. Under these circumstances, how could Huaxia fans possibly worry about the Huaxia Legion losing? But the Indian side didn't see it that way. To the Tianju, the Huaxia Legion was nothing special. Yet now, they had utterly routed the Xiang Yu cavalry, a feat that left them utterly convinced. The Indian morale had completely collapsed. Yet on the battlefield, they couldn't attack Huaxia. They could only resort to cursing wildly. The Huaxia are utterly shameless. Those bastards. How disgusting, they actually called our Indian Legion weak. Ha! That's what you get for bringing shame upon yourselves. Our Indian Legion is mighty and formidable. This is a feat achieved against enemies 10 times our number. Stop bragging, man. You're down to just over 300 soldiers now. Ha! That'll make my teeth fall out laughing, and you call this the greatest feat in history? In the livestream chat, the Huaxia and Indian commentators were arguing fiercely. Meanwhile, on the National Fortune Arena battlefield, the Huaxia Legion was resting. Having broken through the Xiang Yu blockade, the Huaxia Legion could now freely recuperate. As the night passed, unlike the nervous Indian Legion, the Huaxia Legion, well fed and well rested, stood ready to meet any challenge. This region was the most lush and fertile area within the entire National Fortune Arena's secret realm. The legendary ruler-minister duo of Zhuge Liang and Li Shimin naturally found a place to recuperate. Horses grazed their fill, and soldiers rested and recharged. The combat prowess of the Huaxia Legion was far beyond what the Xiang Yu skirmishers could handle. That night, the Han skirmishers searched for the Huaxia men until they were utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, the Indian Legion, however, suffered greatly. Since last night's skirmish with the skirmishers, the Indian Legion suffered considerable losses throughout the day. Their ranks, once over 400 strong, now numbered less than 400. Such an outcome was almost unbearable for the Indian soldiers. Ashoka of India felt utterly shattered. He had intended to sweep the Xiang Yu legions aside with his formidable forces, only to find himself surrounded and attacked by them in wave after wave. How could they possibly accept this? Thus, the high command of the Indian army was now consumed by fury. Damn the Xiang Yu! A middle-aged man roared in fury. That man was none other than the president of Tianzhu. Reporting to the president, according to the latest intelligence, the Huaxia Legion defeated the Xiang Yu Legion without suffering any losses. Just then, another Tianzhu staff member rushed in to report. What? Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. What on earth are we to do now? A staff member beside the president exclaimed urgently. We can't afford another loss. Tell Summit. At any cost. The Indian president shouted frantically. Within the secret realm of Huaxia, Li Shimin addressed Zhuge Liang. Master Kongming, who do you think has the better odds of winning this tournament? Li Shimin, too, was a monarch who had participated in the National Fortune Arena stage. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the Indian Legion has very little chance of winning this contest. Zhuge Liang replied without hesitation. Oh? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's interest was piqued. He was eager to hear Zhuge Liang's reasoning behind such certainty. Your Majesty, consider this, if the entire Indian army were composed of elite cavalry, then their historical interactions would reveal profound disagreements between the two emperors. Zhuge Liang continued his explanation. Therefore, in my view, the likelihood of Tianzhu prevailing is extremely slim. Li Shimin nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Even if the Tianzhu kingdom's odds of victory are extremely slim, we shall press forward undeterred. Even if we annihilate one Han contingent, the gap between our forces and the Han cavalry remains vast. Li Shimin declared, the enemy's encirclement will undoubtedly reform within days. With our position already exposed, the Xiang Yu are no fools, they won't let us pass unchallenged to attack their king. At the Xiang Yu royal court at that moment, the Xiang Yu Chanyu sat at the head of the assembly, his face dark and sullen. Chanyu, what should we do now? A trusted advisor below inquired. The atmosphere in the Xiang Yu royal court was thick with tension. Over 2,000 of their troops had been annihilated. The forces that had barely made it back to the court numbered less than 500. And these 500 were fleeing for their lives, otherwise, they likely would not have survived to return. The Xiang Yu Chanyu narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on a general below him. You will lead a force to form another encirclement net and annihilate the Huaxia men. Those damned Huaxia men must be utterly exhausted by now. Your servant obeys. The commander immediately responded with respectful obedience. Just as the commander prepared to depart, another trusted aide hurried in. Chanyu, it's bad. The Huaxia Legion is still advancing and is now approaching the vicinity of our Xiang Yu royal court. The words sent shockwaves through the entire Xiang Yu assembly. Instantly, the Xiang Yu Shanyu's expression darkened. He sprang to his feet. How is that possible? It's only been a single day, how could the Huaxia have caught up so swiftly? Report. Just then, a voice sounded again from outside the door. Enter. The Xiang Yu Chanyu had regained his composure by now. Report to our king, the Shanyu. The encirclement cannot be formed. The Xiang Yu commander who had just left the room returned, his face twisted with bitterness. Report, Your Majesty. The Huaxia Legion has broken through the first layer of the encirclement. Report. One after another, Huns burst into the chamber, their expressions filled with terror. Hearing these reports, everyone froze in disbelief. How is this possible? Even the usually composed Xiang Yu Shanyu roared in fury. He knew they had met their match this time. Quick! Dispatch orders to all tribes hold back the Huaxia legions at all costs. The Xiang Yu immediately issued his command. Though they had lost this battle, it did not mean they would simply wait for their doom. Yes. Soon, one order after another was dispatched from the Xiang royal court. In an instant, the entire Xiang tribe erupted into fervor. Every Han took up arms. They refused to stand idly by and watch the Huaxia people gain the upper hand. Especially near their royal court. This place was where the Xiang king resided. The second wave of the Xiang encirclement. This was meticulously devised by the Xiang. In their eyes, the 500 Huaxia legionnaires stood no chance against them. Overwhelming numbers alone would suffice. Thus, their encirclement grew ever tighter, forming with astonishing speed. All to halt the Huaxia legion's advance. Ha! Have the Huaxia finally been trapped by us? Seeing the encircled Huaxia legion, the Xiang cheered with glee. They believed the Huaxia legion had completely trapped themselves. Chapter 93, Deploying the 8 trigrams formation once more. Brothers, slaughter these damned Huaxia men. Seize their armor and weapons. Restore the glory of the Xiang. A Han scout bellowed. Immediately, more Huns beside him joined the roar. Slaughter the Huaxia. Restore the might of the Xiang. Charge. Amidst the Huns' battle cries, they now charged toward the Chinese legion like rabid beasts. Another dark mass of troops closed in, encircling the 500-strong Chinese formation. Meanwhile, the Indians were suffering a terrible fate. Historically, the most elite cavalry unit of the Indians. After being relentlessly pursued and harassed by Xiang skirmishers for a full day and night, both men and horses were exhausted. The Indian cavalry found themselves in dire straits. After a full day of relentless pursuit by the Xiang skirmishers, both men and horses were utterly exhausted. The horsemen were utterly exhausted, their horses spent, moving only slowly forward as the Xiang closed in. General Ashoka, leading the charge, urged his men on relentlessly, shouting hoarsely, "Hold fast! Do not give up! We are the cavalry of India. We have our honor and our duty." Yet, faced with the relentless pursuit of the Xiang, the soldiers' confidence gradually wavered. They had once been utterly confident in their strength and tactics, yet now found themselves overwhelmed by the Huns. Ashoka looked up and saw the sky gradually darkening. A full moon hung overhead, illuminating the vast expanse of land. A thought struck him, and he conceived a daring plan. King Shang. We cannot continue to be chased and beaten by the Xiang. Ashoka declared to King Shang. We must use the cover of night to slip away from their pursuit. Upon hearing this plan, the soldiers lifted their heads. A glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes, weary and filled with despair. If we can shake off the Xiang's pursuit, we can survive. King Shang nodded. He agreed to Ashoka's proposal. Immediately, under Ashoka's command, the column came to a halt. Though they still lacked water sources, their provisions and rations were sufficient for their needs. Ashoka gazed at the sky and murmured, "Night will soon fall. What awaits us? I cannot say, but I trust you will endure." King Shang smiled upon hearing Ashoka's words. "I believe we of India will surely triumph. We shall not disappoint the people's expectations." The other soldiers heard these words and a glimmer of hope appeared on their faces. Night fell. Under the guidance of King Ashoka and King Shang, the numerous soldiers of India began searching the grasslands for suitable hiding spots. The Xiang forces followed closely behind, steadily closing in. Finally, darkness fell completely. In the stillness of the night, the rustling of wind through the grass was the only sound to be heard. The Indian soldiers hid themselves and cautiously probed the enemy's position. Once they confirmed the Indians were not nearby, they began their operation. They moved silently, daring not to make a sound in the perilous situation. They focused solely on moving forward. Fortune smiled upon them as no Hun scouts patrolled the vicinity. Thus, they advanced safely in stealth. Within the Huaxia secret realm, after Zhuge Liang and Li Shimin led their soldiers to eat and drink their fill, they resumed their march. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan, his gaze fixed calmly upon the distant sky. Li Shimin's gaze was profound. "Master Kongming, what insights do you have?" Li Shimin knew Zhuge Liang must be plotting something at this moment. After a moment's contemplation, Zhuge Liang replied, "Your Majesty, observe the birds in the distance." Zhuge Liang frowned. Li Shimin followed Zhuge Liang's gaze in the direction he pointed. Suddenly, waves of bird cries reached his ears, filling him with unease. From the distant woods, startled birds kept fluttering out, flapping wildly. Zhuge Liang asked, "Your Majesty, have you considered why these birds are fleeing?" Li Shimin immediately nodded. "An enemy attack, perhaps. All troops, prepare for battle." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the deafening clatter of hooves echoed from the distance. "They're coming." Li Shimin's eyes narrowed. "Master Zhuge, should we fight or retreat?" Li Shimin inquired. After a long silence, Zhuge Liang spoke slowly, "I have a plan that may help your Majesty defeat the enemy." Li Shimin's face lit up with delight. "I'd love to hear more. Your Majesty, please look." After Zhuge Liang finished speaking, Li Shimin followed the direction indicated by Zhuge Liang's feather fan. He saw only a cleared plot of land. The open terrain could easily accommodate over 500 Huaxia soldiers. Moreover, the enemy forces could not encircle us here. Therefore, deploying troops here to annihilate the Xiang Yu was an ideal position. Li Shimin now understood Zhuge Liang's strategy. Brilliant! Li Shimin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He immediately ordered his commanders, execute Zhuge Liang's plan without delay. Yes, sir. Soon, 500 soldiers responded. Please, Mr. Reclining Dragon, arrange the formation. Li Shimin said respectfully. How could Li Shimin possibly pass up the chance to witness Zhuge Liang deploying the legendary Bagua formation with his own eyes? He had long been eager to see the legendary Bagua formation for himself. Very well. Zhuge Liang nodded. All troops, heed my command. At his command, 500 soldiers swiftly formed their battle array. The Bagua formation was composed of the 8 gates Golden Lock, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, and the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. This formation, synthesizing Taoist knowledge with military tactics. Its power was immense. This formation was exceedingly complex and intricate, demanding not only exceptional memory but also formidable deductive skills. Yet Zhuge Liang indeed deployed it with astonishing speed. Holy crap! Is this the 8 trigrams formation Zhuge Liang set up with his elite troops? Unbelievably powerful. Zhuge Kongming. Truly worthy of the title Reclining Dragon. Let's keep watching. We will win. Unparalleled national hero. The Huaxia livestream chat exploded with comments. Li Shimin watched the rapidly shifting formation and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He had only witnessed such masterful formation tactics in Li Jing's 6-petal formation. That formation had been refined from Zhuge Liang's legendary 8 trigram formation. Most crucially, Zhuge Liang seemed to have deployed this formation in just half an incense stick's time. His actions left Li Shimin, observing nearby, utterly astonished. Truly worthy of the title Reclining Dragon. Truly a divine being. Li Shimin thought to himself. At that very moment, while Li Shimin stood in utter awe, rumble! Rumble! The thunderous clatter of hooves echoed in his ears, jolting Li Shimin back to alertness. Your Majesty! Please take your place at the command center. Zhuge Liang urged Li Shimin. Li Shimin snapped to attention and immediately took his seat at the strategic center Zhuge Liang had indicated. No sooner had Li Shimin settled into position. The deafening clatter of hooves grew ever clearer. Chapter 94, deploying the 8 trigrams formation once more. Charge! As the hoofbeats drew nearer across the open field, a squadron of Han skirmishers over 3,000 strong suddenly charged forth. The leading 1,000-man commander, surveying the Huaxia army, ordered his troops to charge. Prepare for battle! Li Shimin roared. Instantly, 500 soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, forming ranks and preparing for battle. Ha! 500 Huaxia soldiers roared in unison. The sheer force of it was terrifying. Li Shimin gazed upon the 500 elite troops before him, a surge of pride welling up within him. He had indeed placed his trust in the right men. The Bagua formation deployed by Zhuge Liang truly possessed extraordinary capabilities. In the past, even when facing the charge of Xiang Yu cavalry, Li Shimin would have felt no fear. And he was confident he could defeat them. However, it would still come at the cost of some casualties among his men, a price Li Shimin was unwilling to pay. Today, however, bolstered by Zhuge Liang's 8 trigrams formation, he had no reservations whatsoever. Li Shimin was confident that the 8 trigrams formation would ensure these 3,000 Xiang Yu skirmishers would never return. At this moment, Li Shimin desired nothing more than to slaughter these Xiang Yu soldiers mercilessly, teaching them what the might of the Chinese cavalry truly meant. Thank you, Zhuge Wuo, for commanding the battle. Li Shimin addressed Zhuge Liang, who stood at the rear of the formation. Your Majesty is too kind. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Zhuge Liang remained calm and composed, showing not a trace of panic. Slowly stepping into the center of the Bagua formation, his gaze blazing. Waving his feather fan, he declared, await the enemy forces. Zhuge Liang knew these black-armored cavalrymen were not his battle-hardened veterans. Therefore, he did not deploy them in positions requiring frequent shifts. Positions requiring flexibility were instead manned by the white-plumed soldiers. Upon hearing Zhuge Liang's arrangements, Li Shimin showed no sign of haste. He knocked an arrow onto his bow, waiting for the enemy to advance deep into Zhuge Liang's formation. Clop! The clatter of hooves grew ever closer. The Han commander stared at the Chinese formation before him, momentarily stunned. For some reason, this Chinese military formation gave him a sense of familiarity. As if he had encountered it somewhere before. But he couldn't quite place it. Li Shimin gave him no time to ponder. Drawing his bow and nocking an arrow, he loosed it. Whoosh! The piercing whistle of the arrow split the air. Swift as lightning. The single arrow struck the centurion's helmet with deadly precision. Li Shimin did not aim to kill him, but struck the tip of the helmet's crest. A sharp clang echoed. The Han centurion felt a chill run down his spine, a coldness spreading from the soles of his feet to the top of his skull. He couldn't help but shudder. This was unmistakably Li Shimon's provocation. Li Shimon was flaunting his marksmanship, making it abundantly clear that if he truly wanted the man dead, he would have struck long ago. The enraged Xiang Yu commander roared, "Charge! Follow me and slaughter every last Chinese dog." Upon hearing these words, Li Shimon roared with laughter. "My loyal ministers, follow me to defeat the enemy." Yes. In an instant, every soldier roared in unison. At that moment, witnessing Li Shimon's masterful archery, their blood boiled with fervor. Victory in this battle was assured. Meanwhile, the Han centurion charged toward Li Shimon with his cavalry. Li Shimon, however, remained calm and composed, awaiting Zhuge Liang's command. He had absolute faith in Zhuge Kongming's abilities. With Zhuge Liang's assistance, this battle must be won. Zhuge Liang clutched his feather fan, his eyes narrowing slightly as he fixed his gaze upon the charging Xiang Yu skirmishers in the distance. A gleam of wisdom shone in his eyes. Then he shouted, "Form ranks to meet the enemy." The Bagua formation he had arranged concealed multiple tactical formations within it: the gathering heroes, the serpent, the reclining dragon, and the 10-sided ambush. The more soldiers, the greater the tactical flexibility. For an exceptional military commander, more troops were always better. No sooner had Zhuge Liang finished speaking than Li Shimon raised his long spear. This formation was perfectly suited for cavalry charges against the Bagua formation. Li Shimon was utterly enamored with this formation. Even during his time as Prince of Qin, Li Shimon had relished leading cavalry charges himself. Thus, he now felt completely in his element. The Xiang Yu cavalry charged forward at once. A murderous glint flashed in Li Shimon's eyes. The black armor covering his body reflected no sunlight. Yet to the soldiers following Li Shimon radiated a dazzling golden glow, his figure resembling a blazing sun. Accompanied by his thunderous battle cry, his steed reared up on all four hooves. Clop! 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 Though his force numbered only 500, its sheer momentum overwhelmed the charging 3,000-strong enemy ranks. It was utterly breathtaking. Even the Han cavalry halted momentarily, clearly cowed by Li Shimon's imposing presence. Charge! But soon, the 3,000 cavalry rallied once more. They roared furiously as they charged toward Li Shimon. At that very moment, Li Shimon could no longer hold back the spear in his hand. "All troops, heed my command. Charge!" Zhuge Liang bellowed. As his voice faded, 500 black-armored cavalry and white-plumed soldiers erupted forward in an instant. Like a sharp sword, they drove straight toward the enemy lines. Throughout the charge, the formation maintained the precise arrangement Zhuge Liang had meticulously planned. Boom! The first to bear the brunt were Li Shimon's black-armored cavalry. Meanwhile, the white-plumed archers in the rear drew back the pre-installed Zhuge repeating crossbows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A hail of arrows tore through the sky, instantly piercing the ranks of the Xiang Yu infantry. Thud! Ah! Shrieks erupted as Hun blood spattered, instantly staining the battlefield crimson. This scene left every Han infantryman utterly horrified. They never imagined the Huaxia army would possess repeating crossbows. Watching their comrades fall one after another beside them, fear gripped their hearts, yet once the cavalry charge commenced, retreat was impossible. Cavalry charge! This is a game for the brave. But how could Li Shimon grant them such an opportunity? National Fortune Arena notification: Zhuge Liang's personal ability, the 8 trigrams formation, has been triggered. Commander's martial prowess increased by 30%. Army organization enhanced by 100%. Army impact power boosted by 50%. Army morale elevated by 30%. Having gained Zhuge Liang's personal ability, the 8 trigrams formation, long spears surged like coiling dragons, piercing into the ranks of the Xiang Yu cavalry. One by one, the Han horsemen tumbled from their mounts. Witnessing this scene, the Han commander showed no fear. He roared, "You petty Chinese bandits, cease your tyranny! Kill!" With that, he swung his sword down. In the prime of his life, how could Li Shimon fear that commander? Li Shimon let out a cold snarl, thrusting his spear forward in an instant. Clang! Li Shimon's spear gently deflected the 1,000-man captain's slashing sword. He thrust his spear with deft precision. With a single thrust, the 1,000-man commander bled profusely, instantly falling from his horse and collapsing lifeless to the ground. Only exhaled breath remained, no inhaled breath left. Yet the battle here could not escape the notice of the encircling Hun forces gathered nearby. Zhuge Liang gazed into the distance. He knew that an even more brutal battle was about to begin. Chapter 95: The Miracle of Huaxia. Dust swirled in the air, stretching for miles. Hordes of cavalry charged toward them. It was a force of 30,000 men. At its head stood none other than the Han general Lin Yang. A cavalry sword gripped in his hand, his entire being radiated a murderous aura. Ha! Emperor of Huaxia, you truly have the guts to come here willingly to meet your death. Lin Yang roared with maniacal laughter. Towering and muscular. Clad in chainmail and golden armor, he wore a Xiang Yu-style helmet and rode a towering steed. He was truly a formidable warrior. He looked at Li Shimen and spoke slowly. A Hun dares to call himself a general? Today I shall behead you. Upon hearing Helian Wu's voice, Li Shimen responded coldly. How bold of you, little Chinese brat! I am the eagle of the steppes, and today I shall tear your mouth to shreds. Toba Wawan roared, charging toward Li Shimen. Two steeds crossed paths on the battlefield, their hooves thundering in a deafening roar. Li Shimen and Helian Wu spurred their steeds forward. In the blink of an eye, they were within striking distance of each other. Helian Wu's long sword swung down. Its speed was astonishing, carrying a piercing, icy glint. This was the most renowned sword technique of the steppes. Ordinary opponents would have no chance to evade it. If this strike connected, it would sever limbs and slice flesh. Yet Li Shimen's long spear suddenly thrust upward, blocking Helian Wu's attack. Then, with fluid motion, he swept it horizontally. In an instant, Helian Wu felt a sharp pain in his wrist as his palm was violently knocked aside. Not only that, Li Shimen pressed his advantage. His long spear shifted direction mid-air before crashing down with brutal force. Thud! The blow struck Helian Wu squarely on the shoulder. The opponent felt as though his entire arm had been dislocated. Agonizing pain radiated throughout his body. Yet his character was exceptionally resilient. Even wounded, he did not retreat a single step. A fierce gleam flashed in his eyes as he prepared to press the attack while Li Shimen's strength waned and his new power had yet to build. If he could slay this emperor of China, he might even be crowned Western Khan among the Xiang Yu. At that very moment, Helian Wu swung his left hand blade with all his might toward Li Shimen. Just as the blade neared Li Shimen's throat, Helian Wu suddenly noticed an eerie smile spread across the emperor's face. Rip! The sound of flesh tearing through muscle echoed. Immediately afterward, a chill spread across his abdomen. When he looked down, he made the horrifying discovery that he had been cleaved in two. Blood gushed forth. Helian Wu lost consciousness completely. It all happened too quickly for him to react. Yet, in his dying moments, he witnessed his soldiers being mercilessly slaughtered by the Huaxia forces. The 30,000-strong force he had brought had been torn apart by the Huaxia. He could not fathom how, despite holding the advantage. Why had they suffered such a devastating defeat? Could it be that this Huaxia army was more formidable than any tribe on the steppes? He refused to accept this. Great Khan, I have failed you. These were the final words spoken by Helian Wu, the great general of the Xiang Yu. At that moment, Li Shimen paid no heed to Helian Wu's corpse. His gaze was piercingly sharp. Surveying the battlefield before him, he spoke coldly. The bravery of the Xiang Yu is truly astonishing. But today, with Zhuge Kongming's tactical formations boosting their strength, the saying one Han soldier is worth 10 who no longer holds true. Two formations of heavily armored cavalry from Huaxia appeared before the Xiang Yu like war gods. One Han soldier could now hold off 100 Hu. Such a force of Xiang Yu skirmishers would normally inflict devastating losses. But now? Well, it's just bad luck for the Xiang Yu. Pass the order. All enemies are to be killed without mercy, no exceptions. Li Shimen's voice was as dark as ice, chilling to the bone. The surrounding Xiang Yu warriors shuddered involuntarily at the command. Without hesitation, they responded. Yes. As you command. The moment the words fell, they charged straight at the Xiang Yu. Boom! Though Helian Wu had perished, his personal guards pressed forward undeterred, their fearlessness undiminished. In an instant, the two sides collided. In a mere instant, a shower of blood rained down. The might of the Huaxia iron cavalry was now fully revealed. Though the Xiang Yu warriors were no weak foes, they dared not meet the charge head-on. One by one, they charged forward with reckless abandon, hoping to break free. Yet, it was destined to be futile. Zhuge Liang had long anticipated every possible outcome. Therefore, he had already made all the necessary preparations. For the Xiang Yu to escape was nearly impossible. In warfare, one must strike to kill. They were given no chance to catch their breath. Otherwise, if they were allowed to stall, victory in this battle would become elusive. This battle demands swift victory. Just as the Xiang Yu skirmishers began attempting to flee outward, Zhuge Liang's pre-positioned automatic crossbows unleashed a volley of arrows toward the enemy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The whistling of arrows tearing through the night sky made the Hun's eyes nearly pop from their sockets. Yet, it was all in vain. More terrifying than the Zhuge crossbows were the tripwires and traps, which now sprang into action. At that very moment, the iron cavalry of Huaxia charged forward once more. Thud! Thud! The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed. Led by Li Shimen, the Huaxia cavalry mowed down the lives of the Xiang Yu skirmishers like tanks reaping crops. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bodies lay strewn across the field. Witnessing this scene, the Han skirmishers, who had barely managed to maintain their formation and resist the Chinese iron cavalry, finally collapsed. They knew deep down that today would be their end. One by one, they began to scatter. Your Majesty! Do not pursue desperate foes. Zhuge Liang called out to Li Shimen. After all, the Xiang Yu had been utterly crushed. Upon hearing the voice, Li Shimen nodded and did not pursue further. After all, the current situation was sufficient. If those Xiang Yu skirmishers regrouped for another assault, this 500-man force would likely face grave danger. 500 men breaking through an encirclement of 33,000 was nothing short of a military miracle. Good heavens! Am I seeing things? This is our Huaxia's armored cavalry. Are you scared yet? China is peerless. Zhuge Liang truly is the wisest strategist. The Emperor of Tang is unmatched under heaven. The live stream chat flooded with comments. Each one radiated awe and excitement. Simultaneously, cheers erupted throughout the entire capital of Huaxia. The leader's eyes brimmed with admiration. This is our Huaxia's divine general. A gleam of brilliance now shone in his eyes. Such combat prowess was utterly beyond belief. Meanwhile, at the Indian presidential palace, the Indian president stared at the Chinese livestream in utter disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? Chapter 96, Victory. The very essence of Huaxia's rulers and subjects. He muttered to himself. At that moment, the ruler of Tianzhu wished he could smash the television screen displaying the live broadcast to pieces. How could these Huaxia people be so powerful? The over 30,000 elite troops dispatched by the Xiang Yu had been utterly routed in less than half an incense stick's time. How could this possibly go on? He had never imagined the true might of the Chinese elite forces before this. Had he known, he would likely have fainted in the bathroom from shock. Mr. President, what should we do? A high-ranking Indian official entered the room and spoke respectfully. Beads of sweat the size of beans were dripping continuously from his forehead. This incident had placed immense pressure on their organization. What do you think? Upon hearing the voice, the Indian president retorted irritably. He knew full well that they now faced not only China's military campaign in the secret realm, but also mounting pressure from Western nations led by the United States. Especially with both Korea and Japan acting up. The Western powers were already applying pressure. If he couldn't find a way to secure victory in the secret realm, he feared he would be forced to step down. Mr. President, China is merely the newly crowned champion of East Asia. I'm confident you have a plan. The high-ranking official spoke up, seeing this as an opportunity. Conquering this secret realm would undoubtedly cement Tianzhu's standing in the international community. After all, for any nation, a secret realm represents immense wealth. Oomph. Easier said than done. Go reason with those Westerners yourself. The Indian president was utterly overwhelmed, completely at a loss for what to do next. The pressure from Western nations was suffocating Tianzhu. The scene shifted to the national fortune arena. Tianzhu's situation was far from ideal. The forces of Emperor Ashoka and King Yingsheng were already in dire straits. The Indian army's resistance grows increasingly difficult. Yet they clenched their teeth and held on. After enduring several waves of Han skirmishers' harassment, the ranks were now less than half their original strength. The entire force was in utter disarray. Yet even so, they did not retreat. They fought until the very last moment. Even in death, they vowed to take their enemies down with them. Ha! These useless fools are stubborn indeed. I see their destruction is certain today. The leader of the Xiang Yu skirmishers declared arrogantly. A chilling smile spread across his lips, his face twisted into a savage grimace. As a member of the Xiang Yu royal family, he had seen countless battles like this. After every battle, they returned to receive rewards, which fueled their soldiers' fierce bravery. No sooner had the Han scout leader finished speaking. The surrounding Xiang Yu skirmishers echoed in unison. Haha, those worthless Tianzhu scum are no match for us. Kill them. Kill them all. A chorus of vile insults erupted from all sides. A look of fury flashed across the faces of King Ashoka and King Yingsheng. Though both were still young, they understood the brutal nature of war. Yet they never imagined that these Han skirmishers, holding such overwhelming superiority, dared to insult their own comrades. Ashoka, we must now seek an opening to break through the enemy lines. King Yingsheng managed to say. The days of scarcity had taken their toll on him. If they continued to delay, even if they avoided being slaughtered by the Xiang Yu skirmishers, they would starve to death here. Then we'll scatter and flee. If possible, we'll regroup later. Ashoka said slowly. There was no time for anything else now, survival was paramount. Agreed. Upon hearing the response, King Yingsheng nodded and led his forces charging off to the left. The remaining 200 Indian cavalrymen were divided into two groups by Ashoka and Yingsheng Wang. They began searching for the location of the Xiang Yu royal court. Yet all this was observed by the Han general. A sneer curled at the corners of his mouth. To the Xiang Yu, the Indians were nothing but fools, merely making a desperate last stand. He immediately ordered his forces to pursue and annihilate Ashoka and his companion. Rumble. War horses galloped, kicking up clouds of dust. The Xiang Yu skirmishers surged like a tidal wave, sweeping toward Ashoka and his companions. Their speed was astonishing. Their target was Ashoka to capture him or strike him down. This time, they were thoroughly prepared. Should they succeed in slaying Ashoka, the Indian forces would likely collapse. Just as the Xiang Yu skirmishers were pursuing the Indian hunters, deep within the secret territories of China, Zhuge Liang and Li Shimin. After breaking through the Xiang Yu defenses, they headed straight for the location of the Xiang Yu royal court marked on the map. This time, their objective was straightforward: to seize the Xiang Yu royal court within the secret realm. Should they succeed in seizing the secret realm, the entire realm of Huaxia could multiply its foundations and rewards several times over. There was even hope of becoming the world's most powerful nation within a short span of time. Li Shimin's eyes now gleamed with excitement, clearly filled with anticipation for the conquest of the secret realm. Your Majesty, we must act swiftly. Zhuge Liang's gentle voice sounded as a reminder. Your Majesty, we have already reached the outer perimeter of the Xiang Yu royal court. Zhuge Liang's geographical expertise, combined with the sheepskin maps, had pinpointed the Xiang Yu's location. This brought Li Shimin instantly to his senses, and he roared out his command. Issue the order. Speed up. I will make it known to all under heaven that China is inviolable. His voice carried a palpable aura of grim resolve. The troops below instinctively tensed their bodies before bowing and responding. Your servant obeys. As their words fell silent, the entire troop's pace quickened slightly. Moreover, as they passed the Xiang Yu royal court, they did not pause for even a moment. Like a sharp blade, they plunged fiercely into the outer perimeter of the Xiang Yu royal court. The Huaxia Legion's assessment of the terrain proved remarkably accurate. At this moment, outside the Hunnik royal court's perimeter, a burly man held command. This was Ergu, the great general of the Xiang Yu. The Xiang Yu light cavalry regiment he commanded was the elite force of the Xiang Yu. Rarely did they encounter worthy opponents across these grasslands. Now, he was arrogantly surveying the surrounding terrain. Suddenly, a sense of panic washed over him. It was the aura of a formidable foe. When General Ergu looked up, he saw a vast army charging toward them in the distance. His pupils contracted. He hadn't expected the Huaxia Legion to arrive so swiftly. Who dared invade the Xiang Yu royal court? Without hesitation, he shouted the command. Release the arrows. At this moment, he could spare no further thought. His sole focus was halting the advancing forces. Chapter 97, The Ace. The Charge. In an instant, the rattling of bowstrings filled the air. Sharp arrows sliced through the air, hurtling toward the Huaxia forces. Then, archers all around raised their crossbows in an instant. In an instant, a dense hail of arrows flew forth. They rained down upon the Huaxia Legion. Shoo! The sharp whistling of blades piercing the air echoed. Yet the Huaxia Legion responded in an instant, the rattling of bowstrings ringing out continuously. Arrows sliced through the void, heading straight for the Huaxia archers. The scene was utterly terrifying. Arrows rained down from the sky like a swarm of locusts. Both sides were fighting for their lives. Yet beneath this interwoven hail of arrows, the Huaxia side still held a decisive advantage. Their sharp weapons easily pierced through the ordinary archers, causing cries of agony to fill the battlefield. Thud! Thud! At that moment, bursts of blood mist erupted. Uruk finally understood why the Huaxia Legion before him had instilled such dread in him. For their equipment was simply too formidable. His own arrows, as they neared their targets, were deflected one after another. They couldn't inflict even the slightest damage. Moreover, it was only now that Ergu truly grasped the formidable might of the opposing Chinese legion. Thud! The moment he released his arrow, it was firmly lodged in the armor of the Chinese Xuanjia Legion. The next instant, Ergu saw Li Shimin's arrow hurtling toward him. Its speed was beyond measure. The odds of evading it were slim. Ergu was no ordinary man. He leapt from his horse's back, narrowly avoiding certain death. Then, he sought to counterattack. On the other side of the battlefield, Li Shimin, riding toward the Xiang Yu forces, glanced at Zhuge Liang galloping alongside him. Warlord Zhuge, take care. I must join the fray. As the words fell, he spurred his horse forward, charging into battle. His figure flickered as he charged toward the enemy lines. Zhuge Liang, however, showed not the slightest hesitation. He followed directly behind. Your Majesty, be cautious. A large force of Xiang Yu troops has likely gathered near here. Zhuge Liang shouted. His voice echoed, but Li Shimin's figure had already vanished from the spot. Zhuge Kongmeng, who had always been cautious in warfare, now found himself partnered with Li Shimin, a man who relished employing unconventional and daring tactics. At this moment, he had resolved to gamble. After all, as a scholar official, though he possessed the ability to command troops, when it came to employing unconventional and perilous tactics, how could he possibly match Li Shimin? If the enemy dared to gamble, Zhuge Liang would match him in recklessness. Of course, Zhuge Liang knew full well that the Xiang Yu would never dare to gamble. Sure enough, the moment he finished this thought, Li Shimin's voice rang out once more. Rest assured, Mr. Zhuge. Since I have chosen to take this risk, I am certain of success. His tone was calm and unruffled, revealing the speaker's formidable confidence. Upon hearing the voice, Zhuge Liang nodded and said no more. Then, he followed Li Shimin as they continued forward. He believed the other party had his reasons for acting thus. So-called ingenious strategies and devious schemes were not solely dependent on the level of one's wisdom. More often than not, they required luck and audacity. At this moment, Li Shimin clearly possessed both. Combined with his extraordinary command presence, it was enough to ensure his invincibility. Whoosh! Whoosh! But just as the two charged forward a few miles, arrows once again shot forth from the thickets. It was none other than the elite Hun forces concealed in the shadows, who could no longer hold back. They aimed to halt Li Shimin and his men's advance. Boom! Not only did arrows pierce the air, but catapults too roared through the sky. It was like a thunderclap. Yet it proved utterly futile. The Huaxia Legion's speed was simply too swift. Li Shimin swung his spear with lightning speed. The sound of tearing through the air echoed. He was already closing in on the Xiang Yu army. Kill! At that moment, he roared with fury, his killing intent boiling within him. Like a demon god, he swept through the air. He was determined to annihilate these Xiangnu. He knew that once he breached the Urga defenses, he could directly destroy the Xiangnu royal court. Then, the Huaxia legions would achieve complete victory. Li Shimin parried another arrow fired by the Urgu. Every arrow fired by the Xiangnu carried a piercing whistling sound. Li Shimin recognized them as the Mingdi arrows. They were developed by the Xiangnu Chanyu to enforce military discipline. By hollowing out the rear of the arrow shaft, it emitted a piercing whoosh upon release. Soldiers unfamiliar with battle could easily be frightened into retreat. But Li Shimin was no stranger to such sights. The soldiers he commanded were all battle-hardened veterans. Such a thing could never deter them. Without the slightest hesitation, the Huaxia Legion charged forward once more. Meanwhile, Urga's face darkened with grim determination. He had believed that with so many skirmishers, they could easily hold off the 500 soldiers of Huaxia. Yet unexpectedly, the Huaxia Legion sliced through the Xiangnu formation with surgical precision. Urga hesitated no longer. Raising his sword and spurring his horse, he charged directly toward Li Shimin's position. His target was Li Shimin alone. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the two collided violently. A savage glint flashed in Urgu's eyes. His curved blade slashed straight for the opponent's throat. This move was his ultimate technique, one that had claimed countless lives in his era. Li Shimin, however, showed not a shred of fear. His body spun violently, using his long spear to parry Urga's blade with an iron bridge block. Then, with a swift sweep, Urga's palm went numb from the impact. His curved blade nearly flew from his grasp. Li Shimin seized this opening. He aimed straight for Urga's head. His long spear whirled like a whirlwind, leaving Urgu utterly unable to evade. In the end, he could only raise his sword to defend. Thwack! Li Shimin's spear aimed directly for Urga's skull. Such an injury would leave him an idiot if not dead. But at that very moment, an unexpected turn occurred. A personal guard beside Urga thrust his blade forward, desperately attempting to block Li Shimin's fatal strike. Seeing his strike go wide, a flash of irritation crossed Li Shimin's face. Nevertheless, he withdrew his spear and impaled the guard who had attempted to rescue Urgu, sending him crashing to the ground. Seizing this rare moment to catch his breath, Urga swiftly swung his sword, aiming to strike down Li Shimin. Charge, all troops! Capture the enemy leader! Zhuge Liang stood at the center of the formation, protected by two personal guards. Zhuge Liang commanded the army in a loud voice. At that moment, Zhuge Liang couldn't help but think that with Li Shimin leading the charge into the fray, he himself could better focus on tactical command. Li Shimin shared this thought with Zhuge Liang anchoring the center. He too could strike the enemy more effectively. Chapter 98. Witness how the Xiangnu respond. At this moment, Urga cared not for anything else. For he had come to a stark realization: breaking through the encirclement today was impossible. His only hope lay in relying on sheer courage to fight desperately for survival. With this resolve, the curved blade in his hand swung fiercely. Clang! The two clashed in an instant. Sparks flew everywhere. Urga's arm shook violently as blood dripped down. Panic flashed in his eyes. On the battlefield, amidst the ranks of soldiers, no flashy techniques were needed at all. Only raw strength and swiftness were the keys to victory. Fortunately, Li Shimin mastered both. Uruk, however, had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Shoo! Li Shimin's spear pierced straight through Urgu's shoulder, blood spattering everywhere. You damn Chinese! Agonizing pain surged through him, and a look of madness spread across Urga's face. Poof! I'll take your life! Li Shimin declared with a cold snort. Then, he charged forward once more. At that moment, he resembled a war god incarnate. His black armor swallowed the sunlight entirely. It sent shivers down the spine. Thud! In the blink of an eye, Li Shimin's spear pierced through Urga's abdomen once more. A thick, pungent stench of blood filled the air. The opponent collapsed to the ground, motionless. Witnessing this scene, a smile spread across Li Shimin's lips. While the 500 elite cavalry of Huaxia continued their hunt, the situation for the Indian Legion was far from favorable. After enduring several waves of encirclement and assault, King Yingsheng and King Ashoka split their forces. Each led 100 troops, charging off in two different directions. Whether by sheer luck or exceptional navigational skill, Ashoka's unit stumbled upon a hidden path. Though the destinations lay fraught with peril, this path led straight to the court of the Xiang Yu king. As Ashoka traversed the path deep within the grasslands, King Yingxing's 100 elite cavalry had already been spotted by Xiang Yu skirmishers. Brothers, we have no way out. Fight fiercely. May the Buddha grant us passage to the Pure Land. King Yingxing shouted. His voice echoed across the vast, empty steppe. It brought tears to everyone's eyes. But now they had no choice. They could only fight to the death. After all, if they did not die in battle, they would perish at the hands of the Xiang Yu slaughter. Bang! Bang! As the cavalries of both sides charged headlong into each other, spears clashed fiercely. The clamor of battle cries and agonized screams filled the air. Despair flickered in the eyes of these Indian soldiers. In that moment, they truly felt death approaching. Even escape was impossible. Finally, they were worn down and killed by the Han skirmishers' relentless horseback archery, like dogs being hunted down. King Yingxing also fell to a stray arrow. Wah! Our king died in such a humiliating way. The Pure Land will open its gates for them. Trust King Ashoka. He will crush the Xiang Yu court before the Huaxia do. This is too difficult. Is anyone watching from the Huaxia side? Give us a report on the current situation. Report. The Huaxia forces are on the verge of breaching the Xiang Yu's final defensive line. Impossible. How could the Huaxia be that powerful? Even the Xiang Yu couldn't annihilate them. The live chat in the Indian Kingdom's broadcast room flooded with messages. Now, they could only hope for a miracle. They hoped the Xiang Yu could halt the Huaxia forces' advance. Otherwise, the losses for Tianzhu would be too great. Soon, the battle on the Huaxia Nation's fortune arena was nearing its end. The Xiang Yu skirmishers appeared increasingly disheveled at this moment. Though their numbers still reached tens of thousands, they were steadily pushed back under the fierce onslaught of the Huaxia iron cavalry. Highly trained and equipped with formidable weapons, they couldn't fathom why they were being routed so thoroughly by the Huaxia forces. What they did not know was that while they toiled to fortify the outer defenses of the royal court, Li Shimon's Chinese legions were already on the march, and had fully rested and prepared for battle. Thus, the outcome was inevitable. A force of 500 men charged the over 30,000 defenders stationed around the Xiang Yu royal court. In mere moments, they slaughtered every last one of the enemy. Meanwhile, within the royal court itself, the Xiang Yu Chanyu surveyed the remaining 10,000 troops. The remaining troops deployed for the encirclement and annihilation were utterly incapable of defending against the Huaxia legions. His brow furrowed, and a sense of desolation welled up within him. Why were the Huaxia warriors so ferociously brave? Such news left his head spinning. Li Shimon, however, had found his own answer to this question. Zhuge Liang's formidable late-stage command and strategic prowess, combined with his own peerless ability to break through formations and lead charges. These factors combined to create all the conditions for Huaxia's victory. Thus, upon reaching the outskirts of the Xiang Yu royal court, a booming voice from a black-armored iron cavalry guard bellowed. The Emperor of China has arrived. Will you surrender? The voice brimmed with arrogance, causing the people of the Xiang Yu royal court to freeze in their tracks. Then the guard bellowed again. Surrender or die. The voice thundered like a clap of thunder, shaking the very souls of those present. In that instant, everyone understood. The Han army had finally reached their very doorstep. Such a scenario was something they had never dared to imagine. I surrender. The moment the guard's words fell silent, a cowardly Han spoke up. Yet the moment the words left his lips, the Xiang Yu Chanyu raised his scimitar and struck him down. No one is to surrender. Follow me out fighting. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. Kill. Upon hearing the Xiang Yu Chanyu's command, the others dared not hesitate. In an instant, every man raised his weapon, mounted his steed, and charged toward the city gates. As the supreme leader of the Xiang Yu, his prowess was beyond question. The curved blade in his hand was particularly fearsome. Only the most formidable warrior could ultimately earn the right to become the greatest Chanyu of the Xiang Yu. Therefore, he had every reason to be proud. Especially at this moment, his pride burned brighter than ever. Li Shimon's eyes flashed with intensity. The more formidable the adversary, the greater Li Shimon's excitement. Your Majesty! Though the enemy's royal court holds but 10,000 soldiers, they fight with utter disregard for their lives. They are likely far stronger than any Xiang Yu legion we've encountered before. Zhuge Liang reminded him. Li Shimon nodded slightly upon hearing this and said, the wise minister Zhuge is absolutely right. We must muster every ounce of our strength for this battle. But we will surely triumph. For we are the mightiest legion of Huaxia. Because we are heroes. Heroes who fought to the very gates of the Xiang Yu court. Li Shimon shouted loudly. Upon hearing these words, the 500 soldiers of China were filled with inexpressible excitement. Roar! With a mighty roar, their fighting spirit surged. Suddenly, the National Fortune Arena emitted a notification sound. National Fortune Arena notice. Lin Yang grew curious, what could the National Fortune Arena possibly be alerting them about now? Li Shimon's personal ability breaking the formation has been activated, Legion combat power increased by 100%. Personal valor increased by 50%. Lin Yang was stunned. The activation of such an ability was truly terrifying. Let's see how the Xiang Yu respond. Lin Yang's curiosity grew. Chapter 99, Emperor vs. Khan. Lin Yang was now eager to witness how Li Shimon and the great Xiang Yu would clash. Within the secret realm of the National Fortune Arena. Kill. Li Shimon's blood boiled with fervor. Wielding his long spear, he charged headlong toward the great Xiang Yu of the Xiang Yu. Though clad in black armor, his entire body now radiated brilliant golden light. Like a celestial being descended from the heavens. The Xiang Yu Khan's pupils contracted. He had heard of Li Shimon. Within the realm of the National Fortune Arena, he had witnessed Li Shimon's heroic challenge against the Cherry Blossom Legion. Now, his opponent stood at the zenith of his power, radiating an overwhelming aura. This stirred a wave of sorrow within him. But then, rage ignited within him. You want to destroy the Xiang Yu? I'll make sure you never succeed. The great Khan of the Xiang Yu gritted his teeth. At this moment, he could no longer afford to hold back his trump card. His entire being seemed to transform into a ravenous wolf of the northern plains. He led his warriors in a frenzied charge toward Li Shimon. They were prepared to fight to the death. Neither side showed the slightest hesitation. Li Shimon and Zhuge Liang led their 500 elite cavalry charging straight into the heart of the Xiang Yu Legion. Without a word, these two men of different ethnicities, yet sharing the same fiery spirit. In an instant, the two supreme warriors of different races collided. Li Shimon's prowess was formidable beyond measure. His long spear danced like a dragon, sweeping across the battlefield with unmatched ferocity. The great Xiang Yu, though not matching Li Shimon's prowess, yet surrounded by thousands of his own warriors, he still held his own. Boom! As a Han soldier beside him thrust a spear straight toward Li Shimon's head, Zhuge Liang's expression changed abruptly. Your Majesty! Beware! But his reflexes were lightning fast, and he blocked the thrusting spear with his own lance. The two clashed once more. Li Shimon charged headlong into battle, and the great Xiang Yu charged headlong into battle as well. Both men were resolved to die. That was why they dared to charge so fiercely, embracing death with such reckless abandon. At that very moment, the Xiang Yu army formed a formidable formation, nearly all the Xiang Yu skirmishers converging together. Kill! The battle cry erupted from their throats. It was none other than reinforcements arriving from near the Xiang Yu royal court. Though not numerous, they numbered over 5,000, joining the main Han force to form an army of more than 15,000. Now they charged toward Li Shimon and his men in unison. Viewers watching the livestream felt a wave of suffocation wash over them. So many of them. And this time, their momentum feels completely different. It's over. All their efforts will be for naught. Even if Li Shimon is as formidable as they say, he'll struggle to handle so many enemies. The Huaxia livestream chat was filled with dread, convinced Li Shimon and Zhuge Liang were doomed to defeat. Some viewers were even preparing to switch their focus to the situation in the kingdom of Tianzhu. After all, Tianzhu was also in chaos. They believed that as long as Tianzhu's progress in the secret realm battle was slower than China's, they still had a chance to win. However, the situation in Tianzhu was not looking good. Ashoka's 100 elite Tianzhu cavalry still roamed the outskirts of the Xiang Yu royal court. After Ashoka's calculations, he discovered over 30,000 roving cavalry units stationed there, making any attempt to breach their defenses utterly impossible. This left Emperor Ashoka deeply anxious. Only he understood the gravity of the situation. If he did not capture the Xiang Yu court swiftly, he would ultimately be worn down and killed by the Xiang Yu. But there was no way around it. He didn't even have the right to approach the Xiang Yu royal court, much less enter it. Just then, a deafening clamor erupted in the distance as a band of Xiang Yu skirmishers charged toward the position of Ashoka's 100 men. The ruler of the secret realm was none other than the great Xiang Yu himself. Facing the same enemy, how could Ashoka afford to be complacent? At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. That is resistance, holding back these enemies. Otherwise, there truly is no way out but death. But now, his situation was dire. The gathering of Xiang Yu skirmishers had trapped the 100 elite warriors of India led by Ashoka in a dire predicament. Morale was low. Facing the enemy's frenzied assault, they seemed stretched thin. Ashoka, his face drenched in sweat, glared at the Xiang Yu skirmishers with bloodshot eyes. He yearned to devour their flesh and drink their blood. But alas, he could not. While he was racking his brains, Li Shimon over there had already charged 3 or 4 times, slaying over 100 Han skirmishers. Ha! That feels good. Li Shimon roared with excitement. He never imagined he would one day experience such exhilarating combat. Divine Lord of China. The might of Chancellor Zhuge. The great Emperor of Tang is mighty. Moreover, under Li Shimon's command stood the loyal and valiant Zhuge Kongming as his advisor. Your Majesty, beware. At that moment, a voice rang out. It was Zhuge Liang warning Li Shimen of an incoming arrow. Clang! Li Shimen's long spear swept out with a fierce swing, instantly deflecting the sharp arrow. It plummeted to the ground. Then came the whistling sound of arrows tearing through the air. It was the sound of arrows fired by the Xiang Yu skirmishers. Thud, thud. Accompanied by the whistling of his spear cutting through the air. Near Li Shimen, dozens more Xiang Yu warriors collapsed in pools of blood. Emperor of China, today I shall take your head. The great Khan of the Xiang Yu snarled viciously. The failure of his ambush had cost him dearly. The venom in his heart was beyond measure. But at that very moment, Li Shimen's figure had already surged past his blockade, appearing outside the Xiang Yu royal court. Radiating a dazzling brilliance like the blazing sun. His long spear swung relentlessly, cutting down the Han skirmishers who dared to stand in his path. He now resembled a celestial deity descended to earth, leaving no foe standing in his path. Charge! The Chinese are invincible. The great emperor of China shall prevail. You can always trust the mightiest ruler-minister duo in the history of China. As time passed, the 500 elite cavalry led by Li Shimen and Zhuge Liang had gained complete dominance. The Xiang Yu royal court was gradually crumbling. At that very moment, Li Shimen and the great Xiang Yu Khan finally came face to face. One wielded a long spear, the other brandished a steel blade. Their weapons clashed in an instant. Sparks flew everywhere. Clang! Li Shimen was taken aback by the immense force of the blow. But the great Han chieftain wasn't faring much better. His steel blade flew from his grasp, his face contorted in a hideous grimace. He was clearly enduring immense agony. Kill him for me! Li Shimen roared in fury. The moment his command echoed out, his 500 personal guards charged forward. Chapter 100, The Harvest. The final charge. They clashed with the Xiang Yu skirmishers. Kill! Kill! The battle cries shook the mountains and fields. At that moment, Li Shimen seemed to transform into a peerless demon. He thrust his long spear forward with all his might. Each strike carried boundless murderous intent. The great Khan of the Xiang Yu fought desperately in return. Yet his spirit had faded from the bold vigor he'd displayed at the battle's start. After a brief exchange, he found himself at a disadvantage. Emperor of China, you seek death. The Xiang Yu great Khan roared furiously at Li Shimen. Simultaneously, he swung his blade fiercely toward Li Shimen. Yet Li Shimen showed no trace of fear. Instead, he laughed coldly. He immediately stepped forward to meet the attack. The two clashed instantly. Blade clashed against blade in the air. The great Khan of the Xiang Yu truly was no ordinary man. Though his composure was shaken, his strength remained intact. In this brief exchange, Li Shimen's martial prowess had actually matched his own blow for blow. And this was without activating any buffs whatsoever. Excellent! Truly masterful skill. Li Shimen watched the Xiang Yu Chinese blade dance through the air with lightning speed, unable to hold back his praise. Excitement flashed in his eyes. If he could slay his opponent here, it would surely earn him the respect of countless Chinese people. Li Shimen sought nothing in life but renown. This thought fueled him to attack with even greater fury. The great Xiang Yu Chinese face twisted with terror. For he sensed the threat of death. A long sword whirled like a whirlwind, parrying Li Shimen's onslaught. At this moment, he could spare no thought for anything else. He roared at the surrounding soldiers. Fight! After shouting, he launched an even more frenzied assault. He knew deep down that continuing the fight might offer a sliver of hope, but retreating would make them lambs led to slaughter. Upon hearing the great Khan's command, the Xiang Yu cavalry dared not hesitate. Spurring their war horses, they immediately closed in on the Huaxia legions. Their speed was extreme. In the blink of an eye, they had encircled the 500 legions of the Huaxia forces. As the encircling Xiang Yu forces closed in, a faint smile touched Li Shimen's lips. If word of today's events were to spread, it would send shockwaves across the land. Li Shimen forcefully parried the single-edged sword swung fiercely by the Xiang Yu Great Khan. He spoke slowly. Since you wish to play, I shall oblige. Upon hearing Li Shimen's words, Zhuge Liang immediately grasped his intent. All troops, assemble. At Zhuge Liang's command, all the Huaxia soldiers formed into a 500-man formation. Their formation resembled an arrowhead. This was the famed arrowhead formation. At Zhuge Liang's command, Li Shimen led his troops forward without hesitation. Thud! In the midst of the charge, Li Shimen directly struck down a Han warrior beside him. Then came the turn of the Huaxia legions. Wherever they passed, blood mist spattered. Shrieks of agony filled the air. The Xiang Yu cavalry offered no resistance whatsoever. They were slaughtered and forced into retreat. They were still far too inexperienced to face the Huaxia legion. Emperor of China, you have gone too far. The great Khan was now utterly enraged. He never imagined the enemy's strength could be so formidable. At this moment, he finally made a decision. Only by slaying the Huaxia emperor could he achieve his goal. Li Shimen. Only then would victory be possible. But what could he do now? Li Shimen would never let him leave. You think you can push me around? Then you're not leaving today, Li Shimin declared coldly. The long spear in his hand thrust forward once more. The spear's tip pierced the void, radiating a dazzling light. The Great Khan's pupils involuntarily contracted. He immediately dodged the attack. But Li Shimin would never give him such an opportunity. Thud! The spear tip pierced directly into the opponent's shoulder. In an instant, blood spattered. The entire arm of the Xiang Yu went limp in an instant. No longer able to grasp his sword. This scene caused the surrounding Xiang soldiers to cry out in shock. They never imagined that the Chanyu, who had ruled the grasslands with such arrogance, could be so gravely wounded. Not only them, but even the great Xiang Yu himself had not foreseen it. A look of profound horror flickered in his eyes. But now, he had no time to dwell on it. For the Huaxia Legion was already charging in for another assault. Retreat! The Great Khan roared in fury. He was afraid, truly afraid. At this moment, Li Shimin seemed like a god incarnate. No ordinary warrior could possibly match him. Even he, born the Great Khan of the Xiangnu, could not stand against him. Ha! You won't escape. Li Shimin's eyes blazed with intensity. His courage surged even more fiercely. The long spear in his hand blazed with intense light, enveloping the Xiangnu warriors within its arc, forcing them to respond. Meanwhile, some had observed all this from another battlefield. His brow furrowed slightly as he watched the scene unfold. Yet he remained silent. He simply waited for the final outcome. The 100 elite cavalrymen from India proved utterly ineffective. They were swallowed whole by the swarming Hunnik masses. At this moment, he could only wait for the final outcome. Yet as the battle progressed, Summit's expression grew grim. For the 100 elite cavalry of India were about to be annihilated. The Indian spectators' composure shattered completely. They could only hope the challenge from the Huaxia Legion would come a little later. Li Shimin's offensive commenced. 500 elite cavalry had completely broken through the Xiangnu skirmishers. The blockade. They charged straight into the heart of the Xiangnu royal court. At this moment, representatives from China, India, Japan, and Western nations were all watching this global live broadcast from the Chinese streaming platform. As they witnessed the Chinese forces, fierce as wolves and tigers, driving the Xiangnu back in retreat, the excitement on the Chinese viewers' faces was impossible to conceal. But viewers from other nations felt uneasy. Why can the Chinese maintain a full battalion of 500 men? This is fake. The Huaxia people must be cheating. Cheating. Unfair. Unfair. Replay. Lin Yang couldn't help but smile at the spectacle. The more agitated the other nations became, the more amusing it seemed to Lin Yang. Soon, within the national fortune arena, Li Shimin and Zhuge Liang, leading 500 elite cavalry, had already torn open a gap. Now they were preparing to tear open a second breach in the Xiangnu skirmishers' lines, searching for the location of the Xiangnu Great Khan. Charge! The battle cry shook the heavens. At this moment, everyone knew the battle was nearing its end. Li Shimin! Charge into the fray once more to reap the battlefield. Chapter 101, Requesting Joint Operations. Meanwhile, the Great Khan stood nearby. His face was now etched with bitter disappointment. He had clearly met his match. When Li Shimin's long spear reappeared before him, he knew this battle meant certain death for him. Yet he still gritted his teeth and roared. You wolves of the steppe! Even if I fall, never cease the fight. A hint of ruthlessness flickered in his voice. Upon hearing the voice, Li Shimin felt a flicker of respect. He is indeed a heroic figure. No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Shimin's spear thrust forward once more, piercing through. SSSSH. Blood spurted forth in an instant. The Great Khan's chest was pierced through by the spear. His eyes widened in defiance as he glared at Li Shimin, struggling to speak before succumbing to helplessness. He tried to resist, only to discover he could barely lift an arm. In that moment, he felt unbearable agony. Yet in Li Shimin's eyes, there was not a trace of pity. He spoke coldly. The iron cavalry of Huaxia shall not be disgraced. With that, he tightened his grip, preparing to strike down the Great Khan right there. Soon, the outer ranks of the Xiangnu army scattered like birds and beasts. Only a few hundred of the Khan's personal guards remained to resist. As Li Shimin approached, fear did not cloud their faces. Instead, their fighting spirit burned brighter than ever. They roared incessantly, seeking vengeance for their Great Khan. But what good would that do? They could only watch as the 500 elite cavalrymen of Huaxia broke through their lines and completed the slaughter. In mere moments, the entire Xiangnu camp had been emptied. Only Li Shimin, Zhuge Liang, and the 500 elite cavalry of Huaxia remained standing in their original positions. At that moment, Zhuge Liang spoke with a faint smile. This journey has shown me countless possibilities. Zhuge Liang chuckled. The all-around genius Zhuge Liang of history, who had fierce generals before him and wise advisors behind him, only experienced such a career during his early years assisting Liu Bei. Back then, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Yun were at the peak of their prowess, while Emperor Liu Bei himself possessed a strong drive for advancement. But later, when all military and political affairs were solely in Zhuge Liang's hands, everything changed. How he wished the later emperor, Lushan, could possess the same heroic spirit as this vibrant young ruler before him. At this thought, Zhuge Liang smiled faintly and shook his head. It's all in the past. Li Shimin, however, perceived the sorrow in Zhuge Liang's eyes and immediately offered comfort. Your talent, Zhuge Wuo, surpasses all throughout history. You are the idol in the hearts of countless literati and generals throughout history. Li Shimin bowed respectfully. Without Zhuge Liang, the monumental feat of dismantling the Xiang Yu court without losing a single soldier would have been impossible. Lin Yang watched this epic spanning exchange between sovereign and minister from the viewing platform. A warm feeling welled up inexplicably within him. Simultaneously, he silently vowed to himself. In the days to come, he would never betray the trust placed in him by the people of China. Revive China. It is our solemn duty. At that moment, Zhuge Liang also spoke with a smile. Your Majesty jests. After speaking, the two looked at each other and laughed heartily, appearing extremely harmonious. In the moments that followed, Li Shimin, Zhuge Liang, and 500 elite Huaxia cavalrymen all transformed into specks of light. The secret realm map of the National Fortune Arena transformed into a roundtable scene. This legendary chapter finally drew to a close. Returning to the roundtable, Lin Yang finally caught sight of Summit's bloodless face. Even before the National Fortune Arena made its announcement, Lin Yang knew the battle situation for the kingdom of Tianzhu within the secret realm couldn't have been favorable. Heh, brother Summit, long time no see? Lin Yang smiled faintly. Summit shot Lin Yang a resentful glance before lowering his head to await the National Fortune Arena's verdict. Congratulations to Huaxia for achieving a complete victory in the two-way secret realm challenge. No soldiers were lost. No commanders were lost. The realm was completed in less time than the Indian Empire. National Fortune Arena rewards. 1 Sovereignty Dominance card. 1 Bond card. 1 General Lock card. Congratulations to Huaxia for winning the two-way secret realm speed challenge. Huaxia may now select territory to annex from Tianzhu. Without hesitation, Lin Yang selected the largest southern territory of Tianzhu. This was an excellent maritime outlet. Lin Yang naturally wouldn't pass it up. Thus, half of Tianzhu's territory was lost. Please select your reward, chosen one of Huaxia. With that prompt, Lin Yang began contemplating which reward to claim. Allow me to deliberate. Lin Yang addressed the National Fortune Arena. He immediately began his deliberations. The National Fortune Arena's rewards are indeed quite generous. Lin Yang muttered under his breath. He really didn't want to face this kind of happy dilemma. After all, since his arrival in this world, he'd encountered such situations far too often. I choose to enhance the spiritual energy level within China. After a moment, Lin Yang spoke slowly. Lin Yang understood deep down. This time, the rewards would likely be substantial. After Lin Yang finished speaking, the leader in the capital's conference room immediately nodded in approval. Excellent. Excellent. Good lad. You certainly know how to choose your rewards. After the boss spoke, one of the senior members couldn't help but ask, what do you mean, boss? That last boost in spiritual energy levels made us old-timers feel like we turned back the clock by over 20 years. Another increase like that? I can't even imagine the effect. Sure enough, after Lin Yang selected his reward, the National Fortune Arena dispersed the spiritual energy level enhancement reward. In an instant, the entire landscape of Huaxia seemed to transform. Pale auspicious clouds drifted in the sky. Long extinct animal and plant species, their young and seedlings, began to sprout anew across the land of China. Once polluted waters regained their clarity. Even the dead trees slowly began to sprout new buds. Boom! At that moment, within Mount Lu, the celestial realm previously deployed, a thunderclap suddenly cracked down. Immediately after, several more bolts of thunder, each as thick as an arm, struck Mount Lu. Which fellow cultivator is breaking through a barrier and undergoing tribulation here? The Taoist master at Mount Lu's Taoist Affairs office couldn't help but investigate. However, the moment he finished his investigation, he was utterly stunned. For in the area where the thunderbolts had struck, several Taoist priests lay unconscious, their robes torn to shreds by the lightning. Quick! Call an ambulance. Ensure the safety of our fellow cultivators at all costs. Inside the National Fortune Arena. After completing the reward distribution, Lin Yang smiled at Summit. He wondered what else this cocky Indian had to say. At that very moment, Summit received another message from the Indian presidential palace. Summit, find an opportunity to request a joint operation. The Indian liaison officer conveyed the higher-ups directive. What? We can play that way? Summit asked in confusion. Yes. After losing half your territory, you can request joint operations. Those arrogant Chinese will agree. A look of wild excitement spread across Summit's face. Ha! China, just you wait. Someday, I'll make you pay for this. Chapter 102, no problem. Bring it on. Summit's dark eyes flashed as he spoke viciously. Inside the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang frowned upon hearing Summit's words. It seems Tianju hasn't learned its lesson yet. They actually want to fight in alliance? Has he forgotten the crushing defeat in the two-way secret realm? But it didn't matter. For Lin Yang, what victories Tianju achieved were irrelevant. Their defeat was what truly mattered. All that was needed now was patience and waiting. Office in the capital of Huaxia. The boss sat before his desk, tapping it sternly. Suddenly, a crisp, pleasant female voice echoed through the office. Boss, is something wrong? The boss looked at the woman who entered with a hint of confusion. Hey, Han. Go notify them to check what kind of shenanigans Tianju is up to now. The woman named Han Yu smiled and nodded. Got it, boss. Then she turned and left the office. Meanwhile, in Summit's office, Summit felt greatly reassured after receiving the response from the spokesperson of the United States, representing the Western nations. This time, I'll see how you win. We, Tianju, will reclaim everything we've lost. Just you wait and see. Meanwhile, somewhere in West Asia, inside a concealed office, a white-haired yet vigorous elder violently brandished his walking stick. Damn it! That accursed China. They're nearly dominating Asia. How dare they steal the spotlight from our Persian Empire? I'll slaughter every last one of those despicable yellow-skinned monkeys. Beside him, a young man spoke calmly. Leader, please calm down. Our opportunity is right before us. The young man spoke softly to the elder before him. This was the Persian Empire, already dominant in West Asia and crown champion of the region. Their ambition was simple, to swallow all of Asia whole. Just as they prepared to advance to the next phase, the envisioned division of power, Persia as West Asian Overlord, India as South Asian Overlord, Japan as East Asian Overlord, and Mongolia as North Asian Overlord. However, all of this was shattered by the sudden reversal of fortune brought by Huaxia. From clinging to a single territory to conquering all of Asia, China now stood as the continent's supreme power. The Persian Empire, though still maintaining its independence and dignity as the champion of West Asia. However, with China's relentless string of victories, it was only a matter of time before the Persian Empire too would fall. The Persian leader was acutely aware of this reality. Therefore, they must make decisions in advance. Otherwise, once China fully matures, it will be utterly unrealistic to halt its expansionist ambitions. Speak up. What ideas do you have? The leader of West Asia asked urgently. The young man smiled and replied, Chieftain, the truth is, China's rise has been too smooth, which is cause for concern. But if we can halt their expansion before it reaches its peak, that would be sufficient. What? Stop beating around the bush. Speak up. The Persian leader demanded impatiently. Very well. We must immediately form an alliance. Utilize the strategy provided by the West. We shall unite the power of the South Asian hegemon, India, the North Asian hegemon, Mongolia, and our own Western Asian hegemon, Persia. With a 3-against-1 alliance, we will defeat China. The young man spoke deliberately. Upon hearing this, the West Asian leader paused in surprise before exclaiming with excitement. Brilliant! This is truly an excellent plan. Ha ha! This approach is superb. In that case, I'll immediately consult with the others and aim to convene the alliance tomorrow. Northern Asia, Mongolia. The Mongolian emperor was Borjigin, a descendant of the legendary Golden family. After defeating several insignificant rivals in North Asia, just as he was poised to restore the glory of the Mongol Empire, the rise of China halted his progress. Damn it! Those accursed Chinese! Form an alliance immediately with the rulers of West Asia and South Asia. We shall divide Asia into 3 parts. The Mongol emperor roared in fury. Yes. I shall see to it at once. The Mongol prince responded respectfully before withdrawing from the hall. His expression grew grave. Clearly, he understood that accepting the invitations from West Asia and South Asia, they would lose their current momentum for expansion. Yet he also knew, without alliances, they would inevitably be swallowed by China. The history of China was simply too formidable. This was an issue they could not afford to ignore. The glory of their Mongol Empire had long been surpassed by China. Moreover, the golden bloodline of the Mongol Empire had once suffered suppression under the Ming dynasty of China. Thus, they harbored even greater apprehension toward China. West Asia had been conquered by them before, while the South Asian overlord, India, was nothing but a bunch of arrogant madmen who had never been taken seriously in their eyes. Soon, China's Special Operations Division uncovered Tianju's next plan. It was to unite with the South Asian powerhouse, India, the North Asian powerhouse, Mongolia, and the West Asian powerhouse, Persia, to collectively confront China. This would leave China vulnerable on 2 fronts. And this was merely their first step. Damn it! Alert heart chosen one immediately. The leader's heart skipped a beat as he addressed Han Yu. Got it. I'll handle it immediately. With that, Han Yu sprang into action. At that moment, Lin Yang, who was inside the National Fortune Arena, he immediately received Han Yu's alert. His brows instantly furrowed. Damn it! These bastards are finally making their move? Lin Yang cursed under his breath, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt a tinge of anticipation. He wanted to see just what level the chosen ones from West Asia and North Asia were at. After all, these three nations possessed extremely abundant resources. West Asia, in particular, had once been a truly magnificent power. As for Mongolia, the dominant power of North Asia, there was no need to elaborate. These people had once ruled over most of the planet, though their governance proved limited, leading to swift fragmentation. Lin Yang intended to seize this opportunity to show the global audience just how formidable China truly was. Time passed, and soon the chosen ones of India, having coordinated their alliance, sprang into action. Reporting to the National Fortune Arena. Requesting initiation of balance mode. Summit spoke coldly to the National Fortune Arena. Is the chosen one of Tianzhu Kingdom confirmed to initiate balance mode? Yes. Activate. Summit declared without hesitation. Though this harmed Tianzhu's interests, at this moment of life and death, Summit of Tianzhu had no time for hesitation. Soon after, the cold voice of the National Fortune Arena announced. Balance mode activated. The Huaxia faction cannot refuse the Indian nation's request. Upon hearing this news, the entire Huaxia audience erupted in chaos. What the hell? They can't refuse. Damn it. This is so damn unfair. Just because they're weak, we have to listen to them? The Chinese public flooded the chat with angry comments. Lin Yang, however, remained uncertain. No problem. Come at me all together. What does China have to fear? Chapter 103, it begins. The moment these words were spoken, the entire forum erupted. Holy. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. China rocks. Now that's what I call dominance. So satisfying. Ha ha. Our Chinese men are awesome. Such comments echoed across the forum. At that moment, every Chinese person was filled with excitement. After all, watching Lin Yang, a deep sense of pride welled up within them. This guy's words were so bold and powerful, truly magnificent for the great Chinese nation. Especially that line, "Come at me all at once," sent their blood boiling. The National Fortune Arena announced. Tianzhu Kingdom's application approved. The Three Kingdoms Alliance commences its assault on China. Hearing this, Lin Yang thought to himself, just as he'd expected. Heh, I knew it would end up like this. Within the National Fortune Arena, nothing new was truly surprising. Huaxia had become far too conspicuous. Their assault on Huaxia was perfectly predictable. Three nations, each for themselves. The Mongol Empire. The Persian Empire. The Kingdom of Tianzhu. Lin Yang was already aware of this alliance among the three nations through intelligence provided by Chinese agents. He let out a cold snort. In that case, I'll just wipe you all out. Lin Yang's cold snort genuinely startled Summit. Come. Begin the contest. Summit forced himself to remain calm as he spoke. Now teleport the two chosen ones to the main arena of Huaxia. China had now become the center of Asia. This was unprecedented, three nations simultaneously attacking one. Even in the entire history of the National Fortune Arena, such an event had never occurred. Every participant who had made it to the central arena of China was a formidable force who had dominated their respective regions. Swish! Two beams of light descended from the sky, materializing before Lin Yang and Summit. The first to arrive was Jamal, the chosen one of Persia, the dominant power of West Asia. The other was Batu, the chosen one of Mongolia. Lin Yang observed the three chosen ones, each with distinct features, a faint smile curling his lips into a cold smirk. I hope you can pose some threat to China. Lin Yang's words immediately provoked the Mongolian chosen one, Batu, who roared angrily, You Chinese. Don't get too cocky. Lin Yang smiled indifferently. Heh, so what if I'm arrogant? Is it any of your business? The man was instantly rendered speechless. After all, Lin Yang was right, he truly had no way to deal with the other party. Only by winning within the National Fortune Arena could he salvage some dignity. Enough talk. Let's begin. Jamal, the chosen one of the Persian Empire, regained his composure and immediately declared. As for Summit, he had no desire to speak. After all this time, he knew full well how formidable the Chinese were. He couldn't be bothered to speak. Lin Yang looked at the three before him with utter contempt. Just as he was about to deliver a cutting remark, the National Fortune Arena announced. Both sides, begin selecting your generals. The China vs. Persia Mongolia India Tripartite Alliance Arena battle commences. Lin Yang walked straight to the center of the arena and addressed the three men. You pick first. Lin Yang's attitude was blunt and straightforward. Arrogant. Looking for trouble. You brat. Jamal, the Persian chosen one, Batu, the Mongolian chosen one, and Summit, the Tri-Kingdoms chosen one, all of them shouted angrily at Lin Yang. But Lin Yang paid them no mind whatsoever. You. Jamal, the Persian chosen one, glared at Lin Yang with fury boiling over. But at that very moment, the choice of the National Fortune Arena descended upon him. 5 cards each for the three nations. The selection begins. The chosen ones of the three nations, each with 5 cards before their eyes. They immediately selected their desired choices. This time, I refuse to lose. Summit, the chosen one of Tianju, was the first to make his selection. Chandragupta II. Our Sun King. Summit shouted, his face radiating excitement. Meanwhile, the chosen one of the Persian Empire sneered disdainfully. Oomph. Watch my choice. He immediately revealed the card in his hand. Darius the Great. This time, won't China finally bite the dust? Jamal's expression also grew animated. As for Lin Yang, he remained as calm as ever. As if he didn't consider them worth his attention. Lin Yang's primary concern was the Mongol Empire's choice. This was no easy foe to contend with. The Mongol Empire had sent shockwaves rippling across the world. Take your time deciding. Ha! Lin Yang said coldly. The Mongol Empire's choice was revealed immediately. Jeeb. Mongolia's greatest archer. Batu, the Mongolian chosen one, declared with utter disdain. In his eyes, the Mongol Empire was invincible. No enemy in the world could stand against it. Lin Yang frowned upon seeing their choices. Jeeb was indeed a formidable opponent. After all, this man was globally recognized as a master archer. His mastery in the art of archery had reached the pinnacle. Even during the rise of the Mongol Empire, Jeeb's combat prowess and military achievements were formidable. Lin Yang was confident he could defeat Jeeb. But to wrap things up quickly would likely take some effort. Let's continue. The National Fortune Arena promptly presented Lin Yang with 5 choices. Lin Yang examined the 5 face-down cards before him. He flipped them over one by one to make his selection. Li Dingui of the Southern Ming, Zhang Chenggong the renowned anti-Qing general, General Di Qing of the Song dynasty, Kai Ma the famous Three Kingdoms general, and Yu Fei the martial hero of the Southern Song dynasty. Lin Yang examined the 5 options before him. Aside from the Three Kingdoms Kai Mao, who wasn't particularly impressive, the other 4 choices were all quite solid. Of course. When Lin Yang saw the 5th option, Yu Fei, his mind completely lost all rational function. Who was Yu Fei? Yu Fei was a national hero of China. Even in Lin Yang's previous life, despite the slanderous accusations leveled by certain malicious individuals, Lin Yang never ceased to revere this great hero. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected this hero. Selection of the 4 nations complete. Please introduce your chosen generals. Chandragupta II, also known as the sun-surpassing king, is widely regarded as the legendary Vikramaditya, the 3rd ruler of the Gupta dynasty in India. During King Surya's reign, the Gupta dynasty reached its zenith, a period also regarded as India's golden age. His military prowess was equally formidable. After the Indian summit finished his introduction, Jamal of the Persian Empire promptly began his own presentation. Darius I, also known as Darius the Great, was the 3rd emperor of the Persian Empire. Seizing power at the age of 28 following the sudden death of Cambyses II, Darius ascended the throne. He was not only a great monarch of the Persian Empire but also one of the most renowned statesmen in world history. Within less than a year of his accession, employing a strategy of dividing and conquering, he launched 18 major campaigns, eliminating the leaders of 8 major separatist factions and reunifying the vast Persian Empire. After Jamal finished his introduction, Lin Yang paid it no mind. Lin Yang knew. He was only waiting for the introduction of Bata from the Mongol Empire. Chapter 104, Unfair. The Divine Archer. Jeeb. After the chosen ones from the Indian and Persian empires had finished their introductions, Batu of Mongolia began his introduction. Jeeb. A renowned general from the early Mongol Empire, born into the beast tribe as Juruaweda. After surrendering to the greatest Genghis Khan Temujin, he was renamed Jeeb, meaning arrow in Mongolian. Jeeb was a valiant warrior who rose from a leader of 10 households to a commander of 1,000. Alongside Jelmeg, Hublai, and Subutai, he was known as one of the 4 Mongolian mastiffs. He was a crucial military commander in the Mongol conquests. Batu's brief introduction unmistakably revealed his pride in Mongolia's past conquests. Yet this did nothing to ease the audience's unease. Instead, they grew even more tense. We do have records of Mongol history, after all. Yes. Their brutality is documented in our few surviving history books. The Mongol Empire even reached Europe. They were too powerful. Can our great generals defeat the alliance of 3 nations? It's too difficult. Absolutely impossible. I believe in Lin Yang. Go China! After Bata finished his introduction, the chat in the China livestream exploded with messages. Lin Yang glanced briefly at the comments. He took a deep breath. He began his introduction. Yu Fei. Style name Pengju, a military strategist, tactician, national hero, and poet in Huaxia history, ranked first among the 4 generals of the Restoration. From the age of 20, Yu Fei enlisted 4 times and participated in or commanded hundreds of battles, large and small. When the Jin forces attacked Jiangnan, he stood alone in advocating resistance against the Jin and reclaiming Jiankang. In his subsequent career, he crushed the Jin army's iron floating tower formation and reclaimed the 6 commanderies of Shangyang. He then led his forces northward, crossed the Yangtze River, and successfully captured vast territories north of the river. Yufei's Yu family army successively reclaimed vast territories near the southern Song capital, advancing to Zhuxian town. They came within a mere 20 li of the southern Song capital at the time, just 20 li short of Yufei's most vital objective in life. Yet all this was destroyed by the incompetent emperor and treacherous ministers of the southern Song. 12 golden edicts ordered Yufei to withdraw his forces. With no choice, he retreated to the capital, only to be brutally executed on trumped-up charges. It is truly tragic and lamentable. Full River Red, rage fills my crown. This is Yufei's famous poem. I will read an excerpt for our audience. Lin Yang closed his eyes as he recited. The shame of Ginkong remains unavenged. How long must this hatred of subjects endure? I shall drive my chariot, crushing the pass of Helan Mountain. Reclaiming our ancient lands, I shall present myself before the heavenly throne. After hearing Lin Yang's introduction, the chat in the Huaxia livestream erupted with excitement. The story of General Yufei is truly heartbreaking. Damn those incompetent rulers and treacherous ministers who framed such a great general to death. General Yu is so formidable. He could definitely defeat those foreign tribes. The person above is right. General Yu will definitely win. Lin Yang glanced at the livestream comments, a faint smile playing on his lips. I've wanted to tell Yufei's story for so long. Today I've finally shared it. I hope you all enjoy it. Lin Yang said with a faint smile on his lips. The upcoming match concerns the honor and survival of all China. So, brothers and sisters of China, please support me. With that, Lin Yang walked toward the arena and took his place. He then addressed the National Fortune Arena. Introductions complete. Proceed. The National Fortune Arena responded immediately with its cold, mechanical voice. Request from China acknowledged. The match will commence immediately. After the National Fortune Arena uttered these words, the original arrangement of 4 figures standing around the circular table instantly transformed into the designated battle scene. This was a vast wilderness spanning dozens of miles, entirely enclosed by towering stone walls over 10 meters high. Lin Yang could tell this terrain offered only opportunities to maneuver, no means of retreat whatsoever. As Lin Yang was still surveying the terrain, the National Fortune Arena system voice sounded again. National Fortune Arena Balanced Combat Mode. Huaxia Defender Round Robin Battle. Rules Overview. China faces the 3 Nations Alliance. Each of the 4 nations commands an army of 5,000 troops. China's victory condition. Prevail in the 3 kingdoms' consecutive challenges. After combat concludes, China's troop survival rate must exceed 50% to claim rewards. If survival falls below 50%, China forfeits rewards. The 3 kingdoms cannot seize China's territory. 3 Kingdoms Alliance Victory Condition. After consultation among the 3 kingdoms' chosen representatives, they shall take turns challenging Huaxia with 5,000 soldiers. Victory condition: annihilate all Huaxia soldiers. Defeating Huaxia's commander grants victory and allows the annexation of Huaxia territory. After the National Fortune Arena explained the rules, the 3 Kingdoms Alliance may now deliberate on their order of battle. Excitement flashed across Summit's face. He said to Batu and Jamal, "This time, we're definitely going to win." Batu nodded in agreement and asked Jamal, "What do you think? This relay defense strategy should work well against Huaxia, right?" Jamal chuckled in agreement. "These rules definitely favor us. So, who goes first?" "I'll go first." Summit volunteered immediately. He knew he had the most experience fighting against Huaxia here. By challenging first, he had a decent chance of winning. If he failed, it would at least serve as a cautionary example for Persia and Mongolia. "Alright. Then I'll go second. Our Mongolian brother will go last and finish off the Chinese." After Jamal finished speaking, Batu nodded lightly in agreement. Lin Yang coldly surveyed the members of this 3-nation alliance, yet an urge to laugh welled up inside him. "If you want to challenge me, bring it on." Lin Yang thought silently. Received the 3 Nations Alliance's rotation battle lineup. The National Fortune Arena announced. 4 rings of light descended from the sky. Yufei, Jeeb, Sunrad, and Darius I each materialized on the open field of the National Fortune Arena. "General Yu, I've long admired your reputation." Lin Yang bowed respectfully. "Indeed. This place seems well suited for battle." Yufei responded with steady composure. "King of the Sun, our champion has arrived." General Jeeb pierced the skull of the Huaxia commander. "Our wolf. Great King Darius. Let the arrogant Huaxia suffer. Go India. Persia, fight on. Mongolia is invincible." The live streams of India, Persia, and Mongolia merged into one unified broadcast. The atmosphere was electric. With such favorable rules, they simply couldn't believe China could still win. This rule is absolutely insane. This is so unfair. We're bound to lose this time. This is bad news. There's barely any chance for us China now. The live chat in China's stream was flooded with complaints about the unfair rules. Seeing this, Lin Yang spoke up to steady the nation's morale. "Never mind. Just watch Yu Wumu perform." Chapter 105, Introduction to Formation Techniques. Lin Yang's words instantly ignited the chosen ones of the three nations. It also ignited the atmosphere in the Huaxia livestream. Before long, Batu, the Mongolian chosen one, sneered, Chinese. You're only fit to be slaves and servants. Just wait. You'll likely be defeated before I even need to lift a finger. Summit was speechless, while Persian Jamal's expression grew increasingly grim. Though their expressions varied, each was certain defeat was impossible this time. Enough talk. Let's begin. Who's going first? Lin Yang frowned. Summit of India immediately stepped forward. He was instantly transported by the National Fortune Arena to the battlefield's observation platform. Lin Yang was also transported to the observation platform. Lin Yang and Summit stood facing each other. Within the arena, Yufei waited thus, ready to engage the first army to challenge him. Yufei stared ahead with an icy gaze, awaiting the arrival of the Indian Legion. Then, under the gaze of all present, the soldiers of the Indian Legion transformed into a halo of light and descended slowly. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes, sizing up the Indian army. He thought to himself, they're quite formidable. Among the Indian forces, they're only slightly weaker than Ashoka's army. King Surya soon appeared before the 5,000 Tianju troops. The 5,000 troops of the Tianju nation were composed of various units, primarily infantry. 3,000 infantry, 1,500 cavalry, and 500 archers. The infantry were primarily armed with steel swords and rattan shields, while the cavalry wielded spears. King Surya, clad in splendid armor, stood proudly before them. At that moment, Yufei's forces also arrived. The Yu family army descended upon the battlefield. Equally numbering 5,000 troops, the Backway army, the Break enemy army, and the Tread White army were united as one. Though not comparable to the grand armies Yufei commanded at his peak, this was still the elite of the Yu family army. Their formation remained consistent, 3,000 infantry, 1,500 cavalry, and 500 archers and crossbowmen. Both sides faced off, their momentum surging. Viewers in the livestream held their breath. Looks like this will be a fight to the death. Exactly. This is the first battle. If they win, this victory would be a major boost to the discipline of the Indian army. Meanwhile, Yufei studied the Sun King with a grave expression. He began making his strategic arrangements. Yufei's battle formations were highly sophisticated. It was called the Scattering Stars formation. Originally devised to counter the Jin army's cavalry flanking formation. The formation spread out like scattered stars. When the enemy's cavalry charged in a straight line, the soldiers would scatter and not regroup, causing the enemy to strike empty air. As the enemy retreated, the scattered soldiers regrouped and launched a fierce counterattack. This was a formidable formation for infantry defeating cavalry. Yufei positioned his infantry in the front line, cavalry on both flanks, and archers in the rear, ready to strike the enemy's vanguard at any moment. The simple formation was quickly completed. Yufei nodded with satisfaction at the sight of a complete offensive-defensive system. In stark contrast, the Sun King's formations appeared chaotic and disorganized. Unlike the disciplined ranks and simple, efficient formations of the Huaxia army, King Chaori sought to establish a complex formation but lacked the know-how to begin, resulting in a chaotic arrangement utterly unfit for the battlefield. Once both sides had finished positioning their formations, Lin Yang observed from the sidelines, silently shaking his head. It seems the Indian Legion poses little threat. My only concerns lie with Persia and Mongolia. At this moment, Lin Yang's concerns were solely focused on the armies of India and Mongolia. The Mongolian Legion, in particular, possessed combat prowess that could not be underestimated. Judging by the Indian army's formation, they clearly had no idea what to do. Seeing this, the Sun King flew into a rage and bellowed. Ha! Chinese, don't think you can intimidate anyone with your formations. The National Fortune Arena commenced the battle. The National Fortune Arena immediately announced. Round-robin battle. First round begins. The National Fortune Arena declared. King Chori brandished his iron spear and charged toward Yufei across the field. His momentum was overwhelming. Kill. The previously scattered formation now coalesced into a formidable force. They charged headlong toward the Huaxia soldiers. The battle cries of both sides echoed across the entire field as fierce combat erupted within this sector. Yufei watched the Indian army charge forward, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Yu family army possessed a profound understanding of the scattering star formation. They awaited only Yufei's command. The soldiers of the Yu family army would then swiftly form their battle array. Lin Yang saw the Yu family army's formation was complete and his heart settled. At that moment, Yufei gave a slight wave of his hand. The Yu army immediately formed a defensive formation. Yufei himself stood at the very forefront of the formation, gripping his liquefying spring divine spear with a resolute expression. Advance steadily. Yufei's command boomed, echoing throughout every corner of the ranks. The Yu family army began advancing toward the enemy. King Chaori watched the Yu family army's movements, a look of ferocity flashing across his face. In his eyes, the opportunity for victory had finally arrived. Ha! Charge for me. King Chaori bellowed, his charge growing even more frenzied. The legions of the Indian Empire followed close behind, charging forward in his wake. The two armies collided in an instant. The Yu family army, advancing steadily, met the Indian legion charging with urgency. In that instant, the battle cries shook the heavens. The two armies clashed, blood spattering everywhere. War erupted across this region. The Yu army's prowess proved truly extraordinary. Not only did they withstand the fierce, wolf-like assault of the Indian legion, they even launched effective counterattacks. By now, Yu Fei had already discerned the disarray in the Indian legion's formation. Pointing his Liquine divine spear forward, he commanded, "Archers! Fire! Loose!" At Yu Fei's command, the archers, already poised and ready, drew back their bows and aimed at a 45-degree angle toward the sky. Whoosh! 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 The continuous whistling of arrows pierced the air. A torrent of arrows rained down, sweeping across the rear ranks of the Indian legions. Lin Yang knew full well that Yu Fei's tactic was not intended to inflict effective casualties on the enemy's rear ranks. As long as the archers' sweeping volleys could harass the enemy and throw their formation into chaos, that would suffice. Sure enough, the rear ranks of the Indian legion were thrown into utter disarray by Yu Fei's archers' barrage. The Indian army, which had been charging forward at full speed, instantly descended into chaos, unable to maintain their formation. Seeing this, King Suryavarman's face darkened. Oomph! The Huaxia archers are formidable? Our cavalry is no slouch either. Cavalry! Follow me! Break through the enemy rear! At the Sun King's command, the Indian cavalry whipped their horses into a frenzied gallop. Roar! 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 Tens of thousands of Indian horses neighed, sweeping toward the enemy like a dark cloud of smoke. Yu Fei let out a cold laugh, gripping his Liquian divine spear even tighter. Cavalry! Follow me into battle! General Yu's cavalry surged with renewed fervor at his command. Yes! We obey the marshal's command. Chapter 106, the Indians good for nothing but ruining everything. The Yu family cavalry responded in unison, spurring their steeds forward. Lances raised, they charged toward the opposing Indian cavalry. Kill! Slay their commander! King Chaori charged forward at the head of his troops, determined to establish his authority with this enemy's head. Yu Fei! I'm coming for you! King Chaori roared with laughter, utterly disregarding the infantry still locked in combat behind him. He led the Indian cavalry charge headlong into the Chinese army's formation. To him, slaying Yu Fei seemed as easy as snatching something from a child. Well met! A rare look of delight flashed across Yu Fei's resolute face. Whether in single combat or commanding troops, I'd been underestimated. Yu Fei sighed inwardly. Yet at this moment, he showed no sign of retreat. Instead, his fighting spirit burned brightly. As a top-tier military commander, he understood clearly that fear would inevitably cloud his judgment, causing him to lose the qualities essential to a warrior. Today, I shall show you what a true warrior is. Yu Fei roared, swinging his Lichuan divine spear as he led the cavalry of the Yu family army charging toward the sun-surpassing king. Clang! Clang! The moment their weapons clashed, a violent shockwave erupted. The Liquian divine spear and the sun-transcending king's iron spear clashed relentlessly, sparks flying in a shower of sparks. The disparity in their strength was stark. After only 2 exchanges, the sun-transcending king's iron spear was knocked from his grasp by Yu Fei. The weapons of the Huaxia army are too powerful. This is unfair. I'll retreat first. Seeing his weapon shattered, the Sun King of India naturally refused to face certain death. He immediately spurred his horse backward. With the Sun King retreating, the remaining Indian cavalry lost their anchor. One by one, they too began to fall back. Yu Fei did not pursue. After casually stabbing a nearby Indian cavalryman who attempted a sneak attack, he immediately commanded, "No lingering in battle. Cavalry, follow me." Yu Fei loudly halted the cavalry units caught up in the heat of battle. He led his troops around the front ranks of infantry still locked in combat, circling around the battlefield's flank. General Yu's martial prowess is truly divine. Too bad the National Fortune Arena isn't displaying stats right now, otherwise we'd know how many soldiers each side has left. Exactly. The front lines are like a meat grinder, impossible to see what's happening. Ha ha. Who can argue with that? Now we'll see what effect General Yu's flanking maneuver will have. Viewers across Huaxia watched the livestream, buzzing with discussion. Lin Yang knew the tide had already turned in Huaxia's favor. Ever since the Indian Legion charged in disorganized formations. Because the battlefield had already become a one-sided affair. Yu Fei's cavalry had long since flanked the Indian army. All of this, the Indian army remained completely unaware. Moreover, the Yu family army cavalry encircling the flanks had converged around Yu Fei. These soldiers, clad in gleaming iron armor and wielding lances, resembled fierce tigers and wolves. Yu Fei sat poised atop his horse, quietly awaiting the opportune moment. Finally, after another volley from the archers, the perfect moment for battle dawned in Yu Fei's mind. Prepare to charge. Yu Fei barked the order, swiftly raising his Liquian divine spear skyward. The liquine divine spear emitted an awe-inspiring radiance, a sight known to all of General Yu's archers and crossbowmen. The commander had now flanked around to the enemy's center. They halted their fire, waiting for the commander to plunge into the enemy's undefended flank and cleave them in two. Seeing the crossbowman cease fire, Yu Fei spurred his steed, the white dragon colt, charging toward the enemy's flank. Full charge! Yu Fei bellowed. Immediately, all the cavalry of the Yu family army followed close behind him, launching their assault. Meanwhile, the sun-surpassing king remained utterly unaware of the Huaxia Legion's arrival. Having just switched to iron spears, he intended to continue battling Yu Fei. But then, by the time he realized all this, it was already too late. This time, the cavalry of the Yu family army, under Yu Fei's command, would move at the fastest speed possible to cleave the enemy forces in two. Rumble, rumble. Charge. Slaughter every last one of these dogs. The Yu family army's battle cry erupted. King Chaori looked up in horror. In the distance, dust swirled thickly as a dark tide of cavalry surged forward like a tidal wave. It's over. As the vast sea of cavalry filled the mountains and plains before him, the sun-crossing king froze in utter dread. In that moment, he finally understood. The Huaxia Legion had never played by the rules. They were playing a game of strategy. An extraordinary one at that. Run for your lives. Run now. At that moment, the Sun King abandoned all thoughts of defeating the Huaxia Legion. Only by temporarily retreating and regrouping could he hope to face the Huaxia forces again. All the Sun King knew now was that this cavalry force far exceeded anything he could have imagined. Indeed, the Sun King had a distinct feeling. Even if his own father, or Emperor Ashoka himself, were to personally lead the charge, they might not be able to stop them. Thud! Just as the sun-surpassing king turned his horse to leave the battlefield, Yu Fei struck him down with a spear thrust. The spear pierced the king's back with deadly precision. With his death, the first wave of the Indian army's wave tactics effectively came to an end. The remaining Indian soldiers were now little more than lambs awaiting slaughter in the eyes of the Chinese. Had victory not demanded the complete annihilation of the enemy, Yu Fei would have spared them the slaughter. Instead, he would have simply allowed these Indian soldiers to surrender. Slaughter them all. Yu Fei issued his final command for this battle before urging his warhorse back to a safe position. This decapitation strike, which instantly eliminated the Indian commander. It was not a battle Yu Fei would dwell upon, but his resolute nature. Still briefly replayed the battle sequence in his mind. During the time Yu Fei spent reviewing the battle, Yu's army secured an effortless victory with 0 casualties. Another complete annihilation, a resounding victory with not a single casualty on their side. Damn it! Now we'll see how the Persians respond. After my Yu army fought 5,000 against 5,000 without a single casualty, I wonder how you Persians will respond? Ha! Those Indian fools are pathetic, they couldn't even trigger Yu Fei's personal abilities. Exactly. I'm still curious what General Yu Fei's personal buff actually is. The Huaxia livestream audience wasn't surprised by the victory itself. What astonished them was that Yu Fei had slaughtered the Indian Legion without losing a single man. And the most absurd part? His own buffs didn't even activate. This battle ended far too quickly. In just over 10 minutes, Yu Fei had completed a one-sided massacre of the Indian nation. Damn it! Summit gritted his teeth. Count on you guys. With that, Summit retreated to the sidelines. Both the Mongol Chosen One and the Persian Chosen One shot Summit contemptuous glances. Not a single casualty among the Huaxia forces, their morale only surged higher. What a useless piece of trash. Batu, the Mongolian Chosen One, couldn't help but curse angrily. Chapter 107, the Yu family army sets out. Nevertheless, Batu remained convinced that with Mongolia's elite forces, they would surely crush the Huaxia legions completely in the third round. Meanwhile, the Persians had also made their preparations. They had already agreed. As long as Persia could inflict effective casualties on the Huaxia legion, they could force the Mongols to crush them. This was the essence of all their preparations. At that moment, the National Fortune Arena announced. Persian Chosen Ones, prepare yourselves. The second round of combat is about to commence. Yes. The Persian Chosen One responded immediately. Ha 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 ha. How could the might of Persia possibly be compared to that of your Huaxia? The Persian Empire is nothing like your worthless Indus. Today I shall make you Chinese pay a bitter price. Let those Indian bastards see who their true ally is. Persian warriors, charge. Crush the Chinese. The Three Kingdoms livestream was now completely overrun by Persian spectators. Charge. Charge. Crush China. Jamal, the Persian Chosen One, roared at Darius. This war is bound to be extremely fierce. Darius's morale is crucial. After all, Persia's current territory has already swallowed up all of West Asia, making it one of the foremost powers in Asia. The Persian Empire's ambition lies solely in subjugating all of Asia, ultimately challenging the world. The Persian Empire aspires to become the dominant power in Asia. This campaign against China is Persia's opportunity to demonstrate its strength to the world. Darius gave Jamal a slight nod. The Persian Empire. It shall reclaim its glory. Darius declared coldly. He spurred his horse forward, signaling that the second round of the National Fortune Tournament could commence. Though the round-robin format was considered beneath him, Darius cared little for such matters when it served Persia's interests. The National Fortune Arena promptly announced, "Persia is ready. Does China consent to commence the second round?" Lin Yang gave a slight nod. He promptly replied, "Begin." Then, both teams ascended the arena platform. General of China. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Darius looked up at Yu Fei, his tone dripping with arrogance. Yu Fei responded with neither humility nor arrogance. "Since that is the case, then this general shall settle matters with you once and for all." Soon, the National Fortune Arena teleported Darius's elite Persian forces onto the battle map within the arena. This force differed entirely from the composition of the Indian Empire. It was a force composed entirely of heavily armored cavalry. Persian heavy armored camel cavalry. The strength of the camel cavalry lay in their formidable offensive power. Each knight was covered head to toe in iron, thick armor shielding every part of their body. The armor's joints seamlessly connected the limbs, while the finely crafted facial plates perfectly conformed to the knight's head. With their bodies entirely encased in metal, the riders could only see through small slits aligned with their pupils and breathe through openings at the tips of their noses. The camels themselves were also clad in heavy armor. When this cavalry force of 5,000 suddenly appeared, nearly every Chinese citizen gasped in shock. What the hell is this? Heavy cavalry like this? Yeah. They're even more imposing than any heavy cavalry we've seen before. These are camels. Of course they're bigger than horses. We're done for. Even if we don't lose this time, we'll suffer heavy casualties. It's not fair. Before, we could counter their cavalry with our own. Now General Yu Fei has to fight with his original forces. The people of Huaxia murmured in disbelief. Yet Yu Fei remained remarkably composed. For he knew he must muster every ounce of strength to withstand the Persian camel cavalry. This was an enemy he had never encountered before. General Yu Fei. Come on, let me see what your Huaxia warriors are made of. Darius of Persia, sword in hand, taunted Yu Fei. These words caused Yu Fei's brows to furrow deeply. It wasn't worry, but deep contemplation on how to counter this foe. It does bear some resemblance to the iron floating tower cavalry of Wanyan Wushu. Yu Fei murmured to himself. We can likely defeat them using the same tactics. Both sides swiftly completed their formations. Yu Fei made no changes to the scattered star formation's layout. The only change was that the crossbowmen positioned behind the troops had switched to armor-piercing arrows and were now moved to the very front of the formation, deployed in a scattered formation. After all, the enemy's camel cavalry was protected by heavy armor. Ordinary arrows could inflict no damage whatsoever. Moreover, it would waste the precious time of his own soldiers. Moreover, armor-piercing arrows required direct hits to maximize their effectiveness. Thus, Yu Fei intended to use the armor-piercing arrows to inflict maximum casualties on the enemy cavalry. Darius's preparations also commenced. It was quite simple. He deployed his cavalry in a charging formation. Lin Yang could see it clearly. The troops under Darius' command displayed far greater formation discipline than the Indian legions. This will be quite the test for Yu Womu. Lin Yang thought to himself. Sure enough. Upon witnessing this situation, he immediately grasped Darius's intent. The battle begins. The National Fortune Arena announced abruptly. Upon hearing the declaration, Darius brandished his sword and commanded his cavalry to charge. Camel cavalrymen charged forward, each brandishing their lances. This time, Darius had positioned his cavalry formation far forward. His objective was to leverage the cavalry's charging speed to break through the Huaxia camp, catching the enemy off guard. Yet reality proved Darius's strategy miscalculated. Before the Persian cavalry had covered 100 paces, archers, direct fire, cut down the enemy. Yu Fei immediately ordered his archers to fire upon the Persian cavalry. A hail of arrows instantly flew out, striking the heavily armored Persian camel cavalry. The Persian ironclad cavalry initially paid no heed. They believed these arrows could never pierce their armor. After all, this was armor forged from the finest steel in the Middle East. Yet the reality proved far beyond their expectations. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the dense sound of arrows piercing flesh, many arrows penetrated the Persian soldiers' vaunted armor. This caused the cavalry formation's speed to plummet. Darius immediately realized. The Chinese arrows could pierce their armor. Disperse the entire army. Charge in scattered formation. Darius finally understood. Charging in such a mass formation would turn each soldier into a sitting duck for the Huaxia legions. Seeing Darius immediately issue the correct command, Yu Fei couldn't help but acknowledge Darius's competence. But Yu Fei had his own countermeasure. He swiftly raised his liquefied spring divine spear. Archers, fall back. Infantry, prepare to engage the enemy. Yu Fei led the charge, directing the infantry to execute their drilled formations. National Fortune Arena notice. Huaxia's Yu Fei personal ability triggers Yu family army effect. Infantry defense increases by 50% when formed. Cavalry charge power increases by 50%. Archer's accuracy increases by 50%. Yu Fei's personal combat power increases by 50% while with the Yu family army. Chapter 108, Head-on Collision. Look down on the Yu family army? The National Fortune Arena prompt sounded once more. Lin Yang's eyes lit up upon hearing the notification. He hadn't expected the Yu family army's buff to be this powerful. Looks like there's still a chance to win this match. Lin Yang silently thought to himself. Though the Yu family army's cavalry numbers were fewer, Yu Fei remained unflustered, instead directing his troops to spread out their formation against the enemy. The Huaxia cavalry adopted the same formation. This formation had proven effective against the Xiang Yu over decades of warfare. Darius, observing this, sneered with disdain. General Yu Fei, have you run out of tricks? Relying solely on infantry to block my ironclad cavalry? Darius sneered. Oomph. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll find out once we let them loose. Yu Fei retorted with equal vigor. Well. Today I shall tear you apart with my own hands. The two armies finally collided. Close quarters combat erupted. At that moment, the flames of war ignited. The Persian heavy cavalry broke formation and charged forward. They swung their lances, aiming to pierce the chests of the Chinese infantry. Yu Fei showed no sign of yielding. Wielding his divine spear, he commanded his soldiers to organize their resistance according to their daily training. The scattering star formation spread like stars across the sky, dispersed yet cohesive. The Persian camel cavalry, sweeping in like a dark whirlwind, did not charge as a large formation but instead spread out in an attempt to break through Yu's army. Yet 5,000 cavalry charging on war horses carried immense momentum. Yet Yu Fei's scattering star formation was designed precisely to counter such large-scale cavalry charges. At the very moment of imminent close combat, Yu's army suddenly scattered with lightning speed. Immediately afterward, the soldiers swiftly shifted positions, encircling the Persian cavalry from all sides. Soldiers specialized in severing horse legs emerged abruptly from the scattered formation. They drew their sabers from their sheaths and swung them with all their might at the legs of the Persian camel cavalry. No matter how tall these camels were, their most vulnerable spot was always their legs. There was no exception for any such animal, the legs were invariably the most vulnerable spot. For the sake of mobility, their legs could not be heavily armored. Without heavy armor, the legs became extremely vulnerable. Thus, when the Yu army soldiers suddenly appeared, they successfully severed the legs of these Persian camels. The fallen camels let out piercing cries as they tumbled to the ground, writhing in agony. Ha! That was satisfying. A veteran member of the Yu family army's cavalry sword squad laughed. Following Yu Wumu, he had fought in too many victorious battles in his lifetime. The feeling of victory was utterly intoxicating. The Huaxia livestream erupted in cheers. General Yu is unbeatable. Brilliant tactics. Perfectly countered the Persian camel cavalry. Ha! That was exhilarating. Persians, you'll see. Our Huaxia army is powerful far beyond your wildest imagination. Huaxia viewers were ecstatic, while foreign viewers watching the livestream were stunned. Damn those Huaxia people. Are they really that powerful? Don't despair. Our great King Darius will surely find a way. Don't panic. If our reinforcements break through into the heartland of China, how will they respond then? The Huaxia populace had initially feared the Persian cavalry's ferocity, thus understanding why the Yu family army maintained a defensive posture. Little did they expect the Yu family army's scatter star formation to prove so formidable. It proved to be a weapon specifically designed to counter heavy cavalry. Sure enough, after suffering heavy losses, the Persian cavalry struggled to maintain their offensive momentum. Darius's face darkened with fury as he watched his camel cavalry suffer casualties. Oomph. You Huaxia people are indeed treacherous and cunning. To resort to such despicable tactics. He spoke coldly, then led his cavalry into a flanking maneuver. Seeing the first wave of soldiers suffer leg injuries from their horses being cut down, he immediately commanded the second wave to bypass close combat range. He knew full well that if they continued to engage the Yu family's army in close combat, they would be utterly unable to sustain the fight. Both sides clashed fiercely once more. In the initial clash, the Yu army clearly held the upper hand. Their formations proved more agile and their coordination far more seamless. Under these circumstances, Darius' cavalry simply could not break through the Yu family army's defensive formation. Unfortunately, the second and third waves of Persian camel cavalry soldiers also began engaging in the battle. Before the Chinese cavalry could sever their horses' legs with their sabers, they were tripped by the fallen camels ahead. Their fallen comrades now served as tripwires. Soldiers tumbling from their camels were met by the Huaxia Legion's spears, piercing them one after another. This spectacle sent the Chinese spectators into a frenzy of excitement. Yes. This is war. Brutal. Huaxia will prevail. Our Huaxia. Invincible. The slain Persian warriors lay like lambs awaiting slaughter. Darius watched his cavalry suffer heavy losses, his heart aching at the sight. But reality left him no room to retreat. Throw javelins. Darius, who had barely managed to create some distance, immediately gave the command. The Persian cavalry swiftly drew their javelins and hurled them toward the Yu family army. Such an ancient tactic? Yu Fei stared in astonishment, not because the Persians' tactics were advanced. Rather, it was because the tactic of hurling javelins felt utterly archaic. Against these thrown javelins, all Yu's soldiers needed to do was raise their large shields. Raise your shields! Yu Fei commanded. The javelin's storage capacity and lethality were both vastly outdated. Yu Fei was visibly shocked and immediately raised his large shield, preparing to withstand the enemy's javelin assault. The javelins hurled by the Persian cavalry all embedded themselves in the shields of Yu's soldiers. Their supply of javelins was limited. Yet the upright shields of Yu's soldiers were sufficient to withstand the assault of thousands of javelins. This outcome resulted in minimal casualties among the Chinese soldiers. Instead, the Persian soldiers suffered heavy losses. Seeing this, Yu Fei felt his heart settle. Seizing the enemy's momentary vulnerability after they exhausted their javelins, he waved his hands. Archers! Form ranks and fire! At Yu Fei's command, the archers of the Huaxia Legion stepped out in unison. They unleashed a frenzied slaughter upon the exhausted Persian legion. The Persian army had just suffered heavy losses and was now in poor condition. Each volley of arrows claimed the lives of large numbers of their soldiers. This was an overwhelming advantage. The Persian cavalry regiments finally could not hold out any longer. Darius sought to regroup and launch another scattered charge against the Huaxia forces. But the Yu army would never allow such an opportunity to arise. Engage the enemy! Yu Fei's deep voice echoed in the ears of every Huaxia soldier. Chapter 109, How dare you challenge the Yu family army? Darius's legions still held a substantial number of troops. Yet, the successive waves of slaughter by the Huaxia legions had long shattered the Persian legion's will and conviction. At this moment, Yu's army began its decisive advance. Darius knew that if they did not charge now, the outcome of this war would be sealed. Divide the forces. He spat out the two words through gritted teeth, turning to face the cavalry corps behind him. Morale among the Persian legions was low, and upon hearing the command, they swiftly formed into three separate columns. Each column was led by one of Darius's personal guards. This formation would minimize exposure to arrows. Camel cavalry charges. This was the Persian army's own advantage. Seeing this, Yu Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of respect for Darius. Truly a formidable opponent. Yu Fei laughed. In that case, today I'll show you what I'm made of. Yu Fei understood the principle of defeating cavalry with infantry well. Lin Yang, as the saying goes, it's easier to shake a mountain than to shake the Yu family army. Lin Yang had longed to utter these words. Now, Lin Yang was filled with anticipation, eager to see how Yu Fei would counter the Darius legion's assault. After all, Yu Fei was known for his prudence and steadfastness. He was sure to deliver something truly remarkable. All troops, heed my command. Charge the enemy formation. As Yu Fei's command echoed, the Persian cavalry launched a frenzied charge against the Yu family army. The cavalry charge was terrifying in its ferocity. How could any ordinary army possibly withstand it? The distance between the two sides narrowed rapidly as the thunderous clatter of hooves grew louder. A savage grin spread across Darius's face. He seemed to already see victory within his grasp. Yet, just as Darius's smile spread across his face, the Yu family army suddenly shifted positions and reacted swiftly. Yu's archers swiftly drew their bows to the full moon. In an instant, a volley of arrows erupted toward the Persian camel cavalry. Straight for the Persian camel cavalry's vital points. Damn it, get out of the way! Darius was startled by the dense hail of arrows and urgently ordered his men to take cover. Alas, it was too late. Hundreds of Persian camel cavalry in the front ranks collapsed dead in an instant. Despite the heavy casualties, the Persian army maintained its original pace unabated. This only darkened Darius's expression further. He roared, "Order the entire army to press forward." The Persian cavalry's pace did not waver. Yu Fei watched these cavalrymen press forward instead of retreating, a cold smile curling his lips. How utterly foolish. He muttered softly to himself before issuing another command. Follow me, all troops. Let them come from any direction. I shall advance on one path alone. The Yu family army's discipline was ironclad. Yu Fei's command was obeyed without hesitation. The Yu family army followed closely behind. What the hell? General Yu Fei intends to charge cavalry with infantry? Even if it's not entirely infantry, this is absurd. I can't believe my eyes. Has General Yu Fei lost his mind? Charging cavalry with infantry is pure suicide. Spectators from all nations watching the livestream stared wide-eyed. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Pitting infantry legions against cavalry legions head-on? That's nothing short of suicide. Persian cavalry possessed formidable combat prowess, especially the camel cavalry, true masters of charging into battle. Under these circumstances, engaging cavalry with infantry was pure suicide. Ha 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 ha. Yu Fei is utterly foolish. Charging our cavalry with infantry? He must be tired of living. Jamal, the Persian chosen one, couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. He couldn't wait to unleash the full fury of the Persian cavalry upon Yu's army. This would end the Huaxia's winning streak and elevate the Persian Empire's prestige across the world. Yet Summit, China's longtime rival, shook his head and sighed. Brother, Yufei likely has his own strategy here. Frowning, he pressed, Oh? Does Yufei actually intend to break through cavalry defenses with infantry? That's impossible. Summit shook his head. I don't know. Yufei's actions were utterly baffling to him. Yet he sensed there was more to it than met the eye. After all, Yufei who could annihilate his own soldiers without effort would never be that foolish. But the 1,500 cavalry led by Yufei charged forward, followed by the infantry behind them. Yufei led from the front, wielding his Lakian divine spear as he spurred his 1,000-mile steed forward, directing the infantry corps in their advance. My men, he bellowed. Today we shall test the might of these Persians. Yufei declared in a resonant voice. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Their footsteps quickened. In the blink of an eye, they charged head-on toward the Persian cavalry. Die if you stand in my way. Yufei roared, swinging his divine spear with blinding speed. A spray of blood erupted. He immediately unleashed the Yu family spear technique. In the instant he engaged the enemy formation, he severed the heads of numerous Persian soldiers. Persian cavalry corpses flew everywhere, blood spattering the ground. Charge! Seeing this, the cavalry behind Yufei charged forward with soaring morale, crashing into the Persian cavalry. Thud! A camel collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Thud! Another camel collapsed to the ground. Charge! The infantry legion charged the Persian camel cavalry, mowing them down like wheat, instantly cutting short the lives of the Persian horsemen. Thud! The Persian cavalry's charge also dealt a heavy blow to the infantry legion. Yet not a single soldier of the Yu family army retreated. They braced against the Persian charge, fighting to the death. The entire battlefield resembled a meat grinder. This was Yufei's army and also the most elite force in all of China. The Yu family army never feared sacrifice no matter the cost, they would drive back the enemy. To the encircled Persian camel cavalry, the infantry corps' encircling assault appeared like a moving great wall. No matter what, they could not break through the encirclement, doomed only to slowly perish. One Persian after another fell, staining the yellow sand with blood. This gruesome spectacle unfolded before the live broadcast cameras. Countless spectators were utterly stunned. No one could have imagined warfare could be this brutal. And Jamal certainly hadn't anticipated it. The Huaxia Legion was truly that extraordinary. The notion that an infantry-dominated legion could charge into his cavalry legion was utterly beyond Jamal's comprehension. After all, Persian cavalry reigned supreme on the battlefield, invincible and unstoppable. They had even made gains on European battlefields, sweeping all before them. Yet at this very moment, the Persian cavalry was being held down by the Chinese legions, unable to raise their heads. This scene sent shockwaves through countless Persians, igniting fury and humiliation in many. No! We must stop the Chinese legions. Great King Darius. We cannot be defeated. Chapter 110, Slaughter in Formation. This is the Yu family spear technique. Charge! 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 The Persian king's personal guard charged forth first. The rest of the Persian cavalry followed closely behind. Heh, you've come just in time. Yufei's eyes flashed with excitement as he swung his spear and roared, Sons of China, break through the enemy lines and annihilate these foreign invaders. Kill! The infantry legion roared in unison, then launched their charge against the Persian forces. The Persian army collided head-on with Yu's forces. Instantly, blades flashed and blood spilled in a storm of carnage. Yufei's Yu family army, like a sharp blade, plunged straight into the enemy ranks. Each impact claimed the lives of foes. Ha ha ha! What a thrill! What a thrill! Yufei's hearty laughter echoed across the heavens, drawing the gaze of all present. This was Yufei's true style. The vivid scene of him leading infantry to conquer the Jin kingdom replayed before Lin Yang's eyes. General Yu! Unrivaled under heaven! Lin Yang shouted in admiration. On the other side, Jamal's mood was quite different. Damn it! Damn it! Jamal was consumed by anxiety, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. His own nation's Persian camel cavalry corps had actually been suppressed? And now they were at a disadvantage? What worried Jamal even more was the sheer terrifying strength of the Huaxia army's combat power. Damn it! Useless! They were being chased like scared rabbits. The Persian cavalry corps of over 5,000 had charged in with overwhelming momentum, intent on crushing the enemy. But the foe proved far too formidable. Especially that bizarre attack formation, they had no clue how to defend against it, forced to take blows passively. Within mere minutes, the Persian side suffered heavy casualties. Ultimately, the Persian Empire's cavalry corps was forced into retreat. The Chinese populace watched as the Persian camel cavalry, which had been charging fiercely to break through the Chinese legions, began retreating one by one. A barrage of mocking comments flooded the screen. Is that all? And they dare challenge the might of our great Huaxia? Pathetic! Cavalry like this wouldn't stand a chance against our Chinese forces. Exactly. They're only good for beating up that trash in West Asia. How dare they think they can fight against us? Get lost, Persians. Every word of the Chinese comments landed squarely in Lin Yang's eyes. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The Chinese people really are a bunch of lovable folks. Soon, the situation on the battlefield remained unchanged. The Persian legions continued their retreat. Unlike the Indian legions, however, the Persian retreat was orderly and disciplined. The Indian legion, on the other hand, was in utter disarray, each soldier looking utterly bedraggled. Lin Yang noticed the Persian emperor's face darkening clearly, his mood had soured considerably. Never pursue a defeated foe. Yu Fei murmured with a faint smile. Archers. Volley fire. Yu Fei's military strategy was precisely this. He always accurately assessed the situation. Yes. We obey the general's command. In an instant, the crossbowmen, already poised and ready, raised their longbows in unison. Whoosh! 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 Arrow after arrow shot forth. The wet, tearing sound of flesh being pierced echoed once more, striking the enemy camel cavalry squarely in the chest. Lin Yang watched and nodded slightly. These armor-piercing arrows are truly remarkable. Ah! Darius I of Persia cried out in shock, nearly falling from his warhorse. Could such a simple tactic truly plunge us into utter ruin? Darius roared in frustration, but his shouts did nothing to halt the onslaught of the Huaxia soldiers. Before his eyes, only a little over 1,000 soldiers remained. Any hope of counterattack was now futile. Bang! 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 Persian camel cavalrymen fell one after another, their cries of agony filling the air. At that moment, Yu Fei once again raised his Lycian divine spear, urging his 1,000-mile steed forward. Huaxia cavalry! Follow me to slaughter the barbarians! They charged headlong toward the fleeing Persian camel cavalry. Lin Yang could see it. Yu Fei's tactics were simple and effective. It was a relentless strategy of wearing down the enemy. Wave after wave of harassment followed by wave after wave of repulsion. Finally, a decisive charge would shatter the enemy's morale. Then summoning the cavalry to charge and annihilate the enemy in one decisive blow. Simple. Effective. Lin Yang exclaimed sincerely. This is the perfect moment to crush the enemy. Their will to fight is completely shattered. No. Help. The terrified Persian soldiers tried to flee. They tried to run, but it was too late. Spear after spear pierced their bodies, staining the ground crimson with blood. Kill. Yu Fei led his army forward, slaughtering the remaining Persian soldiers in one decisive charge. Darius, seeing escape was impossible. He swung his sword and charged toward Yu Fei. I swear to settle this with you once and for all. Darius roared as he charged toward Yu Fei. Yu Fei wore a look of contempt as he raised his divine spear, the Lycian spear, a mere speck of dust dares to shine. Seeing Darius's disheveled state, Yu Fei had no desire to engage him further. He unleashed one of the Yu family spear techniques, Long River Sunset. Clang! The spear flickered like a mighty river rushing eastward toward the sea. It struck directly at the enemy commander's weak point. Darius had barely closed to within 3 feet of Yu Fei when the spear pierced his throat, sending him crashing to the ground. This strike! Powerful! Precise! It pierced Darius's unprotected throat. His eyes widened in utter shock. He could scarcely believe it. The mighty Persian king had fallen at the hands of a Chinese warrior. It was utterly unbelievable. Kill. With Darius's death, the Persian camel cavalry legion descended into even greater chaos. Soon, under the relentless pursuit of the Chinese cavalry, the Persian camel cavalry corps was utterly annihilated. Bodies littered the field. Victory! We've won! Wonderful! Wonderful! We've defeated the Persians! Long live! Long live! The Huaxia are invincible! Cheers and shouts echoed throughout every corner of China. Lin Yang watched it all unfold, his heart surging with emotion. He couldn't help but raise his voice to the heavens and roar, "Great China shall rise again." Yet Yu Fei could not share in the excitement. Though this battle had indeed been a great victory. But among his battle-hardened Yu family troops, some soldiers had still fallen. 83 soldiers killed or wounded, 100 more injured. A soldier beside him reported to Yu Fei with bowed head. Alas! After the third battle, they shall all be given proper burials. Record the casualties in the register and reward each one generously. Yu Fei said with sorrow. Lin Yang, having witnessed this, also composed his own agitated emotions. He sighed, General Yu truly cherishes his soldiers like his own children. Truly, he is a hero of China. Yu Fei's sorrowful expression did not linger long. The next enemy. The Mongolian general Jib now stood before him. Jib, clad in heavy Mongolian-style armor. Behind him, 5,000 soldiers, mostly Mongol cavalry regiments clad in heavy armor and carrying horsebows on their backs. Jib's gaze toward Yu Fei carried a fierce, murderous intent. Yu Fei! Jib! After exchanging names, the two sides began their standoff. Chapter 111, The Mongolian Iron Cavalry. Yu Fei, I acknowledge your strength, but this time I will not lose to you, Jib declared in a deep voice. Having witnessed the previous 2 rounds of combat, Jeeb held profound respect for Yu Fei's abilities. Yu Fei's military prowess made Jeeb eagerly anticipate the upcoming battle. "Oomph. Let's see what you've got." Yu Fei replied indifferently. With that, he gripped his liquefying spring divine spear and gently stroked the mane of his steed, the 1,000-mile steed. Neigh. The 1,000-mile steed seemed to understand Yu Fei's thoughts, letting out an excited neigh. Its master was about to enter the battlefield. The Mongolian Iron Cavalry. Truly terrifying indeed. Lin Yang gazed at the imposing Mongolian legion. A chill crept into his heart. Good heavens! Lin Yang composed himself and studied the formation closely. The entire Mongolian army consisted of 5,000 heavily armored mounted archers. They resembled Mongolian jackals. Clad in thick leather armor, they carried curved swords at their waists and wielded spears in their hands. Their overall presence radiated fierce, overwhelming might. The horses beneath them were no ordinary steeds either. Each rider mounted a towering steed, bred in the northern lands. A palpable aura of lethal intent radiated from each warrior. Clearly hardened by blood and fire, they were seasoned killers. Such a force was undoubtedly world-class, capable of standing toe-to-toe with even the most elite armies of China. Is this what they call the Mongolian Iron Cavalry? No wonder they dare call themselves the best in the land. These guys are incredible. Watching the formidable army before them, viewers in the Chinese livestream couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. The Yu family army, already weakened by prior losses, now faced this ferocious force. This was a question worth pondering. Not only were comments flying thick and fast in the livestream chat, but even most professional military forums across nations were discussing this very matter. After all, the entire world was now watching this decisive battle between Huaxia and Mongolia. Yu Fei scrutinized the Mongol forces. He saw that the Mongol legions were arrayed in perfect formation, their military discipline ironclad. At their head, Jeeb wore an expression of unstoppable resolve. Just as expected, the real show is about to begin. How to counter these Mongol Iron Cavalry, skilled in both mounted archery and charging formations? Yu Fei couldn't help but frown. No wonder later generations called them invincible under heaven. He had heard much about the events following Yu Fei's death within the National Fortune Arena. But he never imagined he would one day face them himself. It seemed all this had been predestined long ago. All troops, do not let your guard down. Prepare for battle. With that, he swung his liquine divine spear forward. Yu family army, heed my command. Prepare for battle. The moment the words left his lips, the soldiers of the Yu army tensed. Though Huaxia had enjoyed a string of victories lately, they had never faced such formidable foes. Compared to the Mongolian Iron Cavalry, their previous opponents, these foes were utterly terrifying, enough to strike fear into any ordinary army. These enemies were terrifying, enough to strike fear into any ordinary army. But this was the Yu family army. Such thoughts only flickered briefly in the minds of its soldiers. One by one, they tightened their grip on their weapons. Especially the soldiers Yu Fei had brought with him. Most had fought alongside him through life and death battles. They understood all too well the immense difficulty of this upcoming clash. The battle has finally begun. We must win this fight. Otherwise, China faces peril. Exactly. We must wipe out the Mongol Iron Cavalry. Go China! China will prevail. Brothers, just wait and see. Today's battle will astonish everyone. That's right. The Yu family army's reputation isn't just hot air. Viewers in the livestream watched the Yu army growing increasingly agitated on their screens, and they couldn't help but feel anxious for Yu Fei. They didn't want to see their nation defeated. After all, in their hearts, Yu Fei was a hero, the very guardian of their nation. Soon, the National Fortune Arena announced the final round. About to begin. Upon hearing this, Batu's gaze sharpened. The Huaxia? Can the match begin already? The sharp tone of Batu, the Mongolian chosen one, made Lin Yang feel a hint of discomfort. I was about to ask you the same thing. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Let's begin. Lin Yang answered with unwavering certainty, without a moment's hesitation. Since you're so eager to meet your end, don't blame me. Batu snorted coldly, addressing the National Fortune Arena. The match begins. After receiving confirmation from both chosen ones, the National Fortune Arena announced the match begins. The battle commences. Hearing this command, Yu Fei's tactical plan had long been set in stone. He would crush his opponents using the Yu family army's specialty. That was offense. Against such a force exceptionally skilled in mounted archery, disperse and die, gather and die. Strategies to wear down the enemy are utterly useless. Only a fierce assault, overwhelming superiority, can secure victory. Therefore, at this moment, Yu Fei hesitated not a second. Gripping his liquefying spring divine spear, he pointed it at the Mongol cavalry across the field and bellowed, "Kill!" In an instant, the Yu army surged forward like a raging torrent, their formation solidifying as they charged. The speed of their advance surpassed Yu Bain's expectations. Excellent. Truly worthy of the Yu family army. Jeeb, commanding the third wave of troops, had witnessed the Yu army's formidable prowess in the first two assaults. Yet he remained utterly unafraid. He drew a Mongolian bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at Yufei. Whoosh! With a piercing whistle, the arrow left the string. Intended to pierce Yufei's chest, but Yufei was already prepared. With a flick of his Lichuan divine spear, blocking the arrow fired by Jeeb. Immediately afterward, he shouted as he charged forward. Yu family army! Form ranks! Do not slacken your vigilance. At Yufei's command, the Yu family army swiftly formed a fan-shaped formation, encircling the opposing Mongol forces. Yufei led the charge, lunging forward directly. He charged straight at Jeeb. But Jeeb hesitated. Yufei had already closed the distance, thrusting his divine spear, the liquefying spring spear, with deadly force. Seeing this, Jeeb reacted swiftly. He twisted his body to evade Yufei's thrust. Even faster, he drew his scimitar from his waist and swung it at Yufei. Clang! Yufei's divine spear of Lichuan clashed with it, sparks flying. As they clashed again, neither gave an inch. Elsewhere, the battle between the Huaxia Legion and the Mongolian Iron Cavalry raged on. Clang! 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 The deafening clang of clashing weapons echoed incessantly. The Yu family army had ample experience dealing with such heavily armored cavalry. Yet casualties were still mounting. Lin Yang knew. Such casualties were acceptable. If the Mongol cavalry were allowed to spread out and begin mounted archery attacks against the Huaxia, the casualties would become far more severe until the Chinese forces could no longer withstand the onslaught. Only then would they surge forward in one wave to end the battle. Lin Yang grew increasingly impressed with Yufei, truly worthy of the title Yuumu. He devised the most optimal strategy in the blink of an eye. Chapter 112, Breaking the Army. However, the Yu family army proved capable of handling them. These Mongolian cavalrymen were indeed formidable. Every clash resulted in Chinese soldiers being killed or wounded. Some soldiers were even cut down before they could even dodge. Yet the Mongol cavalry that cut down Yu's infantry were in turn speared to death by Yu's cavalry units. Jeeb's original plan was to break through the Chinese formation with the first wave of charges. He then planned to wear down the Yu army with mounted archery before finishing with a final breakthrough. This was the most common tactic employed by the Mongol cavalry. Simple. Effective. Yet what he never anticipated was that the Huaxia forces would proactively charge and engage his Mongol cavalry in combat. National Fortune Arena Notice: Mongolian Commander Jeeb's personal ability triggered. For Mastiffs, Mongolian cavalry's charge power increased by 50%. Mongolian cavalry's mounted archery accuracy increased by 50%. Upon hearing this notification, Chinese spectators felt their hearts sink. Damn it, he can trigger another skill? Impact bonus. I wonder if the Yu family army can withstand their charge. If they break through, we're done for. Ugh, I doubt it. What kind of beasts are these? How can they be so fierce? Viewers watching the livestream buzzed with discussion. Lin Yang prayed silently, General Yu, activate your second ability now. He knew that if Yufei's second ability wasn't activated soon, the Mongolian Iron Cavalry would likely find an opening to break through the Yu family army's defenses. Soon, Lin Yang's prayer was answered. National Fortune Arena Notice: Yufei's personal ability activated. Strike at the heart of the enemy. Yu family army's charge power increased by 50%. Yufei's martial prowess increased by 10%. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Though a 10% boost to combat prowess was but a drop in the bucket for the current Yufei. But it was better than nothing. Is this all China has? Yufei's abilities are nothing special. Watch as my Mongolian Iron Cavalry shatters their defenses. Behold the might of the great Mongol Empire. Begin! Mongolian Iron Cavalry. Slaughter them all. Yufei is nothing special. The Mongol livestream began to mock. Oomph. I'll see how long this Yufei can hold out. Jeeb laughed coldly as he led his Mongolian Iron Cavalry into the fray. The Yu family army's defensive line before him was on the verge of being shattered by the Mongol cavalry. Yufei's expression hardened as he bellowed, not a single man retreats. If we falter now, we shall plunge into an abyss from which there is no return. As he spoke, Yufei held his divine spear with unwavering resolve. His spear blurred into countless afterimages. This was the Yu family spear technique, Desert Solitude. Each strike demanded Jeeb's full concentration to parry. The slightest lapse risked Yufei piercing his body. Though Jeeb was struggling desperately against Yufei, his Mongolian Iron Cavalry was already on the verge of breaking through the Yu family army's encircling formation. At this critical juncture, the cold voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed. National Fortune Arena Notice: Yufei's personal ability, Command Like a Mountain, has been triggered. Army tactical execution power increased by 100%. Army defense power increased by 100%. Yufei's personal martial power increased by 10%. Lin Yang clapped his hands and shouted. Excellent! However, before Lin Yang could finish his words, a series of alerts followed in rapid succession. National Fortune Arena Alert. Yufei's personal ability Furious Rage has been triggered. Personal combat power increased by 30%. Legion attack power increased by 30%. National Fortune Arena alert. Yufei's personal ability Loyalty to the Nation has been triggered. Overall Legion capabilities increased by 30%. All personal ability amplifications increased by 50%. Yufei's personal martial prowess increased by 10%. The successive alerts announcing the activation of Yufei's personal abilities. This sent waves of excitement coursing through Lin Yang's heart. Yu Wu Mu. Truly a god among men. Lin Yang lavished praise without restraint. Soon after, a furious roar echoed from Yufei's direction. Come. Fight. Yufei, now bolstered by numerous buffs, possessed even greater combat prowess than in the previous rounds. The Mongolian Iron Cavalry was poised to break through the Yu family army's defenses, only to find they couldn't advance a single step. This left Jeeb's face darkening with fury. What the hell is going on? He was clearly on the verge of breaking through their defenses. Yet the enemy's combat strength had surged dramatically. This left Jeeb utterly frustrated. Charge! 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 Break through for me! Jeeb roared the command, but Yufei before him demanded caution. His Mongol Iron Cavalry continued their charge, yet their momentum steadily slowed, as if sinking into quicksand. Yufei laughed heartily. Come on then. Today, we settle this right here. Mongol commander. Yufei let out a long, piercing cry, swinging his arms as the Lakian divine spear in his hands blazed with dazzling golden light under the sun. He charged toward Jeeb with lethal intent. This spear thrust was breathtakingly stunning. It carried a terrifying, unmatched might. This was the Yu family spear technique, the move known as Azure Dragon emerging from the sea. Jabei, terrified by the sight, hastily raised his long sword to block. Yet as he raised his blade to meet the strike, the sheer force of the attack proved too much for the weapon. With a thunderous crash, the blade shattered into pieces. This was a true divine weapon, yet it was destroyed by Yufei's single spear thrust. Though the spear missed its intended target, the sheer force of the strike still drove it deep into Jeeb's shoulder. But Jeeb spat out a mouthful of blood. A gaping hole appeared in his shoulder. Blood gushed from the wound. This was the damage wrought by Yufei's liquefying spring divine spear. It seemed unlikely he could display his legendary marksmanship in this battle anymore. General, you're wounded. General, hold on. The Mongolian cavalryman beside Jeeb grew frantic, rushing to support him. Damn it! Damn Yufei! Jeeb cursed under his breath. Then, he shifted his gaze and fixed it on Yufei with a vicious glare. Yufei! I will kill you! I will kill you! Yufei paid no heed to Jeeb's emotional outburst. Seeing that he was protected by his personal guards, he immediately turned his horse around. He thrust forward with his liquefying spring spear and charged onward. He tore through the Mongol cavalry left and right, as if entering an empty field. No one could stand against him for even a single exchange. Under such pressure, the Mongol cavalry finally cried out to Jeeb for help. Jeeb gritted his teeth and snarled, "All troops! Today we fight to the death for our survival. Retreat? That is death too. All troops! Fight with me to the bitter end!" Jeeb shouted, clutching his painfully wounded shoulder. Switching to his spear, he charged once more toward Yu's army. Faced with two armies locked in a brutal struggle, archers and crossbowmen found themselves unable to fire, rendering them useless in the fray. Lin Yang knew. This was the stage for cavalry and infantry. Chaos reigned on the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, Yufei's figure could be seen charging left and right. Chapter 113, Slaying Generals. A spear shot forth like a dragon emerging from its lair. Though speckled with blood, the liquefying spring spear was no ordinary weapon. Yufei gave his spear a light shake and the blood instantly vanished from its tip. Immediately afterward, bolstered by Yufei's formidable personal buff, he charged forward once more. This sight sent shivers down the Mongol spines. But Lin Yang watched with excitement. He thought Yu Wumu was utterly magnificent. This was the kind of martial prowess that embodied the true spirit of a warrior. Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. If I ever get the chance, I must apprentice under him. Learn the Yu family spear techniques. Just as his mind wandered, the number of Mongol souls slain by Yufei's men had already surpassed 100. In the eyes of the Mongolian Iron Cavalry, Yufei seemed like a terrifying messenger from the underworld. The Lichuan divine spear whirled like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of the Mongol warriors. Each strike claimed another life. Finally, one of the Mongolian captains, driven by desperation, hurled his scimitar. But the divine spear of Lichuan seemed to have anticipated this move. It suddenly whirled in a full circle. It deftly evaded the attack. Simultaneously, the spear swept horizontally. With a sharp thud, the 1,000-man commander's throat was instantly pierced by Yufei. Crimson blood gushed from the wound. The 1,000-man commander collapsed in a pool of blood before he could even utter a scream. Well done. I'm truly impressed. Lin Yang couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. He admired men like Yufei. Most men who stood tall and upright A great hero of China, embodying both loyalty and filial piety. As long as they defeated the enemy, Lin Yang could praise them 1,000 times over. Besides, Lin Yang had no idea how many Mongols were actually there. But since Yu Fei was so formidable, Lin Yang was certain these Mongols couldn't stand against him. Sure enough, as Yu Fei swung his liquine divine spear with all his might once more, another 2 or 3 Mongol soldiers fell dead. The remaining Mongol soldiers, witnessing this, were instantly seized with terror. Yet the iron discipline of the Mongol cavalry held firm, unshaken in the slightest. They continued to charge forward relentlessly toward Yu Fei. Jeeb watched the scene with alarm. Gripping his spear, he fiercely commanded his warriors to charge at Yu Fei. Kill! Kill every last one of those Chinese! The Mongol soldiers, hearing Jeeb's command, their fighting spirit soared. Yu Fei was indeed formidable. But 2 fists cannot withstand 4 hands, even a hero cannot withstand overwhelming numbers. The Mongol iron cavalry closing in on Yu Fei grew ever more numerous. Yu Fei, alone on his horse, broke through the inner ranks of the Mongol cavalry, clearly facing mounting pressure. Yet he showed no fear, fighting with ever greater ferocity. His divine spear, the liquine spear, flickered like a phantom, relentlessly reaping the lives of the Mongol cavalry. The general has penetrated deep into enemy lines. All troops, do not slacken, shouted the cavalry commander under Yu Fei's command. Soon, the Yu army grew more fierce with each clash, whether infantry or cavalry. They charged toward Yu Fei's position as if fueled by adrenaline. They surged toward Yu Fei's position. This was the honor of the Yu army. When later generations learned that the southern Song dynasty had been defeated by the Mongols, the Yu army led by Yu Fei regarded it as an indelible shame upon their legacy. The Yu army would never permit themselves to fall here. Observing Yu Fei, whose stamina was visibly waning. Ha! So this is the might of your Chinese army? A Mongol soldier sneered. The words had barely left his mouth. Li Chuan's divine spear had already slit his throat. The Mongol warrior's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his throat. But he could do nothing. Unable to shoot his arrows, Jeeb thrust his spear forward, lunging at Yu Fei in a surprise attack. As the saying goes, all's fair in war. Jeeb believed this was the key to victory. Though Yu Fei was formidable, he was still human. Wouldn't he eventually tire? Wouldn't he eventually grow weary? When Yu Fei showed an opening, he would strike. Then there'd be no need for a head-on clash with Yu Fei. Instead, he would rest while his opponent grew weary, using numerical superiority to slowly wear him down. Jeeb believed his scheme was ingenious. Little did he know, this was precisely the opening Yu Fei had deliberately left. As Jeeb charged forward with his spear, aiming to ambush Yu Fei's lips curled slightly as he gave a cold snort. Gripping his liquefying spring divine spear with all his might, he spun abruptly. He thrust it toward Zhibei in midair. This was a lethal technique among all spear arts of China. The counter spear. It struck precisely at Jeeb's wrist. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Jeebei's wrist throbbed with agony, and the spear flew from his grasp. How is this possible? You actually sensed my intent? Jeeb's face was filled with shock. Yu Fei, however, sneered with disdain. Having fought on the battlefield for years, Yu Fei had encountered every kind of treacherous scheme imaginable. Did this mere Mongol general truly believe he could deceive Yu Fei? Pure delusion. With a deft pull, Yu Fei retrieved the liquine divine spear once more, thrusting it straight into Zhibei's chest. With a sharp thud, the iron pierced flesh. A gaping hole appeared in Zhibei's chest. Ah! He let out a piercing scream. But it soon turned into a muffled groan. For Yu Fei's divine spear, the liquine spear, pierced through Zhibei's skull once more. Jeeb's head exploded like a watermelon. Thus, the renowned Mongol general met his end at Yu Fei's hands, his hatred unavenged. Seeing their commander slain, the Mongol iron cavalry charged forward with fury, their morale unbroken, unlike the Indian and Persian forces that collapsed at the fall of their leaders. Alas! Their charge proved as futile as a chicken pecking at tiles before Yu Fei. They were utterly no match for him. Soon, several more Mongol soldiers fell to the divine spear of Li Chuan. Yu Fei grew more fierce with each clash. It had been far too long since he'd fought such a thrilling, all-out battle. His stamina was gradually being depleted. After all, he had already charged into battle numerous times during the first 2 rounds. But, even so, Yu Fei gritted his teeth and persevered, never entertaining the thought of surrender. The Mongol iron cavalry, though valiant, had lost their commander. Yet against the disciplined Yu family army, it proved utterly useless. Yu Fei's cavalry grew ever stronger. The Mongol cavalry retreated step by step, constantly pulling back. Lin Yang could see it clearly. The Mongol forces were now spent arrows, mere ghosts destined for the blades of Yu's army. Yu Wu Mu. Truly a heroic figure. Lin Yang sighed. On the battlefield, countless Mongol soldiers were utterly annihilated by Yu Fei and his Yu family army. Outside the entire Mongol encampment, corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like rivers. All was quiet once more. The cavalry of the Yu family army erupted in cheers. This battle had been a thoroughly satisfying victory. Ha 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 ha. What a thrill. Damn, that feels good. You woo moo. Unrivaled under heaven. Viewers in the Huaxia livestream room heatedly discussed the Mongols' defeat. Good heavens. Are the Huaxia people really that strong? Even our General Jeeb has been defeated. Good heavens. We actually lost. We lost despite such a huge advantage. Could Huaxia truly be invincible? Viewers in the live streams of India, Mongolia, and Persia were utterly devastated. Battle ended. China wins. The cold, mechanical notification from the National Fortune Arena ruthlessly shattered the morale of all three nations' citizens. Chapter 114, the challenge continues. They had hoped China would be utterly annihilated in this match. Who knew China would emerge victorious in the end? The official assessment of this battle from Huaxia's authorities was nothing short of perfect. Under these circumstances, they couldn't fathom who could possibly withstand the Huaxia legions. A profound sense of dread began to spread among the citizens of the three nations. At that very moment, Lin Yang surveyed the Yu family army, whose casualties exceeded half their numbers. A profound sense of tragic grandeur welled up within him. When he looked at Yu Fei's face once more, he felt a tinge of reverence. General Yu. You fought valiantly. Lin Yang bowed deeply to Yu Fei. Indeed. Today's battle was no easy feat. Yu Fei sighed softly, head bowed. Fighting for China, we dare not speak of hardship. The Yu family army declared in unison. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yang couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. These warriors had all been buried by incompetent rulers throughout history. The leader in the conference room of the Huaxia capital was visibly moved. Well done. Truly worthy of being China's elite Yu family army. Their might is undeniable. Indeed. Truly formidable. Worthy of the Yu family army that once defeated the Jin dynasty sweeping across the northern lands. The other high-ranking officials all wore expressions of admiration. They hadn't anticipated this war would unfold so smoothly. After all, the Yu family army had only preserved its strength through relentless battles against the three nations of India, Persia, and Mongolia. Though they hadn't suffered massive casualties, this alone constituted a near-total victory over the Indian and Persian forces. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Only when facing the pincer attack of the Mongol cavalry did Yu Fei's army suffer significant casualties. Yet they still managed to defeat the Mongol forces. It goes without saying that without the Yu army's valiant fighting spirit, victory would have been impossible. Regardless, this great battle left the leader and his men thoroughly exhilarated. Boss, now that we've won this war, how should we go about reclaiming our territories? A high-ranking officer suddenly asked. You make a good point. The leader's eyebrows shot up at the suggestion, his eyes gleaming. Indeed. This victory certainly warrants celebration. But we should keep the festivities in check, there's still much work ahead. First and foremost, we must figure out how to seize the territories of the three kingdoms. My suggestion is to significantly expand the territory of the Mongolian Legion. Exactly. We must accelerate our territorial expansion. Exactly. Our journey lies among the stars and the seas. All nodded in agreement. Very well. You shall handle this matter. The leader nodded. Convey our proposal to our chosen one. Roger that. The group responded in unison. Then, everyone left the conference room one by one. Meanwhile, while Huaxia convened an emergency meeting, the Western Northern Alliance gathered to discuss the same matter. The spies we planted in Asia fearfully, China will root them all out. It seems we'll have to find new pawns to play with. Indeed, this plan requires meticulous preparation. Spokespersons from John Bull and the Land of the Iris spoke in succession. Clearly, China's rise had made the Northern Alliance acutely aware of the looming crisis. Therefore, they must swiftly deploy a new, powerful pawn. But, at that very moment, a white man suddenly spoke up. I have a suggestion. Hearing the voice, everyone turned to look at him, waiting for him to continue. This man was the spokesperson for the United States, holding significant influence within the Northern Alliance. He spoke slowly. For the upcoming National Fortune Tournament, order India and Persia to focus all their efforts on defeating China. No more mistakes. After hearing his explanation, the room fell silent. Clearly, they found this proposal utterly contemptuous. India served as the flag of the John Bull Nation, Persia was an ally of the Iris Nation, and Mongolia, a thorn firmly planted in northern China by the beautiful country's vigorous support, completed the alliance. Upon hearing the beautiful country's proposal, John Bull Nation and Iris Nation, holding prominent positions within the Northern Alliance, were naturally displeased. Their high-ranking officials immediately sneered coldly, this proposal is utterly preposterous. Both Persia and India are regional powers, why should they submit to Mongol command? No need to deliberate, didn't Mongolia itself fall to China? The attitudes of John Bull and Iris Nation were utterly resolute. They showed no sign of backing down in the face of the United States proposal. This caused the American spokesperson's expression to shift slightly. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated such a reaction. Yet he persisted, refusing to give up. Gentlemen, please carefully consider my earlier words. The China of today is no longer the nation of repeated defeats. With their new chosen one, the legendary generals they've selected now possess combat prowess far surpassing any before. Hearing this, John Bull and the Iris Nation's high-ranking officials all furrowed their brows. Indeed, China's transformation over recent years had been truly immense. We are well aware of this, but even if we gamble on Mongolia's victory, it remains unfeasible. After uttering these words, the spokesperson for John Bull's nation promptly withdrew from the Northern Alliance meeting. Seeing the British spokesperson leave, the Iris Nation also withdrew from the venue. The entire Northern Alliance conference hall was left with only the high-ranking officials of the United States, their expressions shifting between gloom and uncertainty. The other nations held no real sway and remained speechless. Within the National Fortune Arena, the National Fortune Arena posed the question, does the chosen one of Huaxia choose to claim the territories of the three nations? Upon hearing this question, Lin Yang smiled. Of course. I'll take it. He replied without hesitation. Soon after, the National Fortune Arena announced the territory collection rules for the Three Kingdoms round-robin tournament. National Fortune Arena notice. The chosen one of Huaxia may select territories from all three kingdoms for simultaneous collection. Alternatively, you may choose to collect territories from only one kingdom. Do you wish to collect from all three kingdoms? Yes. Lin Yang's reasoning was straightforward, while focusing on one nation was the proper approach. But the sheer satisfaction of claiming three kingdoms would be enough to fill him with a sense of accomplishment. These were the strongest powers in their respective regions. Each one was a force to be reckoned with in their own domain. Conquering all three nations simultaneously. Wouldn't that feeling be absolutely exhilarating? The National Fortune Arena inquired once more, does Huaxia wish to continue challenging the three nations alliance? Upon hearing the National Fortune Arena's question, before Lin Yang could respond, the viewers in the Huaxia livestream room were already buzzing with excitement. What the hell? We're challenging those three countries again? I'm speechless, we're actually fighting them again. We barely managed to win this round. Exactly. National wars determine a nation's fate. I absolutely refuse to accept this National Destiny Arena nonsense. Wait, could Yangshan actually agree to this? Lin Yang watched as the bullet comments flooded the Huaxia livestream for the National Fortune Arena. All the comments expressed pessimism about continuing the fight. He burst into laughter 3 times and declared, how could I not fight? The National Fortune Arena. I will continue the challenge. Chapter 115, Martial Saint of China. Upon hearing Lin Yang's declaration, the National Fortune Arena immediately responded, the Three Kingdoms round-robin tournament continues. Huaxia's chosen representative, please draw cards first. His expression turning grave, Lin Yang began to ponder. Another round-robin format. Lin Yang wasn't sure if it would follow the Legion battle model again. Therefore, he did not use his General Reserve card. Besides, General Yu's grueling round-robin battles had already taken a heavy toll. Even within the National Fortune Arena's space, physical endurance remained a significant challenge. Thus, Lin Yang resolved to replace his commander. After all, this was a round-robin format. 1 battle for Huaxia equaled 4 for other generals. With that thought, the National Fortune Arena dealt Lin Yang 5 cards. Pan Chongche, the foremost general of Southern Han. Li Jilong, renowned general of Northern Song. Lu Shangxing, martial commander of the Ming dynasty. Nian Gangyao, celebrated general of the Qing dynasty. Guan Yu, legendary general of the Three Kingdoms. Lin Yang examined the 5 options before him. He immediately began analyzing them. Pan Chongche, a crucial military commander of Southern Han during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, possessed solid abilities but still fell slightly short compared to the other generals. The same applied to Nian Gangyao. Neither Lu Shangxing nor Nian Gangyao could compare to the final choice. That was none other than Guan Yu, the martial god whose fame shook all of China. Lin Yang saw the final option and felt no hesitation whatsoever. For this choice was the best possible option and highly advantageous to himself. Besides, this was none other than Guan Yunchang, the martial god. Choose Guan Yu. Lin Yang declared without hesitation to the National Fortune Arena. The National Fortune Arena acknowledges China's selection. The remaining 3 nations may now begin selecting their generals. The National Fortune Arena no longer addressed the Persian, Mongol, and Indian nations by their country names. Instead, it simply referred to them as the Three Kingdoms. Though the chosen ones of the 3 nations were displeased, there was nothing they could do. Wonder if this new round will be one-on-one or legion battles. Summit said to Batu and Jamal. Both men frowned in equal measure. Whatever happens, we'll just have to take it one step at a time, Bata said indifferently to Summit. Then, the 3 began scrutinizing the options. When Batu and Summit glanced at the options available to the Huaxia side, their hearts instantly lifted with delight. Batu, take a look at what China's options are. Summit asked Batu with a smile. It's a general who hasn't appeared before. We should have the advantage. Jamar analyzed. Soon, the three kingdoms' generals had all made their selections. Rana Sangha, the foremost warrior of India. Tianju Summit made his choice first. Jamal and Bata soon revealed their selections as well. Khalid, Sword of the Gods. Lin Yang remained unconcerned with the generals chosen by these two nations. His sole focus was on what warrior the Mongolian chosen one, Batu, would reveal. Xilan, the mighty warrior renowned for his valor and skill in battle throughout the Mongol Empire. After witnessing the selections from the three kingdoms, only when the Mongolian chosen one, Batu, revealed his choice did Lin Yang suck in a sharp breath. He never expected it to be a historically renowned warrior. Not only was he a formidable warrior, but he excelled in both mounted combat and archery. Begin introducing your chosen general. Lin Yang was about to speak. Summit, the chosen one of India, spoke first. Rana Sangha. After ascending the throne, he fought in countless battles. It's said he bore over 80 scars on his body, and by the time of his death, he had only one eye and one leg remaining. He possessed extraordinary military genius, defeating over a dozen rulers of varying stature before becoming the most powerful leader in northern India. Summit's introduction was lengthy, but Lin Yang believed the essence lay only in those opening lines. Another king? Lin Yang expressed profound contempt for the historical records of the Indian kingdom. Only kings could enter their annals. Yet compared to the renowned generals of China, most of those kings were little more than rotten fish and rotten shrimp. Until he finished his introduction. When it was Jamal of the Persian Empire's turn to begin his presentation, Lin Yang perked up slightly. Khalid ibn al-Walid laid the foundation for the empire's establishment and led the Persian people in wars of conquest, transforming a nation once teetering on the brink of starvation into the rulers of the most powerful empire of the Middle Ages. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang acknowledged that the fellow was indeed quite capable. Soon, the main event he had been waiting for began. The Mongolian chosen one. Batu's introduction commenced. Xilan originally belonged to the Taishid tribe. In his early years, Genghis Khan was imprisoned by Tarkutai of the Taishid tribe, and it was only through Xilan's rescue that he narrowly escaped death. Later, he pledged allegiance to Genghis Khan and participated in the wars to unify the Mongol tribes. Alongside Borjigin and others, he coordinated with the Kurai tribe to defeat the Naiman tribe's Tsushu forces. For his valor in battle, Genghis Khan bestowed upon him the title Batar, meaning brave warrior. After listening to Batu's account, Lin Yang finally spoke up. He recounted Guan Yu's exploits in detail. The renowned general of China. Guan Yu, hailed as the god of martial arts, the god of wealth, the divine Lord Guan, the epitome of righteousness. In later generations of China, he became synonymous with loyalty and honor, revered across countless professions. In his early years, he joined forces with Zhang Fei to follow Lord Liu Bei in forming a volunteer army to fight the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Their bond was so deep they even slept together, inspiring later generations to write the story of their Peach Garden Oath. In the classical novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, tales like crossing 5 passes and slaying 6 generals, slaying Hua Xiong while the wine was still warm, and The Three Heroes Battle Lubu were composed to celebrate Guan Yu. Of course, historical records do indeed document rare instances where he single-handedly slew enemy generals amidst thousands of troops. Spotting Yan Liang's banner, Guan Yu spurred his horse into the fray, slaying Yan Liang amidst the throng. He then drew his sword to sever Yan Liang's head before returning. No Yuan army commander could withstand him, and the siege at White Horse Pass was broken. When Guan Yu garrisoned Jingzhou, he employed a water-based strategy to flood the 7 armies commanded by Eugene, slaying the enemy general Pang Di and striking fear into all of China. Yet all these heroic deeds came to an end when he faced the assault of the renowned general Su Huang and the ambush organized by Lu Meng, dispatched by Sun Quan, emperor of Eastern Wu. He retreated in defeat to Maicheng and met his end in the 12th month of that same year. After recounting these tales, Lin Yang sighed deeply. Guan Yu was not merely the celebrated hero of legend. He was also a tragic hero. Lin Yang could only hope that the heroic tale of Guan Yu continue to be passed down across the land of China. My introduction is complete. Lin Yang declared to the National Fortune Arena. Is General Guan Yu's story that intense? He can fight, he can command troops, he's just too amazing. Exactly. He seems unbeatable in both large-scale battles and one-on-one combat. The Eastern Wu are so despicable, ambushing their own allies. The Huaxia National Fortune Arena livestream chat buzzed with discussions about Huaxia's saga. Soon, the National Fortune Arena announced. The new round of the National Fortune Arena will be a single elimination tournament. After the 3 kingdoms discuss their battle order, a Huaxia general will serve as the champion. The 3 kingdoms will take turns fighting. Chapter 116, 1/1 kill. What's there to say? The moment these words fell, the entire National Fortune Arena livestream exploded with chaos. Holy crap! A one-on-one challenge? Can we Chinese even win? I doubt it. Don't forget, the top generals from all 3 kingdoms are here. This battle format puts us Chinese at a disadvantage again. The The National Fortune Arena livestream was buzzing with discussion. Meanwhile, the scene shifted within the National Fortune Arena. Lin Yang and the three chosen ones were each teleported into the arena's battle mode. It was the map with a special one-on-one mode. I'll go first. Jamal of Persia stepped forward first. Persia shall be the vanguard. We shall probe your strength. Jamal's declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Damn it! Jamal's lost his mind, jumping out at a time like this. Even if Persia is as formidable as they say, you're no match for China. This guy must be out of his mind. True to the reputation of the Middle Eastern overlord, damn, that's gutsy. Jamal's bold move stunned not only the representatives of other nations. Even the viewers in the Three Nations livestream were left speechless. But more than anything, they were eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. They wanted to see just how formidable their own nation truly was. As for the members of the Three Nations Alliance, their faces were aglow with excitement. Batu brothers. You're still the last to enter the fray. We must defeat the Huaxia. That's right. Let the world witness our might. Hearing Jamal's roar, Batu nodded. Soon, the National Fortune Arena announced, the order of appearance for the Three Nations has been finalized. Persia, India, and Mongolia will take the stage in that sequence. After the National Fortune Arena made this announcement, 4 beams of light descended onto the arena. The 4 nations China, India, Persia, and Mongolia took their positions at the 4 corners. From the Huaxia direction, a red-faced, long-bearded general stood proudly atop a crimson steed, wielding a green dragon crescent blade. His face was as red as a plum, his lips as glossy as lipstick with phoenix-like eyes and arched eyebrows. He was a man of imposing stature and formidable presence. His phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly surveyed his opponents across the field. In the direction of India, a burly man clad in yellow robes and black armor stood tall. A curved long sword hung at his waist, and he held a spear in his hand. His dark skin radiated an aura of stubbornness. From the Persian direction, a figure clad in black robes and armor wielded a greatsword. Pale-skinned with a full beard, he radiated a sinister and terrifying aura. From the Mongol direction, a burly giant emerged, muscles bulging like hills beneath his distinctive Mongolian heavy armor. A longbow slung across his back and a lance in hand, he radiated an aura of unstoppable might. The moment this lineup appeared, the entire audience erupted in excitement. Ha! China is finished this time. Our lineup alone looks overwhelmingly powerful. Oomph. Of course. How can the Huaxia compare to us? I bet their famous general will be killed within 3 seconds. I say China is doomed. And this is just the first wave. Viewers in the Three Kingdoms livestream arena were engaged in heated debate. Nearly everyone believed China couldn't withstand the attacks from Persia and Mongolia. As for India, it had been completely overlooked by the audience. Their combat prowess had never been the focus. To most, the Indians would succeed merely by wearing down China's stamina. Yet Lin Yang, representing the Huaxia faction, remained impassive. He didn't even glance at the 3 chosen warriors. Interesting. A faint smile touched Lin Yang's lips. Then, he slowly raised his head and bowed his hands toward Guangong. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, General. It is truly an honor to meet you today. Lin Yang spoke at a measured pace, giving Guangong ample respect. Guan Yu felt a flicker of delight upon hearing the language of Huaxia. He looked at Lin Yang with a haughty expression and said, Young man, no need for pleasantries. Just let those barbarians get started. Very well. Lin Yang agreed. National Fortune Arena. The battle may commence. Lin Yang mimicked Guan Yu's manner as he addressed the National Fortune Arena. National Fortune Arena received. May I confirm whether the chosen ones from the other 3 nations wish to commence combat? Upon hearing this, Bata retorted with displeasure, You Chinese dare not be so arrogant. Let the battle commence. After receiving this message, the cold system voice sounded again. One-on-one challenge commences. The Persian commander steps forward to challenge the champion of China. Following this announcement, the renowned generals of Mongolia and India were teleported away from the main combat zone. The battle zone remained of flat terrain. Moreover, this battlefield was exceptionally open and spacious, ideal for combat. Before long, only the Persian general Khalid and the Chinese general Guan Yu remained on the battlefield. Khalid brandished his greatsword, mounted upon his mighty horse from the west. His face twisted into a savage grimace as he glared at Guan Yu across the field, snarling, Guan Yu. Today I shall cut you down from your horse. To honor the fallen warriors of my great Western Asia. Guan Yu stood tall and unmoved, casting a dismissive glance at Khalid. Oomph, he said. You're nowhere near capable of that. Khalid flew into a rage, bellowing, You're asking for death. Without another word, he swung his massive sword and charged at Guan Yu. Ha! You'll end up with your head on a pike. Guan Yu roared in fury. He spurred his steed, the legendary Red Hair, forward in a fierce charge. His green dragon crescent blade raised high, the speed at which Red Hair broke through nearly stunned every spectator. Good heavens! That horse is running so fast. My goodness! Is that even a horse's speed? It's like a supercar. Terrifying. Before their gasps could subside, the National Fortune Arena announced China's legendary General Guan Yu has triggered martial saint against foes with lower martial prowess than this general. The first strike's kill chance increases by 90%. Personal martial prowess boosted by 60%. Brilliant. Upon hearing Guan Yu's ability activate, Lin Yang exclaimed with satisfaction. So true. The martial saint Guan Yu never needs a second strike. Seeing Guan Yu charge toward him with near unmatched speed, and was about to raise his sword to meet the attack, Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade, however, slashed down at an oblique angle along a devious and bizarre trajectory. Khalid's massive sword shattered instantly under Guan Yu's blow, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing. Splash. Snap. At the very same moment, Guan Yu's red stallion swept past Khalid. The great sword in Khalid's head were severed together by Guan Yu's blow. A scream rose in Khalid's throat. But his throat could no longer utter a sound. He collapsed in a pool of blood. This scene left everyone stunned. No one had expected the renowned Western Asian General Khalid to be taken down so abruptly. Holy! One-shot kill. What else is there to say? Lin Yang surveyed the battlefield. He exclaimed in astonishment. With just that one strike, he instantly killed the enemy general. It was simply too outrageous. Chapter 117, The Mongolian Four-Hounds Chilao 1? Ha! Our Chinese martial saint is mighty and formidable. The martial saint is awesome. The martial saint is mighty. The Chinese spectators chanted excitedly. Guan Yu stood proudly with his spear raised. He turned his gaze to survey his surroundings. His eyes flashed with sharp brilliance. Who else dares to fight? These 5 concise words sent a chill through the chosen warriors of the other 3 kingdoms, including the renowned generals of India and Mongolia, poised to enter the fray. All fell silent. Their gazes toward the renowned Chinese General Guan Yu were filled with awe. Though confident in their abilities, their courage had now fled. They had absolutely no certainty they could defeat Guan Yu. After all, the might of Guan Yu, the martial saint, was undeniable. I'll give it a try. Ultimately, it was the warrior from the Indian kingdom who stepped forward. This fellow possessed an imposing, formidable appearance, clearly no pushover. Martial saint of China, I am Lanasanga of the kingdom of Tianzhu. Lanasanga declared with a vicious glare. Lin Yang shot him a dismissive glance, thinking to himself, damn it. Just like a dog can't change its spot's same old attitude. These Tianzhu men remained as arrogant as ever. But Guan Yu paid them no mind. His phoenix-like eyes flicked coldly. He uttered a single sentence, his voice calm, you are no match for me. Admit defeat. Oomph. Lanasanga snorted in indignation, feeling deeply insulted. As a renowned general of the mighty Tianzhu kingdom, how could I ever admit defeat? Martial saint of China, come and take my life. Lanasanga spurred his horse toward the arena. Muscles bulged on his right arm, brimming with explosive power. He seemed unwilling to wait for the National Fortune Arena to declare the match begun. He aimed to ambush Guan Yu. Upon seeing this, the National Fortune Arena promptly reminded everyone, please remain calm. The competition is about to begin. After the National Fortune Arena spoke, immediately announced, the match begins. At the arena of National Fortune's command, the Indian warrior Ranasanga charged at Guan Yu, spear thrust forward. Ranasanga wielded India's unique secret technique. The spear thrust down with tremendous force and momentum. Had it struck his body, it would have torn his intestines and guts to shreds, killing him instantly. But Guan Yu was not one to be intimidated. Holding his green dragon crescent blade, he remained composed. Only when the Indian warrior closed in did Guan Yu strike with a fierce chop. The blade sliced through the air, producing a distinct crackling sound. The clash of the 2 weapons sent sparks flying. Lanasanga's spear was knocked flying over 10 meters, crashing into the outer perimeter of the arena. This single strike nearly knocked Ranasanga unconscious. Clutching his chest, he coughed incessantly, his face frozen in terror as he stared at Guan Yu, no longer daring to advance. Nothing special. Dare you come again? Guan Yu sneered contemptuously at Ranasanga. You. Lanasanga burned with shame and rage, yet he refused to admit defeat. He drew the Indian scimitar from his waist, preparing to fight Guan Yu to the death. But Guan Yu couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. Turning to the other Mongol leaders, Qilon, he declared in a loud voice, do any of you dare to fight me? The Qilon all burst into laughter. They showed no inclination to respond to Guan Yu. But Lin Yang knew that even if they accepted, victory was far from assured. After all, Guan Yu was too formidable, slaying the renowned Persian general Khalid in an instant as the martial sage was nothing short of a miracle. Oomph. Seeing no one respond, Guan Yu shook his head. He continued to shout, you worthless dogs and chickens. Unworthy of a single blow. These words thoroughly enraged the renowned Indian general, Ranasanga. You arrogant Chinese. The Indian general's true lethal weapon was the Indian scimitar at his waist. That spear was merely a diversionary tactic. Ranasanga drew the flexible sword from his waist. With a swish, he swung it out. He spurred his horse forward once more, closing in on Guan Yu's red hair. Clang! Clang. 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 CL. Lin Yang could see it clearly. This was the compromise the Indian had made for the sword's flourish. Thinning the blade's thickness achieved this effect. Lin Yang knew full well that the Indian's bizarre tricks and gimmicks posed no real threat to Guan Yu. After all, he'd seen enough to know what he was dealing with. He had witnessed the prowess of many sword masters. Every one of them resorted to shortcuts like the Indian. These illusory shadows moved with blinding speed, utterly elusive to capture. Guan Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Oomph. Nothing special. After speaking, Guan Yu. His green dragon blade neither flinched nor dodged. Instead, he held it horizontally before him. A sharp clang echoed. The Indian warrior Lanasanga's flexible sword was knocked flying from his grasp. Trivial tricks. Not worth mentioning. Guan Yu seized the moment to swing his green dragon blade. Splatter! Blood spurted forth. Lanasanga let out an agonized scream as he collapsed to the ground, a massive gash torn open across his throat. His eyes remained wide open as he lay there. Even in his dying moments, he could not believe it. He simply couldn't fathom how the martial saint of China had so effortlessly slain him. The Indian side fell instantly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, frozen in shock. Then, Summit, the chosen one of the Indian kingdom, stared in utter shock at Ranasanga lying on the ground. Ranasanga! Summit roared in fury. It wasn't just regret over Ranasanga being instantly defeated by Guan Yu in 2 moves, but also for the loss suffered by the Indian Empire. As Summit represented the Indian Empire in the National Fortune Tournament, facing China meant they had scarcely won a single match. His death meant India had lost its national fortune on the arena. Summit sighed, his defenses crumbling. Now, their only hope rested on the abilities of Mongolia's chosen one, Batu. In the eyes of the world, both nations were regarded as top Asian powers, their strengths nearly equal. Summit didn't expect the Mongolian chosen one to win, he only hoped to preserve Tianju's honor on the national fortune arena. Mongol! It is your turn to step forward and bestow your teachings. Guan Yu addressed Shilao Wen with icy detachment. Chinese! Don't be so arrogant! Shilon erupted in fury. He spurred his horse forward, intent on charging Guan Yu. The battle begins. The National Fortune Arena gave Guan Yu no chance to rest or regroup. The announcement came immediately. Shilao Wen spurred his horse forward, charging straight at Guan Yu. Guan Yu wasted no words. He spurred his steed, Red Hair, into a charge. Amidst the whirlwind of thunder and lightning. Daytime speed, 500 kilometers, nighttime speed, 400 kilometers. Its endurance, needless to say, was extraordinary. Now he could still sprint at full speed. He was truly unstoppable. Shilao Wen thrust his spear forward, locking in combat with Guan Yu. Guan Yu met him blade for blade. Their steeds crisscrossed as the two heroes clashed fiercely. The clanging of metal echoed relentlessly. The crowd watched, utterly mesmerized. Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh, truly heroic. He actually survived Guan Yu's blade. On the battlefield, Guan Yu and Shilao Wen had already exchanged over 20 blows. Shilao Wen's stamina remained undiminished. Yet he spurred his horse toward another direction. You dog of a traitor, don't you dare run! Guan Yu roared in fury, spurring his horse to give chase. Chapter 118, You dare to fire a sneak attack? The two pursued each other at breakneck speed, their horses racing until they nearly reached the edge of the open field where the National Fortune Arena was set up. Beyond this edge lay a slope. Though the Mongols were skilled horsemen. But how could they possibly match the speed of Guan Yu's Red Hair? As the saying goes, among men, Lu Bu among horses, Red Hair. No matter how skilled the Mongols were on horseback, they were no match for Red Hair. Knowing he couldn't outrun Guan Yu, Shilon had no choice but to turn back. At least he avoided the shame of being stabbed in the back and dying. Come! Guan Yu! Shilo's sudden shout left Guan Yu puzzled. Could this man be seeking death? Shilao Wen glanced back at Guan Yu following behind him, finally halting his horse and turning with a savage grin. Chinese man, today is the day you die. He drew his Mongolian horsebow from his back, confidently nocked an arrow, and fired over his shoulder. This was the Mongols' signature battlefield technique, the turnaround shot. National Fortune Arena notice, Mongolian General Shilao Wen's personal ability triggered. Horse archery, when Mongolian generals are mounted, horse archery accuracy increases by 30%. Arrow power increases by 50%. Whoosh! The arrow left the string, streaking straight toward Guan Yu's face. Guan Yu had anticipated this move. He raised his green dragon blade to block, deflecting Shilao Wen's counterattack arrow. Clang! The arrow was struck down to the ground. Trivial tricks. Guan Yu barked coldly, urging his steed Red Hair forward. You dog of a traitor, prepare to die. He roared in fury. He swung his blade with all his might. National Fortune Arena notification, Guan Yu's personal skill solo charge has been triggered. Personal martial prowess increased by 50%. Writing skill increased by 30%. Seeing the blade's edge, wrapped in a hurricane of force, hurtling toward his throat, Qi Laowen knew this blow was impossible to block. He sidestepped, twisting his reins to steer his horse to the side. The movement was fluid and effortless, executed in one seamless motion. Guan Yu was slightly startled by this display. He hadn't expected the opponent to possess such skill. Impressive technique. Come on. Gripping his great blade, Guan Yu reined in red hair, standing tall with head held high as a fierce aura radiated from him. Prepare to die. Qi Laowen charged forward on horseback, spear raised high. Clang. The clash of weapons sent sparks flying. You scoundrel. You pack quite the punch. Qi Laowen cursed furiously, forcing his arm to block Guan Yu's slashing green dragon blade, his limbs numb with exhaustion. Neither could gain the upper hand, locked in a stalemate. Ah! Suddenly, Qi Laowen roared, his spear flickering like a serpent's tongue as it lunged toward Guan Yu. Guan Yu raised his green dragon blade to parry, the two weapons locking together. Clang! Another sharp clang echoed as sparks flew. This strike was the most formidable technique of the red-haired old man, the coiling serpent. Seeing the fierce momentum of the attack, Guan Yu neither dodged nor evaded. He raised his blade to parry. With a deft push, he skillfully deflected the thrusting spear, sending it crashing back to the dust. Qi Laowen's expression shifted slightly as he drew his riding sword once more and swung it at Guan Yu. The riding sword in Qi Laowen's hand whirled like a whirlwind. Each strike aimed for Guan Yu's vital points. Guan Yu's eyes narrowed as he wielded his green dragon crescent blade, parrying dozens of strikes in succession. Oomph. Compared to those two generals earlier, you've got some skill, you bastard. Guan Yu responded with a cold sneer. His crimson face suddenly grew icy, narrowing his phoenix eyes as he sought out Qi Laowen's weak spot. In that instant, Guan Yu seized his chance, channeling every ounce of strength into a brutal downward swing of his green dragon crescent blade. No! Qi Laowen sensed danger and tried to flee, but it was too late. The green dragon blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, descending like a thunderclap. Thud! Blood spurted as a massive head rolled across the ground. Qi Laowen's eyes widened in disbelief and refusal to accept his fate. He collapsed to the ground, his life ebbing away. Even in his dying moments, he couldn't comprehend how he had been defeated. He, Qi Laowen, a renowned Mongol general, had been defeated by a mere warrior from the Chinese realm, a land they deemed devoid of history. Guan Yu sheathed his blade and drew his horse to a halt. Running his fingers lightly through his long beard, his crimson face bore a trace of the nonchalant elegance of one who had just claimed a life. Holy crap! The martial saint! He's too strong. Could it be that our history doesn't record this warrior either? Sadly, no. Not even Zhuge Kongming from the Three Kingdoms period. Too powerful. Strongly recommend experts reconstruct that period of history. Yes. I'd love to see the Shuhan faction on the National Fortune Arena stage Zhuge Liang alongside Guan Yu and Zhao Yun. The Huaxia National Fortune Arena's chat exploded with discussions about Guan Yu's legendary 3 consecutive kills. That's nothing. In the legends, Guan Yu once slayed 6 generals in a row. Lin Yang laughed as he watched the comments stream. Lord Guan is mighty. The Marquis of Hanzhou is mighty. Lin Yang bowed his fist in salute toward Guan Yu. Recognizing Lin Yang's voice, Guan Yu slightly softened his haughty expression and replied. Young friend Lin Yang, you flatter me. Should you ever require this general's service, summon me at will. Guan Yu nodded and walked off into the distance. Soon, his figure riding the crimson steed faded into a distant orb of light. Outside the battlefield of the National Fortune Arena. The National Fortune Arena promptly announced, "Congratulations to Huaxia on victory. Please choose to claim territory or receive rewards." Lin Yang had received a system notification, so he understood exactly what this meant. Collect territory. Lin Yang made his choice swiftly. Inside the conference room of the imperial capital of China. Senior officials sat together, discussing plans for the next move. They were all aware of the battle on the National Fortune Arena. Lin Yang made an excellent choice this time. Guan Yu's battle has truly showcased the spirit of our Huaxia. Indeed. Let's keep watching. Perhaps young Master Lin Yang will bring us even more surprises. The group chatted excitedly. Knock knock knock. At that moment, urgent knocking sounded outside the conference room. Come in. A senior executive carrying a document folder entered the conference room. Reporting to the boss, we've completed 80% of the historical reconstruction for the generals who've already made their appearances. The boss nodded upon hearing this. Excellent. Keep up the good work. Yes, boss. After the man withdrew, the boss added, our territory is now the largest in Asia. Who knows what balancing strategies the National Fortune Arena will employ next? The thorns of the Northern Alliance have likely been uprooted for the most part. The boss's words reminded all the senior leaders present. Celebrating now would be no different than popping champagne at halftime. The boss is absolutely right. We can't afford to let our guard down. Inside the Oval Office of the United States, the Sakura Emperor and Kimchi President, who had been watching the Asian round-robin tournament together, sweating profusely, they watched the US President's expression, dreading to utter a single wrong word. After a long while, the President of the United States flashed a meaningful smile. Now I'm eager to see what Iris Land and John Bull have to say in response to our spokesperson. Chapter 119, The United States Defenses Crumble. The President's Mansion of the United States. Dressed in a simple white shirt, the President of the United States sat at the head of the table, his face dark and his brow furrowed with anger. The events unfolding on the National Fortune Arena had infuriated him to the point of wanting to kick China off the stage entirely. Despite facing such powerful debuffs, China had defeated the nations they had cultivated in Asia, Mongolia, India, Persia, and others. Yet every gesture the President of the United States made now was a facade for the nations of the Northern Alliance. For seated at the presidential residence at that very moment were the spokespeople of Iris Nation and John Bull Nation, alongside the top operatives of the exiled governments of Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation. The Emperor of Sakura and the President of Kimchi Nation. Bang! He slammed his fist on the table, glaring down at the assembled crowd as he declared, "The Chinese are utterly insolent. Had you heeded our beautiful country's strategy back then, how could this defeat have come to pass?" The assembled figures bowed their heads in silence. After a long silence, the President of Korea raised his head and said, "Our two nations' influence in Asia has been virtually destroyed by China. Mongolia is the only one showing any progress. Why not give them more trust?" The President of the United States snorted coldly in response, "We've said it before. It's all because the Iris Nation and the John Bull Nation refuse to heed good advice." Iris Nation and John Bull Nation, witnessing this scene, found it difficult to say anything more. Yet inwardly, they were deeply dissatisfied. They knew the President of the United States was undoubtedly cursing them both out in his mind right now. After all, who could blame him for speaking his mind? Then their thoughts turned to China. Their eyes narrowed into slits, and a faint smile touched their lips. Let's see how your most relied upon ally, the Mongol Empire, handles China's current military might. Both Iris country and John Bull country thought this simultaneously. Then they both declared in unison, "The United States speaks wisely. We shall follow your suggestion." Oomph. The pretty country's president snorted coldly and declared, "Then let us convene a press conference tomorrow to announce to the world that the Western Alliance stands united in supporting the Mongol Empire." Is that feasible? What if India and Persia refuse to agree? The Kimchi Nation's president frowned and asked, "Disagree? How dare they refuse?" After uttering these words, the President of the United States said no more and signaled for his guests to depart. Thus, the Emperor of Sakura Nation, the President of the United States, the Prime Minister of Iris Nation, and the Prime Minister of John Bull Nation departed one by one from the US presidential residence. Oomph. This time I'll see just how long Mongolia can keep up its arrogance. President Iris snorted coldly as he walked along the road. The Prime Minister of the Land of the Free nodded in agreement beside him. "Those Americans are getting way too arrogant. They're turning the Northern Alliance into a one-man show." Inside the conference room of the imperial capital of China, the leader immediately learned of the Northern Alliance's plan to fully support Mongolia. "Good. We'll meet force with force. Inform our chosen one, Lin Yang, of this development." The leader issued the order immediately. Soon, the message reached Lin Yang. At that moment, within the National Fortune Arena, to fully support Mongolia. A wise move. Lin Yang's lips curved into a smile upon hearing the news. After all, the Indian Empire was barely clinging to life under China's suppression, and Persia's performance in the relentless battles hadn't earned much trust either. Only Mongolia stood as an emerging power never severely crippled by China, nor suffering major setbacks. Instead, it had grown increasingly formidable. Therefore, Lin Yang believed that if Mongolia prevailed, the Northern Alliance's national fortune would be more secure. "Since they want to play, I'll play along." Lin Yang stood on the viewing platform, surveying the scene below. Continued challenging the three nations. Lin Yang flashed a meaningful smile toward the National Fortune Arena. "Don't blame me for being ruthless." Lin Yang's words completely enraged the chosen one of the three kingdoms. Though the Persian chosen one had received advice from his elder brother, Iris Nation, he still wanted to fight China to the bitter end. Without hesitation, he leapt forward. "You trash from Huaxia! Come and die!" Lin Yang ignored his challenge. His eyes locked onto the Mongolian chosen one, Batu. Batu wasted no words either, stepping forward. "On behalf of the Mongol Empire, I hereby petition the National Fortune Arena. India and Persia shall unite to support Mongolia in launching this challenge against China." The moment Batu spoke these words, audiences across the entire planet erupted into discussion. Mongolia? Truly a fierce nation. What a confident statement. I wonder if Mongolia could ever stand up to China. Is this copying the tactics of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Kimchi Nation? Terrifying indeed. I dare not say more. I wonder how China will respond. The Mongols' approach is truly ahead of its time. The Chinese internet instantly erupted with activity. This is getting tricky. The Mongols were already tough to fight, and now they've joined forces. I wonder how our chosen ones will handle this. China must teach them a lesson. Exactly. We can't let them think China is easy to deal with. Many were filled with righteous indignation, demanding Lin Yang teach them a lesson. Soon, under the guidance of the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang completed the conquest of the three nations' territories. The current global situation. In Asia. After the North Asian hegemon Mongolia absorbed most of North Asia's lands, although China had annexed 2 territories from it. But this did little to diminish its strength, leaving it still capable of waging war. The same applied to Persia, the dominant power in West Asia. The most troubled was the so-called South Asian powerhouse, India. Though not yet destroyed, its territory dwindled to mere fragments. Moreover, as time passed, the domestic environment of India officially descended into collapse. Moreover, the Northern Alliance was subtly signaling its intent to abandon them. This development deeply alarmed the President of India. The next round of battle mode begins with the Defenders Challenge. China, possessing the most territory, becomes the defender. India and Persia become Mongolian auxiliaries. The main Mongolian force commences the assault on the defender against China. First round battle mode draw commences. After the National Fortune Arena announced this, Lin Yang and the 3 chosen ones from the nations were teleported back outside the round table. The 3 chosen ones eyed each other warily, their gazes filled with suspicion. Lin Yang, however, looked at the trio with utter indifference. National Fortune Arena reminder. Battle mode draw commence. The chosen one of Huaxia and the chosen one of Mongolia step forward. After the National Fortune Arena delivered this announcement, Lin Yang and Batu immediately stepped forward. They were already well versed in the National Fortune Arena's drawing procedure. Both placed their hands within the National Fortune Arena. Drawing commences. The characters on the National Fortune Arena's large screen flashed rapidly. Finally, it settled on a single line of text. Drawing complete. Battle mode, Siege Warfare. Chapter 120, Hard mode means killing the god by chi. Siege Warfare. Upon hearing these 3 words, Lin Yang and Batu's eyes flashed with excitement. This was the battle format they had longed for, and now it had finally arrived. A siege battle, as the name implied, was a mode where 2 factions fought over control of a city. Lin Yang knew full well. This was no game. For the defenders, relying on the fortified gates and the commander's tactical prowess, it was manageable. But for the attackers, siege warfare was nothing short of a nightmare. Due to the balance system of the National Fortune Arena, both sides fielded identical numbers of soldiers. As military strategy dictates. Attack with 5-fold strength. Besiege with 10-fold strength. Only with such numbers can an assault be launched against the defenders. This undoubtedly posed a tremendous challenge to the commanders of Huaxia. For in the past, no campaign of such intensity had ever been waged. Even the battle-hardened Lin Yang felt a twinge of dread at this prospect. Of course, he wasn't worried about himself. On the contrary, in his view, losing this battle was normal, and winning was normal too. Everything must be done to the utmost. China had long since passed the critical juncture where a single defeat meant losing all opportunities. After all, as the nation that once commanded the tributary system of all nations, China possessed too much accumulated strength and too many enduring traditions. Batu's face also wore an excited expression, seemingly filled with anticipation for the next battle on the National Fortune Arena. The National Fortune Arena announces. The defenders are the challengers. That is, the 3 nations of India, Persia, and Mongolia, led by Mongolia. The defending force is China. Both sides have an equal force of 20,000 troops. The siege battle is about to commence. Victory conditions for the siege battle are as follows. The attacking force wins by breaching the city walls. The defenders win by holding the city for 1 day. After the National Fortune Arena transmitted these rules, legendary general draw begins. As the voice echoed, instantly 5 cards appeared before each of Lin Yang, Batu, Summit, and Jamal. Lin Yang immediately began examining the 5 options before him. Soon, the 5 options were Chao Shen, renowned general of the Western Han; Fan Kuai, Marquis of Woyang of the Western Han; Zhao Sui, one of the 3 great generals of the Northern Han; Lin Rinzhao, the fierce tiger of the Southern Tang; Bai Qi, the god of war from the Warring States period. Lin Yang looked at the 5 options before him. Each one seemed exceptionally satisfying. These 5 men were absolute elite warriors wherever they were placed. But the appearance of the last name completely shattered Lin Yang's resolve. He made his choice instantly. Holy crap! Bai Qi is on the list. There was no denying it. Lin Yang was genuinely startled. Bai Qi. He was a legendary figure in history. Since the Qin dynasty, every major victory that broke enemy lines had Bai Qi's hand in it. Seeing this, Lin Yang didn't even bother to think twice. He immediately selected Bai Qi. Seeing that Lin Yang had made his choice. Please begin introducing your chosen general, chosen one. Both Summit and Jamal had completed their selections. And began their introductions. The Indian chosen one immediately began his introduction. Akbar. Akbar of the Mughal Empire in Indian history. He was a descendant of the great conqueror Timur. During his reign, he granted equal freedom to all faiths. Compared to his predecessors, the empire's culture and arts reached their zenith under his rule. The Mughal Empire expanded to 3 times its original size in both territory and wealth. Akbar established a formidable military system and implemented efficient political and social reforms. The chosen one of Persia began his introduction. Cyrus the Great. Founder of the Persian Empire. Originally a minor chieftain in southwestern West Asia, he achieved victory through a series of campaigns, defeating 3 empires, Media, Lydia, and Neo-Babylon. He unified parts of ancient Persia, establishing a vast empire stretching from West Asia to the Mediterranean. Contemporary West Asians reverently honor Cyrus as the father of the nation. Soon, the introductions of these 2 chosen ones concluded. Soon, the chosen one of the Mongol Empire began introducing his selection. When Lin Yang saw the legendary general they revealed, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. But upon recognizing his own chosen general as Bai Qi, the god of slaughter, he immediately swallowed his unease. Kokodamer. Adopted the Chinese name Wang Baobao. Born with exceptional intelligence and extraordinary talent. Early in his career, he subdued the Red Turban rebels led by Tianfeng and Wang Shichang. He was known as the Young General. He later captured the Red Turban commander Chen Roshio, executed Tianfeng and Wang Shichang, and was appointed Left Chancellor and Prince of Hunan. Emperor Zhaozong of Yuan once praised Kuei Timur for bringing the Yuan dynasty close to revival, hailing him as a remarkable man of the world in his time. After hearing the Mongols' account, Lin Yang could only utter one thought. The title Extraordinary Man of the World was actually bestowed upon Wang Baobao by the Ming dynasty's founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. Though Wang Baobao did indeed pose some challenges to the Ming dynasty's northern campaigns, he was ultimately defeated by renowned Chinese generals like Su Di and Chang Yuchen. With the introductions of the 3 nations led by the Mongols concluded, it was finally Lin Yang's turn to speak. The renowned general Bai Qi of the Warring States period. Throughout his life, he fought in countless battles, large and small, slaughtering innumerable lives. He was hailed by later generations as the god of slaughter. During the reign of King Zhao of Qin, he waged war against the 6 states, making immense contributions to Qin's unification of China. He decisively defeated the Wei Han alliance at the Battle of Yik, captured the capital of Chu, and inflicted heavy losses on Zhao's main forces at the Battle of Chongping. His military achievements were truly remarkable. Serving as a Qin general for over 30 years, he captured more than 70 cities and annihilated nearly 1 million enemy soldiers, earning the title Marquis of Wuan. The most spectacular was the Battle of Chongping. Bai Qi slaughtered and buried alive 450,000 Zhao soldiers, making this the longest-lasting, largest-scale, and most brutal war of the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods. It utterly destroyed Zhao, Qin's second strongest rival in its quest to unify the realm. It was after the Battle of Chongping that Bai Qi earned the moniker God of Slaughter among the people. Lin Yang's account was concise, omitting certain details. But it was more than enough to spark the imagination of the viewers in the Huaxia livestream room. Holy crap, Bai Qi! His nickname is actually God of Slaughter? That's insane. I've made up my mind I'm watching this entire match from start to finish. Agree with the above. I'll hold my pee to watch it all the way through. Support! Bai Qi is awesome. Lin Yang is awesome. Hold off on popping champagne before the fight even starts. We're the attacking side this time, this won't be easy. The audience in the Huaxia livestream room eagerly anticipated what was about to unfold. Inside the 3 Kingdoms livestream, discussions about the impending siege battle were also underway. May our Indian champions defeat the Huaxia forces. 3 Kingdoms united. But it's a defensive battle. I wonder how Huaxia will handle it. Exactly. How could we possibly lose? If we do, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair. Chapter 121, The Great Qin's Fierce Warriors. Not only the people of Huaxia and the 3 Kingdoms Alliance were watching this contest. Other major nations within the national fortune arena are also closely monitoring the match. The situation in Asia grew increasingly uncertain after the 3 Kingdoms declared a defense battle against Huaxia, especially with the Western Alliance, led by the United States, meddling in Asian affairs. After declaring war on China, led by the Mongol Empire, the situation became even more convoluted. Defensive battles? China is at a natural disadvantage. Let's see if this round will end China's winning streak. Let's hope so. China's winning streak really needs to be stopped. Based on our long-term observation of the national fortune arena, China has definitely not lost out this time. Exactly. If they lose, the national fortune arena's balancing measures for China should finally come to an end. In livestream rooms around the world, the buzz of discussion never ceased. Just then, the National Fortune Arena feed abruptly shifted. A massive city appeared. This city held no particular distinction, indistinguishable from the majestic fortresses that had stood throughout China's history. Surrounded by walls over 10 meters high, its main gate featured a towering gatehouse that seemed to pierce the clouds when viewed from below. The walls were incredibly high, equipped with numerous siege weapons like ballistae and iron spikes. Perhaps most crucially, beyond the walls lay a moat. A drawbridge spanned the moat. Lin Yang estimated the moat to be about 20 meters wide and 4 to 5 meters deep. This city must be a fictional creation for the National Fortune Arena. Looks like it won't be easy to breach, huh? What the hell is this? How are we supposed to fight this? But I heard the Mongols aren't good at defending cities. That might be the only good news. Spectators from all nations gasped in astonishment. Clearly, these designs were beyond their comprehension. Heh, no big deal. The Mongols may not be skilled at defending cities, but they're not as easy to beat as you think. China is bound to lose this match. Within the Three Kingdoms livestream, Mongolian viewers felt this battle held no possibility of defeat. Live streams from all nations sneered at the Huaxia region, seemingly already anticipating their inevitable defeat. In their minds, unless celestial warriors descended from the heavens, Huaxia had absolutely no chance of breaching this fortress. Mongol Empire, you shall lead the charge this time. Secure this victory for me. If not, humph. The President of the United States watched the large screen in his office and gave a cold snort. Rest assured, Mr. President. The Chinese legions, fierce as they may be, are no match for Mongol fortifications. Not even celestial warriors could breach them. The Emperor of Sakura Nation stood before the President's desk, speaking with solemn conviction. I concur with His Majesty the Emperor's assessment. However formidable the Chinese may be, they cannot defy objective reality. The President of Korea chimed in, echoing the Emperor of Japan. Heh, let's hope so. Within the National Fortune Arena, as several beams of intense light descended, Wang Baobao, chosen by Mongolia, was the first to land atop the city walls. Soon after, Cyrus the Great of Persia and Akbar the Great of India both descended upon the city walls. Gentlemen, prepare for battle. Wang Baobao, clad in silver-white armor, shouted with fierce resolve. Gazing upon the majestic city below, Wang Baobao's heart surged with excitement. Today, we shall make the Chinese suffer. The recent defeats suffered by the Mongols lingered in Wang Baobao's mind like dark clouds. He now had only one goal: to shatter the Chinese people's myth of invincibility. If he could shatter the Chinese's undefeated legend, he would become a hero revered throughout the entire Mongol Empire. It was a foregone conclusion that he would be honored with the establishment of a temple and enjoy the eternal offerings of countless devotees. Yet the true spectacle was undoubtedly the arrival of the renowned Huaxia general Bai Qi upon the battlefield. The moment Bai Qi appeared, his expression turned as cold as ice, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. This moment he had waited for so long. Yet, Bai Qi, newly arrived on this battlefield, clad in the black armor and robes symbolizing the Great Qin, with a sword hanging at his waist. His entire being radiated sharpness and intensity, his piercing gaze sweeping the surroundings, radiating an aura of overwhelming pressure and dominance. Huaxia man, this time our opponent will be you. Are you prepared to die? Wang Baobao watched Bai Qi in the distance, a savage grin spreading across his lips. Where are you barbarians from, speaking with such arrogance? Bai Qi narrowed his eyes at Wang Baobao's provocation, responding with icy detachment. He raised his left hand slightly, and 2,000 Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers instantly materialized behind him. Ha 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 ha. You're truly amusing, Huaxia man. Have you never heard of the might of our Mongol Empire? Hearing Bai Qi's words, Wang Baobao burst into a furious laugh, pointing at him. Bai Qi responded with a cold sneer, never heard of it. Soon, the combined forces of the Three Kingdoms, numbering over 20,000, were also teleported into the battlefield set up by the National Fortune Arena. The three forces occupied three separate positions, facing each other in a standoff. The Mongolian iron cavalry, clad in leather armor and lacking war horses. Indian spearmen, Persian scimitar archers. Their appearance was disorganized and scattered. Compared to the Great Qin Tiger Wolf army, a uniformly disciplined force clad entirely in black armor, armed with hand crossbows, Qin swords at their waists, and wielding Qin halberds. They were clearly outmatched. Within the Huaxia battlefield, Bai Qi's Qin Tiger Wolf army, flanked by 2,000 cavalry bodyguards surrounding him, with the rest of the infantry maintaining vigilant guard around the perimeter. The defending garrison across the way consisted entirely of infantry. Neither side dared to make a rash move, for each feared the other might launch an attack. Yet both desperately wanted to win this battle. All soldiers and commanders teleported in. Prepare for battle. The National Fortune Arena announced. Ready. Ready. Lin Yang and Batu answered in unison. Upon receiving confirmation from both sides' chosen warriors, the National Fortune Arena immediately declared, battle. Commence. Upon hearing the declaration, both armies. The tension in the air instantly erupted. Wang Baobao hesitated not a moment. He immediately issued his first command. Akbar. Cyrus. Lead your units to guard the southeast gates. Mongol brothers, follow me to guard the northwest gates. Today's battle. We must crush Huaxia. Do not underestimate the enemy. Disobey my orders, and you will be executed. Wang Baobao, a meticulous commander, enforced his orders with iron discipline. He would tolerate no errors from the renowned generals of India and Persia, who hailed from different factions. Yes, sir. The two generals answered in unison. They immediately led their troops toward their respective objectives. Bai Qi, below the city walls, dared not take the slightest risk. He commanded the Qin's fierce soldiers from a safe distance, scrutinizing the city walls for any vulnerabilities. Chapter 122, First Glimpse of Sharpness. Once the city gates were breached, he could lead his fierce troops straight through. At this moment, both commanders understood their respective strengths and weaknesses. Each sought to seize this opportunity to crush the other. Yet they were helpless, for the commanders of both sides were evenly matched in strength. A stalemate ensued. Bai Qi, renowned for his disciplined command, when the battlefield situation remained unclear, would never advance lightly. He would wait until the enemy revealed a weakness before striking. Sure enough, just as he had surmised, as the stalemate dragged on, Wang Baobao's impatience grew within him. Damn it! Why aren't they attacking the city yet? He gritted his teeth. He immediately turned to a lowly soldier beside him. Shout insults. Shout loudly at the Huaxia people. He sought to provoke the Qin soldiers with verbal abuse, hoping to unsettle their composure. Only if the Qin forces charged recklessly would the allied forces of the three kingdoms stand a chance of victory. You cowards! You're too scared to even attack a city properly. Cowards! Cowards! The soldiers around Wang Baobao began taunting the Qin troops with their words. But they were disappointed. The Huaxia legion stood as immovable as Mount Tai. The Qin legions comprised battle-hardened veterans. The so-called residual vigor of 6 generations of the Qin Empire stemmed from the reforms initiated by Xiang Yang. Strict discipline and clear military laws became the foundation for the Qin soldiers' unbroken string of victories. They had long grown accustomed to living on the edge of the blade. Even now, not a single soul flinched. The Qin legion had unwavering faith that Bai Qi would lead them to victory. The Mongol soldiers under Wang Baobao cursed for a long while, only to find that the Qin's fierce soldiers didn't even glance their way. This only fueled Wang Baobao's rage. Not only had he failed, but his soldiers' morale had been shattered. Kill! Kill these cowards! Finally, he roared in fury. He intended to force an attack, disrupting the Qin army's formation. Follow me! Wang Baobao casually selected several thousand-man commanders. He ordered them to lead their troops into the open fields to hunt down Bai Qi, attempting to lure him into the open terrain where the Mongols excelled. At the gates of the city guarded by the Mongol Empire, movement finally stirred. A sharp gleam flashed in Bai Qi's eyes, which had been as still as a calm lake. Sound the alarm throughout the army. Prepare to meet the enemy. Bai Qi declared with unwavering composure. Simultaneously, he drew his sword. Since the Mongol Empire had chosen open field combat, Bai Qi resolved to play alone. Yes, sir. Upon hearing the command, the messenger immediately departed. Woo 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 woo. Soon, the resonant and majestic sound of the bugle echoed across the entire battlefield. This was the Qin army's advance signal. The soldiers of the great Qin Empire prepared for battle. Meanwhile, Bai Qi mounted a black stallion. Thud! Within the Mongol-held fortress, the drums thundered. Wang Baobao personally led his troops charging out the city gates first. Cyrus the Great, who had taken over Wang Baobao's command of the city defense, immediately ordered the soldiers to lower the drawbridge, to allow Wang Baobao to gallop through. You! Go challenge them! Wang Baobao commanded as he galloped across the drawbridge. Yes! A Mongolian commander, receiving Wang Baobao's order, spurred his horse forward, drawing his bowstring taut. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a dark streak, hurtling toward Bai Qi. Its trajectory aimed straight for his face. Clang! Bai Qi raised his sword to parry. The arrow feathers fell to the dust. Heh, you shameless brat only knows how to ambush? Bai Qi sneered coldly. Sons of Qin! Charge with me! Slay the foreign hordes! With that, Bai Qi spurred his warhorse forward into the fray. Bai Qi harbored no doubt that his Qin soldiers would follow his lead. After all, on a battlefield like this, a well-trained army far outweighed a hastily assembled rabble. Ding! National Fortune Arena Alert! Bai Qi's personal ability. For great military gods triggered, troops under command gain a 50% boost to bravery and a 100% boost to morale. The voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed once more. A faint smile curved the corners of Lin Yang's mouth. He relished this feeling. Every major battle triggered a personal ability. These personal abilities were enough to clarify the battlefield situation. Especially these military deities, they were veritable treasure troves of personal abilities. Among the four great military gods Han, Bai, Wei, and Hu excluding Bai Qi summoned today, Lin Yang had only witnessed Hua Tsubing's ability. Lin Yang's goal was to summon as many military deities as possible within the battlefield, triggered by the activation of his personal abilities. Bai Qi's legion, personally leading the charge, displayed a ferocity akin to tigers and wolves. Each soldier charged forward with the swiftness and ferocity of a black whirlwind. Under Bai Qi's command, the soldiers' coordination was seamless. If asked to rate Wang Baobao's command abilities, Wang Baobao's command skills would earn an 80 out of 100. But for Bai Qi's command, Lin Yang would gladly give a perfect score. The sheer ability to lead the Qin's fierce soldiers into battle while maintaining formation was a skill possessed by only a handful in the entire world. Soon, no matter how adept the Mongolian cavalry were at maneuvering or fighting in open terrain, they were all backed by fortified cities. Thus, they could not fully deploy their forces and were forced into a step-by-step retreat by the Qin soldiers. In contrast, the Qin forces. Bai Qi's command was truly beyond reproach. With a single glance, he discerned the strengths and weaknesses of the Mongolian cavalry. Though fierce and skilled in battle, with horses of astonishing speed beneath them, without the vast open terrain to exploit, what use were they? They were swiftly cornered by Bai Qi's Qin Tiger Wolf army into a confined area. Within that confined space, should the Mongolian Iron Cavalry engage in battle with the Great Qin Empire, they would likely face annihilation. Advance! Bai Qi once again waved his command sword, directing his soldiers to further compress the space for the Mongol cavalry corps that had dared to venture out of the city for open battle. As the Qin's fierce soldiers cut off the Mongol cavalry's escape routes, the only path left was the drawbridge over the moat behind them. Seizing the moment, the god of war Bai Qi roared his command. Kill! At Bai Qi's command, the Qin Tiger Wolf army erupted with overwhelming might. The clang of steel against steel and the tearing of flesh echoed continuously. The two forces clashed. In a single engagement, the Qin legions inflicted heavy casualties upon the Mongolian Iron Cavalry. In such confined terrain, cavalry could never match disciplined infantry. In such circumstances, even Bai Qi's personal guard of 3,000 cavalrymen found little opportunity to intervene. Bai Qi could only order them to stand by at the periphery. The Mongol cavalry retreated in disarray, utterly unable to withstand the trampling of the Qin's fierce soldiers. Impossible! Wang Baobao's face instantly drained of color. Retreat! Retreat immediately! Wang Baobao's assessment of the battlefield situation proved far from accurate. He knew the Qin's fierce soldiers were formidable, but he never imagined they would be this devastating. Wang Baobao knew full well that if the battle continued, only utter defeat awaited him. Therefore, Wang Baobao made a decisive decision on the spot. Rearrange the front army into the rear guard. The rear guard shall retreat with me. Chapter 123, Siege. In a single skirmish, the Mongol Iron Cavalry had their morale nearly shattered by the Qin's fierce soldiers. Wang Baobao had no choice but to order a retreat, sacrificing the chariots to save the general. This was a tactic every skilled commander must master. Alas, the Qin's fierce soldiers would never let the Mongol cavalry escape. They pursued relentlessly in the wake of Wang Baobao and his men. Swish! Bai Qi's sword swept through the air, slashing and hacking as he cut down one Mongol soldier after another who dared to block his path. Seeing Bai Qi, leading from the front, continue his slaughter of the Mongols, the Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers' morale soared even higher. Under Bai Qi's leadership, they fought with increasing ferocity. Not only that, but at this critical moment, the Great Qin's fortune arena finally sounded once more. Soon, the Mongol cavalry crumbled into scattered sand, while Bai Qi's forces pursued relentlessly, reaping lives in their wake. Bai Qi drew the sword at his waist, slashing wildly, cutting down one after another of the Mongol soldiers who tried to block his path. Soon, the Mongol cavalry crumbled into disarray. The Qin's fierce soldiers, under Bai Qi's command, pursued relentlessly, reaping the lives of the Mongol horsemen. Wang Baobao, witnessing this, was terrified out of his wits, knowing deep down that victory was utterly impossible. He swiftly turned his horse and galloped toward the Mongol fortress. If the Qin's fierce soldiers continued their assault like this, they were doomed. Now, Wang Baobao could only hope that the renowned generals of Persia and India would soon realize they could not hold out. Lower the drawbridge! Wang Baobao bellowed at the top of his lungs. Soon, the Mongol Iron Cavalry lowered their drawbridges and charged forward, attempting to break through the Tiger Wolf army's blockade and flee back into the Mongol city. But the wolf-like army would not let them succeed. They raised their shields and thrust their spears forward. The Mongol cavalry crashed into the shield wall, sparking a brutal melee. Blood spattered everywhere as Mongol soldiers fell one after another under the blows of the mighty Qin Tiger Wolf army. After a long struggle, Wang Baobao's personal guards finally managed to shield him and escort him to the base of the city walls. Open the gates! Wang Baobao roared. Cyrus, temporarily in charge of the gate defenses, heard Wang Baobao's command and opened the gates without hesitation. The gates swung open, and Wang Baobao led his remaining scattered forces into the city. Not once did he glance back at the brothers slaughtered by the Tiger Wolf army. Upon returning to the city, Wang Baobao had no time to mourn the fallen Mongol soldiers. He immediately commanded his troops to deploy various siege weapons and launched an attack against the Qin Tiger Wolf army. From the ramparts, a relentless hail of iron spikes rained down, disrupting the Great Qin army's next offensive move. But that was not all. A barrage of siege weapons unleashed upon the Great Qin Tiger Wolf army. Molten lead, ballistae, rolling stones. Every conceivable weapon was deployed. The front ranks of the Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers, unable to evade in time, suffered casualties from these siege weapons. But who was Bai Qi? He instantly realized this was no time to linger in battle. He immediately led his elite troops in a strategic retreat. Simultaneously, he dispatched scouts to observe the movements of the Mongol forces. Upon the Mongol ramparts, Wang Baobao witnessed the Great Qin's Tiger Wolf army retreating. Far from showing any sign of joy, his expression darkened to a terrifying degree. After all, Bai Qi had already secured control of the moat's position. For the Mongol, Indian, and Persian forces to break out of the city would be exceedingly difficult. Wang Baobao resolved to adopt a more relaxed mindset, preparing to engage in a proper battle. With hostilities temporarily suspended, Wang Baobao entered the city tower. He began directing troops to repair the walls damaged by the Qin Tiger Wolf army and construct additional fortifications. As Wang Baobao stepped inside the city gate tower, his gaze held a complex mix of emotions. During the recent battle, over 3,000 Mongol cavalrymen who had accompanied him outside the city had perished. These were the elite of the Mongol Iron Cavalry. After this battle, Wang Baobao's Mongolian cavalry would never again be qualified to engage in open field battles outside the city walls. Wang Baobao sighed and shook his head. He knew exactly who was responsible for all this. Had it not been for his own misstep, how could all 3,000 cavalrymen have been lost? At this thought, Wang Baobao clenched his teeth in fury, wishing he could tear Bai Qi limb from limb. But all this was nothing but fantasy. Send word. After the troops rest and regroup, continue fortifying the city defenses. Wang Baobao spoke and then entered the building. Elsewhere, Bai Qi led his Tiger Wolf army back to camp. With the fighting temporarily at a standstill, Lin Yang found himself with ample time on his hands. Though Bai Qi was accustomed to large-scale military operations, in this kind of small-scale siege warfare, it was practically nothing. Bai Qi's capabilities were undeniable. After a brief period of setting up camp and cooking meals, Bai Qi gathered all his soldiers and began his address. You have performed admirably in this battle, inflicting heavy casualties upon the enemy. Sons of Qin, fierce as tigers and wolves, prepare to storm the city. Bai Qi had no intention of resorting to cunning schemes. Instead, he would wage a straightforward siege. After all, it was the most direct and straightforward approach. Bai Qi was confident that with the formidable strength of the Tiger Wolf army, they would surely destroy the Mongolian city. As Bai Qi's words fell, every soldier's face lit up with joy. The day was not yet over, and the Qin Tiger Wolf army had not yet encircled the Mongolian city. Thus, they had yet to truly engage in siege warfare. The soldiers were seething with frustration. All troops, charge the north gate. Bai Qi's command sent a surge of excitement through the ranks. Charge! Accompanied by Bai Qi's roar, the Tiger Wolf army charged once more, surging toward the Mongol fortress. Meanwhile, inside the Mongolian city, Wang Baobao sat with a stern expression in the central chair of the city lord's hall. Report! Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the chamber. A soldier, covered in blood, rushed in and knelt at Wang Baobao's feet. The Huaxia Legion has launched their assault. The soldier reported, his forehead glistening with sweat. These past days, he had lived in constant dread. He feared the Qin Empire's ferocious army might launch a sudden assault. Now, the dreaded news they had been waiting for had finally arrived. All troops, prepare for battle. Upon hearing the news, Wang Baobao showed no panic. He remained as composed as ever. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Beneath the city walls, soldiers of the Qin Empire's Tiger Wolf army pounded their war drums. The thunderous drumbeats shook the very soul. For a moment, the Mongol soldiers within the city walls trembled. They had never encountered such a formidable force, not even when they had clashed with the Xiang Yu cavalry. The Mongol soldiers dared not delay. They swiftly gathered upon the Mongol city walls. Wang Baobao stood atop the gate tower, his eyes fixed on the distant Qin army of China. The distance between them grew ever shorter. Release the arrows! Wang Baobao roared. A torrent of arrows poured forth like a storm. Clang! 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 The Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers raised their shields to block the onslaught. Arrows struck the shields, clanging and clattering. Yet they failed to breach the shield's defense. Chapter 124, God of Slaughter. Hordes of Mongol archers drew their bows and released their arrows. In an instant, a hail of arrows filled the air. The Qin Tiger Wolf army soldiers struggled to hold their shields, attempting to smash the city gates open with battering rams. On the opposite end of the battlefield, another contingent of the Qin Tiger Wolf army attempted to scale the gates using ladders. In that moment, Arrows swarmed from the ramparts. Not only that, but heavy crossbows were trained from the rooftops of the gate towers. They were poised to fire the moment the Qin Tiger Wolf army drew near. The difficulty of the siege was plain for all to see. Bai Qi was no exception. Soon, Bai Qi bellowed at the top of his lungs, "All troops, hold your ground. The vanguard advances first. 10,000 coins in reward." The effect of Bai Qi's shout was extraordinary. The Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers knew Bai Qi would never deceive them, and their morale erupted like a volcano. Charge! Break through the city gates. Charge! At that very moment, the National Fortune Arena announced, "National Fortune Arena Notice. Huaxiao's renowned general Bai Qi's personal ability, God of Slaughter, has been triggered, offensive war mode. Personal combat effectiveness increased by 50%. Soldier siege efficiency increased by 50%. Troop morale boosted by 100%. With Bai Qi's God of Slaughter ability synergizing with the 4 great military gods' bursts, the morale bonus had already reached 200%. Combined with various other bonuses, the Tiger Wolf army soldiers roared as they charged forth, heading straight for the city walls. On the Mongol ramparts, countless archers rained arrows upon the Tiger Wolf army, one of the most effective weapons against siege engines. Bang! 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 The Tiger Wolf army soldiers raised their shields before them to block the Mongol arrows while rapidly advancing toward the base of the walls. The Mongol soldiers on the ramparts refused to be outdone, firing relentlessly. Wave after wave of Tiger Wolf army soldiers in the front ranks fell screaming, or were pierced like hedgehogs. After all, no matter how thick the shields, they could not withstand the relentless assault upon such a fortress. Arrows, iron spikes, and falling rocks raining down like hail. And the most vile siege weapon of all, the relentless assault of golden poison. Yet the Tiger Wolf army soldiers showed no fear, pressing forward shield in hand despite the hail of attacks. Siege warfare was never suited for long-range weaponry. After painstakingly hoisting the scaling ladders into place, the Huaxiao Legion had long since discarded their long spears, advancing toward the city walls armed only with swords and shields. Bai Qi snorted coldly. Charge fiercely. Once atop the walls, do not linger. Seize the ramparts at lightning speed, breach the defenses, and break through the city. His voice boomed, resonant yet commanding. Yes, sir. The Tiger Wolf army soldiers roared with fury and charged forward. Simultaneously, the Qin army at the city gate joined the assault. They pounded the gates relentlessly with battering rams. Boom! 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 The deafening booms echoed continuously at the gate. Wang Baobao saw that his troops were insufficient to defend the gates. He immediately commanded Cyrus and Akbar to redeploy their troops toward the northern gate, where Bai Qi was launching his fierce assault. Yes! Wang Baobao's orderly responded promptly, rushing off to relay the command without a moment's delay. Soon, nearly half of Cyrus and Akbar's forces within the city were redeployed to reinforce the northern gate's defenses. Outside the walls, the Tiger Wolf army soldiers faced fierce resistance, suffering heavy casualties and finding it impossible to break through to the gates. On the ramparts, Wang Baobao watched the scene unfold, a smile curling his lips. As long as he could hold Bai Qi's forces back and prevent them from breaching the gates, reinforcements would arrive in time to crush the Wolf Tiger army. As for Bai Qi, he was as good as dead. At this thought, Wang Baobao's smile grew even broader. The Chinese viewers watching the livestream couldn't bear to look any longer. Are we really going to lose like this? This city is like a meat grinder, utterly terrifying. Were siege battles in ancient times always this brutal? Too horrific. I can't bear to watch anymore. But the next second, Wang Baobao's smile froze. Bang! 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 Amidst the dull thuds of impact, the Tiger Wolf army had actually pushed the siege engines right up to the base of the city walls. Damn it! Wang Baobao cursed furiously, immediately organizing a suicide squad to rush down and set fire to the Tiger Wolf army's siege engines. The time is not yet ripe. Bai Qi showed no concern for the casualties among the Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers. He understood the principle, mercy has no place in command. Now, at this critical moment in battle, was absolutely not the time for concern. He muttered under his breath. Bai Qi's eyes fixed on the distant horizon. He was still waiting for the movements of the Indian Akbar and Persian Cyrus forces. With half his troops now deployed to reinforce the northern gate, the southern gate lay vulnerable. A small force of elite soldiers sent around to attack it would be enough to create massive chaos, setting the stage for a full assault. Of course, Bai Qi had made other preparations for this scenario. If all else failed, he still had a trump card. Bai Qi remained motionless, forcing the Tiger Wolf army to continue their fierce assault on the northern gate defended by Wang Baobao. At that very moment, Wang Baobao finally assembled his suicide squad. 500 men in total. Led by the most formidable 1,000-man commander under Wang Baobao's command. Under his command, the 500 men swiftly advanced toward the city walls. These men wielded the most classic Mongolian scimitars. They charged into battle themselves. Each carried a flask of flaming oil. Mongol warriors, follow me to burn the enemy's siege engines. Today, your glory belongs to His Majesty the Great Emperor." With that, the commander roared. He charged toward the siege engines below the walls. The soldiers around him, hearing these words, felt their blood boil. They followed in unison, charging toward the city walls without regard for their lives. These soldiers were the fiercest warriors in the Mongol army. How could they fear death? Seeking death. A cold smile curved the corners of Bai Chi's mouth. He had anticipated this move long ago. During the siege, how could a brilliant commander like Bai Chi fail to make arrangements for protecting the siege engines? Soon, the elite troops stationed below the walls as reserves immediately drew their swords and rushed toward the city gates to provide support. Their mission was to intercept the suicide squad. Battle was imminent. The 1,000-man commander attempted to hurl the flaming oil. But he failed, for the Tiger Wolf army's counterattack was swift. The commander of the Huaxia contingent was Bai Shi's personal guard captain. His swordsmanship was formidable in such close-quarters combat. He held his own against any opponent. He immediately locked swords with the Mongolian centurion. Their martial skills were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers surrounded the 500 Mongol troops. The might of the Tiger Wolf army was undeniable. These 500 men stood no chance. Blood spattered everywhere. The Tiger Wolf army was exceptionally fierce and brave. These 500 Mongolian suicide commandos couldn't stir up any real trouble. Watching from the ramparts, Wang Baobao cursed his own carelessness. How could I have underestimated them so badly? How could I not have anticipated Bai Chi deploying troops to defend against the siege engines? Wang Baobao was filled with regret. He couldn't fathom why, whenever he faced Bai Chi, he felt like a greenhorn who'd never seen battle. Chapter 125, Seize Control of the West Gate. Wang Baobao could never have imagined that from the moment he encountered Bai Chi. He had been led by the nose by Bai Chi. What's more, his entire plan had fallen apart. The only silver lining, in his eyes, was that the city's fortifications remained sturdy enough for defense. Yet this very fact weighed upon him like an endless burden. Just then, Bai Chi's mocking voice rang out, "Ha ha ha! Wang Baobao, did you truly believe victory was assured?" Bai Chi's voice cut through the clamor of battle, reaching Wang Baobao's ears. "Do you think that's all I've got? Let me tell you, that was merely a test. The real show is yet to come." Bai Chi thought to himself, then immediately commanded his troops to continue the assault on the city. Hearing Bai Chi's words, Wang Baobao's expression shifted slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. But he couldn't pinpoint the source of his unease. For Bai Chi's tactics remained rigidly focused on relentlessly assaulting the northern gate. Yet the more predictable the attack became, the more uneasy Wang Baobao felt. He sensed that things were not as straightforward as he had anticipated. Time passed. The numbers Lin Yang had calculated in his mind kept flashing through his mind. Casualty reports from the 20,000 soldiers of Huaxia and the 20,000 troops led by the Three Kingdoms. All recorded within Lin Yang's mind. In the brutal siege battle, as grueling as a meat grinder, over 3,000 Huaxia soldiers had fallen, while the combined casualties of the Mongol, Indian, and Persian forces exceeded 6,000. Lin Yang could see it clearly. General Bai Chi's command style seemed to be reckless disregard for consequences, as long as victory was achieved. The number of casualties was of no concern to General Bai Chi as long as his objectives were met. Holy! I've never witnessed such a terrifying battle. This is utterly sickening. Let's hope Huaxia wins. In the Huaxia Nation's Fortune Arena livestream, viewers endlessly debated the battle scenes. Meanwhile, in the Three Kingdoms livestream room, watching their forces steadily dwindle, anxious yet helpless. For they knew the generals before them were the best possible choices. Damn it, thank goodness the city walls are sturdy. Yes. Hold firm, and there's still hope. Hang in there, Commander-in-Chief. On the battlefield, Bai Chi's sharp gaze suddenly caught a glimpse of an opening for victory. Unusual troop movements by the Three Kingdoms forces atop the city walls. The sight immediately registered in Bai Chi's battle-hardened eyes. A cold smile touched his lips. At last, the opportunity has come. Transmit my command, personal guard. Follow me in a full assault on the enemy's western gate. Bai Chi, clad in full armor and wielding a spear, stood atop his war chariot, radiating imposing authority. Aye. We obey the Marquis of Wuan's command. The fierce soldiers of Qin responded in unison. This was precisely why Bai Chi had never deployed the main force of his personal guard to the front lines of the siege assault. Lin Yang watched, his breath catching in his throat. General Bai Chi's command is truly extraordinary. Such boldness and meticulousness are unparalleled. Lin Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Deploying the bulk of his 20,000 troops to assault the main gate created the illusion of a desperate stand at the north gate. Once the enemy shifted large forces to desperately defend the north gate, he would then maneuver his elite guard to launch a surprise assault on the west gate. If the enemy had seen through this scheme, it was anyone's guess who would have won the battle. This time, Bai Chi seems to have truly let loose. Lin Yang thought to himself. Bai Chi's operation commenced swiftly. The personal guard and Bai Chi. The warhorses beneath them were all fine breeds cultivated in the western regions of the Great Qin. Their speed and endurance were truly extraordinary. Combined with Bai Qi's morale boost, they moved swiftly, covering the distance in less than half an incense stick's time. They had already circled around to the western gate of the city. This city gate was also defended by Wang Baobao. However, Wang Baobao's once keen nerves, after being suppressed by Bai Qi over several waves, and gradually grew dull. Watching the relentless assault of the Qin's fierce soldiers below the walls, his guard gradually slipped. Ha! If the Huaxia people attack like this, even if they tire, they'll tire themselves to death. Let alone capture my city. Wang Baobao was overjoyed. General Wang Baobao, haven't you noticed? The enemy commander Bai Qi's forces have already begun their advance. Damn it! It seems to be true. Could General Wang Baobao possibly have missed this development? The Three Kingdoms viewers watching the livestream buzzed with discussion, their minds filled with confusion. Wang Baobao was acting far too foolishly now. Lin Yang knew, however, that Wang Baobao still refused to let go of his pride. Wang Baobao was utterly convinced that Bai Qi had no chance of defeating him. Moreover, the main force of Qin's fierce tiger wolf troops was still relentlessly assaulting the northern gate he personally defended. Ha! The slaughter god of China? Nothing special. Wang Baobao hadn't finished laughing. A scout under his command had already arrived to report. The western gate of the city is under fierce assault by the Huaxia army. Wang Baobao's expression froze instantly. This news was beyond anything he could have imagined. How is this possible? Wang Baobao's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. Bai Qi, leading the Qin Empire's elite Tiger Wolf Guard, was charging madly at his western gate. Charging forward without hesitation. All troops, dismount. Bai Qi commanded. Warhorses were useless in a siege. These 3,000 men would assault the defensively vulnerable western gate. For Bai Qi, that was sufficient. Use grappling hooks. The first to scale the walls shall be rewarded with 10,000 coins and 1,000 bolts of silk. Bai Qi bellowed. Yes, sir. Whoosh. 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 3,000 Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers fired their grappling hooks in dense formation, embedding them into the city walls. Bai Qi drew the sword at his waist. He charged toward the city gate first. At the western gate of Mongolia at that moment, only 1,000 or so Mongol soldiers held their ground. For Bai Qi's elite guard of over 3,000 fierce soldiers, it was a piece of cake. Moreover, most of the siege weapons at the west gate had been redeployed to the north gate. At this moment, only a mere 100 pieces of equipment remained. These weapons were utterly incapable of posing any threat to the Huaxia army. Thus, the first wave of soldiers who scaled the walls using grappling hooks seized control of the ramparts and scaled the walls using grappling hooks. Bai Shirin led his men onto the ramparts. Swinging the sword at his waist, he struck the back of the neck of a Mongol soldier who had yet to react. Blood spattered, and cries of agony rose in waves. Immediately after, Bai Qi's elite Tiger Wolf soldiers leapt onto the ramparts one after another. They swiftly dispersed along the ramparts, spreading out their formation to slaughter the Mongol soldiers. The Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers engaged in fierce combat to seize control of the western gate's ramparts. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. The Marquis of Wuhan truly is a fierce warrior who leads his men into battle. Lin Yang marveled at Bai Qi's formidable prowess, though his tactics were indeed brutal. But how many commanders could truly lead their troops from the front in such a manner? Before half an incense stick had burned out, Bai Qi had already seized control of the west gate. Chapter 126, Capturing the Four Gates. The entire front line shifted steadily toward the city walls. Bai Qi's objective was to seize the north gate, defended by Wang Baobao. Once the breach was opened, he would allow the main force of the Qin Empire's fierce army to pour into the city. This city even possessed a barbican, an outer bailey, one of the primary defensive structures in ancient cities, designed to reinforce the defenses of castles or passes. These semicircular or square fortified enclosures built outside the main gates served as part of the city walls. Bai Qi understood clearly that what they had seized so far was merely the outer city. To seize the city's core district, they must breach the inner city. And that was the most difficult part. Charge! Slaughter these damned barbarians! Led by Bai Qi, the Qin Empire's fierce soldiers surged into the city like a raging torrent, unleashing a brutal slaughter. Upon the ramparts, Wang Baobao's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. This situation gave him an ominous feeling. At this rate, it seemed only a matter of time before the city fell today. Once they seized the northern gate defended by Wang Baobao, the Qin Tiger Wolf army would effectively control the entire outer city. From that point onward, they would hold the initiative to breach the city walls. North Gate. Wang Baobao watched the relentless assault of the Qin Empire's fierce Tiger Wolf troops below the walls, his heart burning with anxiety. Especially when he saw the Qin soldiers surging onto the ramparts beneath the walls. A sudden flash of insight struck his mind. Wang Baobao urgently dispatched messengers to relay the news to Cyrus and Akbar, who were still defending the south gate and east gate. He hoped they could quickly muster reinforcements to bolster the North Gate's defenses. Wang Baobao had seen clearly that Bai Qi's current assault aimed to seize control of the North Gate. This would allow the main force of the Qin's fierce soldiers to breach the city walls. Simultaneously, he swiftly adjusted the city's defensive formations, reinforcing the protection of the Barbican. Should any change occur, they could retreat to the Barbican at any moment to ensure their own safety. Upon the ramparts, Bai Qi led the Qin Tiger Wolf army like a torrent, surging from the West Gate toward the North Gate. Their assault raged like a storm, mercilessly clashing with the soldiers under Wang Baobao's command. The stench of blood and death permeated the ramparts, while blood flowed like a torrent. Mongol soldiers might excel in mounted combat, but in close quarters foot combat, they were no match for the Tiger Wolf army. Against the fierce Qin warriors, the Mongols wielding short weapons were like 3-year-old children, at the mercy of their attackers. Wang Baobao stood atop the ramparts, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He knew that if swift action wasn't taken, the city would fall completely. He ordered the Indian and Persian troops to assemble at the North Gate, preparing for a counterattack. The Qin Tiger Wolf army charged to the Northern Gate only to encounter fierce resistance. Wang Baobao's counterattack temporarily stalled the Great Qin's wolf-like soldiers, but only momentarily. Bai Qi quickly reorganized his forces and resumed the assault. The battle on the ramparts grew fiercer, with both sides trading blows in a fight to the death. Blood surged through the soldiers' veins as blades clashed, staining the ramparts crimson. Below the walls, the Mongol soldiers who had been harassing the Qin Tiger Wolf army with a hail of arrows no longer had the presence of mind to worry about the Qin forces below. Bang! Boom! The Northern Gate was on the verge of collapse, battered relentlessly by the Qin army's battering rams. On the ramparts, Wang Baobao's face was deathly pale. He knew the gate was about to fall. But even if the gate fell, he refused to accept defeat. Boom! A final, thunderous crash. The city gate was finally breached by the battering rams of the Qin Empire's fierce soldiers. Good! Lin Yang watched the scene unfold. His fists clenched tightly as he shouted his approval. The Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers truly lived up to their fearsome reputation. Their ferocity knew no bounds, their courage unmatched among all armies. The moment the city walls fell, waves of Qin soldiers surged forth, charging into the city. Hearing the commotion below the walls, Bai Qi swiftly dispatched a charging Mongol soldier. Without a moment's hesitation, he bellowed his command, "Sons of Qin! The moment to breach the city walls is now! Follow me and kill! Charge!" Tens of thousands of Qin's fierce soldiers roared in unison, then charged into the city following Bai Qi. Upon the ramparts, Wang Baobao watched the Qin army below, a flicker of resignation crossing his eyes. At that very moment, Akbar led the Indian soldiers to the rescue. Akbar charged forward first, wielding his Indian scimitar. He leapt into the fray, striking toward Bai Qi. "Protect the commander!" Bai Qi's personal guards shouted. "Leave me be!" Bai Qi roared, halting his guards. He immediately swung his sword, locking into a fierce battle with Akbar. Clang! The clash of blades sent sparks flying. Akbar, confident in his superior martial prowess, shifted his offensive stance and launched a fierce assault at Bai Qi. Seeing Akbar's fierce attacks with his flexible sword, Bai Qi's lips curled into a cold smile as he closed the distance. His sword swept through the air, slashing viciously toward Akbar's chest. Akbar gasped in alarm, swiftly drawing his sword to block. Clang! The sword struck the soft blade. A piercing clang of metal erupted instantly. Akbar felt immense force surge through him. His palm split open, his fingers went numb, and he nearly lost his grip on the soft sword. And the pain was far from over. Bai Qi's sword slashed toward Akbar's throat once more. PSSSH. A fountain of blood spurted forth. Akbar's eyes widened as he clutched his bleeding throat, slowly collapsing to the ground. Seeing their commander slain by Bai Qi, the Indian Legion lost all will to fight. They immediately dropped their weapons and fled toward the rear. They tried to flee, but escape was impossible. The ramparts were limited in space. Their flight only threw the Mongol forces into greater disarray. Charge! Bai Qi let out a long, piercing cry and charged headlong into the Mongol ranks. Under Bai Qi's leadership, the fierce Qin soldiers followed closely behind him, charging toward the Mongol troops. Kill! Slaughter them all! For the Great Qin! Beneath the city walls. The Qin Empire's fierce soldiers swiftly seized control of the North Gate, then surged like a tidal wave toward the West Gate, South Gate, and East Gate. Wang Baobao, attempting to seize control of all four gates, stood on the city wall, his eyes bloodshot. Retreat! Fall back to the Barbican! Wang Baobao gritted his teeth. With all four gates now fallen, if they didn't flee now, the only fate awaiting Wang Baobao would be a dead end with no escape. Protect the commander! His personal guards closed ranks around him, desperately holding back the Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers' assault. Below the ramparts, the Mongol soldiers were being driven back in retreat. Many were utterly terrified by the Qin forces. Seeing the Qin troops charging toward them, they were scared out of their wits and turned tail to flee. The vast army under Wang Baobao's command had completely collapsed. But Wang Baobao himself was still protected by his personal guards. retreated back into the inner bailey. Bai Qi, observing this, showed no urgency. After directing his soldiers to thoroughly purge the remaining Mongol forces from the city walls and the streets below, he declared, "All troops, cease the assault." Chapter 127, The Night Raid Delusion. Rally and rest. Having seized the outer city, Bai Qi knew the enemy forces within now held no certainty of victory. He immediately ordered the Qin Tiger Wolf army to use the outer city to recuperate and regroup. They had just endured a major battle, their physical reserves severely depleted, and urgently needed rest to recover. Inside the main camp, Wang Baobao sat on a chair within the city walls, his face dark and sullen, silent for a long while. Cyrus entered the tent, knelt on the ground, and reported in a low voice. "Commander! The Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers' combat prowess is overwhelming. We simply cannot withstand them. The outer bailey is our last chance." "Shut up!" Wang Baobao roared. "As if I didn't know that." Cyrus immediately bowed his head, daring not to speak further. "Continue sending scouts to reconnoiter and find the weak points of the Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers." "Yes, sir." Cyrus bowed and left the tent. Wang Baobao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and continued to ponder countermeasures. "Report." Suddenly, another scout hurriedly arrived to report. "What is it?" "Reporting to the commander. The Qin Tiger Wolf army has begun preparations." Upon hearing this news relayed by the scout, Wang Baobao paused in surprise. The Qin Tiger Wolf army had actually chosen to rest? He had assumed they would continue their assault on the city. This left him in a predicament. How could he break through the Qin Tiger Wolf army's battle formation? Even if he did, it would be useless if he couldn't eliminate their commanders. Could it be? "I have to gamble again?" Wang Baobao murmured, his eyes flashing with determination. Within the outer bailey, provisions could sustain them for several more months. This was the National Fortune Arena's gift to Wang Baobao, the foundation of his victory. Outside the city, after Bai Qi ordered the cooking pots to be set up, the men began to rest in place. His gaze fixed on the distant barbican, his eyes grew pensive. "Rest well, everyone. Tonight is the night we break through the enemy lines." Bai Qi murmured with a faint smile. Lin Yang watched Bai Qi's terrifying grin from afar. A chill ran down his spine. Some people's smiles were more deadly than their darkest expressions. Especially someone like Bai Qi. Such men were often utterly mad. Any prey he set his sights on had absolutely no chance of escape. Zhaoqua had been no exception. On the battlefield, the well-fed Qin Tiger Wolf army waited silently. Defensive fortifications were deployed around the outer city walls. Barricades and stockades were fully in place. They waited. Waiting for Wang Baobao to lead his forces in a raid on their camp. Bai Qi knew Wang Baobao would certainly do this. Thinking to ambush us? Bai Qi shook his head. The troops within the outer bailey were well equipped and disciplined. But compared to the fierce tigers and wolves of the Great Qin, the gap was enormous. As the night deepened, the bright moon in the sky grew ever more luminous. Bai Qi slowly rose to his feet. "Prepare to meet the enemy." Bai Qi's voice was flat, yet it carried a palpable aura of murderous intent. "Yes, sir." The Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers suppressed their voices as they answered. Inside the city, Wang Baobao commanded from his position at the city gate. He addressed Cyrus, who had already mounted his warhorse. "Lead 3,000 cavalry around the flank. Seize the outer city before the Qin forces can react." At this moment, Cyrus's Persian legion was the most intact military formation. There was no other option. We must rely on Cyrus's Persian legion. At this moment, the Persian army still had over 3,000 cavalry. This was a faint glimmer of hope for victory. "The weight of this mission rests on your shoulders. You must win." Wang Baobao patted Cyrus on the shoulder as he spoke. "Yes, sir." Cyrus nodded in response. Soon, the gate of the bailey opened. Cyrus of Persia, leading his legion, charged forward at the head of his troops. Kill! Cyrus could never have imagined at that moment. Their plan to raid the camp had been completely seen through by Bai Qi. "Come on then." Bai Qi's ears naturally caught the tremendous commotion at the city gates. He dared not relax for a moment. He commanded his soldiers to prepare for battle. In the confined terrain of the outer city walls, it was nothing short of a pipe dream for cavalry to charge against a prepared infantry formation. But Cyrus knew none of this. He was still fantasizing on horseback about the glory awaiting him after defeating the Huaxia legions. "All troops, light the torches. Give the Huaxia a taste of the terror of the Persian cavalry," Cyrus declared proudly. "Yes, sir." The Persian cavalry obeyed Cyrus's command without a moment's hesitation. Yet the moment they lit their torches, they were immediately stunned. For they saw the densely packed Huaxia army already arrayed in formation, ready to meet their attack head-on. "Damn it! What's going on?" Cyrus the Great of Persia exclaimed. He hadn't anticipated that the Huaxia army had prepared in advance, deploying their formations ahead of time. "All troops, Rapid fire with hand crossbows. Bai Qi commanded with a cold smile. Aye. With this resounding reply, the Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers unleashed their pent-up fury, responding to Bai Qi's command with the loudest possible roar. In the Qin state, where black was revered, all Tiger Wolf soldiers wore black robes and black armor. Bai Qi was no exception. Thus, in the darkness, had Cyrus not lit the torches, they might have perished without knowing why. The moment the Qin soldiers drew their crossbows, already loaded with arrows, Cyrus knew that a frontal assault on the Huaxia formation was now virtually impossible. Moreover, should his assault fail, he would pay a terrible price. The realization sent cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he murmured, "My fate is sealed." Fire! Bai Qi commanded in a clear voice, his gaze fixed on Cyrus in the distance. In an instant, arrows poured forth. Though crossbows were cumbersome to reload, their advantage lay in their swift, precise, and deadly delivery upon release. Thus, they had long been favored by the Huaxia legions as a formidable weapon against cavalry. The lightning-fast bolts instantly enveloped the Persian cavalry. Thud! Thud! Blood spattered as the sound of blades piercing flesh echoed, and the Persian cavalry fell in droves. In the darkness, Cyrus's fate remained unknown. Under such circumstances, no one led the charge. The first wave of Persian cavalry that hadn't fallen descended into utter chaos. One by one, they dropped their torches and fled in panic. Yet the greater the chaos, the more advantageous it became for the Qin forces. Do not pursue desperate foes. All troops, continue loading your crossbows. Fire in volley. Bai Qi waved his arm again to issue the command. National Fortune Arena Notification. The personal ability pacifying the world of the renowned Huaxia General Bai Qi has been triggered. Qin Army offensive combat bonus increased by 50%. Qin Army defensive counterattack strength enhanced by 150%. Qin Army transition between offense and defense strengthened by 200%. Lin Yang listened in utter shock. Upon the city ramparts, Wang Baobao watched the situation outside the city walls, his face turning ashen. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. Below the walls, the Persian cavalry corps kept banging on the gates. Open up! It's one of our own! Wang Baobao said coldly upon hearing this. Do not open the gate. The Persian archers still inside the city asked in confusion, why? A cruel curve touched Wang Baobao's lips as he replied, if we open the gates, the Huaxia Legion will seize the opportunity to storm the city. We'll all be dead men walking. Chapter 128, The Qin Empire's Fierce Army Returns. What? The Persian legion within the city was instantly startled. Their already fearful expressions grew even more tense. At that moment, a similarly cruel smile curved the corners of Bai Qi's mouth. He immediately barked the order, continue the volley. The crossbowmen of the Qin Tiger Wolf army rapidly reloaded their weapons, ceaselessly reaping the lives of the Persian legions below the walls. In an instant, a nauseating mist of blood spread beneath the walls. Cyrus's corpse lay crushed beneath the relentless trampling of Persian cavalrymen desperately seeking escape, reduced to little more than minced flesh. The city gates remained firmly shut. Wang Baobao was resolute. Under no circumstances would he open the gates. This thwarted Bai Qi's original plan to seize the city by momentum. But Bai Qi felt it mattered little. The slaughter of these foreign Persians before his eyes was satisfying enough. The Persian formations grew increasingly chaotic and nearly falling apart. Bai Qi immediately ordered full-scale attack. This command instantly transformed the Qin army's posture from defensive counterattack to full-scale assault. Their combat effectiveness surged by 200%. The entire Qin force surged like tigers descending a mountain, like floodwaters bursting through a dam, crashing into the Persian legions clinging to life beneath the city walls. Holy crap! Is this the full might of the Qin Tiger Wolf army? Too strong. Too strong. I'm saving this footage to watch every day. The momentum of a military formation. Nothing surpasses this. The live chat in the Huaxia broadcast room of the National Fortune Arena flickered incessantly, as scene after scene of the Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers slaughtering the Persian troops played out. The atmosphere in the Huaxia livestream grew increasingly charged. Especially among the high-ranking officials watching the livestream feed in the conference room, their blood boiled with excitement. We must continue to study the ancient battle tactics of Huaxia. Military leaders in particular were itching to be there, fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Qin's fierce warriors. Regardless, the Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers ultimately prevailed. The Persian forces were utterly unable to withstand the Qin's fierce warriors. In a short time, the few remaining Persian soldiers were all slaughtered. The Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers halted their advance. Bai Qi knew that attacking a fortified city at night was by no means a wise move. The city gates remained firmly shut, though the outer bailey had yet to fall at this moment. The Huaxia Legion had already gained complete dominance. At that moment, Wang Baobao stood atop the city walls, gazing down at the Qin forces below. His expression was grim. He had expected the Qin forces to seize the opportunity to assault the city, yet they showed no intention of attacking at all. Moreover, the Qin forces seemed to have fully adopted a strategy of boiling the frog slowly. Wang Baobao seethed inwardly yet felt powerless. He dared not rashly leave the city walls. Any misstep could spell his ruin. He could only wait quietly. Forcing himself to appear calm, Wang Baobao addressed the soldiers within the city walls with a composed expression. Soldiers, do not panic. Watch me repel the enemy tomorrow. Meanwhile, Bai Qi stood high on the city ramparts, surveying the Mongol legions within the outer bailey. Suddenly, his eyebrows shot up. His gaze fixed upon the city gate. Tomorrow, that's when the real show begins. Bai Qi murmured to himself. He knew that tomorrow's assault on the outer bailey would be the most critical phase of this battle. Therefore, Bai Qi had made his preparations, awaiting the dawn of the next day. The next day. The sun had just risen, and morning dewdrops still clung to the crevices of the city walls, swaying gently. General, shall we attack today? Asked one of Bai Qi's Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers, an adjutant. Yes. The entire army is about to eat. After finishing your meal, no slackening. Attack immediately. Bai Qi nodded in agreement. Aye. The aide took his leave. Soon, a rumbling sound echoed outside the city walls, like 1,000 horses galloping. The Qin Tiger Wolf troops began to assemble. Within the city walls, the Mongolian legion and the remnants of the Persian and Indian legions also heard the commotion. They immediately went on high alert. They know it too. The final decisive battle was about to begin. Inside the spectator seats of the National Fortune Arena, Summit and Jamal remained silent. Their hearts were filled with bitterness. Their nation's renowned champion had been lost like this. It would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. A single thought echoed in their minds. That Wang Baobao had gone too far. He was utterly heartless. Yet even they knew. They could never voice such thoughts aloud. For at this moment, the Mongols held the upper hand. Lin Yang's gaze inadvertently caught the expressions on those two faces. He frowned slightly. He didn't say much more. Once cracks appear in this three-nation alliance, there would be no chance to mend them. As the saying goes, it's hard to defeat one, but easy to defeat two. Lin Yang couldn't help but add to this proverb. That defeating three is even easier. With that thought, Lin Yang silently observed the fierce Qin soldiers outside the city walls. The decisive battle was about to begin. I can feel it. The climax of this siege is about to unfold. Yes. Just wait. Victory is within our grasp. Keep fighting. China will surely defeat the enemy. General Bai Qi's charisma is truly unmatched. A general who strikes decisively, absolutely invincible. The Huaxia livestream chat continued to flood with messages. The current troop strength in the battle was 16,000 Huaxia soldiers against 7,000 allied forces from the three kingdoms. The advantage lies with Huaxia. Could it be we're going to lose again? I told you so. The Mongols aren't a match for Huaxia either. What good is trusting them? So trusting us Mongols is no good, but you Persians and Indians are? You're the ones getting wiped out by Huaxia. Exactly. Indians and Persians, shut up. You're not worthy. Why should we? Aren't the Mongols just as likely to lose? Persian, Indian, and Mongol spectators in the Three Kingdoms livestream room bickered fiercely. Yet on the battlefield, the situation grew increasingly clear. Victory had already tipped in favor of China. On the battlefield, the city gates remained firmly shut. Wang Baobao had already assembled all available siege engines and gathered every available infantryman, preparing to defend the Barbican. Attacking the Barbican differed entirely from assaulting the outer city. Wang Baobao could concentrate all his forces without fear of being picked off one by the Huaxia. Surveying the assembled Qin forces below the walls, Wang Baobao walked to the edge of the city. Where is Bai Qi of the Great Qin? He demanded in a harsh voice. Bai Qi is here. A thunderous roar echoed across the open fields, reverberating in every ear. Then Bai Qi strode forward. I shall devour your flesh and blood. You worthless scoundrel, Bai Qi. Wang Baobao cursed, his defenses shattered. His pride had been utterly crushed by Bai Qi, the peerless general of Wuhan from the Qin state, a man whose strategies left no room for error and whose attacks knew no weakness. He had never imagined such a day would come, a day when he was utterly overwhelmed. Not even Su De, the legendary military genius of the Ming dynasty, had ever achieved such a feat. Yet Bai Qi, who lived over 1,000 years before his own era, had achieved it. How could he not lose his composure? Watching Wang Baobao curse in frustration, Bai Qi smiled and said, if you think you can do it, come on then. After Bai Qi's retort, the assembled Qin Tiger Wolf army advanced like a slowly moving black curtain, closing in on the city. Chapter 129, Breaching the City. Wang Baobao's expression turned grim as he witnessed the Qin army's formidable might and murderous aura. Release the arrows. He barked the order instantly. In an instant, arrows as dense as rain poured down upon the city walls. The clanging of iron clashing echoed, mingling with the bone-chilling drumbeats of the advancing Qin army. Within the Qin army's formation, Bai Qi witnessed the scene. A chill flashed across his face. Charge! At his command, Scaffolding ladders and battering rams advanced in unison. The impact slammed against the city gate in an instant. The thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire city. Wang Baobao's expression darkened as he rushed into the command center. Report! Your Excellency, the Great Qin's battering ram is striking the city gate. A soldier rushed over in a panic. Wang Baobao's face twisted with horror. In such a short time, the Qin's fierce soldiers had already reached the city walls? This left Wang Baobao stunned. At the same time, he felt a sense of helplessness. Was he truly going to be trapped and killed here today? Soon, Wang Baobao's troops began mobilizing the city's defensive machinery. Wave after wave of counterattacks surged toward the Qin Empire's fierce soldiers. But it was utterly futile. The Tiger Wolf soldiers were unstoppable. No resistance could withstand their onslaught. The city gates shook violently on the verge of shattering. Wang Baobao's face was as pale as paper. If the city gates fell once more, the consequences would be unimaginable. Alas, he had no means to stop the Qin Empire's fierce soldiers. At this moment, Wang Baobao commanded only 3,000 loyal Mongol warriors. Even if the Indian and Persian troops didn't betray him, Wang Baobao considered that a blessing. How could he possibly expect them to come to his aid? How could this happen? Wang Baobao muttered to himself. He never imagined the great Qin army could be so formidable. They had managed to annihilate the Persian elite forces along with Cyrus himself. A deep sense of sorrow began to well up within Wang Baobao. The Qin Empire was too powerful. Not just a little bit strong. It even made him feel a sense of despair. Bang! Just as he was deep in thought, the city gate finally collapsed under the brutal assault of the Qin Empire's fierce soldiers. Under the immense force, they shattered completely. In an instant, fragments of stone flew everywhere. Wang Baobao's pupils contracted. He wanted to flee, but escape was impossible. For at that very moment, atop the city gate, the Qin Empire's Tiger Wolf army had successfully erected their scaling ladders. Charge! First to scale the walls. 1,000 pieces of gold as reward. A marquee title bestowed upon 10,000 households. Bai Qi made the promise without the slightest hesitation. Hearing Bai Qi's promise, the Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers surged forward with the ferocity of bears and tigers. They leaped en masse onto the city walls. Thud! The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed. After scaling the gates, the Qin Tiger Wolf army struck first, decapitating enemy soldiers. The remaining soldiers charged forward with utter disregard for their lives. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Screams echoed in waves. Wang Baobao's face twisted with bitterness. He knew he was finished. The city's fall was imminent, and death was certain. He tried to speak, but his throat felt constricted, and no sound came out. He could only watch as the fierce soldiers of the Qin Empire closed in, slowly raising their long swords. They were mounting their final resistance. This time, Bai Qi did not advance with the main army toward the city walls. Instead, his expression remained impassive as he followed the main force toward the city gates. This battle would be no easy feat. Bai Qi knew that once he stepped through the city gates, victory would be his. Wang Baobao, he's got some skill after all. Lin Yang sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Yang detected a hint of melancholy on Bai Qi's face. Perhaps it was the feeling that a worthy opponent had yet to appear. The renowned generals of history had never lived in the same era as Bai Qi. Now, these renowned generals from other nations offered him no challenge at all. How could this not evoke a sense of desolation? Lin Yang knew full well that Bai Qi was a great general. For such a general, victory is no longer the primary goal. Realizing their worth on the battlefield, defeating formidable foes is their greatest pursuit. Within the battlefield, after Bai Qi entered the city with the main force of Qin's fierce soldiers, the carnage within the city walls left Lin Yang no time for reflection. Facing the enemy, each Qin Tiger Wolf soldier became a fierce beast. How could the Mongols, no matter how formidable, possibly stand against such a ferocious army in the narrow streets of a city without horses? In just a mere quarter of an hour, the Mongol legions continued to suffer casualties. They were relentlessly slaughtered by the Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers. Within the city walls, blood flowed like rivers. Bai Qi remained impassive, observing the unfolding carnage before him. He seemed utterly indifferent. Slaughter them all. Leave not a single soul alive. Bai Qi made a throat-slitting gesture. Yes, sir. The large force of fierce soldiers pressed deeper into the city. Their objective was clear, to hunt down the enemy commander, Wang Baobao. Killing to stop killing. The inner Mongolian forces within the city had long since lost their nerve. Scattering in disarray. Even with their fierce, wolf-like ferocity, they stood no chance against the Qin Empire's Tiger Wolf soldiers. Upon the city gates, Qin soldiers were also clearing the battlefield. Sword by sword, they slaughtered the Mongol forces. The remaining Indian and Persian legions. They had long been pushed to the front lines by Wang Baobao to serve as cannon fodder. Holy crap! Is General Bai Qi planning to annihilate the Mongols entirely? Terrifying. Is this the legendary Bai Qi? Truly worthy of his name, the god of death. Let's see how this plays out. By the way, where the hell did Wang Baobao hide? Viewers in the Huaxia livestream continued discussing everything unfolding on the battlefield. Three Kingdoms livestream. The heated arguments continued. It's all the Persians' fault. They're so incompetent, they've lost our elite troops. They're useless. Those Persians. The Indians weren't much help either. What a joke calling him the first warrior. Bai Qi took him down with a single sword strike. Mongols, stop bragging, you couldn't beat the Huaxia people either. Exactly. How dare they criticize us? The livestream chat for the Persian-Mongol-Indian alliance was thick with tension. After all, the pride of their respective viewer platforms was at stake. Of course, some believed the Persian and Indian soldiers were vastly inferior to the fierce Qin warriors. Persia and India, however, felt the Mongols were much the same, merely mocking others from a slightly better vantage point. But their words were met with a barrage of angry retorts from countless Mongolian viewers. Get lost, you little s. What gives you the right to spout nonsense here, you West Asian and South Asian nobodies? Bunch of weaklings. Trash Indus. Useless Persia. The audience's curses rained down relentlessly. At that moment, the viewers in the livestream room were like a powder keg ready to explode. With defeat looming, the crowd could no longer contain themselves, venting their fury with wild abandon. Watching the Qin Empire's fierce soldiers enter the city walls, a knot of frustration tightened in his chest. Only when the last two of his personal guards carried him away, he finally snapped back to reality. Alas! This defeat is all due to the incompetence of Akbar and Cyrus. However, his luck was not good. At the corner of the city gate, two personal guards were spotted by the Qin Empire's fierce soldiers. Chapter 130, Huaxia. After a fierce struggle, the two bodyguards fell beneath Qin blades. Wang Baobao narrowly escaped death. He was captured by the fierce Qin soldiers. His future looked bleak. Just as Lin Yang awaited the National Fortune Arena's declaration of the battle's end, the National Fortune Arena remained utterly silent. It seemed as though Bai Qi must first slay the Mongol commander Wang Baobao before China could claim victory. Soon, within the arena of the National Fortune battlefield, Wang Baobao, bound and gagged, was carried before Bai Qi by the fierce soldiers of the Qin Empire. Bai Qi sat upon the main seat of the governor's residence within this Mongol-held city. He looked down upon Wang Baobao below with an overwhelmingly oppressive presence. Now that the day has come, what do you have to say? Bai Qi asked, his gaze condescending. His voice was not loud, and his tone was utterly unremarkable. Yet it carried the weight of death itself, an indescribable sense of oppression. Wang Baobao could only shake his head bitterly in response. I have lost. At this moment, exhausted from countless battles, standing upright had become an immense struggle. Resistance was out of the question. Upon hearing Wang Baobao's response, Bai Qi, who had been seated aloft, finally rose slowly. Push him down. Behead him. Bai Qi's words were utterly devoid of emotion, as if he were ordering the execution of a mere beast. As soon as the words left his lips, the guards flanking him dragged Wang Baobao out of the official residence. The blade severed the head, leaving only blood behind, signaling the conclusion of this great battle. After executing Wang Baobao, Bai Qi led his elite Tiger Wolf Guard out of the fortified city. He marched toward the main force of the Tiger Wolf army. Within the city walls, the Qin Tiger Wolf soldiers had long since formed their battle array. They awaited their general, Bai Qi, to review their ranks. Among these soldiers, most had witnessed Bai Qi's formidable might. So soon, they all sang in unison, steely-hearted old Qin. Together we face the nation's crisis. Blood shall not run dry. We swear not to cease the fight. The melody soared with unparalleled fervor. It was a song born during the most arduous days of the Qin state's founding under Duke Xiao of Qin. It embodied the rallying cry and fervent wish of the most loyal and valiant warriors. It embodied the hope that Duke Xiao's vision would be realized. To bring peace and prosperity to the people. To fulfill the ancient dream of the Qin state unifying the land. Lin Yang watched from the audience, his heart stirred by the scene. Once upon a time, the Qin state had been so mighty, resolute, and passionate. Alas! After the second emperor, the Qin dynasty's fortune took a sharp turn for the worse, leaving behind countless scholars and poets filled with regret. At this moment, the Fate Arena announced, "Congratulations to Huaxia on securing victory. The chosen representative of Huaxia may now select either the territory of Tianju or claim the reward." Upon hearing this announcement, he did not rush to make his choice. Instead, his gaze turned toward Bai Qi. "General Bai. Youngster Lin Yang offers his congratulations." Lin Yang bowed respectfully. Bai Qi gave a slight nod in response. This battle cost the Qin Empire over 5,000 of its elite soldiers. How could this not pain Bai Qi? Still, it was fortunate. He had ultimately crushed his foe, securing victory in this national destiny tournament. Now, it was up to Lin Yang to decide his next move. Of course, Lin Yang was quite astute. he immediately chose to claim territory. He claimed the territories of the three kingdoms to continue fulfilling the grand ambition of dominating China. Moreover, Lin Yang discovered, after annexing these territories, the fortune of all China seemed to have increased slightly. Unconsciously, once again, Lin Yang marveled. The power of the national fortune arena was truly beyond compare. The national fortune arena system swiftly completed the annexation of territories from India, Persia, and Mongolia. The expressions on the faces of the chosen ones from these three nations resembled those of students facing a defense. But since matters had reached this point, they could only resign themselves to their fate. Moreover, their hearts were utterly shattered. Yet they couldn't voice it. They could only swallow their frustration. After completing the annexation of the three kingdoms' territories, the national fortune arena continued to inquire. Does the chosen one of Huaxia wish to continue the challenge? Lin Yang answered without hesitation. Yes. Continue the challenge. Making this choice required no deliberation from Lin Yang. With such a significant advantage in his favor, not pressing the attack would be sheer madness. At this moment, Bai Qi and the Qin Empire's fierce soldiers, along with the fallen soldiers, all dissolved into specks of light, vanishing from the battlefield. Within the spectator seats of the national fortune arena, only Lin Yang and the chosen ones from the other three nations remained. The expression on the face of the Mongolian chosen one, Batu, was far from pleasant. For this was the very first match since Mongolia had assumed full control of the three nations' alliance's rights over the national fortune arena. Not only had they lost, they had been utterly crushed. This made Batu feel utterly disillusioned. Could it be that Huaxia truly cannot be defeated? Batu lamented. Beside him stood the two celestial chosen. Jamar and Summit were utterly speechless. A profound sense of defeat filled their hearts. Especially Summit. After witnessing the national fortune arena's performance, a deep-seated fear had taken root within him. He had undeniably witnessed the terror of Huaxia. Moreover, at this moment, Tianzhu had only 2 territories left. Tianzhu was clearly unable to continue playing this war game. Yet they had no means to extricate themselves. They were now bound to the great ship of the Three Kingdoms Alliance. They could not escape unless it sank. Glory to Huaxia. Bai Qi defeated you despite facing such overwhelming odds. That's right. Do you admit defeat now? Ha! China shall prevail. Who dares challenge us? Oomph. How could we Huaxia fear you lot? Such defiant shouts echoed from the Huaxia broadcast booth on the National Fortune Arena. On the battlefield. For chosen ones, each carrying different emotions and thoughts, they were teleported by the National Fortune Arena officials to the roundtable map. Lin Yang was filled with anticipation. What balanced strategy will the National Fortune Arena adopt next? After all, the very existence of the National Fortune Arena, how could it possibly allow Huaxia to dominate unchallenged? China. Within the capital's conference chamber, the leader sat there quietly. On the desk before him lay a set of documents. Within it lay the post-National Fortune Tournament plans, along with the results of the historical restoration. Upon seeing these documents, the boss expressed great satisfaction. Of course, such matters were known only to leaders of their caliber. How much to disclose ultimately depended on the higher-ups' decisions. This wasn't about concealing anything. Rather, it was for the sake of global public sentiment stability and the subsequent decisions regarding the China National Fortune Arena. After all, once word gets out, it would trigger a chain reaction. In short, in the leader's eyes, every action requires utmost caution. This is no small matter. General Wen has performed exceptionally well. The leader addressed the senior officials with his usual benevolent smile. Then, he shifted his tone. Our nation has gained much from this national fortune tournament. Moving forward, India, Mongolia, and Persia will continue to implement policies that hinder our progress. The leader's voice remained utterly calm. Chapter 131, Zhang Fei. As if recounting someone else's tale. He didn't seem to care about the other three kingdoms at all. Boss, what's your plan? A high-ranking official asked. Their stance was to wish for the best for China, so naturally they sought the leader's opinion. Oof. These three nations think they can halt China's progress? Then let them witness China's full-scale offensive, a war of annihilation. The leader spoke with his usual calm expression. Yes, sir. The others acknowledged the order in unison. They all understood the leader's meaning. The so-called nation-destroying battle was to let the other nations witness the true might of Huaxia. It also served as a warning to the other nations. Never provoke China. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the only ones to suffer in the end. The meeting is adjourned. As the leader spoke, the attendees gradually exited the conference room. The liaison responsible for communicating with Lin Yang also conveyed the essence of this meeting to him. At this moment, Lin Yang remained silent. He had only one message for those nations coveting China's territory. You want war? I'll give you war. Soon. The National Fortune Arena announced. Due to China's excessive consecutive victories, the new round of the National Fortune Arena will activate its combat balancing mode. Specific details will be activated at the commencement of the new combat mode. Does China's chosen representative, Lin Yang, wish to replace his National Fortune Arena champion? Upon hearing the National Fortune Arena's announcement, Lin Yang hesitated for a moment. When it came to the abilities of General Bai Qi, Lin Yang felt they were simply too overpowered. He was nothing short of a god-tier existence. If he were to step onto the stage, he would undoubtedly be unstoppable. But mere slaughter no longer satisfied Lin Yang's appetite. Change it. Lin Yang declared to the National Fortune Arena. Changing generals offered no real advantage. But Lin Yang's soldiers wanted to see Huaxia challenge them by constantly switching out their famous generals. Nothing else, just the hope that each of China's renowned generals would become known to the Chinese people. At that moment, the Mongolian chosen one, Batu, glared at Lin Yang with hostility. Because in the upcoming National Fortune Arena battle, Bata had no reason to lose. He had to win. As for India and Persia, Bata felt it was better not to have them team up with Mongolia's renowned generals. They wouldn't be much help anyway. They'd only take up spots meant for Mongol soldiers. With that thought, Batu immediately declared, "Begin." Seeing how Bata was so eager to die, there was no reason to refuse. He agreed. Then let's begin. As their voices faded, the battle mode selection interface for the National Fortune Arena reappeared. Soon, the subtitles flashed rapidly as the next round of battle mode draws commenced. Soon, the results of the battle mode draw were revealed. One-on-one challenge. Seeing this outcome, Lin Yang felt no ripple of emotion. Another one-on-one duel? Batu, however, frowned deeply. Because the previous 2 times, China had won. And in a crushing fashion at that. What possible strategy? To make the Chinese lose? This was the question that troubled Bata the most. Alright, stop dithering. Make a decision already. Seeing Bata's silence, Lin Yang urged him. Bata remained unperturbed, still deep in thought about the next course of action. Just then, Summit and Jamal suddenly offered their advice. Don't worry, Batu. The National Fortune Arena will definitely keep balancing China. Hearing this, Bata finally made up his mind. Begin drawing the generals. Batu addressed the National Fortune Arena. Simultaneously, he prayed silently, please don't let the Huaxia people draw any god-tier generals. Soon, the National Fortune Arena announced. Both chosen ones, please begin drawing your generals. Following the National Fortune Arena's announcement, Tianju Summit, Persian Jamal, and Mongol Batu began analyzing the 5 options before them. Summit, the first to complete his selection, immediately began introducing his chosen general. Bajirao, the renowned military deity of India. Unbeaten in 41 battles throughout his life, a national hero who resisted the Mughal Empire. Even foreign rulers admired him so much they married their daughters to him. His personal valor was unmatched in that era. Summit continued his boastful introduction of the Indian warrior. Little did he know, however, that as he spoke of his opponent, Lin Yang was only half listening to the Indian chosen one Summit's introduction. Though he didn't know what made this commander so formidable. But as the saying goes, one must never be without a guard against others. Lin Yang absolutely could not afford to be careless. The second to make his choice was the Persian chosen one. Arash, the great hero of ancient Persia. The title Archer Arash resonates profoundly across West Asia. He was destined to bring rare peace to the Persian people. After Jamal of Persia finished his introduction, Bata swiftly made his own choice. He then began his introduction. As seasoned veterans of the National Fortune Arena, they required no prompts from the platform. He promptly began introducing his chosen legendary general. Subutai, an outstanding military commander of the great Mongol Empire. He assisted Genghis Khan in unifying the Mongol tribes, often serving as the vanguard. Renowned for his bravery and skill in battle, he earned the title Batar. Batar means Mongol warrior. Soon, Lin Yang listened to their introductions. He began to examine the 5 military generals before him. The Sui dynasty's foremost warrior, Shi Wansui. The Southern Song dynasty's legendary warrior, Yang Zixing. The founding emperor of the Northern Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin. The Tang dynasty's mighty general, Su Dingfang. The fierce warrior of the 3 kingdoms, Shu Han, Zhang Fei. Lin Yang read aloud the 5 options before him. Since it was a one-on-one duel, Lin Yang felt all 5 options were excellent choices. This left Lin Yang feeling almost spoiled for choice. He had no choice at all. Because all 5 options before him were all good choices. My choice is made. Lin Yang declared to the National Fortune Arena. Inside the Huaxia National Fortune Arena livestream room. Watching Lin Yang make his choice, the discussions began anew. Lin Yang, stop teasing us. Yeah. Make your choice already. Ha ha ha. Let's hope Lin Yang's choice doesn't disappoint us. Well said. When has Lin Yang's choice ever let us down? Lin Yang glanced at the choices on the National Fortune Arena. No need to keep us in suspense. He immediately revealed his choice. It was a burly man riding a black horse. Though the card didn't show it clearly. But it was clear he was a fierce warrior with a ringed head and leopard-like eyes, his face as dark as charcoal. Clad in full armor, he radiated an imposing presence. Such a formidable warrior. Immediately sparked heated discussions worldwide. Why are Chinese generals so incredibly formidable? How can we possibly fight this? Damn it! Are we going to lose again? Chapter 132, Blame the Loudmouth? A flood of comments erupted across the internet. But these were all exclamations from the audience. Zhang Fei's image was simply too imposing. His face resembled that of a fierce leopard, and his imposing, towering physique radiated unparalleled might. Even Lin Yang couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. Please, the chosen one of Huaxia, introduce your selected warrior. Lin Yang heard the prompt from the National Fortune Arena. He spoke calmly and deliberately. Zhang Fei. Style name Ida. Renowned general of Shu Han during the Three Kingdoms period. Zhang Fei possessed extraordinary bravery and martial prowess, renowned alongside Guan Yu as a match for 10,000 men. When the Yellow Turban Rebellion erupted, he, Guan Yu, and Liu Bei swore the Peach Garden Oath. Together, they formed a righteous militia to join the campaign against the Yellow Turbans. He followed Liu Bei through countless battles. The three were as close as brothers, sharing the same bed at night. Whenever Liu Bei attended banquets, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu would stand guard by his side day and night, a testament to Liu Bei's charisma. Throughout his subsequent career, Liu Bei endured repeated defeats yet never wavered in his resolve, tirelessly traveling across the land to pursue the cause of restoring the Han dynasty. Later, as Liu Bei retreated in defeat, Zhang Fei stood at Dangyang Bridge and roared so fiercely that no Chao army soldier dared approach. His thunderous shout even struck down Cao Cao's general Xiao Hojia, allowing Liu Bei to escape danger. After Liu Bei entered Shu, Zhang Fei joined Zhuge Liang and Zhao Yun in advancing into western Shu. Upon reaching Jiangzhou, he honorably released Yan Yan, the Ba commandery governor under Liu Zhang. At the Battle of Baxi, he defeated the renowned Wei general Zhang He, securing the most glorious victory of his life. Alas, Zhang Fei's flaws were equally evident. He honored only the noble and scorned the base, and he often lashed out at his soldiers while drunk. Ultimately, his tyranny and lack of compassion led to his downfall. He was killed by his own generals, Fan Shang and Zhang De. The audience in the Huaxia live stream's National Fortune Arena was stunned after hearing Lin Yang's account. So Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, and Zhuge Liang were all part of the same faction? Unbelievably powerful. And I was wondering what kind of charisma a lord must possess to command such a group of talented generals and fierce warriors. I seem to recall Lin Yang mentioning him before Emperor Shaolai of Han. His abilities are naturally formidable. Let's keep watching. I wonder how General Zhang Fei compares to Zhao Yun and Guan Yu in terms of ability. Exactly. Keep watching. The Huaxia livestream chat erupted in discussion about Zhang Fei. The circular map of the National Fortune Arena slowly shifted. It shifted to the battlefield map. It was a vast open field with few obstacles. Perfect for armies to clash in battle. Moreover, across this vast expanse, nothing but grass stretched as far as the eye could see. A truly beautiful grassland terrain. Prepare for the battle mode weapon selection draw. The National Fortune Arena announced. A subtitle cluster flashed before the eyes of global viewers watching this battle. Each nation's livestream even displayed the text in their respective languages. The sheer power of the National Fortune Arena was evident in these very details. Soon, the subtitles settled on Horse Combat, Custom Weapon. Within that line of subtitles, Lin Yang's heart leapt with delight upon seeing this combat detail. This is practically a gift. The customizable horse combat system was incredibly advantageous for Zhang Fei. After all, Zhang Fei's unmatched bravery and his formidable 8-foot snakespear speak for themselves. The snow-treading black steed beneath him was no ordinary mount, possessing extraordinary speed. Combine these two assets with Zhang Fei's peerless skills, and the outcome was a foregone conclusion. After the National Fortune Arena draw concluded, several beams of light descended from the heavens. Zhang Fei of China, Subutai of Mongolia, Alash of Persia, and Bajirao of India all landed within the battlefield of the National Fortune Arena. This open wilderness proved perfectly suited for fierce combat. The renowned generals from each nation expressed their satisfaction. Only Subutai's gaze toward Zhang Fei burned with hatred. As a Mongolian commander, he had naturally heard of the legendary figure Zhang Fei from China's history. After all, in their era, Chinese history had not yet suffered the devastating historical rupture. At that moment, Zhang Fei stood clad in chain mail armor with large overlapping links, layered over a black silk robe, a truly formidable sight. His head was crowned with a steel helmet adorned with two dragons battling for a jewel. In his hands, he gripped a Zhang 8 snakespear, radiating an aura of formidable might. Beneath him, a snow-treading steed with dark clouds in its mane, truly extraordinary. With such attire, paired with Zhang Fei's ringed eyes, leopard-like gaze, dark complexion, and bushy beard, made him appear even more fierce and imposing. The armor worn by Subutai and Alash both bore distinct cultural characteristics. Yet the attire of the renowned Indian General Bajirao stood out as particularly extravagant. He wore a brocade robe trimmed with gold thread, gold-plated armor, a string of Buddhist prayer beads around his neck, gold boots on his feet, and a gold-threaded sash around his waist. He wore a golden helmet and carried an Indian broadsword inlaid with rubies and emeralds. His entire being radiated an overwhelming aura of nouveau riche ostentation. Under the sun's rays, he shimmered and sparkled. All eyes on Bajirao were stunned. Good heavens, King Bajirao's attire is truly something else. Indeed, our Indian aesthetic truly leads the world. King Bajirao is so handsome. We've only got 3 territories left in India. General Bajirao led us in a final counterattack. General Bajirao commands considerable prestige in India. At this moment, everyone pinned their hopes on him. Seeing so many Tianju people pin their hopes on him, General Bajirao's vanity was greatly satisfied. Summit shouted at that moment. Count on you, General Bajilo. Defeat the Chinese. Summit's voice was incredibly loud. So loud that Lin Yang could hear it. However, Lin Yang paid no heed. He addressed Zhang Fei on the battlefield. General Zhang, I've admired you for a long time. Lin Yang made no attempt to hide his admiration for Zhang Fei. Ha ha ha. Old Zhang hasn't had a drop today. Perfect weather for a good fight. Zhang Fei bellowed back in Lin Yang's direction. Even from a considerable distance, Lin Yang could feel the deafening roar of Zhang Fei's voice. General Zhang. Truly formidable. Lin Yang sighed. National Fortune Arena notice. Renowned Huaxia General Zhang Fei is influencing other nations' generals before battle. This is your first warning. Any further violations will result in expulsion from the arena. Lin Yang froze upon hearing the announcement. He glanced over to see the renowned generals of Mongolia, Persia, and India all covering their ears, clearly overwhelmed by the disturbance. Ugh! Is it my fault Zhang Fei has such a loud voice? Lin Yang muttered helplessly. Zhang Fei, upon hearing the National Fortune Arena's ruling, was equally speechless. But he dared not argue. He feared his booming voice might continue to disturb them. Battle preparation phase commences. Announcement regarding Huaxia's balance adjustment now begins. The 3 kingdoms may choose to enter the fray simultaneously, or continue challenging the Huaxia champion in a series of consecutive battles. The choice is yours. Mongolian Chosen One Batu, leader of the 3 kingdoms, make your decision. Chapter 133, A Thunderous Roar. As the announcement from the National Fortune Arena echoed into the ears of every participant on the battlefield, the atmosphere across the entire arena instantly grew tense. Everyone knew that once the Mongolian Chosen One, Batu, made his choice, whether they adopted a round-robin strategy to wear down Zhang Fei's endurance and stamina, or if they all swarmed to challenge Zhang Fei, it would be extremely difficult for China. Oh? So old Zhang gets to experience the feeling of 3 heroes battling Zhang? Zhang Fei heard the news without a trace of fear. He even harbored a faint anticipation that Batu would choose 3 to take on 1. Batu's mind began to race. In a round-robin battle format, if there's a general dragging the team down, forget challenging Zhang Fei, they wouldn't even be able to cause him the slightest trouble. It would be better to attack en masse, 3 against 1. That way, even if Zhang Fei was formidable, he might not be able to withstand it. Batu remained deep in thought, showing no intention of consulting Jamal or Summit. All eyes were fixed on the Mongolian Chosen One named Batu, awaiting his decision. Awaiting his final decision. Batu finally raised his hand and declared to the National Fortune Arena, I choose to fight simultaneously. Upon hearing Batu's voice, the National Fortune Arena promptly announced, Mongolia's Chosen One, Batu, chooses to fight simultaneously. They will all charge forward to challenge Zhang Fei. As the National Fortune Arena's announcement echoed, a flicker of shame crossed the faces of the Chosen Ones from Mongolia, India, and Persia. 3 nations simultaneously challenging one country, it felt downright shameless. And now they'd chosen to gang up on one opponent? That was downright shameless. Batu spoke again, National Fortune Arena. I submit my request. Batu addressed the National Fortune Arena. Soon, the National Fortune Arena responded to Batu's application. Let the Mongolian Chosen One, Batu, state his request. Upon hearing this, Batu declared loudly, I request to replace the warhorses ridden by the renowned generals of India and Persia with Mongolian warhorses. The moment Batu spoke, the entire assembly was stunned. What does that mean? Why replace our warhorses? It's one thing to look down on our famous generals, but now you're even looking down on our warhorses. Mongols, don't get too arrogant. Exactly. The Mongols are utterly arrogant. At this moment, it wasn't just the people of Persia and India who were outraged. Even Summit and Jamal found it unbearable. But cowed by the Mongols' intimidation, they bowed their heads and remained silent. Soon, the National Fortune Arena announced. Request from the Mongols received. 2 Mongol warhorses are now being teleported to the battlefield. The renowned generals of India and Persia are urged to make the switch promptly. Soon, the National Fortune Arena teleported the two Mongolian warhorses onto the battlefield. Their coats gleamed jet black and glossy. Their hooves were sturdy and powerful. With each stride, the ground seemed to tremble 3 times. Zhang Fei couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Truly fine steeds. Yet they still fall short of my own snow-treading black cloud. Just as Zhang Fei was about to burst into laughter, he remembered the National Fortune Arena's warning. He held it back. Lin Yang watched Zhang Fei's pained expression, finding it both amusing and a little heartbreaking. The moment those two warhorses appeared, any discerning eye could tell. They were far superior to the warhorses ridden by the renowned generals of India and Persia. Wow! Are these Mongolian warhorses? They look so majestic. Imagine how exhilarating it would be to ride one across the battlefield. You bet. They say Mongolian warhorses can cover 1,000 miles in a day. They're among the world's elite horse breeds. Damn, the Mongols are actually pretty cool. In the Three Kingdoms livestream, viewers saw the warhorses teleported in by the Mongols. The chat exploded with comments. Not only the people of the Three Kingdoms, but players and chosen ones from other nations were also captivated by these two warhorses. It seemed everyone agreed that Mongolia's decision to distribute warhorses was indeed a wise move. As for the people of Huaxia, they'd long grown accustomed to the tedious balancing tactics of the National Fortune Arena, too lazy to protest. Instead, they began analyzing the situation rationally. Yeah, the Mongols' warhorses are decent. Right. They're well-fed and sturdy. Plus, they're all tall and sturdy, with rich, full coats clearly well cared for. Mongolian warhorses are decent, but they still fall short compared to General Zhang Fei's legendary snow-treading steed. Come on. They look pretty much the same to me. Is the guy above a mole? The atmosphere in Huaxia's National Fortune Arena livestream remained positive, with reasonable discussions continuing in waves. What the hell? Now they don't even ask if I'm willing? Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the National Fortune Arena assign warhorses to both nations without consulting him. Bajilo and Alash promptly switched their mounts. They began preparing for battle. Battle preparations commence. Seeing that both the Persian General Alash and the Indian General Bajirao had successfully changed their warhorses, immediately announced. Lin Yang responded, "The battle may commence." Seeing this, Batu declared without yielding, "We are ready too." As Batu responded, the cold mechanical voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded once more. Battle commences. Zhang Fei heard the National Fortune Arena's announcement. He no longer restrained his fiery temper, instantly erupting with overwhelming momentum. A furious roar erupted. "Ha! Who dares face me in a final duel?" As soon as Zhang Fei's words fell, the entire battlefield fell silent. Even Bajirao, clad in golden armor and robes, trembled. The overwhelming presence he'd radiated upon stepping onto the National Fortune Arena vanished completely. Bajilo's unusual state caught the attention of Summit and Jamal. Though Zhang Fei's presence was undeniably overwhelming, it was astonishing that Bagaro, a king of a nation, shuddering in fear before a foreign warrior. It was utterly disgraceful. Oomph. Good for nothing. The Mongolian warlord Subutai and the Persian General Alash both cursed Bajirao at the same time, but neither intended to be the first to step forward and challenge Zhang Fei, whose momentum was surging before their eyes. "You won't fight. You won't retreat. What's the meaning of this?" Zhang Fei roared furiously once more. At that moment, Bagley's composure was nearing collapse. If he dared not challenge Zhang Fei, he would become a laughingstock. Yet if he did challenge him, he feared Zhang Fei's overwhelming presence, caught between a rock and a hard place, left Bajilo in a state of profound turmoil. His hand gripping the gem-encrusted Indian longsword trembled slightly. Though Subaitai resolve trembled, his expression remained unbroken. He stowed his lance on his saddle, drew a longbow from his back, and aimed it at Zhang Fei. He drew the bowstring with lightning speed. Soon, a cold arrow shot toward Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei saw the arrow hurtling toward him. He neither dodged nor yielded. He swung his 8-foot-long snake spear. He blocked it with a mighty thrust, sending the arrow flying. "Is there no one brave enough to fight me? Are you all cowards?" Zhang Fei opened his tiger-like maw and roared again. In the vast wilderness, which echoed like a megaphone, like thunder cracking across the sky. Chapter 134, the Indian general terrified to death. It pierced the eardrums of all who heard it. Even Lin Yang felt a twinge of discomfort. Summit and Jamal immediately clutched their ears, fearing Zhang Fei's roar would pierce their eardrums. Bajiro trembled violently at the sheer force of Zhang Fei's roar. He had always feared Zhang Fei's imposing presence. How could he possibly endure this? His legs buckled and he tumbled from his horse. He knelt on the ground. This act of kneeling filled Bajileo with utter shame. He wished the ground would swallow him whole. National Fortune Arena notice. Zhang Fei's personal skill Roar of Fury has been successfully triggered. After 3 roars, a randomly selected general with significantly lower martial prowess than Zhang Fei will be frightened to death. But Zhang Fei wouldn't let it go. He continued bellowing, "You won't fight. You won't retreat. You 3 cowards, killing you would be an insult to my name, Zhang Ida." The roar echoed out. Bajalao's vision went black. His body, limp as rotten mud, could no longer bear his weight. He collapsed straight down, spitting blood as he hit the ground. He appeared to be on the verge of death. Seeing Bajalao in such a pitiful state, couldn't help but curse furiously, "You cowardly Indian! You weakling! You're a complete waste of our Mongolian steed." Summit heard these words. Rage surged within him, yet he dared not erupt. He could only swallow his anger and stand silently by. His face flushed crimson, yet he remained silent. Seeing that Bajalo had actually been scared to death by him, Zhang Fei roared with laughter toward the heavens, "Ha ha ha! Today, I shall slaughter you cowards to set an example for others." The moment these words left his mouth, the Huashan National Fortune Arena livestream exploded with reactions. "Holy! That voice is way too loud. Holy crap! Zhang Ida is ruthless. Anyone unaware would think Bajirao of India was killed by mystical forces. Yeah. General Zhang Fei is just too strong. I bet that famous Indian general, Bajirao, died of sheer embarrassment. No. I bet he was scared out of his wits by General Zhang Fei." For a moment, it wasn't just the spectators at the Huashan National Fortune Arena. Spectators from all the national fortune arenas were utterly stunned. They looked down upon the cowardly stance of the Mongol, Persian, and Indian nations who dared not challenge Zhang Fei to a fight. Charge! Better to die in battle than die of fright. Don't go down the path of Bajirao. Indian cowards. Ridiculous. What a waste of my Mongol Empire's finest steeds. Drive those Indian cowards off the national fortune arena. Right. Get those Indian cowards off the national fortune arena. Yet, no one dared to make a move. If Bajirao hadn't been scared to death, having a companion by his side might have given him some courage. But Bajirao had actually been scared to death, which made Subutai and Alash both hesitate to be the first to challenge Zhang Fei. After all, even Bajalao had been scared to death by Zhang Fei's 3 roars. Neither of them could guarantee they wouldn't meet the same fate. The National Fortune Arena suddenly announced, Mongolian General Subutai's personal ability desperate situation has been triggered. When facing an impasse where no further progress is possible, courage increases by 50%. Both he and his companions gain the ability, Power Strike. Power Strike, the general's strength gains a sustained boost. After Subutai's ability activated, the National Fortune Arena alert sounded once more. National Fortune Arena notification, Mongol faction's horsemanship ability triggered. Equestrian skill, all generals of Mongol descent gain a significant boost to their horsemanship. These 2 National Fortune Arena alerts. Subutai found the courage to charge, including Alash. Not long after, the 3rd enhancement notification from the National Fortune Arena sounded. National Fortune Arena alert. Persian General Alash's personal ability, Falcon, has been activated. Falcon enhances the general's vision and agility. These successive personal ability activations made Lin Yang hold his breath for Zhang Fei. After all, these buffs were truly extraordinary. Zhang Fei was still fighting 2 opponents at once. The burden on his shoulders was undoubtedly heavy. Soon, seeing Zhang Fei's look of utter contempt, Subutai could no longer contain himself. He spurred his Mongolian steed forward, thrusting his lance high. He charged straight toward Zhang Fei, who gripped his 8-foot-long snake spear. Seeing Subutai charge forward, he naturally refused to be outdone. Swinging his Persian scimitar, he bellowed repeatedly, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" He too charged toward Zhang Fei. "Ha ha ha ha! Come on then!" Zhang Fei roared with laughter, his face turned skyward. Gripping his 8-foot-long snake spear tightly, he spurred his black cloud-treading snow steed forward to meet Subutai. All 3 fierce generals rode warhorses of considerable speed. Clang! The 2 weapons clashed. Sparks flew in all directions. Though Subutai was exceptionally brave, his spear could not withstand the force of Zhang Fei's 8-foot serpent spear. That 1.8 Zhang snake spear, forged entirely of iron, weighed over 50 Jin. It was no ordinary weapon that could withstand such force. Subutai barely absorbed the force of Zhang Fei's thrust, feeling his palms go numb. He could barely hold on to his lance. Seeing this, Zhang Fei prepared to flick his spear upward in one fluid motion, aiming to take Subutai's life. But Zhang Fei's plan was thwarted. For he now faced 2 adversaries. Erishur was no ordinary foe. Seeing Zhang Fei's spear about to pierce Subutai's chest, he swiftly parried with his curved blade, deflecting the spear towards Subutai's chest. At least he managed to barely save Subutai's life. But he could no longer hold onto his scimitar. Zhang Fei's brutal force sent it flying. Subutai seized the moment to dodge Zhang Fei's thrust. Arash seized the moment, yanking the reins to swerve sharply to the right. Damn! He really is formidable. Erasure thought to himself. He had clearly felt the immense power behind Zhang Fei's thrust. Had he not blocked it in time, Subutai would likely be lying dead on the ground now. At that moment. Thanks, buddy. Subutai said to Alash, still shaken by the close call. Subutai and Alash finally understood why even their combined forces dared not engage Zhang Fei head-on. Eris, however, stood empty-handed, closing his eyes to await his fate. But after waiting for what seemed like an eternity, Zhang Fei did not thrust his 8-foot serpent spear at him. Just as Alash stared at Zhang Fei in utter bewilderment, Zhang Fei declared, if you're a warrior, how can you fight without a weapon? Quickly exchange your weapon and fight me again. Zhang Fei's tone was imperious. Still shaken, Alash reined in his horse and retreated. Subutai swiftly drew his Mongolian scimitar from his saddle and tossed it to Alash. Thank you. Eris said. No need for formalities. Had it not been for the general's rescue, I would have long since met my end at Zhang Fei's blade. Subutai immediately replied to Alash. Soon. Zhang Fei saw the two had exchanged weapons. He demanded sharply, are you ready to fight again? Chapter 135, Victory Again. Subutai and Alash nodded in agreement, to battle. The two spurred their horses forward, charging once more toward Zhang Fei. Unexpectedly, Subutai recalled Zhang Fei's earlier strike. He knew in his heart that he absolutely could not engage Zhang Fei head-on. So he spurred his horse closer to Zhang Fei. He waited for the moment when Alash swung his scimitar at Zhang Fei. Subutai swiftly circled around him. Then, he pulled a black iron ball from his robe and hurled it at Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei froze in surprise. He never imagined Subutai would resort to such a despicable tactic to attack him. As the iron ball hurtled toward him, Zhang Fei quickly ducked to avoid it. Then, raising his hand, he swept his spear out, sending the iron ball flying. However, Subutai's iron ball held a hidden trick. After being struck, it did not immediately fall to the ground. Instead, it exploded outward, sending countless iron spikes flying toward Zhang Fei from the opposite direction. Fortunately, Zhang Fei ducked and twisted his head, dodging most of the flying spikes. Nevertheless, Zhang Fei's arm was grazed by one of the nails. Blood instantly began to flow. You treacherous foreign brat! How dare you resort to such a vile trick? Zhang Fei roared in fury. He swung his 8-foot-long snake spear, thrusting it toward Alash. The speed was blindingly fast. Eris's face paled instantly. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. A soft thud echoed. Arash couldn't dodge in time. Zhang Fei's spear struck him clean through the arm, severing it entirely. Ah! Alash screamed in agony. Seeing this, Subutai's expression also shifted slightly. He drew his longbow from his back once more and loosed an arrow toward Zhang Fei's position. Zhang Fei twisted to dodge the arrow. Without a second thought, he dug his heels into his horse's flanks and charged after Subutai. Only Alash, his arm severed, remained behind, screaming in agony. Nazabtai, however, did not pause, continuing his flight. Zhang Fei pressed relentlessly in pursuit. Moments later, the two remained locked in pursuit, one ahead, the other behind. Suddenly, Subutai spun around and fired an arrow at Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, already on guard, swiftly raised his spear to block it. A metallic clang echoed through the air. The arrow was deflected by Zhang Fei's 8-foot-long snake spear. The combined force of both weapons sent the arrow flying with terrifying momentum. Zhang Fei seized the momentum to pursue. Soon, he closed in on Nazabutai. At that moment, Subutai finally showed signs of panic, turning his horse and galloping frantically toward the southeast. The angrier Zhang Fei grew, the greater his martial prowess and agility became. His steed, Wuyun Tash, raced at a speed far surpassing that of ordinary horses. Soon, he caught up to Subutai. In a single glance, Zhang Fei thrust his spear forward to strike. Subutai's face drained of color as he swung his lance. He barely managed to parry Zhang Fei's attack. But clearly, Subutai was completely at a disadvantage, nearly pinned down completely. Ha! Zhang Fei roared furiously as he pressed his attack. He relentlessly attacked Subutai. National Fortune Arena Alert! Huaxia's renowned General Zhang Fei has triggered his personal ability, Match for 10,000. Match 1 against 10,000, Zhang Fei's personal bravery increases by 100%. Gains special status, Frenzy Strike. Frenzy Strike, each attack from the general grows progressively faster. In the blink of an eye. In the distant wilderness. Subutai and Zhang Fei, within a mere span of minutes. They had already exchanged over 50 blows. Though Subutai barely held his ground against Zhang Fei's assaults, relying on his superior horsemanship and weaponry. Such resistance could not last much longer. Especially under Zhang Fei's relentless onslaught, Subutai felt his throat could be pierced at any moment, bringing death. In Subutai's eyes at that moment, Zhang Fei's 8-foot serpent spear thrust, hooked, and slashed with increasing speed. The 8-foot-long spear, weighing over 50 jin. In Zhang Fei's eyes, it resembled a frenzied, writhing serpent. Another clash ensued. Zhang Fei's spear pierced through Subutai's left shoulder. Subutai let out a wretched groan. Strike while the iron is hot. How could Zhang Fei possibly let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away? He yanked his arm back, drawing the 8-foot-long snake spear from its socket. Zhang Fei thrust the spear forward once more. A sweeping blow sent Subutai crashing from his horse. Ah! Upon hitting the ground, he immediately grasped the perilous situation before him. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain and the dizziness from the hard landing, he struggled to his feet, intent on mounting his horse once more to resume the fight against Zhang Fei. But Zhang Fei would not let him have his way. The moment Subutai rose to his feet, Zhang Fei's 8-foot spear pierced straight through his chest. Ah! Subutai let out another agonized howl and collapsed in a pool of blood. Zhang Fei stepped forward with a cold sneer, pulled the spear from the body, and glanced at Subutai, who had died swiftly. A mere barbarian from a foreign land dares to scheme against this old Zhen? He truly doesn't know when to quit. At that moment, Zhang Fei assumed the National Fortune Arena would announce the end of the match. But after waiting for ages, the National Fortune Arena still hadn't made a sound. Only then did he recall that he had yet to deal with the Persian Arash. He whipped his horse around and galloped back toward the original location. Soon, he found Alash, who had barely managed to stem the flow of blood. Seeing Alash covered in blood, Zhang Fei showed no mercy. "You worthless scum, die!" Zhang Fei roared in rage, charging toward Alash on his warhorse. Alash, already shaken to his core. Now, seeing Zhang Fei charging toward him with such fierce momentum, how could he not realize he had no chance of victory? But as a hero of ancient Persia, how could Arash ever turn his back to the enemy? He switched his sword to his left hand and drew his scimitar from its scabbard. Clang! The clash of blades sent sparks flying. Yet Zhang Fei's strength was overwhelming. The tiger's mouth of his sword grip split open and bled. Yet even so, he gritted his teeth and held firm. He refused to yield an inch. Zhang Fei watched Alash, wounded yet undaunted, daring to continue challenging him. A surge of respect welled up within him, mingled with a hint of admiration. Yet this did not sway his resolve to kill his opponent and claim victory. Thud! Zhang Fei swung his 8-foot-long snake spear once more. This time, it knocked away the Mongolian cavalry sword that Subutai had given to Alash. He thrust forward once more. Zhang Fei did not humiliate Alash. The 8-foot-long snake spear in his hand glowed with a dazzling black radiance as sunlight flashed upon it. One thrust aimed precisely at the back of Alash's neck. Thud! Before Alash could even react, he was struck squarely. His head lolled to the side as life left him. At that moment, the National Fortune Arena announced the battle's conclusion with a system notification. The National Fortune Arena declares, Huaxia wins the one-on-one defense battle. Huaxia's chosen one, Lin Yang, may now choose to claim his reward or harvest territory from the three kingdoms. Lin Yang heard this and hesitated not a moment. He immediately made his choice. I choose to harvest the territories. Lin Yang declared with a cold smile. Chapter 136, The Military Sage. Lin Yang had no intention of giving the Indians any chance. He continued to harvest their barren land. After this round of harvesting, Tianzhu was left with only its final patch of land. The Huaxia livestream audience had long anticipated Lin Yang's decision. They did not debate his decision. Instead, they were discussing Zhang Fei, who remained on the battlefield awaiting the next command from the National Fortune Arena. General Zhang Fei is simply too formidable. General Zhang Fei is truly formidable. Now that's a real man. Terrified 1. Killed 2. Tell me, are you convinced? The Huaxia livestream chat never stopped buzzing about Zhang Fei, this real man. Summit! You're nothing but a pile of dog. Get your ass back here, Summit. You don't deserve to fight on the National Fortune Arena anymore. Yes. Summit. You must be a spy sent by Huaxia. That's why we lost so badly. Summit. You've disgraced all of us Indians. With your level of skill, you have absolutely no place remaining on the National Fortune Arena. I've racked my brain and still can't fathom why so many Indian champions were toyed with like that by you. Inside the Indian National Fortune Arena, the entire crowd began hurling insults at Summit. Summit glanced at the National Fortune Arena. A wave of desolation immediately washed over him. Back when he was winning, the people of Tianzhu worshipped him like a god. Now, after just a few losses, he was being reviled like this. This caused Summit a pang of heartache. At that very moment, the cold, mechanical voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded once more. May I ask if the chosen one of Huaxia wishes to proceed with challenging the nations of Persia, India, and Mongolia? Before the question had even finished echoing, Summit, the chosen one of India, immediately made his decision. National Fortune Arena. India requests to use the exemption card. The pass card, as its name suggests, is a card that allows one to forcibly avoid confronting powerful enemies. This card is extremely rare across all National Fortune Arenas worldwide. India's possession of it was no small feat. It was a card earned through fierce battles within the secret realm. Watching Summit play it, a stir rippled through the Indian delegation. For they knew India's card reserves were nearly depleted. Once this card is played, it will never again have the ability to challenge Huaxia. Any chance of a comeback vanished completely. Moreover, at this juncture, South Asia's soft targets no longer present any challenge for India. But if they don't play it, India has absolutely no chance of defeating China at this moment. National Fortune Arena received. Processing India's request for exemption from battle. Even as the National Fortune Arena processed the request, Lin Yang addressed Zhang Fei. General Zhang Ada. Your valor is truly unmatched. Lin Yang lavished praise upon Zhang Fei without reservation. Zhang Fei was overjoyed upon hearing this. Ha! Old Zhang here finally got to fight to his heart's content today. Zhang Fei responded to Lin Yang with a hearty laugh. General Ada. Truly a tiger general. Zhang Fei laughed heartily, his voice echoing to the heavens. He was then transported away from the National Fortune Arena. Transferred out of the National Fortune Arena. Lin Yang watched with satisfaction as Zhang Fei departed the battlefield of the National Fortune Arena. His face beamed with joy. He began to focus on the situation unfolding with Tianju's summit. Before long, the National Fortune Arena finalized the result of Tianju's summit's application to use the immunity card. Tianju's immunity card activation successful. Status, unselectable. Tianju's chosen one teleported out of the National Fortune Arena space. The next deployment period for Tianju is set for after the conclusion of the Asian Defender battle. Upon hearing this, was teleported out of the National Fortune Arena? He could now return to India to regroup before facing China. Lin Yang paid little heed. After all, the last remaining territory of Tianju would inevitably fall to Huaxia. I choose to continue challenging Mongolia and Persia. Lin Yang declared to the National Fortune Arena. Received request from the chosen one of Huaxia. The defense battle continues. Following the National Fortune Arena's announcement, the scene began to shift. Returning to the circular table of the National Fortune Arena, the National Fortune Arena continued its inquiry. Defense battle resumes. Battle mode selection commences. The cold voice of the National Fortune Arena announced. Soon, the large screen of the National Fortune Arena began flashing rapidly. New text popped up every second. As time passed, finally, the National Fortune Arena's display ceased its flickering. The subtitles also came to a halt. 3 large characters stared out boldly. Legion War Mode. Legion battles were highly unusual. Because Legion battles determine victory based on the combat styles and overall capabilities of soldiers from each nation. Unlike the small-scale skirmishes of core battles, each battle in Legion warfare involves large-scale military operations. The number of participants per battle is adjusted based on the renowned generals selected by each faction. However, Lin Yang knew. The National Fortune Arena's new strategic adjustments were about to commence. Another victory. Lin Yang had no idea what kind of debuff the National Fortune Arena would impose on China this time. But one thing Lin Yang was certain of. China's national fortune would only grow more prosperous. Whether it was a debuff, Lin Yang wasn't afraid. Holy crap! Legion Battle Mode. Haven't seen that in ages. With Legion War Mode, who knows what terrain we'll start on? Yeah. For a large-scale battle like this, I wonder which legendary generals Lin Yang will choose. Legion War terrain, weather, troop numbers, everything matters. I just hope Lin Yang keeps enlightening us with China's legendary historical figures. The Chinese spectators inside the National Fortune Arena buzzed with discussion. Lin Yang paid no heed to the commotion. He continued waiting for the next directive from the National Fortune Arena. Balancing adjustments for the Asia region National Fortune Arena. Specific balancing strategies will be announced after commencement. Holy, they're not even releasing the specifics. Lin Yang couldn't help but let out a curse. After the National Fortune Arena's prompt finished, 5 transparent cards appeared before Lin Yang. Legendary General Draw begins. Lin Yang glanced at them but didn't choose immediately. Instead, he began to ponder. Mongolian Batu and Persian Jamal, these two, having learned from the mistake of choosing first. Everyone was waiting for Huaxia Lin Yang to choose first. Lin Yang paid no heed. Have the chosen ones of Mongolia and Persia truly sunk so low as to resort to such tactics? Lin Yang shook his head. He paid them no mind. He began analyzing the 5 options before him. The 5 options were Du Guoxian, Purple Gold Blade General of Northern Han Wui, Thunderbolt Tiger of Shu Han Shi Hongzhou, Renowned General of Later Han Ma Yuan, General of Suppressing Waves of Eastern Han, and Han Xian, Military Sage of Western Han. Upon seeing these 4 names, Lin Yang had initially intended to select General Ma Yuan. However, upon seeing the final name appear, Lin Yang immediately halted his deliberations. Han Xian? How could I not choose him? Chapter 137, I'm not afraid. I have the Military Sage. Lin Yang thought to himself. But this was Han Xian, one of the 3 heroes of the early Han dynasty. The culmination of military strategy. The man who mastered large-scale military operations to perfection. As the saying goes, When Han Xin commands troops, the more the merrier. Lin Yang felt certain that drawing Han Xin would greatly enhance Huaxia's strength. This was absolutely worth it. Without further ado, Lin Yang wasted no time and selected Han Xin immediately. Han Xin appeared before them in an instant. Han Xin possessed an extraordinary appearance, thick lips, large ears, eyes that shone with brilliance, well-defined muscles, a light step, a dignified bearing, and a clear, resonant voice. His very presence instantly surprised Batu and Jamal. Such features clearly marked him as no ordinary man. His armor was exceptionally ornate. It could be said to embody the pinnacle of early Han Dynasty aesthetics. Seeing Lin Yang's decisive choice, Jamal and Batu exchanged a wry smile. The next battle would be anything but easy. What was most unsettling was the unwavering certainty in Lin Yang's expression. He seemed utterly convinced of victory. With this thought, Batu and Jamal finally focused their attention on the 5 transparent options before them. They too must select one to challenge Han Xin. Soon, both Jamal and Batu made their selections. Lin Yang observed their facial expressions. He noticed Jamal's expression remained as stern as ever. Batu's expression, however, had relaxed somewhat. He knew immediately. Batu must have chosen another fierce Mongol warrior. Speaking up, Batu revealed his choice. Mohali, the renowned founding general of Mongolia. The right-hand man of Genghis Khan. Renowned for his steadfast wisdom and formidable bravery in battle, he and Borjigin were most favored by Temujin, who praised them as the yoke to the oxcart, the arms to the body. In his early career, Mohali assisted Temujin in unifying the Mongol tribes. He remained the foremost general of the Mongol Empire throughout its history. His abilities speak for themselves. He was arguably the second most powerful figure in the Mongol Empire. His military command skills were second only to Genghis Khan Temujin himself. After Batu finished his introduction, Jamal revealed his own choice. Tariq ibn Ziyad, the Arab Empire's foremost warrior. After joining the Arab army, he achieved remarkable military accomplishments. At the mouth of the Barbate River, Tariq faced the 35,000-strong army led by Visigothic King Roderick with only 12,000 men. Through his masterful tactical command, he annihilated the entire Visigothic army. Jamal's introduction was concise. Yet it caused an uproar. For Tariq was not a legacy of the Persian Empire. He was the heir of the Persian Empire they had defeated. The shockwaves reverberating across the world were akin to China selecting a Japanese samurai to lead its forces into battle. Lin Yang was also stunned, for he would never do such a thing. Such a move would make the nation's chosen warrior seem utterly weak. But Jamal cared little for such consequences now. If the National Fortune Arena dared to issue the challenge, he dared to accept it. In Jamal's eyes now, ending the losing streak was the most crucial matter. Everything else was completely beyond his consideration. The Persian Empire has no shame. They actually selected a defeated general to fight. I have no idea how they conquered West Asia. This is the champion of West Asia? What a disgrace. Disgusting. Ugh. Disgusting. The National Fortune Arena across the world spared no mockery for Jamal, the chosen one of the Persian Empire, over his latest decision. Of course, aside from the Persian Empire's own citizens, other nations expressed even greater contempt and disdain toward Persia. After all, who wouldn't want their nation's martial fortune to flourish? Especially for a nation like the Persian Empire, once a glorious, feared power, to suddenly fall into such disgrace. That feeling couldn't be pleasant. Thus, while the Persian Empire's people found Jamal's choice deeply painful, they could accept it. Yet they also felt sorrow and unease for the future of the Persian Empire. At this moment, the people of the Persian Empire still clung to a faint hope for the fate of their nation. In fact, they were nearly convinced that the Persian Empire was destined to lose. After all, their legendary generals had been largely eliminated over the past few years. The few remaining unselected generals were simply no match for the renowned generals of China. The selection of renowned generals from all 3 nations is complete. The chosen ones of the 3 factions prepare to enter the Arena Battle Special Mode, Grand Legion Warfare. The National Fortune Arena announced. Hearing this voice, both Jamal and Batu trembled. In their eyes, the chance to end their losing streak was finally within reach. Yet at the same time, they felt a surge of excitement. Ha! Finally, we can take revenge with our own hands. Yeah! Finally, we can hold our heads high. Both voices trembled with excitement. Lin Yang observed the expressions on Jamal and Batu's faces. Lin Yang knew. They felt certain of victory. But Lin Yang felt his choice. Utterly invincible. With Han Xin in his hands, unless the Mongols fielded Genghis Khan himself, Temujin in person, there was absolutely no chance of defeating Han Xin. Even if their chosen opponent was exceptionally powerful, they could never stand a chance against Han Xin. Within the arena of national destiny, the dazzling light signaled the battlefield mode had activated. The moment Lin Yang touched down, he began analyzing the terrain. Excellent. Excellent terrain. At this moment, Lin Yang's eyes were fixed solely on the terrain. It encompassed nearly every type of terrain imaginable. Mountains, valleys, and rivers all present. Looking out, two cities stood facing each other. Both were fortified strongholds. Their walls are several zhang thick, and defensive works have been constructed. It could be said that breaching these two cities would be as difficult as scaling the heavens. Moreover, a river lay between these two strongholds. The river's width was far from easily traversable. Though not as vast as the Yangtze or Yellow rivers, it still formed a formidable barrier. Ha! I like it. Lin Yang chuckled. In that case, this was the perfect moment to showcase the abilities of a commander. The National Fortune Arena's voice finally sounded again. National Fortune Arena Grand Legion Combat Mode activated. The rules are as follows. Famous generals from both factions shall each defend a city. The fall of a city constitutes defeat in the match. Each faction possesses 100,000 troops. Troop types correspond to each general's signature units. Factions lacking signature units will deploy the nation's special troop types. The National Fortune Arena announced the rules plainly. Very straightforward. Simply breach the opposing city. But breaching the enemy city walls? Easier said than done. Never mind the sheer number of troops within the walls. The sturdy city gates alone were enough to give ordinary people a headache. But Lin Yang wasn't afraid. For he had the military sage Han Xin. Chapter 138, 100,000 against 200,000? He believed that with Han Xin by his side, he could easily capture the enemy's fortified city. Lin Yang wasted no time, addressing the National Fortune Arena directly. Alright, teleport the generals now. I can't wait any longer. As soon as Lin Yang's voice echoed out, the National Fortune Arena instantly teleported Han Xin, the Mongolian leader Mu Hualai, and the Persian commander Tariq onto the battlefield. A flash of light erupted. Han Xin now stood atop the city wall, surveying the entire terrain. Both cities were built on elevated ground. Lin Yang, Jamal, and Batu had all been transported to their respective factions' National Fortune arenas. Upon seeing Lin Yang arrive, Han Xin gave a slight nod. Not bad. Seems you've already figured out how to handle this city. Lin Yang smiled and replied. General Han, this city is yours. Let the people of China witness your true prowess. Han Xin gave a slight nod. Very well. I shall do my utmost. Han Xin didn't overpromise, yet he offered hope. This earned him Lin Yang's deep admiration. On the other side, Batu and Jamal each lavished praise upon their own renowned generals. Of course. After Jamal and Batu finished boasting about their own warriors, they both addressed the National Fortune Arena. Preparations complete. The National Fortune Arena immediately teleported all soldiers onto the battlefield. Lin Yang watched as countless points of light descended densely into his city. It was like countless fireflies dancing together. The sight was utterly breathtaking. It also filled him with excitement. Lin Yang said no more. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Han Xin, both watching the spectacle unfold. Before long, all the soldiers were transported onto the battlefield. For the great Han, wherever the sun and moon shine, wherever rivers flow, all shall be Han territory. The Han army shouted their battle cry in unison. Each face bore an expression of fervor and resolve. Their presence was even more imposing. Their voices echoed so loudly that even the cities on the Mongolian side could hear them. Upon witnessing this, Batu and Jamal furrowed their brows even deeper. The might of Huaxia is truly extraordinary, Batu remarked. Jamal, however, fell into a deep silence. However, their worries soon vanished. Once the National Fortune Arena finished transporting their soldiers, upon closer inspection, their troops numbered a full 200,000. Is this cheating? Didn't the National Fortune Arena say each side gets 100,000 soldiers? I'm speechless. Viewers in the Huaxia livestream immediately voiced their doubts. The National Fortune Arena explained. All three factions teleported 100,000 soldiers each, so the combined forces of Mongolia and Persia totaled 200,000 troops. Only after this explanation did the Huaxia viewers finally understand. The criticism grew even harsher. National Fortune Arena, are you balancing the scales? Screw you, National Fortune Arena. This is blatantly rigged for us to lose. Does the National Fortune Arena even bother explaining things anymore? Forget it, we're doomed. 100,000 point gap? I don't see anyone pulling that off. Lin Yang scanned the bullet comments flooding the National Fortune Arena's Huaxia livestream. He desperately wanted to say, historically, Zhang Liao held off 100,000 troops with just 800 men. But seeing the National Fortune Arena's shameless balancing tactics and feeble excuses, Lin Yang could only utter one sentence. I'll lead you into battle. Lin Yang cursed silently under his breath. He feared speaking too loudly might earn him a red card from the National Fortune Arena. After venting his frustration, Lin Yang turned to look at Han Xin, only to find Han Xin's expression unchanged. He remained utterly composed. It matters not. The world claims I, Han Xin, need countless troops to win. Now I shall show them how I triumph with fewer. Han Xin declared with unwavering composure. His words instantly dispelled all traces of worry from Lin Yang's mind. Perhaps that's the charm of General Han. Lin Yang chuckled, rubbing his forehead. Seeing this, Jamal and Bata finally broke into smiles as well. Their guard instantly dropped. Now, the Chinese bastards are in for a world of pain. Bata roared with laughter as he stared at the distant Chinese city. Jamal beamed with delight. Ha! We're finally going to end this losing streak. Inside the Persian-Mongol Alliance's livestream for the National Fortune Arena. If you two chosen ones lose this round, you might as well dig your own graves. Exactly. If you lose with 100,000 against 200,000, you're dead men walking. How could we lose? I refuse to believe all Chinese people are superhuman. Within the fortress of the Mongol-Persian Alliance, Tariq sat astride his horse, gazing toward the Chinese side, a cruel sneer curling his lips. After mustering his Arab soldiers, a flicker of contempt for the Huaxia people stirred within him. That feeling never faded. Meanwhile, Mohali had long finished mustering his troops and awaited Tariq's report. From the previous battles on the National Fortune Arena, he understood well the disadvantage of both factions deploying forces simultaneously. As Cao Cao's verse stated, when armies unite but lack unity, they advance hesitantly in a V formation. Mohali addressed Tariq, Persian brother, establish your camp outside the city walls and secure the defensive positions. Should the Huaxia forces attack, we can form a pincer movement and deliver a crushing blow. Upon hearing this, Tariq nodded in agreement. Very well. In that case, I shall depart first. With that, Tariq turned his horse and led his troops northwest. Meanwhile, at the Chinese fortress, Han Xin made no move to muster his troops. He methodically arranged the defenses, leaving Lin Yang utterly dazzled. This was truly command with unwavering composure. Then, Lin Yang remembered something else and asked Han Xin, scouts just reported that the enemy commander Tariq has brought 100,000 Persian troops and set up camp by the river outside the city. What do you think, General Han? Oomph, Han Xin replied confidently. Our troops are in high spirits. Why should we fear them? Lin Yang pressed further, then what brilliant strategy do you have in mind? Upon hearing this, Han Xin smiled and said, Mr. Lin, though the enemy forces are numerous, they are useless. If our army can find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack outside the city walls, we will surely claim the first victory. Han Xion's confident tone caught Lin Yang off guard. Are you suggesting we dispatch our elite troops outside the city walls to decimate the enemy? Lin Yang asked in astonishment. Han Xian immediately replied, war is the art of deception. Soldiers. It's not about numbers, but about quality. Lin Yang grasped Han Xian's intent. It was to send elite troops to ambush soldiers who were moving and transporting supplies, attempting to establish camp by the river. Tariq's logistics and provisions are moving far too slowly after all, they're supplying an army of 100,000. If we don't strike now, when will we? I will personally lead 3,000 cavalry to break their defenses. Lin Yang understood and immediately agreed, General Han, you may leave the city with confidence. All matters within the city walls are yours to entrust to me. Hearing Lin Yang's words, Han Xian wasted no further time. He personally rallied 3,000 elite Han cavalrymen. He charged straight out of the city gates. Chapter 139, Surprise Attack. The Might of the Han. Lin Yang remained within the city walls, holding his forces in place. He wasn't idle either. He commanded the soldiers to fortify all defenses before the city gates. Then, Lin Yang sat down to drink tea, awaiting Han Xian's triumphant return. Across the river, at the Persian encampment, as Tariq led his troops transporting supplies toward the campsite by the river, a sense of unease lingered in his mind. No, I absolutely cannot sleep tonight. What if the Huaxia forces launch a surprise attack under cover of darkness? With that thought, Tariq immediately summoned several deputy commanders. You. Arrange night sentries both visible and hidden. Do not slacken your vigilance. Tariq had thought things through meticulously. Yes, General. Tariq nodded and continued directing his troops to march toward the riverbank. Meanwhile, behind them, the Persian army appeared serene and at ease. Brother, do you really think we'll win this time? Ha! Of course. General Tariq is the divine messenger of our Western Asia region. How could those Chinese lads possibly stand against our divine envoy? Exactly. Victory is ours for the taking. Absolutely. Listening to his men's flattery, Tariq's nerves gradually relaxed. How could the Huaxia people possibly attack their own forces at a time like this? He commanded 100,000 troops. If the Huaxia dared to move against him, they'd need to muster over 50,000 troops to stand a chance. But do the Huaxia have the courage to lead so many men across the river to attack us? Tariq couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He was certain in his heart. If the Huaxia sent more than 50,000 troops to strike against his forces, he would have known about it long ago. With proper preparations, he could certainly defeat them. Yet he saw no sign of the Chinese crossing the river. Not even a single scout had been spotted. You got lucky. Tarek snorted coldly. He decided to let his army settle in and rest first. After all, transporting such a vast amount of supplies was no easy task. The size of this battle map was the largest in the history of the National Fortune Arena. What he didn't know, however, Han Xian had already crossed the river long ago. He had been watching the overconfident Tarek from the shadows for quite some time. After all, the moment he entered the map, Han Xian had already finalized his offensive strategy. While the renowned generals of Mongolia and Persia were still casually counting their troops, he had already led his troops to prepare for a river crossing and launch a surprise attack. While the Persian Tarek was still marching slowly to transport supplies, Han Xian had already positioned his ambush with 3,000 elite Han cavalry. Tarek could never have imagined that Han Xian would dare to launch an offensive against them with just 3,000 men. Finally, Tarek's army halted to establish camp. Han Xian's lips curled slightly as he coldly remarked, "At last, we can strike." With that, he turned to his personal guards and gave them orders. Spread the word, advance at the first signal. Immediately, the guards silently relayed Han Xian's orders to every corner of the army. Han Xian waited quietly for the guards' report. Not long after, "General Han, the message has been delivered." Han Xian acknowledged with a grunt. Then came a thunderous shout. "Beat the drums. Advance." In an instant, horns blared in unison, drums thundered like rolling thunder. In that instant, the once silent air erupted with a deafening roar of battle cries. Han Xian spurred his horse forward, leading 3,000 iron cavalry straight into the fray. At that very moment, Tarek's army, which had been leisurely resting, froze in shock. No one had anticipated the Huaxia people would actually dare to launch a preemptive strike. "Look! The Huaxia are coming!" Suddenly, a Persian soldier spotted the unusual movement in the distance and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" In an instant, Tarek's army descended into chaos. Tarek's brow furrowed as he hurriedly scanned the horizon. After a moment's thought, Tarek urgently shouted, "Prepare to meet the enemy." As his words fell, Persian cavalrymen all around drew their swords. Han Xian's forces seized the moment to launch a fierce assault. Simultaneously, archers positioned at the center of the formation scrambled to their feet, drawing their bows and aiming at Han Xian's elite Han cavalry. But it was too late. Han Xian's position was about to reach Tarek's front. The hastily drawn arrows, if fired now, would only strike their own men. A cavalry charge unfolds in the blink of an eye. Han Xian, spear in hand, charged straight at Tarek. Behind him, 3,000 iron cavalry followed like a crimson dragon, charging into the enemy ranks. "Stop them!" Tarek was utterly stunned. The scene unfolded too abruptly for him to react. He could only watch helplessly as the enemy charged toward him. Tarek frantically raised his Persian spear. He tried to halt their advance. Clang! Han Xian's spear struck Tarek's personal guard with brutal force, instantly impaling one of the bodyguards beside him. At the same moment, the Han iron cavalry began slaughtering the Persian soldiers who were still in a daze. Wielding their spears like tigers and wolves, each swing claimed the life of a Persian soldier. And they showed no mercy. Clang! Tarek and Han Xian had already locked horns. His Persian spear clashed with Han Xian's Chinese spear. Sparks flew. Han Xian was not renowned for his martial prowess, but he was by no means weak. Han Xian's expression remained composed, each move executed with precision and discipline. Facing this renowned Arab commander, Han Xian fought with utmost seriousness. "Again!" Han Xian said coldly. "Kill!" Tarek coldly declared. His spear whirled relentlessly. The two clashed back and forth, quickly becoming locked in combat. Though Tarek possessed formidable strength, however, Han Xian was no slouch either. The two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand for the time being. "Damn it!" Tarek gritted his teeth. Ever since being teleported to this map, he had sailed through without a single setback. His army of 200,000 faced China's mere 10,000 troops. He had expected a complete victory. But now, he felt he couldn't hold out much longer. For the Huaxia cavalry was ferocious beyond measure. Moreover, their coordination was flawless. They actually dared to attack his 100,000-strong army with just 3,000 men. Tarek cursed inwardly. His army was now stretched too thin, unable to support its flanks. How could he have imagined the Huaxia people would be so utterly reckless? Not only did they dare to confront them head-on, they even dared to launch a preemptive strike. They were literally throwing away their lives. What was he supposed to do? Should he abandon resistance and let the Huaxia people slaughter him? Tarek refused to. He refused to accept it. Withdraw. Tarek still retained his sanity. If they didn't retreat now, it would truly become dangerous. He took a deep breath, deciding to leave first and worry about the rest later. He understood the principle, preserve your strength for future battles. Chapter 140, Sworn to settle the score. Once he returned, he could rally his forces and seek vengeance against Huaxia later. Alas, he wished to depart. How could Han Xian grant him such an opportunity? At that moment, Han Xian swept his spear horizontally, deflecting the spear in Tariq's grasp. Immediately afterward, he thrust his spear forward, aiming straight for Tariq's throat. Seeing no time to dodge, Tariq hastily shielded his throat with his left hand. Fortunately, his luck held, as his personal guards immediately rushed forward to engage Han Xian. This prevented Han Xian's spear from striking Tariq's vital spot. Otherwise, Tariq would have been dead for sure. Even so, he was drenched in cold sweat. Had that spear landed, he would have been a dead man. Oomph. You're lucky. Han Xian snorted coldly. He waited for the iron cavalry beside him to charge to this position. They regrouped. They charged back toward the source of the attack, reaping another wave of Persian soldiers thrown into chaos. At that moment, the battlefield had completely shifted to a one-sided stalemate. Han Xian led the mighty Han cavalry, rampaging like a fierce tiger. Tariq could no longer muster his troops. Now, it all came down to how fast the Persian troops could flee. As for Tariq himself, he had long since lost his nerve. He frantically urged his men to flee, desperate to escape Han Xian's grasp. Han Xian saw no point in expending further energy pursuing him. He led the mighty Han cavalry to continue mowing down wave after wave of Persian soldiers. Boom! A series of thunderous explosions echoed. The Mongol cavalry within the original fortress poured out en masse. They were clearly preparing to encircle Han Xian. Han Xian's brow furrowed slightly. They really won't let go. He no longer lingered in battle. He simply gave the order. Retreat! Immediately, he led his men away swiftly. All the great Han Iron cavalry obeyed the order without question. They immediately carried out Han Xian's order. They retreated along the path they had come. The great Han Iron cavalry's retreat differed entirely from Tariq's tactics. Unlike Tariq's Persian forces, they did not scatter and flee in disarray. Instead, they retreated in small, tightly formed squads, maintaining their formation throughout. This organized and orderly retreat proved remarkably efficient. This method was ideal for fighting while retreating. It kept the enemy scrambling to respond, making successful pursuit utterly impossible. Moreover, the Han Iron cavalry could periodically use hand crossbows to counterattack Mughali and his men as they exited the city. Yet their formation remained tightly disciplined throughout. This prevented the Mongol army from capitalizing on the opportunity to pursue and eliminate them. Finally, Han Xian led the Han cavalry to the riverbank. The Mongol army, refusing to relent, pursued relentlessly. These Mongol cavalry were the main force of the Mongol Empire. Their combat prowess was beyond imagination. A single warrior could hold off 10, and they could withstand an army of 1,000,000. 20,000 Mongol cavalrymen pursued Han Xian like wolves and tigers. General, crossing the river will take time. How shall we respond? At that moment, an aide rode up beside Han Xian on horseback and asked, "Cross the river?" A smile touched Han Xian's lips. The entire army abandoned the baggage train. We'll fight the enemy to the death. Han Xian knew that if they were caught mid-crossing by the Mongol cavalry, they would be utterly trapped. Better to abandon the supplies and provisions seized from the Persian forces. Fight with our backs to the water. National Fortune Arena Alert. The personal abilities of the renowned Huaxia General Han Xian have been activated. God of War, troops enter peak offensive state. Troop morale boosted by 100%. Troop attack power boosted by 100%. National Fortune Arena Alert. The personal ability of the renowned Han General Han Xian has been triggered. Backwater battle, troop morale increased by 200%. Troops gain special buff, fight to the death. Fight to the death, when facing certain defeat, combat effectiveness increases by 100%. This series of personal ability activation sound effects sent the blood of Chinese viewers watching the livestream surging through their veins. I thought the military sage of China was just hype, but it turns out it's real. Unbelievably powerful. The great General Han Xian. Is this what a military genius looks like? Let's keep watching. See how the idiom fighting with one's back to the water came to be. But the Mongolian iron cavalry facing them are no pushovers either. Exactly. They're fully armored Mongol cavalry. Each man fights like 10. How can we possibly win? And there are over 20,000 of them. Never mind. Since General Han Xian dares to fight, we'll stand by him. I hope to join General Han Xian's forces. Even if I die in battle, it's worth it. The comments streamed by rapidly. Chinese viewers were thrilled, their excitement surging. Meanwhile, within the Mongol Empire's iron cavalry, at the very center of the force, stood Mughali. Mughali personally led his troops to hunt down the renowned Huaxia General Han Xian. He hoped to achieve victory in a single battle. Report. Marshal, the enemy forces have abruptly turned back on the northern bank of the Great River. They appear intent on a decisive battle with our army. What? Mohali was utterly shocked, finding it hard to believe. Shouldn't Han Xin be fleeing? Why would he choose to turn and fight at this moment? Marshal, I suspect this might be Han Xin's delaying tactic. At that moment, someone voiced their conjecture. This immediately drew more skepticism. I don't think so. The Mongol cavalry is in hot pursuit. If Han Xin truly intended to fight the enemy to the death, why not just cross the river? Exactly. This is clearly a delaying tactic. Marshal, should we alter our strategy and deal with this force of Huaxia cavalry first? Commanders at all levels of the Mongol cavalry urged their leader. This left Muhuwali deep in thought. Since he seeks death, let us grant him his wish. Mohali roared. He led the Huaxia cavalry in pursuit toward Han Xin's position. Han Xin's Han Dynasty cavalry stood ready, prepared to meet the Mongols' challenge. Back at the original Huaxia stronghold, scouts stationed around the river by Lin Yang reported. General Han Xin has not yet crossed the river. It seems he intends to fight with his back to the water. Lin Yang grew excited upon hearing this news. General Han is preparing to fight with his back to the water again? Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately issued orders. He deployed 10,000 Han archers and crossbowmen, along with Han infantry, along the riverbank, ready to provide support for Han Xin at any moment. Han Xin, standing by the riverbank, remained composed as he declared, he'll be here soon. Sure enough. Not long after. Dust billowed in the distance. Wave after wave of Mongol cavalry charged toward this location. They were closing in on Han Xin's forces. Han Xin's expression grew grim. Gripping his spear, his gaze was cold and fierce. Ha! Han Xin, you won't escape now. Prepare to die. Mohali roared with laughter. Clad in armor, blade in hand, mounted on a steed, he radiated formidable presence. An endless aura of killing intent radiated from his body. Charge! As the Mongol iron cavalry charged forward, Han Xin also issued his command. Full-scale assault. Let's settle this once and for all. Instantly, the Han cavalry charged forward in unison, their battle cry resounding. Both sides collided violently. A fierce battle commenced. Chapter 141, Waiting for the Rabbit by the Stump. Han Xin, spear in hand, charged forward fearlessly. He carved a path through the battlefield. A single man charged with the momentum of 1,000 troops. He seemed like the war god reborn. Each swing of his spear claimed an enemy's life. Wherever he passed, blood stained the earth. He swept through with utter contempt, unmatched in slaughter. The mighty iron cavalry by his side joined him in a frenzied slaughter. In that moment, they resembled demons crawling out of hell itself. Han Xin's killing intent surged relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the Han cavalry, fighting with their backs to the water, unleashed an indescribable ferocity. Like gods of slaughter, like Asuras themselves, they hacked and slaughtered their way forward. They feared death not at all. Charge! Hold the line! Don't let Han Xin break through our defenses! Mohali roared. He could no longer sit still in the central command tent. He led his personal guards to the front lines of the battlefield. He was determined to settle the score with Han Xin once and for all. Muhuwali led from the front, rallying his troops to resist the Han Iron Cavalry. He had believed that by commanding the Mongol Iron Cavalry through the ironclad battle lines, and ruthlessly squeeze the survival space of the Han Iron Cavalry, he never anticipated Han Xin's troops would fight with such ferocity when back to the water's edge. But the Mongol cavalry under Muhuwali's command. They were the elite of the Mongol cavalry. They were a force composed of the most elite warriors selected from the most formidable tribes of the steppe. How could they be easily broken by the Han cavalry? Holding fast to this conviction, Mohali continued his command, sons of the great Mongol Empire. Retreat is forbidden. But alas, the Han Iron Cavalry proved stronger. Boom! Han Xin flickered his spear, piercing the throat of a Mongolian cavalryman. The Mongol warrior collapsed to the ground. Bright red blood spurted from his neck. Han Xin's expression remained impassive. After spearing one Mongolian cavalryman to death, he continued charging forward. At this moment, he had forgotten life and death. His sole purpose was to slay these invaders who had dared to trespass upon the land of Huaxia. Han Xin, cease your struggle. Today you are destined to die here. Mohali roared furiously. His strength was formidable. His iron spear danced like a dragon. For a moment, it actually halted Han Xin's advance. He sought to lock Han Xin in a fierce struggle. But Han Xin was no fool who relied solely on bravery. He swiftly broke free from Muhuwali's encirclement. As the main force resumed its assault, rumble! The Mongol Iron Cavalry charged forward, completely encircling the Han Iron Cavalry. Brothers, charge! Han Xin's Han Cavalry roared. Thud! A sharp blade pierced through the chest of one of the Han cavalrymen. His eyes widened as he stared at the blade protruding from his heart. His face contorted with bitter resentment and fury. The scimitar of the Mongol cavalry had been drawn. Han Xian's Han cavalry clashed fiercely with Manhwa's Mongol cavalry. Yet the Han cavalry clearly held the upper hand, though outnumbered. As military strategy dictates, it is the quality of the troops that matters, not their quantity. 3,000 Han cavalry were sufficient to withstand 20,000 Mongol horsemen. Moreover, Han Xian's formidable combat prowess further amplified their strength. This is what made them fight with increasing ferocity. Thud! A Mongol horseman had his head cleaved off by Han Xian. The head rolled across the ground, blood spattering everywhere. Kill! Han Xian roared furiously, raising his spear and charging forward. In the blink of an eye, a gap had been torn wide open in the Mongol iron cavalry's ranks. Damned bastards! Manhwa was both shocked and furious. He never imagined Han Xian could be so formidable. Fall back temporarily. Hold your formation. Manhwa knew that if Han Xian were allowed to continue his slaughter, the 20,000 cavalry under his command would suffer heavy losses. He urgently ordered the Mongol cavalry to hold their formation. Pursue! How could Han Xian let such a golden opportunity slip away? He roared in fury. He immediately commanded his iron cavalry to launch a counterattack. His target was Manhwa. If he could eliminate Manhwa, victory in this battle would be nearly assured. As for the other scattered Mongol cavalry units, they couldn't possibly halt his advance. Damn it! Manhwa was furious. But with events having unfolded to this point, he had no choice but to retreat for now. Soon, he led the remnants of the Mongol cavalry, scrambling to steady their formation. Yet they were now at a considerable distance from the Han forces, making a swift counterattack impossible. At that moment, the Han cavalry had already charged beyond Manhwa's formation. Upon seeing Manhwa return to the formation, they halted their charge. Instead, they turned their attack directly upon Manhwa. This left Manhwa's face twisted with utter embarrassment. At this moment, even if he wanted to counterattack, it was utterly impossible. The iron cavalry of the Han led by Han Xian were like ravenous wolves and tigers. Their strength was overwhelming. This wave of charge surged toward the river. Manhwa could find no opening to counterattack, for his forces were blocking the river. If they spread out to counterattack, then what awaited them would be utter defeat. Charge! The deafening battle cry of the mighty Han cavalry, like thunder rolling across the sky. Retreat! 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 Manhwa kept urging his iron cavalry to flee. He even considered urging his own horse to flee. The Mongols were exceptionally skilled horsemen. Manhwa was confident in this. Whoosh! But Han Xian seized this opportunity. With a flick of his spear, it transformed into a venomous serpent, instantly piercing through Manhwa's warhorse. Plop! The horse collapsed and Manhwa tumbled into the river. Instantly, his entire body grew numbingly cold. This was the Great River. Once you fall into the Great River, even a war god like him wouldn't survive. At that very moment, one of Manhwa's personal guards immediately gave up his own horse to Manhwa. He dismounted to fight to the death. But the outcome was already sealed. They could not withstand the overwhelming might of Han Xian's iron cavalry. Charge! Han Xian led his iron cavalry charging into Manhwa's camp. They swept through everything in their path. Manhwa's personal guards were slaughtered to the last man. Manhwa barely escaped the battlefield. Watching Manhwa flee, Han Xian paid him no heed. Pursuing and killing Manhwa was not Han Xian's strategic objective at this moment. He led his army forward, pressing toward the river's position. This move could yield an even greater catch. If the Mongol iron cavalry dared to cross the river in pursuit, Han Xian knew Lin Yang lay in ambush. With the advantage of resting troops against weary ones, the Mongol cavalry would be utterly annihilated. This is precisely why Han Xian did not kill Manhwa. He needed to keep them alive to lure the enemy deeper. At this moment, Lin Yang commanded from beyond the river. Archers drew their bows taut, ready to shoot down any Mongol cavalry attempting to cross the river. When he finally saw movement from the Mongol cavalry, he smiled and said, "The rabbits we've been waiting for have arrived." A faint smile touched the corners of Lin Yang's lips, as if he could already taste the Mongols' impending doom. Chapter 142, Strangulation. By this time, Han Xian had already turned back and retreated a considerable distance from the Mongol cavalry. He immediately turned his horse around to cross the river. Han Xian was exceptionally astute. He knew this battle would be no easy feat. He was already quite satisfied that his desperate last stand had secured such an advantage. Pursuing further would likely lead to danger. What they had gained was sufficient. In matters of conquest, one must never be overly greedy. After all, the Mongol cavalry was renowned as a lion-like force forged in 100 battles. Moreover, they were commanded by Manhwa. Not to mention, in this battle, they fielded a force of over 20,000 men. Though they had been decimated by Han Xian's 3,000 elite Han cavalry, and suffered heavy losses. If they were to be surrounded, Han Xin believed he would have no chance of escape. Therefore, he resolved to retreat first, retreating toward the city behind him along the river. At this moment, the Han Iron Cavalry had lost over 100 warriors. This filled Han Xin with deep regret, for these were all battle-hardened warriors. The loss of even one cut deeply into his heart, though they had achieved a casualty ratio of 1 to dozens. When the scouts dispatched by Lin Yang spotted Han Xin's Iron Cavalry preparing to cross the river, they immediately sought out Lin Yang to report the situation. Archers, knock your arrows. Lin Yang's arm slowly descended. The archers immediately drew their feathers. Then, they prepared to engage the pursuing Mongol cavalry. They waited until Han Xin had crossed the river before unleashing a massive volley of arrows upon the Mongol cavalry. Han Xin's Han cavalry, traveling light, moved swiftly and crossed the river with remarkable speed. At the shallow riverbed, they crossed in no time. Pursue! Don't let them escape. Mohali knew Han Xin's Han cavalry were now exhausted. If they didn't pursue now, such a favorable opportunity would surely slip away. Whoosh! In an instant, the heavy twang of bowstrings rang out. An arrow sliced through the air. It struck the lead Mongol Iron Cavalryman squarely. Intense pain surged through him. The Mongolian Iron Cavalryman let out a wretched howl. Lin Yang smiled. The effect exceeded his expectations. Keep charging. Mohali was confident. Once the Mongol Iron Cavalry charged, retreat was unthinkable. Besides, retreating now, death would be even more gruesome. Once their formation faltered, they would be attacking their own men. Rumble! By now, the Mongolian cavalry had already charged to the riverbank. They sought to cross the river. But at that very moment, a hail of crossbow bolts erupted from the opposite bank. Thud, thud. A series of muffled groans echoed. Hundreds of Mongol cavalrymen who had just reached the shore were shot down. The remaining cavalry charged on regardless of life or death. General Han, retreat to the city immediately for repairs. Lin Yang shouted at Han Xin, for he saw that many cavalrymen had already crossed the river. Understood. Han Xin knew it was unwise to remain where they were. He nodded in agreement immediately. He then led his troops in retreat toward the city gates. Han Xin observed the well-organized Han archers and crossbowmen along with the soldiers lying in ambush. He understood Lin Yang's intentions. Without the cover of the main army, the Mongolian cavalry now resembled a pile of scattered sand. Or like scattered sand. They were utterly incapable of breaking through the Han soldiers. Lin Yang's tactical formations were learned by observing Sun Wu and Zhuge Liang. Though he hadn't mastered them completely, he had grasped 7 or 8 parts of their essence. Moreover, Han Xin was a military genius. He instantly discerned the profound subtleties of Lin Yang's formation. How could he not understand? Soon, they retreated back into the city. Meanwhile, within the Mongol army, Mohali lost his composure. Charge! Capture Han Xin at all costs. The opportunity to breach the city walls lies in this very day. However, as Mohali crossed the river, his vision was obstructed and hindered by Lin Yang's crossbow fire, causing their charge to slow to a startling crawl. Moreover, they could not discern the formation Lin Yang had deployed. Therefore, even as Mohali roared in fury, they could not change the situation. By now, they had suffered heavy casualties from the Han archers' barrage. At this moment, Mohali finally felt uneasy. Could Han Xin be luring us across the river? A chill gripped his heart, sending goosebumps crawling across his skin. He had a sense that this time, they might truly have encountered a formidable foe. With that realization, he immediately shouted, "Retreat! Everyone withdraw! Do not advance any further!" But it was already too late. But by then, the Mongol cavalry had already charged to the front of the Han forces. At this moment, Mohali finally got a clear view of the entire Han army formation. Lin Yang's formation was a simple, dense phalanx. Row upon row of raised shields slowed the Mongol cavalry's charge. This rendered the Mongol cavalry's advantage utterly useless, sapping the morale of the Mongol army. Charge! Lin Yang personally donned his armor and stood at the very front, gripping the command sword Han Xin had entrusted to him. Unstoppable in battle. Thud! Thud! Blood spattered everywhere. Mongol cavalrymen kept falling. Mohali knew well that continuing the charge at this moment was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, defeat was certain. Realizing this, he immediately sounded the retreat gong. Seeing this, Lin Yang's lips curved into a faint smile. If the Mongol Iron Cavalry dared to retreat, then an opportunity would arise. The main force, which had been lying in ambush behind the Mongol cavalry, rushed out, blocking the Mongol cavalry's retreat. At Lin Yang's command, a torrent of arrows rained down upon Mohali. Instantly, the personal guards surrounding Mohali were struck down. Damn it! Those accursed Huaxia bastards ambushed us. You'll pay for this. I won't let you off. Mohali roared in fury. Heh, General Mohali, we still have unfinished business. And you think you can just walk away? Han Xian's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Mu Hualai's body trembled. He spun around. It turned out that after returning to the city, Han Xian had ordered the original 3,000 Han Iron Cavalry to rest. He immediately led over 10,000 Han cavalry out of the city. This could be described as the entire Huaxia army mobilizing its full strength. Holy crap! Is General Han Xian's endurance limitless? Too strong. I don't think the Mongols can hold out this time. China is invincible. The Mongols are doomed. The Huaxia livestream chat erupted in frenzied discussion. Meanwhile, Mu Huali watched as Han Xian, spear in hand, closed in. His pupils contracted sharply. Han Xian, do not be insolent. After uttering these words, Mu Huali drew his bow on horseback. He loosed an arrow toward Han Xian. The Mongol general's skill in mounted archery was beyond question. With a single arrow, he aimed straight for Han Xian's face. Han Xian reacted swiftly. He twisted his head to dodge, but Mu Huali immediately spurred his warhorse into a gallop, racing toward his own city walls. Han Xian chuckled. Hey, he sure can run fast. Chapter 143, Ambush on all sides. With that, Han Xian spurred his warhorse toward the enemy's position. Leading the mighty Han cavalry, he charged relentlessly, hot on the heels of the Mongol army, relentlessly pursuing and slaughtering Mu Huali, who had abandoned his troops. By now, the Mongol army had completely lost all order. They could only offer their necks for slaughter, scattered and broken apart by Han Xian's charging cavalry. One by one, they were slaughtered clean. In less than a single day, Han Xian and the Han Iron Cavalry had utterly annihilated the elite forces of the Mongol Iron Cavalry. Now, they gathered before the river where Mohali had abandoned his troops, discussing how to defend the city once captured. After all, the Mongols would not easily let this go. Report! General, it's bad news. A scout burst in from across the river, his face twisted with panic. What's the panic? Speak clearly. Hearing the urgent tone, Han Xian's brow furrowed involuntarily. General, the enemy leader, Mohali, has escaped. At these words, Han Xian's eyes flashed with sharp determination. He immediately barked coldly, cross the river and set up camp today. Crush the enemy tomorrow. Your servant obeys. The scout saluted and hurried across the river to scout the terrain on the opposite bank. Han Xian wasted no time, immediately ordering the army to set up camp. Though the river was wide but not long, the flat terrain on both banks made crossing difficult. Yet Han Xian had crossed it many times before. Now was the perfect moment to cross. The logistics and supplies after crossing the river was a simple matter. They had no use for the supplies the Persians had abandoned, but Han Xian could make use of them. Immediately, Han Xian led his 2,000 elite cavalry and 50,000 infantry troops, following the river's current as they advanced toward the opposite bank. A fierce battle awaited him. Regardless of the outcome, he must prepare thoroughly. If he failed, he would have no choice but to retreat. The cost of retreating back to the city would be far too great. Mr. Lin Yang, I entrust the city to you. Han Xian addressed Lin Yang. General Han Xian, rest assured. I shall not fail in this important task. Lin Yang bowed his hands in agreement. Han Xian soon saw the Han soldiers streaming out of the city in full force. Seeing the scene before him, a smile touched his lips. For the opposite bank of the river was now completely deserted. Meanwhile, Lin Yang led the remaining Han soldiers to clear away all the dead bodies of Mongol and Persian soldiers. This was done to prevent the outbreak of disease. Then, Han Xian led his troops across the river. Lin Yang watched Han Xian's departing figure in silence. Time passed in this manner. Before long, Han Xian had crossed the river and was already far ahead. By now, the camp had been fully established. Tariq and Mohali now sat facing each other. Mohali downed a cup of strong liquor in one gulp. The Mongol and Persian soldiers, originally numbering 200,000, their ranks had now dwindled to 120,000. Han Xian's successive assaults had severely depleted their strength. That he could maintain such composure now was truly remarkable. As for Tariq, he silently observed it all, thinking to himself. Han Xian's strategic brilliance and martial prowess were truly peerless. General Tariq, what shall we do now? The Han Empire won't simply let this go. After a long silence, Mohali suddenly looked up and asked. He felt utterly exhausted, his head heavy and dizzy. Ha! What do you think? Tariq retorted. If we hold the city now and launch well-timed counterattacks, we can defeat them. Oomph. As long as the warriors of the Great Steppe and the Persian soldiers unite their efforts, I believe we will surely triumph. Hearing such resolute words, Tariq nodded slightly. May we both remember today's vow. We shall prevail. Before the words had fully faded, Tariq rose and walked toward the exit. Mohali watched him depart. Once the tent was empty, with only Mohali remaining, he suddenly let out a loud cry to the heavens, venting his pent-up frustration. Ah! Can we Mongols truly never conquer China? Mohali cried out, his defenses crumbling. Ankh repeated, impossible. Back then, we Mongols swept across the land. How could we have failed? His furious roars shook the entire tent. As time slowly passed, dawn finally broke. At that moment, Mohali slowly made his way outside. Just as he reached the city walls, he saw Han Xian's army. The Han army encamped at this position resembled a giant hand clamped around the throat of the Mongol forces. With just a slight squeeze, they could choke off their lifeline. Witnessing this scene, despair inevitably welled up within him. Yet he knew that despair was not the priority now. Finding a way to resolve the crisis before him was. With this thought, he steeled his resolve and slowly made his way toward Han Xian. Simultaneously, he shouted from atop the city walls. General Han Xian, we meet again. Han Xian responded loudly in turn, ha! You puny children, just wait until I breach the city walls. With that, Han Xian led his Han soldiers to begin preparing the siege engines. What are we to do now? Tariq had also learned that Han Xian had encamped not far outside the city walls. Mohali forced himself to remain calm as he declared, no matter. Watch me lead my troops to raid their camp tonight and destroy Han Xian's army. Little did he know. All of Han Xian's preparations were merely a performance staged for Mohali, designed to lull him into complacency. That very night, Mohali personally led 10,000 elite Mongol cavalry, slipping quietly out through the city gates. Then, they charged straight toward Han Xian's main force. The moment Han Xian saw Mohali's forces charging out, a faint smile curved his lips. He knew Mohali would never be able to resist the temptation. He immediately commanded the Han soldiers, who had been prepared for this moment, to meet the enemy. Han Xian arranged his formations, ready to meet Mohali's assault at any moment. Han Xian's formation was no ordinary arrangement. It was the 10-sided ambush formation. This very formation had been used to capture Xiang Yu years ago. 10 armies, wielding blades sharpened to a razor's edge, stood ready to meet Mohali's assault. The Mongol cavalry charged swiftly, soon entering Han Xian's encircling formation. All troops, charge! Give them no chance. National Fortune Arena notice, the personal ability of the renowned Huaxia General Han Xian has been triggered. 10-sided ambush, when an army gains a significant advantage through ambush, combat effectiveness increases by 100%. Before long, Mohali's charge was shattered by the Han forces. After a fierce skirmish, Han Xian's forces gained the upper hand. Seeing the situation turn against him, Mohali quickly turned his horse and fled. Trying to escape? Not so fast. Chase them down. Han Xian commanded his troops to pursue and kill from the rear. Mohali knew deep down that something was terribly wrong. Could heaven be conspiring against me? Chapter 144, Siege. Mohali murmured to himself. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, his eyes suddenly lit up. In the distance, a cavalry force of about 5,000 men was charging toward them. This sight instantly filled him with excitement. He knew these were his reinforcements. Indeed, it was Tariq leading the Persian cavalry regiment to rescue him. As the force drew near, Mohali urgently shouted, "Save me! Come quickly and save me!" Hearing Mohali's cries for help, Tariq halted immediately and shouted, "Brother Mu! I'm here!" Hearing this voice, Mohali's heart leapt with joy. He immediately said, "Brother Tariq, come quickly and help me hold off the Han soldiers." Tariq frowned upon hearing this. He wasn't stupid. Though unaware of the specifics, he sensed Mohali was in trouble. "Brother Mu, retreat first. I'll hold the rear." Mohali shook his head at this, rally the troops and fight again. "We'll make the Han army suffer." He knew he must stabilize his troops' morale as quickly as possible. Otherwise, there was no way they could stand against the Han forces. Tariq, seeing Mohali's resolute stance, dared not dissuade him. After all, if Mohali fell on the battlefield, the loss would be too great. With this in mind, he could only order all cavalry to assemble, preparing to meet the Han cavalry head-on. But at that moment, Han Xian, seeing that Mohali dared to turn and fight again, a cold smile touched the corners of his lips. He addressed his deputy commander beside him, "Transmit my order, the entire army advances. Mohali must be slain, not a single one is to be spared alive." "Aye." Upon receiving the order, the aide immediately went to relay it. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thud of hooves echoed across the battlefield. A cavalry force of over 10,000 charged from the flank toward Mohali's cavalry. Their target was Tariq. Meanwhile, Tariq watched the approaching cavalry grow ever closer, cursing inwardly. Damn it! This mission was to protect Mohali, not to fight the Han to the death. But orders had been given. It was too late to back out now. Mohali roared, "Archers, fire!" In an instant, rows of arrows flew forth. But the Han cavalry were simply too numerous. Ordinary arrows were utterly useless against them. They couldn't even scratch the soldiers' fur. At this rate, he could never hold the city walls. Slaughter the Han. Boom! Originally, Mohali had only intended to ambush the Han soldiers, but unexpectedly, Han Xian had detected the plan. and now he charged straight at them with his cavalry. In that moment, Mohali truly grasped the sheer terror Han Xin commanded. Accompanied by thunderous roars, a Han iron cavalry pierced through Muhawali's formation like a sharp sword. They instantly scattered Tariq and the hundreds of personal guards behind him. Tariq's face was now frozen in utter terror. He never imagined the Han cavalry could be this formidable. They were 3 times more formidable than any elite force. Only now did he fully grasp the truth of Mohali's earlier words. Facing the great Han cavalry alone, they stood no chance whatsoever. But regret now came too late. The Han iron cavalry advanced like a razor-sharp blade cutting through bamboo, swiftly closing the gap and unleashing a frenzied slaughter. A brutal battle erupted in that instant. Meanwhile, Mohali seized the opportunity to break free and flee. When the Han cavalry closed in, Mohali drew his bow with all his might and killed one of the riders. Then he sprinted toward the south gate. He knew that if he could only reach the southern gate, he might find a sliver of hope. Meanwhile, Tariq was now completely surrounded. Han Xin had now locked horns with Tariq. The clash between these two fierce warriors instantly ignited the battlefield. Both wielded long spears. Sparks flew everywhere as spear shadows danced thickly. Yet Tariq, weakened by age and declining strength, gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Thud. After one exchange, his palm cracked from the impact, his arm going numb. Snap. The spear snapped clean in two. Thud. The sharp spear tip pierced straight through his chest, pinning him to the ground. Blood flowed freely, breath faint. Witnessing this scene, Han Xion's gaze turned as cold as ice. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Kill. With a furious roar, he swung his Imo Dao, bringing it down in a crushing blow. Crack. A massive head flew through the air, Tariq's skull rolling to the ground. As Tariq fell, the surrounding iron cavalry erupted in excited shouts. Ha! That's satisfying. Kill. They raised their weapons high and charged once more toward Mohali. Having just escaped danger, Mohali witnessed Tariq's death. He was filled with rage. He roared at his personal guards behind him, "You useless fools! Charge! Slaughter every last one of those Huaxia men!" His guards, hearing the command, drew their swords from their waists without regard for casualties and charged toward the mighty Han cavalry. But reality was brutal. Facing the Han Empire's iron cavalry, combined with Han Xion's command, their efforts proved utterly futile. Meanwhile, Muhawali had already retreated back into the city walls. He knew that once he reached the south gate, the fortified walls would protect him. For these walls were sufficiently tall and sturdy. Most crucially, the battlements were equipped with ballistae that could easily shoot down enemies. But the moment he entered the gate archway, whoosh! Whoosh! Several bolts from the Han cavalry's crossbows instantly shot toward him. Mohali's pupils contracted sharply. Sensing the threat of death, he swiftly dodged. Clang clang! The bolts struck the brick city wall, sending ripples of shockwaves across its surface. Yet they failed to breach the wall. Muhawali felt a surge of relief. Little did he know, Han Xian had long been prepared. Preparations for the siege. Continue the assault for your commander. As Han Xian's command echoed, waves of infantry surged toward the ramparts. The Mongol soldiers under Muhawali and the leaderless Persian troops could only scramble to defend. Rumble. The battle erupted in that instant, the clamor of battle cries and clashing steel echoing ceaselessly outside the walls. Meanwhile, within the city walls, Mohali could no longer sit idly by. He knew that if things continued this way, defeat was inevitable. Though unwilling, he could not stand idly by and watch his men slaughtered. Thus, he issued his command. Dispatch orders to all city gates. Organize troops to rush to the rescue. But unexpectedly, the Han army had already surged to the very gates. They were on the verge of breaching the walls. Various siege engines were already piled up beneath the gates. Yet breaching the walls would still take time. At that moment, torches illuminated the area beneath the gates with blinding light. Chapter 145, Fight to the Death. Fire! Muhawali roared furiously, and in an instant, countless stones flew out. Boom! They crashed down upon the city gates. The immense impact force shook the ground into continuous tremors. Han Xion's various siege engines were now piled up beneath the city gates. Battering rams. Siege engines. Ballistae. All were positioned beneath the gate, relentlessly assaulting it. Clearly, even the thickest city gates couldn't withstand such relentless assault for long. From the ramparts, Muhawali watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide with fury. This mighty fortress was his last hope, his final chance to defeat the Han. He would never allow it to fall. He was determined to restore the glory of the Mongols. But Han Xian would never permit it. Support the walls with all available forces. Stop the Han forces at any cost. Having spoken, he personally led his army charging toward the city gates. At this moment, the Mongol defenders still held 100,000 troops. If they committed their entire force, it would indeed pose a significant challenge to Han Xian. For the troops Han Xian commanded at this moment did not number enough to lay siege to the city. Attempting a siege rashly was a testament to Han Xian's confidence as the god of war. Charge! At this moment, his heart was filled with rage he could not contain. The current situation, Mongol defenders numbering 100,000 holding the city. Han Xian's main force of 20,000 attacking. The disparity was vast, but the gap in morale was starkly evident. The moment contact was made, the Mongol forces retreated in disarray, utterly unable to withstand the assault. Moreover, the Persian general Tariq had been slain by Han Xian. This situation was exceptionally unfavorable for them. The Persian soldiers did not fully obey Mughali. When the tide was favorable, they held their ground, but if defeat loomed, they were the first to flee. Boom! Another thunderous collision echoed through the air. A small breach had now appeared in the city gate. However, breaching it remained an extremely difficult task. Brothers, shall we fight the Huaxia to the death? Or wait for death within these city walls? Beneath the city gates, Mughali, preparing to lead his men out, roared with fury. Let's fight them to the death. As the words fell, every Mongol warrior around him roared in unison. Like wolves and tigers, they roared with fury. The blades in their hands flashed with cold light. Their eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Knowing defeat was inevitable, they resolved to fight to the death. The Persian soldiers seemed to be infected by this spirit as well. One by one, they roared with fury. We will fight to the death alongside General Mughali. Their shouts shook the heavens, even drowning out the Mongols' roars. This scene filled Mughali with renewed vigor. Charge! In the next instant, he led the charge out through the city gate. The soldiers by his side followed closely behind. Bang! Bang! The thunderous clashes echoed intermittently. The Han soldiers still attacking the city never imagined Han Xian would break through the city gate. Kill! The Han soldiers were far from cowards. One by one, they roared in fury. They clashed fiercely with the Mongols. Truly soldiers as fierce as tigers and wolves. Han Xian couldn't help but sigh. Both sides fought like madmen, trading blows relentlessly. A haze of blood filled the air, and the air was thick with the unceasing cries of agony. In such a meat grinder of a battle, Han Xian couldn't break through to join the fray. Yet, as long as Han Xian remained mounted here, he became the pillar of strength for the Han soldiers. Their unmatched ferocity forced the Mongol soldiers across the entire battlefield into a steady retreat. At this moment, Mughali rode at the rear of the formation. His mighty Mongolian bow drawn taut, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Han soldiers at any moment. His gaze locked onto Han Xian, commanding the rear. Today, he would slay Han Xian. Defeating Han Xian, he was confident he could win. At that very moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. Upon learning of the battle's outbreak, he led the Han soldiers, mobilizing every last man to reinforce Han Xian. Meanwhile, Jamal and Batu also led their respective troops into the heart of the battlefield to engage in fierce combat. Such a scene of three kingdoms' chosen ones clashing fiercely had never before occurred, had never been witnessed before. Thus, the armies of both sides became intermingled. In a mere instant, a thick aura of murderous intent filled the air. Kill! Even Han Xian could not remain composed at this moment. He roared in fury. National Fortune Arena notice: Han Xian, renowned general of Huaxia, has triggered his personal ability. Unparalleled national hero. When leading troops at a disadvantage, army combat effectiveness increases by 100%. Army morale increases by 100%. The moment this announcement rang out, the audience in the Huaxia livestream of the National Fortune Arena erupted with excitement. Holy crap! All three skills triggered. Chinese Superman? Too strong. Is this the god of war? The art of warfare truly knows no equal. The surge in all attributes sent the livestream audience into a frenzy. At this moment, Huaxia still dominated Asia. Yet at this very moment, the other regions were undergoing earth-shattering changes. The Western Gate, Eastern Gate, Southern Gate, all had long been breached by Han Xian's ambush troops. This was Han Xian's backup plan. He sought not merely to seize the city, but to annihilate the Mongols entirely. Outside the city gates, the battle raged on. But the Han soldiers led by Han Xian had gained the upper hand. Though the Mongols fought with fierce ferocity, the elite forces of the Han Empire were truly formidable. Moreover, Han Xian had concentrated all his forces at the northern gate. Each soldier was capable of holding off 10 foes. As the balance shifted, even Mughali could not escape his doom. At this moment, the Mongol soldiers in the front ranks could no longer withstand the Han legions. Yet they did not retreat a single step. The battle raged on. Blood drenched the ground. Mughali was finally struck down by a hail of arrows. Kill! Just as the Mongol army was on the verge of collapse, Han Xian's voice suddenly rang out. Next, the Han soldiers continued to push the front lines forward, advancing the front lines into the city itself. The three gates southwest, east, and west of the Mongol city, now breached, were completely overrun by the Chinese soldiers. The Mongol army was now surrounded. Without their leader, Mughali, the Mongol soldiers could only await their fate. Ha! This is the price for opposing my Chinese nation. Surrender and I promise to spare your lives. Otherwise, no mercy. Han Xian bellowed at the Mongol soldiers. As his voice echoed out, thousands of soldiers below exchanged glances, their faces turning ashen. Kill! Avenge General Muhuali! Batu roared. Instantly, Han Xian's arrow pierced his throat. In an instant, Batu vanished from the battlefield. He reappeared in the spectators' seats. The battle resumed. Jamal was trampled to death by the chaotic troops. Another instant passed and he too appeared in the spectators' seats of the battlefield. The battle soon came to an end. The remaining Mongol and Persian soldiers, all were defeated and perished. Chapter 146, The Mongol Kashgar Army. The Han soldiers cheered and rejoiced. This battle had been utterly exhilarating. Congratulations to Huaxia for securing victory in the Legion War. The National Fortune Arena system notification sounded. Lin Yang strode directly before Han Xian. He smiled and said, "Well done, Marquis of Huayin." Hearing the words, Han Xian shook his head without further comment. I merely did what was expected of me. But Lin Yang knew deep down that without Han Xian's presence, the Han forces would have suffered heavy casualties. Marquis of Huayin, please do not be so modest. Without you, our victory would have been far less assured. With that, Lin Yang turned to face the assembled troops. Overjoyed, all the Han soldiers rushed forward to offer their congratulations. Marquis of Huayin, you are truly formidable. We are deeply impressed. Han Xian nodded with a smile, saying nothing more. He turned and walked toward the city that had already been breached. In the blink of an eye, Han Xian and the Han soldiers had transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from the battlefield of the National Fortune Arena. Soon, across the battlefield, all the corpses of the Mongol and Persian warriors transformed into rings of light, vanished. At that moment, the scene of the National Fortune Arena had already shifted to the stage of the Round Table. The outcome of this wave of Legion warfare could be said to determine many things. May I ask the chosen one of Huaxia, do you choose to annex the territories of Mongolia and Persia? The question rang out. Lin Yang made his decision without hesitation. I choose to annex. The territories of both nations were once again claimed by Lin Yang. Faced with this news, the spectators at the Mongolian and Persian National Fortune Arena were utterly devastated. Could it be that victory against China is truly impossible? Why does China always manage to field such monsters against us? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. At that moment, countless Persians and Mongols were plunged into panic and dread. And Lin Yang? He spoke calmly. Continue the challenge. Watching Lin Yang utter these words, all the spectators were dumbfounded once more. Damn it! You're still going to keep challenging? Aren't you tired from the fight just now? Are you trying to wipe out both our countries? At this thought, all the Persians and Mongols fell silent. They were afraid. Yet Lin Yang showed no sign of stopping. His voice remained calm as he said, "What? Are my words not clear enough? Since you chose to challenge us from the start, then fight to the end." Hearing this, the Persians and Mongols all grew even more terrified. Because they discovered, faced with the challenge from the chosen one of Huaxia, they found themselves unable to resist. They didn't even possess the ability to refuse. Continue the challenge. Lin Yang's objective was clear. He intended to wipe them out completely. Before long, Bata's mental state was on the verge of collapse. Soon, the National Fortune Arena announced. The challenge from China to Mongolia and Persia begins. The arena battle continues. Battle mode selection commence. Subsequently, a mysterious force enveloped the entire National Fortune Arena, obscuring the situation within. Lin Yang remained standing in place, quietly sensing every movement around him. Then, Lin Yang could sense it. That force had appeared at the center of the National Fortune Arena. On the giant screen, the subtitles flashed incessantly, caught the attention of Lin Yang, Batu, and Jamal. All focused their attention. Before long, the scrolling text announcing the National Fortune Arena's match draw paused on 3 bold characters. Legion War. The Huaxia National Fortune Arena erupted in heated discussion. It's Legion War again. This time, I feel like we can still win. Exactly. In Legion War mode, the Mongols and Persians stand no chance of victory. They'll be finished soon. Go Huaxia. Defeat the Mongols. The National Fortune Arena swiftly announced the draw for the next round's battle mode. Draw complete. Special Forces Legion Battle. Hearing this news, Lin Yang was stunned. What is a Special Forces Legion Battle? Lin Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself. This might be another new mode for the National Fortune Arena. Moreover, Lin Yang believed such battles would undoubtedly be spectacular. Both chosen ones, please select your generals. Sure enough, as the National Fortune Arena's system voice announced, Batu and Jamal's expressions instantly lit up with excitement. Maybe we can win this round. Not long after, the National Fortune Arena announced again. For this round of competition, the chosen ones of Persia and Mongolia, please select who will fight first. Hearing this, Jamal immediately stood up. Mongolia will fight. After the previous battle, Jamal had no choice but to place his trust in Mongolia. Otherwise, he would have no way to withstand China's combat power. Upon hearing his words, Batu also rose to his feet. After a moment's contemplation, he glared at Lin Yang's position, clenching his teeth, and declared in a deep voice, Mongolia will fight. This time, Lin Yang hesitated not a moment. Challenge Mongolia. The National Fortune Arena announced at the opportune moment. Both chosen ones have made their selections. Mongolia versus China. 5 options suddenly appeared before Lin Yang. Shadow Tiger Lu Min, Northern Wei's fierce General Er Zhu Rong, Northern Song's renowned General Chao Bin, Western Wei's Tiger Li Hu, and the ever-victorious General Zhao Yun. Lin Yang stared at the 5 cards before him. Without hesitation, he selected Zhao Yun. Alright. Zilong is back. Holy crap. General Zilong. It's been ages since we last saw him. We've got this in the bag. Special Forces operation? Does China even have Special Forces? I feel like Mongolia has a shot at winning. Exactly, I think so too. A group of Chinese spectators murmured in surprise when they saw Lin Yang choose Zhao Yun. Meanwhile, inside the conference room of the Chinese capital, countless people grew tense. General Zilong has entered the fray. This one should be a foregone conclusion, I reckon. Indeed. Though General Zilong appears young, his military prowess is no joke. Ha! The Mongols are as good as dead. The leader cleared his throat twice. Everyone, calm down. Let's see what choice the Mongols make. Not long after, the Mongols' decision became clear. Kashik Army. Commander. Talyui. Batu, the chosen one of the Mongols, knew. This Talyui. He was the son of Genghis Khan. His military prowess was no joke. Please introduce your commanders. And your special forces. The Kashik Army, a Mongolian term, refers to the imperial guard of the Mongol Empire and the Yuan dynasty. It was a military force personally established by Genghis Khan. The Kashik originated from the personal guards of tribal nobles on the steppes. Only the most elite among the Mongol youth could be selected for this corps. The Kashik maintained strict discipline while enjoying extraordinary privileges. An ordinary Kashik soldier held status even higher than a 1,000 house commander. This elite force upheld Genghis Khan's rule, forming the foundation of the Mongol Empire's governance. Batu's introduction was brief. He immediately began introducing Talyui, Prince of the Great Mongol Empire. Genghis Khan's 4th son. Talyui. Chapter 147, The White Horse Riders. From childhood, he trained in martial arts, excelling in horsemanship and archery. Among Genghis Khan's sons, he was the most formidable general, embodying courage, decisiveness, bravery, and numerous other virtues. Batu recounted Talyui's exploits in meticulous detail. And in this regard, he did not exaggerate. In his understanding, the Mongol Empire was an invincible force. Even a vast nation like China had been repelled by Genghis Khan. The recent string of defeats against China was merely a matter of bad luck. Excellent. Now it's my turn to introduce myself. Lin Yang exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Yun. He made his entrance once more. How could Lin Yang not feel his heart surge with excitement? Zhao Yun, General Zhao Yun. I suppose there's no need for further introduction? I can elaborate on this particular force, the White Horse Righteous Troops. Originally, the White Horse Righteous Troops referred to the skilled archers who followed Gongsun Zan, one of the warlords during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. During his battles against the Hu tribes, Gongsun Zan deeply realized the importance of a elite cavalry unit. Thus, he modeled a light cavalry unit after these skilled archers, naming it the White Horse Righteous Troops. This cavalry unit can be considered the pinnacle of mounted forces during the Three Kingdoms period. Gongsun Zan, Zhao Yun's former commander, possessed exceptional military prowess. Defeating the Hu tribes was as easy as taking candy from a baby for him, yet he ultimately fell to Yuan Shao. From its inception, the White Horse Righteous Troops achieved remarkable military feats. Historical records show the Hu tribes feared Zhuan's White Horse Riders intensely. In every battle, they avoided confronting the White Horse Riders, retreating the moment the white horses appeared. Lin Yang's introduction was concise, yet the story itself was anything but simple. Lin Yang had detailed the White Horse Riders' capabilities quite thoroughly. This was precisely the White Horse Riders' greatest strength. Yet ultimately, they could not withstand the overwhelming wealth and resources of Yuan Shao. After hearing Lin Yang's account, Batu was completely stunned. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Yang grew complex. It now seemed that, for Batu, this battle would be a bitter struggle. For Batu, victory was not enough, it had to be a resounding triumph. He must show the world whether it was their Qixie army that was formidable, or the White Horse Righteous army of Huaxia. Otherwise, where would the brothers within the Mongol Empire place their pride? The Mongol Empire's pride had been nearly beaten to a pulp by the Chinese in the previous engagements. This thought filled Batu with renewed vigor. For the Mongol Empire, Prince Taoyui must win. Batu clenched his fist silently, rallying his own spirit. General Zilong, we finally meet again. Lin Yang's heart surged with emotion. Zhao Yun Lin Yang had longed to see him for so long. He wondered what state Zhao Yun would be in upon their reunion. Not long after, the National Fortune Arena teleported both Lin Yang and Batu onto its stage. At that moment, Lin Yang and Batu were already seated in the spectator area of the arena, quietly awaiting the arrival of the martial generals. Lin Yang was eager to see whether this Mongolian prince, T. Regine, could truly stand as a worthy opponent to General Zilong. Moreover, Lin Yang felt this battle must be won decisively and gloriously to prove that China was a true great power. Through this battle, Lin Yang would show the world that China was in no way inferior to any other nation. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air. T. Regine of the Mongols teleported first to the center of the National Fortune Arena battlefield. He stood there clad in black armor, a sword at his waist, radiating heroic vigor. Standing alone in the center of the National Fortune Arena, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Ha! The Mongolian prince is truly dashing. Let's see how the Huaxia people respond. He's definitely more handsome than that Zhao Yun of China. Victory is ours. Down with the Chinese. Go Mongolia. In the Mongolian National Fortune Arena livestream, bullet comments boasting about Taoyui kept flying. On horseback, Prince Taoyui carried a longbow and a lance. Lin Yang paid him little attention. His primary focus was studying the battlefield terrain of this National Fortune Arena. The terrain of this battlefield was clearly visible to Lin Yang. A stretch of flat grassland, surrounded entirely by mountain ranges. Only the center remained open, providing a clearing for generals to clash. Within the battlefield mode, it was relatively compact for legion warfare, perfectly suited for special forces operations. This is the battlefield. National Fortune Arena announcement. 500 combatants from each side. The sole condition for victory: annihilate the enemy forces. The cold, mechanical voice of the National Fortune Arena system echoed across the battlefield, reminding both Mongol and Chinese forces. This was a fight for life and death. Lin Yang watched from the spectator seats. He noticed Batu had moved to the edge of the spectator platform, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze, seemingly intent on uncovering every detail of Lin Yang's background. Yet Lin Yang's impassive demeanor had already seen through Batu's every move. He held no regard for this Mongolian prince whatsoever. In fact, Lin Yang stared back at Batu with a sneer. You. Batu understood the meaning behind Lin Yang's gaze. It was blatant contempt, a clear refusal to engage in conversation. This enraged Batu. Not long after, Zhao Yun was also teleported to the center of the National Fortune Arena battlefield. General Zilong has arrived. Victory is assured. General Zilong's prowess needs no introduction, right? This time, the Mongols are in for a world of hurt. I can't wait to see General Zilong's martial prowess. Go, China! China will prevail. At that moment, Zhao Yun appeared clad in a white robe and silver armor. Truly a sight of heroic grace. His weapon: the dragon's gallant silver spear. His steed beneath him was the moonlit jade lion. He strode slowly onto the battlefield of the National Fortune Arena. His piercing gaze swept the arena before locking onto Taoyui. As the prince of the Mongol Empire, Taoyui indeed possessed a certain presence. Meeting Zhao Yun's piercing gaze, he did not flinch. He stepped forward, bowed his head, and performed a Mongolian ceremonial gesture. Zhao Yun returned the gesture with a clasped hand salute. After exchanging courtesies, both men took their positions, awaiting the National Fortune Arena's declaration to begin. General Zilong. It's been a long time. Lin Yang addressed Zhao Yun. Indeed, it has been quite some time. How have you been? Zhao Yun asked with a warm smile. I'm doing well, thank you for your concern. Lin Yang replied politely. Zhao Yun nodded, saying nothing more. Immediately after, the National Fortune Arena teleported both sides' special soldiers onto the battlefield. The White Horse Righteous Army wore white robes and armor identical to Zhao Yun's. Each one looked exceptionally formidable. The spears they held differed slightly from Zhao Yun's. The bows strapped to their saddles highlighted their mastery of mounted archery. On the other side, the Chesha troops also made their appearance. Each was clad in heavy armor, mounted on Mongolian warhorses, armed with shields and bows. They too were masters of both defense and offense. Mongol warriors. Your enemies stand before you. Defeat them. You are all sons of nobility. You will surely defeat them. Taoyui shouted loudly, boosting the morale of the Mongol soldiers. Togrul's words stirred discontent in the hearts of the White Horse Riders. They were all sons of impoverished families who had only begun to live comfortably after encountering Gongsun. They could earn noble titles, fertile lands, and gold through military merit. They could say they hated these noble offspring, most those who enjoyed privileged treatment without having earned it through merit. General Zilong. Lead us to defeat them. Are these our enemies? Those in power are narrow-minded. They fail to see the bigger picture. The white horse riders shouted one after another, needing no further words from Zhao Yun. Their morale was already sky-high. At that very moment, the National Fortune Arena finally announced. Battle commences. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhao Yun turned and declared, "All right. Charge. Let the Mongols see what we're made of." Zhao Yun shouted loudly, rallying the white horse righteous troops. Immediately, Zhao Yun led the white horse riders, spurring their horses and galloping toward the Kashik army. When Tal Yui saw Zhao Yun leading a large force charging toward him, a cold smile touched the corners of his mouth. "Ha! The Huaxia have finally lost their patience," Tal Yui murmured. But he showed no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit surged, ready to meet the challenge. "Brothers! For our honor, kill!" Chapter 148, graceful as a swan. Tal Yui shouted, sword raised high. Then, the Mongol Kashik troops surged toward the white horse riders like a tsunami. They rode towering steeds, the distinctive Mongolian war horses. These steeds towered several times larger than those ridden by the elite Mongol iron cavalry. Their weapons defied ordinary logic. Each bore a long spear and a long blade. The distance between the two armies grew ever shorter. Retreat! Zhao Yun understood the strengths of the white horse riders. He commanded his troops to retreat toward the rear, drawing the Qiesha army along. They worked in perfect harmony, coordinating each retreat with Zhao Yun's commands. This allowed the white horse riders' strengths to shine, protecting themselves from harm as much as possible. "Oomph! I knew it, your martial skills are nothing special." Togrul watched Zhao Yun and his men retreat, letting out an annoyed snort. "Brothers! No stopping! Pursue them relentlessly and annihilate the Huaxia forces," Tal Yui commanded. "Yes." The Kashik troops shouted in unison as they began their retreat. The Mongol soldiers responded in unison. Then, spurring their horses, they pressed relentlessly forward. Swish! 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 A volley of arrows flew in perfect unison. The Mongol Kashik cavalry's speed visibly lagged behind. "Damn it! They're mounted archers?" Tal Yui's face darkened. He immediately declared with pride, "Mongols have never feared mounted archers. My men! Return fire!" Tal Yui commanded. They continued to press relentlessly against the rear of the Chinese army. But they lacked the earlier momentum. At that moment, Zhao Yun drew his bow and nocked an arrow. He loosed a sharp arrow toward Tal Yui. The arrow struck the tip of Tal Yui's Mongolian hat with pinpoint accuracy. Damn it! The Chinese actually possess such archery skills. At that moment, Tal Yui seethed inwardly. Had he known their horsemanship was so formidable? He never would have ordered his soldiers to charge like this. But now, it was too late for regrets. He could only order his cavalry to pick up the pace. Simultaneously, he directed them to fire arrows at the Mongols. For Tal Yui had already sensed immense pressure. He realized that as time passed, the Huaxia forces were gradually gaining the upper hand. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't close the gap. In fact, the gap was widening. Tal Yui seethed inwardly, yet he was utterly helpless. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow, intending to return fire at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun had long since spotted Tal Yui's attempt to ambush him. Grasping his silver-tipped dragon liver spear, he deflected the incoming arrow. Then, he spurred his horse forward. Numerous guards flanked Tal Yui. "Brothers! Turn back! Let the Mongols taste our charge!" Zhao Yun knew that this back-and-forth skirmish was not sustainable. Once the Mongols were exhausted from chasing, they could launch a decisive charge. After all, the stamina of the Mongols' tall, sturdy horses could never match that of the white horse riders' spirited steeds. The white horse cavalry's strength lay in their agility, swiftness, and stamina. The Mongol Keshkian cavalry's massive warhorses excelled in sheer impact and brute strength. Thus, Mongol cavalry units were always mounted on towering steeds equipped with various steel armor. At that moment, when Tal Yui saw Zhao Yun leading the white horse righteous army charging back, he immediately met them head-on. Clang! The clang of metal echoed. Zhao Yun's dragon's gallant silver spear parried Tal Yui's thrust. Seizing the moment, he flipped his wrist. The sharp spear shaft swept out, instantly knocking down a group of Qiesha soldiers. These men couldn't even dodge. All were sent flying. Zhao Yun pressed forward with the momentum. He thrust his spear toward Tal Yui's blind side. Whoosh! The silver spear thrust forth, its piercing sound like a dragon's roar, deafening to the ears. A terrifying light flashed in Zhao Yun's eyes. The dragon's gallant bright silver spear in his hand drove straight toward Tal Yui. Tal Yui's martial arts were quite good, but compared to Zhao Yun's skill, he was no match. Tal Yui's pupils contracted as he raised his spear to block. The senior officer of the Kashik guard beside him immediately realized that Tal Yui could never block Zhao Yun's spear thrust. It would cost him his life. He charged directly from the flank. He aimed to ambush Zhao Yun, if not to kill him, then at least to protect his commander. Yet Zhao Yun's reaction stunned him. Clang! Zhao Yun spun and thrust his spear. The clang of steel echoed. The enemy's lance shattered instantly. Thud! Zhao Yun's spear moved like a dragon. After thrusting it forward, he immediately drew it back using his core strength. Another thrust followed. This thrust was accompanied by a fluttering spear flourish. The senior officer of the Mongol Kashik army could not discern the spear's trajectory. He could only instinctively raise his spear to block. The result? His chest was struck instantly, sending his entire body crashing diagonally to the ground. After hitting the ground, he lay motionless, his fate unknown. A transparent hole now gaped in his chest. But Zhao Yun noticed none of this. His mind was consumed solely by victory. By taking Taoyui's head. Charge! Then, Zhao Yun led the white horse riders in a fierce slaughter. Upon witnessing Zhao Yun's display, he was utterly stunned. This was terrifying. A single man fought dozens of his men without defeat. He even decapitated his finest Kashik officer. Surround and kill him. At this moment, Taoyui could no longer spare a thought for honor. He ordered the Kashik troops to form a spear formation and strangle Zhao Yun. Clang! Clang! But Zhao Yun refused to yield. Facing the encircling assault of dozens of Mongol iron cavalry, he showed no fear. Instead, he fought with increasing ferocity. Wielding his dragon's gallant silver spear. Employing the technique of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. After parrying every spear thrust, he struck down another foe. Amidst the swirling mist of blood, a vacuum zone formed around Zhao Yun. Moreover, as his offensive continued, the once dense ranks of Mongol cavalry began to thin considerably. Observing Zhao Yun's charge into enemy ranks, the white horse riders showed no concern. They were cutting down those Mongol cavalry on the outer perimeter. Though they suffered casualties, they still held the upper hand. Togrul watched Zhao Yun's display. The fear in his heart only grew heavier. Zhao Yun, however, had no time for such thoughts. He had entered the realm of martial arts where man and heaven became one. Just as he had been at Changban Slope. The Qixie soldiers surrounding Zhao Yun, thinking they had struck gold. The chance to distinguish themselves had arrived. Little did they expect Zhao Yun to fight with such ferocity. Yet the Qixie troops, composed of noble sons, swarmed around Zhao Yun like a swarm of bees, knowing full well they would die. Attempting to overwhelm Zhao Yun with sheer numbers. Facing such dense combat, Zhao Yun dared not be overconfident. He lowered his dragon's gallant silver spear. He drew the Qinggang sword from his waist and unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. He actually draws his sword? How could it possibly pierce our Mongol heavy armor? When Taoyui saw Zhao Yun draw his sword, he nearly laughed out loud. But his smile froze before it could fully form. Now, Zhao Zilong's form was as ethereal as a ghost. From atop his horse, each strike of his blade could cleave through the armor of the Mongol iron cavalry. Moreover, his speed was blindingly fast. The Qixie soldiers surrounding Zhao Yun found it nearly impossible to close in. Chapter 149, A Lion Pouncing on a Rabbit. He gives it his all. This is impossible. Taoyui's face turned pale. He never imagined Zhao Yun could be this formidable. Simultaneously, as he felt the ranks of his Kashik soldiers thinning rapidly around him, panic gripped his heart. Yet this very situation spurred the Qixie soldiers on. Kill! At this moment, they were utterly fearless. Even knowing certain death awaited them, they still charged forward. But Zhao Yun merely snorted in contempt. Kill! He raised his treasured sword and swung it down once more. This time, he employed the technique of transforming his spear into a sword. Coiling serpent 7 probes. Each move was executed with precise, measured strokes. The long sword danced like falling snowflakes. Thud! The Qixie soldiers, barely within reach, had their heads severed by Zhao Yun's blade. Blood spurted forth. In an instant, corpses littered the ground before Zhao Yun. Only then did Taoyui react. Legion! Rally around me! He bellowed, whipping his horse around. He ordered the troops to converge on his position. He sought to leverage the armor superiority of his Kashik troops to counter Zhao Yun. But his reaction was ultimately a step too slow. Zhao Yun had anticipated his move. Whoosh! Whoosh! The whistling of arrows pierced the air. Several arrows whistled through the air. These were the sharp arrows fired by the White Horse righteous troops. They struck Taoyui's warhorse squarely in the flank. Though they couldn't pierce the horse's armor. There was no way around it in this battle. The White Horse riders carried neither powerful bows nor sturdy crossbows, nor did they bring armor-piercing arrows. These ordinary arrows could not pierce the armor of Taoyui's steed. Taoyui's horse was clad in the finest armor in all of Mongolia. How could they possibly pierce it? In full view of all, Mongol Prince Taoyui successfully rallied the remaining 250-odd Kashik troops to his sides, preparing to encircle Zhao Yun. Yet Zhao Yun showed not a trace of fear. He looked at Taoyui and his men and said calmly, "Do you truly believe that a mere few hundred cavalrymen can stand against this general?" With that, he spurred his horse forward. He charged forward at the head of his forces. The courage Zhao Yun displayed at that moment astonished Tao Yui. For this was the first time he had ever seen a Han general dare to lead his men in a charge directly against him. Yet, the man's martial prowess commanded his respect. Therefore, he immediately followed suit, charging forward into the fray. He refused to believe his cavalry would be intimidated by this man. And just as the two forces collided, a smile touched the corner of Zhao Yun's lips. Though Tao Yui possessed considerable strength and courage, he was no match for Zhao Yun. The tactics of battle formation were utterly useless at this moment. This was a battle of courage against courage. Zhao Yun swiftly led the White Horse righteous troops, charging headlong into the Mongol legion. Swords flashed, and battle cries shook the heavens. Yet the Kashik's dense formation at this moment was like an iron turtle shell. Zhao Yun's eyes grew icy cold. He charged headlong at the first Kashik soldier who met his advance. His speed was blindingly fast. The Qingang sword in his hand was once again replaced by the Longdan bright silver spear. The spear's gleam flickered, dazzlingly bright. Swish! One Xie soldier was instantly impaled and killed by Zhao Yun's immense force. Thud! The sound of flesh tearing echoed, clearly signaling death. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun fought with increasing ferocity. He continued to wield his dragon's gallant silver spear like a white serpent. Each thrust claimed another life. He was like a tiger among sheep, utterly unmatched. In mere moments, he had slain over a dozen men. Togrul stood behind, his face drained of color. This was the first time he had encountered such a ruthless commander. Kill! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed in Zhao Yun's ears. The White Horse righteous troops had now closed their formation. Hundreds of White Horse riders formed a vast net, closing in to envelop the Qiesha army. A fierce, sharp aura radiated through the air. Thud! A Qiesha soldier was instantly cut down. But on the other side, another spear flash sliced through. Bang bang! His skull exploded, sending fragments of flesh and blood flying. Witnessing this scene, the other Kixi soldiers felt their hearts leap into their throats. Prince, save me! I don't want to die. Wah! Cries and wails pierced the sky. At that moment, Tao Yui himself was also stunned by the scene before him. He had no choice but to take action himself. Grasping his lance, he charged toward Zhao Yun. This lance bore the name Hull of the Fierce Wolf. It was a treasured weapon bestowed upon Tao Yui by the Mongol court, said to have drunk the blood of millions. It possessed a bloodthirsty aura. Now, as Tao Yui moved, in an instant, boundless resentment seemed poised to spill forth from the spear. This was the killing intent of Tao Yui's weapon. A formidable warrior. One could even see the so-called killing intent in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield became a one-man show between Zhao Yun and Tao Yui. Both armies seemed to transform into spectators cheering them on. The White Horse riders knew Zhao Yun's valor and saw no need to intervene. The Kashik troops, though eager to aid Tao Yui, found themselves powerless to do so. Their morale had plummeted to rock bottom. Tao Yui's appearance was merely a last desperate gamble. If Tao Yui fell, they too would perish. Thus, their only recourse was to hope for Tao Yui's victory. But at this moment, Tao Yui faced a difficult choice. He wanted victory. Yet Zhao Yun before him was too formidable. His silver-tipped dragon liver spear swept the battlefield with unmatched ferocity. Even with his own howling wolf spear, he sensed he was at a disadvantage. Moreover, the thick scent of blood in the air only added to his agitation. The battle commenced. Black and silver blades intertwined. A crisp clang of metal echoed through the air. Yet Tao Yui felt the pressure mounting relentlessly. Especially when Zhao Yun swept his blade, forcing back his howling wolf strike. Tao Yui realized he couldn't even touch Zhao Yun's robe anymore. How terrifying was this? Though both engaged in mounted combat, Zhao Yun's agility and horsemanship were subtly outclassing his own. But even knowing it was futile, Tao Yui still had to take the field. This was Tao Yui's final chance. If he did not fight, he would surely die here today. Thus, as Zhao Yun swung his dragon's gallant silver spear, he too thrust his spear with all his might. Zhao Yun, however, skillfully evaded the attack. Silently withdrew his dragon's gallant silver spear, causing Tao Yui's ferocious wolf-like charge to strike empty air. As the saying goes, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it gives its all. Zhao Yun had no intention of toying with Tao Yui. But Tao Yui, carried by his immense momentum, was thrown from his warhorse. Die, Mongol warrior! Kill! His voice carried a resolute determination. Zhao Yun roared in fury. His spear thrust downward toward Tao Yui. The spear pierced straight through Tao Yui's forehead. Killed! General Zilong! Truly unmatched under heaven! Lin Yang couldn't help but praise at the sight. Chapter 150, The Immortal Army of Persia. Zhao Yun's combat prowess had left Lin Yang utterly astonished. Yet upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Zhao Yun merely smiled faintly, paying it no mind. His mind raced, calculating how to defeat the remaining Mongol Kashik troops now leaderless. As the saying goes, arrogant soldiers are bound to lose. But now, Tao Yui was dead. The remnants were nothing but scattered troops. If they could be broken, then this battle would be won. Not only Zhao Yun but Lin Yang shared this conviction. So, the two exchanged a glance. They prepared to attack the remaining Xie troops. White Horse Riders. Encircle and fire. The remaining Mongol Kashid troops stood in their iron barrel formation. Zhao Yun showed not a trace of fear. With a thunderous shout, he broke formation first. Wave after wave of arrows rained down upon the Kashid troops. Thud. Thud. In an instant, the sound of marching footsteps echoed. Like muffled thunder, it shook the very soul. Behind him stood the White Horse Riders, all following in his wake. These were seasoned veterans of countless battles. How could they fear a mere few hundred remnants of the Mongol Kashid troops? Whoosh! Whoosh! The whistling of arrows and crossbows filled the air. Countless arrows swarmed down like locusts. The Mongol Kashid soldiers had no chance to dodge. In an instant, they were slaughtered to the last man. Their armor quality was nowhere near as good as Taoyui's. A smile touched the corner of Zhao Yun's lips. He then turned to Lin Yang and smiled softly. This round, I've won. With that, he spurred his horse forward. He rode toward Lin Yang. Watching his opponent's expression, a bright smile spread across Lin Yang's face. He nodded and said, "Indeed, you deserve the victory." After the words fell, both men burst into hearty laughter. "General Zilong, you truly are unmatched under heaven." Lin Yang spared no praise for Zhao Yun. "General Zhao Yun, you truly are unmatched." This time, he single-handedly routed the Mongols. "You can always count on Zhao Yun." Mongols, what more do you have to boast about? Just as everyone thought the National Fortune Arena lacked a balancing strategy. The sudden chime of the National Fortune Arena system. A tinge of unease washed over Lin Yang. Congratulations to China on defeating Mongolia. The round-robin battle begins. Persia's chosen one, please draw your legendary general to enter the fray. This announcement left Lin Yang utterly bewildered. What? It's happening again? After the announcement, within the battlefield, the Persian chosen one was suddenly teleported onto the battlefield as well. 5 transparent special cards appeared before him. Jamal instantly decided which card to select for battle. His fingers flicked swiftly across the cards. Finally, his finger came to rest on one card. Persian Immortal Army. Commander Cambyses the Great. The Persian Immortals, also known as the Undying Legion. They were the elite special forces of the Persian Empire, participating in the famous Battle of Thermopylae. In that battle, the Immortal Army annihilated the Spartan defenders of Greece, yet it did not alter the fate of Persia's ultimate defeat in the entire war. It was truly a tragic outcome. Jamal's introduction began immediately. This Immortal Legion certainly had a formidable reputation. Noteworthy, and they employed a rolling battle strategy. Cambyses too. He expanded the Persian Empire's territory into North Africa. His command abilities were naturally unmatched. Unfortunately, he met an untimely death. Soon, the Immortal Legion and Cambyses were teleported onto the battlefield. The Immortal Legion's armor and weapons were entirely black. Cambyses, however, wore golden armor from head to toe. In his hand, he held a golden spear, displaying his formidable presence. The atmosphere between the two sides was thick with tension. The undead army primarily wielded long swords. Their mounts were lightly armored and equipped with bows for mounted archery. National Fortune Arena announcement. The round-robin battle is about to commence. All commanders, prepare for battle. Zhao Yun shook his head helplessly. Though he felt reasonably well, the condition of his White Horse righteous followers were not in optimal condition. It seemed Zhao Yun would still need to engage in combat. After all, he had once charged in and out of the enemy lines 7 times at Changban Slope. His stamina was certainly still decent. As the gong of the National Fortune Arena sounded, both sides prepared accordingly. Within the Huaxia live stream room on the National Fortune Arena, the audience couldn't sit still any longer. This National Fortune Arena is just too unfair. Things are already like this. Should we still go on? I think we should just call it quits and let General Zhao Yun rest. Exactly. We can afford to lose right now. The National Fortune Arena paid no heed to the complaints of the Huaxia people. Lin Yang shook his head and said, General Zhao Yun is invincible. Please trust him. With that statement, the National Fortune Arena announced, the battle begins. Upon hearing this command, Cambyses, commanding his full complement of 500 men, immediately led his troops charging in the opposite direction of Zhao Yun. The White Horse Riders now numbered only about 400 men, their stamina severely depleted. Their horses were equally exhausted. This battle promised to be exceptionally difficult. Yet Zhao Yun showed not a shred of fear. Gripping his silver-tipped dragon-livered spear, his eyes calmly appraised the enemy across the field. General Zhao, be careful. Lin Yang shouted from beside him. After all, they were facing an entire army. Even someone as formidable as Zhao Yun had to proceed with utmost caution. Otherwise, the slightest lapse could spell utter ruin. Zhao Yun, however, merely nodded slightly and replied, Rest assured, I won't lose to the Persians. Then, wielding his dragon's gallant bright silver spear, he charged forward. This time, his speed was even greater. His only reliance now was courage. National Fortune Arena alert. Zhao Yun's personal ability triggered. Boldness overflowing. When Zhao Yun charges, his troops gain a 100% boost to courage and a 100% morale bonus. With such a buff in effect, Zhao Yun's speed surged even higher. In the blink of an eye, he appeared outside the formation of the Persian Immortal Legion. Then, he swung his spear in a sweeping strike. Thud! Splatter! A cloud of blood mist billowed as a Persian soldier's throat was sliced open. The Persians hadn't expected Zhao Yun to arrive so swiftly. More bodies fell lifeless to the ground in quick succession. This scene left all spectators in the National Fortune Arena livestream holding their breath. Even with buffs, Zhao Yun's fighting style was wildly aggressive. This was the true essence of a warrior. Charging alone into the Persian Undead Legion's ranks, single-handedly shifting the entire tide of battle. He still moved with ease, even slaying his foes. This was the true embodiment of a formidable warrior and utterly astonishing presence. However, Zhao Yun's actions enraged the Persian commander, Cambyses. Damned fool! Such audacity! As he roared, Cambyses spurred his soldiers to surround and kill Zhao Yun. Chapter 151, Scorching Heat. Seeing the Persian soldiers charging toward him, Zhao Yun showed no fear. His expression remained cold. Yet, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. His dragon's gallant silver spear whirled in a dense, impenetrable dance, blocking every Persian strike. Cambyses knew Zhao Yun's martial prowess well and dared not take him lightly in the slightest. He commanded the Persian immortals to deploy their formation. The long swords in their hands closed in around Zhao Yun like a sea of fire and swords. They sought to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, crushing Zhao Yun completely. Alas, the Persians had utterly failed to anticipate. Zhao Yun could single-handedly confront hundreds of Persian soldiers without the slightest strain. The moment these Persian blades made contact with Zhao Yun at close range, were severed by Zhao Yun's Qinggang sword. In such close quarters combat, Zhao Yun wielded none other than the Qinggang sword. Even Cambyses, after witnessing this with his own eyes, could not hide the look of utter shock on his face. Zhao Yun was simply too formidable. His prowess had surpassed everything Cambyses had ever known. If they were to engage in battle, the outcome would be uncertain. And so, the charge of the White Horse Riders commenced. The Persians continuously dispatched troops, attempting to surround and kill Zhao Yun. Yet none could halt Zhao Yun's advance. The primary reason was Zhao Yun's overwhelming strength. Each strike carried immense power, complemented by the Qinggang sword's ability to cut through iron like mud. These Longshan soldiers were cut down the moment they charged forward. They couldn't even get close. A quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Zhao Yun still possessed abundant stamina. Standing firmly in place, his eyes now gleamed with excitement. Clearly, this battle was immensely satisfying for him. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was growing increasingly anxious. The White Horse Riders on the outer perimeter still can't break through, Lin Yang exclaimed. For he could see that the Persian defenses were growing increasingly stringent. The White Horse Riders were struggling to advance further. Just then, Zhao Yun's voice rang out. Generals, do not panic. I shall break their formation at once. Upon hearing his words, every pair of eyes widened instantly, fixing hopeful gazes upon Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, at this very moment. He had already appeared before their eyes. At that moment, Zhao Yun rode his white steed through the ranks of the Persian immortal army. Like a god. Yet like a devil. He was the war god of the Chinese. And the devil of the Persians. Zhao Yun stood tall, his bearing steady and composed. His eyes emitted a piercing, icy glare. The dragon's gallant silver spear in his hand slowly rose. The Qinggang sword slid silently back into its scabbard. Kill! The moment the word kill was uttered, the entire world seemed to be drenched in a crimson hue. Zhao Yun's aura surged violently. The dragon's gallant silver spear in his grasp whirled in a blinding flurry. His steed, the jade lion that illuminates the night, let out a low whinny. The Persian immortal army charged forward like bloodthirsty beasts. In an instant, they charged forward. In this moment, there was no trace of flourish. They fought solely on the strength of their own courage. Swish! As a long sword appeared above Zhao Yun's head, a flash of silver light suddenly burst forth. It was the light reflected by the dragon's gallant silver spear. Viewers watching the livestream in the Huaxia chat room all felt their pupils involuntarily contract. General Zilong. I don't know how Persia could possibly win. Truly a hero. The bullet comments flew rapidly across the Huaxia livestream chat. At that moment, Zhao Yun roared with fury. Die! His dragon's gallant silver spear crashed down with brutal force upon the Persian Longshan soldier attempting to ambush him. Crash! With a thunderous crash, the enemy's long sword shattered inch by inch. His entire chest caved in. His body exploded into a spray of blood mist. Zhao Yun did not stop. After slaying the enemy commander, his body glided through the air like a dragon sliding down a slope. The silver bright dragon's gallant spear in his grasp. like a venomous serpent, ceaselessly devouring the lives of the Persian immortal army. In mere moments, he tore through the enemy formation. Around Zhao Yun, corpses littered the field, the thick stench of blood nauseating. His figure stood tall and proud in the midst of it all. Though his armor and robes were drenched in blood, his entire being radiated an unyielding, formidable presence. At that moment, Zhao Yun resembled a god of slaughter emerging from hell itself. His gaze swept across the battlefield, fixing on King Cambyses as he roared. "In this battle today, I shall crush you all." His booming voice echoed relentlessly across the battlefield. King Cambyses' heart trembled. Zhao Yun's strength had truly surpassed his expectations. Instantly, Zhao Yun spurred his steed, the jade lion that illuminates the night. Leaping out of the dense encirclement of the Persian immortals, he charged straight toward his own troops. Could it be, he truly is a god? King Cambyses trembled inwardly, utterly unable to meet Zhao Yun's gaze. "It seems, we have no choice but to deploy our ultimate trump card," he muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with resolve. "All troops, bring out the fire oil." King Cambyses' command echoed out. A hint of confusion flickered in Zhao Yun's eyes. The Persian immortals moved swiftly, drawing flasks of flaming oil. Then they doused their spears with it. "Light it!" King Cambyses roared. The flaming oil in their hands ignited one after another. Hiss! 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 The crackling sound of ignited flames spread instantly. "Throw!" The Persian immortals, hearing King Cambyses' command, immediately hurled their spears. They hurled them directly into the ranks of the white horse riders. Massive, fierce flames blazed fiercely upon the spears. Against the dim sky, they resembled a string of shooting stars. Ah! The white horse riders in the front ranks, struck by the flames. They roared in agony. The flames seemed unquenchable. The white horse riders rolled on the ground, yet the fire refused to die. Scorching fire oil poured over the bodies of the stricken white horse riders. The searing heat threatened to melt them away. What a cunning scheme! Zhao Yun's heart burned with rage. "Follow me! Charge forward without hesitation!" Zhao Yun, enraged, charged once more into the ranks of the Changsheng army. Zhao Yun roared, swinging his dragon's gallant silver spear in horizontal and vertical slashes. He shattered the Changsheng army soldiers blocking his path. His eyes nearly popped from their sockets. He never expected the enemy to be so reckless to resort to fire attacks. The white horse riders followed Zhao Yun's lead, charging together toward the Persian immortal army. Only a little over 100 of them remained fit for battle. But for Zhao Yun, that was more than enough. At that very moment, King Cambyses roared, "All soldiers! We defeated the 300 Spartan warriors back then. What is there to fear from the Chinese?" King Cambyses seemed to glimpse the dawn of victory, but he never imagined. A furious Zhao Yun was not someone to be trifled with. The cold silver glint of his spear suddenly appeared before King Cambyses' face. Chapter 152, A Clash of Mystic Arts. Bang! Zhao Yun's figure shot forward. The gleaming silver spear pierced through King Cambyses' skull. Before he could even utter a scream, he collapsed to the ground. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the earth crimson. Meanwhile, the Persian Immortal Legion continued its assault on the Huaxia forces. This only fueled Zhao Yun's fury further. "Kill them all!" Zhao Yun roared in fury. At that moment, he had completely entered a state of oneness with heaven and earth. He led the White Horse righteous troops, sweeping through the immortal army with unrestrained fury. The Persian soldiers were utterly powerless to resist, witnessing Zhao Yun's frenzied slaughter. Finally, the Persian Empire's army collapsed into disarray. Zhao Yun stood rooted to the spot, his body covered in wounds. Yet, a fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. He charged left and right through the ranks of the Persian immortals, as if entering an unguarded territory. The Persian army, meanwhile, had long since collapsed. Zhao Yun's armor was drenched in blood. His entire presence radiated an unmatched, fierce aura. The white horse riders, facing the routed Persian legions. At this moment, it was merely mopping up a routed force. Not long after, on the battlefield, the battle concluded completely. Every last Persian immortal guard had been annihilated by the Chinese legions. General Zilong, unrivaled under heaven. Lin Yang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The intensity of that battle had been utterly terrifying. Zhao Yun's martial prowess was displayed to its fullest extent in that moment. "Young friend Lin Yang, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise." Zhao Yun replied. His expression remained as indifferent as ever. "Ha, Zilong, no need for modesty. These past days, if it weren't for you, the Huaxia Legion wouldn't have achieved such remarkable results," Lin Yang said with a smile. Then, turning to face Lin Yang, he continued. "Young friend Lin Yang, this time, let's see who dares to look down on us Huaxia." Lin Yang responded to Zhao Yun. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Yun nodded in agreement. Regardless, victory was now within reach as China and Persia clashed. Jamal, the chosen one of Persia, and Batu, the chosen one of Mongolia, both bowed their heads in defeat. A sign of helplessness. How exactly do we defeat China? Batu asked aloud. He sought the answer. For only by truly defeating Huaxia could Mongolia regain its chance to rise again. Otherwise, he could never forget the humiliation of the Three Nations Alliance being defeated by Huaxia in the challenge battle at the National Fortune Arena. At that moment, Jamal harbored the same thoughts. Though he believed Persia's strength to be formidable whenever it faced China, Persia was destined only for defeat. Therefore, to achieve Persian ascendancy, external aid was indispensable. Just as these two supreme warriors of the Persian and Mongol empires pondered their strategies. At that very moment, the National Fortune Arena suddenly announced, the chosen one of Tianju requests to join the battlefield. Upon hearing these words, Batu and Jamal both frowned in confusion. Summit, the chosen one of Tianju? What gives him the nerve to return? Even with him, he'll only slow us down. The Persian chosen one Jamal and the Mongol Empire chosen one Batu both thought to themselves. But immediately afterward, the two immediately understood why Summit had come. It turned out that in the kingdom of Tianju, he had not gained the upper hand. Instead, he faced exclusion. Yet neither could resist the announcement of the National Fortune Arena. They saw Summit at that moment, clutching that group with an air of certain victory. Next match. I'll take on China alone. Summit's words left not only Jamal and Batu stunned. Lin Yang was dumbfounded too. China is that strong? How are you going to fight them? Batu sighed helplessly. Now, the fate of their three nations was intertwined. Whichever side lost would suffer. Did you think I stepped down from the National Fortune Arena stage just to avoid it? Summit retorted to Jamal and Batu. What else could it be? Batu and Jamal thought helplessly to themselves. Simultaneously, they felt a headache coming on. When would this overconfident attitude of Tianju ever cease? Just as Batu and Jamal were discussing this, Summit addressed the National Fortune Arena, requesting activation of the National Fortune Arena's special mode, Mysticism Showdown. This was Tianju's final card. This time, the nation of Tianju was truly gambling its national fortune. They aimed to turn the tide through this mode. And this time, Summit had placed a massive wager. This idea. It was actually conceived by the Prime Minister of Tianju by chance. He didn't know if the National Fortune Arena would agree. He could only let Summit use that final mode selection card, requesting activation of the National Fortune Arena's special mode, Mystical Combat. Hearing those four words left Lin Yang dumbfounded. He'd watched countless National Fortune Arena matches before. He'd never heard of a mystical duel before. But Summit cared not a whit for the thoughts of the chosen ones from China, Persia, or Mongolia. He cared only about one thing. If he won this match, Tianju could turn the tide. Lin Yang's eyes darkened with gravity upon hearing this. Since the other side had proposed it, they must have some confidence in their chances. Therefore, he agreed without hesitation. Soon, the voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed. The National Fortune Arena approves the application of the chosen one of Tianju. National Fortune Arena Metaphysical Duel. Commencing immediately. The mechanical, cold voice of the National Fortune Arena. It made Lin Yang feel a surge of excitement. Mysticism? Does this mean I'll get to show you my Taoist spells? Lin Yang chuckled to himself. But Summit had no idea what Lin Yang was laughing about. In his mind, magic and religion were inextricably linked. His India possessed one of the world's top 3 religions. Summit did not believe China could prevail. Keep your arrogance. We'll see if you're still laughing soon. Summit sneered coldly at Lin Yang. What does mystical arts duel mean? Seems like a new format. Why did the National Fortune Arena agree so easily? It doesn't look like an easy fight. This might be India's only chance to win. No worries. We'll handle whatever comes our way. Tianju's mystical arts seem incredibly powerful. Lin Yang is about to lose. Viewers in the Huaxia livestream for the National Fortune Arena fired off comments in rapid succession. Meanwhile, in the Indian livestream room, celebrations had already begun. Our Indian divine cult. Why would we fear you, Huaxia? Victory is assured. The Huaxia people are utterly hopeless at this. I'm already cheering for victory. Keep the mystical duels going. We'll swallow up all of China. Soon, the cold voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded once more. Both chosen ones, begin drawing your cards. After the announcement, 5 transparent cards appeared one by one before Lin Yang's eyes. Let me see. Lin Yang calmly analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of each card. Chapter 153, Zhuge Kongming. At that moment, Batu and Jamal's faces were indeed filled with worry. This was their first time facing such a situation. They had no idea how to handle it. This battle, I request to fight alone, Summit declared confidently. The National Fortune Arena promptly responded. Received request from Summit, the chosen one of Tianju. National Fortune Arena calculating. 3 minutes of waiting. National Fortune Arena calculations complete. The National Fortune Arena approves the request of Summit, the chosen one of Tianju. Summit. You shall face China alone. Lin Yang remained oblivious to the voices around him. At this moment, only one thing occupied his mind. That was selecting and analyzing the 5 cards before him. Heavenly General Zhang Jiao. Earthly General Zhang Bo. Human General Zhang Liang. Wei Sorcerer Guan Lu. Reclining Dragon Zhuge Liang. Lin Yang stared at these names, inwardly exclaiming, "Holy crap! This is practically a 3 kingdoms reunion." Lin Yang sighed. He immediately began to ponder. The Zhang brothers and Guan Lu were all quite capable. But compared to the last name on the list, they were insignificant. After all, Zhuge Liang was the man who could command the winds and rains in the historical novel. Everyone knew. Summoning wind and rain is a means of communicating directly with the heavens. It's you! In an instant, Lin Yang settled on his target, Zhuge Liang. As for the other 4, if the opportunity arises later, it wouldn't be too late to bring them into play then. For now, he needed to deal with these enemies first. A smile touched the corners of Lin Yang's lips at the thought. Having made his decision, there was no room for hesitation. As for that Summit, had revealed his chosen mystic master long ago. Kumarayan. He proceeded to introduce him without waiting for a response. Kumarayana. Also known as Kumarayan, a prodigiously gifted genius. He was the eldest son of Dada, the veteran chancellor of the Indian kingdom, and the father of Kumarajiva. Uninterested in worldly glory, he resolutely renounced his life to become a monk, later ascending to become a revered sage. His magical prowess, as recorded in ancient texts, was exceptionally formidable. His formidable magical arts aided countless commoners of India. His magical arts could be said to synthesize the strengths of all schools. He was well versed in both the sacred arts of the Indian state religion and those of Buddhism. Upon hearing Summit's words, many around him nodded in admiration. After all, one who could be called a prodigy must possess extraordinary talents. But to Lin Yang, it was useless. He'd seen far too many of this sort. The truly formidable ones hadn't even shown their hand yet. Oomph. You call this level of skill a prodigy? Lin Yang delivered a merciless jab of mockery at Summit. Summit's face flushed alternately crimson and pale as he retorted, "Then who in your China is worthy of the title?" He sought to strike back. After all, Lin Yang's earlier words had clearly looked down upon the Indian nation. Lin Yang shook his head slightly. China is a nation of propriety. We would never stoop to such despicable, underhanded tactics. Oomph. Then what about what's written on your nation's fortune platform? Victors become lords, losers become bandits? Summit retorted with a cold snort. Ha! Lin Yang suddenly burst into laughter. Then he spoke calmly, "We of China refuse to stoop to the level of petty scoundrels like you." Lin Yang's words instantly ignited the atmosphere throughout the entire venue. How dare China declare it disdains engaging in battle with these foreign tribes? You're asking for it. How dare you? Samit Batu, Jamal, and the others roared in anger. But Lin Yang showed no fear whatsoever. He continued to walk slowly. As if he didn't even notice them. He didn't even bother to glance their way. As Lin Yang continued his pace, the once agitated scene gradually fell silent. Every time Lin Yang approached someone, they trembled uncontrollably. For in that moment, they felt as though they were being fixed upon by a predator. There was no helping it, the legendary general of Huaxia had cast a profound psychological shadow over them all. This filled them with dread. Many quietly retreated toward the rear, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Lin Yang began his introduction. Zhuge Liang. I'm sure everyone knows him. As Lin Yang spoke these words, he shot Summit a cold, piercing glance. Summit was forced to avert his gaze by that piercing stare. Zhuge Liang was the man who had twice crushed the Indian Empire Summit represented. Moreover, his fame was immense throughout all of China. In the realm of mysticism, Zhuge Liang was also deeply versed. Whether it was predicting celestial phenomena or observing the stars, he was unmatched in ancient China. As for the mysterious arts of Kimei Duanjia and divination through stargazing and character analysis, if Zhuge Liang claims second place, no one dares claim first. The story of Zhuge Liang borrowing the east wind, since many may not know it, let me briefly recount it. During the Battle of Red Cliffs, winter winds blew only from the northwest, not the southeast. Thus, Zhou Yu's forces positioned to the southeast were at a significant disadvantage. They had no means whatsoever to launch a fire attack against Qiao Wei's forces. But Zhuge Liang invoked mystical arts to summon the east wind, enabling Zhou Yu's forces to rout Qiao Wei's army with fire. I don't care who you are. You're going down today. Summit suddenly took a deep breath before speaking. Lin Yang gave a cold laugh. He continued reading aloud, the other historical legends and folktales surrounding Zhuge Liang are truly formidable. For now, these enemies must be dealt with first. At this thought, a smile touched the corners of Lin Yang's lips. National Fortune Arena. The competition may begin. Lin Yang addressed the National Fortune Arena. Received request from the chosen one of Huaxia. Competition commences. As the National Fortune Arena's system voice echoed, a golden light instantly surged before Lin Yang. He was instantly transported to the competition arena. It was an arena. Neither too large nor too small. Just large enough for both combatants to cast spells. Simultaneously, a pale blue barrier existed outside the arena. It ensured no one could leave the scene. The match begins. Fight. Both sides aim to defeat the other. The voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed in Lin Yang's ears. As two beams of light descended, Zhuge Liang and Zhumolu Oyen both descended onto the National Fortune Arena. Lin Yang looked up. At that moment, Zhuge Liang stood clad in white robes. A jade belt hung at his waist and he wore a silk cap on his head. A carefree and composed demeanor graced his features. Wow! It's Mr. Zhuge. Master Wulong is so handsome. Truly dashing. This must be the epitome of wisdom. As for Kumarajiva, he wore a monk's robe. A feather was tucked into his hair. He looked rather comical. But Lin Yang knew this Kumarajiva was no ordinary man. Chancellor Zhuge. Long time no see. Gazing at Zhuge Liang standing atop the stage, Lin Yang spoke slowly. Not long after, the National Fortune Arena announced directly. The match begins. Chapter 154, The Way Follows Nature. As the words fell, Zhuge Liang and Zhumolu Oyen instantly sprang into action. Zhumolu Oyen immediately initiated his actions. Meanwhile, Zhumolu chanted incantations. In an instant, Sanskrit characters appeared on the ground surrounding the arena. It was clearly the secret art of the land of India. At that moment, Zhuge Liang clasped his hands together in a ritual gesture. Boom! A deafening roar erupted around the arena. At that moment, Zhumolu ceased his chanting and glared at Zhuge Liang, barking coldly. Watch closely. My formation. It can slay all things. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands moved swiftly. In an instant, countless vines erupted upon the stage. Dense and tangled like giant serpents, they coiled toward Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang, however, remained unhurried. Waving his feather fan, flames erupted instantly. The vines ignited, crackling and popping in the air. Yet they showed no sign of dying down. Instead, they grew even more ferocious. Is this the true power of Zhuge Liang? Truly extraordinary. Zhumolu Oyen thought to himself. Zhuge Liang unleashed such a spell with such a calm expression. It utterly surpassed his comprehension. Therefore, he grew even more cautious. He immediately barked an order in Sanskrit. Charge! As the command echoed out, the vines covering the entire arena shot into the air in an instant, descending from above to attack Zhuge Liang. Those icy cold vine claws, if they touched Zhuge Liang's body, would surely leave endless wounds. Yet Zhuge Liang remained utterly composed. Watching the vines descending like a storm, his feather fan fluttered once more. In an instant, boundless flames erupted. This was none other than the vermilion bird feather fan. The searing flames devoured the vines outright. Yet this was merely the beginning. As the vines were ignited, countless flames surged toward the Kujimaro flame, catching him completely off guard. As he attempted to dodge, the boundless flames engulfed him. The scorching heat made him feel as though his skin was about to melt away. He could only roar. You dare ambush me? His voice carried anger. But at this moment, Zhuge Liang had no time for idle talk. With a flick of his fingers, the raging flames across the sky surged even more violently. The Kumaragama flames dared not show their heads. He could only chant Sanskrit once more. Within this stage, Zhuge Liang could distinctly sense his Taoist arts had been greatly enhanced. The spiritual energy here is indeed quite abundant. Zhuge Liang chuckled. Through this method of casting spells, Zhuge Liang employed every Taoist technique he had ever learned in his life. Were being deployed one after another. It flowed like an assembly line. In mere moments, the entire training ground was engulfed in a sea of flames. Everyone was stunned. They had never witnessed such a scene before. Lin Yang watched in awe. If Mr. Wulong truly possesses such formidable Taoist arts, how could the northern expedition fail? Zhuge Liang, now thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. He summoned a whirlwind as well. Wind fueled the flames. In an instant, a whirlwind of blazing fire erupted before Kumarajiva's eyes. Kumarajiva was helpless. He could only unleash his ultimate technique. I have no choice. Zhuge the village peasant. You forced my hand. Ayura! Aid me! As his cry echoed, a colossal, 100-jung-tall phantom materialized upon the stage. Ha! Zhuge the village fool, today is the day you meet your end. A savage grin twisted through Kujimaro-on's features. Though he was now gravely wounded, his hatred for Zhuge Liang had reached its peak. Upon hearing his voice, a solemn expression crossed Zhuge Liang's eyes. Azura? One of the 6 realms, truly a formidable foe. Upon hearing the voice, a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. He addressed Zhuge Liang slowly. Since you know, prepare to die. As the words fell, the 100-foot-tall Azura raised his fist and slammed it down toward Zhuge Liang. The flame summoned by Zhuge Liang's vermilion bird feather fan vanished instantly. Oomph! How could I possibly fear you heretical demons? Zhuge Liang snorted coldly. Instead of retreating, he advanced. With a flick of his palm, a golden talisman appeared before him. Break! As the sound faded, the talisman met the demon's fist head-on. Thud! A violent collision echoed through the air. Immediately after, the Azura's body shattered into pieces. Zhuge Liang knew this was all part of Kamara's illusion. Zhuge Liang's talisman had somehow managed to counter Jumaluyan's technique. At this moment, Jumaluyan's spirit remained damaged. Only Lin Yang understood. This was a clash of the profound foundations of the religions they represented. It was also a contest of spiritual power. Victory meant supremacy, defeat meant annihilation. Yet, Zhoma Luoyan seemed to defy this fate. In his view, the religious power of his native India should be invincible. Yet Zhuge Liang, upon hearing the voice, paid it no heed. He continued to wield the vermilion bird feather fan in his hand. In an instant, another talisman paper shot forth. It bore Zhuge Liang's unique seal. Its name was simple. It was called the Five Thunder Righteous Law. Yet, the moment it materialized, it emitted a dazzling azure glow. Blindingly so. Leaving the numerous viewers in the livestream room couldn't keep their eyes open. Holy crap! Is this Zhuge Liang's power? Too powerful. Absolutely too powerful. Defeating this Indian mage is like child's play. This is hilarious. This mode is so much fun. At that very moment, the Five Thunder Righteousness technique transformed into streaks of lightning serpents, shooting toward the location of Kumarajiva. Amidst a series of thunderous roars, Kamara Yen's body trembled uncontrollably. Then, the figure within the Zhoma Luoyan arena suddenly turned to charred ashes. He had been struck dead by the Five Thunder Righteousness technique. The patriarch of the Indian sect had fallen at Zhuge Liang's hands. Liang, it was merely a minor stratagem. Zhuge Liang seemed somewhat disinterested. Master Zhuge, what skill? Lin Yang exclaimed loudly from the spectator seats. Soon, Zhuge Liang reappeared beside Lin Yang. As for Luoyan, he had already fallen unconscious. A thin sheen of sweat now glistened on Zhuge Liang's forehead. It seemed the previous duel had placed a significant strain on his mental energy. Nevertheless, he had ultimately secured an effortless victory. This prompted Lin Yang to silently praise him. Truly, he was the peerless genius of the great Han. Such extraordinary ability. Truly a genius. Master Kongming, you've worked hard. Please rest now. Lin Yang addressed Zhuge Liang. He genuinely admired this man. Not long after, the National Fortune Arena announced. The match is over. Hua Xiao wins. Chapter 155, Zhang the Celestial Master. He had defeated Tianzhu with simple Taoist arts. All the spectators from China were utterly astonished. So Mr. Wulong has studied mysticism too. So powerful, truly a man of many talents. Master Wulong is not only incredibly handsome but also possesses magical enhancements. Honestly, this makes us feel even more regret for Mr. Wulong. Let's keep watching. All the spectators buzzed with discussion, yet their fascination with this tournament only deepened. Because it was nothing like they had imagined. They had expected a fierce battle. Yet the final outcome left them utterly astonished. He defeated the Indian state priest with such effortless ease. Thus, the entire nation of India seemed like a laughingstock, a mere clown. I shall continue to challenge. At this moment, India had only one last territory left. If they did not continue challenging China, all that awaited them was defeat. A furious roar echoed out, but it served no purpose. Instead, it drew Lin Yang's merciless mockery. That's hilarious. What are you even doing fighting me? You're on the verge of destroying your own country. Lin Yang said coldly. Then, let's wager our nation's fate. Summit, the chosen one of Tianzhu, firmly believed this was an accident. He refused to believe in such things. Bet the nation's fate? Upon hearing the name, Lin Yang furrowed his brow. The Indian's recklessness made Lin Yang feel somewhat uneasy. If you insist so much, then bring it on. Lin Yang sneered coldly. He prepared to teach the other a harsh lesson. As Lin Yang's words fell silent, both parties stepped back onto the circular table. The moment their feet touched the surface, every voice erupted in unison. Mode activated. National Fortune Arena Special Mode. Mystical Arts Showdown. This single announcement sent the viewers in both live streams into a frenzy. Nothing else mattered. Mystical duels are just too thrilling. And the viewers in India all felt that this battle couldn't possibly lose. The previous match was purely an accident. National Fortune Arena alert. Will China replace its legendary general? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately declared. Change. Such a matchup would be too taxing on mental energy. He couldn't bear to let Mr. Reclining Dragon, Zhuge Liang, endure such relentless strain. Soon. Received request from Huaxia. Please draw cards again. The National Fortune Arena alerted. Not long after. 5 cards appeared before Lin Yang. Draw cards. Begin. The National Fortune Arena prompted once more. Lin Yang glanced at the 5 options before him. He selected Zhang Tianzhi of Dragon Tiger Mountain directly. The others were simply too unsightly to behold. Lin Yang didn't even bother looking at them, let alone analyzing them. He chose Zhang Tianzhi of Dragon Tiger Mountain. No other reason this gentleman's magical arts were simply too formidable. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Summit of Tianzhu. The selection had already concluded. Please have both chosen representatives introduce their selected mystic masters. Summit of Tianzhu spoke up first. Ananda. Originally the Buddha Shakyamuni's cousin, he followed the Buddha into monastic life. At the Buddha's age of 55, he was chosen as his constant attendant, serving the Buddha devotedly for 25 years. He meticulously recorded every word spoken by the Buddha without error, thus earning the title foremost in hearing the Dharma. At the first council after the Buddha's passing, it was Ananda who recited the Sutra Pitaka from the Tripitaka. He is revered by later generations as the second patriarch. His spiritual power was truly formidable. Lotuses bloomed beneath his footsteps. Lin Yang listened to this fellow's introduction. He couldn't help but think the guy was just bragging. Blah blah blah? What's all this? Summit rattled off a string of technical terms that Lin Yang couldn't make heads or tails of. He even felt like slapping him a couple of times. Meanwhile, the Chinese audience listened with growing excitement. Who knew India had such a formidable talent? Yeah. This guy seems super strong. Holy crap, why didn't I get to face someone this ridiculously overpowered? Wonder if he can even win. Is Lin Yang getting too cocky, replacing Mr. Wulong like that? Master Zhang Tian should be formidable too. Lin Yang chose him without hesitation for the battle. Honestly, I don't think we stand a chance. A barrage of comments flooded the virtual screen. But only Lin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Ever since Summit mentioned Ananda's name just now, I knew this guy was no ordinary person. But I never imagined he actually had such a background. This truly is a clash between Buddhism and Taoism. At that moment, the leader in the capital's conference room nodded silently. Do we have any records of Zhang Tianzhi? Yes, but not much. Old Chen replied, head bowed. The leader sighed helplessly. Well then, let's look forward to the upcoming matches. Hopefully our chosen ones won't feel too much pressure. We've already won many times. Destroying Tianzhu isn't something we need to rush. The leader remarked indifferently. But deep down, he truly agreed with Lin Yang's decision. At the round table, Lin Yang began his introduction. Zhang Daoling. Style name Fuan, originally named Zhang Ling, a native of Feng County during the Eastern Han Dynasty. He is the founder of the Celestial Master Dao. As the 5 bushels of rice sect he initially established was also known as the Celestial Master sect, he is thus also called Zhang the Celestial Master. Legend holds him to be the 8th generation descendant of Zhang Liang, a founding minister of the Western Han Dynasty. It is said that on the 15th day of the first month of the first year of the Han era under Emperor Shun of Han, the Supreme Lord Laozi descended upon Shu territory. He imparted to Zhang Daoling the Zhengyi Mengwei Dao, charging him to purge demons and save the people. As the first Tianzhi of the Tianzhi lineage, Zhang Daoling is revered in Taoism as the ancestral Tianzhi. The succession of the celestial master position follows a hereditary system, passed down through descendants. They are generally referred to as the nth generation celestial master, collectively known as the Zhang celestial masters. Lin Yang's introduction was concise. He refrained from excessive boasting. Instead, he recounted the life of the celestial master Zhang. This was a renowned figure in Chinese history. Why does it feel like they're not as impressive as the Indians? Let's be honest, I think the Indians are just bragging. You guys know those Indians are full of hot air, right? Counter-arguments quickly flooded the comment stream. Lin Yang saw them and shook his head. You'll understand soon enough. Lin Yang remarked indifferently. Meanwhile, on the other side. Upon hearing this, Summit's face darkened. His face darkened to a terrifying shade. We must win. We will win. At that moment, the last remaining territory of the chosen of Tianzhu felt that if they lost this wave, they were finished. So he gritted his teeth and declared, rest assured, I will win. Summit declared with unwavering conviction. Lin Yang, however, watched Summit's sinister expression with a calm demeanor. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. On the other side, Bosch Jamal and Mongol Batu, who had gained a rare moment to catch their breath, both drew a breath. They expressed their regret for Summit. Soon, the National Fortune Arena teleported them into the battlefield. A handsome man clad in a blue robe and crowned with a jade cape emerged slowly. This man was none other than Zhang Daoling. He radiated an aura of righteous integrity. An aura of profound divine grace and Taoist refinement radiated from his entire being. He seemed like a true immortal. Master Xiang. Chapter 156, The Battle of Magic. The Great War Between Buddhism and Taoism. Lin Yang murmured softly. Meanwhile, viewers in other countries' live stream rooms were utterly bewildered. After all, the title Zheng Tianshi was a name that struck fear into hearts. This is the Celestial Master. His power speaks for itself. Lin Yang, you will lose today. Summit sneered contemptuously. Lin Yang paid him no mind. Instead, he stood silently in place. Zhang Daoling approached Lin Yang step by step. Young friend Lin Yang, I've long heard of your fame. Master Zhang, you flatter me. I'm not worthy of such praise. Lin Yang gave a slight nod. The outcome depends entirely on your skill, Master Zhang. Hearing Lin Yang's words, Zhang Daoling burst into hearty laughter. Very well. Today I shall demonstrate the arts of the Tao. Then, calmly returning to his original spot, he closed his eyes to rest. What? Is he serious? Master Zhang intends to employ his own specialties. This. In an instant. Everyone froze. The entire audience erupted into a frenzy. Because Ananda of India had also appeared on the National Fortune Arena. He held a monk's staff in his hand, clad in a monk's robe. He too bore the bearing of a master. He stared intently at Zhang Daoling across from him. This made Lin Yang frown deeply. This guy feels like he won't be easy to deal with. But there was no time to dwell on it now. Both parties had already materialized at the center of the National Fortune Arena's battlefield. Moreover, golden light flickered all around them. After the flashes subsided, Zhang Daoling performed a Taoist bow toward Ananda. Ainen responded by pressing his palms together in a gesture of respect. The two stood facing each other thus. Please. Begin. Their voices signaled the start of the contest. And then, in the next instant, the National Fortune Arena announced, the match begins. With that command, with bare hands, Zhang Daoling casually formed a Taoist seal. Instantly, a whisk appeared in the hands of the Celestial Master Zhang. Simultaneously, he uttered a low command. All soldiers advance in formation. In that instant, after the talismanic gesture was cast, the spiritual energy across the entire sky seemed to surge wildly. Then it converged upon the whisk. Immediately after, it transformed into a sky filled with silver threads attacking Ainen. At the same time, Lin Yang's pupils suddenly contracted. For since the moment before, he had sensed. Those threads of spiritual energy were not illusory. They possessed tangible substance. However, due to their extreme subtlety, ordinary people could scarcely detect them. When Zhang Daoling employed the method of his whisk, gathering those spiritual energies onto his whisk, all the spiritual energy became tangible. This left Lin Yang deeply astonished. For, by common sense, how could such a substance suddenly materialize? Ananda observed Zhang Daoling taking the initiative to cast spells, and began to employ Buddhist magic as well. Wrathful Vajra. In an instant, his eyes widened violently, unleashing a surge of malevolent aura. Ananda's form abruptly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, the once short and frail monk now stood over 10 feet tall. His entire body was covered in bulging muscles, exuding explosive power. Most terrifying of all was the area around his chest. A ferocious, wrathful Vajrapani tattoo. Vividly lifelike, as if it were a living creature. Roar! The roar echoed across the heavens and earth. The next moment, Ainen reached out to grab the attacking whisk. Clang! A tremendous clang echoed through the air. He seized the threads of spiritual energy in his grasp. Then, he pulled with all his might. Hundreds of dust-wiping threads instantly vanished into nothingness, vanishing within his palm. Turning to look at Ananda, his face remained haughty. He sneered coldly at Zhang the Celestial Master before him. A sneer played at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Tianshi, it seems your Taoist arts are nothing special after all. Zhang Tianshi's face grew as still as water. He wasn't provoked by Ananda's words. Damn it! This guy. Is it really that big? Zhang Tianshi seems tough to beat. To be honest, I think Tianju's got this one in the bag. Hold on, let's see how Zhang Tianshi breaks through. Inside the Huaxia National Fortune Arena livestream, the audience was already celebrating this victory. Meanwhile, in the Indian National Fortune Arena livestream room, they'd already popped the champagne. Cheers! May our master Ananda swiftly vanquish Zhang Daoling. That's not necessarily the case. Of course we'll tease them a bit first. Ha 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 ha. You Chinese know the shame we've endured, right? We're going to win for sure. Long live India. Go India. Back in China, countless netizens fell silent. Sigh, I hope Master Zhang can win. Yeah. We can handle losing. But if Master Zhang loses, we're done for. Our nation's Taoist arts will likely be ranked dead last in the world. Damn it. India is pushing it too far. Many spectators couldn't help but curse under their breath. On the other side, Lin Yang also frowned. Ananda's strength far exceeded expectations. Especially, it seemed his physique was exceptionally robust, hardly inferior to Zhang Daoling's. Soon, Zhang Tianchu's incantation was complete. He conjured numerous soybeans out of thin air. With a light toss, countless soldiers materialized on the battlefield. Beans become soldiers. Lin Yang exclaimed in astonishment. For this was a legendary immortal technique. Yet today, Lin Yang witnessed it with his own eyes. And now, on the battlefield, facing numerous soldiers, even Ananda, who had cultivated the secret arts of Buddhism, wore a look of utmost caution. He dared not take them lightly. After all, these were genuine soldiers, not ordinary men. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianchu's technique was not yet complete. He drew a talisman in the palm of his hand. Then, he chanted an incantation. Thunder, come! In an instant, thunder roared. One after another, thick bolts of lightning appeared upon the battlefield. A bolt as thick as a baby's arm slashed directly toward Anan. This is palm thunder. Ananda's expression turned horrified as he hastily swung his staff to block. Boom! Amidst the violent collision, Ananda's arm was still struck by the lightning. Fortunately, Ananda's wrathful Vajra state granted him an indestructible Vajra body. This prevented his arm from sustaining severe injury. But it was enough to paralyze Ananda for a long time. Ha! Ananda knew this might not be enough to defeat the Chinese Zhang Tianchu. He roared in fury. His form swelled once more, reaching a full 10 zhang in height, as if he stood between heaven and earth. His iron fist slammed down upon the soldiers. In an instant, Zhang Tianchu's soldiers were crushed into bean powder. Zhang Tianchu remained unperturbed by the sight. His face remained as calm as a still lake. Behold the power of our Taoist arts. Master Zhang declared calmly. His hands formed seals. In an instant, golden light flashed across the entire scene. Master Zhang's body was completely enveloped within it. Could this be a secret Taoist technique? Invoke the spirits? Chapter 157, Invoking the Gods. Countless Chinese netizens stared wide-eyed in shock. Lin Yang's pupils also contracted slightly. Is he actually invoking divine possession? This Taoist secret technique was said to channel the will of deities into one's own body, granting extraordinary power and unleashing astonishing combat prowess. However, for ordinary people, this comes at a certain cost. And it's not cheap. Thus, throughout history, countless masters dared not employ such a technique. Not long after, Zhang Tianchu's Taoist arts had already begun to take effect. Zhang Tianchu rapidly formed seals with both hands, murmuring incantations. Then, suddenly, he thrust his right palm forward, pointing toward the heavens. Instantly, specks of starlight appeared in the void. These points of light coalesced into a massive array of Taoist script. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura of pressure abruptly descended upon the entire arena. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of oppression and dread. This sensation was utterly terrifying. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely have been terrified into kneeling on the spot. Lin Yang, however, remained standing in place, his composure unwavering. His gaze fixed on Zhang Tianchu ahead, his expression growing increasingly grave. Lin Yang hoped Master Zhang wouldn't exhaust too much of his Taoist magic because of this ability. Consume too much of his Taoist magic. Before long, all the light faded away. Anan tried to make a move. But it was too late. Zhang Tianchu's invocation of the divine spirit had succeeded. Now, Zhang Tianchu's body now shimmered with golden radiance. At that moment, Zhang Tianchu resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. His aura was so overwhelming it left those around him breathless. Ah! What is that? So powerful. This Taoist master's cultivation is utterly unfathomable. But somehow, it still feels like he can't defeat the Indian? Sigh, the Indian's frame is just too massive. How could anyone possibly defeat him? True. All bark and no bite. Let's hope he doesn't lose. Then, the voice of Master Zhang echoed through the air. I am here by divine command to subdue demons and evil spirits. Today, I shall use your flesh and blood to temper my sword. You shall all vanish at once. His voice boomed like a great bell. It echoed instantly to every corner. It sent a chill down the spine. Immediately after, the crowd heard Anan roar with fury. Die, you Chinese! His form grew larger once more, his body now golden. Lin Yang could tell. This guy hadn't unleashed his full power yet. At the very least, this wasn't it. Wrathful golden Arhat. This is our magic. Let's see how the Chinese respond. They're bound to lose. Long live India. But what they didn't expect was, the person Zhang Tianchu had summoned were no ordinary beings. The second lord, the true lord of manifestation, is here. You bald-headed donkey. Reveal your true form at once. The person Master Xiang had summoned was none other than the second prince, the true lord manifesting divine power. Dressed in splendid armor, complete with the heavenly eye and the three-pronged double-edged blade. Who else could it be but the second prince? Alright. This is in the bag. However, Lin Yang was well aware. If it came to battle, Erlang Xianchengzhenjuan wouldn't be able to display his full strength. After all, this was merely an invoked divine manifestation. His true form could never be revealed. Even so, this manifestation was more than sufficient. In an instant, the avatar of the second prince, the divine lord, grew immense. It nearly occupied half the stage. Holy cow, is this mimicking the heavens and earth? Lin Yang could tell. This heaven-emulating, earth-mimicking ability hadn't fully manifested yet. The true second lord of heaven. He could grow to the size of a mountain range. I'll just shrink down to your size, no bullying you. Erlang Shin chuckled. Clenching his fists, he raised his massive three-pronged double-edged blade and brought it crashing down upon Anan below. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending dust billowing into the sky. Erlang Shin had actually knocked Anan flying. Fortunately, Anan possessed some skill. The wrathful golden warrior did not shatter instantly. But Anan lay sprawled on the arena floor, blood spilling from his mouth, terror etched across his face. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Who are you? How could you possibly wield such magic? Zhang Tianchi snorted lightly, trivial tricks. I'm just an ordinary mortal. He spoke with casual indifference. But Lin Yang knew all too well the preciousness of such god-defying abilities. For even if it were merely an avatar, when unleashed, its power far surpassed that of ordinary deities. And that was before Erlang Xianchengzhenjuan's true form had even appeared. Ananda, however, gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it! A mere avatar dares to wound this old monk. Ananda roared in fury. He refused to accept defeat. Lin Yang knew. This guy was about to unleash his ultimate technique. This would likely be his final move. Lin Yang's guess was correct. Ananda. He conjured a Vajra staff. He leapt high into the air and brought it crashing down toward Erlang Shin's avatar. But Erlang Shin made no attempt to dodge. Instead, he met the blow head-on. Boom! The two collided. In that instant, the clang of metal echoed across the wilderness. The shockwaves reverberated in all directions. Though Anan was formidable, alas, he faced none other than the second prince, the true lord manifesting his holiness. His divine weapon was the three-pronged double-edged blade. It was exceptionally sharp and exceptionally hard. Yet the Vajra staff in Ananda's grasp was merely a spiritual treasure. How could it possibly block the opponent? In the blink of an eye, the Vajra staff was cleaved in two. Clang! The Vajra staff clattered to the ground. Meanwhile, Erlang Shin's triple-bladed sword sliced through like a knife through butter, striking Anan's neck. In that instant, a sharp crack echoed. Ananda's head flew clean off. A severed head rolled across the ground. The scene was gruesome beyond description. National Fortune Arena battle concluded. Huaxia victorious. The National Fortune Arena system notification echoed in Lin Yang's ears. Not long after, Zhang Tianchi's form returned to its original size. Ha, Master Zhang, what a masterstroke. At that moment, Zhang Tianchi had no time to respond to Lin Yang. Instead, he cast a spell and addressed the heavens. This humble monk thanks the second prince, the manifested true lord. Only then did he revert to his original form. He gently wiped the sweat from his brow. He addressed Lin Yang, it's nothing. Merely a trifling skill. Lin Yang could tell. Zhang Tianchi hadn't won easily. Only when the National Fortune Arena teleported Lin Yang, Zhang Tianchi, and Anan's corpse back outside the arena's battlefield did it become clear. Anan's appearance was utterly wretched. He could barely stand upright. At that moment, Master Zhang spoke again. Sir, how are you? Ananda shook his head helplessly. My skills are no match for his. I'd only make myself look foolish. As for Summit, his face was etched with utter disbelief. He was on the verge of losing his mind. The National Fortune Arena promptly asked again, does the chosen one of Huaxia choose to claim the territory of Tianju? Chapter 158, Genghis Khan. Lin Yang naturally chose to agree. Instantly, within the National Fortune Arena, Summit's form grew increasingly ethereal. Lin Yang's decision to seize the Indian territory had already forced Summit's form to vanish. Damn Summit! Get lost! We're going to become slaves to the Chinese. It's all your fault. Our Tianju is so powerful. How could we keep losing to China? Damn you, Summit! You deserve to die. Hang Summit! The netizens of the Tianju Nation's Fortune Arena sighed. Meanwhile, Summit's figure had already vanished. Then, on the National Fortune Arena screen, news of the disappearance of Indian territory appeared. As for China, had long since become the nation with the largest territory in all of Asia. Largest territorial power in all of Asia. As for the people of Tianzhu, from this day forward, they would all submit to the rule of Huaxia, becoming its subjects. Moreover, the entire Indian nation itself would be reduced to a vassal state of China. Such matters have always been thus since ancient times. Lin Yang found nothing strange about it. After all, in any world, the strong prey upon the weak. The people of Tianzhu sought to challenge the might of China. The consequence? They must pay the price. And that price was nothing less than the annihilation of their entire race. Just as the vassals of China have been since ancient times. The Indians were also divided and conquered. Good. 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 Lin Yang did a fantastic job. The boss gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. The Chinese leadership all wore expressions of satisfaction. Lin Yang, well done. But this is only temporary. We still have many enemies to contend with. The voice of China's high-ranking officials echoed across the globe. Everyone knew that Huaxia was the largest nation in Asia. At this moment, the mindset of the United States had undergone a profound shift. Meanwhile, the United States was in a state of collapse. Their strategic in Asia had been completely disrupted by Huaxia. Within the arena of national destiny, Lin Yang's offensive momentum shows no signs of slowing. Lin Yang was about to take action against Mongolia and Persia. Those who dare to harm China, no matter how far, they shall be punished. This was Lin Yang's decision and his conviction. Before long, Lin Yang launched new challenges against Mongolia and Persia. To continue issuing challenges, the National Fortune Arena announces, the arena battle has concluded. China claims first place with the highest points. Reward card. General selection card. Lin Yang nodded. He didn't seem too concerned. Meanwhile, Mongolia had no choice but to accept the challenge. Begin. Lin Yang said coldly to the National Fortune Arena. The National Fortune Arena responded promptly. Mode selection initiated. With that command, the numbers on the National Fortune Arena's large screen began to flicker rapidly, finally settling on a single number. Large-scale military operations. Regular viewers of the National Fortune Arena knew exactly what this meant. What this signified. Large-scale military operation. With only one objective. That means crushing the enemy army, slaying their commander, and finally annihilating their entire force. The National Fortune Arena announced. Hearing this voice, Batu, the chosen one of the Mongol Empire, couldn't help but change his expression slightly. Forget it, let's draw cards first. Batu roared in anger. He immediately began his actions. Drawing commences. Previously deployed generals may be deployed again. After drawing a general, assign 2 deputy generals. The National Fortune Arena announced. Not long after, 5 options appeared before Lin Yang's eyes. As for Batu, his eyes lit up. He made his choice immediately. All right. Let's go. Batu roared. As if he had already become invincible. Before long, Batu revealed his card. The National Fortune Arena livestream exploded. Holy crap? Who is this? This guy actually showed up. Oh no. China's going to lose. Seriously, if they stick with this choice, they're unstoppable. China might face national extinction. The viewers in the neutral livestream chat room murmured one after another. Not long after, Nabatu revealed his choice once more. Genghis Khan. Temujin. Batu declared loudly. Holy crap. Temujin is here too. History says he swept across Eurasia. Has our nation's fortune truly run out? What are we to do now? Voices filled with worry and concern echoed throughout the room. But Batu remained utterly confident. Ha 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 ha. How could the Chinese possibly stop our Temujin's iron cavalry? Batu roared with maniacal laughter. Meanwhile, people from other nations, especially the smaller ones, grew increasingly excited. Ha! I told you so. China has no chance of winning. Yeah. I suspected their national fortune had run out. China is finished. Now we have a chance to dominate Asia. Cheers erupted one after another. But at that very moment, the faces of China's high-ranking officials darkened. The peerless conqueror, Genghis Khan. What are we to do now? This time, our entire plan has been shattered. We underestimated the strength of the Mongols. The high-ranking officials began to show signs of wavering resolve. But the leader slammed his fist on the table and declared, no need to panic. Since we've come this far, we must fight with everything we've got. It's all or nothing. Agreed. I agree with the boss. Let's fight to the death. Immediately, everyone chimed in. The National Fortune Tournament continues. Right. Let's keep watching. The crowd echoed in agreement. Not long after, within the National Fortune Arena, all eyes were on Lin Yang, awaiting his selection. Lin Yang began analyzing the 5 options before him. Emperor Wen of Han, Lu Heng Emperor Taizu of Song, Zhao Kuangyin Emperor Gui of Northern Wei, Tuoba Gui Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, Li Longji Emperor Taizu of Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang. All 5 options were formidable choices. But Lin Yang still chose the Ming Qingzu Emperor at a glance. No other reason. This was Zhu Di, after all. Even with just 2 random generals, he could handle them, right? My choice. The Ming Taizu, Zhu Yuanzhang. Lin Yang declared without hesitation. Of course, his choice was purely because Zhu Di was simply too formidable. With the bearing of an emperor. The fierce conqueror of Feng Langjutsu. Please introduce the emperors chosen by both sides. Just as Lin Yang had anticipated. This large-scale military operation was a battle led by emperors. It was bound to be a grand spectacle. Lin Yang felt no fear whatsoever. His mind was already prepared. Soon, Batu began his introduction. Borjigin Temujin, known as Genghis Khan, Khan of the Great Mongol Empire, an outstanding military strategist and statesman in world history. Temujin remains a highly controversial figure. Since his rise to power, he has been viewed as a barbaric and ruthless invader. In modern times, some viewpoints suggest that the foreign conquests waged by the Mongol Empire under Temujin and his successors facilitated mutual influence across the Eurasian continent, profoundly impacting the subsequent course of world history. Moreover, his wars to unify the Mongol tribes played a crucial role in forming the Mongol ethnic community. To this day, Temujin remains revered as a national hero by the Mongol people and stands as a national symbol of Mongolia. Chapter 159, The War Begins. On the national fortune arena stage, Nabat slowly recounted the deeds of Temujin. Instantly, the entire world erupted in astonishment. The military achievements of Genghis Khan were known to nearly everyone in the world. What astonished them was this. What kind of person the Huaxia had chosen to confront this terrifying Genghis Khan? Why does it feel like China is courting disaster? They're no match for us. Mongolia is invincible. This is the signal of our victory. Ha, just wait and see. A cacophony of voices erupted. They all believed Huaxia was bound to lose this time. But some discerning eyes turned toward Lin Yang standing atop the stage. Lin Yang's introduction began. Zhu Yuanzhang. The founding emperor of the Ming Empire. The one who overthrew the Yuan dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang rose from beggary, a truly unprecedented feat in the annals of world emperors. At 25, he joined the Red Turban Rebellion led by Guizixing to resist the Yuan dynasty. He successively eliminated regional warlords like Chen Yuliang and Zhang Shicheng. In the first year of the Wu era, under the banner of expelling the barbarian invaders and restoring China, he dispatched Su Di and Chang Yechen to lead a northern expedition, overthrowing the Yuan dynasty. In the first month of the first year of the Hongwu era, he ascended the throne in Yingtian Prefecture, establishing the Great Ming dynasty with the era name Hongwu. That autumn, he captured Dadu, ending the Yuan dynasty's rule over the entire nation. Subsequent campaigns were launched to crush remnant northern Yuan forces. In the 4th year of Hongwu, the Xia kingdom was subdued and Sichuan pacified. By the 10th year of Hongwu, Yunnan was pacified, gradually unifying the entire nation. Lin Yang spoke slowly. During Zhu Yuanzhang's reign, politically, he strengthened the centralized authority system, abolishing the position of chancellor and the secretariat. He abolished the provincial administrations, establishing the 3 departments to oversee local governance. He ruled with strict and severe measures, governing his subjects with heavy penalties, and severely punished corrupt officials and lawless noblemen. He stands as arguably the most legendary emperor in all of Chinese history. Lin Yang's words left the entire audience stunned. So this Hongwu emperor was all about fighting the Mongols? He was so powerful. Why isn't he in our history books? Too awesome. Our Hongwu emperor. Many in the Huaxia live stream room exclaimed in awe. They never imagined such a heroic figure could exist in their history. Meanwhile, in the Sakura live room of the beautiful country. Damn it. Damn those Chinese, using such ethereal nonsense as evidence. Oomph. Who do you think you are? The great Emperor Hongwu? Let me tell you, he was just another ordinary emperor in history. The sovereign of our great Sakura Empire is the supreme ruler of all under heaven. Yeah, what a load of crap about the great Emperor Hongwu. He's nothing compared to our glorious emperor. A group of Cherry Blossom Islanders frantically flooded the chat with messages. Soon, the Chinese commenters in that pretty country's livestream room chimed in. Oomph. You lack the ability yourselves, yet you blame others for your failures. Don't you understand? If your emperor was truly that powerful, how could he have been beaten into servitude by us? China fired back relentlessly in the American livestream chat. Bastards. I refuse to believe this, it's all fake. Exactly. You Huaxia people always use some supernatural tricks to deceive us. Exactly. These are all lies you Chinese made up. Some Japanese netizens lashed out in defense. The Chinese users who had confronted them were promptly banned. Lin Yang paid no mind to this. He addressed the national fortune arena. The introductions are complete. Proceed. Soon. The selection cards appeared before Lin Yang. Both chosen ones, please select your deputy commanders. The cold, mechanical voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed. Lin Yang immediately selected his deputy generals for battle. I choose Xiang Yu and Su Da. Lin Yang's decision was swift. He knew his opponents were exceptionally formidable and demanded utmost caution. As for that Batu, had also selected two generals, Jeeb and Subutai. Both of these choices had both fought within the National Fortune Arena. Before long, both sides have completed their selections. The voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed. Both sides' chosen warriors are now being transported to the battlefield. In an instant, both parties vanished from their original positions. When Lin Yang opened his eyes again, he found himself standing within the battlefield. He surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in the midst of a vast desert. Looks like this is where the battle will take place. Lin Yang murmured to himself. Soon, Zhu Yuanzhang and Genghis Khan were transported onto the battlefield. Zhu Yuanzhang's appearance was exceptionally imposing, especially his face radiating unwavering resolve. His piercing gaze fixed on Genghis Khan across from him. Genghis Khan's figure was burly and imposing. His eyes blazed with savage intensity as he fixed Zhu Yuanzhang with a piercing stare. Heh, so you're Zhu Yuanzhang? Genghis Khan suddenly grinned. It is I. Today, we shall settle this once and for all. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted with a cold sneer. Ha ha. Zhu Yuanzhang, who wins and who loses between us two remains to be seen. Genghis Khan sat astride his towering steed, his gaze cold as ice upon Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang's steed was equally magnificent. Two legendary emperors. They locked eyes like this. Neither would yield to the other. Giddy up. Both men swung their arms simultaneously. Their warhorses let out a long whinny and reared up high. Not long after, the two deputy generals were also teleported onto the battlefield. Sudi and Xiang Yu, along with Jeeb and Subutai. All of them were once renowned generals in history. Lin Yang scanned the area and immediately spotted them. Then he turned his gaze toward the man standing beside Genghis Khan across the field. Ha! A fierce warrior indeed. Lin Yang froze slightly upon seeing him, for he noticed that the fellow across from him possessed an exceptionally imposing stature. Moreover, he was clad in heavy armor. He wielded a wolf's tooth club. It was undoubtedly Subutai. The one gripping the longbow was Jeeb. On this side stood Xiang Yu and Suda. One held a spear in his hand. A sword hung at his waist. His golden armor radiated nobility. Suda was unmistakable at a glance. Another man radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance. His skin was dark, his muscles massive. Each hand gripped a blade. Clearly, this was Xiang Yu. The moment the four stood their ground, each immediately locked onto their respective opponents. Simultaneously, they assessed the battlefield's situation. All were seasoned generals, battle-hardened veterans, no further introduction needed. Each side fields 20,000 combat troops. Each side controls 3 cities. Capture all 3 cities to declare victory. The National Fortune Arena promptly announced the rules. Soon, both sides' 200,000 troops were instantly teleported to their positions. Lin Yang and Batu now stood within one of the cities. Chosen ones of both sides, prepare yourselves. The battle is about to commence. Chapter 160, A Battle to the Death. 100,000 against 100,000. As the voice from the National Fortune Arena echoed out, the entire battlefield erupted in an instant. A roar like a mountain and a sea echoed across the land. Such deafening noise made every viewer watching the National Fortune Arena livestream feel a sharp pain in their eardrums. May the sun and moon, mountains and rivers endure forever. May the Ming Dynasty's realm endure forever. Zhu Yuanzhang stood at the very front of the formation, clad in dragon-embroidered armor and holding aloft a gleaming golden token, his expression solemn and grave. The generals beside him wore equally icy expressions. Yet none spoke, merely following behind him. The Ming forces differed greatly from the Mongol troops. They included elite cavalry units like the Doyan Three Guards, the Guanning Iron Cavalry, and the Liaodong Iron Cavalry. There was also the Divine Mechanics Corps, skilled in firearms, and the most formidable infantry units of the Hangwu era. The Long Spear Corps of the Great Ming. Within the ranks of a 200,000-strong army. Ranks among the finest. Moreover, the Ming forces encompassed all the special units that existed throughout the entire Ming dynasty. The military's combat prowess was truly formidable. Especially when confronting foreign tribes. They were truly in their element. On the other hand, the Mongol forces were not solely composed of Mongolian cavalry. They comprised both the forces that swept across Eurasia during the Mongol conquests and the later Mongol units organized under Wang Baobao. Among them were heavily armored infantry, lightly armored cavalry, and the most distinctive Mongolian heavily armored mounted cavalry. In short, both armies possessed their own strengths, but each was terrifying in its own right. At this moment, the two forces were separated by a vast distance. The 3 cities in this vast desert. Their water and provisions were sufficient to sustain all soldiers for only 3 days. Lin Yang now stood beside Zhu Yuanzhang. Observing this imposing man, it was hard to reconcile this image with the later depictions of a shoehorn face. This emperor possessed a truly robust physique. His posture was straight and tall. His entire demeanor radiated an extraordinary air of authority. Given this, Lin Yang found the Ming dynasty portrait more resembling him, rather than the most widely circulated one. Young friend Lin Yang, what strategy do you propose against our foe? Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but ask. Lin Yang's gaze was simply too intense. Only then did Lin Yang realize he had lost his composure. He calmly replied, Your Majesty, this humble one believes that while the Mongols are formidable, they are not adept at siege warfare. Under normal circumstances, a firm defense will surely break them. Lin Yang paused here. But our great Ming forces are equally formidable. By deploying our various forces in formation outside the city walls, and we can rout the Mongol hordes. After hearing Lin Yang's response, nodded and said, you speak well. Su Da. Hear my command. Zhu Yuanzhang addressed Su Da beside him. Form ranks outside the city. Should the Mongols dare to invade, crush them. Your servant obeys. Su Da responded and departed. Shang Yuchen, heed my command. Lead the Guanning Iron Cavalry. Attack the enemy from the flank. After issuing these commands, Zhu Yuanzhang added once more. I shall personally lead the main force. Together with you all, we shall slay the enemy chieftain. Yes. Your servant obeys. Meanwhile, Lin Yang's eyes flickered with resolve. Zhu Yuanzhang, after all, was the foremost ruler of the Ming dynasty. Young friend Lin Yang. The city's defenses. I entrust them to you. After making his arrangements, Zhu Yuanzhang handed the military token to Lin Yang and said solemnly. The defenses of all 3 cities now rested on Lin Yang's shoulders. After all, these matters were second nature to him. Thus, Lin Yang immediately accepted the military token. Then, he turned and headed toward the city walls. The moment he reached the top, the thunderous clamor of the Mongol iron cavalry erupted like rolling thunder. Charge! Capture the 3 cities! A horse charged at the forefront. The Mongol Khan, Genghis Khan, clad in armor. At that very moment, all spectators heard that terrifying sound. It was the system notification from the National Fortune Arena. National Fortune Arena System Notice, Genghis Khan's personal abilities have been triggered. Bow and arrow, all Mongolian troops' combat effectiveness increased by 100%. All Mongolian troops' morale increased by 100%. All Mongolian troops' shooting accuracy increased by 50%. But it didn't stop there. The National Fortune Arena System alerted again. National Fortune Arena System Alert, Genghis Khan's personal ability has been activated. Sweeping the enemy, all Mongolian troops' personal abilities increased by 100%. National Fortune Arena System Notice, Genghis Khan's personal ability has been activated. Supreme Mongol, all Mongol commanders' personal bravery increased by 100%. National Fortune Arena System Notice, Genghis Khan's personal ability has been activated. Scourge of God, all Mongol cavalry gain 100% increased impact when facing different ethnic groups. 4 consecutive announcements detailed the personal abilities of the National Fortune Arena. Genghis Khan's countenance grew terrifying. Assault the city. Genghis Khan commanded coldly. Within the National Fortune Arena at that moment, all Mongol cavalry, including their commanders, upon hearing the command, immediately began assembling at the city gates. Meanwhile, the Mongol siege engineering units began assembling their siege engines. I, Genghis Khan of the Mongols, am unmatched under heaven. This is the pride of the Mongols. You Ming forces are waiting to die. You cannot defeat us. This is Genghis Khan. Not long after, voices echoed through the Huaxia livestream. What do we do? This power is terrifying. I don't think we stand a chance. Just hold the line. Right. Stall for as long as possible. Don't go out there and get one shot. We can't win. We just can't win. For a moment, the entire Huaxia live streaming community erupted in wails of despair. They believed the Ming forces were courting death by launching an offensive. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang and Su De had already led their armies out of the city. Let the Mongols attack the city? What a joke. This was the most elite force of the Ming dynasty. Shang Yuchen had long since led his cavalry units to begin patrolling outside the city walls, ready to strike at the Mongol army's flank at any moment. As for the other infantry units, they moved slowly with the main army. They sought to maintain the army's mobility to avoid being trapped in an encirclement. Charge! Soldiers of the Great Ming, the hour has come for us to fight and earn glory under my command. Zhu Yuanzhang raised his golden sword high. Charge! He bellowed. He charged out of the city walls first. The 100,000 troops of the Ming army had already begun to form their battle lines. Meanwhile, the Mongol forces' deployment also deployed 100,000 men. Divided into 3 divisions, each led by Jeeb, Subutai, and Genghis Khan, each commanded one of the 3 divisions. Preparing for a massive offensive. 100,000 against 100,000 in open combat. This is a head-to-head battle. Victory or defeat hinges solely on skill. Soon, the 2 armies locked horns. Boom! Boom! Bang bang! The clamor of the troops was deafening. Every unit stood ready to strike at a moment's notice. Chapter 161, The Final Showdown. Meanwhile, Lin Yang stared intently at the battle unfolding before him. He thought to himself, judging by the looks of it, the chances of my plan succeeding are very high. Sure enough. Before the 2 forces clashed, in the minds of all spectators, a notification sounded. National Fortune Arena Alert. The personal abilities of the Huaxia ruler Zhu Yuanzhang have been activated. Exterminate Yuan. When facing foreign tribes, all Great Ming forces gain a 100% boost to personal abilities and a 100% increase in bravery. National Fortune Arena Alert. The personal ability of Huaxia's ruler Zhu Yuanzhang has been activated. Purge. Military organization efficiency increased by 100%. National Fortune Arena Alert. The personal ability of Huaxia ruler Zhu Yuanzhang has been activated. Golden Cup. Personal command ability of the army commander increased by 50%. Bravery of subordinate generals increased by 50%. National Fortune Arena Notice. The personal ability of Huaxia's ruler Zhu Yuanzhang has been triggered. White Blade. Army morale increased by 100%. All troops gain the Fearless trait. Fearless. Troops display utmost bravery during charges. Absolutely no fear whatsoever. This series of system notifications sent the entire audience's blood boiling. Is this what a peak battle looks like? Too powerful. All I can say is too powerful. You can always trust Lin Yang's choices. This is Lin Yang. This is China. Not long after, the final notification chime sounded. The Ming army is underpaid. A well-paid army is unbeatable. When adequately supplied, the Ming army's combat effectiveness increases by 100%. Su De stood beside Zhu Yuanzhang, awaiting Zhu Yuanzhang's command. Tian De, you shall command the vanguard. Engage the Mongol forces in a decisive battle. Upon hearing the command, Su De immediately turned and departed, preparing to lead his troops into battle. Zhu Yuanzhang remained at the central command post, ready for any contingencies. Meanwhile, at Lin Yang's location, his gaze fixed intently on Su De's departing figure. Lin Yang remained within the city walls. He watched the unfolding scenes before him. This decisive battle between the Great Ming army and the Mongol forces, each numbering 10,000 men. Whichever side fell would likely suffer devastating losses. The city itself would be lost as well. For both sides knew this well. Victory or annihilation. Charge! Charge! The deafening battle cries echoed across the field. Su De's vanguard clashed fiercely with the Mongol iron cavalry. Meanwhile, Lin Yang stood silently watching from the city walls. The combat prowess of the Guanning iron cavalry was exceptionally formidable. The 3-barreled flintlocks they wielded were no ordinary weapons. The triple-barreled flintlocks, loaded with gunpowder and buckshot, could unleash their first volley upon the enemy. With all 3 barrels firing simultaneously, they inflicted the initial wave of damage on the enemy. Then the Ming cavalry would charge forward, still wielding their 3-barreled muskets, delivering another wave of damage. Finally, the Ming soldiers would stow their 3-barreled muskets back on their saddles. They charged using their lances. This is the battle formation. Divine Mechanics Corps. Cover the vanguard. Commanded Zhu Yuanzhang from the center of the army. The Divine Mechanics Corps wielded matchlock muskets. But their firearms possessed far greater destructive power. This is a firearm crafted during the height of the Ming dynasty's prosperity, absolutely no quality issues whatsoever. Fire in 3 rows. After the first row fires, they crouch to reload for the second row. Following the second row's volley, they hand over to the third row. This allows ample time for reloading while ensuring continuous fire without pause. The enemy simply cannot prepare for this. This tactic bears a striking resemblance to the later Western firing squad tactics. Before long, the Mongolian iron cavalry charged forward. Heavily armored cavalry. Facing off against the heavily armored cavalry of the Ming. The battle raged with unparalleled ferocity. The first volley from the Guanning iron cavalry failed to pierce the thick armor of the Mongol horsemen. It still sent the Mongol horses rearing in terror. Many Mongol horsemen were trampled to death. However, reloading while mounted proved impractical. Reloading ancient matchlocks was exceedingly cumbersome. The Guanning iron cavalry charged forward, 3-barreled muskets raised high. Crafted entirely from solid iron and of optimal length. They were formidable blunt weapons. Against heavy armor, blunt weapons were the answer. Both cavalries collided amidst the neighing of war horses. The clanging of clashing blades echoed across the sky. Blood spattered. Thud. Su De speared a Mongol horseman to death, then pulled back on the reins. His warhorse let out a long whinny and charged forward. A cavalry charge must never halt. Otherwise, death awaited. Only bravery offered a sliver of hope. Otherwise, death was certain. Sude, clearly a tiger general. He charged forward like a whirlwind, striking directly at the Mongol commander's position, intent on taking his head. That Mongol commander was Subutai. As for Jeeb, he was already locked in combat with Xiang Yu. Genghis Khan was indeed no ordinary man. He had dispatched Jeeb to launch a flanking attack against the Ming cavalry. Coincidentally, Jeeb found himself locked in combat with Xiang Yu. From the moment they clashed, both sides adopted a no-holds-barred stance. Watching this, all the viewers in the livestream were fired up. Holy crap! Is this what happens when two top-tier generals clash? This is incredible. It might just be the most thrilling battle in the history of the National Fortune Arena. It's dead even. I have no idea who'll win. All I can say is either outcome would be justified. Exactly. But I'm still rooting for China. Meanwhile, the livestream's viewership had surged to record-breaking levels. The entire world had turned its attention to this battle. Bang! Xiang Yu drew the twin blades at his waist and swung them toward Jibei's head. Jibei hurriedly raised his spear to block, their blades and spear clashing repeatedly midair. A sharp metallic clang echoed. Jibei felt a numbing sensation in his palms. However, Xiang Yu was also forced back several steps by Zibei's immense force. Regaining his balance, Xiang Yu's expression turned grave. Ha! A fine warrior. I admire you. You are worthy of being my opponent. Jeeb looked at Xiang Yu, a smile spreading across his face as he offered praise. Xiang Yu snorted coldly. Enough talk. Today, I will kill you. Zibei roared back, come on then. The great Mongol Empire fears no one. With that, Jeeb struck first. With a flick of his wrist, his Mongolian lance whirled in a flurry of spinning patterns, unleashing a barrage of blurred shadows toward Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu refused to be outdone, his twin blades whirling in a dense, impenetrable dance to parry the barrage of spear shadows. Clang! 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 The crisp clang of metal echoed through the air. The two fought with extraordinary ferocity. Meanwhile, Jeeb's Mongol Iron Cavalry and the Doyan Three Guards led by Xiang Yu were also locked in combat. The battlefield's momentum shifted in an instant. Yet the scales of victory had yet to tip. What a grueling battle! Lin Yang sighed silently atop the city walls. Chapter 162, The Meat Grinder. He knew it well. A war of this magnitude could never be decided by the courage of ordinary soldiers alone. It demanded a contest between supreme commanders and martial masters. Boom! Xiang Yu roared in fury. He continued his assault toward Jeeb. Jeeb raised his spear, sweeping it fiercely at the oncoming Xiang Yu, only to be dodged. Xiang Yu then raised his twin blades and swung at Jeeb. Jeeb deftly dodged the blow. Lin Yang understood why this Zibei seemed so different from before. After all, the previous Zibei had been easily dispatched. That's because of Genghis Khan's powerful buff bonus. The enhancement of a general's personal abilities. History is full of such examples. Many generals, when serving under a powerful commander, their combat effectiveness was indeed significantly enhanced. The battle resumed on the battlefield. Jeeb and Xiang Yu resumed their fierce struggle. Both were masters of their craft. After dozens of exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. Xiang Yu let out a hearty laugh. Oomph. Xiang Yu, bring whatever else you've got. Jeeb snorted coldly. Had ha. If I have none left, then I shall resort to my ultimate technique. I hope you can handle it. With that, Xiang Yu's body suddenly accelerated. He thrust straight for Jeeb's chest. Jeeb hastily swung his spear to block. But he found his spear had lost its aim, watching helplessly as it whizzed past his side. Xiang Yu raised his broadsword, striking directly at Jeeb's horse's head. Jeeb frantically pulled back on the reins. The warhorse, pained, let out a shrill whinny. The entire horse's back tilted backward. Though the horse's life was spared, it violently threw Jeeb to the ground. Zibei stumbled and crashed directly onto the ground. This only infuriated Jeeb further. Such combat prowess. How could Jeeb tolerate it? Fortunately, one of Jeeb's bodyguards offered him his own warhorse. Jeeb scrambled onto the horse. Lifting his spear, he charged toward Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu merely smiled faintly. It's been ages since I encountered such an interesting opponent. Come on. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiang Yu charged toward Jeeb. Clang! 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 The two engaged in another fierce clash. One wielded a sword, the other a spear. One radiated overwhelming dominance, the other possessed an eerie, unpredictable quality. Their blades clashed relentlessly. Every spectator watching the livestream was utterly stunned. Holy, this is insane. Now that's what you call a warrior. Absolutely terrifying. I'd love to see these two masters spar for 100 rounds. Yeah, I'm super excited too. The neutral comments section was flooded with expressions of envy and admiration. Such top-tier generals their nations might not even have one. Let alone super kings like Genghis Khan and Zhu Yuanzhang. Even some female fans started flooding the screen with comments. A man like Xiang Yu, radiating such masculine charm, was undoubtedly their absolute favorite. Boom! Finally, Xiang Yu kicked the spear flying from Jeeb's hand. Then, Xiang Yu swung his sword toward Jibei's neck. Just as Zibi was about to be beheaded, at the critical moment, Zibi's head jerked aside, narrowly evading the fatal blow. Zibi's personal guard, seizing the moment, thrust his spear at Xiang Yu from the ground. How could a bodyguard without a horse possibly strike Xiang Yu? Xiang Yu swung his sword in a backhand strike, instantly beheading the guard. He then turned his gaze squarely on Jeeb. What? Have you surrendered? Xiang Yu asked defiantly. Bull! I'll never surrender. Jeeb roared in fury, raising his lance and charging toward Xiang Yu. This time, Xiang Yu didn't choose to confront him head-on. Instead, he retreated like lightning, creating distance. Just as Jeeb closed in, Xiang Yu suddenly leapt into the air, swinging his sword down at Zibi. He poured every ounce of strength into that strike. Zibi yanked the reins. The horse's head was severed clean off. Zibi tumbled from his saddle. General! At that moment, a commander beside Jeeb hurriedly pulled him to his feet. Seeing his commander, he could not tell if he was dead or alive. General! The remaining Zibi soldiers nearby cried out in alarm. The Mongol formation fell into chaos. Retreat! Jeeb knew the battle could not continue. He led his troops toward the distance, fleeing. Seeing Jeeb's escape, Xiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. However, before Xiang Yu could relax, Zibi's arrows kept flying straight toward Xiang Yu's position. Xiang Yu's face turned pale. He scrambled to dodge. Yet this arrow was not aimed at Xiang Yu. Instead, it was aimed at Xiang Yu's mount. With a sharp whistling sound, Xiang Yu also tumbled to the ground. Jibei's got some serious grudge holding going on. Indeed. That arrow was clearly meant for Xiang Yu, aiming to kill his mount. Truly a commander of royal caliber. How despicable. One must admit, Genghis Khan's ranks truly brim with exceptional talent. Fortunately, Xiang Yu reacted swiftly and narrowly avoided disaster. Seeing their commander fall, were thrown into panic. They rushed over to check on his injuries. But in that very moment, the Doyan cavalry of the Ming dynasty also lost their best opportunity to pursue Jeeb. I'm fine. Xiang Yu roared as he rose to his feet. Give me your warhorse. He immediately barked at a nearby soldier. The soldier hurriedly handed over his own warhorse to the furious Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu remounted, charging toward the flank of the Mongol main force. National Fortune Arena alert. Xiang Yu's personal ability triggered. Vanguard charge. Troop charge power increased by 100%. Troop speed increased by 100%. Note, this skill only activates when Xiang Yu is in a state of extreme rage. After the National Fortune Arena prompt concluded, Xiang Yu's momentum surged. He charged straight toward the Mongol main force. He fought his way through the ranks, and no one dared stand in his path. Jeeb could only dispatch more archers to intercept him. The main force could no longer continue the battle. Genghis Khan never imagined that his forces, which had swept across Eurasia, would be fighting so fiercely against the Chinese army before him. Moreover, they had suffered significant losses. The Ming forces before him had also suffered casualties. They had engaged in such a brutal, meat grinder-like battle with his own forces. The Ming forces' casualties were far fewer than his own. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but wonder. Why hasn't Xiang Yu arrived yet? Zhu Yuanzhang had granted Xiang Yu considerable reinforcements. Had Xiang Yu arrived, Genghis Khan's forces would have suffered devastating losses. Meanwhile, Genghis Khan wondered. Why hasn't Jeeb's force arrived yet? He knew that if Jeeb's forces arrived, the Ming army before him would suffer heavy losses. What he did not know, however, Jeeb could no longer come. Chapter 163, The Difference in Heavenly Conquests. Jeeb was still reorganizing his forces at this moment. Naturally, he was unable to assist Genghis Khan in his offensive. After all, who could blame him when his troops had just fought with such ferocious intensity? They were now in utter disarray. Even if they fully recovered, they likely couldn't join the battle. After all, this was the Mongol Heavy Cavalry Corps. A single charge had already left them utterly exhausted. Compared to Xiang Yu's Doyan cavalry, they simply couldn't match them in stamina. Soon, when Xiang Yu's charge appeared before Genghis Khan's eyes, Genghis Khan was stunned. Zhu Yuanzhang roared with laughter, truly worthy of Xiang Yu. All troops, support General Xiang Yu's charge. At the command, all the Ming infantry roared in unison. The sun and moon of the great Ming, mountains and rivers shall endure forever. Following Xiang Yu, they charged toward the Mongol camp at breakneck speed. Genghis Khan roared, "Do not panic. All troops, do not panic. Do not break ranks. Those who disobey will be executed." Chen Jizahan roared furiously. His roar steadied the Mongol army's chaotic ranks. All spectators couldn't help but silently marvel. Genghis Khan truly was a great hero. A mighty warrior. In such circumstances, it seemed only Genghis Khan possessed the ability to steady the entire army. Jeeb's soldiers had no time to come to his aid. Crash! The cavalries of both sides collided. Blood spattered everywhere. The Ming army led by Xiang Yu was unstoppable. They charged directly into the flank of the Mongol cavalry formation. Such an impact. I ask you? What army in this world could withstand it? Moreover, due to the carnage of the previous meat grinder-like battle, only this vast desert could provide such terrifying breadth for both sides to engage. In any other terrain, waging war on this scale would be virtually impossible. The reason is simple: the combat zones simply wouldn't be large enough. But at this very moment, it was being trampled by Genghis Khan's iron hooves, with countless Mongol warriors still fighting fiercely in a bloodbath. Charge! Shu Yuanzhang roared, his golden blade slicing through a Mongol warrior. Behind him, countless Ming soldiers pressed forward in pursuit. These Mongol cavalrymen were no match for them. Seeing their emperor leading the charge himself, all the Ming infantry became unstoppable. Thud! The long sword sliced from his face to his chest. The Mongol warrior's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhu Yuanzhang before him. A cold smile curled at the corners of Zhu Yuanzhang's lips. You're not satisfied? Your master, Genghis Khan, was no different. Zhu Yuanzhang sneered. The Mongol warrior collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Ha! That was satisfying. Zhu Yuanzhang roared with laughter, his face turned toward the sky. Today's battle was satisfying. This is what battle should be, this is what it means to be exhilarating. Brothers, keep charging. Zhu Yuanzhang bellowed. He charged forward first. He knew he had to end this battle quickly. Otherwise, once Jeeb's forces arrived, things would turn dire. Bang! 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 The Ming dynasty's divine mechanics corps began relentlessly firing upon the Mongol legions. Meanwhile, the Mongolian sharpshooters in the rear ranks also opened fire on the Ming army. Slaughter every last one of these beasts. Genghis Khan roared. The fierce battle involving a total of 200,000 troops left the spectators spellbound. Absolutely spectacular. Such a massive battle, yet not a hint of chaos. Incredible. Go Huaxia. Down with the Mongols. We Mongols will surely prevail. The excited murmurs of the audience drowned out all the bullet comments. Suda's legion continued its deadly struggle against Subutai. Under Genghis Khan's command stood Jeeb, the Mongolian army's most formidable warrior. Such a figure could never be easily defeated. Sure enough, as the battle reached its most intense phase, Jeeb finally made his move. His steed, a fiery red stallion, charged directly into the fray. Jeeb, having changed horses and reorganized his forces, charging once more toward the main battlefield. On the other flank, Sudi and Subutai's battle was far from over. Sudi and Subutai, both leading from the front, charged into the fray. Their figures intertwined. Each swing of their weapons claimed a living soul. Sudi showed no mercy whatsoever. Sudi was a fierce general under Zhu Yuanzhang. His martial skills were extraordinary. But Subutai was no pushover either. Among the Mongols, bravery and martial prowess were held in the highest esteem. Subutai's martial prowess was equally extraordinary. His martial prowess even surpassed that of Jeeb by several degrees. At this moment, both sides' reserve corps continued to steadily reinforce the battlefield with fresh troops. Had he not been tasked with defending the city, Lin Yang would have led his troops into battle himself. The Mongolian chosen one, Batu, shared this same desire. He had long prepared to personally lead his forces into battle. Yet Batu knew this was not the moment to engage. On the battlefield, the battle had raged for nearly half an hour. Both armies were utterly exhausted. Yet they persisted. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the National Fortune Arena, a massive electronic screen had been erected, displaying the combat casualties for both sides. Great Ming casualties, 10,000. Mongol casualties, 20,000. Wounded Ming soldiers, 30,000. Mongol wounded soldiers, 40,000. Total Ming soldiers rendered combat inactive, 40,000. Mongol soldiers rendered incapable of combat, 60,000. Though the balance on the battlefield has yet to tip decisively toward either side, it is undeniably clear that the Ming soldiers possess superior combat effectiveness compared to their Mongol counterparts. There's no denying it, the Ming dynasty is simply superior to the Mongols. Provided the emperor isn't someone like Zhu Qizhen, who squanders overwhelming advantages, they could utterly crush the Mongols. Regardless of the era or the people, strength always prevails. Weakness leaves one vulnerable to exploitation. Your Majesty, your plan has succeeded. The Mongols' combat strength is now depleted. The sword-bearing guard beside Zhu Yuanzhang shouted to him. Zhu Yuanzhang had no time to respond. Because he too was fighting fiercely on the front lines. Zhu Yuanzhang was no pampered emperor. He was a man forged in the crucible of battle, having fought his way through swords and arrows. At this moment, he was directing his generals in fierce combat against the enemy commanders. A broadsword gleamed with golden light. Clang! Another blow severed the head of a Mongol soldier. Zhu Yuanzhang knew that if the battle continued, victory was assured. How could Genghis Khan not know this situation was unfolding? He roared in fury. All troops! Retreat! His voice startled the Mongol soldiers, who were fighting with bloodshot eyes. They all believed victory was within their grasp if they pressed on. But how could they see what Genghis Khan saw? In his eyes, his forces had already fallen into a disadvantage. Moreover, they were now beneath the walls of a Ming dynasty city. All troops! Retreat! Genghis Khan commanded with heightened urgency. Chapter 164, Luring the enemy into the trap. He was afraid, utterly terrified. He feared that if they didn't retreat now, they truly would never escape. Not only had his forces suffered heavy losses. What's more, they had been defeated by Zhu Yuanzhang. Still, this was better than being crushed beneath the walls of the Ming dynasty cities and annihilated by the Ming. Genghis Khan's original plan had been to sweep away the opposing forces in a single decisive blow. After all, in Genghis Khan's eyes, no army in the world could match his own forces. What he did not know, however, that in just over a century, the rise of the Ming dynasty would shatter the Yuan dynasty's rule. These were things Genghis Khan could never have known. That is why he was so confident in his plan to sweep through and conquer the 3 cities of the Ming dynasty in one decisive push. Moreover, he had brought siege cannons. With these, even the most formidable foe, a few rounds of artillery bombardment would suffice to utterly destroy the enemy's fortifications. Unfortunately, he overlooked the fact that the Ming dynasty had already unlocked its technological advancements. Though muskets were not as potent as later firearms, they had become one of the Ming dynasty's primary weapons. The Mongol army led by Genghis Khan was utterly incapable of assembling artillery. Thus, their combat effectiveness plummeted. At this point, Genghis Khan could only abandon the chariot to save the general, abandoning the heavy artillery's formidable firepower. Instead, they retreated at maximum speed. Finally, reorganized the army and engaged the Ming forces in a decisive battle. Genghis Khan's command. None in the Mongol army dared to defy him. Soon, they began their retreat toward the southwest. Of course, to ensure the safe retreat of the soldiers, Genghis Khan still dispatched several thousand cavalrymen to lie in ambush behind the main army in the valley. This was to ensure the stability of the retreat, and to prevent the Ming forces from pursuing. After all, Genghis Khan currently lacked sufficient provisions to sustain his forces. Upon returning to the city, they must recover their strength as quickly as possible. Your Majesty, what do you think? The aide pointed toward the distant Mongol army. His face betrayed a look of excitement. As a seasoned warrior, he knew exactly what would happen when the Mongol forces retreated. This was likely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the great Ming legions. The Mongol forces were now spent, their strength exhausted, the perfect moment to crush them. To miss it now would surely leave regrets. Your Majesty, pursue them, the aide urged Zhu Yuanzhang. No, never pursue a desperate foe. Zhu Yuanzhang's stern face bore the mark of resolute determination. As the Mongol army faded from view in the distance, he slowly commanded, "Send word to gather the bodies." "Yes, sir." Upon hearing the command, the deputy general saluted and withdrew. He dared not defy Zhu Yuanzhang's command. Soon, he directed his troops to gather the bodies and begin digging pits for burial. Meanwhile, the 2 generals, Xiang Yu and Su Di, also returned to the main city. Your humble servants pay their respects to your Majesty. Upon their return, the 2 knelt respectfully on the ground. Rise. My brothers, you have worked hard. Zhu Yuanzhang treated these soldiers who had fought alongside him in countless campaigns with great respect. Very well. For today's victory, I shall bestow rewards upon all commanders at every level. Remember that. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a smile. Thank you, your Majesty. Xiang Yu and Su Di exclaimed in unison. Very well. What insights do you 2 generals have regarding the remaining battles? Lin Yang stood beside Zhu Yuanzhang. He listened attentively, eager to hear what these 2 commanders proposed for the next phase of the battle. Well, old Chang thinks. Next, we'll charge them a few rounds, then seize the Mongol main city. That will secure a great victory. Xiang Yu, ever straightforward, kept his plan simple. His plan was to push through the Mongol forces in one decisive wave. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression subtly betrayed his disapproval. He then turned his gaze to Su Di, hoping for his counsel. Su Di narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke. I believe we should adopt a long-term strategy and gradually wear them down. Genghis Khan was no mere nobleman like those incompetent aristocrats of the late Yuan dynasty. He is the founder of an empire. Even if the Ming forces gain the upper hand against the Mongol army today, It is far from certain that the subsequent battles will guarantee the complete annihilation of the Mongol forces. Su Da's proposal quickly gained Lin Yang's approval. I concur with General Su De. Lin Kong addressed Zhu Yuanzhang beside him. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement. Very well. Tonight, you shall personally lead 30,000 troops. Seize the desert water source. Upon hearing Lin Yang's voice, Zhu Yuanzhang declared without hesitation. As you command. Su De, who had not yet rested, responded. Night fell. Su De had already led his 30,000 troops, creeping toward the water source in the desert. As expected, the Mongolian legion had also set their sights on the water source in the desert. This time, it was Jeeb himself who personally led his 30,000 troops to the water source, attempting to seize control of this vital resource. The reason was well known. Each force had only 3 days' worth of provisions, and the water source could sustain them for only 3 days. If they failed to seize this water source, after 3 days, their combat effectiveness would be significantly weaker than the enemy's. Ultimately, even without enemy assault, their own troops would collapse. It was terrifying. Therefore, both Genghis Khan and Zhu Yuanzhang have set their sights on this most conspicuous water source in the vast desert. Yet neither could have foreseen that the Ming army, too, had set its sights on this very spot. And they were already prepared. Report, Your Majesty. Scouts ahead announced that all Mongol sentry posts and scouts near the water source have been eliminated. The deputy general entered the main city residence. He bowed deeply before Zhu Yuanzhang. Upon hearing the voice, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. With the Mongolian army's outposts eliminated, there were no further concerns. He then spoke up. The initiative is now ours. Having eliminated the Mongol scouts and outposts, this meant Su De operated in the shadows while Jeeb was exposed. Su De could launch an attack whenever he chose. Zhu Yuanzhang never doubted Su Da's capabilities. And to accomplish such a mission, a special unit within the Great Ming Army played a crucial role. That unit was the Imperial Guard. Indeed, it was the intelligence agency dedicated to reconnaissance and information gathering. Similarly, this unit could also carry out assassinations, surveillance, reconnaissance, and other special missions. This was the source of Zhu Yuanzhang's confidence. The Mongols simply didn't possess such a formidable special forces unit. Not long after, Su Da's forces had already reached the strategic pass controlling access to the water source. And Jeeb remained completely unaware. Your Majesty, is 30,000 against 30,000 sufficient? Lin Yang tentatively asked Zhu Yuanzhang. For an ordinary general, it would be insufficient. But for Su De Su Tianda, it is sufficient. Zhu Yuanzhang stroked his beard and smiled. Su Da's ambush had been prepared for a long time. He awaited only that Jibi to step into the encirclement. Chapter 165. An encircled army must have vulnerabilities. Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall personally slay that rebel chieftain. Su De declared with unwavering resolve to Zhu Yuanzhang. Immediately after, the 30,000-strong Ming army lay in silent ambush. Zibi remained utterly unaware. Soon, Jeeb's troops marched boldly toward the water source. Little did Jeeb know that this very pass would become the place where he would meet his end. But just as he was about to arrive, then he discovered. On the hillside barely 500 meters away, dense formations of Ming troops suddenly materialized. Su De drew his sword from his waist and bellowed. Charge! In an instant, the battle cry shook the heavens. Kill! 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 The roar of 30,000 Ming soldiers shook the heavens, charging straight toward the enemy lines. The troops he led were all elite infantry and cavalry regiments of the Ming dynasty. Su Da's arrangements were meticulously planned. Every detail had been accounted for. First, the Ming Divine Mechanics Corps launched an initial assault. Then the Ming infantry would charge in formation. This dealt a devastating blow to the Mongol forces on the spot. In a single engagement, hundreds of Mongol soldiers were slain. All of them fell to the Ming Divine Mechanics Corps. It was a surprise attack. The Ming forces hadn't even had time to bring their artillery into battle. Such staggering casualties left Jeeb utterly horrified. The relentless crackling of musket fire sent chaos through Jeeb's mind. He never imagined the Ming would launch a surprise attack. And with such overwhelming ferocity. It left him no time to react. Retreat! Retreat now! Jeeb roared furiously, leading the retreat. But alas, it was far too late. The rear had already been blocked by rolling logs and boulders, arranged by the 30,000 Ming troops. As for the heavily armored cavalry, they had long since ambushed Jeeb's only escape route. All that awaited them was annihilation. At that moment, a smile spread across Su Da's face. His mission was complete. Jeeb must die. This was Zhu Yuanzhang's absolute command. If Jeeb returned alive to the 3 cities, the Mongol army's losses would not be too severe. Therefore, this time, Zhu Yuanzhang was determined not only to annihilate the Mongol army and seize the water source. He must also eliminate Jeeb, the commander of the Mongol forces. That was why Su De personally led the troops to hold him back. But at this moment, Jeeb's heart was filled with despair. Surveying the ever-growing encirclement of Ming forces, he knew escape was impossible today. And then, at that very moment, Jeeb spotted the sole gap within the entire Ming army formation. It was deliberately left by Su De. As the Art of War's chapter on military competition states, when besieging an enemy, always leave an escape route, never pursue a desperate foe to the end. This was the wisdom of ancient China. Had the encirclement been too tight, the Mongol general Jeeb might have made a desperate last stand. Clearly, this was not the outcome Zhu Yuanzhang and Su De desired. But if the encirclement became too tight and Jeeb's Mongol forces were pursued with relentless ferocity, then Su Da's forces would also suffer a wave of impact, potentially even devastating losses. Therefore, to prevent such a scenario, Su De devised an escape route. This allowed Jeeb to escape unimpeded. At this moment, Jeeb's gaze had already locked onto the direction he intended to break through. Charge! Jabei scanned the battlefield, searching for a suitable location to break through. But the Ming forces had already sealed off all escape routes, leaving him with no way out. You bastards! Finally, upon discovering the sole escape route, Jeeb's eyes blazed crimson as he cursed furiously. Charge, all of you! Charge out a path! Simultaneously, he raised his lance and charged headlong in the opposite direction. His speed was blindingly fast, colliding with the Ming forces in an instant. However, at this moment, Jeeb was in the midst of a desperate breakout. His physical and mental condition were far worse than before, compounded by the Ming army's superior equipment. Thus, the moment contact was made, he found himself at a disadvantage. Though he slew dozens of Ming soldiers, 7 or 8 of his own guards fell beside him. Charge! Seeing this, the Ming troops naturally refused to relent. They charged forward, bellowing in unison. By this point, Jeeb had descended into a frenzy. He fought with every ounce of strength. He sought to break through the encirclement. Yet, in the end, it was all in vain. As the gap before him grew ever closer, yet it felt ever more distant. Boom! At the last moment, a rolling bullet streaked toward them. It was a bullet fired by the Divine Mechanics Corps. No one knew which soldier had fired it, but this bullet truly struck Jeeb's arm. Zebi winced in pain. His entire face contorted into a savage grimace. Kill! Meanwhile, on both flanks, the Ming forces pressed their attack. This scene plunged him into utter despair. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out in quick succession. All struck against Jeeb's heavy armor. Though the damage wasn't particularly high, it was enough to give Jeeb a taste of his own medicine. In agony, Jeeb dropped his lance to the ground. Though his armor was among the finest in all of Mongolia, the sheer force of the bullets proved unstoppable. Jeeb was now in excruciating pain. Just as he reached for his bout of fire, another bullet struck his right arm. By now, Jeeb's right hand was utterly useless. His entire body slumped limply on the horse's back, helplessly watching as Ming troops closed in around him. Just as Jeeb's defenses crumbled, the Mongolian Iron Cavalry had been decimated by the Ming formation, with fewer than half surviving. The remaining Mongols were utterly terrified. They had no fighting spirit left, turning to flee at the first chance. Jabei, mustering what strength he had left, shouted, "All troops, rally together! Do not panic!" Jeeb's voice still carried weight. "Follow me! Break through!" But Su De would never let them escape so easily. Though the exit was right there, Su Da's plan was to let them pass slowly. At the exit's location, an entire cavalry regiment awaited them. But Su Da's schemes extended far beyond that. A cold smile touched the corners of his mouth. Then, he ordered the adjutant beside him. Dispatch a small unit to intercept them along the way. Let them pass, but engage them in a delaying action. Upon hearing the order, the aide wasted no time and immediately set about making arrangements. As the order was issued, 1,000-strong legion broke formation and charged out. They began ambushing the escape route of Jeeb and his men. Jeeb's face darkened with grim determination. But alas, his men had suffered heavy losses in this battle. They could barely mount an effective attack, managing only to hold their ground with great effort. But if it came to fighting to the death, the Mongol army was incapable of doing so. Thus, he now found himself truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Withdraw, General Jeeb. Chapter 166, No Strength Left to Fight. A commander spoke up. The situation had become irreversible. Continuing to resist would only lead to certain death. Let's go. Jeeb snorted coldly in resignation. He then turned his horse and galloped toward the southern road junction. At that very moment, Su Da's cavalry division, deployed in pursuit, closed in. They sliced through the air like a razor-sharp blade. Their speed was astonishing. In mere moments, they closed in behind Jeeb. Thud! 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 The thunderous hoofbeats forced Jeeb to halt. He spun around. His eyes flashed with savage fury as he stared at the cavalry. "Today, even if I die, I'll take you all down with me." With that, he raised his lance and thrust it straight forward. Thud! The sound of the spear-piercing flesh echoed. A Ming cavalryman fell from his horse. But the others showed no fear whatsoever. They knew. At this moment, Jeeb had struck with his left hand. This was not his dominant hand. Though it possessed some strength, it was insufficient for Jeebi to thrust his lance repeatedly. Therefore, they immediately charged forward once more. Is General Jeeb wounded? Damn it! General Zebi might not survive this assault. Enough of that. General Jeeb will break through. At that moment, within the Mongolian National Fortune Arena livestream, all comments began praying for the Mongolian General Jeeb. Whoosh! A shot from the three-eyed flintlock pierced straight through the neck of a Mongolian cavalryman. In an instant, the Mongol horseman's body tumbled to the ground. Ha ha! You bastards, all of you die. Jeeb had gone mad with fury. After skewering a cavalryman blocking his path with a single thrust, he charged straight toward several Ming cavalrymen facing him. His eyes burned crimson, as if consumed by madness. A thick aura of killing intent radiated from his entire being. However, this contingent of Guan-Ning Iron Cavalry charged forward once and then retreated immediately. This left the Mongol Iron Cavalry, who had been prepared to fight to the death alongside Mongol Commander Jeeb, stared at each other in utter bewilderment. Such a sudden change caught them off guard. Zebi, in particular, froze in place. Just moments ago, he had been ready to fight these men to the death. How could he have turned and left in the blink of an eye? But how could any of this be explained? Regardless, Zebi had finally broken free from the encirclement of this group. Yet, what Jeeb hadn't anticipated was this. At that very moment, Suda was also leading a cavalry force, approaching Jeeb's position. No rest. Follow me, all of you. Break through. Jeeb dared not pause for even a moment. His furious command spurred the Mongol Iron Cavalry, who had grown somewhat slack after the fierce battle. He continued to accelerate his pace. But shortly after they had broken out, a rapid clatter of hooves echoed through the air. Zebi's heart sank with dread. Turning to look, he saw to his horror that a force of elite cavalry was pursuing them from the distance. Every rider radiated an intense aura of murderous intent. This was. Suda had long since arranged for a Doyen cavalry regiment to lie in ambush here. Their numbers remained small. Only a little over 3,000 men. Yet each was fiercely brave and exceptionally formidable. Under Suda's command, they were virtually unstoppable. Moreover, this deputy commander was a veteran general who had fought alongside Suda through countless bloody battles for years. Ah! There are enemy troops here too. Charge! At that moment, a chorus of battle cries erupted. Immediately, a hail of arrows flew toward them. Jeeb barely dodged the barrage by forcefully swinging his lance. You must understand. The Doyen Three Guards were cavalry units formed from Mongol forces who had surrendered to the Ming dynasty. Their combat prowess was rooted in Mongol tactics. This skill in mounted archery was all too familiar to Jeeb. You are all Mongols. Why serve the Chinese emperor? Jeeb snapped, his composure shattered. The commander of the Doyen Three Guards retorted, the Ming emperor has given us far too much. No more talk. Dismount and surrender now. The words of the commander of the Doyen Three Guards made Jeeb nearly lose his composure. Ah! You dog of a traitor! Jeeb roared in fury. Then, he swung his lance and charged at the commander of the Doyen Three Guards. However, he was wounded at this moment. But the Doyen Three Guards, after a volley of mounted arrows, they turned and vanished like the wind, swiftly departing the battlefield. Before long, they vanished from Jeeb's sight. Kill! Witnessing this scene, Jeeb roared in fury. This volley of arrows left the already disorganized Mongol cavalry felt uneasy. Jeeb's authority plummeted to its lowest point at that moment. Even he himself seemed momentarily dazed. Jeeb was in agony. Ah! Inside the Western Nation's Fortune Arena livestream room at that moment. Is this what happens when morale crumbles and the team falls apart? Ha, that's exactly it. To be fair, Suda's tactics are downright nasty. Right now, Jeeb's 30,000 troops probably only have over 10,000 left, right? And many of them are wounded. LOL, General Suda's swarm tactics are just too strong. A barrage of comments flooded the screen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jeeb slowly spoke up. Let's go. Zebi had lost his earlier momentum. He was now a defeated commander, a rooster beaten in combat. He now fully grasped the situation. If he remained alone, there might still be hope. But now, with the entire army trapped and himself wounded, he was no match for the enemy. His only hope lies in my own escape. But how could Su Di give him that chance? Su Di himself personally led a 5,000-strong contingent of the Ming dynasty's Guan-Ning Iron Cavalry. Already appeared before Zebi. Within the official residence of the great Ming capital city, Lin Yang and Zhu Yuanzhang were engaged in a game of chess. However, after several consecutive games, Lin Yang still hadn't managed to defeat Zhu Yuanzhang. Young friend Lin Yang, is your mind troubled? Zhu Yuanzhang addressed Lin Yang. Lin Yang replied, indeed. I wonder how General Su De is faring in battle at this moment. Zhu Yuanzhang replied, fear not. General Su De will surely return victorious. Hearing this, Lin Yang admired Zhu Yuanzhang even more. This founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. His composure was as cold as ice. Even if a mountain collapsed before him, he likely wouldn't bat an eyelid. As for Su Da's side, Jeeb's spirit had long since been crushed. But the battle must still be fought. If even he, the commander-in-chief, were to collapse, then his Mongolian iron cavalry would surely be utterly incapable of fighting. Steel yourselves. Defeat this force before us. Then we shall see the Grey Khan. Jeeb tried to rally the troops. But the Mongol iron cavalry could not muster the resolve to fight to the death. There was no other reason. They had already been worn down by the Ming's earlier waves of harassment attacks. They had been worn down to the bone. As the old saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. The second blow loses its force. The third exhausts the spirit. That's precisely the point. Chapter 167, Prelude to the Final Showdown. You're right. Meeting a worthy opponent is truly difficult. Lin Yang chuckled helplessly. It had been ages since he'd faced a worthy opponent. Now Zhu Yuanzhang was putting such intense pressure on him. Ha 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 ha. Then let this old man show you what true peerless talent looks like. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Lin Yang found himself increasingly unsettled by one thought. That was, a commander like Genghis Khan. How could he possibly let Su De annihilate his army without noticing? Jeeb was one of Genghis Khan's 4 great Mongol generals. His wisdom was a cut above the rest. Yet he had fallen into the trap and been trapped. And in such a brutal manner. This defied all logic. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang discerned Lin Yang's concern and explained. Don't be fooled by Temujin's broad thinking in his conquest of the European continent. He is also a conceited man. He fell into my trap precisely because he grew overconfident. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled. Lin Yang understood. He nodded in agreement. Now, Zhu Yuanzhang had played 2 games against him. The score was tied. But Lin Yang knew he was bound to lose. Zhu Yuanzhang was historically recognized as the most formidable lord, military strategist, and commander. Losing to him? Lin Yang felt no shame. Meanwhile, inside the national fortune arena, countless netizens laughed. Brother Yang can lose too? Good thing he lost to his own people. Ha ha ha. My brother Yang sure knows how to play. His vision was far broader than that of other commanders. More crucially, he understood the art of commanding hearts. Back in those years, Genghis Khan always stood above it all, looking down on everyone. But Zhu Yuanzhang's experiences had long ingrained in him the habit of reading others' minds. Thus, he could so easily lure Genghis Khan into his trap. As for Zhu Yuanzhang's claim that Genghis Khan was arrogant, that much was true. Thus, though this explanation seemed absurd at first glance, upon careful reflection, it proved remarkably plausible. After all, this was a supreme warlord who had dominated the world for decades. On the battlefield, Su Da's decisive assault against Jeeb had already commenced. At this very moment, the one showing absolutely no reaction whatsoever was Genghis Khan. He was still waiting for Jeeb to return after finishing the battle. Yet it was certain he would never see Jeeb return victorious. For Su Da's forces launched another assault. Bang 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 bang. The gunfire rang out in rapid succession. This was the prelude to the Guanning Iron Cavalry's charge. As the charge horns blared, thousands of Guanning Iron Cavalry led by Su De surged forward like tigers descending a mountain, charging swiftly toward the front. Such a surprise assault could not be stopped even by Genghis Khan's elite guards, much less Jeeb's weary troops. Fire arrows! Quick, fire arrows! Fire the signal arrows! Quickly! Amidst frantic shouts, hundreds of Jeeb's archers on the desert plain immediately drew their bows and fired. Chaotic and disorganized. Naturally, they couldn't mount a successful attack. However, the Guanning Iron Cavalry were prepared. No sooner had these archers taken aim than they were met with a devastating counterattack. In an instant, over 20 Guanning Iron Cavalrymen were struck by arrows. They fell dead instantly. Such casualties were insignificant. Without pause, the remaining Guanning Iron Cavalry pressed forward with unrelenting ferocity. These elite cavalrymen were exceptionally brave, utterly fearless of death or injury. They didn't even pause, maintaining their charging posture. This was the iron-blooded spirit of the army. These Guanning Iron Cavalry were heroes forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They would never yield. At that moment, Genghis Khan could no longer sit idly by. Damn it! He cursed furiously, then leapt to his feet and slammed his fist on the desk. Scouts! Go and find out about General Jeeb's whereabouts. By now, if Jeeb had one, he would have returned long ago. How could Genghis Khan not be anxious? On the battlefield, Jeeb's forces faced the first wave of the Guanning Iron Cavalry's charge. They were already struggling to hold their ground. The second wave of charges was even more ferocious, striking terror into their hearts. Especially after the third wave, they finally collapsed. Retreat! Jeeb gritted his teeth and ordered the retreat. But escape was no longer possible. For Guan Ning's iron cavalry had already sealed off their retreat. Then, like starving wolves pouncing on prey, the Guan Ning iron cavalry surged forward with frenzied ferocity. In the blink of an eye, they devoured what little remained of Jeeb's forces. Su De had no intention of letting them off this time. The second wave of the charge concluded. Only then did Su De nod with satisfaction. It's finally over. He then ordered his troops to clean up the aftermath. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang, standing nearby, smiled at Lin Yang. Young man, what do you think? Lin Yang shook his head. We can't win this. He already knew the outcome. No more fighting. Prepare a feast to welcome General Su De back. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. Lin Yang turned and left. The chess game within the main city had ended, but the battle across the desert raged on. At this moment, Jeeb had only a few scattered remnants of his defeated forces left. All it took was one final charge. The battle would be over. Genghis Khan's scouts had not yet exited the Mongol main city. When they were spotted, the Jinyui's swordplay showed no mercy. These men met their end one after another. Meanwhile, Genghis Khan sat in his study, sipping his tea in solitude. He was waiting for Jeeb to return. His expression even betrayed a hint of impatience. None of the scouts he had dispatched had returned with word. This left Genghis Khan feeling utterly anxious. Not long after, on the battlefield, Su De's final assault had already commenced. Su De's soldiers, arrayed in perfect formation, faced a band of defeated stragglers. It was like cutting through butter. They quickly gained the upper hand. In the end, the mere 5,000 or 6,000 troops remaining under Jeeb's command were slaughtered to the last man, utterly annihilated. This battle marked a crushing defeat for Jeeb. Not a single soldier made it back to the main city. Upon receiving the news, Genghis Khan, he smashed the table in fury. You bastard! Jeeb, you have truly betrayed my trust. By the end, he was trembling with rage. Yet, what he finally learned was this. Jeeb had long since been beheaded. When the battle ended, the battle ended. Su De annihilated Jeeb, secured the water source. By the next day, Genghis Khan learned of it. At this point, victory could only be achieved through a decisive battle against Zhu Yuanzhang. Only then could they seize the chance for victory. Otherwise, thirst alone would break him. Lin Yang had to admit it. Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed a master strategist. He had forced Genghis Khan into a decisive battle with Zhu Yuanzhang. If Genghis Khan didn't want to die, he had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, thirst alone could suffocate a man to death. At that moment, within the great camp, Genghis Khan's face was etched with grave concern. Transmit my command, prepare for battle with all might. Genghis Khan roared in fury. A stark reminder to all his commanders. Chapter 168, Chang Yuchen's charge. They all knew. At this moment, Genghis Khan had reached the peak of his fury. In this state, everyone knew exactly what Genghis Khan intended to do. We obey. The generals responded in unison. They immediately dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. Soon, each was fulfilling their assigned duties. The commander of the vanguard remained Subutai. The moment Genghis Khan launched his campaign, had already committed his entire force. Thus, Subutai's 20,000 troops remained the only force intact. By this time, he had already reached the front lines. He had now reached the outskirts of Zhu Yuanzhang's main city. Gazing at the distant city walls, his gaze was as cold as ice. He knew this assault was the final battle that would determine whether the Mongols could achieve victory. If this city could not be taken, all his previous efforts would be utterly wasted. Thus, Subutai's heart was filled with intense anxiety. At the same time, on the city walls, Zhu Yuanzhang and Chang Yuchen were also observing the situation. Su De had long been positioned by Zhu Yuanzhang on the outer perimeter, ready for battle. Su De stood there silently, a sharp blade in his hand. Though he uttered not a word, he was waiting for the decisive battle to begin. When he saw that the enemy's vanguard commander was none other than Subutai alone, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, though Subutai's name carried weight, his actual prowess fell short of Su De's. As for the enemy's martial prowess, Su De believed it relied more on the faith and blood of the Mongol warriors. At that moment, Subutai's sole objective was to lead his forces in breaking through Su De's encampment outside the city walls and securing an early victory. At this thought, a savage grin twisted Subutai's lips. Meanwhile, Chang Yuchen had also been dispatched by Zhu Yuanzhang to the outskirts of the city. He began to maneuver along the flank of the Mongol cavalry. He prepared to strike at the enemy when the opportunity arose. Both sides were evenly matched. After all, they had already fought 2 battles. Though the Mongol cavalry had suffered casualties. On a battlefield of this width, The Mongols had ample room to maneuver. Moreover, this expanse prevented the Ming legions from overwhelming the enemy through sheer numbers. This was a highly awkward situation. The Ming forces could only engage the Mongols in a frontline battle where numbers were evenly matched. Soon, Subutai led his troops charging toward Su Da's encampment. Su Da's strategy was clear. Hold the camp at all costs. All manner of Ming crossbowmen and the Divine Mechanics Corps. All were meticulously positioned, awaiting the moment to deliver a crushing blow to the Mongol cavalry. But none of that was the main point. The crucial point was Genghis Khan's main force. Su Da understood this clearly. He must hold out until Genghis Khan arrived before Zhu Yuanzhang would emerge from the city for the decisive battle. Before long, Subutai arrived outside the camp. His forces numbered over 50,000 men. Su Da's forces numbered only 30,000. However, Subutai held an overwhelming numerical advantage. Therefore, from Subutai's perspective at that moment, the enemy was utterly incapable of withstanding his massive army. Yet he had underestimated Su Da. After all, Su Da was a renowned warrior in history. If he couldn't even handle one of Subutai's attacks, how could he be called a renowned general? Moreover, this battle held immense significance for the Ming dynasty. This was a battle that could alter the entire course of the decisive conflict. Therefore, Su Da dared not take it lightly. The moment he saw the Mongol cavalry charging, he raised his spear high. He commanded his soldiers to fire their arrows. Whoosh! In an instant, a hail of arrows flew forth, blanketing the Mongol cavalry. Shields! Upon witnessing this scene, Subutai shouted. Whoosh! His personal guards, upon hearing the command, instantly raised their shields, forming a dense defensive formation. Thud thud! At that moment, the arrows rained down. The powerful impact caused the Mongol cavalry formation to sway slightly. And this was only the beginning. Just as the Mongol cavalry stabilized their formation, the Divine Mechanics Corps opened fire. Muskets roared. Lead bullets flew. The shield wall of the Mongol army, which had held firm, suddenly began to waver. Yet Subutai remained unflustered. The ultimate weapon for breaching fortifications had already been assembled. These Mongol iron cavalry, though ferocious beyond measure, they were nothing more than a pack of beasts. As long as his assault tactics were executed flawlessly, there was nothing to fear from them. With this thought, he issued another command. Hold your ground. This position is impregnable. Su Da's encouragement was simple, and it proved effective. However, the Mongol army had already deployed their artillery, preparing to engage the enemy. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed. The Mongols' massive cannonball instantly tore through the air, plummeting toward Su Da's encampment. Sizzle! The men who had been fighting moments before were instantly struck by the cannonball, collapsing in pools of blood. Subutai, however, showed no hesitation. He continued to roar. Catapults, advance! Subutai was now determined to break the rhythm of the battlefield. Watching from atop the city walls, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately made his decision. He could not allow the Mongols' siege weapon to be assembled and used against his own camp. He gave a subtle nod to the adjutant beside him. The aide understood immediately. He immediately signaled with flags to inform Chang Yuchen in the distance. The moment to strike. Now! Chang Yuchen's eyes narrowed. A cold gleam flashed across his stern face. As a competent commander, his greatest pleasure lay in seizing the fleeting opportunities that war presented. And today, he had seized it. Nothing on the battlefield lasts forever. Even the most impregnable fortress would eventually fall. And today was that moment. Charge! With his command, the 10,000 roaming Doyen cavalry under his command charged toward the positions where Subutai had deployed his catapults and artillery. Charge! At that moment, Subutai watched with excitement as Han soldiers were scattered by iron cannonballs on the city walls. A savage grin spread across his face. Yet he failed to notice the thick, murderous aura that was already bearing down upon him. The moment his words faded, the clatter of hooves echoed in the air. Immediately after, a dark mass of cavalry appeared before his eyes. This sight caused his expression to change instantly. For the cavalry that arrived was too numerous. It was a force he could not possibly withstand. This man was Chang Yuchen, one of the great warriors of the Ming dynasty. As Chang Yuchen charged forward wielding his twin blades, Subutai hadn't even reacted. The Doyen cavalry's speed was too swift. Their warhorses were the finest steeds in the entire legion. The finest warhorses in the entire legion. This. How could they possibly withstand it? The moment Chang Yuchen struck down the Mongol soldier assembling the cannonball, his next strike was aimed directly at Subutai. Chapter 169, The Great Decisive Battle. And it was delivered in the midst of that lightning-fast charge, a single, decisive strike. The Mongols had no time to react. Ha ha! He roared with laughter. This felt truly exhilarating. He would slaughter every last Mongol, showing them the might of the Ming Empire's iron cavalry. The young soldier assembling the gunpowder weapon had long since been petrified with fear. He stood frozen in place, letting the weapon slip from his hands to the ground, then watched helplessly as Xiang Yu struck him down with a single blow. At that moment, the Mongols finally snapped back to their senses. They howled in fury. But escape now? How could that be possible? With their commander slain, the Mongol troops cursed their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. Charge! Kill! At Xiang Yu's command, the Doyan Iron Cavalry charged. Spears like a forest, sweeping through the enemy ranks. Thud, thud, thud. Countless Mongols were pierced by spears and fell dead. Kill! Kill! Charge! The battle cry shook the heavens. The battle raged on for a long time before gradually drawing to a close. After a full 2 hours, the slaughter finally came to an end. At that moment, the main force led by Genghis Khan finally arrived. When he saw the scattered remains of the Mongol vanguard and the lifeless body of Subutai lying on the ground, it dawned on him just how sudden this turn of events had been. Ha ha ha! Thrilling! Thrilling! Damn thrilling! Xiang Yu roared with laughter, head thrown back. In truth, this battle had claimed few casualties. The forces of Su Di and Xiang Yu, 2 fierce generals, remained at full strength. On the Mongol side, however, the vanguard had suffered heavy casualties. Most of the survivors met their end at the blades of the Ming Iron Cavalry. Genghis Khan, witnessing this, was overcome with fury. He nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. How could this be? How could his carefully selected vanguard suffer such a devastating defeat? Su Di and Xiang Yu coldly stared at Genghis Khan and declared, "Temujin, your entire main force has been annihilated by us. Now it's your turn." With that, Su Di and Xiang Yu drew their weapons and advanced directly toward Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan, however, snorted coldly and declared, "Su Di, Xiang Yu, I acknowledge your prowess. But do not forget this emperor possesses far more than just these troops. Just wait. You will pay the price." No sooner had the words left his lips. He waved his hand. He commanded his troops to charge. At that very moment, all viewers watching the livestream heard the sound of Temujin's series of buffs activating. Lin Kong, naturally, heard it too. His expression darkened. Because Temujin had also triggered an exceptionally powerful buff. National Fortune Arena notice: personal abilities of Mongol leader Temujin have been triggered. The Heavenly Pride: when Mongol forces are at a disadvantage, all unit bonuses increase by 100%. When facing different civilizations, an additional 20% bonus is applied. The moment this announcement sounded, Lin Kong's face darkened, his expression so grim it seemed he could squeeze water from it. Su Di remarked in a low voice, "Xiang Yu, it seems Temujin is truly prepared to fight to the death." Xiang Yu nodded. Though he harbored deep hatred for Temujin, the man remained the undisputed ruler of the steppes. Perhaps this battle will turn the river red with blood. Lin Yang sighed as he watched the battle below the city walls. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang had also led his entire main force into battle, facing Genghis Khan. What brought Lin Yang relief was Zhu Yuanzhang's personal abilities. Triggered the National Fortune Arena alert. Ming Dynasty leader Zhu Yuanzhang's personal ability activated. Outplay Heaven: when holding an advantage over the enemy, all of Zhu Yuanzhang's troops gain a 100% boost to personal abilities. Commander's leadership increases by 100%. Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Yang silently exclaimed, "This is settled." But it wasn't over yet. The National Fortune Arena continued its announcement. National Fortune Arena alert. Personal ability of renowned Huaxia General Xiang Yu triggered. Like wolves devouring bones, the charge capability of troops led by Xiang Yu is enhanced by 100%. National Fortune Arena notice: personal ability of renowned Chinese General Su Di triggered. Military competition: Su Da's troops gain a combat buff. Su Da's troops' morale increases by 100%. And so it went. All notifications finally concluded. Inside the Chinese National Fortune Arena, bro. We've got this. I admit you, Genghis Khan, are truly formidable. But my Ming forces are so powerful. How will you counter? Our Ming Iron Cavalry conquers all directions, invincible in battle. Who dares challenge us? This Genghis Khan is finished. I've become a huge fan of Ming. In an instant, netizens across the entire Chinese nation erupted in cheers and excitement. Some even began speculating about Temujin's ultimate fate. Would he be struck down from his horse by Xiang Yu, or killed by the combined efforts of Su Di and Xiang Yu? In any case, Genghis Khan was doomed to defeat in this battle. Yet at that very moment, Temujin's brow furrowed slightly. His mind was filled with doubt. He could scarcely believe it. How could the emperor of the Ming dynasty and his 2 favored generals have achieved this? What method had they possibly used to achieve this? Genghis Khan could scarcely believe it. Yet he charged forward. As the spiritual leader of the Mongols, he would die charging forward. Besides, the battle was not yet decided. He still had a chance to win. And so it was. The decisive battle begins. A massive melee involving hundreds of thousands. It has begun. Both sides were searching for the other's weaknesses. Temujin knew that if Xiang Yu seized the opportunity, it would be utterly over. He refused to accept defeat. He refused to be defeated by anyone. On Xiang Yu's side, Genghis Khan had deployed heavy infantry legions to counter his terrifying charge. Suda faced off against the sword and shield troops sent by Genghis Khan to contain him. Genghis Khan himself faced Zhu Yuanzhang. Thus, Xiang Yu found himself in a dire predicament. His charge was severely restricted. Yet Suda, facing those Mongol sword and shield troops, moved with ease. Every strike, every maneuver targeted the vital points. As expected, the battle between Zhu Yuanzhang and Genghis Khan. The fighting between their forces was the most intense. Zhu Yuanzhang led his men into battle, wielding his golden blade as he charged straight for Genghis Khan's head. Had that blow landed, Genghis Khan would have been dead for sure. But Genghis Khan was, after all, the ruler of the steppes. Even at a disadvantage, he fought with fierce courage. His golden spear blocked Zhu Yuanzhang's golden blade. Moreover, seizing the moment, he thrust fiercely toward Zhu Yuanzhang. Just as the blade was about to pierce Zhu Yuanzhang's chest, a sudden, shocking turn of events occurred. Zhu Yuanzhang and Suda had somehow broken through the encirclement he had set up. They had already charged right up to his face. The true decisive battle was about to erupt. Suda, leading the Guanning Iron Cavalry in a flanking charge, had clearly taken Genghis Khan by surprise. Chapter 170, White Hot. He could never have imagined how Suda had managed to break through the encirclement he had meticulously laid out in such a short time. He tried to evade, but he realized the opportunity was already lost. Suda's spear had already pierced the abdomen of his personal guard. Blood spurted out. Genghis Khan's movements froze. His face frozen in shock, he stared at Suda. No, this can't be. How did you break through my defenses? Haha, Genghis Khan, today, you are destined to die here. With that, Suda yanked out the head of Genghis Khan's personal guard. At that moment, on the other flank, Xiang Yu, similarly shielded by his troops, charged into Genghis Khan's forces. After a fierce battle, Genghis Khan's forces still managed to push Suda's men back. Moreover, a large number of cavalry charged towards Suda and his men. It appeared they intended to press their advantage. Yet neither Suda nor Xiang Yu showed the slightest trace of fear in their eyes. They knew the real battle was yet to come. Just as Genghis Khan issued his command, he turned to look behind him. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression had silently darkened. He instructed the deputy general beside him, transmit my imperial decree. Order all troops to block Genghis Khan's cavalry with all their might. They must be held back at all costs. Upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, the deputy commander nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Soon, the commanders of all units received Zhu Yuanzhang's edict. They dared not delay and immediately carried out the orders. Meanwhile, Genghis Khan, seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang had made no move whatsoever, felt both puzzled and foreboding. Damned Han Chinese, cunning as ever. Genghis Khan cursed under his breath before barking orders to his men, break through the enemy formation at all costs. He believed that if he could break through Zhu Yuanzhang's encircling infantry, his own strength would be sufficient to defeat the Huaxia Legion. After all, his forces were evenly matched against Zhu Yuanzhang's legions. Charge! As the battle cry rang out, Genghis Khan led the charge. His body seemed to transform into a black eagle. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the front lines of Suda's infantry. Clang! Clang! The deafening clang of metal echoed. His battle axe severed the heads of several heavily armored infantrymen. They died instantly. At that very moment, the rest of the Mongol Iron Cavalry charged forward in pursuit. They sought to break through the encirclement amidst the chaos. But the moment they began their charge, Genghis Khan swiftly drew his treasured bow from his waist. He loosed an arrow toward the opposite direction of Xiang Yu. National Fortune Arena Alert. Genghis Khan's personal skill Divine Archery triggered. Divine Archery, archery accuracy increased by 100%. Xiang Yu was currently wielding his twin blades to cut down Mongol soldiers. He never imagined. The arrow struck Xiang Yu squarely in the shoulder. It sent him teetering precariously on his horse. He nearly fell. Fortunately, Suda was right beside him. Suda forcibly grabbed Xiang Yu, steadying him. He roared, "Brothers, protect General Chang." As the words fell, the foot soldiers, who had been somewhat flustered, instantly fell silent. Though their martial skills were generally mediocre, these soldiers excelled at utilizing military formations. Yet at this critical moment of life and death, they unleashed unparalleled courage. Charge! Suda led the charge. The rest of the soldiers followed suit. Using their simplest techniques, they attacked the Mongol cavalry. For by now, the Mongol cavalry had been thoroughly cowed. They could not withstand the relentless tide of the Guanning Iron Cavalry. Especially after witnessing the Ming army following Xiang Yu's injury. They trembled in fear. They dared not engage in battle. Boom! The sky reverberated with the deafening roar. A storm was about to break. The thunderclaps echoed the bloody carnage on the battlefield, creating a scene straight out of hell on earth. By now, the tide of battle had turned decisively. Countless Mongol soldiers lay fallen in pools of blood. Yet the Ming troops remained fearless in the face of death. They seemed to know no fear. They charged relentlessly, their ranks constantly replenished. Some even chose to sacrifice their lives to pin down the enemy. Like a sharp blade, they plunged fiercely into the Mongol ranks. Genghis Khan's forces were forced into a steady retreat. At this moment, he finally realized he had made a fatal mistake. He had underestimated the true strength of the great Ming Empire. Now, his mighty army found itself in grave peril. Thud! Another soldier was cleaved in two by Mongol cavalry. Yet they charged onward with unyielding ferocity. Within the national fortune arena, the casualty figures for this battle continued to rise. Great Ming, 80,000 casualties. Mongolia, 160,000 casualties. The casualties have already doubled. It's too brutal. I can't bear to watch. To be honest, this battle has been unbearably painful to witness. They were all flesh and blood heroes. Meanwhile, in the Mongolian livestream chat, alas, could it be that even our greatest warriors might fall? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could our supremacy end so swiftly? Am I dreaming? Could Genghis Khan be defeated? Both Mongolian viewers and neutral spectators were filled with deep concern. After all, once this battle concluded, only the final piece of Mongol territory would remain. As for Genghis Khan at that moment, his face was ashen. Watching the battle unfold before him, his heart burned with fury. The Han people have so many fierce warriors. At this moment, he knew all too well. This time, he had truly encountered a formidable foe. The Great Ming, the very force that shattered the Yuan dynasty. Report! Your Highness, the left flank has been breached. Just then, a scout galloped in. Great Khan, we can't hold the front line. Another aide addressed Genghis Khan. His voice had barely faded. Genghis Khan's eyes widened in horror. Jeeb shouldn't have fallen so quickly. Nor should Subutai have perished like this. So what should we do about the battle now? Persisting would surely lead to catastrophic losses. But retreating? That was beneath him. After all, I am the greatest Khan of the Great Steppe. Now I cannot even deal with this insignificant Zhu Yuanzhang. If word of this got out, how could I possibly show my face in this world? This thought only deepened his agitation. At that very moment, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Genghis Khan. There was no chance of retreat. This open field battle, he had been utterly defeated. Chapter 171, Battle Royale? General Lin, the Mongols have been defeated. The commander of the Imperial Guard stood before Lin Yang and reported. That was truly a nail-biting affair. Lin Yang remarked indifferently. His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, showing no flicker of emotion. However, upon hearing his voice, the Jin Wei commander chuckled. Commander Lin, it's all thanks to your majesty's steady command. Ha ha. The imperial family of the Great Ming certainly possesses the necessary skills. Lin Yang chuckled. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Genghis Khan, escorted by his personal guards, retreated toward the rear. He refused to accept defeat. Not only did he refuse to admit defeat, but also unwilling to relinquish everything on this battlefield. For now, retreat was the only option. He would wait for another chance. Boom! Just then, a piercing sound split the air from afar, accompanied by the thunderous crack of gunpowder exploding. Immediately after, Genghis Khan felt a powerful gust of wind slam into his face. When he looked up, a jet-black cannonball hurtled toward him. The sight made Genghis Khan's heart leap into his throat. In that instant, a single thought flashed through his mind. We're done for. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. It was the massive iron cannonball fired from the Ming dynasty's Tiger cannon. The cannonball struck Genghis Khan's body squarely. The massive iron projectile tore Genghis Khan's body completely apart. Blood spurted forth. The surrounding area was drenched in crimson. Great Khan! Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining Mongolian high command let out a collective cry of grief. The Great Khan was the faith in every one of their hearts. Who could have imagined he would meet his end in such a brief moment? Tap tap tap. In the brief moment they stood frozen in shock. The shrieking of war horses echoed across the battlefield. A dense, surging army charged toward them. At that moment, despair welled up within them. For now, they possessed no strength left to resist. Charge! At that very instant, Su Da's command echoed across the battlefield. The battlefield erupted in deafening battle cries. Those who surrender will not be harmed. No harm to those who surrender. At that very moment, countless Ming soldiers began to shout. Their voices carried a hint of excitement. Those who had believed death was inevitable had never imagined victory would come so swiftly. Meanwhile, the remnants of Genghis Khan's original troops were now following hundreds of surviving Mongol cavalry. Gazing upon the Ming army before them, their eyes burned with venomous hatred. "You Ming dogs, you'll get your comeuppance!" They roared in fury. But it was already too late. Under a hail of arrows, they soon fell dead. "Gather them up and escort them all back to the main city for trial." Su De issued the order. Though these prisoners filled him with disgust as well. However, this was, after all, a large-scale military operation. This was a golden opportunity to showcase the benevolence of the great Ming. Chang Yuchen had nothing more to say. He ordered directly, "Bind them for this general. Take them back to the main city to present the prisoners." The order spread swiftly, and the soldiers, daring not to delay, moved forward to carry it out. Soon, the prisoners were bound. They too were escorted back to the main city. This campaign had been fraught with twists and turns. Yet it concluded with a resounding victory for the great Ming. The honor and glory of the great Ming were thus preserved. "Your Majesty!" Lin Yang had already returned to the main city. He burst into laughter upon seeing Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang's mood was also exceptionally cheerful. Looking at Lin Yang, a smile spread across his face. "Young friend Lin Yang has earned the foremost merit. I shall bestow a generous reward." As the words fell, a trace of coldness flickered at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth. Only one piece of Mongolian territory remained. Lin Yang couldn't help but look at Zhu Yuanzhang's stern, chiseled features and spoke, "I hope the Mongol lands will belong to China." "Oh." Upon hearing the words, Zhu Yuanzhang's furrowed brows relaxed. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated such a demand from Lin Yang. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "Young man, what ambition?" At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang saw Su De and Chang Yuchen escorting the Mongolian prisoners back into the main city. General Su De gave him a slight bow before turning and departing. The Mongolian prisoners, however, had been bound tightly and they were escorted outside the main camp. Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang and Lin Yang, Chang Yuchen clasped his hands and reported, "Your servant has fulfilled his mission without dishonor." "Very well done." Zhu Yuanzhang praised him. At that moment, Lin Yang spoke up. "Release them. We have already won." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. He did not wield his own executioner's blade. After all, a supreme ruler like Zhu Yuanzhang. Cold-blooded though he was. But that was solely to achieve his political objectives. If something offered him no advantage, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't be bothered to kill. Not long after, the voice echoed in Lin Yang's mind once more. It was the official voice of the National Fortune Arena. "Thank you, Huaxia, for securing victory. Please select whether to annex Mongolian territory." Chosen one of Huaxia, Lin Yang. Upon hearing the National Fortune Arena system's voice, Lin Yang declared without hesitation, "I choose to annex." At this moment, the entire Mongol Empire was left with its final remaining territory. Meanwhile, within the official Huaxia livestream, the Huaxia citizens cheered. "Awesome! Brother Yang rocks! Ha, we've won again this time. This time, we must defeat the Mongols and show them who truly rules Asia. Bro Yang is mighty. Keep it up. Let's keep watching. Huaxia is unbeatable." Lin Yang said little. He continued waiting for the National Fortune Arena's inquiry. Does the chosen representative of Huaxia, Lin Yang, choose to continue challenging Mongolia? The voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed in his ears once more. This time, Lin Yang hesitated not a moment. He answered directly, "Continue the challenge." However, the National Fortune Arena suddenly interjected. Breaking news alert. World-famous Generals Battle Royale Tournament. Inserting now. All nations that have lost all their territories may enter the fray. Lin Yang was stunned upon hearing this. What the hell? We were just one step away from crushing Mongolia. Lin Yang muttered in confusion. The National Fortune Arena was compulsory. Lin Yang was teleported away from the National Fortune Arena battlefield. Inside the livestream room at that moment, viewers were just as bewildered as Lin Yang. Holy crap, what just happened? Why did the stream cut out? What did I just hear? Could it be that Chicken Dinner Tournament has some kind of reward? I don't get it. This feels kinda weird. Lin Yang now appeared outside the round table of the National Fortune Arena. Over 100 chosen representatives from various factions. It looked like a grand assembly. The others? Each wore expressions brimming with anticipation. "Everyone, what do you think? Can we claim first place today?" A young man in a black suit spoke up. Chapter 172, Zhao Yun. "Oomph, we'll definitely win the championship. Our Iris team from across the ocean is no pushover." Another voice chimed in immediately. His words, however, carried a thick layer of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but frown. For he sensed the arrogance of these chosen ones. Especially the young man who had just spoken, who carried himself with an air of superiority. This was clearly a rhythm that didn't hold the other nations in any regard. He couldn't help but curl his lips. "Heh, don't get too cocky. This world is full of people far more capable than you." He spoke casually. His voice wasn't loud. Yet it instantly captured everyone's attention. Even the white-bearded elder seated at the center lifted his head to look. Oh? The chosen one of China? Asia's dominant force? More like a bunch of amateurs squabbling among themselves. The young man in black spoke with disdain. Lin Yang's face twisted into a faint sneer upon hearing this. So you're Iris Nation's chosen one, Adrian? Lin Yang inquired with a smile. In the vast nation of China, etiquette is something one cannot afford to neglect. Moreover, this Adrian clearly looked like the type who was used to being arrogant and overbearing. Since he was so arrogant, Lin Yang would teach him a lesson. Indeed, it is I. Ha ha ha. My great and beautiful country hasn't spoken yet, and you think you're worthy of speaking? America, as a nation of immigrants, has inherited the traditions of countless nations. So it speaks with confidence. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had located the eliminated contestants. Summit, Ishida Ichiro, and the kimchi-loving chosen one, Park Dae-hoon. Before long, the National Fortune Arena announced. National Fortune Arena notice. The chicken dinner tournament rules are as follows. All nations within the National Fortune Arena may participate. Victory condition: the sole survivor on the battlefield shall be declared the victor. Victory rewards: claim the National Fortune Arena's Divine Mansion reward. Select one nation's territory to claim. Priority selection of opponents. Receive one designated general card. Upon hearing this news, the multitude of chosen ones grew excited one by one. After all, the rewards were truly generous. The Immortal Palace and territorial claim go without saying. Especially that last one. The privilege to choose opponents first. If luck was on their side, winning the championship could mean eliminating their own nemesis. At this thought, everyone began to rub their hands together in anticipation. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, standing at the edge of the arena, had already begun formulating strategies in his mind after hearing the system's explanation. This battle royale tournament, he was determined to win it. And he was determined to take first place. But the biggest question now was how to actually become the champion. This question, Lin Yang didn't dwell on it. He directly used the general designation card. I choose Zhao Zilong. Lin Yang knew exactly what he was doing. At this moment, selecting Zhao Yun was sufficient. Zhao Yun's abilities were formidable. At Changban Slope, he single-handedly broke through Cao Cao's blockade to rescue Liu Bei's young son and wife. Zhao Yun's survival skills in battle speak for themselves. National Fortune Arena announcement. The chosen one of Huaxia has successfully used the general designation card. National Fortune Arena report. The rewards this time were truly generous. Soon after Lin Yang used his general designation card, many other civilizations also activated their general designation cards, selecting the most suitable generals for the National Fortune Tournament. The primary nations selected were Sakura, Hattori Hanzo; Iris Nation, Joan of Arc; John Bull Nation, King Arthur; the Beautiful Country, Robin Hood; Mongolia, Jeeb; Rome, Scipio; Greece, Antilochus; Persia, Shabazz; India, Ashoka. That's it. All factions had made their choices clear. After glancing at them a few times, he chose Zhao Yun again without hesitation. Excellent. Our Huaxia nation is once again represented by General Zilong. General Zilong is unmatched under heaven. So this is all individual combat mode, right? It should be. The Huaxia National Fortune Arena livestream chat erupted with chatter. Lin Yang, too, wore an expression of eager anticipation. The National Fortune Arena soon announced the Battle Royale tournament will be in individual combat mode. Warriors have been teleported to a single map. Survive. Fight. Until only one remains. Following the announcement, all the chosen ones were instantly transported to a single map. Following the teleportation, the generals also materialized within that Battle Royale map. Lin Yang carefully surveyed the map. He discovered that resources within the map were scarce. This vast map featured every type of terrain imaginable. It was vast, incredibly vast. Beyond mountains, rivers, and forests, it even contained lakes and streams. At the same time, within this vast map, the chosen ones scattered throughout the surroundings were also surveying their environment. Each person had been issued a tablet. On the tablet, displayed each chosen one's appearance on the battlefield. The moment Zhao Yun was teleported, Lin Yang noticed he had been transported into a dense forest. Dense jungle stretched all around, its edges lost to the horizon. Clearly, this was a small, untamed forest. Zhao Yun, with the Qinggang sword slung at his waist and the long Dan Liangyin spear in hand. His expression was solemn and resolute, his gaze unwavering. His white robes and armor, coupled with his handsome, upright appearance, captured the attention of numerous female viewers in the livestream. In an instant, hearts fluttered. General Zilong is so handsome. He truly lives up to the man I've chosen. You must survive to the very end, General Zilong. They flooded the chat with such comments. Meanwhile, Lin Yang held his tablet, intently observing every move Zhao Yun made. At that moment, an archer was quietly taking aim at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, however, seemed completely unaware of his presence. A cruel smile curled the archer's lips. Whoosh! The arrow flew toward Zhao Yun's back. Zhao Yun heard the swift wind whistling past his ear. He rolled sideways, dodging the arrow's attack. Instantly, he pinpointed the direction from which the arrow had come. Oomph! You won't escape! Zhao Yun roared in anger. Then, he drew the Qinggang sword from his waist and charged at breakneck speed toward the direction the arrows had come from. Zhao Yun's charging speed caught the man completely off guard. Before the arrows could be knocked, they were cleaved in two by Zhao Yun's sword. Instantly, a head flew off. The archer who had ambushed Zhao Yun lay dead in a pool of blood. At that moment, the National Fortune Arena finally announced. Mori, the chosen one, eliminated. Chief Mori is dead. Zhao Yun picked up the bow and arrow. Silently slung it over his back. Such an uninspired design. Compared to the bows and arrows of Huaxia, were worlds apart. Zhao Yun tucked it away with a hint of resignation. Still, it should be serviceable enough for hunting. Zhao Yun murmured to himself. Chapter 173, The Slaughter. Zhao Yun muttered to himself. He knew that the battle that had just unfolded here, it would surely be witnessed by the other contestants. Therefore, Zhao Yun dared not waste any time. He pressed forward. At that moment, the other contestants had also begun their battles one after another. Though some contestants possessed considerable strength, they were still slaughtered, stripped of their armor and weapons. There was no helping it. This was the nature of their respective territories. After all, no matter where you are, when the gap in strength is too vast, a single strike can be fatal. Soon, it was Zhao Yun's turn to act. He chose an open area, set up his formation, and waited quietly for the other contestants to arrive. Not long after, the other renowned generals arrived one after another. There were 5 renowned generals in total. Upon seeing Zhao Yun, excitement lit up their faces. Ha! It's Zhao Zilong from China. A burly, bearded man stared at Zhao Yun, practically drooling. Beside him stood another man, towering nearly 2 meters tall with a face of pure muscle, his expression savage. These men seemed to harbor some improper intentions toward Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, however, stood silently in place, showing not a trace of fear. Zhao Yun, I hear you're quite the fighter. Well then, how about we settle this with a duel? The words barely left his mouth before the giant charged toward Zhao Yun. His speed was astonishing, closing the distance in an instant. He swung his twin hammers, bringing them crashing down. The other 4 men, each wielding weapons of various forms. They all advanced toward Zhao Yun. Their excitement stemmed from a single purpose: to take Zhao Yun's life. Doing so would bring immense fame to their civilization. Yet Zhao Yun did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward. His spear flashed with a cold, menacing gleam. He thrust toward his opponents. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew. Zhao Yun's spear had already pierced through the giant's armor. The giant never imagined Zhao Yun's spear would strike from this angle. This left many viewers watching the National Fortune Arena livestream utterly astonished. They never imagined Zhao Yun possessed such formidable combat prowess. Kill! The giant clearly felt the pressure mounting. He dared not relax his grip on the twin hammers in his hands for even a moment. He swung them once more, bringing them crashing down toward Zhao Yun. Boom! Zhao Yun made no attempt to dodge. His spear shot out like a serpent. A second gaping hole appeared in the giant's body. His 4 allies, each wielding different blades, also lunged toward Zhao Zilong. At that moment, everyone believed Zhao Yun was doomed. Boom! But before they could close in, a colossal aura erupted. Next, Zhao Yun's hand shot out, grabbing the Qinggang sword at his waist. He drew the sword and unleashed his sword technique. In an instant, he shattered the weapons of the 4 attackers, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. At that very moment, Zhao Yun had already arrived above the 4 men. His long sword traced an arc through the air. Shoo! A head flew through the air. Blood spurted forth. Such swordplay was utterly terrifying. Viewers watching the livestream held their breath, hearts racing, unable to look away. At that very moment, Zhao Yun moved again. A dazzling golden light erupted from his body. His entire form transformed into a streak of light. The blue-edged sword in his hand began to dance. Blazing light illuminated the void. Shoo! In an instant, 3 contestants were slain on the field. The sole survivor's eyes widened in terror. He fled without regard for anything else. At this moment, he had lost all will to fight. The giant had broken through his defenses. Seeing Zhao Yun's valor and the gaping holes in his own armor, how could he dare to challenge him? But just as he turned to leave, a sharp arrow pierced straight through his chest. Such was Zhao Yun's mastery of archery. After slaying his foe with a single shot, Zhao Yun's body slowly relaxed. Defeating these 5 opponents was no great feat for Zhao Yun. But his stomach was already growling. He decided to find something to eat first. After all, the recent battle had drained too much of his stamina. Moreover, he needed to replenish his strength, otherwise, he simply wouldn't last until the end. In this vast wilderness, the only food he could find would likely have to be hunted. With this thought, Xiao Yun set off toward the distance. His destination was a densely wooded valley. Once he reached it, he would be able to obtain a considerable amount of food. As for the level of danger, Xiao Yun believed it would be negligible. Bravery reigns supreme here, unrivaled. Lin Yang sat in the spectator seats. One by one, eliminated contestants began to appear. Each of them had gained something, to varying degrees. Yet this very scene caused him to furrow his brow slightly. The elimination rate among the smaller nations was far too rapid. There was simply no room for dark horses to emerge. In the end, it would likely still be those nations with the deepest historical roots. And at that very moment, Xiao Yun finally stepped into the forest. The sky had already turned ink black. Night was clearly approaching. Within the woods, a series of beastly roars echoed through the air. Xiao Yun couldn't help but grow alert. But just then, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the forest, causing his pupils to contract involuntarily. A massive tiger was sizing up Xiao Yun. Its eyes emitted a cold, piercing light. Its body was immense beyond compare, its fur thick and dense. Roar! With a furious roar, the tiger lunged toward Xiao Yun. Its claws and fangs were razor-sharp. Each strike seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. Xiao Yun knew this tiger possessed formidable strength. But facing the charging beast, he showed not a moment's hesitation. His spear flickered in his grasp. Like a silver dragon, it roared as it met the attack head-on. Crash! The fierce tiger pointed its spear at him. He dodged swiftly. It crashed into a boulder. But just as it regained its footing, the spear struck again. Xiao Yun would never allow such a threat to persist. Besides, tonight's meal likely depended on this fierce tiger. With this thought, his attacks grew even more fierce. Put! Sprays of blood mist drifted continuously through the air. Under the relentless thrusts of his spear, the fierce tiger retreated step by step. Its body bore several gruesome wounds. General Zilong fighting a fierce tiger single-handedly? And one of this size? So cool! This is the true spirit of our nation. All spectators in the Huaxia National Fortune Arena cheered in admiration. The fierce tiger could no longer withstand Xiao Yun's terrifying assault. Finally, it breathed its last. Xiao Yun, too, was now gasping for breath from exhaustion. He sat cross-legged on the ground to rest. Chapter 174, The Final Circle. One night passed. Xiao Yun ate his fill and drank his fill. He rose once more and set off. At that moment, the National Fortune Arena announced. National Fortune Arena alert! All contestants must immediately evacuate to the safe zone to avoid toxic gas. Upon hearing the announcement, Xiao Yun immediately set off, heading to higher ground to determine the direction of the poison gas. Just as he reached mid-air, a dense, dark cloud engulfed the entire sky. Rumble! Thunder raged within, as if the world were ending. It filled one with dread. At that moment, the viewers watching the National Fortune Arena livestream had already turned pale and were trembling uncontrollably. What's going on? What the hell is this? It must be the toxic gas from the National Fortune Arena. We're done for. I don't know how Xiao Yun will escape this. It's fine, he's still far away. The spectators of the National Fortune Arena, witnessing this toxic gas assault, were filled with inexplicable dread. At that very moment, within the National Fortune Arena battlefield, the toxic gas assaulted. Especially those closest to the gas could even feel the searing pain of their skin being burned. No need to guess, if the poisonous gas weren't still relatively weak, they would likely have perished under its effects. Boom! At that moment, a violent explosion echoed through the air. The toxic gas began to spread toward the stage. Seeing this, everyone's expressions turned grim. Xiao Yun, however, narrowed his eyes. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. He swiftly cut several pieces of tiger meat and stowed them in his pouch before heading off into the distance. But just then, a cry of surprise rang out. Xiao Yun looked up to see it was Hattori Hanzo from the land of cherry blossoms, the very man he had once fought. There he was, arriving at that very moment. He immediately asked with a smile, "Why have you come here?" Hearing the question, excitement flashed in Hattori Hanzo's eyes. "Zhao Zilong, prepare to die." Instantly, a shuriken flew toward him. Xiao Yun showed no sign of hesitation. He swung his Qinggang sword, deflecting the shuriken. Snap! The shuriken shattered, yet Xiao Yun's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he looked at Hattori Hanzo and declared, "Today, I'll send you straight to hell." With that, his figure flickered. He lunged toward his opponent. A fierce sword light poured down like mercury, spilling across the ground, enveloping Hattori Hanzo. The latter roared in fury. Swinging his katana, he clashed with the incoming blade. Clang! A dull thud echoed. The collision of two immense forces generated gusts of wind, causing the surrounding plants and trees to sway wildly. At that moment, they seemed to be stuck in quicksand. Though Hattori Hanzo was no weakling, he was no match for Xiao Yun. Thus, he found it nearly impossible to withstand the assault. As time passed, his posture grew increasingly disheveled. Ah! Finally, Hattori Hanzo was kicked flying backward. A wretched cry escaped his throat. But at that very moment, an eerie phenomenon erupted. The poisonous gas assaulted them, and Lin Yang couldn't help but worry for Xiao Yun. Before long, the poisonous gas continued its assault, causing every contestant's pupils to involuntarily contract. Xiao Yun dared not show the slightest concern. He abandoned Hattori Hanzo's corpse and immediately accelerated, sprinting frantically toward the distance. Meanwhile, the toxic gas gradually began to dissipate. Seeing this, the viewers watching the livestream finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yun had successfully evaded the poison gas's corrosive effects. This feat drew thunderous applause from the audience. Over a dozen more matches concluded one after another. The most spectacular match was the duel between the Iris Nation's representative. Jeanne d'Arc faced off against the representative from Kimchi Country in a one-on-one duel. In the end, Joan emerged victorious. The representative from Kimchi Country was slain by Joan. Jeanne fled swiftly. This battle was a resounding victory for her. Of course, the most crucial point was that she had successfully evaded the poison gas. The remaining contestants had also largely determined their outcomes. Now, they all awaited the start of the final showdown. What remained was the final showdown in the final circle. Lin Yang swiftly assessed the situation on the battlefield. His expression shifted slightly as he chuckled. It's time for Xiao Yun's unrivaled moment. Only a dozen or so players remained on the battlefield. Xiao Yun, Joan of Arc, Scipio, Antilochus, Shabazz, Ashoka, and Baybars. The battle now offered scarcely any opportunity for a shift in momentum. Xiao Yun charged swiftly toward Antilochus. The blade in his hand sliced through the air. A cold, piercing glint erupted. Clang! Just as Antilochus raised his weapon to block, he was sent flying by the sharp Qinggang sword. Blood spattered, staining his armor crimson. Xiao Yun paused not a moment, stepping forward in a single bound. Shoo! The blade pierced his chest, blood gushing forth. Antilochus, however, had no strength left to resist. His body slowly collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in shock. No one had expected Xiao Yun would be so ruthlessly efficient. In mere moments, he had slain a top-tier master from the West. On the other side, Joan d'Arc had also effortlessly beheaded Ashoka. She did not turn her attention toward Xiao Yun, who was currently dominating the battlefield. After all, the two were evenly matched in strength. Had they clashed, the outcome would have been uncertain. Just as the battle concluded, a figure materialized in the arena. It was Shabazz, intent on striking down Xiao Yun, who was currently dominating the battlefield. Xiao Yun's expression remained unruffled as he regarded Shabazz's long sword. He sheathed his Qinggang sword at his waist and drew the dragon's gallant silver spear from his back. In an instant, a murderous intent surged forth. Roar! With the roar of a dragon echoing through the air. Xiao Yun had already charged forward. Clang! Clang! The sound of violent collision echoed. Xiao Yun's stance remained unshakably steady. Though Shabazz was a ruthless warrior, he appeared utterly flustered under Xiao Yun's relentless assault. Each time, he barely managed to dodge the blows. Kill! The instant Shabazz retreated once more, Xiao Yun's voice rang out. In the next instant, his entire body shot forward. His spear, like a shooting star, pierced straight toward Shabazz. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. A gaping wound instantly appeared on Shabazz's shoulder. His body staggered backward. But now, he had no time to think of anything else. He turned and fled immediately. Xiao Yun's strength was too formidable, far exceeding his expectations. If he remained here, he would surely die by the other's spear. Xiao Yun had no intention of pursuing further. Instead, he remained calm. That wound would surely be enough to make Shabazz suffer terribly. Lin Yang chuckled, this move was solid. Chapter 175, The True Era of Great Harmony. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shabazz had indeed suffered significant injuries. His right arm now dangled limply over his left shoulder. It looked utterly gruesome. And more crucially, he had also been exposed to that toxic gas earlier. If he didn't find a cure soon, he feared his life might truly end here. But his chance never came. Not long after Shabazz had left the valley, the clamor of battle cries began to echo in his ears. It was Scipio of Rome who had caught up with his men. Damn it! Shabazz couldn't help but curse under his breath. At the same time, he quickened his pace. He knew he had to shake them off now. Otherwise, even if he possessed divine abilities today, he would still struggle to escape. After all, with his injuries and the strain of intense exertion, could not match his speed. Soon, Scipio collided head-on with Shabazz. Shabazz knew that unless he fought to the death, there was no way out. Therefore, the moment they met, he swung his spear and thrust it forward with all his might. The sharp spearhead gleamed like a silver serpent, flashing a cold light. Scipio was not to be outdone. His movements were incredibly agile. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the strike. Then, flipping his palm. In that instant, he seized the spear in his grasp. Thud! A dull thud echoed through the air. Both parties stumbled back several paces. Shabazz felt a numbing sensation in his chest, as if his blood had ceased flowing. Scipio instantly thrust his sword forward, striking down Shabazz. Scipio's gaze was as cold as ice. "You insolent fool, what did you think you were doing?" That was it. The sporadic fighting continued. Zhao Yun, Joan of Arc, and Scipio, these three, battled for the ultimate championship. Soon, Zhao Yun encountered Joan of Arc and Sybil. Both sides stood on the final battlefield. This was a clash devoid of any flashy techniques. They unleashed their full martial prowess. Each sought to strike the decisive blow. The outcome was clear. The warrior's pride prevented Jean from joining forces with Sybil to confront Zhao Yun. "Good. Watch me take the enemy's head." Zhao Yun roared with fury. He charged toward Xibia. His spear swept horizontally. Fiery flames erupted from Zhao Yun's eyes. A deafening clang of steel met steel resounded. Naxiba's strength was indeed formidable. But Zhao Yun's offensive prowess proved to be a notch above. Thus, in a head-on clash, Naxiba was actually knocked flying backward. A crimson trail of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Instantly, Zhao Yun's spear shot forth like a dragon. A single thrust unleashed countless phantom strikes. He charged toward Naxiba with lethal intent. His opponent couldn't even block the attack. Thud! The sharp blade pierced through skin. Naxiba had already had the veins at his neck severed by Zhao Yun's spear. Blood gushed forth in a terrifying torrent. At that moment, Joan of Arc did not fear laughter. Her beautiful blue eyes complemented her golden hair. A massive sword gripped in her hand, she charged toward Zhao Yun. Her face was filled with excitement. Zhao Yun, seeing this, showed no fear. His body leapt upward, his spear transforming into a swirling storm of spear shadows that engulfed Joan. Clang! Ding! Clang! The clanging of clashing weapons filled the air. The two fought fiercely. Yet Zhao Yun only grew more formidable with each passing moment. His attacks were devastatingly powerful. Each strike unleashed terrifying force. In contrast, Joan of Arc, due to her lighter build, thus, when defending, she inevitably suffered greater disadvantages. In mere moments, her body bore several fresh wounds. Even her arms bore deep, bloody gashes. Though she fought back fiercely, she struggled to hold her ground. And at this critical moment, Joan's greatsword grew ever more fierce in battle. Zhao Yun couldn't help but exclaim, truly a heroine among women. He held his dragon's gallant silver spear with unwavering resolve. Yet at that moment, a bitter smile touched Joan's lips. "Heh, it's no use." Jean continued to fight Zhao Yun, who grew ever more resolute. This was indeed a formidable opponent. A true knight of the iris. Zhao Yun's courage grew ever more formidable. A fierce light blazed in his eyes. His entire being resembled a demon king as he charged forward once more. At that very moment, Jean truly could not hold on any longer. Yet the greatsword in her grasp still came crashing down toward Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun sighed softly, "Alas, you remain stubbornly deluded." He deftly sidestepped Joan's final assault. He struck her down with a single thrust of his spear. National Fortune Arena announcement. China has won. The system voice announced. A hint of joy flickered in Zhao Yun's eyes. China had indeed won. This battle also signaled that Huaxia had truly ascended to the pinnacle of the world. Soon, the National Fortune Arena teleported Zhao Yun away. Only then did Lin Yang find the chance to address Zhao Yun. "Well done, General Zilong." The National Fortune Arena prompted once more. "Please claim your reward, Huaxia." Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Kong claimed all the rewards at once. And so, the spiritual energy within China grew increasingly dense. It could even be called a paradise on earth. Nearly every Chinese person reaped significant benefits. This development, naturally, did not escape the notice of people in other nations. They were filled with envy and resentment. Especially nations like the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. Originally, they were already suppressed by China. Now China has pulled even further ahead. How could they not be furious? Especially the Emperor of the Sun Never Sets Empire. He was absolutely furious. Yet those arrogant Western nations have indeed declined. For the ancient nation of the East, China had already ascended to the pinnacle of the world. The subsequent battles on the National Fortune Arena need no further elaboration. Mongolia was once again defeated by China. Thus, China unified Asia. More Western nations also became tributary states to China. The of the National Fortune Arena never sounded. For in the ensuing battle, one by one, time continued to march on. The Western Iris Nation was defeated. The beautiful country was also defeated by Huaxia, the chosen ones of the National Fortune Arena and the heads of state of the defeated Kimchi and Cherry Blossom nations. The borders of China kept expanding. Before long, it had unified the entire world. The National Fortune Arena finally sounded its final alert. Congratulations to Huaxia on victory. The chosen one of Huaxia, please claim your ultimate reward. The spiritual energy of Huaxia has been elevated to the highest level. Thus, the Huaxia, as the sphere's sovereign, throughout its entire territory. Every soul can cultivate immortality with diligence, could become a master of Taoist arts. A true utopia was realized through Lin Yang's relentless efforts.